Chapter 1. The Great Battle of the Golden Lion. In the tranquil naval headquarters of Marineford, regarded not merely as one of the safest places in the world, but also as one of the highest fortified locales, a sudden shadow loomed over the clear skies. The Marines, engaged in their training, merely glanced at the ominous cloud, dismissing it without concern. Yet abruptly, a figure descended from the cloud, hurtling towards the port of Marineford at an astonishing velocity. Upon impact, an explosion erupted, capturing the attention of the training Marines, who swiftly converged around the site of the blast. From the heart of the explosion emerged a man, wielding twin swords, his long golden hair cascading to his waist, adorned in a resplendent golden kimono with a ship's helm perched upon his head and a cigar clenched between his teeth. With each swing of his dual blades, a Marine would fall. Yet the Marines, undeterred by the formidable adversary, bravely charged towards the conference room, armed with their weapons. Faced with such a powerful foe, some Marines immediately triggered the port's alarms, their blaring sirens echoing throughout Marineford. If in response to the carnage wrought by the man, rain began to pour from the once clear skies. Each droplet seemed to claim the life of another Marine. The man continued his relentless assault, advancing from the port to the plaza, leaving in his wake an uncountable number of fallen Marines. At that moment, reinforcements from the Navy arrived. By the time they reached the plaza, the bodies of the slain Marines had piled into a small mountain. The man stood atop this grim heap, his sword still dripping with fresh blood. The mountain of corpses not only bore testament to the man's extraordinary prowess, but also revealed the unwavering bravery of the Marines, who had faced him without a hint of fear, demonstrating their valor in the face of death. Intruder alert. Enemy sighted in Marineford's plaza. What is the enemy's number? Could it be that guy? One man. The enemy is the Golden Lion Shiki. That Shiki, with a bounty of 4.8 billion berries, the captain of the flying pirate crew. Upon hearing Shiki's name, anxiety washed over the faces of the Marines. Even the most timid among them began to sweat, though the rain concealed their fear. Furious, Shiki bellowed, "How could Roger be captured by you worthless fools? He is a man I venerate." At that moment, a figure clad in a black suit, draped in a cloak emblazoned with the symbol of justice, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle and round spectacles, emerged slowly from among the Marines. Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku declared, "Roger is the pirate king. He has already escaped victorious from your battle." Shiki's eyes widened as he turned to Sengoku, exclaiming, "The pirate king? What of it? As long as Roger is willing to lend me his strength, we would have long since ruled the world. Though our paths have not always aligned, we have traversed the same era. If he is here, then bring him to me. If he must die, let me be the one to do it. The execution is set for 1 week from now. In the birthplace of the man, the initial city of the East Sea, Rodtown, an execution was underway." At that moment, a man clad in a black suit, draped in a cloak named Justice, with a distinct crew cut, emerged. "The death of Roger shall undoubtedly extinguish the spirits of all pirates." "Vice Admiral Carp," exclaimed the Golden Lion, incredulity lacing his tone. The legend of Pirate King Roger, destined to conclude in that feeble sea, the East Sea? Donotist. That would be the ultimate humiliation for that scoundrel. With those words, the Golden Lion, fueled by boundless rage, leapt from the mound of corpses and charged towards Sengoku and Carp. At the same time, Carp cast aside his cloak of justice and adjusted his tie, declaring, "What of being the weakest? The East Sea symbolizes peace." To facilitate combat, Sengoku too discarded his cloak. "Shiki, you shall not interfere with the execution." With that, Sengoku and Carp surged towards the Golden Lion. The reinforcements from the Navy, well aware that they could not intervene in such a high-stakes battle, instinctively created distance for the trio. Soon, Sengoku, Carp, and the Golden Lion were embroiled in combat, a cacophony of clashes resonating as their formidable powers collided, alongside a fierce display of martial and swordsmanship. The thunderous sounds of their clashes left numerous sailors wide-eyed and agape, faces alight with disbelief. Many among them had never witnessed such a pinnacle of combat and were momentarily stunned. At that juncture, one sailor, observing the fallen comrades previously struck down by the Golden Lion, snapped back to reality. Everyone, quickly assist the injured. The previously dazed sailors began to aid their wounded brethren, though they were unable to reach those in the heart of the battlefield. As the intensity of the battle escalated, the figures of Sengoku, Carp, and the Golden Lion became increasingly swift, to the point where most sailors could no longer discern their movements, only perceiving three shadows colliding in a relentless dance. The Golden Lion's strength had already diminished due to the Battle of Edward Sea that had left him with a ship's helm embedded in his head, coupled with the exertion from his rampaged through the port to the square of Marineford. Faced with Sengoku and Carp, both equally formidable, the Golden Lion gradually realized that he could not triumph over their combined might. Though he possessed the ability to escape thanks to the float fruit, his pride and the indignation over Roger's humiliation would not allow him to flee. Thus, the Golden Lion altered his tactics. Leveraging his fruit's power to contend with Sengoku and Carp, he distanced himself from the two using the float fruit, and then, astonishingly, summoned the warships that had been peacefully docked in the port to soar into the air. Multiple warships came crashing down upon Sengoku and Carp, and after this onslaught, the Golden Lion did not relent, continuing to harness his power to gather the debris from the battle and the descending rainwater into colossal azure lions that charged toward the positions of Sengoku and Carp. Lion's Might. The Imperial Scroll. The collision of several enormous lions with the remnants of warships triggered a cataclysmic explosion. A cruel smile graced the visage of the Golden Lion. The surrounding Marines, overwhelmed by the sheer devastation unleashed by the Golden Lion's assault, found their will to fight extinguished. Even as the echoes of the explosion lingered, Sengoku and Garp emerged from the heart of the blast, their suits tattered and torn by the recent onslaught of the Golden Lion. The blood streaming down their bodies spoke volumes of the arduous struggle they endured to withstand the Golden Lion's ferocious attack. As the Marines witnessed Sengoku and Garp's emergence, the flicker of hope reignited in their previously despondent eyes. Chapter 2. A New Journey. The Golden Lion, witnessing their emergence, felt no surprise. He understood that while his recent strike appeared cataclysmic against mere fodder, it posed no lethal threat to titans like himself, who stood at the pinnacle of the sea. Though unable to end their lives, he had still inflicted considerable injury, which was precisely his intent. As Sengoku and Garp charged forth, the Golden Lion offered them no respite, brandishing his two supreme blades, Sakura, Ten, and Mikage, and lunged at them. Unfazed, Sengoku and Garp surged forward to meet the Golden Lion Hedon. The fierce clash among the three raged from dawn until dusk, culminating in Sengoku and Garp's eventual triumph over the Golden Lion. However, this victory came at a great cost, with heavy casualties among the Marines and significant destruction wrought upon Marineford. With their bodies marred by wounds, Sengoku and Garp gazed upon the fallen Golden Lion, exclaiming in unison, "We have triumphed, justice shall prevail." Sengoku, Admiral. Garp, Vice Admiral. The echoes of the Marines' cheers reverberated throughout the Marineford Plaza. After exchanging a glance, Sengoku and Garp exhaled in relief. Suddenly, Sengoku felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to collapse. Garp, noticing, hurriedly inquired, "Sengoku, what's the matter? Could it be that you were injured in the battle?" Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, it's merely my age catching up with me. I am a bit fatigued. You can handle the remaining matters." With that, Sengoku strode away. Garp stood there perplexed. "Isn't this something you ought to do, Sengoku? Why leave it to me? I'm not equipped for this." "Ah, Sengoku, why won't you listen to me?" At that moment, a rear admiral approached. "Vice Admiral Garp, you and Admiral Sengoku have just endured a fierce battle. It would be prudent to rest." "We shall take care of the rest." Garp chuckled. "Then I'll leave it in your capable hands." With that, Garp dashed off to catch up with Sengoku, finally managing to reach him. "Sengoku, I now see you're uninjured. Why are you moving so swiftly?" "Garp, I genuinely feel fatigued. Let's discuss matters tomorrow." "Very well." Garp remained rooted, observing Sengoku, who seemed oddly peculiar, though he couldn't quite pinpoint the source of his unease. However, after a moment of contemplation, Garp relinquished his thoughts, concluding that it would be far more rewarding to return to indulging in donuts than to dwell on such matters. Upon returning to his chamber, Sengoku immediately approached the mirror, gazing at his reflection. He beheld a visage that was both familiar and foreign. In a sudden impulse, Sengoku delivered a sharp slap to his own face. "That stings. Have I truly traversed dimensions? Was that individual genuinely the naval hero, Iron Fist Garp? All I did was express my disdain for that wretched artist who fails to comprehend the essence of One Piece. And now I found myself in this predicament." Before his unexpected journey, he was an 18-year-old named Hua Bojian, who had just completed his college entrance examinations and was joyfully savoring his summer vacation. Hua Bojian was a fervent admirer of piracy, particularly enamored with several formidable yet eccentric characters from the Navy. His disillusionment peaked upon reading chapter 1088 of the manga, which left him feeling utterly nauseated. The disappearance of Garp was intolerable, especially since it was to aid a cowardly king that he vanished. The internet buzzed with criticisms of Garp's capabilities. What had once been exalted was now derided. This was something Hua Bojian could not tolerate, and he promptly engaged in arguments with these detractors, earning himself the title of Garp's admirer. This infuriated him to the point of bloodshed, leading him into a state of transcendence where he effortlessly triumphed over adversaries until slumber overtook him. Initially, when Hua Bojian began to absorb Sengoku's memories, he believed he was merely dreaming of a fantastical journey. To his astonishment, the experience was genuine. Following a tumultuous internal struggle, Hua Bojian ultimately accepted the reality of his reincarnation. Recognizing that he had indeed traversed into another realm as Sengoku, he resolved to amend the perceived shortcomings within the pirate world, aspiring to elevate it to greater heights. From this day forth, I am Sengoku, and Hua Bojian shall cease to exist. Wait, do not all traversers possess a system? Where is mine? System, are you present? Congratulations, host. The system has been activated. This system is known as the Elder Reemployment System. In light of the increasingly aging population, this system has been established to encourage seniors to continue contributing to society. The Elder Reemployment System is designed to assist you, the elder host, in navigating the workforce. The higher your position and the later your retirement, the more substantial the rewards you shall receive. Sengoku inquired with curiosity, what precisely are the rewards you speak of? Specific rewards are to be discovered by the host. This system is under no obligation to divulge such information. Feeling vexed by the system's audacious tone, Sengoku retorted, isn't it customary for traversers to receive a novice gift package? You haven't pilfered my novice gift package, have you? Quickly present my novice gift package. Please refrain from making unfounded accusations against the system. It merely forgot to send you your novice gift package. It will be dispatched immediately. As he spoke, a luminous screen appeared before Sengoku, visible only to him. The screen displayed a loading page. Novice gift package dispatching. 50, 80, 99. As the grand gift package was on the verge of being dispatched, it suddenly became stuck at 99, unyielding. Then, the screen displayed a message indicating a loading failure. Zhanghua, witnessing this, could no longer contain his frustration and remarked, what manner of system is this? Surely it cannot be a pirated version. Not only has the beginner's gift package stalled, but has also failed to load. How utterly ridiculous. Unfazed by Zhanghua's scorn, the system took its time to respond. After a brief pause, the system eventually reacted. The error that had occurred was not the system's fault, but rather the host's responsibility. Upon hearing the system place the blame on himself, Zhanghua, already irate, began to unleash a torrent of invective. Zhanghua fully embraced the formidable reputation of the land keyboard immortal he had held prior to his transmigration. Even the system dared not confront the land keyboard immortal directly, choosing instead to wait until Zhanghua had exhausted himself in his tirade before continuing. No matter how much the host denied it, the error in dispatching the beginner's gift package was indeed the host's responsibility. Panting heavily, Zhanghua exclaimed, you claim it is my fault if I must bear the blame. You ought to provide me with a valid reason for doing so. Since the host sought an explanation, the system graciously obliged, revealing to the host the folly of his prior outburst. Enough of your prattle. If it truly were my fault, I would certainly apologize. However, should you wish to shift the blame onto me, you must offer me some form of compensation. Is that not reasonable? Chapter 3. The Deceptive System. A gentleman's word is his bond. Zhanghua chuckled. Oh, you even know idioms. It seems you were indeed manufactured by our Yin nation. Then let us adhere to the saying, a gentleman's word is his bond. Surely you know my name, do you not? Isn't your name simply the Senior Reemployment System? My memory isn't so poor that I would forget such a thing in such a short time. What does this have to do with my responsibility? Of course, it relates to your responsibility. I am the Senior Reemployment System, and naturally, I can only activate once you reach retirement age. You are currently 55, and 60 is the retirement age. Since you have not yet reached the required age, the system cannot activate, and, consequently, the beginner's gift package cannot be successfully dispatched. It is precisely because of your insufficient age that the gift package failed to be sent. Thus, it is indeed your responsibility. So hurry and apologize. Upon hearing the system's reasoning, Zhanghua did feel a pang of accountability. However, as he pondered further, he realized that he might have been ensnared by the system's logic. Thus, Zhanghua replied coolly, your reasoning appears flawed, dear system. The age of my identity upon transmigration is not determined by me, but rather by the system itself. Based on the system's name, it should have facilitated my transmigration at the age of 60, by allowing me to cross over 5 years early. It signifies a significant error on the system's part. Both matters fall under the system's purview, and to shift the blame onto me would be quite unjust. In summary, The fault lies with you, dear system. Now, kindly provide the compensation you promised me. By the way, do provide me with the novice gift package I rightfully deserve otherwise. Allow me to return and traverse through time once more in 5 years, at which point I shall have no further objections. I am uncertain if there has been an issue with the time of my translocation, yet your analysis indeed holds merit. It appears that the timeline may have been compromised. I shall take responsibility for this predicament thus. How do you intend to compensate me? Strictly speaking, it is not my obligation, but I am nonetheless willing to offer you recompense. What form shall this compensation take? Pray bestow it upon me swiftly. Compensation can be arranged, yet the novice gift package remains inaccessible until you reach the age of 60, that you may blame me, for I too wish to present it to you immediately. However, the entity that created me has decreed that it can only be bestowed upon you at the age of 60. Should you wish to return, I can send you back at once, but be forewarned. Upon your return, you shall lose these memories, and there exists a significant risk that you may become utterly oblivious. Therefore, you must carefully consider your choices. The warring states fell silent, cursing inwardly. This wretched system seems to offer 2 choices, yet it is merely one choice. After painstakingly convincing myself to traverse through time, I certainly shan't return to being a fool. Having reached this conclusion, the warring states declared, since it is thus, I shall not trouble you, dear system. I choose to receive the novice gift pack 5 years hence. The system responded, what compensation shall you bestow upon me? Excellent, host. You have made the correct choice. The reward I grant you is the ability to maintain your strength at its zenith, impervious to the ravages of age and illness. Furthermore, this reward will enable you to fully master all capabilities of your corporeal form. However, this boon is not without its costs. It demands a significant expenditure of my energy. To replenish this energy, I shall enter a deep slumber after bestowing the reward upon you, awakening only when you reach the age of 60. In other words, I am to live alone in this world for the next 5 years? Indeed, if the system is prepared, I shall now send the reward to you. I am ready. Subsequently, the luminous screen before the warring states vanished as abruptly as a television shutting off, and in his hand appeared a transparent vial containing a verdant liquid. The warring states period was well aware that this vial contained a reward bestowed by the system. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and imbibed the emerald liquid in one swift motion. Upon finishing the contents, he remarked with lingering satisfaction, this reward is surprisingly delightful. It possesses a flavor reminiscent of apples. It is, without a doubt, the most exquisite apple-flavored beverage I have ever tasted. I can only wonder how the system concocted such a delectable drink. Alas, it will be 5 long years before I can savor something this delightful again. While he mused to himself, a radiant glow began to emanate from his body, shimmering in a vibrant green hue. Initially, he remained oblivious to the luminescence surrounding him. But it was only when he stepped into the bath and caught sight of his reflection in the mirror that he realized he was bathed in a verdant light. In a moment of surprise, Jean-Gouet exclaimed, "Ah!" He then began to inspect his body, perplexed by the mysterious green glow emanating from him. Despite multiple examinations, he could not ascertain the source of the phenomenon. Ultimately, Jean-Gouet conjectured that the radiant green aura was a reward bestowed by the system, particularly since the enigmatic liquid he had encountered was also green in hue. Eventually, he discovered a method to conceal the green light. However, this solution came with certain limitations. It could only be effective when he transformed into the great Buddha form, and he needed to amplify the golden light that radiated from this form. Otherwise, the feeble golden glow would merely deepen the intensity of the green light from a light shade to a darker one. After taking a bath, Jean-Gouet felt utterly exhausted and succumbed to slumber as he lay upon his bed. To his astonishment, upon awakening the following day, he noticed in the mirror that the green glow had vanished completely, filling him with immense joy. After completing his morning routine, Jean-Gouet donned his reading glasses only to find the world somewhat blurred. Upon removing them, clarity returned to his vision. In an instant, Sengoku comprehended that the rewards bestowed by the system had restored his body to its prime, and even his presbyopia had naturally faded away. Consequently, he promptly removed the lenses from his reading glasses and donned them once more. After all, not wearing spectacles would be too conspicuous, should anyone astutely notice the difference. It would be disastrous. Dressed impeccably in a new black suit, adorned with a cape symbolizing justice, and topped with a naval hat, Sengoku stepped through the door. He followed the route etched in his memory towards Garp's residence. Along the way, numerous enthusiastic Marines greeted Sengoku, who reciprocated their salutations warmly. Despite the proximity of his own home to Garp's, Sengoku traversed the distance slowly. After much effort, he arrived at Garp's abode, only to find that Garp was nowhere to be seen. Unable to locate Garp, Sengoku continued along the familiar path to the headquarters office. However, midway through his journey, he encountered Vice Admiral Tsuru, accompanied by a large contingent of female soldiers. Zhanghua, recalling a familiar name, chuckled. Xiaohe, weren't you assigned to a mission? What brings you back to headquarters so unexpectedly? Chapter 4. Are you hurt? He glanced at the ruins surrounding them, observing. Didn't T-Carp mention you were injured and needed to rest? How have you recovered so swiftly? Given the magnitude of the events that transpired at headquarters, it was only natural for me to return. As for my return, it is undoubtedly to assist in sorting out this chaos. In the Warring States period, Xiao Dao remarked, I have not sustained any injuries. I was merely fatigued from yesterday's battle with the Golden Lion, which is why I went straight to rest after the fight. By the way, have you seen that fellow Carp? What do you need him for? As I entered the port of Marineford, I noticed Carp's warship departing. However, I am unaware of his destination. My inquiry regarding Carp is of no great consequence. I simply visited his residence and found him absent, hence my question. Have you had breakfast, Xiao Hong? Would you care to join me for a meal? I have already eaten. You should go ahead. If you have no other matters to attend to, please return to assist me promptly after your meal, for there is much to be done today. Warring States awkwardly smiled and said, I apologize, little crane, but I have other matters to attend to today, so I must trouble you. Is there something of great importance that necessitates your immediate departure from headquarters? Has Marshal Kong assigned you a task? That shouldn't be the case. Even if he did, he would likely have you and Carp leave together, and since he is not present at headquarters, the only high-end combat strength remaining would be Zephyr. However, leaving only Zephyr here would be risky if the celestial dragons were to appear. All right, little crane, you needn't say more. I understand your intentions. I shall remain at headquarters today. If your mission is indeed of great significance, you might consider contacting that fellow Carp and requesting his return, as he likely has no pressing assignments. In the meantime, you can assist here until Carp arrives. Very well, I will help you once I finish my breakfast. Crane nodded and departed, while Warring States made his way towards his warship, following the path etched in his memory to retrieve Carp's transponder snail. On his journey to the warship, Warring States observed the ruins that littered Marineford, where numerous Marines were tirelessly clearing debris and reconstructing the fortress. From this, he comprehended the ferocity of the battle that had transpired the previous day. Although he retained memories of the conflict, witnessing the wreckage brought a more profound understanding. Along the way, many Marines gazed at Warring States with expressions of admiration. As Sengoku found the Den Den Mushi belonging to Garp on his warship, he promptly dialed the creature. BRR. Hello, who is this? It's Garp. Garp, can you not recognize my Den Den Mushi? It's Sengoku. Oh, Sengoku. How's your injury? I mentioned yesterday that I was merely fatigued. Why did you tell Xiaoha that I was injured? Haha. Garp did not respond to Sengoku's inquiry, but instead erupted into carefree laughter. Zhanghua sighed. Let us not dwell on that matter any longer. Carp, where are you headed now? I am en route to Impel Down. Carp, what business do you have at Impel Down? Surely you are not going to see Roger. Are you? My purpose at Impel Down is not to visit Roger, but rather to escort that scoundrel Shiki there. Carp murmured softly, though it would be quite pleasant to pay Roger a visit as well. Hey, Carp, you truly intend to see Roger, don't you? You think I cannot hear you just because you speak in hushed tones? If you are going to see Roger, make sure you do not assist him in any other endeavors. Understood? Understood, Zhanghua. You are quite the nag. I am a Marine. How could I possibly lend aid to a pirate? Within his heart, Sengoku lamented. I can't believe a word you say, you wretched old man. However, he conceded, fine. I shall trust you, Garp. Once you escort the Golden Lion, return post-haste. Why does Sengoku insist on my swift return? Hasn't Tsuru already arrived at headquarters? Tsuru's presence at headquarters is irrelevant to you. If you do not return, I will be unable to execute my duties. You must return promptly. The headquarters cannot function without top-tier combatants stationed here. Should Whitebeard or members of the former Roger Pirates launch another assault on Marineford, it is imperative that we have elite strength on standby. You must grasp the severity of the situation. I understand, Sengoku. However, having executed Roger, I am entitled to a break. A vacation is of no concern to me. You must negotiate that with Admiral Akainu. Besides, I wish to take a break as well. Garp, you must return today. With that, Sengoku abruptly ended the communication. Garp scoffed. Sengoku is truly something else. If I must return, I shall, but why the urgency? No wonder he tires so easily. He is merely a year my senior, yet his health is considerably poorer. If his temper matched my own, he certainly wouldn't be in such a state. Should Sengoku discover Garp's musings behind his back, he would surely have a stern discussion with him. You lays about all day. While Zifa is injured, the entire Navy has only me as its top-tier combatant. How could I not be exhausted? As Sengoku dined, he sneezed multiple times in succession. Who was thinking of me? He pondered before returning to his meal. After breakfast, Sengoku gazed at the mountain of empty plates before him, astonished. Did I consume all of this? How have I become so gluttonous? After a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled Luffy's prodigious appetite, which brought him some solace. Subsequently, Sengoku set off to find Tsuru. In the midst of the ravaged headquarters, Sengoku discovered Tsuru within an intact office. The room was brimming with Navy personnel, yet it remained remarkably tranquil. Standing at the entrance, Sengoku pondered how to enter and locate Tsuru. Suddenly, a Marine who had just completed his duties approached the doorway and spotted Sengoku. "It's Admiral Sengoku," he exclaimed, prompting the crowd to part and allow the Admiral passage. "It's Admiral Sengoku." Thanks to him and Vice Admiral Garp, Marineford might have been obliterated by that scoundrel, Don Quixote da Flamingo. The previously serene office erupted into a cacophony of excitement as the sailors expressed their astonishment at the sight of Sengoku, who, despite the commotion, ensured to make way for the Admiral. The Warring States period smoothly traversed that path and arrived before the crane. Zhangguo addressed he with a cheerful tone, "Little he. I have arrived. What do you require of me?" Initially, he paid no heed to Zhangguo and bellowed towards the raucous naval officers. Silence at once. Instantly, the tumultuous office fell into a profound stillness. Subsequently, he gestured towards another desk, instructing, "Zhangguo, you shall attend to official matters at that desk." Zhangguo nodded and proceeded to take a seat at the desk. As soon as Zhangguo took his seat, a naval officer approached him, holding a thick stack of documents. "General Zhangguo, how do you believe we should address this matter more appropriately?" The Warring States period wasted no time in engaging with the documents, promptly beginning to peruse them. Chapter 5. Handling Documents. To his astonishment, he realized that he could comprehend the dense tome before him, knowing that he did not possess such abilities before his time travel. Sengoku was grateful for his extensive experience in handling documents, which had honed his instincts. Otherwise, among so many top-tier warriors, only he needed reading glasses. Soon, Sengoku distilled the essence of the document he was tasked with addressing. The matter at hand pertained to the restoration and aid required for the civilian homes that were destroyed in the recent battle at Marineford. It was imperative that the damaged residences be repaired with utmost urgency. Were all the affected civilians rescued? Since yesterday, following your victory over the Golden Lion with Vice Admiral Garp, we commenced the rescue operation, and all civilians have now been successfully evacuated. We have also established temporary housing for them. Excellent work. The entirety of the construction expenses will be borne by our Navy. However, will this not impose an excessive financial burden on us? Should we not ask the civilians to contribute as well? No, it must be entirely funded by our Navy. The civilians have suffered unwarranted misfortune. Having lost their homes, it would be detrimental to our Navy's reputation to require them to pay for the reconstruction. You need not worry about the expenses. I will personally discuss this with Admiral Akainu. I believe that with the capture of Roger, the world government will allocate additional funds to our Navy, so you need not fret about excessive expenditure. With that, Sengoku affixed his signature to the document. The naval officer present, upon hearing Sengoku's words, instantly displayed a look of joy and departed with the signed document. Shortly thereafter, another sailor approached, bearing an even thicker document than the previous one, placing it on Sengoku's desk. As the Warring States swiftly perused the documents, he promptly distilled the principal issues contained within. The prison at Marineford had recently been destroyed, thus, the time had come for its reconstruction. However, in the process of rebuilding, it was imperative to eschew the original specifications and instead upgrade all the facilities within the prison, employing only the finest equipment. There was no need to concern oneself with Bailey. The quality must be impeccable. You must personally oversee the project, for upon the completion of the prison's reconstruction, a thorough inspection will follow. Should any issues arise during this evaluation, the responsibility will rest solely upon you. Very well, I shall ensure vigilant supervision throughout the entire process. Now, General Warring States, shall the prison be expanded? There is no need for expansion. The current prison is already sufficient. With that, the Marine soldier departed, carrying the documents bearing Warring States' signature. Although Warring States handled the paperwork with remarkable speed, The multitude of tasks required for the reconstruction of Marineford was indeed overwhelming. Zhang Guo and he tirelessly attended to crucial matters from morning until the early hours of dawn, merely managing to snack on lunch and dinner before resuming their paperwork. This was merely a day's endeavor focused solely on significant documents. Had all tasks been entrusted to them, a week would scarcely suffice for completion. At last, having finished the paperwork, Zhang Guo turned to He and said, "At long last, we have completed our tasks. Little He, would you care to join me for a late-night snack? I too wish to partake in a midnight meal. Let us invite Zfa to join us as well." A cheerful voice chimed in. Upon turning his head, he discovered that it was Carp who had arrived. In a swift motion, Sengoku approached Garp, securing his head under his left arm, while his right hand formed a fist, twisting Garp's head with considerable force. "Garp, didn't you claim you were merely escorting the Golden Lion? Why have you only returned to headquarters now? Little Crane and I have toiled throughout the day, while you've had a leisurely one. Pray tell, how do you intend to compensate us? Ouch, ouch, ouch. How about I treat you all to a late-night meal tonight?" "Sengoku? No way, your holiday is also forfeited. This is unacceptable, Sengoku." Little Crane interjected, exasperated. "You too, enough already. There are others present. Cease this commotion." Sengoku, having made his statement, released Carp from his constraints. He then turned to his fellow Marines in the office and declared, "This evening's supper shall be graciously hosted by our esteemed Vice Admiral Carp. A heartfelt thanks to Vice Admiral Carp." Instantly, the Marines erupted in cheers and applause. Observing this, Carp merely chuckled sheepishly, offering no objections. Subsequently, the group departed the office, making their way to the establishment that served late-night snacks. When the warriors of the warring states arrived at the place for their late-night feast, Zfa had already made his appearance. The four individuals from the warring states period entered a private room. The late-night meal was prepared swiftly, and before they could exchange many words, the feast was served. Consequently, they began to converse while enjoying their supper. All four were filled with anticipation that the world would become a better place after Roger's execution. Buddha Sengoku was acutely aware that the assassination of Roger would not usher in a more harmonious world. Rather, it would plunge the world into greater chaos, heralding the era of the great pirates. Yet, upon witnessing the jubilant expressions of those around him, Sengoku found himself reluctant to unveil the grim truth. Hence, he resolved within his heart to expedite the demise of the malignant force plaguing the world. As they indulged in their late-night feast, Zephyr announced his intention to depart. "Don't be such a downer, Zephyr," Carp interjected. "Why must you return? My wife insists that I come home at a reasonable hour. I've already spent a considerable amount of time with you. If I linger any longer, I shall face her wrath." At that moment, memories of Zephyr's wife and children, who were still alive in Sengoku's mind, surfaced. According to Sengoku's previous knowledge of history, Zephyr's family had perished 7 or 8 years ago. The only explanation for this anomaly was that Sengoku's arrival had altered the course of the pirate world as history. With this realization, Sengoku's resolve strengthened. He was determined not to allow Zephyr to become a tragic figure. He must transform Zephyr's fate, thereby enhancing the Navy's strength. "Zephyr, what time is it? Your wife is expecting you home early. It's already quite late. If you return now, you will surely incur her displeasure. Let us wait until tomorrow and accompany you to your home. With us by your side, I trust your wife will not scold you." Crane chimed in, "Indeed, Zephyr. Don't be such a spoilsport." Seeing their enthusiasm, Zephyr downed a large bottle of beer and laughed. "In that case, I shall stay and feast until dawn. However, Sengoku, you all must accompany me home afterwards." Carp teased, "Zephyr, you truly are a man who fears his wife." Zhanghua immediately retorted, "Kapu, what do you understand? Zfa is not afraid of his wife. Rather, he shows respect for her. Am I not right, Zfa?" He continued, "Zhanghua has a point, unlike Kapu, who seems to be preoccupied with snacking on sabae all day." Kapu, with a dismissive pout, replied, "It's not true that I only think about sabae every day. I distinctly enjoyed some donuts as well." The individuals from the Warring States period have grown accustomed to Carp's responses, as all three selectively chose to disregard him. "Zephyr, are there any outstanding Marines at your academy lately? If you have any exceptional candidates, do recommend them to me," Sengoku remarked, winking at Zephyr as he spoke. Chapter 6, Deceived by Carp. Which of the Marines I have trained is not exceptional? However, I cannot claim to have any individuals as remarkable as those three peculiar fellows. Zephyr replied, "If you seek exceptional Marines, I cannot assist. That depends on how Marshal Kong allocates them. After all, I am not the principal of the academy, merely a part-time instructor." With the topic reaching this point, Sengoku wisely shifted the conversation. The four continued their discussion until the following morning. When it came time to settle the bill, Karp declared that he had no belly. The owner of the late-night eatery chuckled. Who will cover the expenses? We are merely a small establishment and do not offer credit. Zephyr and Crane both turned their gaze towards Sengoku. Buddha Sengoku, with a look of alarm, exclaimed, "Why do you all gaze at me thus? It was not I who declared this feast. It was that rascal Karp." The graceful Crane interjected. "But Karp has no belly to spare. Moreover, it was you who suggested this late-night repast." "Enough, little Crane. Do not speak further. I shall cover the expenses." With that, Sengoku retrieved a handful of belly from his pocket and handed it to the proprietor of the late-night eatery. After the proprietor completed the transaction, Sengoku and his companions departed from the establishment. Upon exiting, Sengoku resolved to confront Karp and inquire why he had boasted of treating when he had no money to contribute. However, just as he stepped outside, he beheld Karp fleeing at an astonishing speed. Just as Sengoku was about to pursue, Zephyr obstructed him. "Zephyr, why are you stopping me? I must give that rascal Garp a proper lesson." Zephyr replied helplessly, "Forget it, Sengoku. Garp has always behaved this way, hasn't he? Even if you reprimand him now, he will surely act the same next time. Besides, you must accompany me to my home. Otherwise, I will be in quite dire straits." "But I have a mission to carry out," Sengoku protested. "How about you, Xiaohe? Accompany Zephyr instead." Xiaohe shot Sengoku a glance and said, "I can go. But the remaining matters will be left for you to handle." Zhanghua spent the entire day reflecting on his experiences, drenched in a cold sweat. "There is no need to trouble you any further, Xiaohe. I shall accompany Zfa instead." Xiaohe snorted coldly before departing. Observing this, Zfa took hold of Zhanghua and began to lead him towards his home. Bazooka hastily exclaimed, "Wait a moment, Zephyr. What are we waiting for, Bazooka? Have you not noticed that day is broken?" Zephyr proposed, "Why not accompany me on this mission? What do you think? What mission requires two generals? Enough of this chatter. Let us return home at once." "Understood." With that, Bazooka followed Zephyr towards his residence, stopping along the way to purchase breakfast to bring along. As Zifa entered the house, he was immediately greeted by a voice filled with anger. "Zifa, you have truly become audacious, daring to stay out all night." Following this exclamation, a slipper soared through the air, narrowly missing Zhangguo's face, who could even sense the sonic boom of its flight. What a formidable slipper it was! Soon after, a woman of unremarkable appearance stormed out, her face flushed with fury as she glared at Zifa. Clearing his throat, Zhanguo discreetly coughed, prompting Zifa's wife to finally acknowledge his presence, her face turning crimson as she hurried into the kitchen. Zifa, observing the situation, hastily explained, "Dear, I was attending to official matters with Zhanguo until just an hour ago. He mentioned he hadn't seen Z in quite some time and wished to visit him. Please wake Z. Zhanguo has even brought breakfast for him." Without further ado, Zifa's wife ascended the stairs to summon their son. Once she departed, Zifa exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness for your quick thinking, Zhanguo," the Warring States period remarked. "I must hasten to finish my breakfast, for I have a mission to undertake." "Very well. I shall prepare the breakfast promptly. You simply need to find a seat at the dining table." Zhanguo nodded, recalling the plans of the Zfa family as he approached the dining table. Just as he pulled out a chair to take a seat, a cheerful and exuberant voice rang out, "Uncle Zhanguo, what gifts have you brought for me this time?" No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a boy, around 10 years of age, clad in a modified navy uniform, bounded down the staircase and leaped into Zhanguo's embrace. In a flurry, Zhanguo embraced the boy. At that moment, Zfa had also arranged breakfast and brought it to the dining table. Noticing his son requesting gifts from Zhanguo, Zfa promptly placed the breakfast on the table to assist Zhanguo in alleviating the awkwardness. "My dear son, both your uncle Zhanguo and I were preoccupied yesterday and were unable to prepare any gifts for you. Please do not put your uncle Zhanguo in a difficult position. Come quickly and enjoy your breakfast. All this breakfast was purchased by your uncle Zhanguo, and it consists of your favorite dishes. Indeed, my son, hurry and have your breakfast." Both Zfa and his wife urged their child, striving to ease the tension for Zhanguo. As Zhanguo gazed upon the pitiable and wronged expression of Z, his heart softened. He said, "It is indeed my fault for not bringing a gift for you this time, dear Z. How about next time I prepare 2 gifts for you? Would that help you forgive me?" Upon hearing Zhanguo's words, Z's sorrowful face instantly brightened with a smile. Joyfully, he replied, "Uncle Zhanguo, I have not held any grudge against you. Just remember to bring me a gift next time." With a chuckle, Zhanguo assured him, "Rest assured, Uncle Zhang Guo will not forget. Now, be a good boy and go have your meal. With that, Zi finally descended from Zhang Guo's embrace and made his way to his seat. Observing this, Zifa's wife remarked, Zhang Guo, you spoil Zi too much. To which Zifa concurred. Indeed, Zhang Guo, if you continue to indulge Zi like this, he will surely become utterly spoiled. In a light-hearted manner, Sengoku remarked that with two such strict parents, Zi would only grow up to be an outstanding marine and would not be spoiled by him. Zifa's wife discerned the underlying meaning in Sengoku's words, which implied her fiery temperament. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Observing this, Zifa swiftly defended his wife, saying, enough of that. If we continue, our breakfast will grow cold, and it will no longer be enjoyable. The group then proceeded to indulge in their morning meal. As he gazed at Zi, Sengoku was reminded of the tragic circumstances surrounding Zi and his mother from the anime before his transmigration. Although his arrival had allowed Zi and his mother to survive, it did not guarantee that the original events would not unfold. When Zifa and Zi's mother eventually departed from Marineford, Sengoku urged, do your utmost to follow them. If you cannot be present when they have urgent matters to attend to, please reach out to me, Garp, or Tsuru in advance so we can dispatch Marines to safeguard them. We must prevent any unforeseen incidents. Zifa voiced his confusion, but they usually remain in Marineford, and their most frequent destination outside of it is the Sabaody archipelago. Surely, they will not encounter danger. He continued, moreover, after Roger's execution, the world should become more peaceful. More peaceful? Sengoku retorted. The future is uncertain, and it is always prudent to exercise caution. However, it is inappropriate to have our subordinates undertake personal matters for us. Sengoku, do you know something that I am not aware of? Such words are not typical of your usual demeanor. Chapter 7. Journey to Impel Down. Let me be straightforward with you, Sengoku began. I recently received a document detailing the brutal murders of many officers' families at the hands of pirates seeking revenge. These pirates bear resentment towards the officers, and most of them share a common trait. They were spared by those officers in the past. Zifa, the number of pirates you have spared is likely the highest among the Navy. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the expressions of Zifa and his wife grew grim. Sengoku, is what you say truly the case? Zifa inquired. Does it matter whether it is true or not? Do you think I would jest about such matters? It is far better to err on the side of caution. Observing Sengoku's serious demeanor, Zifa realized that Sengoku would not make baseless claims, and he felt a deep-seated fear for the safety of his wife and child against potential pirate reprisals. Zifa nodded gravely. I understand, dear. You must also recognize the gravity of this situation. You must inform me whenever you plan to leave Marineford. I will, my husband. After this exchange, the couple shared a tender moment, providing Sengoku with an ample serving of emotional fodder. The pace of breakfast during the Warring States period has inevitably accelerated. As soon as the meal concluded, the Warring States bid farewell to the Zephyr family. As soon as Warring States departed from Zephyr's doorstep, he heard Zai's voice calling out, Uncle Warring States, please don't forget to bring me a gift next time you visit. Rest assured, Warring States replied. And without delay, he hastened to his warship, commanding his naval troops to set sail. One of the sailors inquired, General Warring States, you haven't mentioned our destination yet. The once-spirited Warring States, taken aback by the question, awkwardly responded, our destination is Impel Down. Upon receiving this information, the sailor refrained from further inquiries and promptly departed. Thanks to the gates of justice, Warring States swiftly arrived at Impel Down. However, this very same reason meant that his inaugural voyage post-transformation offered no picturesque vistas. Gazing at the colossal gates of justice, Warring States couldn't help but marvel at the formidable power of the world government. The periphery of Impel Down was now surrounded by numerous naval vessels, all owing to the legacy of Roger. Upon the arrival of the Warring States at the city of Jean, a group of inhabitants promptly came forth to greet them. As the Warring States passed through the Gate of Justice, the residents within Jean were already informed of their impending arrival. Zhang Guo instantly recognized Magellan amidst the throngs of people in Impel Down. Although Magellan was still quite young, his distinctive appearance was unmistakable to Zhang Guo. Magellan approached Zhang Guo and said, General Zhang Guo, I am Magellan, the deputy warden of Impel Down. The warden has gone to Mariewa. I am temporarily in charge of Impel Down now, so if you have any matters to discuss, please feel free to inform me. Zhang Guo nodded and said, I understand. Magellan, I have come to meet the Golden Lion and Roger. Please lead me to the 6th level. As a general of Zhang Guo, he commanded respect. Magellan saluted him and proceeded ahead to guide the way. Thus, Zhang Guo followed Magellan into the depths of Impel Down, where even he was subject to inspection before gaining entry. Observing the situation, Magellan expressed his apologies, saying, "General Zhang Guo, you ordinarily would not require an inspection. However, due to Roger's presence in Impel Down, the higher authorities have mandated that all entrants undergo checking." Zhang Guo replied, "I understand. Let us expedite the inspection. I have urgent matters to attend to with the Golden Lion and Roger." After a meticulous examination, Zhang Guo followed Magellan and a group of guards deeper into Impel Down. They swiftly ascended to the 6th level via the elevator. "General Zhang Guo, you have arrived at the 6th level. Do you require our company?" As Sengoku cast a glance at Magellan, he remarked, "Then I must trouble you, Director Magellan, to find me a guard familiar with the 6th level of Impel Down. I shall not impose any further." Magellan chuckled, "Admiral Sengoku, I am not yet a director. I am merely the deputy director. You have mistaken my title." "I have not erred," Sengoku replied confidently. "A deputy director is still a director in essence, and I hold great faith in you, Magellan. One day, you shall ascend to the role of director, and when the time comes for the election, I shall cast my vote in your favor." Sengoku's words deeply moved Magellan, to the point that Sengoku noticed tears welling in the corners of his eyes. "Thank you for your recognition, Admiral Sengoku. I shall not waste any more of your time. I will promptly send a guard who is well acquainted with the 6th level to escort you." Soon after, a guard led Sengoku into the 6th level of Impel Down. The moment Sengoku set foot in that dismal place, he drew the attention of the pirates confined therein. After all, those who resided in the 6th level were formidable pirates, notorious in Sengoku's memory, many of whom had been apprehended by Garp, Zephyr, or himself. Each pirate held a litany of crimes, and Sengoku vividly recalled the circumstances surrounding their captures. "Is that not Admiral Sengoku?" one pirate jeered. "What brings you to this forsaken hellhole?" With that, the raucous laughter of the other pirates erupted, particularly from those whom Sengoku had personally incarcerated. First Garp, now Sengoku. Such is the distinction of the Pirate King. The world government fears Roger's escape, hence they have Sengoku and Garp take turns patrolling. Perhaps tomorrow, it will be Zephyr or that old man Kong visiting us. Such cowardice and treachery were indeed the hallmarks of the world government. As the raucousness escalated, the guard standing before Sengoku attempted to retort, only to be drowned out by the cacophony of the pirates' insults. One lone guard was no match for their sheer numbers and vitriol. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku unleashed his conqueror's haki, a powerful aura that radiated dominion, sweeping toward the pirates confined within their cells. These pirates, having languished in the 6th level for so long, were barely sustained by the guards, who ensured they did not perish from starvation, yet they remained emaciated and weakened. The presence of seastone chains further diminished their strength, subjecting them to both physical and mental torment in this lightless prison. Under the overwhelming influence of Sengoku's supreme conqueror's haki, several mentally unstable pirates crumbled under its pressure, while those of stronger will were silenced in awe. Once he had released his haki, Sengoku coldly declared, "You are but a group of defeated foes, reduced to impotent howls in this desolate place. Remain here and languish in the remnants of your wretched lives." Chapter 8. Roger upon concluding his words. The Warring States envoy instructed the jailer to resume the guidance. After the departure of Sengoku, some astute pirates began to realize that he was merely a master of cunning schemes, unworthy of labeling them as defeated foes. Just as they were about to continue their tirade against Sengoku, they noticed he had vanished from their sight. At this point, their vitriol would reach deaf ears, and they preferred not to squander their breath in futile insults. They resolved to await his return, eager to hurl their grievances at him when he could truly hear their disdain. Upon arriving at the door of the cell housing the Golden Lion, Sengoku turned to the jailer and inquired, "Where is Roger's cell?" The jailer, visibly excited by Sengoku's recent display of authority, gazed at him in awe. "Admiral Sengoku, Roger's cell is in the first chamber behind that door." Upon following the direction indicated by the guard, Zhang Guo indeed discovered a door. Standing outside were several guards, and it became evident to him that the first cell within was the one where Roger was confined. Zhang Guo nodded and said, "All right, I understand now. I can manage from here. You may go about your business." He then added, "This is the key to the Golden Lion's cell. I do not possess the key to Roger's cell either." After handing the key to Zhang Guo, the jailer saluted him and departed. Once the jailer had left, Zhang Guo turned his gaze towards the Golden Lion's cell, where he discovered the Golden Lion firmly secured to the ground by multiple chains. It was evident that the chains binding the Golden Lion were crafted from sea prism stone, and their purity was undoubtedly of the highest quality. Sengoku is now exceedingly curious about how the formidable ability user, Gold Lion, managed to escape from the myriad of sea prism stone chains. Considering the considerable damage Gold Lion inflicted upon the Navy in the past, Sengoku contemplated suggesting to Magellan that they enhance the security measures surrounding Gold Lion. However, upon further reflection, Sengoku realized that Gold Lion's emergence posed a greater threat to the world government. Thus, he dismissed the idea of alerting Magellan. "Ah, Sengoku, what brings you here? Standing outside my cell for so long, I wonder what your purpose is. Surely, it cannot be to mock me. A man of your rank should not be so idle." As Sengoku observed the situation, he remarked with a smile, "I have merely come to see you. My primary intention is to visit Roger." With that, Sengoku took the key and prepared to unlock the prison door. The moment he made contact with the door, an overwhelming sensation of weakness engulfed him, and Sengoku instantly realized that this cell was constructed from sea prism stone, although he initially felt only a slight discomfort. Upon entering the confines of the cell, he was struck by an intensified wave of powerlessness. Zhanghua felt a profound force within himself completely suppressed. He realized that the power of his devil fruit was being stifled by the sea prism stone. In the confines of the cell, Sengoku discovered that it was entirely constructed from sea stone. Not only was the grand door made of this substance, but the floor, ceiling, and walls were also forged from sea stone. Upon witnessing Sengoku's entrance, the Golden Lion erupted in laughter, remarking, "Sengoku, it must be quite uncomfortable in here. This sensation of powerlessness is truly unpleasant." Sengoku, dismissing the Golden Lion's remarks, retorted that there was no point in conversing further, and proceeded to exit the cell. The Golden Lion continued to laugh heartily, exclaiming, "Ha! Sengoku, I shall not linger here for long. This so-called first prison, this myth of no escapees, I will shatter all of it and break free from this place." Despite the Golden Lion's declarations, Sengoku's steps remained unfaltering as he departed from the Golden Lion's cell and headed directly towards Roger's cell. Before Sengoku could approach Roger's cell, he was intercepted by a guard stationed nearby. Upon recognizing Sengoku's visage, the guard hastily exclaimed, "My apologies, Admiral Sengoku, I did not realize it was you." In the Warring States period, Sengoku gestured dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. You merely performed your duty. I am here to see Roger, so kindly open the door." Upon hearing this, the guards hurriedly rushed to the entrance and unlocked the door. Subsequently, Sengoku passed through the threshold, only to discover that a few guards still lingered beyond the door. And indeed, Roger was confined in the very first cell beyond that entrance. "General Sengoku," the guards exclaimed in unison. The Warring States nodded at the guards before casting a glance at Roger, who sat quietly in the deepest recess of his cell. It was rather amusing to note that the level of his guards outside appeared more formidable than that of a Golden Lion. Yet the confinement of Roger was merely within an ordinary cell and restrained by a simple pair of shackles. Had one been unaware of Roger's status as a surrendering individual, they would hardly believe that the illustrious pirate king was ensnared by such trivial means. It is truly perplexing how the higher echelons of the world government perceive the situation. Even if they feared that the high level of the guards might provoke Roger into a desperate escape, they seemed oblivious to the potential consequences should an unbound Roger decide to retract his surrender. It is not a matter of possibility. Rather, there is nothing that cannot happen. After expressing his grievances, Sengoku turned to the guard beside him and said, "I have matters to discuss with Roger. I kindly ask you to step outside for a moment. I shall summon you upon my departure." "No way." A young guard began to voice his objection, but was swiftly silenced by a middle-aged guard who covered his mouth and dragged him out. The other middle-aged guard remarked, "Please do not take offense, Admiral Sengoku. The young lad has yet to meet you and is unaware of your esteemed identity." Zhanghua cast a glance at the guard being led away and remarked, "I am not so petty as to engage in a dispute with a mere jailer, so there is no need for concern." "Thank you, General Zhanghua. I express my gratitude on his behalf. We shall take our leave now. Feel free to inquire how long you wish. We shall await you outside. You may ask for any duration." Zhanghua cast a glance at the gate, and the prison guard immediately understood his intent. The gates leading to the 6th level of the city, where General Zhanghua advanced, were designed to be completely soundproof. Even if I were to shout at the entrance, you would not hear a thing. Buddha nodded slightly, and then the prison guard departed, casually closing the heavy door behind him. Once the door was shut, the young guard outside wore an expression of discontent, exclaiming, "Master, why did you stop me just now?" The guard who had exited replied, "Fool, Do you not realize your master just saved your life? Though Admiral Sengoku holds a prestigious title, he is merely an admiral of the Navy and should not concern himself with us, right? You are making too much of this. Indeed, Admiral Sengoku may not directly govern our affairs, but should he choose to end your life, it would not be a matter of great consequence. Do you think the warden or deputy warden would risk offending Admiral Sengoku for the sake of an ordinary prison guard like you? Besides, many common admirals are already whispering that Sengoku is destined to become the fleet admiral of the Navy. Chapter 9. Sengoku versus Roger. Upon hearing this, the young guard's countenance darkened considerably. The middle-aged guard, however, remained oblivious to the young one's distress and continued his discourse. The young guard's master reassured him, "Do not fear. The incident is past. Given Admiral Sengoku's stature, his indifference now suggests he will not seek retribution against you." He added, "It is fortunate that Sengoku possesses a good temperament. Had we encountered a more irascible figure, our entire group might have been doomed alongside you." While Simeon's words may have been somewhat brusque, he was correct. Henceforth, you must exercise greater caution in your speech, as most calamities arise from careless words. Sengoku, I had not realized your reputation was so formidable. I had previously overlooked it. Oh, what kind of person do you perceive me to be in your eyes, Sengoku? Are you not aware of your own nature? Why inquire of me? Pray tell me, what brings you to seek my presence? Do not claim it as merely to visit, like Carp. I certainly do not recall us sharing such a close bond. In the Warring States period, the scholar smiled and said, I have indeed come to seek you out, but it is not for official business, rather. It is a matter of a personal nature. A personal matter? In the midst of the conflict, Sengoku disregarded Roger and directly unleashed his conqueror's haki, enveloping the guards outside the prison and the surveillance din mushy within. Under the potent influence of Sengoku's haki, both the guards and the din mushy fell into a state of unconsciousness. With no further interruptions, I am aware of the conversation you had with Garp, Roger, and I have discerned your true motive for surrendering. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Roger's pupils contracted, followed by an amused inquiry. Oh? I am quite curious to hear your interpretation of my true motive for surrendering. Are you certain you wish for me to articulate it? Absolutely. Your surrender is merely a ploy to incite others to become pirates in search of the One Piece. You aim to usher in the so-called Great Pirate Era. I comprehend your reasoning, yet the ramifications of your actions far surpass your expectations. However, I shall not impede your ambitions. Roger paused for a moment before responding. What are you insinuating? What Great Pirate Era? I am not privy to such matters. I have stated that I shall not obstruct you, and you need not deny it. There is no requirement for you to acknowledge it. Simply understand that I am aware of your motive for surrendering. Moreover, I am cognizant of your other secrets as well. In essence, I am privy to all your concealed truths. Cease your cryptic theatrics, Sengoku. Port-Gas de Rouge. As Sengoku uttered this name, Roger's formidable aura was instantly restored, transforming him back into the legendary Pirate King, with his conqueror's haki surging towards Sengoku. In the Warring States period, a formidable conqueror's haki was unleashed to counter the conqueror's haki of Roger. The two powerful forces of conqueror's haki clashed together. In the Warring States period, Shout-Out remarked, Roger, do not be agitated. I would never harm Port-Gas de Rouge or your child. You need not harbor any doubts. If I wish to inflict harm upon them, it would be a trivial matter. Surely, you do not consider Port-Gas de Rouge to be my adversary. As the words of Sengoku came to an end, the conqueror's haki emanating from Roger gradually dissipated. Sengoku, how could you possibly know all of this? Carp would never divulge such information. I am well acquainted with his character. There are no absolutes in this world. Do you know Carp longer than I do? Or do you believe your relationship with him surpasses mine? Roger sat on the ground, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It seems I have misjudged people in the end. You have not misjudged anyone. None of this came from Carp. As Roger lamented his unfortunate encounters, he was abruptly silenced by Sengoku's declaration, gazing at him in bewilderment. You did not inform Carp of your intention to usher in the era of great pirates, yet I have also come to know of it. So, Sengoku, how did you come by this knowledge? If you were to report my family to the Gorosei, I dare say you would soon ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral. What exactly are your intentions, Sengoku? Why do you act in such a manner? The allure of becoming an admiral of the Navy is undeniably compelling, yet I remain unfazed. I shall inevitably ascend to that rank in due time, and this moment holds no significance for me. As for my objectives, I cannot divulge them to you. However, I may share a fragment of my plan, and the rest is left to your conjecture. Roger harbors a deep disdain for Sengoku's enigmatic behavior. Although he is loath to engage with Sengoku's riddles, the matters at hand are of paramount importance to him, compelling Roger to listen, much to his dismay. This discomfort he experiences is far more profound than the torment inflicted upon him by illness. In the Warring States period, Jianjian asked, "Does Roger wish to hear it? If you do not answer me, I shall depart, and you may leave with your questions unanswered." Seeing Jianjian's continued jesting, Roger became incensed. Breaking free from his restraints with great speed, and with a powerful fist, he shattered the cell door, charging towards Jianjian. Buddha, unfazed by the situation, parried Roger's onslaught while jesting. "Roger, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you still see yourself as you were in your prime? Or as that illustrious pirate king? The current you is nothing more than a tormented soul on the brink of death, ravaged by illness. Furthermore, your famed sword, Ace, is not at your side. And I wager you have not tasted a full meal in days. Do you truly believe your present condition can rival me? You are merely inviting humiliation upon yourself." Roger responded with a hearty laugh. "Buddha, you are still so verbose. Whether I can best you is a matter that can only be determined through combat. After all, I am the Pirate King. Are you aware that should we truly engage in battle, our encounter would be laid bare? And the higher echelons of the world government would become aware? The trouble lies with you, not with me." With that, Roger's attacks grew even more ferocious. Buddha, witnessing this, could only manage a wry smile before unleashing his full might to engage in a fierce clash with Roger. The others in Buddha's ranks harbored a desire to confront Roger as well, recalling the numerous battles Buddha had fought against him in the past. In the midst of battle, Sengoku felt an undeniable sense of unreality regarding the memories of the conflict. Furthermore, Roger was on the verge of death, presenting Sengoku with a singular opportunity to confront him. More significantly, Sengoku had long desired to engage with formidable adversaries since his arrival. Considering these factors, Sengoku approached this confrontation with utmost seriousness. The intensity of their clash escalated. Despite Roger's bravado, he found himself consistently on the defensive against Sengoku's relentless onslaught. Sengoku, however, remained cautious of the surrounding structures, aware that they were submerged beneath the sea. Should he inadvertently breach the walls of Impel Down, the ensuing deluge would spell certain doom for him. Just as Sengoku was gaining momentum in the fight, Roger abruptly halted his assault. In the Warring States period, Sengoku exclaimed, "Roger, why have you ceased your efforts? Let us continue." Sengoku, noticing a remarkable enhancement in Roger's strength, pondered why he had not perceived it before. Chapter 10, Cultivating Ace into an Admirable Fleet Admiral. Roger's evasive response incited great frustration in Sengoku. "Continue, Roger." With a dismissive glance towards Sengoku, Roger retreated to the cell devoid of bars, intending to rebind himself with the shackles. However, he soon discovered that the shackles had been damaged by his own actions. Unfazed by the embarrassment, Roger found a place to sit and remarked with a chuckle, "I shall not fight any longer, Sengoku." "Why not?" Sengoku inquired. "There is no reason," Roger replied. "If you wish to persist, you may do so. Regardless, I will not retaliate. If you were to strike me down now, I would welcome the release it brings." In the Warring States period, it was understood that Roger recognized he was no match for him at present, thus resorting to this method of retaliation against the Riddler's actions. As Zhangguo was about to speak, he heard the jailer outside shouting, "General Zhangguo, what is happening inside?" Seeing that Sengoku was displeased, he cast a glance at Roger, then approached him and whispered in a tone audible only to the two, "Did you not proclaim the dawn of the great pirate era? What if I were to send your son to Ace to bring an end to this age of piracy? I shall mold Ace into an exceptional marine. Who knows? He might even rise to the rank of admiral or perhaps even marshal in the future." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Roger's expression shifted dramatically, and he was about to pursue the departing Sengoku. Zhang was swiftly retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Roger hurtling deep into the confines of his cell. The recent blow in the Warring States period seemed to have directly fractured several of Roger's ribs. Although Sengoku was curious as to why Roger did not defend against his attack, he refrained from turning back to inquire about Roger's lack of resistance. As Zhangguo directly opened the door, several guards stumbled and fell. They exchanged awkward glances with Zhangguo before gazing in astonishment at the utterly devastated prison cell. Zhangguo observed the situation and remarked, "I have exhausted my inquiries. You need not concern yourselves with the matter of the prison cells, nor should you harbor any fears. I shall communicate with your director on your behalf." With that, Zhangguo prepared to depart. A guard then interjected, But General Zhang Guo, if the prison cells have been compromised, does that not imply that the Pirate King, Roger, could potentially escape? Zhang Guo cast a sidelong glance at the jailer and remarked, "Do you truly believe that this cell can contain Roger? Rest assured, he will not attempt to escape. If he had desired to flee, he would have done so long ago." With that, Zhang Guo departed, leaving the jailers in a state of bewilderment. The jailers, hesitant to obstruct Zhang Guo, returned to their original posts under the direction of one of their own. As Sengoku made his swift way to the elevator, he afforded the pirates no opportunity to hurl insults at him. By the time the pirates noticed him, Sengoku had already successfully entered the elevator. Faced with this, the pirates could only seethe with impotent rage. Once inside the elevator, Sengoku initially intended to descend to the ground floor, but instead, he halted at the underground level. When the elevator doors opened, Sengoku was greeted by none other than Magellan. "Magellan, your arrival is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. I have matters to discuss." At that moment, Magellan, who had been conferring with a nearby guard, finally noticed Sengoku in the elevator. "General Sengoku, how did you manage to exit so swiftly? Last time, Vice Admiral Garp lingered on the 6th floor for quite some time." Magellan exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Sengoku. In the midst of the discourse, Sengoku remarked, "Once the inquiries are complete, the truth shall inevitably emerge. I hope you can forgive any inconvenience I may have caused you today, Magellan." He then proceeded to inform Magellan about the altercation with Roger and the subsequent damage to Roger's cell. Initially indifferent, Magellan's countenance gradually shifted to one of concern. "Sengoku, I must hasten to summon a physician to attend to Roger. Despite his numerous transgressions, it is not yet his time to perish." Magellan responded, "It is not as dire as you perceive. I exercised restraint during the confrontation. Roger will not succumb. Simply instruct your subordinates to fetch a doctor to tend to his wounds." Observing the situation, Magellan cast a glance at Sengoku before directing the nearby guards to locate a physician for Roger's treatment, as well as an architect to repair the cell or to provide Roger with a different one altogether. Subsequently, Sengoku accompanied Magellan to his office. In the Warring States period, one directly addressed the matter at hand. "Magellan, regarding my confrontation with Roger, is it possible for this to remain undisclosed to others?" Magellan gritted his teeth and replied, "The great general of the Warring States is advancing into the city, and it is not solely my prerogative. Furthermore, there are numerous individuals affiliated with CP within the city. I can only make efforts to prevent the information from leaking, but I cannot guarantee for how long I can keep it concealed." After a moment of contemplation, the Warring States general smiled and said, "Since that is the case, let us not conceal the truth. It would be unfortunate if it were to burden you later, and the higher-ups would not take any action against me." He then inquired, "Might I ask why you have chosen this path?" To which he promptly responded, "I shall reveal my reasoning. I am eager to understand why Roger chose to surrender. I believe there must be a compelling reason behind his decision. I acted without obtaining an answer, and that is why I took action." Magellan, appearing thoughtful, remarked, "According to your assertion, it seems that Roger's surrender indeed harbors a secretive motive. Since you are not adept at interrogating prisoners, leave it to me. I am confident we shall extract the truth behind Roger's surrender." Zhang Guo regarded the self-assured Magellan with a knowing smile and remarked, "Magellan, I have every confidence in your interrogation skills. However, Roger is no ordinary individual. The CP has undoubtedly already conducted their inquiries, and they yielded no results. Should you pursue another interrogation today, it is quite possible that Roger may take offense. You are well aware of Roger's formidable capabilities. Provoking him brings only detriment, never advantage. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to refrain from seeking out Roger." Magellan nodded gravely in acknowledgement. "I understand, Admiral Zhang Guo. That is well. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You may continue with your own affairs," Zhang Guo stated. "Understood, Admiral." Upon departing from Impel Down, Zhang Guo arrived at Marineford, where Crane promptly approached him. "Zhang Guo, how could you behave as foolishly as that imbecile Carp? Enough. I want to dwell on your actions. The Marshal has returned, and he wishes to see you. Prepare yourself for a reprimand." Zhang Guo then recounted his conversation with Magellan to Crane. "Do you take me for a fool? This matter is beyond your capabilities. Very well, if you choose not to disclose it, I shall not press further. Share it with me when you are ready," Crane responded. As Sengoku observed Crane's mocking expression, he could only scratch his head awkwardly, simultaneously grateful for Crane's perceptive understanding. The two swiftly arrived at the vacant office, which was entirely unlike the other battered spaces, bearing no resemblance to a battlefield. Upon reaching the desk within the empty office, Sengoku finally discovered evidence of the previous conflict. Chapter 11. Reprimand. The wall behind the empty desk had been completely obliterated in the earlier confrontation with the Golden Lion, leaving nothing but a bare expanse. From Sengoku's vantage point, he could even glimpse the vast sea behind the marine fort. Noticing Sengoku's arrival, Crane's demeanor turned serious as he addressed him. Sengoku, how could you engage in such reckless behavior akin to that of Garp? What were you thinking? Having one Garp is already a headache. I certainly do not wish to encounter another incident. After uttering these words, Crane fell silent. Focusing on the documents strewn across the desk, Sengoku waited patiently, but Crane remained engrossed in his work, not uttering a word. Clearing his throat, Sengoku finally drew Crane's attention. At last, Crane lifted his gaze from the paperwork and remarked, Sengoku, why are you still here? Did I not instruct you to leave? Do you wish for me to reprimand you? Although the Warring States period internally criticized the statement as something Kong had never uttered, his body obediently moved towards the door. Zhang initially anticipated a stern reprimand for himself, but he was taken aback by the unexpected outcome. As soon as he arrived at the vacant office, he was greeted by a burst of laughter. As he gazed upward during the Warring States period, he discovered that it was Carp and Crane, with Carp laughing so heartily that tears streamed down his face. With remarkable speed, Sengoku moved behind Carp and delivered a punch, laughing as he said, Carp, what are you laughing at so joyfully? Just as I am feeling quite irritated, you should come over and amuse me. Upon hearing Sengoku's voice, Carp disregarded the impact of Sengoku's strike and quickly turned to ascertain Sengoku's identity. Once confirmed, he attempted to suppress his laughter, but despite his efforts, he could not contain himself, his struggle to refrain from laughing appearing exceedingly comical. As he felt the laughter bubbling up, Carp resorted to covering his mouth with his hand in a futile attempt to stifle it. Zhang showed no restraint as he forcefully withdrew his hand from Carp's grasp. Unable to contain himself, Carp erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Carp, what on earth are you laughing at? Do tell me, Zhang urged. However, Carp was so consumed by his mirth that he could hardly respond, having never intended to answer Zhang's inquiry in the first place. He Tian remarked coldly. Carp is mocking you. Zhang, in astonishment, remarked, Xiao He, is Carp mocking me? What could possibly warrant Carp's derision? He Wei, at a loss for words, replied. Are you truly unaware? Carp must have hurried here as soon as he learned of your impending reprimand from Marshal Kong. He certainly couldn't resist the urge to come and ridicule you. Xiao He was at a loss as to how to convey this to Zhang. Carp, with a look of shock, gazed at he. Foolish Carp, even if I refrain from informing Zhang, he will soon discover your disturbance. Zhang chuckled, Kapu. How dare you mock me? You must have lost count of the number of times you've been reprimanded by Admiral Kong yourself. And I have not been chastised by him at all. Kapu replied, Zhang, why should I not find amusement in your predicament? Today, you claim that Admiral Kong has not scolded you? How is that possible? Given your actions, it is quite evident that he should have admonished you. It seems Admiral Kong is rather biased. In the Warring States period, one questioned, Kapu, what have I done to warrant the reprimand of the Air Marshal? You have done. You have done. In truth, I am uncertain of your deeds, yet I have heard whispers that you were to be chastised by the Air Marshal. Thus, I hastened over to witness your folly, only to find that the Air Marshal did not scold you. My journey was in vain. I would have been better off returning to count my donuts. In the Warring States period, I expressed my thoughts. Kapu, do you truly wish to revel in my misfortune? Truth be told, I have no particular desire to witness your folly either. My intention is merely to impart some wisdom upon you. For every time I am reprimanded by Marshal Kong, you seize the opportunity to lecture me. The mere thought of using your previous admonishments against you fills me with immense joy. As Sengoku observed Carp's foolish demeanor, he could discern that Carp was lost in a reverie, imagining a scene where he was being lectured. Crane inquired, Sengoku, why did Admiral Akiji not reprimand you? What you did this time is indeed quite serious. Logically, even if Admiral Akiji wished to spare your dignity by not chastising you, he should have still imposed some form of punishment. What punishment did the empty marshal impose upon you during the Warring States period? In a moment of silent contemplation, Sengoku cast a glance at Crane and remarked, Little Crane, why do you behave in this manner? Curiosity piqued within him regarding the reason General Kong had refrained from reprimanding him, let alone imposing any form of punishment, merely advising him to avoid repeating the mistake in the future. Following this exchange, both Sengoku and Crane fell into deep thought. Observing their pensive demeanor, Garp interjected. What are you two pondering? If it eludes your understanding, let it go. We should proceed to dinner. In fact, we missed the dinner hour. So let us indulge in a late-night snack instead. Last time, I treated. So this time, Sengoku, it's your turn to host. However, the mention of the late-night snack ignited Sengoku's irritation. You, Garp, claimed last night's snack was on you. Yet when the time came to settle the bill, you declared you had no belly, and I ended up footing the bill. And now you dare suggest I treat again. This sparked a playful squabble between the two. Akin to mischievous children at play, they were mindful of their surroundings, pausing their antics when others were present, only to resume their charade of solemnity thereafter. Eventually, the trio ventured out for a late-night snack, inviting Zephyr, who declined, stating that returning would earn him his wife's ire. Not wishing to trouble Zephyr further, the three continued their revelry, feasting until the early hours of the morning, with Sengoku ultimately bearing the cost, indulging a bit too much. Sengoku initially paid little mind to it. However, upon awakening from a hangover the following day, the incident resurfaced in his thoughts. After some reflection, he deemed the matter unworthy of ire and instead conceived a plan to engage in friendly sparring with Garp. Thus, he set off for Garp's residence to propose a bout. Upon arrival, Sengoku noted the decor of Garp's home mirrored his own, yet Garp's room was overflowing with an assortment of snacks, suggesting a degree of chaos absent in his own abode. Originally, Sengoku intended to engage in a friendly spar with Garp, yet he nearly found himself challenged to a contest of who could consume more donuts. Ultimately, it was Sengoku's threat of Garp's beloved donuts that persuaded Garp to agree to the sparring session. The two warriors, unable to unleash their full power in Marineford, relocated to a deserted island nearby for their duel. Through the encounter with Garp, Sengoku realized that there was a slight disparity in their strengths. Despite possessing the Conqueror's Haki, which allowed him to utilize the advanced technique of Conqueror's Haki wrapping, he still could not defeat Garp. Throughout the battle, Sengoku discerned that although Garp lacked Conqueror's Haki, his techniques were imbued with a similar dark lightning that resembled the effects of Conqueror's Haki wrapping. The Warring States period likely signifies that Garp's mastery of Haki has ascended to a more advanced level. Chapter 12. Descent into the Abyss. The Warring States period was not devoid of inquiries directed at Garp. Yet even he could not elucidate the reason behind the black lightning reminiscent of Conqueror's Haki that accompanied his techniques. Garp's words were as follows: I certainly do not possess Conqueror's Haki. As for the black lightning that accompanies my techniques, I am equally perplexed. It simply emerged as a result of my training. Zhangguo was well aware that the carefree Garp had no comprehension of how he had cultivated his formidable skills. Thus, Zhangguo refrained from further inquiries and engaged in a serious battle with Garp. As their combat intensified, both warriors became increasingly exhilarated, ultimately unleashing their full might. Their duel persisted for 3 days and nights. Garp, with a hearty laugh, warned Zhangguo to be cautious. Suddenly, Garp executed an advanced technique combining shave and moonwalk, propelling himself into the air with a few swift steps. Then, Garp bellowed, falling from the abyss, and descended upon Zhangguo with tremendous force, his strike imbued with an abundance of dark lightning. Sengoku, aware of the gravity of the situation, did not let his guard down. He summoned the full force of his 3 types of Haki, concentrating it into his fist. With great effort, Sengoku met Garp's oncoming attack head-on. In an instant, a surge of lightning erupted around Sengoku, but unlike Garp's dark lightning, his was resplendent in gold. In the blink of an eye, the two assaults collided from a distance, resulting in a momentary stalemate. Ultimately, Garp's undersea drop proved superior, overpowering Sengoku's strike. The tremendous force of their attacks transformed the deserted island, obliterating everything in their path, leaving it barren and stark, with a colossal crater remaining in the aftermath. From this abyss, torrents of water cascaded forth, converting the gaping hole into a vast lake. Meanwhile, the architects of this devastation, Sengoku and Garp, lay exhausted at the edge of the newly formed lake, both nursing injuries and their garments tattered from the fierce battle. Prostrate on the ground, Sengoku weakly inquired, Garp, how are you holding up? Please, do not perish. Garp, equally fatigued, responded, Sengoku, I promise to heed your words. You must not succumb. With that, the two erupted into hearty laughter, their voices echoing across the desolate landscape. Although he sustained considerable injuries in this battle, Warring States discovered a significant breakthrough in his own strength, which is indeed a cause for great joy. Buddha Sengoku firmly believed that in their next encounter, he would undoubtedly surpass Garp. The two lay on the deserted island for a while, until a legion of Marines abruptly appeared, led by none other than Zifa. As Zifa set foot on the island, he immediately sensed the formidable presence of Sengoku and Carp. Realizing they were engaged in a clash, Zifa hastened his pace. Upon reaching the heart of the island, he was taken aback to find both Sengoku and Carp covered in blood. Initially startled, he quickly rushed to their sides, only to discover they were merely asleep and unharmed. Relieved, Zifa promptly summoned a military doctor to tend to them. After confirming their well-being, he escorted them back to Marineford. Although they were not gravely injured, Zifa still ensured they underwent a meticulous examination at the Marineford hospital, finally exhaling a sigh of relief once it was determined they were indeed fine. The two individuals of the Warring States period did not awaken until dusk, rousing one after the other. As the Warring States period just began to open its eyes to the world, it was greeted by a tender voice exclaiming, "Mr. Warring States, how wonderful it is. You have finally awakened." Zhang sat up from his sickbed and gazed at the speaker, instantly recognizing him as his adopted son, Rasi Nandi, whom he had taken in several years prior. Observing the tear-stained face of Rasi Nandi, a myriad of memories regarding him flooded Zhang's mind. Zhang has come to understand why Rasi Nandi has not been at home during this period. It is because he is studying at the Naval Academy, where he resides in the dormitory. Thus, Zhang had not thought of his adopted son Rasi Nandi in these past few days. In Sengoku's mind, the memories of Rasi Nandi are filled with tenderness and happiness, which causes his gaze toward Rasi Nandi to soften significantly. Within the depths of his heart, Sengoku resolutely vowed that he would never allow Rasi Nandi to meet such a tragic end. "Little Rasi Nandi, do not fret, I am unharmed. I was merely sparring with your Uncle Carp, and I am quite all right. There is no need for concern." Sengoku's reassurance brought relief. "You have battled with Uncle Carp for 3 days and nights, and have now been unconscious for much of the day. You must be quite hungry." In a moment of exasperation, Sengoku remarked, "Rasi Nandi, did I not express my wishes to you? Henceforth, refrain from addressing me as Mr. Sengoku. You have taken to calling me Uncle Carp. Should others remain unaware of our bond, they might mistakenly assume we are mere strangers. If you find it difficult to call me father, then adoptive father would suffice." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, a faint blush crept across Rasi Nandi's cheeks as she replied, "Mr. Sengoku, I shall prepare a meal for you at once." With that, she dashed towards the door. Just as Rasi Nandi reached the entrance of the ward, she heard Carp bellow, "Rasi Nandi, do prepare some food for your Uncle Carp as well." "Understood, Uncle Carp," she called back. At that moment, Sengoku finally realized that Garp had also awakened. "When did you wake up, Garp? Why was there no commotion when you did?" Garp chuckled heartily. "I woke up when you asked Rasi Nandi to change his title. I must say, Sengoku, you still lack the finesse in handling children. If it were up to me, Rasi Nandi would have changed his address long ago." Zhang cast a sidelong glance at Carp and remarked, "You? Do not jest. How could you possibly teach children? Do I resemble you, wielding shoes to strike Rasi Nandi? That young lad, Long, has endured your blows countless times, yet he remains unyielding to your words. Even today, he has chosen not to visit you. It seems your methods of education leave much to be desired." Upon hearing Zhang's words, Carp found himself devoid of the inclination to retort. "Zhang, had you not mentioned it, I might have overlooked the fact that Long did not come to see me. Upon my return, I shall certainly give him a thorough lesson." As Sengoku observed Carp's chest swell with indignation, he realized that Dragon was in for a dire fate. All Sengoku could do was silently mourn for Dragon for a few moments. Carp continued to hurl insults at Dragon, relentlessly berating him as an unfilial son, only ceasing his tirade when Rasi Nandi entered with food. With sustenance before them, both men indulged joyfully in their meal. Suddenly, an unexpected guest arrived. "You two fools are engaging in such foolishness on such a significant day. I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. While I can comprehend Carp's capacity for such antics, I cannot understand why you would join him in this madness. You have been acting quite oddly of late. What is the cause of your aberrant behavior? Have you taken some erroneous medication recently?" Both Sengoku and Garp were momentarily taken aback by Kong's abrupt command to cease their meal. The reason for their astonishment lay in their memories. Kong had never before addressed Sengoku in such a manner, as he typically reserved such comments for Garp. Chapter 13. CP0. Seeing that Sengoku and Garp had halted their dining, Kong grew irate and exclaimed, "What are you two doing stopping? Hurry up and continue eating. How can you expect to recover swiftly if you do not eat well? I have my own matters to attend to, so focus on your meals. You must regain your strength quickly, as there is an important assignment awaiting you tomorrow. You must set out this very evening." Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, The two individuals from the Warring States period had no choice but to continue their meal. Kong remained relentlessly vocal in his criticisms, gradually shifting his focus onto Carp. Carp, unwilling to concede, retorted back at Kong, only to be met with a sharp counterargument that left him momentarily speechless. Subsequently, Kong abandoned any pretense and unleashed a barrage of scathing remarks directed at Carp. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, Carp succumbed to frustration, venting his ire through a frenzy of consuming food. Kong, undeterred by fatigue, continued his tirade until the two had satiated their appetites. Ahem. Now that you have finished your meal, it is time to address more pressing matters. Kong's swift change in demeanor astonished both men. Do not linger on the bed any longer. Rise and prepare to hear the tasks I am about to assign to you. Upon witnessing the situation, both Sengoku and Carp immediately rose from their sickbeds. The day after tomorrow marks the execution of Roger, and the agents of the world government have already arrived at Impel Down. Who among you will escort Roger to Logtown? Carp inquired. Can't Admiral Kong allow us to go together? If you all depart, who will guard Marineford? Who will defend against the pirates in the New World? Who will protect Mariewa? Observing the circumstances, Carp suggested, perhaps it is best for Sengoku to take on this task while I head to the New World to thwart the pirates. Sengoku, what is your stance? I am agreeable. I shall follow Admiral Kong's orders. Very well then, Sengoku, you shall escort Roger, and Carp, you will proceed to the New World. Now, do not waste any more time. Swiftly attend to your duties. The two individuals from the Warring States period wasted no time and swiftly made their way to their warships. By nightfall, they finally arrived at Advanced City. Upon reaching the port of Advanced City, they were met with a chorus of derisive taunts. Admiral Sengoku, how busy you must be. How can we be delayed waiting for just one person? Whose fault is it that the execution cannot proceed on time? The speaker was a masked agent from CP0. An elderly man clad in the uniform of the Warden of Advanced City remarked, now that everyone is gathered, I shall take Roger aboard the transport ship. Another CP0 agent interjected, since Admiral Sengoku has arrived, let's avoid further complications, Avignon. Once Roger is on board the transport vessel, we shall hasten to Rogue Town. We still have time. With a scoff, Avignon fell silent, refraining from further comment. Knowing he was in the wrong, Jean Guo chose not to pursue the matter further. Subsequently, he spotted an old acquaintance, Magellan, escorting Roger onto the transport vessel from the advancing city. Jean Guo and Magellan exchanged a nod of acknowledgement, choosing silence thereafter. Once the agents of CP0 and Sengoku boarded the transport vessel, it set sail. On the journey to Logtown, Sengoku and his companions encountered no unwarranted attempts to seize the ship. Sengoku, well aware of the reasons behind this, remained utterly at ease throughout the voyage. In stark contrast, the team of CP0 agents remained on high alert, their nerves taut with tension. In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, there was little inclination to alert the CP0 personnel, even if Sengoku were to assure them that no one would attempt to seize the ship. His words would likely fall on deaf ears. Moreover, should they successfully arrive at Logtown, the CP0 agents would inevitably suspect a collusion between Sengoku and the Roger pirates, prompting Sengoku to refrain from inciting further conflict. This was particularly true for the CP0 agent Avignon, who, being on his inaugural mission to escort the Pirate King Roger, was already fraught with anxiety. His agitation only intensified upon witnessing Sengoku's relaxed demeanor, compounded by Sengoku's tardiness. Avignon approached Sengoku, reclining in a chair, and, removing his sunglasses, declared, Sengoku, you do not appear to be here to escort Roger. Rather, you seem to be on holiday. He continued, if you seek enjoyment, you might as well return to your Navy headquarters. With that, he crushed Sengoku's sunglasses in his hand. The surrounding sailors were incensed by this affront, and some of the younger sailors, witnessing Sengoku's humiliation, were inclined to retaliate, only to be restrained by their more seasoned comrades. As the shattered sunglasses lay before him, Jean Guo remained unperturbed. He then retrieved a new pair of sunglasses from his pocket and donned them, saying slowly, the pair you just crushed was worth 3,000 berries. Do remember that. By the way, do kindly step aside, as you are obstructing my sunlight. With that, Jean Guo fell silent, savoring the warmth of the sun's rays. Observing this, Yue Nong produced a 10,000 berry note and tossed it onto Jean Guo's face. He then proceeded to break Jean Guo's sunshade, toppling it aside. And with a swift punch, he shattered the coconut that Jean Guo had placed on his chair. Is this 10,000 berries sufficient for your needs? If not, I shall provide you with more. With that, Yue Nong reached out to seize Jean Guo's newly donned sunglasses. In the presence of Avignon, Sengoku's irritation grew palpable as he exhibited an overwhelming presence of conqueror's haki. The entire crew aboard the transport vessel sensed the intensity of Sengoku's aura. Those of feeble strength were momentarily dazed by the sheer force of his haki. This phenomenon was intensified by Sengoku's deliberate focus of his conqueror's haki towards Avignon. Otherwise, the weaker individuals would have succumbed to unconsciousness from the sheer might of Sengoku's presence. In a hushed tone from his cell, Roger lamented, "What on earth is happening? How has Sengoku's strength increased yet again? Oh, Warring States, how many secrets do you still harbor? I truly underestimated you back then." Beside the indomitable Sengoku, the formidable Avignon, ensnared by the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki, found himself compelled to kneel, beads of perspiration cascading down his face, his pristine uniform swiftly drenched. Observing this, several CP0 agents entered a state of combat readiness, encircling Sengoku, while other CP agents attempted to assist. However, the Marine soldiers swiftly obstructed their advance. In an instant, the entire transport vessel was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, fraught with anticipation. Zhangguo gazed at the CP0 agents encircling him and chuckled. "You do not truly believe that your alliance poses a challenge to me, do you?" The leading CP0 agent retorted, "Zhangguo, what are your intentions? Release Avignon at once. He is one of us from CP0. You are merely a naval officer. How dare you lay hands on one of our own?" Under the mounting pressure, Avignon pleaded, "Captain Caswell, please save me." As Sengoku observed the situation, he chuckled, "You still possess the strength to speak. It seems my efforts have been rather insufficient." With that, Sengoku intensified his suppression of Avignon, who, already kneeling on the deck, was forced down until he lay prostrate, unable to move or even open his mouth. In Chapter 14, Guernica, other CP0 agents immediately unleashed a barrage of insults towards Sengoku, who remained unfazed. He unleashed his full might, first delivering a blow that sent the most provocative CP0 agent tumbling into the sea. He then executed a series of moves that repelled the surrounding CP agents. Seeing Sengoku take action, the remaining agents ceased holding back and launched their assault against him. From their earlier skirmishes, Sengoku had gauged the strength of these CP0 agents. Although formidable, they paled in comparison to his might. Nevertheless, Sengoku did not dare to underestimate the multitude arrayed against him and transformed into his Buddha form. Just as the two waves of combatants were on the verge of colliding, a CP0 agent burst forth from the prison, directly intercepting Sengoku's attack. Upon witnessing this agent, the other CP0 operatives immediately halted their offensive. Burgundy was taken aback as he cast a glance at the CP0 agent before him, realizing that this individual could actually withstand his assault. It is worth noting that Burgundy did not hold back in this attack. "Pray tell, who has provoked you to such an extent, Admiral Burgundy? Share with me their identities, and I shall personally administer the lesson they deserve, sparing you the need to intervene." Today's mission holds significant importance, as you are all well aware. Should our internal discord lead to unforeseen consequences, both you and I shall face repercussions. As the Warring States returned from the form of the great Buddha to his human shape, reclining on a chair with a smile, he remarked, "This question should not be directed at me, but rather at him." Following the direction indicated by Warring States, they observed Avignon being rescued from the sea by another CP0 agent after being kicked in. "Warring States, did Avignon provoke you?" Noticing Warring States' silence, he continued without annoyance, "Avignon, you ought to explain how you managed to provoke the Warring States general. Be truthful, for if I discover otherwise, at that moment." The CP0 agent recounted the entire sequence of events to him. Once he finished, the CP0 agent promptly kicked Avignon back into the sea. "Cassil, Lord Guernica, what are you doing? Why are you attacking our own?" Avignon is a power user. After speaking, Casville rushed to rescue him, only to be thrown back into the sea alongside Avignon. "Casville, cease this at once. No one is to rescue Avignon without my command." "Understood, Lord Guernica." Casville retreated, visibly displeased, his eyes ablaze with fury directed at Warring States. Guernica then turned to Warring States, saying, "General Warring States, I have already punished the individual in question. Do you wish to handle the others accordingly?" The events of the Warring States have indeed escalated. As for Guernica, the situation is far from a simple resolution. We must hasten to rescue Avignon. He has yet to compensate for the treasures he has ravaged, and we cannot allow his demise to be so easily achieved. A flicker of displeasure crossed Guernica's eyes concealed beneath the mask, and he inquired, "What are the intentions of the Warring States general? Did I not make myself clear? First and foremost, we must save him. Should he perish, the responsibility rests upon my shoulders, for I did not sanction his death. Guernica retorted. Did you not hear the words of the warring states general? Hurry and bring Avignon to safety. No sooner had Guernica spoken than several CP0 agents leaped into the sea. And shortly thereafter, Avignon was rescued. Quickly rouse Avignon and compel him to apologize to the warring states general. Upon awakening, Avignon's gaze fell upon the warring states general, prompting him to erupt in fury. Warring states, you are truly despicable. How dare you treat me in such a manner? Zhang Guo muttered, fool. Although his voice was barely audible, those nearby could hear him. Of course, Avignon caught wind of this remark, and as he was about to retort, he was abruptly interrupted by Guernica's swift kick. Hurry up and apologize to General Zhang Guo. Is the recent punishment insufficient, or do you truly wish for death? If that is your desire, I shall gladly oblige. Avignon, meeting Guernica's icy gaze, understood that failing to apologize to Zhang Guo could very well result in his demise. Reluctantly, Avignon spoke, General Zhang Guo, I was in the wrong. Please forgive me. As the warring states was about to agree and put an end to this farce, he suddenly heard Guernica demand Avignon to apologize once more. You seem rather reluctant to offer an apology, and with such a feeble voice, whom are you apologizing to? Is it to yourself? Hurry and issue a proper apology. I want everyone aboard the ship to hear your words. If your voice remains this faint, I shall not grant you another opportunity. Zhang Guo declared, let this matter rest. I accept his apology. However, Avignon seemed intent on opposing Zhang Guo. Before Zhang Guo could finish his words, he exclaimed loudly, it is my fault, General Zhang Guo. I implore your magnanimity to forgive me. With that, he cast a haughty glance at Zhang Guo. The warring states, dismissing him, chuckled lightly. The apology has been rendered. I have already forgiven him. It is now time to discuss the matter of compensation. You are in agreement, are you not, Lord Guernica? Avignon interjected hastily. What compensation? Have I not already given you 10,000 belly? He scoffed. Your worthless possessions combined hardly amount to 10,000 belly. Silence. You have no right to speak here. Avignon cast a pitiful glance at Guernica and obediently closed his mouth. General Warring states, please enlighten us on the value of what Avignon has destroyed. Very well, he replied. This umbrella is no ordinary one. It has accompanied me on countless voyages over the decades. Naturally, it was crafted at a considerable expense. As you can see, the belly is well spent. This umbrella, after all these years, remains as pristine as ever. I shall not demand more than what I initially paid for its customization. This umbrella cost 500,000 belly, and I would require merely 50 belly from you. Upon hearing the figure of 500,000 belly, Avignon could no longer contain himself, ready to berate warring states for his shamelessness, claiming it was an outrageous attempt to swindle him. He remarked that it was a custom piece, while he saw that warring states' umbrella was clearly one available for just over 100 belly at a street market. Just as Avignon was about to unleash his ire, he was silenced by Guernica's piercing gaze. General Warring states, do you have any other claims? Indeed, I do. There is also this small table, which was custom-made alongside the umbrella. Although it is not as expensive as the umbrella, it still cost 200,000 belly. Thankfully, Avignon did not damage my lounge chair, for that piece is the most costly of all. It set me back a staggering 30 million belly. Thus, the total comes to 700,000 belly. General Warring states, do you have any further claims? Chapter 15. Compensate me with 125,300 belly. Although Zhang Guo could not see the face beneath the Guernica mask, he could distinctly perceive a shift in the tone of Guernica's speech. Nevertheless, Zhang Guo remained indifferent to such nuances. Zhang Guo chuckled, are you not aware of the treasures hidden beneath the surface? Upon concluding my thoughts, I shall certainly inform you. I kindly ask that you refrain from interrupting me, if you please. Very well, esteemed General Zhang Guo, do proceed. There is no need to delve into the history of these treasures, simply state their worth in berries. Guernica's tone noticeably shifted, particularly when he uttered the word treasures. Zhang Guo continued, this simply won't do. If I do not introduce these treasures, you shall remain oblivious to their true worth. And you might even think I am attempting to swindle you. I assure you, I am not one to deceive others. There are not many treasures left to discuss. And among them is this exquisite tea set, which holds considerable value. I acquired this set at an auction, purportedly an antique from 5 centuries ago. Upon laying eyes on it, I was instantly enamored and purchased it for 550,000 belly. Although the years have passed and the value of the tea set has undoubtedly increased, I shall forego any appreciation and settle for the original price of 550,000 belly. Moreover, I possess a pair of sunglasses valued at 3,000 belly. but I shall not concern myself with the modest worth of the coconuts. Therefore, Avignon, you are obliged to compensate me with a total of 1,253,000 belli. Is 1,253,000 belli not clear enough? Avignon, swiftly settle the debt owed to General Jean Gua. Once this matter is resolved, it shall be concluded. Should any further disturbances arise, rest assured that it shall not be General Jean Gua who intervenes, as I will take matters into my own hands to deal with any troublemakers. I also hope that your men will refrain from instigating further issues. Jean Gua removed his sunglasses and raised an eyebrow, saying, Are you instructing me on how to act? Or perhaps issuing commands? I possess no authority to command a general, nor would I ever dare to teach General Jean Gua how to conduct himself. Jean Gua, with a disdainful snort, remarked, Humph, our navy does not relish stirring trouble like you denizens of the shadows. Hurry and settle the debt of 125,300 berries, then be on your way. My presence on the deck is sufficient. Guernica cast a resentful glance, brimming with indignation, yet chose to restrain himself. After all, the debt of 125,300 berries must be paid to Admiral Jean Gua. Avignon handed a stack of banknotes to Jean Gua and said, Count them. I trust you will not shortchange us. Should you do so, I shall certainly seek you out. Now that the berries are settled, why are you still lingering? Let us depart. After all, the CP agents, including Admiral Sengoku, left the deck. He instructed the nearby Marines, distribute these berries evenly among the Marines on this ship. It is imperative that they are divided fairly. The Marine, looking perplexed, replied, Admiral Sengoku, these berries were hard-earned by you. It would not be right to give them to us, especially considering the significant losses you have incurred. In the midst of their banter, Sengoku remarked, What have I truly lost? Merely a pair of sunglasses, which hardly holds any value, just 50 berries for a buy-one-get-one deal. One pair is sufficient. I cannot wear two at once. And as for the other items, what treasures do they represent? Did you not bestow them upon me? I trust you haven't forgotten that. By the way, are there any sunshades aboard? If so, please fetch me another set. With Admiral Sengoku here, I shall procure it for you. Someone offered. What are you doing? The berries haven't been distributed yet. Let others retrieve it. It's not as if it cannot be found. Is Admiral Sengoku truly going to distribute berries? Wouldn't that be rather ostentatious? We might provoke those CP0 individuals. Provoking them is an honor. Did I not just challenge them? Nothing untoward happened. And I even acquired a considerable amount of berries. Such a rapid means of earning berries is rare. Enough chatter. Swiftly send someone to fetch those sunshades. Who knows when our time of enjoyment will end? We cannot afford to squander this moment. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Soon. The entire crew aboard the transport ship gathered on deck to collect their berries. The sunshades had already been prepared for Sengoku, who took a hearty sip from a fresh coconut before reclining luxuriously on a deck chair. Unlike the Navy's jubilant demeanor, the CP agents, particularly those from CP0, appeared increasingly discontent. The more they observed the cheerful expressions of the sailors, the more their discomfort grew. It was Avignon who could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Lord Guernica, why must we yield to the Navy? Sengoku is clearly deceiving us. Just moments ago, I saw several sailors carrying sunshades identical to the ones before. They are nothing like what Sengoku described. They are merely ordinary items. Guernica cast a resigned glance at Avignon and replied, Silence. Who does not recognize that Sengoku is merely spinning tales? But since you were the first to provoke him, you must accept whatever he claims those items to be, even if he asserts they are worth millions of berries. This is truly vexing. When have we in CP0 ever been subjected to such indignity? Lord Guernica, you are more than capable of confronting Sengoku. Why do we allow him to have the upper hand? Despite being an admiral, he has no authority over us in CP0, especially now that he is merely a vice-admiral, who claims to be Sengoku's equal. Although I recently managed to withstand one of his attacks, I cannot guarantee my ability to endure several more. I assure you, Sengoku could effortlessly dispatch all of us. If Sengoku were not my adversary, or if my strength were comparable to his, do you think I would act this way? Roger's laughter echoed from within the prison walls. His mirth struck a discordant note in the ears of the CP0 agents. Avignon, displeased, retorted, Roger, what are you laughing at? To be quiet. Ah, I am merely laughing at your foolishness, Roger replied with unabashed glee. Surely, you do not presume that you, these vermin of the gutter, would be worthy adversaries in a prolonged conflict against me, a warrior of the warring states. The warring states were overly cautious. Had I been in your position, you would have perished long ago. You wretched fellow. Before Avignon could complete his statement, He collapsed instantly. Hearing Roger's mockery, Avignon intended to teach the bound Roger a lesson. Yet he did not anticipate Roger's decisive action. With a swift motion, Roger broke free from his shackles, shattered the prison bars with a single punch, and obliterated Avignon's head with another strike. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Avignon did not even have time to react before meeting his demise. Among the surrounding CP0 agents, only Guernica managed to register the events, but he realized there was no opportunity to save Avignon, even if there were. After his recent encounter with the warring states, he understood the vast chasm separating him from these titans of the sea, and he had no intention of courting death. Chapter 16. Roger strikes. After dispatching his foe, Roger nonchalantly resumed his seat, observing the CP0 agents around him, who had entered combat readiness. He noted their abilities were poised to be unleashed at any moment. Those wielding weapons gripped them tightly, awaiting Guernica's command to charge forth. Guernica, too, had entered a state of readiness but dared not attack Roger. "We must summon Admiral Warring States. He is the only one aboard this vessel capable of restraining Roger." "I'll fetch Warring States, but will he even come? We just provoked him. Just inform him that Roger intends to escape. He will certainly descend." Roger chuckled. "Do not slander me. I have no intention of escaping." "Then why did you kill Avignon?" "I just stated I was on the brink of death myself. Unlike Warring States, I do not overthink matters. That fellow intended to strike me, so naturally, I had to retaliate. Who could have predicted he was so feeble? One punch, and he was dead. This is not my fault. Blame his lack of strength. Given his character, had he not met his end at my hands today, he would have eventually fallen to another. It is entirely due to his weakness that I am now covered in blood. Hurry and find me a place to wash up, and then repair this wretched prison. What a disgrace this holding cell is." The CP0 agents looked at Roger in disbelief, and just as Guernica was at a loss, the CP0 agent sent to summon Warring States hurried back, exclaiming, "Why are you the only one here? Where is General Sengoku? Why has Te come down?" "Lord Guernica, General Sengoku refuses to descend." "Why is General Sengoku not coming down? Did you perhaps miscommunicate? Did you relay my instructions to General Sengoku as I taught you?" "I assure you, Lord Guernica, I conveyed your words precisely." "Then why has General Sengoku descended yet?" "He claims that if Roger wished to flee, he would have done so long ago. He would not wait until now. As long as we meet Roger's conditions, he shall not escape." Upon hearing this, Guernica was instantly engulfed in frustration. "What is General Sengoku doing up on the deck?" "He is indulging in coconut juice." "Ha ha ha, Sengoku truly understands me. He should hurry and take me to wash up." "Ah, and I too desire coconut juice." Cassville interjected, "Lord Guernica, what shall we do?" Guernica replied solemnly, "We shall proceed as Roger instructed. Take him to wash up and ensure coconut juice is prepared for him. However, Lord Guernica, the coconuts belong to the Navy. Must I consult you over such trivial matters? I care not what means you employ. The coconuts must be in my possession before Roger finishes washing up." With that, Guernica led a contingent of CP0 agents to guard Roger as he prepared to wash up. Meanwhile, the troublemaker Avignon received little attention. His body had been disposed of by the agents into the sea. Those who had once been concerned for Avignon now harbored resentment for his propensity to provoke trouble. On his very first mission, he had drawn the ire of both Sengoku and Roger, and they were relieved that Roger had taken his life. Otherwise, accompanying Avignon on future missions might have led to their own demise. On the deck, a Marine was reporting the occurrences within the prison to Sengoku. "Is it truly safe for General Sengoku to allow Roger to wash up? I reiterate, if Roger wanted to escape, he would have done so long ago. He would not linger to this moment. We are nearly at the East Blue, and Roger's crew has yet to make an appearance. I doubt they will come to his rescue. Even if trouble were to arise, it would fall upon CP0's shoulders, as they foolishly provoked that man, Roger. You should attend to your duties. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance." "Understood, General Sengoku." In this relaxed atmosphere created by Sengoku, others could not afford such ease. They remained tense, vigilantly observing any occurrences on the ocean surface. The ensuing hours passed without incident. After completing his morning routine, Roger contentedly sipped on the coconut juice akin to Sengoku's. Once he finished, he instructed the CP0 personnel to confine him once more. Sengoku, unfazed by the absence of a single coconut, continued with his duties. As evening approached, the group successfully arrived at the hometown of the Pirate King, Roger, Logetown. As the warship entered the harbor, a beam of yellow laser shot from the shore, striking the deck of the escort ship. gradually coalescing into the figure of a mature-looking Rear Admiral Borsellino. The soldiers on deck exclaimed in unison, within the confines of the mouth. Even before laying eyes on the pirate King Roger, I could sense his formidable presence. Borsellino turned to a nearby soldier and inquired, "Where is Admiral Sengoku?" The soldier replied, "Admiral Sengoku is beside the prison on the escort ship, escorting the pirate King Roger aboard." As soon as the soldier finished speaking, Sengoku emerged on deck, flanked by a group of CP0 agents escorting Roger. In stark contrast to CP0's tense demeanor, Sengoku appeared remarkably relaxed. "Roger, this is Logtown, your hometown. Now that you have returned, is there anything you wish to express?" Roger did not respond to Sengoku's inquiry. Instead, he simply offered a bright smile directed towards the direction of Logtown. The warring states merely shook their heads in response. As soon as he arrived on the deck, Zhangguo caught sight of Borsellino, who stood out prominently among the crowd. He swiftly approached Borsellino and inquired, "Why have you come alone? Wasn't it said that you were stationed at Rogatown alongside that fellow, Dragon?" Before the words of Sengoku could be fully articulated, a sudden gust of wind swept across the deck. Once the calm returned, a man with a stoic expression appeared beside Borsellino. At that moment, Dragon's face had yet to bear the infamous imprint of Carp's colossal sandals, remaining remarkably unblemished. "Sengoku-san, I apologize for my tardiness," the man said. "You are not late. Your arrival is quite timely. I shall leave Roger in your capable hands. I need to patrol Logtown to ascertain if any members of the Roger pirates are lurking about." With that, Sengoku soared towards Logtown, not affording the two any opportunity to protest. Borsellino chuckled, "Dragon, I entrust Roger to you. I will accompany Sengoku-san on his patrol of Logtown." Dragon's countenance turned icy as he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, Borsellino? Hurry and accompany me to escort Roger." With that, Dragon proceeded towards Roger's direction. "Within our clutches, Dragon. The two of you are truly formidable," Borsellino remarked, his words belied by his body, which obediently followed Dragon. Roger cast a look of surprise towards Dragon, who, in turn, met Roger's gaze. Neither averted their eyes, but as they moved, both ultimately chose to sidestep the intensity of each other's stares. Throughout the journey, Roger made no attempts to escape, as he was successfully escorted by a throng of Marines to the branch prison in Logtown. Once within the prison, Dragon dismissed the guards and engaged in a conversation with Roger, the contents of which remained a mystery to all. Chapter 17. A stroll through Logtown. Upon arriving in Logtown, Sengoku began his search for the locales frequented by the protagonists of the anime. Although Luffy had yet to be born, Sengoku managed to locate those places, including a weapons shop where Zoro had acquired the cursed sword, Enma, and the fine blade, Yuki. Interestingly, the proprietor of the weapons shop was not the famed Ipponmatsu, but rather his father. Through inquiries, Sengoku learned that the current owner was indeed Ipponmatsu's progenitor. At this time, Enma had yet to be relegated to the pile of worthless blades priced at 50,000 berry. Instead, it was the most prized possession in the shop. Sengoku initially intended to purchase Enma, but Ipponmatsu's father proved to be a more cunning merchant than his son, demanding an exorbitant 5 million berry for the sword. Naturally, Sengoku found this unacceptable. When he inquired about Yuki, the man curtly dismissed it as not for sale. With nothing to show for his efforts, Sengoku began to wander through the bustling market of Logtown. Perhaps due to the impending execution date of Roger, the town was teeming with an unusual number of people. Every restaurant was packed to capacity, leaving Sengoku unable to find a place to dine. Ultimately, he returned to the branch base to enjoy a warm meal. During his stroll, Sengoku did encounter pirates, albeit in disguise. However, he recognized them despite their efforts to blend in. Starved and preoccupied, Sengoku had no time to apprehend them. As he savored his meal in the base's cafeteria, an ill-timed remark pierced the air. "Sengoku-san, weren't you supposed to be capturing the members of the Roger pirates? How did you come to dine here? Have any individuals been apprehended?" In the Warring States period, one cast a glance and discovered it was Borsellino. Wangwa slowly remarked, "I did not encounter any members of the Roger pirates in Rogatown. Why have you come alone? Where is that rascal, Dragon? And what of Roger? Have you prepared dinner for him? After all, this is Roger's final meal. He deserves to dine well." "Mr. Sengoku, I am unaware of Dragon's whereabouts. But the dinner for Roger has already been arranged by CP0. The dishes were selected by Roger himself. I believe it should cater to his palate. That is splendid. Have you eaten? Would you care for a bite?" "I shall pass, Mr. Sengoku. I have already dined." In the midst of the Warring States period, Sengoku cast a skeptical gaze upon Borsalino and remarked, "Since you have already dined, why have you returned to the cafeteria? Surely you are not here to indulge in idleness." Borsalino replied, "Mr. Sengoku, why do you regard me with such suspicion? I assure you, I am not being lazy. I have come to the cafeteria in search of some sustenance for a late-night snack." Sengoku retorted, "Regardless of your intentions, should any unforeseen circumstances arise tomorrow, you are obligated to exert yourself fully and may not slack off. Otherwise, I shall petition Admiral Kong to send you back to the Marine Academy to undergo Zephyr's rigorous tutelage once more. After all, Zephyr has mentioned on several occasions that you have become overly reliant on the powers of your devil fruit." "Ah, Zephyr-sensei remains as verbose as ever. Rest assured, Mr. Waring states, I shall exert myself wholeheartedly tomorrow and will certainly not be idle. Remember your words. Within the confines of Mr. Waring states, indeed." Listening to the sardonic tone of Borsalino, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. It was not that there had been a lack of attempts to persuade Borsalino to alter his manner of speaking. However, he remained impervious to change. Gradually, the efforts ceased. For even the most derisive tone, when heard repeatedly, could hardly descend further into mockery. After finishing his meal, Sengoku sought a quiet place to rest, unperturbed by the prospect of someone attempting to rescue Roger during his respite. This was not only due to his knowledge of history, but also because the might of the Marines stationed in Logtown made a covert rescue of Roger implausible. A Marine admiral, several vice admirals, and countless other officers were present, along with 10 warships and additional troops from the Logtown base. Not to mention a pair of CP-0 agents and numerous CP agents. Thus, time flowed into the following day, and Sengoku arrived at the prison where Roger was held. Outside the cell, a considerable assembly of soldiers had gathered, with all the vice admirals in attendance. Many vice admirals greeted Sengoku, who merely acknowledged them with a nod. Scanning the crowd, he noted the absence of Dragon, prompting him to approach Borsalino at the center of the throng. "Borsalino, have you seen that rascal, Dragon? Where is he on such a momentous occasion?" "Mr. Sengoku, I cannot say where Dragon has gone. After escorting Roger yesterday, I have not laid eyes on him." "Have any of you seen Dragon?" Sengoku inquired, but all the vice admirals shook their heads in response. Seeing this, he declared firmly, "Enough. The time for execution approaches. It is time for Roger to meet his fate, and we shall not concern ourselves with that rascal any longer. Let us proceed as planned." "Yes," the Marines chorused in unison. As Roger was escorted out of the base by a multitude of Marines, a vast crowd had gathered outside, eager to witness the final moments of the Pirate King before his demise. Upon witnessing the situation, Sengoku promptly dispatched 2 teams of Marines to maintain order. Soon, a path leading to the execution platform was cleared, with all Marines standing at the ready to prevent any unforeseen incidents at this critical moment. The escorting party moved at a measured pace, neither too fast nor too slow, perfectly timed. As time passed, Roger was escorted to the square in front of the execution platform, where Sengoku, concealed in the shadows, recognized several familiar faces: Shanks, Buggy, Dracula Mihawk, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and Smoker. Sengoku even spotted Dragon, though he was cloaked in a dark green cape, making him less noticeable to others. Yet, to Sengoku, he stood out conspicuously. The warring states have already devised a plan for dealing with these individuals. Dragon will remain indifferent, but capturing Shanks, who guides Luffy along the path of piracy, is imperative for Sengoku. However, Sengoku does not intend to eliminate Shanks. Instead, he will confine him within Impel Down, as Shanks has not committed any grievous offenses. As for the illustrious Buggy, he shall also be imprisoned and Impel Down. Others can be apprehended if possible. Sengoku is determined to nurture Smoker, ensuring that this natural type ability user does not end up as weak as in his previous life, incapable of defeating anyone, by introducing Smoker to Zephyr for training in advance. Sengoku is confident that Smoker will not fail to develop his potential. Subsequently, Sengoku devised a meticulous capture plan and instructed Borsalino to disseminate the orders. Borsalino, taken aback, remarked, "Within a mere span of time, Sengoku-san has crafted such a comprehensive strategy. These pirates are in for a dire fate. I truly wonder how they will evade the intricate web Sengoku has prepared for them." Chapter 18 One Piece. Zhangguo cast a stern gaze at Borsalino and remarked, "Stop wasting time, you fool. If the plan fails, you shall forfeit your salary for this month." Upon hearing the threat of a salary deduction, Borsalino, without uttering his usual catchphrase, transformed into light and vanished from Zhangguo's side. Zhangguo was momentarily taken aback. He merely intended to test how much Borsalino valued his salary. Zhangguo did not expect him to place such significant importance on it. After much contemplation, Zhangguo devised a more effective method for Borsalino to carry out his tasks. As the thoughts unfolded, an ominous expression crept across Zhangguo's face, reminiscent of a nefarious capitalist scheming to exploit his employees. Borsalino, having just conveyed the message through his light clone, felt a sudden chill. What has come over me? Is my light clone technique still lacking in refinement? Nevertheless, for the sake of my salary, I shall personally clarify the matter. Are you clear about the orders from the General of the Warring States? Understood. After obtaining the desired answer, Borsalino transformed into a beam of light and soared towards another direction. Soon, the Marines in Logetown sprang into action. Meanwhile, before the execution platform, Roger ascended the scaffold alone. Upon reaching the platform, the crowd below was taken aback by Roger's calm smile as he faced his demise. They were all astonished by his aura, deeply moved, and could not help but feel that he truly deserved the title of Pirate King. On the scaffold, Roger spoke nonchalantly. Come, let us get this over with. The executioners, upon hearing Roger's words, broke into a cold sweat. Though they felt immense pressure executing the Pirate King, their professionalism compelled them to instinctively raise the executioner's blade. The square fell silent for a moment before a voice suddenly pierced through, halting the blades mid-air. The voice exclaimed, Hey, Pirate King. Where have you hidden the treasure you found? Is it truly in the Grand Line? Have you obtained that legendary great treasure, the one and only one piece? The crowd below gazed at Roger with tense expressions, their hearts filled with anticipation for his response. Upon hearing this, Roger burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, my treasure. If you want it, you can have it. The two executioners, regaining their composure at Roger's words, raised their blades and shouted in unison. No talking during the execution. Yet, Roger disregarded them and continued, If you have the courage, come and claim it. Go search for it. I have placed everything in this world there. As soon as Roger's words fell, the two executioners shouted, Proceed with the execution. Then, two execution blades pierced through Roger's body, marking the end of an era for the Pirate King. Even in his final moments, a bold smile lingered upon Roger's face. As he was executed, the clear skies over Logetown suddenly gave way to rain. This unexpected downpour jolted the stunned crowd back to reality, causing throngs of people to surge out of the crowded square. Many pirates seized the opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos, undoubtedly complicating the Navy's efforts to apprehend them. However, the Navy, having anticipated such a scenario, remained composed. Yet, the sheer number of escaping individuals strained their resources, leaving them to capture only those pirates with bounties. The news of Roger's demise, along with that of the grand treasure, swiftly spread to every corner of the world, carried by those present in various news outlets. Reactions to Roger's death varied. Some mourned, while others rejoiced. Those who grieved were mainly close associates of Roger, like Shanks, whereas the jubilant crowd was far more numerous, encompassing ordinary citizens, Navy personnel, government officials, and even pirates. The happiness of the citizens, Navy, and officials stemmed from the belief that with Roger's death, the world would become more stable. Little did they know that chaos would only intensify. The pirates rejoiced, for the weight of the Pirate King's legacy was lifted, opening the path for them to aspire to become the next Pirate King. As Sengoku gazed at the rain suddenly descending from the sky, he chuckled, Dragon, have you anticipated my scheme? Utilize your abilities to disrupt the operation. Mr. Sengoku, it appears that our plan has backfired. As Sengoku gazed upon the sudden appearance of Borsalino, he inquired, Borsalino, what brings you here? Why have you not pursued the pirates? Are you seeking a deduction in your wages? Mr. Sengoku, I assure you I have not been idle. It is merely that you have not assigned me any tasks. I have come to inquire about my duties, Borsalino replied. This recent plan has indeed backfired. Borsalino, first apprehend that individual who questioned Sengoku. I suspect he may be a pawn of Roger, prearranged to sow discord. Capture him and hand him over to the other Marines. Then resume your pursuit of pirates. No slacking off, understood? Within the bounds of authority. With that, Borsalino vanished before Sengoku's eyes. Observing this, Sengoku emerged from the shadows. He made his way to the execution platform, instructing the two executioners to properly arrange Roger's remains. Subsequently, Sengoku proceeded to apprehend Shanks, a focal point of his attention, for which he had dispatched 3 vice admirals to monitor him. Upon locating the trio, Sengoku discovered to his dismay that they had lost track of their target. Admiral Sengoku expressed his displeasure, saying, How could the three of you, rear admirals, allow merely two trainee members of the Roger Pirates to escape? One of the rear admirals, filled with shame, replied, Admiral Sengoku, we were on the verge of capturing Shanks. But unexpectedly, Buggy intervened to rescue him, and thereafter, we could not locate them at all. As Sengoku reflected on the illusory powers of the fragmented fruit user, he found it hard to blame the three individuals involved. You may pursue the other pirates, he declared, before hastening towards the port. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Admiral Borsellino had already apprehended a considerable number of pirates, leaving their vessels in ruins, stripped of their means of escape. The pirates fought valiantly against the onslaught of the Navy, fully aware that their only chance of survival lay in vanquishing their adversaries. Borsellino was the first to sense Sengoku's approach, hastening his attacks, fearful of a pay deduction. As Sengoku entered the fray, the pirates soon recognized the formidable figure of the Navy Admiral, Sengoku the Buddha. Everyone, flee at once. The reputation of Sengoku proved to be quite formidable, causing many pirates to flee in terror, while others stood frozen in fear. With Sengoku's arrival, the morale of the Navy surged, swiftly leading to the apprehension of the pirates in the harbor. However, upon completing the captures, Sengoku realized that none of the key pirates had been taken into custody. Chapter 19. Smoker observing the unfamiliar pirates, Sengoku lost interest in wasting further time at this port and promptly made his way to another harbor. Yet, upon reaching several other ports, he found that most pirates had already escaped, with only a handful being apprehended by the naval soldiers. Despite Sengoku's rapid pace, the journey consumed considerable time, and he understood that capturing those elusive pirates was no longer feasible. Consequently, Sengoku began his search for Smoker. With the assistance of the naval troops, he finally located Smoker, who, despite the significant events unfolding in Logtown, remained unfazed as he frolicked on the streets at the tender age of 12. As Sengoku observed the visibly displeased Smoker, he chuckled, Young lad, the streets are quite chaotic. Why are you not returning home? Have you lost your way? Or would you like me to escort you back? Don't speak to me like that, you old geezer. I'm not a child anymore. Smoker retorted, his irritation evident. While Smoker vented his frustration, the surrounding Marines were taken aback by his words, fearing they might provoke Sengoku. Even Sengoku himself was momentarily taken aback by Smoker's audacious remarks. Burgundy had not anticipated that Smoker, at such a young age, would already possess such a rebellious disposition. After a brief pause, a nearby Marine approached Smoker and exclaimed, You insolent brat, how dare you speak to Admiral Sengoku in such a manner? Hurry up and apologize to the Admiral. I have no intention of apologizing to that old geezer, Smoker retorted, turning his head away with a haughty expression. Admiral Sengoku. The Marine glanced awkwardly at Sengoku. In the Warring States period, one waved dismissively and squatted down to gaze at Smoker, saying, If you do not wish to apologize, then do not. What is your name? How old are you this year? Why should I divulge that to you? Buddha Sengoku chuckled and remarked, It seems to me that you are not unwilling to tell, but rather afraid to divulge the truth. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Smoker noticed the surrounding Marines stifling their laughter as they looked at him, causing his face to flush crimson. Smoker then shouted, Who says I am afraid? I am Smoker. And I am 12 years old. Smoker's name is indeed commendable, and at 12, he is eligible to join the Marines. Are you interested in becoming a Marine? Initially, Smoker felt quite pleased when Sengoku praised him, but the joy on his face vanished upon hearing the question about his desire to join the Marines. Sengoku chose not to disturb Smoker, allowing him ample time for contemplation. The surrounding Marines scrutinized this young lad, eager to discern what extraordinary quality prompted Sengoku's invitation to join the Navy. However, after an extended examination, they found no remarkable traits, if anything stood out. It was his audacious character. After all, how many could muster the courage to berate an admiral at the tender age of 12? Smoker, where are you? Why haven't you returned home? The calls jolted Smoker from his reverie. That old geezer is my mother and father calling for me. I must take my leave. With that, he dashed towards the anxious couple. A few Marines attempted to intercept him, but Sengoku swiftly intervened. Upon seeing Smoker, the woman enveloped him in a tight embrace, her earlier anxiety transforming into relief, while the man's expression shifted from worry to sternness. After a brief family discussion, the father led Smoker and his wife towards Sengoku. Thank you, esteemed Navy officers, Smoker's father expressed gratefully. We are fortunate to have you here. Otherwise, my son might have encountered a dire situation. Smoker's mother echoed his sentiments. Thank you, esteemed Navy officers. Though Smoker contemplated retorting, a glance at his father silenced him, prompting him instead to make a playful face at Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku remarked, "You need not express gratitude. It is our Navy's duty to safeguard the safety of the populace. However, as parents, you have been somewhat remiss. In such circumstances, allowing your 12-year-old child to roam freely is quite reckless. As you mentioned, should an accident occur, regret will come too late." Smoker's father nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have fallen short in our parental responsibilities. Yet, Smoker is an exceptionally mischievous child. I have been preoccupied with family business, which has left me unable to supervise him effectively. He causes a ruckus daily in Lobetown. I have heard that the Navy has extended an invitation for Smoker to join. Is that true? Indeed it is, Sengoku affirmed. I had intended for Smoker to join the Navy when he turned 18. I had thought only individuals over 18 were recruited. Can a 12-year-old truly enlist? An officer from the Navy interjected. This gentleman is none other than Admiral Sengoku of our Navy. If he says your child can join, then that is beyond question. Upon realizing Sengoku's identity, Smoker's father was overwhelmed with excitement. It is Admiral Sengoku. I am truly honored. Observing his father's humble demeanor, Smoker, who had initially been eager to join the Navy, felt a surge of rebellion and exclaimed, "Old man, do not presume to decide for me. I have not agreed to join the Navy. You cannot consent on my behalf. If you wish to join, then do so yourself. I certainly will not." Hearing her son's defiance, Smoker's mother could no longer contain her emotions and tearfully protested, "Smoker is only 12 years old. He is far too young. The Navy confronts danger daily. Shouldn't we wait until he is 18 before considering joining?" Smoker's father countered instantly, at 12. Do you see Smoker engaging in activities typical of a child his age? If this behavior continues, he will inevitably cause a calamity, just as he has today. Other 12-year-olds obey their parents and stay at home. Instead of letting Smoker continue his reckless ways, it would be better for him to join the Navy, where he can be disciplined. Perhaps he would even become more compliant. But if Smoker truly becomes a sailor, our opportunities to see him will diminish. Upon uttering this, tears streamed down Smoker's mother's face. Smoker's father wished to say more, but was interrupted by Sengoku. "Gentlemen, the Navy does not compel anyone to enlist, especially in such exceptional cases. If Smoker himself does not consent, I will not allow him to join. Therefore, I suggest you return home and deliberate further. I will be in Logtown for the next few days. Should Smoker agree, he may come to the branch office to find me at any time." Chapter 20. The Smoky Fruit. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Smoker's father's expression shifted dramatically. "Admiral Sengoku, enough talk. Let us return and deliberate this matter thoroughly," he urged. "Although the majority of pirates have been apprehended, there are still a few at large. For your safety, I shall dispatch a squad of Marines to escort you home." With that, Sengoku cast a significant glance at the Marine beside him, who promptly intervened to halt Smoker's father's impending remarks. "This way, sir," he insisted. Reluctantly, Smoker's father acquiesced and followed the Marine in the direction of his home. As Sengoku gazed in the direction from which the Smoker family had departed, his mouth gradually fell open in astonishment, for he beheld an astonishing sight. In the Warring States period, Smoker witnessed his mother extending a bag filled with fruit towards him. Without even a glance at the appearance of the fruit, the unfortunate child simply placed one directly into his mouth. As Sengoku observed the fruit that Smoker was about to bite into, he unmistakably recognized it as a devil fruit. Its pristine white exterior, adorned with swirling smoke-like patterns, assured Sengoku that this was not merely any fruit, but a Logia-type devil fruit. Moments later, he heard Smoker exclaim, "This tastes dreadful. Mom, did you buy spoiled apples? They're truly awful. Impossible. I personally selected each apple. How could any of them be bad? Let me see." Smoker's mother exclaimed, reaching for the devil fruit in her son's hand. "This isn't the apple one bought. What kind of fruit is this? I've never purchased anything like it. This is a devil fruit," Sengoku declared, startling the Smoker family with his sudden appearance. Smoker, recovering first from his shock, inquired with confusion, "Devil fruit? What is that?" The devil fruit is heralded as a treasure of the seas, often referred to as the embodiment of the sea's demons. The cheapest of these fruits possesses a market value of no less than 100 million berries. Consuming a devil fruit grants one a myriad of extraordinary abilities. However, the potency of these abilities ultimately depends on the strength of the individual who consumes it. Devil fruits are categorized into three principal types: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Among these, the Logia type is the rarest, with only the mythical Zoan subcategory surpassing it in scarcity. While there are many advantages to consuming a devil fruit, it is not without its drawbacks. A person who has consumed a devil fruit becomes a landlubber, losing all strength upon contact with seawater. For those unfamiliar with the devil fruit encyclopedia, consuming one is a matter of chance. The fruit may provide beneficial abilities, or it may prove to be utterly useless, potentially even diminishing one's strength. Additionally, individuals who have tasted a devil fruit unanimously agree that it is the most unpleasant thing they have ever eaten. In summary, the benefits of devil fruits generally outweigh their drawbacks, yet one can only consume one. Ingesting a second will result in immediate death. Throughout history, no one has survived after consuming 2 devil fruits. Upon hearing of the formidable nature of devil fruits, Smoker's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then what type of devil fruit did I just eat? Is it powerful? As Sengoku observed the situation, he remarked, "Young Smoker is indeed fortunate. He has consumed a formidable devil fruit, the smoke fruit of the Logia type. You have now transformed into a being of smoke, capable of converting any part of your body into vapor. Do give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Smoker eagerly attempted to morph his hand into smoke, and soon, his hand transformed into a billowing white fog. The surrounding Marines gazed at Smoker with envious expressions, admiring the good fortune of this individual. One Marine slowly commented, "Truly, he is Admiral Sengoku. It seems our Navy is about to gain another wielder of Logia powers." Seeing his hand become smoke ignited a playful spirit within Smoker, and he swiftly enveloped his entire body in vapor, charging towards Sengoku with the intention of teasing him. Seeing the situation, Zhanghua remained unperturbed, merely observing as his right hand whirled with fervor. Before long, a vortex materialized before him, drawing in the smoke-like form of Smoker. Gradually, the vortex became saturated with a swirling white mist. As the time approached, Sengoku ceased the rotation of his right hand, causing the swirling vortex to dissipate. Smoker then reverted to his human form, and Sengoku swiftly caught him before he could fall, gently placing him on the ground. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Upon landing, Smoker felt as though the world was spinning around him and immediately collapsed to his knees, beginning to retch. Observing this, Smoker's mother hurried to his side, gently patting his back in an effort to provide some comfort. Admiral Sengoku reassured, "There is no need for concern. Smoker is merely feeling a bit lightheaded. I applied just the right amount of pressure. A bit of purging will suffice." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Admiral Sengoku, the remaining smoke fruit has been stolen." It was Smoker's father speaking. It turned out that as Smoker's mother rushed to his side, she inadvertently dropped the half-eaten smoke fruit from her hand, which was swiftly seized by a lurking pirate nearby. Burgess certainly caught the attention of Sengoku. However, Sengoku did not consider that pirate capable of achieving anything significant. Now that he had seized the remaining smoke fruit, Sengoku was even more convinced that this pirate was no formidable adversary. There was no need to worry, for the remaining smoke fruits had lost their potency. Devil fruits only affect the first person who consumes them, and now those remaining fruits had merely transformed into unpalatable produce. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Smoker's parents finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Sengoku addressed several naval officers nearby, instructing them to send a few individuals to apprehend that fool. After a few naval officers departed, Smoker finished his own task. In the Warring States period, a voice remarked, "Do you truly believe that transforming into smoke renders you invincible? In the future, refrain from hastily adopting that form to assault others, for unlike me, they may not harbor benevolent intentions." Smoker, unusually, nodded in agreement. Zhanghua continued, "The hour is late. It is time for you to return. Do contemplate carefully. I await your news." With that, Zhanghua made his way towards the headquarters in Roga Town. Upon arriving, he discovered a group of vice admirals anxiously pacing at the entrance. Upon catching sight of Zhanghua, they rushed towards him with great urgency. "General Zhanghua, you have finally arrived. Commander Kong wishes to speak with you." Zhanghua nodded and remarked, "I understand. What about Palyasolino? Why have I not seen him?" "Palyasolino has come to seek you out, Admiral Zhanghua." Subsequently, Zhanghua informed several vice admirals about the situation concerning Smoker. Upon learning that Zhanghua had discovered a natural-type devil fruit user, the vice admirals were greatly astonished. Without Zhanghua even mentioning it, they voluntarily offered to protect Smoker's family. Chapter 21 also brings good news. The Warring States naturally agreed with enthusiasm. After bidding farewell to the generals, the Warring States followed the commander of the Rogetown base to his office, where he dialed the empty telephone bug. The sound of the phone bug rang out until it faded away, leaving an empty silence. Hello? Is this Sengoku? Yes, it's Sengoku. What do you need? Have you forgotten to report to me? It's not my fault for not updating you promptly. I have been occupied until now, finally returning to the base. But it was merely an execution of Roger. You weren't required to carry it out personally. What could possibly be so urgent? Was there an incident during the execution? Hurry up and tell me what happened. Well, can I speak? Stop wasting time and just say it. With that, Sengoku recounted Roger's words to the air marshal, who fell into a deep silence upon hearing them. The Marine admirals gathered, and Sengoku remarked, "The incident involving Admiral Kong has already transpired. There is no turning back now. However, I shall share some positive news with you." "Why has this news not been disseminated?" Sengoku inquired. "What do you think?" "Today, journalists from around the world have converged upon Lobetown. It is likely that by tomorrow morning, various news outlets will be reporting this story, and within a week, the entire world will be aware of it. Coupled with the accounts of eyewitnesses, the news will spread far quicker than we anticipate. Furthermore, we have apprehended the majority of the pirates. Otherwise, the dissemination would have been even swifter. Regardless, I have done my utmost to delay the spread of this information, and you high-ranking officials must devise a strategy promptly. I have more troubling news to share. Dragon has gone missing." "Dragon is missing? How could a living person simply vanish? Given his strength, there should be no one capable of subduing him unnoticed in the East Blue." According to Borsalino, the last sighting of Dragon was when he was conversing with Roger, after which he was never seen again. This is why I wish for Admiral Kong to investigate Dragon's whereabouts. Had he been present today, we could have apprehended even more pirates. All right, I understand. However, I must inform you, Admiral Kong, that not all news is dire. I have some good news. Would you care to hear it? What good news could you possibly have? If you are not inclined to listen, then I shall remain silent. When did I ever say I did not wish to hear it? Do not keep me in suspense. Speak quickly. I have discovered a young boy with the ability of a Logia-type devil fruit in Lobetown. I am currently inviting him to join our navy, and both he and his family have a favorable impression of us, so he is likely to accept my invitation. However, there is a complication that requires your attention. Admiral Kong, what is the issue? The boy is only 12 years old. Our navy typically enlists only those 18 and older. Is that all? Let him follow in Rosanani's footsteps and attend the academy at headquarters. If his family is willing to relocate, we will arrange accommodations and employment for them. Even if they choose not to come, I will ensure that nearby branches provide protection for his family. That sounds promising. Once I return to headquarters, we will gain a Logia-type user for our navy. You have yet to reveal what type of devil fruit the boy possesses. It is the smoke fruit. The smoke fruit? That is indeed a welcome piece of news amidst all this negativity. Ensure you bring the boy back swiftly. I shall take my leave for now. Though Admiral Kong did not vocalize his disappointment, Sengoku could clearly sense the melancholy in his tone. There is little more to say regarding the Warring States period. After finishing the call with Kei, Sengoku headed to the cafeteria. Upon arriving, he coincidentally spotted Borsalino enjoying a bowl of ramen. Upon noticing the delicious aroma, Sengoku decided to indulge in a bowl of ramen. After savoring the first bite, he was pleasantly surprised by the culinary skills of the chef at the base, prompting him to contemplate having several more bowls. Consequently, this led to a significant prolongation of his time spent in the dining hall. Just as Sengoku was about to relish his fourth bowl, a mid-ranking officer hurriedly entered, a mix of panic and excitement illuminating his demeanor. "General Sengoku, the child smoker has arrived at the base, eager to join our navy." "Oh, why has he come at this hour? What time is it now?" Initially, Smoker's father had planned to bring him to meet you tomorrow morning. However, the young lad could hardly contain himself. Determined to become a sailor, he insisted on setting off immediately to seek your presence. I came ahead merely to inform you of this development. Zhangwa nodded and said, "I understand. Since Smoker has chosen to join our navy, we shall return to headquarters tomorrow." On their journey back, Poliusolino, who was reluctantly slurping his ramen, replied, "Mr. Zhangwa, why must I be the one to teach him? Isn't it your responsibility? With you present, I hardly dare to instruct." "Enough of your excuses," Zhangwa insisted. "You shall guide him, for both of you possess Logia-type abilities, and your knowledge will undoubtedly surpass mine." "Very well," Poliusolino conceded, "but once we arrive at headquarters, I shall not be teaching any children. I lack the inclination for such tasks." Sengoku cast a disdainful glance at Borsalino before finishing the last sip of his ramen broth and retorted, "There is no need for your input. Even if you beg me in the future, I shall not allow you to teach Smoker." I fear our navy might produce another individual akin to yourself." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Borsellino, who had been threatened with the loss of his salary for an entire day, could no longer contain himself. "Mr. Sengoku, what do you mean by someone like me? What is wrong with being me? Clarify your statement." During the Warring States period, he did not seek out the inept and furious Polisano, but instead followed the admiral directly to meet Smog. Zhanghua, without turning back, retorted, "What manner of person are you to even inquire? You ought to know yourself." Upon hearing Zhanghua's words, Borsellino instantly felt deflated. After all, it is not lies that wound, but the truth that cuts like a blade. As soon as Sengoku entered the conference room, he was greeted by the voice of Smoker. Before long, Smoker made his entrance alongside his parents and several vice admirals who were eager to protect him. Smoker took the initiative to speak. Addressing Sengoku with an enthusiastic declaration, "Oh, no, I meant to say General Sengoku. I wish to join the Navy and become an exemplary Marine." The moment the word stinky slipped from Smoker's lips, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. Smoker's father's right hand shot up, poised to strike Smoker on the head. Luckily, Smoker quickly corrected himself, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, his father's hand could not retract, and it still lightly landed on Smoker's head. Chapter 22. The mischievous Smoker. Irritated by the slap, Smoker complained, "Father, why did you hit me? I followed your instructions." "Didn't he? I have shown him enough respect. I didn't even call him an old geezer." Upon hearing this, the faces of those present in the conference room turned somber. Smoker's father wasted no time and unleashed a series of slaps on Smoker, each one considerably more forceful than the last. Realizing his father was serious, Smoker decided not to remain a stationary target and began to flee within the conference room. Though Smoker's physique might be somewhat superior to that of his peers, he was no match for an adult, and soon enough, he found himself being chased and struck by his father. As Smoker realized he could not escape, a sudden thought struck him: he could transform into smoke, thereby evading the blows. Just then, a swift slap from his father landed on Smoker's head, only for it to dissipate into a cloud of smoke. This startled Smoker's father considerably. Fortunately, Smoker had no intention of frightening him. His dispersed head began to reform slowly, and he chuckled, "Ha, now you can't hit me, can you?" Witnessing this, Smoker's father understood that he could no longer physically reprimand his son. With a face full of shame, he turned to Sengoku and admitted, "General Sengoku, it is due to my inadequate parenting that this has occurred. I take full responsibility, and I hope you will not hold it against him." Seeing the situation, Sengoku understood that it was time to put an end to this farce. He chuckled and remarked, "There is no harm. It is better for children to be lively. A lack of spirit is unbecoming of youth." Now, let us discuss Smoker's decision to join the Navy. Do you all agree with Smoker's enlistment? Both Smoker's parents and Smoker himself nodded in affirmation. "That is well," Sengoku continued, "since you have consented to Smoker's entry into the Navy, and Smoker himself wishes to join, we shall not oppose. However, given his tender age, it would be unwise to thrust him into battle against pirates just yet. Thus, after discussions with the headquarters personnel, we have decided that Smoker will first attend the lower academy at headquarters for several years. Once he has matured both in strength and age, he may graduate and engage in combat. Naturally, during his time at the academy, he will be considered a preparatory seaman, not yet a full-fledged sailor, and his rank will remain that of a mere recruit." Noticing a shift in Smoker's father's demeanor, Sengoku continued, "However, there is no need for concern that Smoker's time at the academy would be a waste. The knowledge he will acquire there is invaluable. You need not fret about his rank stagnating. Should Smoker excel in his studies, the advancement in his rank will surpass your expectations. Many of the officers present have spent time at the academy, and those who graduated successfully form the backbone of our Navy. Furthermore, Admiral Zephyr frequently visits the academy, and several of our finest vice admirals are his disciples. If Smoker demonstrates sufficient diligence, he too may have the opportunity to become a disciple of Admiral Zephyr. Moreover, attending the academy is significantly safer than engaging directly in combat, allowing Smoker ample time to grow. After all, even the most gifted prodigy remains merely a talent without proper development. True strength is not merely a matter of innate ability. What are your thoughts?" Smoker was left bewildered by Sengoku's discourse, failing to grasp the essence of his words, while Smoker's mother turned to his father for insight. Smoker's father responded with a smile. "We shall defer to Admiral Sengoku's arrangements. We have complete faith in his judgment." Admiral Sengoku smiled contentedly and remarked, "By the way, regarding your situation, It remains uncertain how long Smoker will be studying at the headquarters academy. Even during vacations, the breaks are not excessively long. Thus, during his time at the academy, Smoker will have no opportunity to return to Logtown. Moreover, our Navy cannot specifically dispatch personnel to escort you to Marineford. Even if we did, safety cannot be guaranteed. As the pirates of the Grand Line are far more ferocious than those of the Four Seas, they are known to actively assault Navy vessels. Smoker's father changed his expression and exclaimed, "How can this be, Admiral Sengoku? Wasn't the pirate king Roger executed? How can there still be pirates so audacious?" Sengoku replied, "There are indeed numerous pirates in these waters whose strength rivals that of Roger. They will not hesitate simply because the pirate king has fallen. Rather, they will become even more frenzied in their pursuit of the title of pirate king. However, you need not worry. We have devised a plan that would allow you to meet Smoker, contingent upon your agreement, of course. Please, Admiral Sengoku, speak plainly. Our proposal is to have you accompany us to live in Marineford. We will arrange for your accommodation and employment, thus allowing you to see Smoker during his breaks. Of course, should you choose not to come with us, we will ensure that the Marines in Logtown guarantee your safety. In that case, you would not see Smoker for several years." Smoker's mother clearly preferred the first option, but was restrained by Smoker's father. "Admiral Sengoku, we shall choose the second option. Smoker is now a young man. It is time we foster his independence. I believe he will adapt well to life at the academy. And we can communicate with him through the transponder snail. We have lived in Logtown for generations. We are accustomed to life there." Upon hearing his father's praise, Smoker cheerfully declared, "Father is right. If I can dominate the shopping district of Logtown, I can certainly excel at that academy." As Smoker boasted, his mother shed a tear, quickly wiping it away. The gazes of those in the conference room were fixed upon Smoker, yet only Sengoku noticed his mother's silent sorrow. "In light of your choice of the second option, I shall honor your decision. We will depart from Logtown for Marin Fando tomorrow at noon. For the remainder of our time here, we shall not intrude upon your family, allowing you to enjoy your moments together." Upon hearing this, Smoker's mother could not contain her tears and exclaimed, "General Sengoku, did you not mention that you would be staying in Logtown for a few more days? Why must you leave so soon?" In the midst of an awkward situation, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. It was certainly not appropriate for him to reveal that Smoker's early visit was the reason for his sudden departure. Just as Sengoku was grappling with his embarrassment, Smoker's father interjected, stating, "Admiral Sengoku must have pressing matters that require his early departure. Fortunately, we heeded Smoker's suggestion to arrive ahead of time. Otherwise, he might have missed the opportunity to join the Navy altogether." In Chapter 23, Mind Your Boundaries, Smoker's mother lamented, "Why are you crying? Smoker is not someone you will never see again. Did not Admiral Sengoku say that he would only be studying at the academy for a few years? Once Smoker graduates, we will naturally be able to see him. If you miss him, you can simply contact him using a den mushi." Seeing his mother in tears, Smoker quickly embraced her, saying, "Mom, I promise I will contact you every single day while at the academy. I will train diligently to graduate as soon as possible so I can see you again. Please don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, I might reconsider becoming a Marine and just stay with you forever." Upon hearing her son's heartfelt words, Smoker's mother wiped her tears and held him tightly. Her voice trembling as she replied, "My dear child, how can you stay with me forever? You have your own life to lead. While you're at the Marine Academy in Marineford, do not overexert yourself. It's perfectly all right for me to see you a little later. Just promise me you won't wear yourself out." As Sengoku and the others observed the heartfelt farewell between Smoker and his mother, they felt a wave of emotion wash over them. Soon, Smoker's mother became aware of her earlier impropriety and bid farewell to Sengoku and the others before returning home. Sengoku then turned to the several vice admirals and inquired, "Why have I not seen any of the CP0 personnel? Where could they possibly be? I have not noticed their presence at the base. Could it be they have returned to Mariehua?" Following the execution of Roger, the CP0 members, along with other CP agents, had departed without delay. Had it not been for their exit, not a single pirate in Logtown would have escaped unscathed. Observing the indignant officers, Sengoku interjected as their scolding reached a crescendo, "Enough, you have voiced your frustrations sufficiently. You are no longer fresh recruits in the Navy. Such sentiments should be expressed here and not elsewhere. Who knows if there are any CP personnel lurking in other locations? After all, the intelligence capabilities of CP are formidable. And it would not bode well if they were to overhear your words." With the officers now silent, Sengoku continued, "Very well, return to your rest. We shall be heading back to headquarters tomorrow. Heeding Sengoku's words, the other officers took their leave, bidding farewell to him as they exited the conference room. The next day, at noon, at the port of the Lowtown Navy branch, Smoker was saying his goodbyes to his family. This time, accompanying Smoker were not only his parents but also various relatives of different ages, all gathered to see him off. Zhangguo suspected that Smoker's father had summoned all the relatives he could muster. Smoker, burdened by a colossal backpack, was making his way towards Zhangguo. As Sengoku gazed at the enormous parcel behind Smoker, juxtaposed against his diminutive frame, a sense of incongruity arose. With a chuckle, Sengoku inquired, "Would you like me to assist you in carrying that?" Smoker, with a hint of pride, retorted, "No need. This slight weight is something I can manage on my own." Undeterred by the refusal, Sengoku pressed on, "What has your family packed for you? It seems rather excessive. You could easily carry nothing at all in the academy." Smoker replied, "I have no idea what my mother has packed for me. It was already this large when she handed it over. It truly is quite bothersome." Zhangguo observed the insincerely grumbling Smoker and shook his head. Although Smoker voiced his complaints, the smile upon his face betrayed his true sentiments. Upon witnessing the situation, the Warring States figure chuckled and said, "If you wish to bear the burden alone, so be it. Come, let us embark on the warship together." As the two individuals from the Warring States began to converse, a sudden sound erupted. "Mr. Warring States, how did you come aboard my warship? And you brought a child with you. I presume this child is the one endowed with the power of the smoke fruit?" In the annals of the Warring States, Sengoku addressed Admiral Borsalino with a tone of urgency. "Borsalino, cease your trivialities. Are you still unaware of the purpose of my visit? Do not forget the promise you made to me yesterday. Along the journey to Mariford, Smoker imparted valuable lessons to you, so I expect your utmost seriousness." After concluding his conversation with Borsalino, Sengoku turned to Smoker and advised, "Smoker, during this period, you should earnestly learn from Admiral Borsalino." With a look of disdain, Smoker retorted, "What could I possibly learn from this old man? He appears to be older than you, yet his rank is not even superior to yours. What wisdom could he possibly impart? I refuse to be his pupil." As Sengoku regarded the visibly perturbed Admiral Borsalino, he stifled a chuckle and solemnly remarked, "Smoker, do refrain from your foolishness. Admiral Borsalino is considerably younger than I am. If his prowess is insufficient to instruct you, then truly, no one in this world possesses the qualifications to do so. More importantly, Admiral Borsalino is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. He can impart knowledge that others cannot. I have only just managed to persuade him to teach you, and now you have vexed him. He was initially reluctant to instruct you, and now, regrettably, I cannot compel him to continue. You must sincerely apologize to Admiral Borsalino." Upon hearing Sengoku mention that Borsalino was also a Logia user, Smoker's eyes brightened with realization. And he promptly approached Borsalino, saying, "Admiral Borsalino, I humbly apologize for my earlier ignorance. Please do not hold it against me." Borsalino, displaying his trademark smile, replied, "Though I may not possess the same magnanimity as Mr. Sengoku, I shall not fault you for a mere slip of the tongue. Rest assured, I will take the time to instruct you well." "Splendid. Admiral Borsalino, I shall swiftly stow away my belongings, and then we shall commence our training immediately." Zhangguo distinctly perceived the emphasis with which Borsalino articulated the phrase "to teach," a nuance that eluded the Na'vi Smoker. However, Zhangguo was acutely aware that the ensuing days would be quite harrowing for Smoker. Thus, in an effort to maintain tranquility during this tumultuous period, Zhangguo cast a glance at Borsalino and remarked, "You must exercise caution. He is but a 12-year-old child. Rest assured, Mr. Zhangguo, I shall certainly be mindful of my approach." Borsalino replied, yet Zhangguo remained unconvinced by the expression on his face. "Then I shall not intrude upon your training," he declared, before gracefully utilizing the moonwalk technique to glide to another warship. In the days that followed, Zhangguo was incessantly subjected to the echoes of Smoker's anguished cries. Borsalino employed the most stringent methods to train Smoker, employing tactics that rendered even sea stone and the sinking package mere trifles. Each time Smoker's wails reached his ears, Zhangguo felt an overwhelming sense of relief at having changed ships, while simultaneously lamenting that Borsalino had evidently disregarded his counsel. Initially, Zhangguo lamented Borsalino's harshness, but as he grew accustomed to the cacophony of Smoker's cries, it became less distressing. He could only hope that Borsalino retained a modicum of compassion and would refrain from pushing Smoker to his limits. Chapter 24. The office. Zhangguo was perplexed to discover that during the 2 days at sea, there had been no news reports regarding Roger's proclamation of One Piece. Just as he was nearing Marineford, Zhangguo received a call from Sara. "Hello, Zhangguo. Where are you?" "Marshal Sara, I am on the verge of arriving at Marineford. Approximately 10 minutes away. Do you have any directives for me?" To be concise. Despite the world government's vigorous efforts to suppress any reports regarding Roger's declaration of One Piece, a few newspapers have ostensibly agreed to refrain from publication, yet clandestinely release the information. Consequently, there is a fervor among pirates and the ambitious across the globe. According to data from various branches, the number of pirates is steadily increasing, and the rate of this growth is accelerating. Our plans have not only failed to take effect, but have instead had an adverse impact. The pirates are proclaiming the dawn of a new pirate era. In the era of the Warring States, when Roger uttered those words, I had already anticipated the potential unfolding of these events. Commander Kong, do you seek me for a particular task? For the time being, there is none. Upon your return to headquarters, please refrain from departing indiscriminately, as both Carp and Zephyr are currently absent. Your present duty is to safeguard the headquarters diligently. As the tension thickened, Sengoku narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Are you implying that our headquarters is currently devoid of any supreme combat strength to safeguard it?" Marshal Kong, you truly possess a remarkable level of confidence. Are you not apprehensive about potential pirate incursions upon our base? Where have you dispatched Garp and Zephyr? I anticipated your return to headquarters, which is why I set out. My destination was Mariewa. Even if unforeseen events were to transpire at headquarters, I could reach it with utmost swiftness. The pirates across the four seas pose no considerable threat at present. I have merely dispatched a few rear admirals and brigadier generals to patrol the waters. Garp and Zephyr, however, have been assigned to the New World to preempt any movements from the pirate crews there. Very well, I shall not prolong our conversation. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, Marshal Kong. I have another matter to discuss with you. Speak quickly and refrain from rambling. You mentioned that news of Roger has reached various corners of the world. Why, during these past 2 days aboard the warship, have I encountered no news at all? Had you not brought this up, I would have remained vexed. Those news agencies have conspired to withhold their reports from the Navy and the world government, resulting in your lack of access to any newspapers. However, rest assured, such occurrences will not repeat. The 5 elders have already dispatched personnel to address the news agencies. I understand. I have now arrived at headquarters and shall not further intrude upon you, Marshal Kong. I will take my leave. With that, Sengoku terminated the call. Shortly thereafter, several warships docked at the port of Marineford. As Sengoku disembarked, he spotted the lecherous figure of Borsellino descending from the ship, followed closely by Smoker. Yet, the Smoker of today was a far cry from the one encountered in Logtown. He bore the weight of experience. His demeanor transformed from that of a petty ruffian to one of a disciplined individual. It was evident that while the training had been arduous, Smoker's strength had markedly improved. Lost in thought, Sengoku reflected on this transformation when Borsellino approached him with a smile, saying, "Mr. Sengoku, now that you have arrived at headquarters, I shall entrust this young lad to your care." In the presence of Sengoku, a dry cough escaped his lips as he remarked, "Upon arriving at headquarters, you need not concern yourself with him. However, circumstances have changed, and now I am burdened with a plethora of documents awaiting my attention." Borsellino, wearing an expression of discontent, interjected, "Wait a moment, Mr. Sengoku. You are not yet the Admiral. What pressing matters could possibly warrant your attention amidst the documents?" In response, Sengoku conveyed the details of his communication with Admiral Kong to Borsellino, his irritation evident as he continued, "Do you presume I relish the idea of sifting through these papers? Were it not for Admiral Kong's directive, I would not be compelled to do so. After toiling for so many days, I yearn for a respite. Rest assured, I do not intend for you to continue training Smoker, nor would I dare to allow it. Should you persist, Smoker would emerge utterly battered from your tutelage. You need only escort Smoker to the academy and assist him with his enrollment. All other matters are to be disregarded." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Borsellino's expression lightened considerably. He promptly seized Smoker and transformed into a brilliant beam of yellow light, vanishing from Sengoku's sight. Subsequently, Sengoku made his way towards the Marineford fortress. Although less than 2 weeks had passed since its destruction, the fortress had been remarkably restored, and the new structure now exuded an even more formidable presence than its predecessor. As soon as Zhangguo entered the fortress, a group of scholars approached him. The sudden appearance of the civil officials encircling the general of the warring states took him by surprise. "What are you rascals doing blocking my path?" he exclaimed. One of the officials stepped forward and replied, "General of the warring states, we are not obstructing your way. Rather, We have come to request your assistance in handling some documents. Sengoku, filled with bewilderment, inquired, process documents? What documents? Isn't Admiral Akainu merely at Mariewa? He shall return. So why must I handle this? I am not the Admiral at present. He contemplated waiting for Admiral Akainu's return, suggesting that they should seek him for resolution upon his arrival. However, the next statement from the officials halted Sengoku in his tracks. General Sengoku, these documents are precisely what Admiral Akainu just informed us to bring to you for processing. He also instructed us to await your arrival at the entrance of the fortress. Zhanghua, with a sense of bitterness, inquired, "Where is my office? Take me there at once, and also transfer all the documents that require my attention into my office." The officials replied, "General Zhanghua, your office remains in its original location, and we have already moved all the necessary documents for your review into your office. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall not disturb you further." With that, the officials dispersed like birds taking flight, vanishing from Zhanghua's sight. Zhanghua swiftly located his office, guided by the memories of its position. Casting a glance at the two Marines stationed outside, he entered the office without hesitation. The decor within was exceedingly simple. A colossal naval flag adorned one wall, while a plaque inscribed with the words "Justice Reigning Over the World" hung prominently. The space was furnished with a sofa, a desk, and a chair, the latter two being new, in contrast to the aged plaque. Despite the minimalist design, the office exuded a sense of comfort, particularly enhanced by the balcony that offered a splendid view of the sea. The Warring States period was indeed very much admired. Yet the mountains of documents piled upon the desk of the Warring States caused considerable distress. Chapter 25. The Most Outstanding Disciple. In the depths of his mind, Sengoku lamented why he had chosen to inform Borsalino that he needed to attend to paperwork while at the port. Surely, there were more suitable excuses. Now, faced with an overwhelming mountain of documents that truly required his attention, he found himself without the luxury of time for further self-reflection. With a sense of urgency, he approached his desk, pulled out his office chair, and began to tackle the paperwork at hand. Before long, Sengoku had managed to process a significant portion of the documents. To his relief, he discovered that most of these papers were not of immediate concern. Only a handful truly demanded prompt action. Thus, he meticulously categorized the documents into those requiring immediate attention and those that could wait. In no time, Sengoku had completed the sorting. Just as he finished, Borsalino entered Sengoku's office. In the Warring States period, one inquired, "Borsalino, what brings you here?" "Mr. Warring States," Borsalino replied, "I have successfully settled that child Smog and came to report to you. Knowing how occupied you are with work, I shall not disturb you any further. I will take my leave now." As soon as Sengoku observed the situation, he immediately spoke up. "Wait a moment, Borsalino." Just as Borsalino was about to push the door open, he halted his steps and replied with a smile. "Is there something you wish to instruct me on, Mr. Sengoku?" Zhanghua remarked. "Borsalino, you have performed commendably in the execution of your recent mission, and I am quite pleased. Therefore, I have decided to entrust you with additional responsibilities." Borsalino, with a sense of resignation, approached the sofa and seated himself, saying, "Mr. Zhanghua, there is no need for circumlocution. Simply inform me of the location where I am to undertake my task." "Who said anything about assigning you a mission?" Zhanghua replied. "Then, Mr. Zhanghua, what is it that you require of me?" Zhanghua smiled as he pointed to the documents on the table. Borsalino, with a look of sheer terror, exclaimed, "Mr. Zhanghua, you cannot be serious. You want me to handle the documents? Setting aside whether I am capable of managing them, I am certainly not qualified to do so." In a stern voice, Sengoku reprimanded, "Who said you, Borsalino, lack the qualifications to handle documents? I assert that you are indeed capable. Do not underestimate your own abilities. With a bit of time, you could ascend to the rank of admiral. This opportunity to manage documents will allow you to acclimate to the responsibilities of an admiral ahead of time. With just the two of us here, feel free to seek guidance on anything you find challenging. When the time comes for your promotion, it would be quite embarrassing to hold the title of admiral yet be inept at managing documents. Give it some thought." At just 34 years of age, Borsalino had not entirely relinquished his ambition and found himself swayed by Sengoku's words. "But Mr. Sengoku, I am only 34. It is too early for me to be promoted to admiral. There is ample time for me to learn how to handle documents. When I am assigned tasks in the future, I will manage the paperwork myself, without relying on an aide. What's the matter with being 34? Before your mentor Zifa, there were those who were promoted to admiral at even younger ages, under 38. as Zifa's most outstanding disciple. You certainly have the potential to surpass him and break the age barrier for promotion. Who knows, you might even become an admiral at 35. But then I would have no time to learn. The documents handled by a vice admiral are entirely different from those of an admiral. Borsalino's concern lay not with the rank of admiral, but rather with Sengoku's assertion that he was Zifa's most exceptional disciple. Mr. Sengoku, did Master Zifa truly say that I am his finest student? Subsequently, Borsalino's expression fell as he lamented, Mr. Sengoku, you must be deceiving me. Master Zifa always reprimands me when he sees me. How could he possibly claim I am his most outstanding disciple? It would be more fitting to say that Akainu and Kazan are his finest students. Zhangguo gazed at the visibly dejected Borsalino, feeling a twinge of unease. In his recollection, Borsalino had never exhibited such an expression. Jean's heart steeled as he declared, Zfa, these are your own words. You profess that the disciples you have trained are the most exceptional, and this is not mere conjecture on my part. As the warring states approached Borsalino, he exclaimed, how could I possibly deceive you? Zephyr himself has proclaimed you to be his most exceptional disciple. If you harbor any doubts, you may inquire directly with Zephyr. Did Master Zephyr truly utter such words? Then why is it that every time he encounters me, he feels compelled to reprimand me? As Sengoku gazed into the innocent and perplexed eyes of Borsalino, he persuaded himself, of course it is true. Isn't it the case that Zephyr consistently admonishes you, urging you not to overly rely on the powers of the devil fruit and to also focus on harnessing your inherent abilities? Upon seeing Borsalino nodding, Sengoku continued, precisely. Although Zephyr appears to be scolding you, he is, in fact, expressing his concern for your well-being. After all, Zephyr would not directly articulate his worries for your safety. Such sentimental declarations are beyond him. Moreover, Zephyr's admonitions are justified. While your devil fruit abilities are formidable, you must not neglect your innate talents. For the powers of the devil fruit are not invincible and can indeed be countered. These sentiments Zephyr has likely conveyed to you on numerous occasions, and I shall refrain from reiterating them. I shall certainly strive to enhance my own strength rather than relying solely on the powers of the devil fruit. Observing Borsalino's choked emotions, Sengoku gently patted his shoulder and asked, would you care to assist me in handling some documents? After Sengoku's heartfelt encouragement, Borsalino readily acquiesced to his request and joined him in this task. Initially, Sengoku was quite pleased to have assistance, and he patiently guided Borsalino through any uncertainties he encountered. However, as time wore on, Sengoku's feelings grew increasingly complicated. He discovered that, with Borsalino's aid, the pace of document processing had actually slowed down significantly. At first, Sengoku had assumed that Borsalino was merely reluctant to assist and feigning ignorance to evade work, not realizing that he had never truly engaged in document handling before. The Warring States period can indeed be described as a time of fundamental instruction. Fortunately, Borsalino is not excessively dim-witted. His eagerness to learn gradually allowed him to become proficient. However, even with Borsalino's remarkable talent, the speed at which he managed documents on the first day was hardly impressive. Consequently, what could have been completed by lunchtime now extended to the late hours, only concluding when it was time for a midnight snack. As Sengoku stifled a yawn, he remarked, Borsalino, it is rather late. We should prepare to rest and attend to these documents tomorrow. Borsalino nodded in agreement and followed Sengoku out. Just as they were departing the fortress, Sengoku heard Borsalino's stomach rumble beside him. Zhanggua suddenly remembered that he had not dined that evening. Although the soldiers outside had invited Zhanggua and his companion to partake in dinner, both declined the offer. Even the Warring States period could not fathom why he had declined dinner at that time. Perhaps he was simply overwhelmed by the paperwork. Chapter 26, A New Perspective. In the Warring States period, Zhanggua humorously remarked, Borsalino, allow me to treat you to a late-night meal. To which Borsalino replied, Dear Zhanggua, it would be inappropriate for you to extend such an invitation. You have already rendered me such significant assistance today. It is I who should be inviting you. As Sengoku observed the earnest expression on Borsalino's face, he made no objections and accompanied him to their usual late-night eatery, where they indulged in a modest meal before returning home to rest. The following morning, upon arriving at his office, Sengoku was taken aback to find someone diligently attending to paperwork. As he approached, he discovered it was none other than Borsalino. Not wishing to disrupt his concentration, Sengoku began to tackle his own documents. Thus, the days rolled on, and with Borsalino's assistance, the two of them ultimately completed the mountain of paperwork. It must be said, Borsalino displayed a remarkable aptitude for the role of a diligent worker, although his pace did not quite match Sengoku's. It had already become comparable to that of the clerks within the fortress after only a few days. Upon finishing the last document, Sengoku intended to treat Borsalino to a sumptuous meal. However, Borsalino insisted on treating Sengoku instead. Ultimately, Sengoku managed to persuade him. As the two engaged in lively discussion about their dining destination, while making their way outside the fortress, they encountered Sora and Zephyr, who were approaching from the opposite direction. Sora, observing the cheerful banter between Sengoku and Borsalino, inquired with curiosity, "Sengoku, when did you become so close with Borsalino? Have you completed all the documents I entrusted to you? What business do you have outside if not to address the paperwork?" In the Warring States period, the two individuals finally noticed Kong and Zifa, exchanging greetings with them. "Marshal Kong, the documents you entrusted to me have been thoroughly processed, thanks to the assistance of Borsalino. Without his help, I could not have completed them so swiftly. I am now preparing to take Borsalino out for a meal as a token of my gratitude." Marshal Kong. "Zifa, would you care to join us?" Both Kong and Zifa gazed at Borsalino with astonished expressions, their faces reflecting disbelief. As Sengoku spoke, he interjected, "Hey, what sort of gaze is that between you two? Do not underestimate Borsalino." Zifa, realizing his own expression was excessive, cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Sengoku. Did Borsalino truly assist you with the paperwork? It's not that I am incredulous, but while I can believe that Borsalino has apprehended formidable pirates, I find it hard to fathom how he could excel in administrative tasks. There is nothing he cannot accomplish. I am merely the finest example of that. You simply failed to recognize Borsalino's potential at the moment. I merely provided him with a few pointers. And now his handling of documents is on par with any other clerk. The legibility of his handwriting on those papers serves as the best evidence. Zifa, you still do not understand your disciple well enough. One cannot be excessively stern with the most outstanding of students. One must also show concern for their inner lives." However, Ku interrupted as Sengoku continued to ramble. "Sengoku, where are you going with this? We could not possibly doubt your words. Let us set aside this matter for now. The invitation to dine can wait. There are pressing issues that require our attention in the meeting. Please join us, along with Borsalino." The others should have already arrived in the conference room. Sengoku nodded and followed suit. Upon arriving at the conference room, he discovered that it was indeed already filled to capacity. Carp and Tsuru were prominently seated in the central positions, while Sengoku recognized some of the officers. Many others required a glimpse of their faces for him to recall their names from memory. It was evident that those present in this conference room were all high-ranking officials and significant figures within the Navy. As soon as the Warring States settled into his seat, Carp began to exchange knowing glances with him. As Sengoku was about to respond to Garp, he was abruptly interrupted by the voice of Kong. "Garp, refrain from making faces at Sengoku. The meeting is about to commence." Garp restored a neutral expression, casting an awkward glance at Kong. The other officers displayed no reaction to this exchange, evidently accustomed to such antics. With Kong announcing the commencement of the meeting, he proceeded to address a pressing matter. "What I am about to discuss pertains to the declarations made by Roger at his execution, which have led to a significant surge in pirate activity across various regions. Consequently, the pressure on our branches has escalated dramatically. In light of these developments, it is apparent that our previously devised plans have faltered." Kong continued, "However, we cannot remain passive in the face of this situation. We must devise a counter-strategy. I invite all of you to share your thoughts. Perhaps through collective brainstorming, we may arrive at a viable solution." Upon the conclusion of Kong's remarks, the officers within the conference room engaged in fervent discussion. Sengoku and his closest aides, however, remained silent. Zephyr and Garp found themselves at a loss for solutions, while Tsuru pondered earnestly, contemplating potential strategies. The Warring States period prompts reflections on the discussions and historical knowledge I possessed prior to my transference. It swiftly leads to the realization that the conclusion of this assembly is the establishment of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, an organization devised to counterbalance the burgeoning number of pirates. The initial thought of Sengoku was to oppose this policy. However, he soon contemplated its feasibility, and his mind began to stir with ideas. After careful consideration, Sengoku listened intently to the discussions among the other officers, which primarily revolved around conscription. Kapu whispered, "Sengoku, have you conceived a solution?" Zhangguo chuckled, "Of course, I have considered it. This is hardly a perplexing issue. By the way, Carp, do you now know the whereabouts of that fellow, Dragon, from your household?" Carp, with a bewildered expression, gazed at Zhang Guo and inquired, "Isn't Dragon currently in the conference room? Why do you ask this, Zhang Guo? Has that fellow dragon done something peculiar again?" Sengoku gazed in silence at Garp. This inept father, which only intensified his resolve to bring Ace and Luffy to the headquarters for training. "Garp, it seems you truly show no concern for Dragon. Do you see him in the conference room? If he were present, would I even need to inquire?" Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Garp rose to his feet in agitation, glancing towards Dragon's spot, only to find it conspicuously vacant. With a look of astonishment, Garp exclaimed, "Where has Dragon gone, Sengoku? Wasn't he with you on the mission to execute Roger? Both Borisolino and you have returned, so where has that fellow dragon disappeared to?" In a moment of exasperation, Zhang Guo cast a sidelong glance at Garp and remarked, "Garp, kindly lower your voice. I too am curious about the whereabouts of the dragon, otherwise I would not have inquired about it." The two conversing individuals, evidently oblivious to their surroundings, failed to notice that the assembly in the conference room had turned their attention towards them, drawn by Garp's sudden rise and his preceding loud utterance. Suddenly, Sengoku became aware of the profound silence that had enveloped the conference room. Kong, with a fade of a smile that did not reach his eyes, gazed at the two men, Sengoku and Garp. "You two have been engaged in such fervent discussion. Surely, you have devised a solution. Please, share it with everyone." Chapter 27, Conscription Indeed. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had conceived not just one, but multiple solutions to the problem at hand. Under Kong's penetrating gaze, Garp swiftly divulged the details of their strategy. Buddha Sengoku cast a silent glance at Garp before rising to address the assembly. "I indeed have contemplated a solution, though its feasibility remains uncertain. Spare us the trivialities. If there is a method, please articulate it forthwith." Observing the solemn expression on the face of the air-sent Sengoku, Garp chose to forego further discussion and directly unveiled his strategy. "I have just overheard the topics of your deliberation, and the consensus has largely gravitated towards conscription. Indeed, conscription appears to be the most viable resolution. My initial inclination was also towards enlisting more personnel. However, I suspect the higher echelons of the world government would not permit us to augment the Navy. They would never allow our naval forces to grow stronger, especially considering that the seas appear considerably more stable than in previous years. After all, both the Rocks pirates and the Roger pirates have been vanquished, leaving no significant pirate factions that could pose a threat to the world government. Yet, I contend that the present seas are fraught with peril. Although the Rocks and Roger pirates have fallen, their captains may have perished, but the remaining crew members still thrive. Without delving into distant matters, let us consider the Whitebeard pirates and Wang Zhi. The prowess of Whitebeard is well known. Who among us would dare claim they could surely defeat him? I, for one, do not possess such confidence." Garp interjected at an opportune moment. Indeed, Newgate's strength is formidable, particularly owing to the catastrophic capabilities of his tremor fruit. No one in our Navy has yet achieved such power. As Sengoku and Garp spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. "Garp, silence yourself. Who permitted you to interrupt Sengoku's discourse? Do not dare to interject again. Should you do so, you will be expelled. Sengoku, please continue." Sengoku nodded. As for Wang Zhi, although he lacks the strength and ambition of Rocks, he has taken control of Rock's former territory, Hive Island. Hive Island is home to some of the most ruthless pirate crews. It would not surprise me if the Rocks pirates were to rise again at any moment. In general, the seas are far more perilous now than ever before, as all pirates have become frenzied in their pursuit of the elusive One Piece. In light of the ever-increasing number of pirates, conscription is indeed our best option. However, you need not worry about the conscription matter, as I have already spoken to the Gorosei about it, only to be met with refusal. They stated that they would not provide us with any support, meaning that any costs associated with conscription would have to be borne by our Navy alone. You should be well aware that our Navy cannot afford such a burden of recruits. The discussion of conscription during the Warring States period should be laid to rest. Let us explore alternative methods instead. Once a definitive answer was reached, the atmosphere within the conference room grew even more somber. Zhang Guo, with a knowing smile, remarked, "The recruitment of soldiers by Commander Kong is not an unfeasible endeavor, even without the financial support of the world government. We possess the means to sustain the newly enlisted naval forces." Kong's eyes brightened as he inquired, "Zhang Guo, what is your plan? Please, share it. Isn't the challenge in recruitment primarily due to the lack of berries?" "If we are short on berries, we should simply procure them," Zhang Guo replied confidently. While the task of earning berries may seem daunting to others, it is a relatively straightforward pursuit for our Navy, which boasts branches across the globe. With the berries we accumulate, we could easily double our naval personnel. Allow me to present a couple of strategies for generating revenue. First, we shall establish a company dedicated to profit generation, which we shall name the Navy Joint Stock Company. Next, I would like to propose a lucrative venture, express delivery. Express delivery? The assembled individuals in the conference room echoed in unison, their voices laced with confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the concept. As the name suggests, express delivery involves the swift transportation of goods. For instance, if an individual finds themselves in the North Sea yet desires a specialty item from the East Sea, what are their options? They would need to navigate perilous waters, contend with dangerous pirates, and endure a taxing journey, all while risking their life. Now, imagine if a company were to announce that it could procure that specialty item from the East Sea for a modest sum of berries. Would that individual not be inclined to pay a small fee for such a service? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. They would agree without hesitation. While they might be skeptical of other companies, they would place their trust in ours, the Navy, whose reputation is unparalleled, ensuring their confidence in our services. In the tumultuous era of the warring states, some astute individuals swiftly grasped the essence of the delivery concept, while certain minds, like that of Carp, remained perplexed. Gazing at the situation with bewilderment, Crane was the first to speak up. What you propose, Sengoku, regarding this delivery system is indeed commendable. Regardless of transportation, space, or labor costs, we do not incur any additional expenses. However, you mentioned that the payment received for each delivery is rather modest. How, then, do we intend to generate revenue? Zhang Guo, with a knowing smile, remarked, Heron, your understanding is somewhat flawed. If I were to accumulate more berries, it would naturally imply that the volume of goods dispatched would decrease. However, if a single delivery costs only 100 berries, or even merely dozens, one must ponder how many packages a kingdom would require us to transport. The sheer volume of berries amassed from a single trip would be staggering. Of course, the cost of delivery is intrinsically linked to the distance and the peril associated with the destination. Should someone desire to send a package to a treacherous locale, it would undoubtedly exceed a mere few hundred berries. We are speaking of sums in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Thus, the methods of profiting from deliveries are self-evident. In this entire world, only our Navy possesses such an advantage, and even if others endeavored to replicate it, they would find it impossible to succeed. Heron's eyes gleamed as he replied, Admiral Sengoku, your plan is indeed feasible. However, we might find ourselves lacking in manpower and naval vessels. We require a substantial recruitment drive, and the berries earned by the courier service would be more than sufficient to cover the costs of our recruitment efforts. The plan is commendable. Yet once our enterprise is established, the world government will undoubtedly seek to intervene, demanding a share of the berries as well. Have you considered this? Zhang Guo remarked. Of course, I have considered this. Even if the world government wishes to intervene, they must have the means to do so. Their CP agents do not possess such manpower. I firmly believe that as long as you, Admiral Kong, provide the 5 elders with a substantial sum of berries each year, they will refrain from interference. As for the amount of berries, that is within our control. Even if they send CP0 to investigate, I assure you, they will uncover nothing. Moreover, I have devised several methods for generating revenue, but the foremost priority is establishing the courier company. Once it is operational, the other revenue-generating strategies will be easier to implement. Chapter 28. The 7 Warlords of the Sea. Upon hearing Zhang Guo's words, the atmosphere in the conference room noticeably brightened. Carp chuckled. Although he did not grasp the intricacies of Zhang Guo's plan, he recognized its potential for profit. With sufficient berries, the Navy could recruit more personnel. Kong said with a smile, now that we have a solution to this conundrum, let us move on to the next agenda item, which is titled the 7 Warlords of the Sea Plan. Even with a solution in hand, can we truly escape its implications? Zhang Guo sighed inwardly. The essence of the 7 Warlords of the Sea Plan is for our Navy to select 7 formidable pirates to assist us in containing other pirate factions. In return, we shall grant them certain plundering privileges. While they raid, the Navy shall remain uninvolved. Upon hearing this, the conference erupted in uproar. Both hawkish and dovish factions within the Navy vehemently opposed the plan, particularly Zifa, who expressed the strongest objections. Silence, Zhang Guo commanded. I understand that everyone is against this plan, myself included. However, this decision was made by the 5 elders, not by me. My opposition, though genuine, is futile. The 7 warlords of the sea plan must be executed, and it is imperative that our navy carries it out swiftly, without delay. Before Kong could finish his statement, the atmosphere in the conference room turned somber and heavy. In the Warring States period, General Kong inquired, "Is it true that the warlords of the sea plan will be executed by us?" "Indeed, it is true. Who could possibly comprehend the pirates better than our navy? The execution of the warlords of the sea plan is undoubtedly our responsibility." With this reassurance, I felt a sense of relief. Given that the warlords of the sea plan is to be carried out by our navy, the feasibility of its implementation becomes substantial. We can select those pirates who possess noble intentions to become warlords of the sea. We are aware that many of them turned to piracy out of necessity. They were compelled into such a life. Yet, as members of the navy, we have been unable to assist them. Now, the warlords of the sea plan serves as a fortuitous means to aid those righteous pirates. I believe we are all astute individuals, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. After Sengoku's remarks, the expressions of several officers softened considerably, for they were well aware of the darkness that enveloped the world government. Some of the actions undertaken by pirates appeared to be more just than their own. However, one officer's countenance darkened significantly, though they recognized the truth in Sengoku's words. Their deep-seated animosity towards pirates made the prospect of collaborating with them utterly unacceptable. Yet, they refrained from voicing any opposition to Sengoku, as their discomfort was merely internal. They were not lacking in intellect and had no desire to ally themselves with those ruthless and heinous pirates. After observing the reactions of those present in the conference room, Sengoku continued, "Indeed, even if we have certain candidates in mind, we cannot extend invitations to them without any prerequisites. To become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, they must fulfill specific conditions, such as eliminating a requisite number of pirates as a demonstration of loyalty." After much deliberation, it was decided that when we approached the selected pirates, should they consent to join the ranks of the 7 warlords, they must first slay 100 bountied pirates to gain the Navy's recognition and truly earn their status as warlords. Is there any other matter to discuss? If not, we shall adjourn the meeting. Just as others began to depart, Sengoku stood up once more. "Admiral Kong, I have a topic I wish to address," he stated, casting a puzzled glance at Sengoku. In the midst of the Warring States period, upon observing the void, a gentle smile graced the lips of Zhang Guo. The unexpected warmth of Zhang Guo's smile caught Kong off guard, leading him to awkwardly sip his tea, followed by a couple of coughs. He then remarked, "Zhang Guo, please articulate your topic swiftly. Everyone has yet to dine, and we would all appreciate concluding this matter promptly so we may partake in our evening meal." Zhang Guo smiled and assured, "Rest assured, Commander Kong, I shall speak swiftly. The subject I wish to address is quite straightforward. It concerns the promotion of our naval personnel. With the impending conscription, our Navy has welcomed a substantial influx of new recruits. Positions that were previously impossible to elevate can now be upgraded. For instance, the rank of general is held by only myself and ZFA, which is simply insufficient. We too are overwhelmed." Kong, taken aback by Zhang Guo's declaration, spat out the tea he had just sipped in shock. In the presence of Sengoku, Kong inquired, "What seems to be troubling you? If my previous remarks were inappropriate, please feel free to express your concerns." Hastily, Kong replied, "I do not find anything amiss with your words. I merely choked on some water moments ago. Please, continue." Having lived for such an extended period, Kong was certainly astute enough not to oppose the matter at hand. "Very well, I shall proceed. Elevating everyone's military rank undoubtedly bears advantages, yet it cannot be done arbitrarily. The number of promotions this time will certainly be considerable. The greater the number, the more stringent the criteria for advancement must be. Promoting a new admiral is out of the question, as there is currently no one in our Navy whose accomplishments and capabilities can rival those of myself and Zephyr, save for that rascal, Garp. If we were to hastily elevate a vice admiral to the rank of admiral, dissent would surely arise among many. Therefore, I propose the establishment of a rank of admiral candidate, positioned between admiral and vice admiral. We shall select a few exemplary vice admirals to assume this title, allowing them to prove themselves over a few years, from which we can eventually select a new admiral. When the time comes to appoint the new admiral, not only will it benefit those elevated to the rank, but it will also serve as a testament to our Navy's strength in the eyes of the world, significantly enhancing our prestige. That concludes my remarks. Feel free to offer any critiques if you find shortcomings. Naturally, there were no objections to Sengoku's proposal, and Kong's plan was smoothly approved. Now that this proposal has been ratified, we must await the enlistment of candidates. All present here are eligible to apply. However, If one feels their own capabilities are lacking, they may recommend formidable subordinates. This time, we shall not consider qualifications or past achievements, but solely focus on strength. The registration period will last 3 months, after which competitions will be held at headquarters. Those who excel will be bestowed with the rank of Admiral Candidate, along with the title of Admiral. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, numerous vice admirals expressed their intention to enlist, exuding confidence in their abilities, with only a few recommending the seamen under their command. After the meeting concluded, Sengoku, Garp, Saru, along with Kazan and Porcelino, walked together. Sengoku glanced back at Kizaru and Kazan, calling out to the hooded Sakazuki, "Hey, Sakazuki, are you joining us for dinner?" Chapter 29, the candidate for Admiral Sakazuki halted. His voice laced with confusion. "Mr. Sengoku, are you calling me? Who else would I be calling? Look at Kizaru and Kazan. They are coming with us. What would it look like if you didn't join? You three are the most exceptional disciples of Zephyr. Would you dare to decline an invitation from your master? Isn't that right, Zephyr?" Zephyr, bewildered, nodded in agreement. Seeing the situation, Sakazuki had no choice but to silently follow Sengoku and the others. It was then that Garp noticed Kazan and Kizaru trailing behind him. Before long, the group arrived at a restaurant. Once the dishes were served, Zephyr was the first to speak. "I truly cannot fathom the thoughts of those higher-ups, allowing us in the Navy to collaborate with pirates. What do they take us for?" With that, Zephyr angrily downed a large bottle of beer. In the era of the Warring States, it was observed, the events have transpired and are beyond alteration. Let us refrain from dwelling on such unpleasant matters. Instead, let us discuss the candidates for the position of general. Zephyr, I hold great confidence in your most exceptional disciple. I firmly believe they possess the potential to become worthy candidates for the position of general, particularly Porcelino. As soon as Sengoku's words were uttered, the room fell into an immediate silence, with only the sound of carps eating resonating. Crane, perplexed, inquired, "Sengoku, when did you become so close with Porcelino?" In the midst of the conversation, Sengoku remarked, "Previously, I held a biased view of Porcelino, but through our interactions over time, I have come to recognize his true nature, leading me to alter my perspective. My prior judgment was influenced by Zifa." Zifa, taken aback, responded, "Why do you blame me?" Sengoku elaborated, "It is because you consistently criticized Porcelino for prioritizing his devil fruit powers over his own strength. Your frequent remarks led me to mistakenly perceive him as unreliable." Zifa, bewildered, questioned, "Did Sengoku truly make such statements about Porcelino's reliance on his devil fruit powers?" "Indeed, he did." The others in the conference room chimed in unison. Zifa then turned to Karp, inquiring, "Karp, I presume I have never addressed this matter with you privately, correct?" Karp chuckled, "Indeed. You have never mentioned it to me in private." Zifa pressed, "Then why bring it up?" Karp replied with a grin, "I noticed everyone else was saying it, so I joined in." With that, Karp burst into laughter. Zifa, seeing this, chose not to engage further with Karp. "I do often remark on Porcelino's dependence on his devil fruit powers, but my assertions are grounded in truth. It is all for Porcelino's benefit." Zhangguo, realizing the urgency to dismantle his own deception, swiftly interjected, "Zifa, I understand your concern for Porcelino. You fear that should he become a target, the inability to harness the power of his devil fruit could spell disaster for him. It mirrors my past encounters with pirates who mistakenly believed that my strength was solely derived from the Buddha fruit. They attempted to counter me with sea stone, yet they failed to recognize that my prowess as an admiral is not solely contingent upon my devil fruit abilities." Crane tapped her chopsticks and remarked, "Let us not digress. Zhangguo, we did not convene here to listen to your self-aggrandizement." Zhangguo blushed slightly, feeling awkward, and continued, "Although Zfa, your intentions are for Porcelino's sake, it is not appropriate to speak of him in such a manner repeatedly. It might even lead to a deterioration in your relationship with him. If it weren't for me, Porcelino might think you harbor animosity towards him. However, this predicament is not solely Zfa's fault. Porcelino, you too have your share of responsibility. I have previously addressed your issues, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. It is imperative that you make a genuine effort to rectify them. Rest assured, Mr. Zhangguo, I will certainly cherish the teachings of Master Zfa and you, and I shall place greater emphasis on my own strengths in the future." Zhangguo and Zfa nodded in agreement upon hearing Porcelino's words. Crane remarked, "This time, the competition for the position of Vice Admiral will undoubtedly be fierce. You three must put forth extra effort. Do not assume that possessing the Logia-type devil fruits makes you invincible. During this period, You should train diligently and avoid bringing disgrace to ZFA. If none of you secure the position of Vice Admiral, it would certainly be a significant embarrassment for him. We will ensure that such a scenario does not unfold. Borsellino and his companions declared in unison. ZFA concurred, saying Crane is absolutely correct. While I have no desire to compete, if none of you manage to attain the role of Vice Admiral, I shall ensure you experience the rigors of academy life once more. In the face of their teacher's admonition, Borsellino and his friends fervently reassured him. In the midst of the conversation, Sengoku interjected, "By the way, speaking of those with natural abilities, I have discovered a young talent from Roger's hometown, Logetown. This natural ability user is currently studying at our headquarters academy, albeit at the tender age of 12. Zephyr, I trust you will take great care in mentoring this child." Zephyr responded with a cold snort, "Sengoku, you are once again hastily placing students into the academy." The atmosphere turned tense as Sengoku expressed his displeasure. "Zifa, what do you mean by that? If you are unwilling to teach this child, I shall personally ensure his withdrawal from the academy and take it upon myself to instruct him. I refuse to believe that my disciples would be inferior to those you, Zifa, have trained." Zifa responded with a dismissive laugh. "What do you mean by that? Do you think I would shy away from a challenge? Your laughter is quite telling." "Zifa, do you think I lack the courage?" Hawkeye interjected sharply. "You two may bicker as you please, but with younger ones present. Is this how you conduct yourselves as generals and teachers?" Hawkeye's words resonated, and the previously quarreling duo fell silent. Noticing the sudden calm, Hawkeye continued, "Sengoku, what type of Logia fruit does that child possess?" "It is the smoke fruit. While it may not possess the destructive capabilities of the fruits wielded by the three of them, its potential, when properly harnessed, is formidable. Indeed, though it may not match their powers, it is still a Logia fruit, and with diligent training, our Navy could gain another formidable ally. This child not only wields the powers of a Logia fruit, but also exhibits a personality reminiscent of Garp. I was drawn to him even before he consumed the smoke fruit, solely because of his Garp-like demeanor, which made me wish for him to join the Marines." "Reminiscent of Garp? You mean Vice Admiral Garp? Like me?" Faced with the puzzled expressions of those present, Sengoku recounted the tale of Smoker, while Borsellino shared his own experiences with him. Upon hearing Smoker's exploits, images of Garp consuming the smoke fruit danced in their minds. Chapter 30. The Dormouse. Garp chuckled heartily. "This little rascal's antics do indeed mirror my own." The others chose to overlook Garp's exuberance. Kazan proposed, "Shall we pay a visit to this young Garp?" At his suggestion, curiosity piqued among the group, and they nodded in agreement, falling into a contemplative silence as they began their meal. Soon, a lavish spread was devoured by the eager diners, with Sengoku footing the bill. Before long, they arrived at the academy, and with Sengoku and Borsellino's guidance, they located Smoker. Observing him from the shadows, Smoker was audaciously challenging a group of older students, 4 or 5 years his senior. "One-on-one. I prefer to take you all on at once. You're all so much older, your strength can't be that impressive. After defeating you, I shall claim the title of the strongest in the academy. And then, I shall indulge in a late-night snack, so let us not waste any time. Smoker, do not presume that just because you are a Logia user, you can act so brazenly. I can handle you alone." Upon finishing his words, the student launched an attack towards Smoker, who deftly transformed into an elemental form. Evading the assault, the two soon became embroiled in a fierce battle. Although Smoker had undergone a few days of rigorous training under the formidable Admiral Borsellino, the disparity in age, combat skills, and experience could not be bridged in such a short span of time. Before long, Smoker found himself on the defensive. Overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the student, rather than feigning resilience, Smoker opted to fully embrace his elemental form, skillfully dodging the student's strikes. As the chaos unfolded between the two combatants, Zhangwa remarked, "It appears that Borsellino's teachings over the past few days have been remarkably effective. Smoker, having consumed the smoke fruit, has achieved such mastery over elemental control in less than a week. Your contributions are indeed invaluable." Borsellino chuckled. "Smoker has always possessed exceptional talent. I cannot claim credit for his abilities." Zifa interjected sternly, "You should acknowledge your role in his progress. Denying it would only serve to diminish your integrity, Borsellino." Indeed, Zifa's admonishment was warranted. The student who had engaged Smoker found himself utterly exhausted, yet failed to land a single hit. Smoker, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "I told you. You were no match for me. Do you finally believe it now? I am pressed for time, so why not all of you come at me together?" The onlooking students had long harbored resentment towards Smoker. "Brother Wussmouse, shall we confront him?" One suggested. "We must act. Smoker's arrogance is intolerable. And if we allow this to continue, our seniority will be utterly disrespected." Wussmouse, observing the fervor of his peers, realized the necessity of addressing the situation. "Everyone, please calm down. We must indeed act to preserve the dignity of our senior students against Smoker's insolence. However, we cannot all rush in at once. That would merely play into Smoker's hands. If we charge in together, we would be the architects of our own disgrace." Upon hearing Wussmouse's words, those who had initially clamored to confront Smoker were struck with cold sweat. Smoker, at merely 12 years of age, demonstrated a cunning beyond his years. If we proceed as Wussmouse suggested, we would become unwitting pawns in Smoker's scheme, and thus bear the blame ourselves. Wussmouse and his companions spoke openly, oblivious to the ears nearby. Smoker, of course, overheard their conversation. Upon digesting Wussmouse's analysis, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Who am I? Where am I? Did I truly devise the strategy Wussmouse proposed? Yet, it is indeed a clever plan. What brilliance to think of such a tactic so effortlessly. However, in his moment of self-satisfaction, Smoker momentarily faltered in his control over his elemental powers. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted him back to reality. Realizing his oversight, he noted that his opponent seemed unaware of the fact that he had been struck. For the sake of pride, Smoker chose not to reveal that he had been hit. Wussmouse, witnessing the discord among the students, felt a throbbing headache. "Stop the bickering. I believe I have a solution. I shall face Smoker alone if I can defeat him. It will restore some honor to our senior ranks. But what if? Are you implying that Brother Weasel is no match for Smoker? I certainly did not intend to convey such a notion. Do not misinterpret my words." Weasel, noticing the situation, chose not to elaborate further and instead grasped a wooden training sword, advancing towards Smoker while beckoning a senior student to engage in a duel. "I am Weasel. I am here to spar with you. Do you require a moment to rest?" Smoker, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "Rest? I have no need for rest. Just you alone. And I should take a break? I have already stated that I am pressed for time. How long must I endure you all?" Hearing Smoker's audacious proclamation, Weasel remained unfazed. Responding with a smile, "You need not defeat anyone else, simply vanquish me. The others are inconsequential to me. But those present will acknowledge you and regard you as the leader of the academy. Is your word reliable? If I defeat you and they refuse to recognize it, would it not render my efforts futile?" Of course, Brother Weasel's word carries weight. Smoker's remarks incited a wave of indignation among the onlookers, some even resorting to profanity. Had they not recalled Weasel's earlier words, they might have resorted to physical confrontation. Smoker, observing their reaction, chuckled. "Who would have thought? Your words indeed hold some power. Very well, let us engage in a spar. I hereby declare the duel commenced." No sooner had Smoker spoken than he transformed into a cloud of white smoke, launching an assault on Weasel. In response, Weasel raised his training sword and struck at the elemental Smoker. Weasel's swordsmanship was impressively swift, executing multiple strikes in a second. Although he had yet to attain the level of a sword master, his talent in the art of the blade was evident. However, no matter how rapid his strikes, they failed to inflict any harm on the elemental Smoker. Initially, Smoker contemplated launching a counterattack against Weasel, but merely evading Weasel's relentless strikes consumed considerable energy, leaving him unable to divert any strength to return the assault. As time elapsed, Smoker grew increasingly fatigued, though his elemental form was impervious to direct attacks. The constant dispersal and restoration of his form drained his stamina, particularly under Weasel's incessant onslaught. Smoker's elemental body was often disrupted before it could fully reconstitute, which severely taxed his energy reserves. In a state of panic, Smoker resolved to evade Weasel's attacks to conserve some strength. Chapter 31. A foolish strategy. While Smoker's intentions were sound, he was unaware that his attempts at evasion only ignited hope within Weasel. Observing Smoker's retreat, Weasel recognized the effectiveness of his strikes and pursued Smoker relentlessly, affording him no opportunity to escape. Realizing he could not evade Weasel's attacks on the ground, Smoker prepared to ascend into the air. However, as he took to the skies, Weasel adeptly executed the moonwalk technique to follow him. Faced with Weasel's adept mastery of the six forms, Smoker found himself unable to evade Weasel's relentless assault. Seeing that he could not evade the attacks of the flying squirrel and unwilling to face defeat, Smoker attempted to reason with him. He murmured, "Flying squirrel, let us consider this a draw. We can resume our battle in a couple of days." However, the flying squirrel paid no heed to Smoker's proposition. Instead, his assault intensified in response to Smoker's apparent submission. Observing from a distance, Carp remarked, "That fellow is about to lose. There's nothing left to see. Let us take our leave." The onlookers nodded in agreement and turned to depart. During the Warring States period, Zephyr remarked, "That squirrel you trained has indeed shown remarkable progress. Not only does he possess a certain proficiency in the swordsmanship, but he has also adeptly mastered the 6 styles. And his temperament is commendable. He is a promising candidate for leading troops." Kong agreed. "Indeed, he is quite impressive." Zephyr, with a tone of indifference, replied, "What is so impressive? If that squirrel were not so distracted by matters beyond swordsmanship, he would have already mastered the advanced hockey. Would he still resort to such clumsy tactics to attack? He hasn't even utilized any of the techniques I taught them for dealing with those with abilities before mastering hockey. It is only because that smoker fellow is young and rather foolish that he was outwitted by the squirrel's tactics. Employing such methods against others would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. I shall make it a point to thoroughly instruct those individuals when I next visit the academy." Kapu interjected, "Where is Smoker foolish? I think he is quite capable." The others were bemused by Kapu's peculiar reasoning, finding that Smoker increasingly resembled Kapu himself. Subsequently, they dispersed, each heading toward their respective abodes. After the group from the Warring States departed, the Weasel swiftly triumphed over Smoker. Initially, Smoker could have held on a bit longer. But upon realizing that the Weasel was disregarding him, he understood that defeat was inevitable. Smoker, known for his tenacity, sought an opportunity to strike first. Before long, he found an opening, unaware that the vulnerability was intentionally presented by the Weasel. As Smoker emerged from his elemental form to launch an attack, he was met with the Weasel's weapon aimed directly at his head. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Smoker instinctively attempted to evade the Weasel's strike. The Weasel, exercising restraint, refrained from using his gun and instead delivered a swift blow to Smoker's rear with his sword. This sudden attack evoked memories of Smoker's father cooking bamboo shoots with meat back in Logue Town, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. "I concede this time, but I shall return to claim victory." With those defiant words, Smoker transformed into smoke and fled. The senior students erupted in cheers, only to be swiftly silenced by the Weasel. "We must not be like that reckless Smoker. He is merely 12 years old, and we are several years his senior. It would be shameful to take pride in defeating him. It is getting late, and tomorrow Admiral Zephyr will be teaching us. Let us return and rest adequately." The students, recognizing that Smoker had long since vanished and considering the time, obediently made their way back to the dormitory. Yet, on their way, they continued to extol the Weasel's prowess. The following morning, in a training classroom at the academy, Admiral Zephyr was reprimanding the students, most of whom had been provoked by Smoker the previous day. "You lot are in your 20s yet were bested by a mere 12-year-old newcomer. What has become of your dignity as senior students? The moment he challenged you, your authority evaporated. Had it not been for the Weasel, you would have faced utter disgrace. However, Weasel, do not take this as praise. With your combat experience and strength, you needn't exert yourself against a child like Smoker." A student murmured quietly, but Smoker is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Though the student's voice was barely audible, Zephyr's keen senses caught every word. With a dismissive snort, Zephyr replied, "I understand your discontent, believing Smoker relied solely on his smoke fruit to confront you. That his victory was merely luck. Yet, possessing the smoke fruit is a testament to Smoker's abilities. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. If you doubt him now, do you truly believe you won't encounter Logia users beyond the academy? When you engage in battle with a pirate and express your grievances of unfairness, do you truly believe he would concede and surrender merely due to your claim of injustice? Certainly not. Moreover, I have previously elucidated the vulnerabilities associated with the devil fruit. One must adeptly exploit these weaknesses when confronting its wielders. Even those with Logia-type abilities, being devil fruit users themselves, possess their own frailties. Yet, through yesterday's skirmish, it became evident that you have forgotten the strategies I imparted to you for dealing with such adversaries. Henceforth, today's training will be doubled. No food shall be served until the training is completed." The trainees, blushing with embarrassment from Zephyr's admonishment, dared not utter a word and promptly returned to their training regimen. Thus, a month elapsed. During this period, Sengoku and Tsuru primarily managed the operations of the logistics company, as only upon its establishment could the conscription begin. Numerous events transpired within this month, the most notable being the incidents involving the warlords of the sea. Carp had even sought to invite Whitebeard to join their ranks, only to be met with refusal. Whitebeard proclaimed his disdain for serving the world government, a sentiment shared by many pirates. Conversely, A multitude of pirates sought to leverage the Navy's power, leading to a frenzied campaign to eliminate other pirates in pursuit of becoming warlords of the sea. Consequently, the seas descended further into chaos. Many pirates voluntarily approached Marineford, aspiring to join the ranks of the warlords, yet most were apprehended by the Marines stationed at the headquarters. This sparked considerable uproar, as the majority of pirates believed the Navy was deceiving them into mutual slaughter under the guise of becoming warlords. Although they were already inclined towards self-destruction, the sensation of being duped by the Navy was profoundly disheartening. Chapter 32. The Logistics Company in a Moment. A multitude of pirates clamored for an explanation from the Navy. However, the Navy showed little interest in addressing their grievances. The timid pirates, witnessing this, could only swallow their pride, while the more ferocious pirates resorted to direct assaults. Fearful of attacking Marineford, they redirected their aggression towards various marine outposts, prompting the officers to become increasingly occupied. Even Sengoku, who was preoccupied with the logistics company, found himself compelled to intervene on several occasions, particularly when pirate crews attempted to plunder the Sabaody archipelago. As the admiral stationed at headquarters, Sengoku naturally had to take action. Ultimately, this tumultuous affair was quelled when a pirate ascended to the rank of warlord of the sea. He proclaimed that to become a warlord, one must first receive an invitation from the Navy and fulfill their stipulated requirements. As for the pirates previously detained by the Navy, they lacked the qualifications to become warlords, which led to their capture. Following this declaration, the pirates ceased their aggressive assaults on the Navy's outposts, ushering in a fleeting period of tranquility upon the seas. The first individual to attain the status of warlord of the sea was none other than the king of the desert, Sir Crocodile. Crocodile was not invited by the warlords of the sea. Rather, it was Carp who encountered him while seeking out Whitebeard. During their encounter, a confrontation ensued between Carp and Crocodile, with Carp ultimately emerging victorious. Recognizing Crocodile's formidable strength, Carp extended an invitation for him to join the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. Initially taken aback by Carp's proposition, Crocodile contemplated the implications of Carp's willingness to engage in future sparring sessions. Naturally, Carp would not oppose having someone to practice with. With Carp's consent secured, Crocodile commenced a campaign against other pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million berries, dismissing any targets with lesser rewards as beneath his dignity. Once he had amassed an adequate number of pirate heads, Crocodile made his way to Marineford, bearing his trophies. During the Warring States period, Sengoku was quite astonished to hear that Crocodile had been invited by Garp to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After inquiring with Garp, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. Following a warning to Crocodile, Sengoku ultimately permitted him to become the inaugural warlord of the sea. Initially, Sengoku's plan was to recruit Dragon and Fisher Tiger for this role, but after numerous attempts to contact them yielded no response, he had little choice but to proceed. With Dragon being unreachable, Sengoku did not delve further into the matter and urged Garp to make haste in contacting Fisher Tiger. However, Sengoku discovered that there were no records of Fisher Tiger within the Navy's documentation, which only heightened his elation. This was because Fisher Tiger was a figure of unparalleled strength among the fishmen, the first leader of Fishman Street, and a hero who had rescued thousands of slaves at Mariewa. From this, it was evident that Fisher Tiger not only possessed formidable power but also enjoyed immense respect within the Fishman community. If they could win him over, the entire Fishman tribe would likely align themselves with the Navy, making the formation of a Fishman battalion a feasible endeavor. More importantly, Fisher Tiger had yet to suffer disillusionment at the hands of humanity, making it an opportune moment to gain his allegiance. Sengoku intended to resolve the matters concerning the courier company before promptly setting sail for Fishman Island in search of Fisher Tiger, motivated by more than mere admiration for mermaids. After a month of diligent effort, the foundational framework of the courier company was nearly complete, and the personnel had been adequately trained, with operations expected to commence within another month. One day, as Sengoku and Tsuru were engrossed in the courier company's affairs, a marine rushed in, exclaiming, "Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Kong requests your presence immediately in his office, and he insists that Vice Admiral Tsuru accompany you." Though interrupted and somewhat displeased, Sengoku refrained from directing his frustration at the messenger. Exchanging a glance with Tsuru, they delegated their tasks and hurried toward Kong's office at the quickest possible pace. In a blink, Sengoku and Tsuru arrived at Kong's office. Upon their entrance, Kong adopted a serious demeanor and promptly inquired, "Sengoku, Tsuru, how are matters regarding the courier company progressing? Can Sengoku depart now?" Crane replied, The foundational framework of the Express Delivery Company has been established. What remains are tasks of lesser significance. In just a month, our Naval Express Delivery Company shall commence operations, and thus, Sengoku may leave now. The reason why Sengoku is still monitoring the logistics company is entirely due to concerns regarding the inadequacy of others in handling matters. However, after several days of Sengoku refraining from involvement, it has become evident that others have managed the documentation without error, thereby demonstrating the effectiveness of our prior training endeavors. Henceforth, I shall oversee matters alone. Should any assignments arise, Sengoku may feel free to mobilize as needed. Admiral K's face brightened as he remarked, "Both of you have performed admirably. Indeed, there is a significant task that requires Sengoku's intervention. I summoned you to inquire about the operational status of your logistics company. If Sengoku is unable to depart, I shall take matters into my own hands. Admiral K, you are our esteemed Navy's commander. How can you so casually engage in direct action? Please, to share what the task entails?" For this past month, Sengoku has been utterly exhausted by the demands of the logistics company, eagerly awaiting a task that would require his expertise. After such an extended period without any assignments, his frustration grew. Today, however, the prospect of a mission ignited a spark of excitement within him. This assignment pertains to the former member of the Roger Pirates, Devil's descendant Douglas Bullet. Your objective is to apprehend Douglas Bullet and transport him to Impel Down. To mitigate unnecessary losses, you, along with Carp and Zephyr, must collaborate to capture him at the lowest possible cost. Originally, I had no intention of confronting him, but upon learning of Sengoku's impending demise, Bullet has begun to act recklessly, particularly in recent times, his audacity escalating to the point of boldly attacking our Navy's vessels. Reports indicate that he even intends to assault the G1 branch. Thus, it is imperative that you apprehend Bullet beforehand to prevent any damage to G1. I have already identified the location for capturing Bullet, a desolate island along his anticipated route. It is the most suitable place to neutralize him. Given Bullet's devastating abilities granted by his devil fruit, engaging him on a deserted island will serve to diminish some of his power, thereby easing your task considerably. The Warring States nodded and said, "I understand, Commander Kong. Shall I set off at once?" Chapter 33, Barrett. I have already dispatched the markers indicating the location of the ambush to the navigator aboard your warship. Once you board the vessel, you will be ready to depart. Carp and Zifa are also en route to the ambush site. Jean Guo, without further ado, departed from the vacant office and made his way to his warship. Upon arriving, he discovered that the vessel was already occupied by numerous Marines, with Porcelino standing prominently among them. As soon as the Warring States stepped aboard the warship, it set sail. As Sengoku approached Porcelino, he inquired, "Have you been sent by the Admiral?" "Indeed, Mr. Sengoku," replied Porcelino. "Once we encounter Barrett, I shall allow you to confront him first, so that I may witness your true prowess. After all, Barrett is a formidable opponent, capable of matching the Dark King Rayleigh in combat, making him a worthy adversary for you. Within the confines of Kawa, he is truly a terrifying foe." Sengoku cast a silent glance at Porcelino, whose words spoke of terror while his eyes radiated a fierce combat spirit. Subsequently, Sengoku sought refuge in a room to rest. For an entire month, he had been sleeping and eating within the confines of the office prepared by the logistics company, enduring a continuous stretch without a proper night's sleep. In anticipation of the forthcoming battle, it was imperative for Sengoku to maintain his peak condition. After a day and night of rest, Sengoku awakened, and without delay, he began to replenish his strength with a meal. Having slept for an extended period, his appetite had significantly increased, and he feasted for 2 consecutive hours. Just as he finished his meal, Sengoku noticed that the battleship had come to a halt. Gazing into the distance, he discerned a multitude of warships anchored near a desolate island, and he understood that they had arrived at the ambush site. Upon setting foot on the desolate island, Sengoku was immediately confronted by a multitude of Marines, an encounter that darkened his expression. Swiftly, he sought out Zephyr and Carp. Before Carp could extend a greeting, Sengoku interjected with a pressing inquiry. "Who dispatched these Marines? Is such a contingent truly necessary to deal with the solitary Barrett? Moreover, you must understand that the sheer number of troops is inconsequential in confronting Barrett's fruit-based powers. The weapons wielded by these Marines could inadvertently augment Barrett's strength. Urgently, I implore you to have them withdraw with their arms and vessels from this forsaken isle. I cannot afford to be stranded without a means of return." At that moment, a nearby rear admiral, Sensing Sengoku's ire, nervously responded, "Admiral Sengoku, I shall promptly relocate all Marines from the island." Zhangguo recognized the vice admiral who was hastily departing as the commander of the G1 branch. Observing that the officer was approaching retirement age, Zhangguo felt reluctant to impose further criticism. However, once the situation with Barrett was resolved, Zhangguo was determined to appoint a new commander for the G1 branch. For it was the largest naval branch in the New World, and he could not entrust such an important position to someone he did not fully trust. "What has stirred such ire in you, Sengoku?" Karp inquired, a bright smile gracing his face as he indulged in a donut. In a swift motion, Sengoku snatched the remaining half-bag of donuts from Garp's hands and proceeded to empty its contents into his mouth. "Ah, Sengoku, my donuts." After the Warring States swallowed the last bite of his donut, he disregarded Karp, who was demanding that he compensate him for the treat. He then questioned, "You too? As well? How could you be so oblivious? That fellow may be ignorant of Barrett's devil fruit powers, but you both have faced him in battle. Are you truly unaware of Barrett's abilities?" Zephyr, with an expression of awkwardness, replied, "Karp and I arrived first. We had no idea he would bring such a multitude of Marines with him." Zhangguo waved his hand and said, "Forget about that matter. Where is Barrett now?" Kazan, standing nearby, responded, "According to the intelligence, Mr. Zhangguo, Barrett will arrive at this desolate island in an hour." It was only then that the Warring States realized that not only Kazan, but also Saraski was present. An hour remained. There was still ample time to devise a battle plan. In my opinion, what is the need for a battle plan? We can simply take action. With the three of us here, not to mention just Barrett alone, even the formidable Roger pirates in their prime would not instill fear in us. In a moment of exasperation, Sengoku addressed Karp. "Karp, kindly refrain from speaking. Your role is not to devise battle strategies, but rather to listen attentively. Since the three of you are present, you shall lead the assault on Barrett, while we shall provide support from the sidelines, allowing us to witness the prowess of our Navy's future three admirals." Sengoku's decision to designate them as the primary attackers raised concerns. There is no cause for alarm. Their strength is sufficient to confront such formidable foes, and with our support, their safety is assured. Zephyr retorted stubbornly, "I'm not worried for their safety. My concern lies in their potential failure to subdue Barrett swiftly. Should any unforeseen events transpire and they are unable to fulfill the Marshal's mandate, our Navy would suffer a significant blow, given that our elite forces have mobilized entirely for this mission." Zephyr's words struck a chord with Sengoku, who recognized the possibility of unforeseen complications. If any of Roger's crew were to intervene and rescue Barrett, we would be in dire straits. We have 3 hours until sunset. You must apprehend Barrett before the sun descends. Once it sets, we shall intervene, meaning you have merely 2 hours to subdue him. With that, Sengoku gestured towards the sun. Upon hearing Sengoku's remarks, Zephyr's expression darkened instantly. The 2-hour constraint compounded their existing limitations as they were already unable to eliminate Barrett. Now, the pressure of time only intensified their predicament. Before Zhangguo could speak, Kazan interjected, "Teacher Zfa, you must have faith in the prowess of the three of us. Though our opponents are former members of the Roger Pirates, we are not lacking in strength ourselves." Upon hearing Kazan's words, Zfa looked at his 3 spirited disciples and realized that his concern had led to a moment of recklessness. He felt no need to apologize for his past relationship with Zhangguo. Thus, with a hint of awkwardness, Zfa remarked, "I shall go and check on the evacuation of the soldiers on the island." With that, he vanished from their sight as if in a bid to escape. Zhangguo, observing the situation, chuckled and remarked, "Your teacher is merely flustered out of concern for you. In all my years working alongside Zfa, I have never encountered such a Zfa before. When you engage in battle with Barrett later, make sure to fight splendidly and restore your teacher's dignity." "Yes, Mr. Zhangguo," the 3 responded in unison. Zhangguo nodded in satisfaction, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming events, eager to witness the capabilities of the 3 admirals still holding the rank of vice admiral. Regardless of how they performed, Zhangguo would undoubtedly critique them, urging them to train with greater diligence, for it was only through such efforts that their strengths could be enhanced in the future. Chapter 34, Bullet Form of Course. Should they excel remarkably and successfully apprehend Barrett, Zhangguo would still find grounds to argue that their teamwork was lacking, prompting them to cultivate a deeper combat synergy. This, in turn, would strengthen their bonds, ensuring that in the future, they would not encounter the same predicament faced by Sakazuki during the previous war at the summit, where he found himself overwhelmed. An hour swiftly passed, and soon a grand vessel emerged upon the horizon, its bow proudly displaying a tall, robust man clad in a black military uniform adorned with various commendations, his golden hair catching the light. In the tumultuous era of the warring states, a voice proclaimed, "Barrett has made his appearance. It is time for the three of you to take action." Without further ado, Kazan and his companions surged forth with remarkable swiftness toward Barrett, with the fleet-footed Borisellino leading the charge. Just as Borisellino's assault was about to connect with Barrett, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Numerous warships emerged around Barrett's vessel, unleashing a relentless barrage of cannon fire upon it. Observing this, Kazan and his companions retreated hastily. Who has initiated the decree for the extermination of demons? The first reaction of Sengoku was to glance at Zifa and Karp, for among those present, only the three of them were qualified to issue the demon-slaying order. Such a magnitude of bombardment could only be accomplished through that decree. Upon witnessing the situation, Zifa and Karp's expressions also shifted, seeing Sengoku looking at them. They simultaneously shook their heads, indicating that it was not their doing. The warring states, perplexed by the unfolding events, questioned who could have instigated the demon extermination order if it was not the three of them. Before they could ponder further, Barrett soared from the epicenter of the bombardment, charging towards the warships that had initiated the order. The tattered state of Barrett's garments indicated that he too had sustained injuries. Upon witnessing the situation, the warring states immediately dispatched Kazan and the others to intervene. However, the distance was insurmountable, and by the time the swiftest Borisellino arrived, Barrett had already obliterated a naval vessel. Not pausing after the destruction of the first ship, Barrett prepared to annihilate another. The soldiers aboard attempted to thwart him. Yet before they could unleash their attacks, they were overwhelmed by the terrifying Blue Conqueror's haki emanating from Barrett, rendering them unconscious. Those who withstood the haki were no match for Barrett's formidable strength. Just as Barrett was about to destroy the ship beneath him, a flash of light struck his hand, halting his advance. Borisellino had kicked Barrett back several paces, leaving him momentarily stunned. Observing this, Borisellino remarked, within the vicinity of Kawa, "You truly embody the prowess of a former member of the Roger Pirates, effortlessly resisting our long-range lightspeed kick." Enraged, Barrett bellowed, "Your strength as a Marine is commendable. You could be my opponent, but you are not my match. Like that fellow from years past, you too are a Logia user. Yet he wielded sand while you command light. And remember, I am no longer a subordinate of that deceased Roger. I am Douglas Barrett. And I shall surpass Roger in due time." Kawa within, "Battling a monster like you is quite taxing." As Borisellino finished speaking, Kazan and Sakazuki arrived on the ship. "Oh, three of you? Splendid. I was just lamenting the lack of an engaging battle. I hope you can provide me with a more exhilarating fight," Barrett declared. Charging towards the trio, he aimed to prioritize Borisellino, but the latter's speed was daunting, and with Kazan and Sakazuki restraining him, Barrett found it impossible to pursue Borisellino. Thus, he redirected his assault towards Sakazuki. Sakazuki, undeterred by Barrett's charge, countered with a massive eruption of flames, launching a fist-sized magma projectile at him. While simultaneously charging forward with his sword drawn, Barrett effortlessly evaded the magma projectile, and as their fists and swords clashed, it was evident that Barrett possessed the greater strength. However, Sakazuki was not alone. Seizing the opportunity, Kazan unleashed a two-pronged spear attack towards Barrett, while Borisellino fired a laser beam in his direction. Barrett, facing three adversaries, chose not to withstand their assaults directly. Instead, he entered his devil form and instantaneously teleported in front of Kazan. With a single punch, he sent Kazan crashing into the sea, whereupon Kazan transformed the surrounding waters into solid ice. Observing this, Barrett leaped onto the icy surface and charged towards Kazan, intent on eliminating him first. However, Kazan, undeterred, though not a match for Barrett, was nonetheless capable of holding his ground. For a brief moment, he managed to fend off Barrett until the arrival of Akainu and the third ally. Soon, the four were embroiled in a chaotic melee, their battleground shifting constantly. The air was filled with the cacophony of explosions as frost, magma, and laser beams collided. They fought for over an hour, their conflict moving from the ocean to a deserted island. Barrett unleashed a powerful punch, creating distance between himself and the trio. While all four sustained injuries, Barrett bore the brunt of the damage, clearly more grievously wounded. Yet, rather than succumb to fear, Barrett felt exhilarated. "Your skills are commendable. I underestimated you. But why do you fight so timidly? Do you believe I am unworthy of your full strength?" Or is there another reason you cannot unleash your true power? Regardless, this will soon change. I will compel you to fight at your utmost, though you may choose to hold back. But know that the price of restraint is death. Bullet form. Upon uttering these words, Barrett erupted into a maniacal laugh, his conqueror's haki radiating freely. The vessels that had previously encountered Barrett began to disintegrate, their remnants coalescing into a blue substance that flowed towards him. Although the trio had never faced Barrett before and were uncertain of his intentions, they understood that once he completed his transformation, he would become a formidable force. Thus, they resolved not to allow him to succeed easily and unleashed their most powerful techniques. Raging Falcon-S Beak, Hellhound, Lightspeed Kick, a colossal ice bird, a gigantic magma hound, and a dazzling laser beam surged towards Barrett. Sensing the imminent danger, Barrett swiftly summoned the blue substance surrounding him for defense. A tremendous explosion ensued, accompanied by a dense cloud of steam. Before the steam could dissipate, Barrett charged forth, launching an assault on the trio. Fortunately, they remained in a heightened state of alertness, utilizing elemental forms to evade the attack. Once they regained their footing, they were astonished to see Barrett had dramatically increased in size. From an exterior perspective, he seemed entirely transformed, becoming an imposing figure. Chapter 35, CP9. Though the trio's earlier assault failed to prevent Barrett's transformation, the newly transformed Barrett was left with only one arm, an evident testament to the damage they had inflicted. The four individuals then engaged in combat together. Yet the struggle persisted until the sun dipped below the horizon, remaining unresolved. As Sengoku glanced at the side, he and Carp exchanged smiles, proclaiming, "The sun has set. It is time for us to take action. Quickly, let's apprehend Barrett, so we can inquire about the one who issued the demon-slaying decree. We must act swiftly, for delay breeds uncertainty." Before Zifa could finish his statement, Carp dashed forward, prompting Sengoku and Zifa to hastily pursue. In no time, the trio moved swiftly to Barrett's vicinity. Zifa shouted to Kazan and the others, "You three, step aside." The trio cast a glance at the now pitch-black sky and immediately transformed, retreating into the distance. Observing Kazan and the others retreating, Barrett, not being foolish, assumed it was his own strength that prompted their withdrawal. He too began to prepare for escape. However, before he could make his move, three figures appeared before him. Each of them struck with a mere punch, which, although seemingly ordinary, carried a formidable haki far surpassing his own. Realizing he could not withstand such an assault, Barrett summoned the remnants of his haki for defense. With his haki summoned, Barrett's already severely damaged bullet-shaped robot appeared to gain a semblance of sturdiness. Yet, this level of defense was utterly insufficient against Sengoku and his companions. The moment their fists made contact with the robot's surface, it emitted a sound reminiscent of shattering porcelain, and soon, it crumbled into countless fragments, with Barrett tumbling out from within the wreckage. As Sengoku gazed sternly at Barrett, he declared, "Barrett, you have been apprehended." Barrett struggled to rise, casting a fleeting glance at Sengoku and his companions before collapsing once more. He murmured, "The Navy truly holds me in high regard. Capturing Roger must require such a setup." With those words, Barrett succumbed to unconsciousness. Subsequently, Sengoku instructed Kazan and the others to confine Barrett using the purest sea prism stone. In the conference room of the Warring States, several individuals were engaged in a conversation with Kong. "Has the mission of the Warring States been accomplished? Have you successfully captured that fellow Barrett?" "We have indeed completed the mission, and Barrett has been escorted to Impel Down. However, there is a matter we would like to inquire about from Admiral Kong." "Speak candidly." Admiral Kong's tone was notably cheerful. "Was the demon-slaying order to capture Barrett issued by you today?" "The demon-slaying order? What demon-slaying order? I did not issue such an order. With the three of you present, why would I need to? Moreover, what scale of demon-slaying order would be necessary to obliterate Barrett in a single strike? Was it the order from Garp and Zephyr?" "I assure you, it was not from me." "Nor from me. Zephyr, Garp, you are also here. None of us issued the demon-slaying order, which means no one in our Navy is qualified to do so. Please wait a moment. I will inquire further." With that, Kong disconnected the transponder snail. The conference room was engulfed in silence. Suddenly, a Marine burst in, exclaiming, "Admiral, it's bad." Sengoku furrowed his brow as he observed the anxious Marine. "What troubles you? Is it that pirates have come to rescue Barrett?" "Admiral Sengoku, we have indeed spotted pirates from a distance, but they appear disinterested in aiding Barrett. They remain stationary, as if merely spectators, with some even indulging in festivities. However, the CP agents are here demanding Barrett from us." Upon hearing the Marine's words, the expressions of those within the conference room turned grim. These bothersome individuals. Carp. Take Borisolino and the other two and eliminate those pirates. We do not possess enough escort vessels for capture, if they wish to spectate. Let them do so to their heart's content. Zephyr, return and confront those CP agents. I am eager to see who dares to come here so brazenly to demand our prisoner. With that, Sengoku picked up the Din Din Mushi and proceeded to seek out the CP-0 agents alongside the Marine. The others, upon witnessing Sengoku's decisive actions, complied with his orders and exited the conference room. As soon as Zhangguo arrived outside the conference room, he noticed a group of agents clad in black suits standing on the deck. Before he could approach to speak, a member of the CP rushed up to him, grasped his hand with a smile, and exclaimed, "Ah, it is General Zhangguo. It has been quite some time since we last met." Zhangguo scrutinized the individual before him and discerned that the person's appearance was exceedingly unsavory. It dawned on Zhangguo that this was Spandam, the commander of CP-9. Recalling Spandam, Zhangguo remembered a favor he owed him from several years past, which prompted him to present a golden transponder snail capable of initiating the demon extermination order to Spandam. With this realization, Zhangguo understood who had instigated the recent demon extermination order. The debts left by his predecessor must ultimately be settled by himself. In the Warring States period, Zhangguo calmly inquired, "Spandane, what brings you here? Was it you who issued the recent demon-slaying order?" Spandane replied with confidence, "Indeed, it was I who initiated that decree. And I utilized the golden transmitter beetle that you, the great general of the Warring States, bestowed upon me. My pre-prepared demon-slaying order surely proved to be of great assistance to you." With that, Spandane proudly revealed the golden transmitter beetle. As Sengoku swiftly evaded the golden telephone bug, he tucked it away. Spandam, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "What are you doing, Admiral Sengoku?" "Silence. Follow me," Sengoku commanded, striding towards the conference room alongside Zifa. Reluctantly, Spandam led his men to follow, but upon reaching the entrance to the conference room, several Marines obstructed the path of the other CP-9 agents. Enraged, Spandam shouted, "What is the meaning of this? Who gave you the audacity to block my men?" The Marines, standing firm yet respectful, replied, "It is the admirals who granted us this authority. They have permitted only you to enter the conference room. All others are forbidden." As the Marines spoke, the distant echoes of explosions reverberated through the nearby waters, startling Spandam. The Marines cast scornful glances at the shaken Spandam, who felt an immediate surge of indignation at being mocked by soldiers of lesser rank. However, he quickly regained his composure. This was Sengoku's warship, not a place for his outbursts. Chapter 36. Spandam with no outlet for his frustration. Spandam glared at his subordinates, berating them. "Are your ears deaf? Did you not hear the explosions? Go and investigate at once." "Yes, Commander Spandam," they replied. He shot a disdainful glance at the Marines outside the conference room before making his way inside. What was there to investigate? It was merely Admiral Carp's pursuit of those pirates. Unfortunately, they had been assigned to guard the conference room. Otherwise, they could have accompanied Admiral Carp and perhaps earned some merit, possibly even a promotion. Though the voices of two Marines were barely audible, Spandam caught their words, which only fueled his ire and resentment towards them. His countenance darkened as he approached the conference room, yet the moment he stepped inside, his expression transformed dramatically, akin to the art of face-changing in Sichuan opera, morphing from a scowl to a radiant smile. Zhangguo noticed Spandane entering and gestured for him to find a seat. To his surprise, Spandane took the cue and climbed the ranks, choosing a chair that was closest to Zhangguo to settle into. Seeing the situation in the Warring States, there was not much to be said. At that moment, Spandane took the lead and inquired, "Warring States General, why did you take back the golden telephone insect that was sent to me?" The Warring States, displeased, remarked, "You have already utilized it. Naturally, I must reclaim it. Are you aware that your recent invocation of the demon-slaying order has caused great calamity?" Spandane visibly panicked for a moment, then replied with a smile. "How has my invocation of the demon-slaying order led to such disaster, great general of the Warring States? Although I did not directly deplete Barrett's stamina, it certainly served its purpose, and in the end, we managed to capture that deranged fellow, Barrett. One cannot say that I have caused any misfortune." Admiral Sengoku gazed at Spandam with an expression akin to incredulity, as if he were observing a fool. "It appears you remain oblivious to the calamity you have unleashed. Allow me to extend my benevolence and enlighten you. Firstly, one of your transgressions includes the reckless activation of the demon-slaying order, which has disrupted our naval strategies and indirectly nearly allowed Barrett to escape. Spandam, you ought to recall the conditions under which I granted you the golden transponder snail when the demon-slaying order was invoked. Swallowing hard, Spandam responded, Indeed, Admiral Sengoku. You explicitly informed me that prior notification was essential before activating the demon-slaying order to prevent interference with the Navy's regular operations and to facilitate troop mobilization. If you remembered this, then why did you suddenly initiate the order without warning? Furthermore, our headquarters received no notification regarding the activation of the demon-slaying order. Were it not for your revelation, we would still be in the dark about who instigated it. Currently, Admiral Akiji is endeavoring to ascertain the identity of the one who set the order in motion. Moreover, from where did you summon those warships? They were dispatched by me from various branches in the New World using the golden transponder snail. Upon facing Sengoku's inquiries, Spandam blurted out the truth without hesitation. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he was engulfed by regret. This utterance only serves to further incriminate you, Spandam. Do you not realize that if the Gorosei were to discover that a mere commander of CP9 could mobilize a naval fleet comparable to the demon-slaying order at will, what would be their judgment of you? Would they not suspect you of treachery against the world government? Might they not initiate an investigation into your actions? Can you bear the weight of such scrutiny? Every utterance from Admiral Sengoku pierced Spandam like a dagger, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. He was acutely aware of the transgression he had committed in mobilizing the Navy, particularly of such a grand scale. If the five elders were to discover his actions, his fate would be dire. Even if they did not believe he would betray the world government, they would certainly harbor suspicions and launch an investigation. Spandam knew he could not withstand such scrutiny. Should it occur, he would emerge not unscathed, and his current position would be irrevocably lost. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Spandam clung desperately to Sengoku's leg, pleading, Admiral Sengoku, you must save me. I, Spandam, am utterly loyal to the world government, with no intent of treachery. Although my actions may have disrupted this operation, your esteemed colleagues have nonetheless achieved success. Furthermore, the intelligence for this mission was provided by us at CP9. Without our information, capturing Barrett would have been impossible. In the Warring States period, gazing at Spandam, who was clutching his leg, tears streaming down his face and snot threatening to stain his trousers, one offered words of encouragement. Spandam, you are the commander of CP9. How could you present yourself in such a manner? If others were to see you, it would be utterly disgraceful. You must rise at once. It is far better to endure embarrassment than to face certain death. Moreover, there is no one else who will enter the conference room. You have instructed the Marines outside to bar any intruders. I assure you, my dignity remains intact. If you do not come to my aid, I shall not rise. As the Warring States listened to the brazen remarks of Spandam, they could not help but shake their heads in resignation at the plight of the Marine outside. Just as the Warring States was about to continue persuading Spandam to rise, the door to the conference room was abruptly flung open. In the Warring States period, one could only perceive Spandam swiftly rising from beside the Warring States, as he hastily seated himself upon a chair, even wiping away the traces of tears and the remnants of mucus from his face. Buddha Sengoku gazed at Spandam with an expression of utter astonishment. None of the pirates from the Warring States could withstand even a single punch from me. Upon recognizing that the newcomer was Carp, Spandam contemplated feigning misery, yearning to cling to Sengoku's leg for support. However, Sengoku, who had been keenly observing Spandam, would not allow him to grasp his leg and smear his snot onto his trousers. To protect his garments from such indignity, Sengoku, as Spandam prepared to rise, unleashed his conqueror's haki, singularly targeting Spandam, compelling him to return to his seat. The Warring States turned to the terrified Spandam and said, Do not be overly agitated. I have not declared that I would not rescue you. This situation is not devoid of opportunities for redemption. Calm yourself for the moment, and I shall reveal the solution shortly. After addressing Spandam, the Warring States shifted his gaze towards Carp. Why have you returned alone? What of the three Borsellino and the others? Why did they not accompany you back? The battle was not yet concluded, and thus, they were unable to return. They are currently engaged in subduing the remaining pirates. Zhanghua and ZFA exchanged bewildered glances directed at Carp, who soon became aware of their scrutiny. Why are you looking at me like that? He inquired. I have successfully sunk the ships of those pirates and eliminated their captains. I have returned, and the remaining pirates can be easily dealt with by any one of Kazan and his companions. With all three of them here, there is no cause for concern. Surely, my actions this time were commendable. He chuckled lightly. Chapter 37. Human Relationships. During the Warring States period, Carp indeed performed admirably. Since he had little else to occupy his time there, he refrained from further commentary on Carp. It was only then that Carp noticed Spandam, who wore a look of astonishment, and exclaimed, "Spandam, what are you doing here? Surely, you don't intend to compete with us for Barrett, do you?" Spandam responded sheepishly. Vice Admiral Carp. In the midst of the warring states, someone intervened to assist Spandam, stating, "Spandam, the resolution to your predicament is rather straightforward. We merely need to refrain from reporting it. If we do not report it, the 5 Elder Stars will naturally overlook such trivial matters. However, why should we aid someone who seeks to usurp the credit?" After Sengoku finished speaking, Zephyr and Carp fixed their scrutinizing gazes upon Spandam, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine under the intense scrutiny of the 3 highest powers of the Navy. After a moment of hesitation, Spandam, under the weight of their gaze, managed to stammer, "As long as you do not report this matter, Admiral Sengoku, I owe you a favor." However, he quickly corrected himself. "No, I owe a favor not only to Admiral Sengoku, but also to Admiral Zephyr and Vice Admiral Carp." He continued, "I am well aware of your formidable strengths. Yet there may come a time when you will require my assistance. After all, when it comes to intelligence capabilities, our CP9 may not boast of much. But we excel in this regard, surpassing even the members of CP0." Just as Zephyr was about to decline, Sengoku's piercing gaze restrained him. The warring states remarked, "It seems that you, Spandane, have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. If we fail to report this matter to Admiral Kong, your proposition may indeed appear satisfactory. However, it is no longer adequate now, and time is not on your side. Should Admiral Kong relay this to the 5 elders, you will find yourself devoid of everything. You must ponder this carefully before you speak." Spandane gritted his teeth and replied, "General Warring States, what is it that you truly wish for me to do in order for you to keep this matter under wraps? My demands are rather simple. Let us proceed based on the favors you owe. However, a single favor is insufficient. You must owe each of us 3 favors and owe Admiral Kong 6. This is not too burdensome, considering the risks we are undertaking to conceal this matter for you, not to mention the potential repercussions from Admiral Kong. I must remind you, that golden telephone was a gift from me. General Warring States, I concede to your request." Spandane responded almost immediately upon the conclusion of Warring States' words. After all, conceding to Warring States' demands would merely result in the loss of some resources. Resources can be replenished. However, if the 5 elders were to discover the truth, he would be left with nothing, not even the assurance of his own life. Moreover, individuals of Warring States' caliber may never exhaust their debts of gratitude throughout their lifetime. 1 favor is hardly distinguishable from 3. Yet, what transpired next left Spandane utterly astounded. In the realm of the Warring States, Sengoku remarked, "Since Spandam has already acquiesced, let us first have him fulfill a single condition for the 3 of us. Assist us in procuring a demon fruit each, as the rarity of the fruits shall reflect your sincerity. Securing 1 fruit will absolve a favor. I surmise that seeking out a demon fruit should not pose a challenge for your CP9 members, correct?" Spandam gritted his teeth, responding, "Indeed, it should not be a problem. I shall expedite the search for the 3 of you. With matters settled, we ought to consult with Admiral Kong next. Should there be no further business, you may commence your quest for the demon fruits. After all, the swifter you locate them, the greater your sincerity will appear." Spandam forced a wry smile, saying, "Then I shall not intrude upon you any longer." With that, he departed without delay. Upon the closing of the door, Zephyr immediately inquired, "Sengoku, are you truly intent on keeping this matter concealed from him? Should those above become aware, not only will Spandam suffer the consequences, but our Navy shall also face repercussions. The logistics of the courier service must not be jeopardized by this situation. Assistance from CP9 would undoubtedly expedite its development. This is the optimal choice for maximizing benefits. I believe Admiral Kong would concur with my assessment." After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr asked, "Then Sengoku, why compel Spandam to seek the demon fruits? Have you not already consumed one yourself?" Zhangguo cast a sidelong glance at Zfa and remarked, "The devil fruit holds no value for me. Yet it is of great significance to Razanani and Zei. The dragon is of an age where he should consider marriage and offspring, and naturally, Carp's grandson will also require the devil fruit." Upon hearing Zhangguo's words, Zfa fell into silence. Carp, however, with a carefree demeanor, interjected, "Zhangguo, how can you be so certain that I will have a grandson?" Sengoku directly disregarded Carp. BRR. "Hey Sengoku, I have uncovered the identity behind this demon-slaying order. Marshal Kong, We are already aware. You know? How did you find out? It took me a considerable amount of time to ascertain this. In the aftermath of the Warring States period, the events were conveyed to Kong. You acted appropriately, Warring States. I cannot conceive of a more effective approach. With Spandam's assistance, our naval operations will undoubtedly become significantly more efficient. However, Warring States, you have been rather negligent in entrusting the demon-slaying order's telephone bug to a fool like Spandam. Marshal Kong. Do you think I wish to bestow upon Spandam the golden telephone bug? You are well aware of the reasons behind my decision to possess the golden telephone bug for the demon-slaying order. Cough, cough. Given that Barrett has already been apprehended, it would be prudent for you all to return to headquarters. Kong awkwardly cleared his throat. At that moment, Karp expressed his discontent. Marshal Kong. We have been without a vacation for such an extended period. It is high time we were granted some respite. In response to the situation, Sengoku acquiesced, declaring, indeed. Commander Sora, it is high time we took a respite. Otherwise, we may remain unaware of when our next break will come. Zephyr, also yearning for a holiday, was on the verge of voicing his thoughts when Sora interjected. Karp, your tomfoolery is one thing, but Sengoku, why do you join in this folly? Do you think I do not desire a break as well? If you wish to take leave, the three of you must do so in turns. Simultaneous breaks are not permitted. As for who takes leave first, you may deliberate amongst yourselves. I shall not interfere. Decide promptly who will go first. And the other two must return swiftly. With that, Sora terminated the call. Zephyr, observing the heated exchange between Sengoku and Karp, was the first to speak. Since my wife and children are at headquarters, I shall not contest with you. I will take my leave last. In the midst of the unfolding events, Zhanggue hastily remarked, Kapu, you have always taken the most leave in the past, this time. It is only fair that I take my turn. There is no need for you to decline. Upon my return, I shall certainly bring you some delectable treats. I assure you, you shall be thoroughly satisfied. If that is not enough, I shall add 100 packets of donuts and 100 packets of sabae. Chapter 38. Fishman Island, can you possibly consume all of that? At most, I will allow you 20 packets. Beyond that, you have no choice but to agree. Kapu, with a pained expression, conceded, very well, 20 packets it shall be, but I demand 20 different flavors of donuts. Agreed. ZFA interjected. Since you have come to an arrangement, let us part ways for now. Kapu quickly returned to headquarters with me. After Sengoku sent away Karp and the others, he promptly commanded the warships to set sail towards the fishmen. Suddenly, a humanoid figure of golden light materialized on the deck of Sengoku's warship. Buddha Sengoku inquired, Kizaru, what brings you aboard my warship? All those pirates have been eradicated, haven't they? Kizaru replied with a smile, of course, Mr. Sengoku. The task has been accomplished. Those that needed to be eliminated were dealt with, and those that required capture were apprehended. Since the mission is complete, why haven't you returned to headquarters with Zephyr? Mr. Sengoku, I am currently on leave. I heard from Teacher Zephyr that you are also on leave. Might you grant me a ride? Certainly, but I cannot assure you of the route, Sengoku responded. I am headed to Fishman Island. Does that align with your path? If it does not, then you should depart immediately. How could it not align? The choice is yours. With that, Sengoku made his way to the ship's mess hall for a meal. After a day of navigation, Sengoku's warship arrived at Fishman Island. Upon entering, Sengoku observed the island in utter disarray, with numerous vessels docked. The flags upon these ships clearly indicated they belonged to pirates. Before Sengoku could speak, Kizaru coldly interjected. Within the confines of the bay, Mr. Sengoku, shall we engage? Of course we shall. Confronting pirates is our duty as the Navy. I do not wish to hear such foolish questions from you again. Your guidance is duly noted, Mr. Sengoku. Your speed is impressive. Go protect the royal family of Fishman Kingdom. Understood, Mr. Sengoku. As Kizaru swiftly departed, Sengoku led the Marines down from the warship. Delving deeper, Sengoku witnessed pirates capturing members of the Fishman race, while the royal army of Fishman Kingdom valiantly resisted. Yet, the sheer number of pirates was overwhelming, rendering the royal army's forces insufficient. Upon witnessing the situation, Sengoku promptly commanded his subordinate Marines to eliminate the captured fishmen, while he hastened towards the heart of the battlefield. Along the way, he effortlessly dealt with numerous pirates. Upon arriving at the center of the battlefield, Sengoku observed Borsellino skillfully maneuvering among the pirates. Engaging in combat with remarkable ease, Sengoku discerned that none of the pirates posed a significant threat, with the mightiest among them boasting a bounty not exceeding 500 million berries. Recognizing this, Sengoku showed no hesitation and transformed into his Buddha form to commence his assault on the pirates. As soon as Sengoku transformed, a pirate immediately recognized him. Everyone flee. It is the Buddha Sengoku. Upon hearing Sengoku's name, most pirates scattered in fear, prompting the Marines and the forces of the Fishman Kingdom to pursue the fleeing pirates. However, there were some reckless pirates who charged towards Sengoku. Sengoku, your head shall be mine. Defeating you, a former rival of the Pirate King, is the first step towards my ascension as the new Pirate King. Sengoku belongs to me. By killing Sengoku, I will surely attain fame. Do not contend with me. Sengoku is mine. Several pirates swiftly advanced from the crowd towards Sengoku. Among them were those endowed with formidable abilities. As Sengoku cast a fleeting glance, he unleashed a radiant wave of light towards the pirates charging at him. The formidable shockwave struck the assailants with such force that they were sent reeling, blood spilling from their mouths before succumbing to unconsciousness. Everyone, flee. One pirate shouted in desperation. Our captain has been effortlessly defeated by Sengoku. If we do not escape, we too shall meet our demise. Even without the warning, the other pirates had already hastened their retreat the moment Sengoku made his move. As Sengoku observed, he unleashed several powerful strikes upon the fleeing pirates, and then he returned to his human form. Within the confines of Kawa, it is truly remarkable to witness Sengoku in action. These pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions pale in comparison to the might of Mr. Sengoku. One need not discern the identity of the speaker, merely listening to the tone suffices to recognize it as Admiral Borsalino. Admiral, you have entrusted me with the protection of the royal family of Fishman Island. How have you fared in this duty? Rest assured, Admiral, the royal family is exceedingly secure. The Fishmen possess formidable warriors. Even without our assistance, I believe they could repel the pirates. Since the royal family of Fishman Island is unharmed, do not grow complacent. Swiftly deal with the remaining pirates. We must not allow them to threaten the innocent citizens of the Fishman race. Indeed, Admiral, I shall attend to this matter immediately. It seems that accompanying you is not the most leisurely of choices. After venting his frustrations, Borsalino set off in pursuit of the fleeing pirates. Upon observing Borsalino's departure, Sengoku surveyed the battlefield's epicenter, only to discover it was situated just outside the Dragon Palace of Fishman Island. At that moment, a towering fishman, wielding a trident and vastly larger than an ordinary fishman, approached him. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku, for aiding us in ridding Fishman Island of the pirates. Zhonghua turned to the speaker, recognizing the figure before him as the king of the Fishman Kingdom, the illustrious knight Neptune. Eliminating pirates is indeed our duty as the Navy. There is no need for further expressions of gratitude. At that moment, a petite and exquisitely beautiful fishwoman emerged gracefully from behind Neptune. Smiling as she spoke, expressions of gratitude are indeed necessary. While vanquishing pirates may seem trivial to General Zhonghua, it holds immense significance for us on Fishman Island. Thus, we must extend our heartfelt thanks to General Zhonghua. However, this may not be the most suitable place for our conversation. If possible, I would like to invite General Zhonghua and the esteemed Navy officers to Ryugu Castle, where we can properly host you and express our gratitude. Neptune interjected, General Zhonghua, allow me to introduce my wife, Otohan. She speaks wisely, please. Accompany us to Ryugu Castle so we may extend our hospitality to you all. Admiral Sengoku remarked, since it is Princess Otohan who has extended the invitation, I cannot possibly decline. In fact, I have a matter to request your assistance with, Neptune. Please, lead the way, Admiral Sengoku. As they ventured deeper into Fishman Island, Sengoku was utterly captivated by its breathtaking scenery. Although he had lived through an era of information explosion prior to his journey, witnessing such stunning beauty firsthand was 1,000 times more impressive than any portrayal in manga or anime. The splendor of Ryugu Palace, in particular, surpassed that of any other location on the island. In the age of warring states, one traveled swiftly in the exclusive seahorse carriage of Dragon Palace, reaching the reception hall in no time. Upon arrival, Princess Otoheim promptly instructed her attendants to prepare a feast for Sengoku. Through this seemingly simple act, Sengoku discerned that the true authority in the Fishman Kingdom lay with Princess Otoheim, rather than the henpecked Neptune. This thought of a henpecked husband reminded Sengoku of Zephyr, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relief that his past self was devoid of a wife. Were it otherwise, he would be at a loss on how to navigate the complexities of a relationship with a spouse both familiar and yet unfamiliar. In the Warring States period, one might presume that evasion would be a likely course of action. What troubles you, General of the Warring States? The voice of Princess Iji jolted the distracted warrior back to reality. Zhangguo exclaimed, I am utterly captivated by the breathtaking beauty of Dragon Palace City. Although I have visited Fishman Island before, I have never set foot in Dragon Palace City. It is impossible not to be awestruck by such magnificent scenery. Thank you for your kind words, General Zhangguo. Since you find it to your liking, please do stay with us in Dragon Palace City for a few more days. Neptune warmly invited. Admiral Sengoku graciously remarked, Thank you, Neptune, for your kind offer. Although the scenery is indeed splendid, I am here on personal matters. Once I have attended to my affairs, I shall take my leave from Fishman Island. Perhaps I shall return during my next holiday. I hope that you and your beloved will not turn me away then. Neptune replied, How could my wife and I ever fail to welcome you, Admiral Sengoku? The General of the Warring States, you are always welcome here with the highest regard. Princess Yahim remarked with a smile, since the General is pressed for time. Let us not squander it. Please share your personal matters. Should we be able to assist you, we shall certainly do our utmost to aid the General. Neptune concurred, saying, It is all my fault. Please, General, speak swiftly, for we must not delay your affairs. Zhangguo remarked. To say it is a private matter would not be entirely accurate. Are you familiar with the 7 warlords of the sea under the king? Indeed. We are well aware of the 7 warlords of the sea. The recent discussions surrounding them have been quite fervent, came the reply. Though we are somewhat isolated on Fishman Island, such significant events do not escape our notice. Since you are informed, I need not elaborate further. My purpose for visiting Fishman Island is to identify a candidate for the position of one of the 7 warlords, and I have already pinpointed my choice. I am here to enlist your assistance in locating that particular fishman. With a solemn expression, Oki said, While I am unsure of whom you seek, Admiral Zhangguo. It is worth noting that many from our Fishman clan have ventured into piracy. However, our Fishman kingdom has no affiliations with those who have chosen that path. Should you wish for our help in locating a Fishman pirate, we could assist you if he is present on Fishman Island. Yet, if he is elsewhere, our capacity to aid you would be limited. In the midst of the conversation, Sengoku remarked, Lady Odoheim, I never claimed that I was in search of a pirate. Rather, I seek an adventurer. An adventurer? Precisely, an adventurer by the name of Fisher Tiger. However, General Sengoku, as far as I am aware, does not the warlords of the sea require one to be a pirate? Our navy has never stated that only pirates can assume the title of warlord of the sea. My intention in establishing the warlords was to counter the great pirate era instigated by Roger. Ever since Roger uttered the words One Piece, the number of pirates on the seas has surged dramatically, placing considerable pressure upon our navy. Which is why the world government permitted us to form the warlords of the sea. The individuals we invite to become warlords must not only possess formidable strength, but also adhere to a standard of character and integrity. Those ruthless pirates, regardless of their power, will never be granted the opportunity to cleanse their reputations as warlords. I have long been aware of the adventurer who unified Fishman Island, Fisher Tiger. He is not only incredibly strong but also possesses a commendable character and harbors no hatred towards humans. Thus, I am eager to extend an invitation to him. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, both Neptune and Odoheim displayed expressions of excitement. Once Odoheim regained her composure, she replied with a smile, General Sengoku. We are indeed familiar with Tiger and have a deep understanding of his character. As you have stated, Tiger is not only immensely powerful but also possesses a kind heart. Although we share a strong bond with Tiger, this matter must be addressed directly between him and you, General Sengoku. We cannot make decisions on his behalf. Zhangguo remarked. Such significant matters should naturally be addressed in person. I wonder if Fisher Tiger is currently on Fishman Island, and if you could establish contact with him. If so, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in reaching out. Neptune responded with a smile, Admiral Zhangguo, your timing is indeed fortuitous. Tiger has recently arrived on Fishman Island. Just the other day, he led the residents of Fishman Street to assist us in dealing with pirates. I shall send someone to summon Tiger. Or perhaps I shall go myself. With that, Neptune departed without affording Zhangguo the opportunity to decline. The awkward smile of the Warring States echoed, Your Majesty, the King, is indeed quite enthusiastic. Iji also offered a sheepish smile in response. In order to alleviate the awkwardness, Sengoku inquired, Lady Odoheim, could you recount the events concerning Fisher Tiger for me? I wish to gain a deeper understanding of him. Lady Odoheim replied with a smile, Of course. But I must admit that I do not possess the entirety of Tiger's experiences. I can only share what I know. She then proceeded to recount significant episodes from Tiger's time on Fishman Island, as well as select noteworthy adventures he had shared. After absorbing Tiger's narrative, Sengoku's resolve to elevate Tiger to the position of warlord of the sea solidified. He even contemplated the possibility of Tiger joining the Navy. Yet he was reminded of the constraints within that institution. Nevertheless, becoming a warlord of the sea would still allow him to pursue justice without such limitations. Not long after, Neptune returned, accompanied by a tall, robust fisherman with a crimson hue, followed by two others, one thin and one plump. Borsalino also trailed behind them. Zhangguo also rose from his seat upon witnessing the situation. Neptune, with a smile, introduced, General Zhangguo, this is the individual you seek, Fisher Tiger. These two are Tiger's loyal companions, Jinbei and Arlong. It is Tiger who has been chosen to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As the valiant General Zhangguo exchanged greetings with Tej, the feast was perfectly prepared. Under the gracious hospitality of Princess Iji, everyone took their seats. Iji inquired, General Zhangguo, shall we dine first or engage in conversation? In the midst of the conversation, Sengoku remarked, since we have located the individuals, there is no need for haste. They have recently engaged in battle. Let us partake in a meal before resuming our discussions. With that, he suggested they dine, urging Admiral Borsalino and the others to savor the culinary delights of Fishman Island. Upon Neptune's invitation, the gathering commenced their feast. After the arduous battle, everyone indulged heartily, save for Princess Shirahoshi, who consumed but a modest portion. The banquet table was laden with an abundance of food, enough to satisfy all present. Chapter 40. The advantages of becoming a warlord of the sea. Having satisfied their appetites, the group reconvened in the conference room. Tiger, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Sengoku, why have you extended an invitation for me to join the warlords of the sea? It appears this is our first encounter. In the Warring States period, the speaker remarked, this is indeed our first encounter, yet I have long been acquainted with your exploits. Since the inception of the 7 Warlords of the Sea initiative, you were the first person to come to my mind. Arlong, expressing his bewilderment, exclaimed loudly, I am aware of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. But isn't it true that only pirates can hold that title? My elder brother is not a pirate. Jinbei interjected, Arlong, be quiet. This is not a place for idle chatter. It is indeed Jinbei. As Zhangguo observed the two engaging in their lively exchange, a faint smile graced his lips. Just as he was about to elucidate the matter, he heard Yahim interject, Neptune, you haven't clarified things with Tej, have you? Neptune chuckled. It is indeed my fault for not articulating my thoughts to Tej clearly. Allow me to rectify that. He then proceeded to recount Zhangguo's words verbatim. Upon finishing Neptune's account, not only did Tej and his companions fall into silence, but even Borsalino was rendered speechless. He was unaware that the warlords of the sea could include non-pirates. After a moment of reflection, Tej spoke up. Admiral Zhangguo, I apologize, but I have no desire to become one of the warlords of the sea. I am not a pirate, nor do I require a license for pillaging from the warlords. I simply yearn for the freedom to embark on my own adventures. With that, Tej prepared to rise and depart. The others, witnessing Tej's resolute rejection of Zhangguo, began to feel a surge of anxiety. They feared incurring Zhangguo's ire. Previously, they had only heard tales of Zhangguo's legendary prowess, but today they had witnessed his formidable presence firsthand. In the midst of the conversation, Sengoku interjected, Mr. Tiger, please do not rush. I have yet to disclose the advantages of your joining the 7 warlords of the sea. I am fully aware that you do not require a piracy license. Thus, the benefits you would gain differ significantly from those of the other originally piratical members of the warlords. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Tiger, who was preparing to depart, took a seat once more, eager to discern how Sengoku intended to persuade him. Sengoku, noticing Tiger's subtle movements, smiled and continued. Becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea bestows upon you numerous benefits. My role as a warlord would not only preserve your freedom but also assist you in your ventures. Once you attain this title, you would have the liberty to embark on adventures aboard our Navy vessels. Furthermore, our Navy could provide you with financial support, as your escapades will undoubtedly require resources. No matter where your adventures lead, you will invariably encounter nefarious pirates. While you might occasionally exchange defeated pirates for bounties, it is likely that this will not always be the case. However, as a warlord, upon vanquishing a pirate, you could contact our Navy through a transponder snail, and we would dispatch forces to apprehend the defeated pirate, ensuring that the bounty is credited to you, even if you are not present at the scene. As long as you secure the pirate, the reward shall be rightfully yours. This title would also expand the horizons of your adventures. as we would furnish you with cutting-edge technology to facilitate your endeavors. These benefits extend beyond your personal gains. They also positively impact your kin, the fishmen. I understand you have long sought to improve relations between the fishmen and humans, which is a significant motivation behind your efforts to rescue civilians during your adventures. Yet, have you contemplated the limited impact of your actions in fostering this relationship? Upon becoming a warlord, however, the narrative would transform. With our Navy's endorsement of your deeds, the world would soon recognize that the fishmen are not merely the violent beings they are often portrayed to be. A single day of our Navy's promotion could surpass the fruits of your 20 years of toil. You, as an experienced adventurer, must understand that I speak the truth. Such achievements are well within our capabilities. The advantages of your becoming a warlord extend even further for your people. Due to the circumstances surrounding One Piece, it is likely that your homeland, Fishman Island, has faced an increase in pirate raids. Upon your ascension to the warlords, I could propose to the headquarters the establishment of a branch office on Fishman Island, thereby enhancing the security of its residents. Moreover, your exploits, publicized by our Navy, would significantly bolster the chances of the Fishman Kingdom becoming a member of the world government. With our Navy's support, your kingdom would assuredly gain membership and even participate in world conferences. When the status of your Fishman tribe is elevated, it will no longer be said that pirates dare to plunder your Fishman Island. In fact, it is likely that slave traders will cease to come to your island to capture fishmen as slaves. Of course, having enumerated these numerous benefits, I must also mention the obligations that accompany your ascension to the position of Warlord of the Sea. Your duty is quite simple. You must not stand against our Navy. Should you encounter us during your adventures while we are apprehending pirates, you are obliged to assist us in capturing them. Naturally, with the vast number of personnel in our Navy, there will be a few scoundrels among us. If you happen upon such a rogue during your ventures, do not take their life immediately. Instead, contact our headquarters. The judges of Judicial Island will deal with those miscreants accordingly. However, if the crimes committed by these scoundrels are unbearable, you may eliminate them, but you must ensure that this act remains undisclosed, as indiscriminate killing of Navy personnel would reflect poorly upon you. The final obligation is that when our Navy calls upon you to confront formidable pirates, you must respond to our summons and assist us. However, such instances should not occur frequently. I believe I have conveyed enough. Please contemplate this matter thoroughly, but do so swiftly, as we must prepare to depart. After speaking at length, Admiral Sengoku felt parched and took a long sip of water. The individuals present in the reception room were astonished by Sengoku's words, with Borsalino left utterly bewildered, unaware of the benefits of becoming a warlord of the sea. Both Odoheim and Tiger were immensely excited. The matters Sengoku discussed were precisely what they aspired to achieve. They believed these ambitions to be formidable, requiring the efforts of several generations. Yet Sengoku assured them that once Tiger ascended to the position of warlord of the sea, these aspirations could be effortlessly realized, which filled them with exhilaration. Tiger exclaimed, "Admiral Sengoku, I am willing to become a warlord of the sea." Buddha Sengoku, with an expression that conveyed a sense of expectation, remarked, "You must not only heed the advantages presented, have you not also listened to my mention of obligations? Do you agree to the obligations I have articulated?" Chapter 41. The Whitebeard Pirates. How could that be? I have indeed heard of those obligations, and I have agreed to them all. Observing Tiger's fervent demeanor, Sengoku continued, "You should be well aware of the conditions required to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I shall refrain from elaborating further. When the time comes, simply bring the heads of the pirates to our headquarters." "Ah, but I have yet to assess your strength," Sengoku added. "Borsalino, why don't you gauge Tiger's capabilities? It would be unfortunate if anyone were to claim that Tiger's strength falls short of qualifying him as one of the 7 warlords." Upon hearing Sengoku's request, Borsalino appeared utterly bewildered, unable to process the multitude of startling revelations he had encountered that day. In the Warring States period, Sengoku, feeling displeased, gave a light tap to the distracted Borsalino. The sudden gesture startled Borsalino greatly. "What is the matter, Mr. Sengoku?" Zhonghua, his face clouded with frustration, reiterated his previous statement. Upon hearing his words, Borsalino hastily declined the challenge. There was no need for a contest among the generals. Having just encountered the formidable prowess of Mr. Tiger while dealing with the pirates, I have come to realize that Mr. Tiger's strength is on par with that of Crocodile. He is more than capable of being one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Should anyone dare to question Mr. Tiger's abilities, let them confront him directly. I am confident that Mr. Tiger will ensure they gain a thorough understanding of his might. Seeing the exchange of greetings between Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kizaru, Sengoku chuckled and remarked, since Kizaru has expressed such sentiments, there is no need for a contest. Tiger, when the time comes, bring the heads of the pirates to headquarters, and you shall be eligible to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I trust this demand will not pose a challenge for you. Admiral Sengoku reassured. Rest assured, I will strive to fulfill this requirement promptly. However, I would like to inquire, Admiral Sengoku, when will the benefits you mentioned commence? After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku remarked, the benefits to yourself commence the instant you became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, the advantages for your fishmen tribe cannot be altered merely by wishful thinking. They require the nurturing of time and the concerted efforts of your entire race. After all, no matter how fervently our navy promotes the benevolence and peaceful inclinations of the fishmen, it becomes futile if your people do not cooperate. Princess Otoheim, with fervor, responded. General Sengoku, we, the fishmen, will undoubtedly lend our utmost support to your navy. Whether it be enhancing the relationship between fishmen and humans or joining the world government as a member state. These aspirations have long been the cherished goals of the residents of Fishman Island. We no longer wish to be treated as rare slaves to be captured at will. We yearn to live in the sunlight like other races. In summary, we, the fishmen, will strive diligently to advance these matters, and with your Navy's assistance. I firmly believe that the day when we can live freely in the sunlight is not far off. The warring states proclaimed. I too believe that day is not far off. I wish to present a request that I hope King Neptune and Queen Otoheim will grant. King Neptune responded cheerfully. General Warring States, please articulate your request directly. We shall undoubtedly exert ourselves to fulfill it. Our navy faces the era of formidable pirates, and we contend not only with the likes of the 7 warlords of the sea. Our primary strategy revolves around conscription. I wish to enlist personnel from Fishman Island. Although we have had some fishermen soldiers in our navy previously, their numbers have been woefully inadequate. I intend to petition Admiral Kong for the establishment of an underwater brigade comprised of fishmen, whose aquatic capabilities would significantly enhance our capacity to eradicate pirates. Of course, if there are doubts regarding this, we can initiate a pilot program right here on Fishman Island, wherein fishermen soldiers would serve locally. The words from the Warring States period rendered the atmosphere in the reception room profoundly silent, and Along's countenance grew exceedingly grim. Just as the ambience was sinking into awkwardness, a soldier of the Royal Army burst into the chamber. Your Majesty, a grave situation has arisen. Another band of pirates has intruded, and this time, they are even more formidable than the previous ones. As Sengoku observed, he stated, everyone, take your time to ponder this matter, and provide me with your answers later. For now, I must attend to the newly arrived pirates. Borisolino, please assess the situation. Yes, Mr. Sengoku, I shall do so immediately. My long-awaited vacation has been abruptly ruined. Cease your complaining and hurry along. Once Sengoku departed, Tiger followed suit alongside Jinbe and Arlong. You all heard what Sengoku said. What are your thoughts? Tiger, I believe humanity remains inherently untrustworthy, yet the 7 warlords of the sea may be worth a try. Oh, Arlong, what leads you to this conclusion? Brother Tiger, even if Sengoku and his cohort deceive us and fail to fulfill their promises, we would not be obliged to reciprocate. Thus, should Sengoku be dishonest, we would suffer no losses. Arlong's perspective held some merit. Perhaps Sengoku's words were indeed truthful. However, he was merely a vice-admiral, subordinate to the admiral and the world government, and many decisions were beyond his control. What is your viewpoint, Jinbe? Tiger, I perceive Sengoku as distinctly different from previous humans. I trust his words. Elaborate on your reasoning. I cannot articulate why, but my intuition assures me that Sengoku speaks the truth. Ha ha ha, your intuition, you say? That's quite remarkable. My inner voice suggests the same. For the sake of our Fishman tribe's future, I shall endeavor to give it a chance. However, I cannot support our people becoming Marines, though I will not oppose it either. Upon arriving at the docking area, Borisolino was startled to spot a pirate flag and immediately retreated in the direction from whence he came. As Sengoku observed the approaching Borisolino, he inquired with a hint of perplexity, Borisolino, what brings you back? Wasn't I clear in instructing you to deal with those pirates? Mr. Sengoku, let us converse as we proceed. Borisolino replied, prompting Zana to quicken his pace as well. Quickly, enlighten me about the situation at hand. The pirate crew that has arrived claims to be the Whitebeard pirates. However, they have not harmed the residents of Fishman Island. I am uncertain whether we should take action. Your judgment is sound. We must refrain from engaging here. Whitebeard's powers could obliterate Fishman Island, and should that occur, none of us would survive the depths of the ocean. Following this exchange, Sengoku fell silent, increasing his speed to the utmost. The original history recalled by Sengoku depicted how Whitebeard sheltered Fishman Island, protecting it from the ravages of the Great Pirate Era. However, the narrative has since been altered by Sengoku, who remains uncertain whether Whitebeard will take action. Yet he fervently hopes that such a course will be avoided. Chapter 42. The Conqueror's Haki. Upon Sengoku's arrival at the port where the ships were anchored, he discovered that the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were already engaged in battle, not with his marine soldiers, but rather with other pirate crews. The Warring States period swiftly identified the remarkably distinct figure of the white-bearded man. In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, orders were issued to prevent the marine forces from recklessly attacking members of the Whitebeard pirates. However, any other pirate crews that ventured too close were fair game for assault. The Whitebeard pirates stood as the most formidable crew upon the seas, rendering other pirate factions utterly powerless against them. It didn't take long for them to dispatch those rival pirates, albeit with methods far more ruthless than those employed by the Navy. Not a single one of the pirates was spared. Whitebeard, wielding his weapon, the tremor fruit, turned to Sengoku and inquired, "Sengoku, what brings you to Fishman Island?" In a cold tone, Sengoku remarked, "Since when have the pirates of Whitebeard been entitled to dictate the whereabouts of the Marines? Must I report my every move to you? Instead, it is you who has come to Fishman Island with dubious intentions. Surely you do not plan to enslave the Fishman race like those other pirates? If that is your scheme, you are gravely mistaken. As long as I, Sengoku, am present, the Whitebeard pirates shall not lay a finger on any Fishman civilian." A man with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle retorted, "Sengoku, cease your nonsense. The Whitebeard pirates merely seek to return to the New World. We are merely passing through Fishman Island. We have no intention of capturing any race for enslavement." Gururara. Sengoku, you still delight in your underhanded tactics. Yet I wonder if your strength has diminished as much as your preparations have. With that, Whitebeard brandished his weapon and charged towards Sengoku. Zhangua calmly remarked, "There is no need for your concern, Whitebeard." With that, Zhangua transformed into his Buddha form and charged towards Whitebeard. Both Marco and poor Celino, witnessing this, urged those nearby to maintain a safe distance from the two formidable figures. As Sengoku observed Whitebeard enveloped in the ominous aura of Conqueror's Haki, he inwardly cursed the old man for his recklessness. Nevertheless, he too began to envelop his own fist with the same formidable Haki. The fist of Buddha, shrouded in Conqueror's Haki, collided with the formidable shockwaves of the latter, creating a cataclysmic clash in the air. The sheer force of their titanic confrontation caused the very fabric of the atmosphere to shift, with the violent pressure sending weaker sailors and pirates hurtling through the air. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tiger and his companions were left utterly astounded by the magnitude of such an assault. Arlong spoke slowly, "Brother Tiger, Brother Jinbei, did you see? Their blades and fists never truly met. Instead, they clashed from a distance. What manner of attack is this?" Jinbei, equally perplexed, turned his gaze toward Tiger. Tiger murmured, "Admiral Sengoku and Whitebeard truly exemplify the mightiest among these seas. If my deductions are correct, their attacks are employing the Conqueror's Haki in a unique manner." Borsellino, astonished, glanced at Tiger and remarked, "You are indeed a worthy candidate chosen by Mr. Sengoku. You can discern the use of Conqueror's Haki. It is rare to find individuals who possess such knowledge, especially on the isolated Fishman Island." Tiger humbly replied, "I merely heard of the Conqueror's Haki during my adventures at sea. The specifics elude me, but surely Admiral Borsellino is well informed. Would you kindly enlighten us?" "Very well then. Since we have some time to spare, I shall explain the concept of Conqueror's Haki to you. You must understand that those who possess Conqueror's Haki are exceedingly rare, and even fewer can cultivate it to the point of enveloping their attacks. The disparity in strength between those who have merely awakened Haki and those who have mastered it to the stage of enveloping is monumental." Sengoku felt that the pressure exerted by Whitebeard was even more formidable than that imposed by Carp. He pondered whether it was due to the Conqueror's Haki and the powers of the Devil Fruit. Although he was somewhat inferior to Whitebeard in strength, Sengoku was still confident in his ability to ensure their mutual destruction. With this thought in mind, his apprehensions diminished, and his demeanor grew increasingly fierce. Observing this, Whitebeard exclaimed, "Sengoku, have you lost your mind? How could you act in such a reckless manner? Look around you. Are you not concerned about the destruction of Fishman Island? If you wish to perish, I have no intention of joining you. Cease this madness at once. Upon catching a glimpse of the colossal bubble enveloping Fishman Island, the warlord was taken aback, prompting him to cease his actions. In a tone of disdain, Sengoku remarked, "Newgate, have you truly succumbed to the fear of death? It appears you have indeed found a so-called family, which has rendered you feeble. Were you not the one to strike first? What right do you have to judge me?" Whitebeard, unperturbed by Sengoku's interrogation, chuckled, "Isn't it true that Roger has perished? The last time Garp visited, we did not engage in a spar. I merely felt the urge to test my skills against you, though I did not unleash my full strength. Yet it was you who attacked with all your might." Sengoku retorted, "Do not feign innocence, Newgate. Do you appear to be a man who does not fight to his fullest? Your recent assault was clearly aimed at my demise. If there is nothing further, you should swiftly depart with your sons. The benefits of camaraderie are beyond the comprehension of a solitary being like you." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Sengoku was momentarily amused, nearly revealing the fate that awaited Whitebeard, a fate where he would ultimately be slain by the very child he nurtured. However, Sengoku restrained himself, knowing that even if he spoke the truth, Whitebeard would dismiss his words as slander against his sons, potentially leading to further conflict. In the Warring States period, it was evident that he was no match for Whitebeard. He had no inclination towards masochism. He awaited the awakening of the system 5 years hence, at which point he would have the means to teach Whitebeard a lesson at will. Who, indeed, was Newgate but a solitary figure? If he could adopt a son, so could he. Without further ado, he urged Whitebeard to take his son and depart swiftly. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that the Whitebeard pirates currently stood as the mightiest crew in these waters, and it would be prudent for him to rein in the other pirate crews in his vicinity. That, however, was a matter for the Navy, not his concern. Throughout their exchange, their combat continued unabated, leaving outsiders with the impression that they were still locked in fierce battle. So, pray tell, what is your true purpose in Fishman Island? Hasn't Marco already conveyed it? We are merely passing through. Upon noticing that pirates intended to plunder Fishman Island, I, being the father of a fishman, shall not allow others to ravage his homeland. In the midst of the crowd gazing at the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku indeed noticed the presence of a fishman. This prompted him to recall that the Whitebeard pirates even had a fisherman captain. With the historical context in mind, Sengoku was now fully convinced of Whitebeard's words. Since they were merely passing through and the pirates had been dealt with, it would be best for them to leave promptly. The residents of Fishman Island would only be left in a state of panic. Chapter 43. The banquet, however, Whitebeard retorted, "That won't do, Sengoku. After such a grand battle, I must host a magnificent banquet to celebrate." Recognizing the futility of attempting to expel Whitebeard, Sengoku decided to abandon the pretense and declared, "In that case, you may only host your banquet here. Among your pirate crew, only the fishmen are permitted to leave. All other pirates must remain here and refrain from disturbing the residents of Fishman Island." Rest assured, Sengoku. Having received Whitebeard's response, Sengoku departed without delay. Observing this, Whitebeard chuckled heartily, "Gururara. Sengoku, would you care to join me for a drink?" Sengoku directly disregarded Whitebeard's words. Borsalino inquired with confusion, "Mr. Sengoku, has your great battle come to an end just like that?" In a tone of exasperation, Sengoku remarked, "What can be done if this does not conclude? Can Whitebeard and I destroy Fishman Island without ceasing our actions? For now, we need not concern ourselves with the members of the Whitebeard pirates. They pose no threat to the residents of Fishman Island. They were merely passing through, and with the marine soldiers keeping watch, everything will be fine." Tiger looked at Sengoku with confusion. Could the words of the admiral truly be trusted? Newgate was certainly not a man prone to deceit, and there were fishmen aboard his ship. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with them. There should be familiar faces among them. Furthermore, I shall remain on Fishman Island to monitor the Whitebeard pirates until their departure, so there is no need for concern regarding their potential harm to the island. However, I am unable to leave this place at the moment, so I would appreciate it if you could convey my apologies to King Neptune and Princess Odoheim. I regret that I cannot bid them farewell." Upon finishing, Sengoku made his way to his warship, and Borsalino naturally followed suit. Seeing this, Tiger and the others hurried towards Dragon Palace City to report these matters to Neptune and Odoheim. As the hour for dinner approached, the door to Sengoku's office was suddenly flung open by Borsalino. He pointed at the various local specialties and snacks brought by the Marines, puzzled, "Admiral Sengoku, what is the meaning of this? Is it not evident that I am counting the local delicacies I purchased?" Sengoku replied, Had you arrived earlier at your pace, you would have gathered everything by now, instead of lingering to observe the Whitebeard pirates. What did you discern? Did they exhibit any unusual behavior? Borsalino awkwardly responded. They showed no signs of disturbance. The officers of the Whitebeard pirates are merely enjoying themselves, while the rest are preparing for a feast. Upon hearing the mention of a feast, Sengoku's eyes lit up. Our Marines are not the security for the Whitebeard pirates if they are holding a banquet. We shall host one as well, although we shall forego the alcohol. Naturally, no one opposed the idea of a celebration, thanks to the efforts of the Marines. A grander banquet than that of the Whitebeard pirates was arranged, albeit with the unfortunate absence of alcohol. Just as Sengoku was relishing the bountiful meal, he was relieved to see Neptune and his party had arrived. Neptune, you have come at an opportune moment. You hosted us at noon. Now it is time for you to sample the offerings of our navy. With that, Sengoku drew Neptune's group closer. Princess Otoheim interjected, Admiral Sengoku. We did not come to partake in the banquet. We are here to inform you that the Fishman Kingdom consents to your navy's conscription of our people, albeit with certain conditions. Oh, splendid. Discussing matters does not hinder your enjoyment of the feast. It would be a shame to waste such an abundance of food, Sengoku exclaimed. Let us converse while we dine. Princess Otoheim, please share your conditions. Hearing Sengoku's words, everyone, except Otoheim, began to indulge in the meal. Our demands are straightforward and limited to 2 points. Firstly, we insist that conscription must never be enforced without the consent of the individual. Only those who willingly choose to serve as sailors should be recruited, and coercion is unacceptable. Secondly, we require that our fellow citizens of the Fishman tribe, once enlisted, be treated with equality within the Navy, without any form of discrimination or preferential treatment. They should be regarded as regular sailors. The previous proposal to establish a branch on our Fishman Island exclusively for Fishman sailors is no longer necessary. A standard distribution will suffice. The Fishman Kingdom shall raise no objections to this arrangement. Zhangguo chuckled. What demands could the esteemed Princess Iji possibly have? It appears these are her requests. Allow me to assure you, there is no need to inquire with General Kong. We certainly will not resort to conscription by force. Moreover, we shall treat all equally. Our Navy is a formal establishment, and we refrain from engaging in trivial matters. However, we do have certain requisites for enlistment, as we are indeed a legitimate organization. Please, if there are any specific demands, General Zhangguo, do convey them directly. The Marine Admiral Sengoku handed out some recruitment flyers to everyone, one for each person. The requirements and benefits for joining our Navy were detailed therein. Yamato read them aloud. The first requirement for enlistment: one must possess a sense of justice. The second requirement: the minimum age is 18. The 20th requirement: individuals with a criminal history need not apply. A criminal record is only valid if documented within the Navy. Tiger chuckled. Admiral Sengoku, your recruitment criteria seem quite reasonable. I believe those aspiring to be Marines would certainly agree with these stipulations. Do not solely focus on the requirements. Consider the benefits as well. Tiger continued. Benefit 1. Excellent treatment, high salary, and guaranteed retirement. Benefit 2. Ample opportunities for advancement, with a transparent promotion process. Benefit 3. Benefit 50. Mentorship from admirals. After reviewing these advantages, Admiral Sengoku remarked, I am tempted to enlist as well. Ha ha. But you aspire to be one of the 7 warlords of the sea, so let us not jest. King Neptune and Princess Yamato, what are your thoughts? Very good. They replied in unison. Upon finishing, Neptune added with a smile, Admiral Sengoku, you might as well commence a recruitment drive now, as I believe many of my citizens would be eager to join the Navy. The Warring States General waved his hand in refusal, stating, It is still too late at this moment. Let us discuss it another time. The General can proceed tomorrow, and we are more than willing to assist you in recruiting soldiers. Zhangguo gazed at the speaking Queen Eiji. I shall trouble you tomorrow, Queen Eiji. The forthcoming banquet promised to be a joyous occasion. After the guests had feasted and imbibed to their satisfaction, they dispersed. In a secluded area, Zhangguo was indulging in libations with Whitebeard. Ha ha ha. Zhangguo, you must have ulterior motives beyond merely facilitating Fisher Tiger's ascension to the Shichibukai. Indeed, there are motives, but I cannot divulge them to you. I have no desire to pry. However, having enjoyed enough of this wine, you ought to reveal the reason for my summons. Chapter 44. Roger's wife and child. What purpose could there be in seeking you out, other than a simple wish to share a drink? Whitebeard rose abruptly, declaring, If you remain silent, I shall take my leave. Do not depart. I shall disclose what I must. It concerns Roger. Upon hearing Roger's name, Whitebeard retook his seat. What could you possibly know about Roger? If Garp claimed to possess knowledge unknown to me regarding Roger, I might entertain that notion. As for your words, let them be disregarded. You are surely plotting some scheme. If you doubt my sincerity, you are free to leave. I will not impede you. Do not employ such provocations. You are overthinking it. I have no such intentions. If you genuinely wish to depart, you may do so. Enough with the banter. Speak swiftly. Very well. I shall exercise my patience and refrain from engaging in trivial disputes. Are you aware that Roger's wife is with child? What? Roger's wife is pregnant? Whitebeard's voice boomed, causing Jean Gui's ears to ache from the volume. Newgate. Do you wish for the entire Fishman Island to learn of Roger's wife's condition? Whitebeard, realizing the potential consequences, glanced around nervously, fearful of eavesdroppers. Cease your glances. There is no one nearby. In a hushed tone, Whitebeard asked, Jean Gui, is this truly the case? Roger's wife is indeed pregnant? How is it that I was unaware of Roger's marriage, let alone her pregnancy? Moreover, how did you come by this information? Your relationship with Roger is not such that he would confide in you. Such matters are not for you to know. In the Warring States period. A smile graced his lips as he addressed Newgate. You have indeed guessed correctly. This matter was not disclosed to me directly by Roger. Rather, it was Cap who conveyed it. Could it be that Cap informed you? No, that cannot be the case. Given Cap's disposition, he would never divulge such information to others. How did you come to know about the Warring States? The manner of my knowledge is of little consequence. Yet it is now evident that the world government has become aware of Roger's wife and her pregnancy. However, they remain oblivious to her identity, only familiar with her homeland. As for how the world government acquired this information, it is unnecessary for you to inquire further. It was neither Cap nor I who reported it. After all, the ruling power in this world is the world government, and they possess the means to uncover where Roger has been. Whitebeard fell silent for a moment before speaking with grave seriousness. There is no need for further discussion. Simply state your purpose for seeking me. Very well. I shall refrain from any further elaboration. Roger has entrusted his wife and child to Cap, yet you are aware of Cap's character. His capacity to act is regrettably limited. I implore you to ensure that Roger's wife is taken to a safe place to reside. However, you must not train Roger's son to become a pirate. Should you refuse this request, I shall withhold any descriptions of Roger's wife and child from you. Are you suggesting that instead of turning Roger's son into a pirate, you would have him groomed as a marine? Sengoku was taken aback. Whitebeard gazed at the stunned Carp and tentatively remarked, Sengoku. You can't possibly be considering raising Roger's descendant to become a marine, can you? During the Warring States period, with a hearty laugh, he said, Newgate, you were quite close. Very near to the correct answer. For I intend not only to cultivate Roger's son into an exceptional naval officer, but also to nurture him into an admiral, or even a fleet admiral. In the Warring States period, Whitebeard's expression turned somewhat grim as he continued, it was not my intention to have Roger's descendants become Marines. It was Roger's demand. Do not jest. Whitebeard nearly shouted in fury, yet wary of being overheard by others. His voice dwindled to a whisper only audible to the two of them. After all, Roger was the pirate king. How could he possibly permit his offspring to serve as hounds for the world government? In the Warring States period, you must be driven by a desire for vengeance against Roger, intending to raise his descendants as Marines, compelling them to personally bring an end to the great pirate era that Roger initiated. This, indeed, represents your most profound form of retribution against Roger. Why do you not refute, Warring States? Have I accurately discerned your thoughts? The Warring States, in a tone of resignation, remarked, I must admit, Newgate, your imagination is indeed formidable. How did I fail to recognize the depth of your creativity before? In my previous perception, your mind seemed solely occupied with family, fine wine, and women. It appears I underestimated you, and our Navy's intelligence has lagged behind, as we failed to uncover such crucial information. It is a pity you do not pursue a career as an author. With your vast experiences and exaggerated imagination, you would undoubtedly excel in that realm. What author? I can barely read a few characters. How could I possibly become an author? Let's not digress, since you refuse to acknowledge it. Can you explain why Roger sought to raise his descendants as Marines? How would I know why Roger chose to raise his descendants as Marines? I am not privy to his innermost thoughts. However, the fact that he entrusted his wife and child to Garp serves as compelling evidence. If Roger wished for Garp not to train his offspring as Marines, why would he place his family in Garp's care? Surely, entrusting them to others in the Roger Pirates would have been more prudent. Even entrusting them to you would have been more reliable. Considering your greater care for family than Garp. From this information, it is evident that Roger did not desire his descendants to become pirates. Newgate. You must recognize I am not fabricating this. Whitebeard fell silent. After a moment, the Warring States chuckled. What thoughts have you gathered, Newgate? Will you acquiesce to my request? Stubbornly, Whitebeard retorted. Roger never explicitly stated he wanted his descendants to become Marines. These are merely your conjectures. From what I know of Roger, he would never allow his offspring to become Marines. Thus, I shall not comply with your request. As soon as the Warring States observed the situation, he rose and departed. Warring States, you have yet to inform me about the news concerning Roger's wife and children. Zhangguo halted his steps, turning to fix a cold gaze upon the eyes of the white-bearded man. Newgate, he stated with unwavering resolve. I have previously conveyed to you that should you refuse my terms, I shall withhold the information regarding Roger's wife and children. Although it pains me to contemplate the unjust demise of Roger's innocent family, I am equally averse to the idea of you nurturing his progeny into pirates. After all, they are the bloodline of Roger. Should you succeed in molding them into pirates, they could very well emerge as formidable figures in the pirate world, perhaps even surpassing Roger himself and claiming the title of Pirate King. The potential is substantial, particularly with your backing and the support of the former members of the Roger Pirates, making their ascension to the throne of piracy a plausible reality. Chapter 45, Marine or Pirate? Do I strike you as one who would personally cultivate adversaries, Newgate? Therefore, it is preferable to prevent the untimely demise of Roger's family now than to suffer significant losses in the future due to the actions of his descendants. With that, Zhangguo briskly departed. Before the Warring States could venture far, they were halted by the old man with a white beard. As Sengoku's heart swelled with joy at the sight, he maintained a facade of seriousness and inquired, Whitebeard, what is the purpose of obstructing my path? Do you intend to forcibly interrogate me? With a visage contorted in conflict, Whitebeard replied, Very well, Sengoku, I shall acquiesce to your terms. However, I will neither facilitate the ascendance of Roger's progeny into the Navy, nor permit him to become a pirate. Once I have ensured the safety of Roger's wife and children, I shall convey their whereabouts to you. At that juncture, you may bring Garp to meet them. Ultimately, whether Roger's descendant chooses the life of a pirate or a Navy officer rests solely upon his own volition. We shall not interfere with his decision. Sengoku feigned surprise as he cast a glance at Whitebeard, then grasped his hand with a smile, saying, Let us preemptively toast to the success of our collaboration. I must admit, I did not expect you, Newgate, to acquiesce to my conditions. It seems your bond with Roger is even stronger than I had anticipated. Whitebeard, visibly displeased, retorted, Enough with the pleasantries, Sengoku. Quickly inform me of Roger's wife and children. I must set forth at once. If the world government's minions have found them, it could spell disaster. Roger's wife is named Port-Asti Rouge. Port-Asti Rouge is also one of the D-clan. In the midst of Sengoku's astonishment, he continued unabated. Port-Asti Rouge hails from a place known as Badarilla Island in the South Sea. You will be able to find her there. However, I cannot ascertain whether the world government has discovered the location. It would be prudent for you to bring along a larger contingent. This would provide a significant advantage in the event of conflict. Upon concluding his words, Sengoku tossed a den mushi to Whitebeard, with urgency etched upon his face. Whitebeard grasped the den mushi and departed at the swiftest pace, while Sengoku leisurely made his way back to his warship. By the time Sengoku reached his vessel, the members of the Whitebeard pirates had already vacated Fishman Island. The soldiers aboard the warship were equally taken aback by the unusual maneuvers of the Whitebeard pirates. On the deck, Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment, Why are you all up? With a serious expression, Borisolino replied, General Sengoku, where have you just been? The Whitebeard pirates have suddenly departed. It remains unclear what their intentions are. The warlord, with a look of astonishment, cast his gaze towards the former encampment of the Whitebeard pirates and feigned surprise, saying, They have truly departed. If they wish to leave, let them be. We need not concern ourselves with their intentions. Now that they have gone, we can finally relax. If there are no pressing matters, let a few soldiers remain on watch while the others take their rest. Tomorrow, we must prepare for enlistment. You all shall represent the Navy, so it is imperative that you present your finest appearance. Dark circles under your eyes will not suffice. Those with such blemishes should refrain from attending the enlistment and stay aboard the ship instead. Therefore, those who wish to avoid remaining on the vessel should hurry back to rest well. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. The soldiers on deck shouted in unison. With that, The soldiers swiftly returned to their quarters, and soon the deck was nearly empty of personnel. Satisfied, Sengoku nodded and prepared to return for some rest. However, Borsalino, wearing a perplexed expression, inquired, "Mr. Sengoku, you have yet to address my question. Have I not answered all your queries? Is there anything left unresolved?" Sengoku responded, then resumed his walk. After taking a few steps, he suddenly tapped his forehead and returned, saying, "You also asked where I had been. Where could I possibly go? An old man like me finds sleep far less appealing than you youthful souls. When sleepless nights beckon, one might wander outside, and upon returning, I heard the splendid news of the Whitebeard pirate's departure." Noticing Borsalino's skeptical expression, Sengoku continued, "Why do you regard me with such doubt? Do you not trust my words? You have yet to reach my age. When you do, you shall comprehend my sentiments. As one ages, the hours of slumber inevitably diminish." With that, Sengoku turned and departed without a backward glance, leaving Borsalino in a state of bewilderment. Reflecting on Sengoku's words, Borsalino realized that indeed, he no longer enjoyed the lengthy sleep of his youth. Given Sengoku's well-known reputation, he began to accept the elder's assertion. After all, Sengoku was nearing retirement, making shorter sleep durations quite normal. The very Sengoku who claimed to require less sleep lay down that night and promptly fell into slumber, neglecting even the evening wash. As dawn broke the following day, after completing his morning routine and breakfast, Sengoku, donned in a fresh military uniform, headed towards the busiest street of Fishman Island accompanied by the Marines. Following a flurry of activity from the Marines, a recruitment station was swiftly established. Buddha Sengoku gazed with satisfaction at the banner proclaiming the first recruitment station of Fishman Island, nodding approvingly. He then entered the station accompanied by several officers, while the remaining sailors were dispatched to distribute recruitment flyers. Shortly thereafter, the streets of Fishman Island were bustling with individuals clutching their copies of the recruitment notice. The recruitment persisted for an hour. Despite the abundance of flyers received by the fishmen, not a single one approached the station to enlist, and inquiries were notably absent. This left the officers within the recruitment station feeling disheartened, and Sengoku himself shared in this sentiment. However, he refrained from expressing his disappointment. Observing the forlorn expressions of those around him, the commander of the warring states admonished, "It has only been an hour since the recruitment began. Do not lose heart. Perhaps we arrived too early, and the residents of Fishman Island have yet to grace the streets. I urge you all to lift your spirits. This lethargy is utterly unbecoming. Should any residents wishing to enlist witness your current demeanor, they may be dissuaded from joining. Especially you, Borsalino. I expect you to be more diligent. The first individual who enters for inquiries shall be attended to by you." The words of Sengoku had not yet concluded when the officers within the recruitment station became invigorated. Particularly the individual named Borsalino, who had been singled out by Sengoku. Just as Sengoku's voice faded, a timid little fishman entered the room. With trepidation, the fishman inquired, "Excuse me, is this where one can enlist in the Marines?" Upon hearing that a fishman had come to register, Sengoku immediately laughed and declared, "Indeed. This shall serve as the recruitment point for the Marine Corps." He then leaned towards Borsalino and whispered, "Borsalino, you shall be in charge of this first registration site. Make sure to handle it properly." With a resigned expression, Borsalino replied, "Mr. Sengoku, you should first consider the child's age. Does he meet the enlistment criteria? Even if I were to persuade him, he still cannot qualify as a Marine." Chapter 46, Recruitment at Fishman Island. Only after hearing Borsalino's words did Sengoku turn to regard the young fishman who had spoken. In the Warring States period, the merman had already perched upon the chair before Borsalino, and this young merman was at most a mere 10 years old, perhaps even not yet having reached that age. Zhangguo found himself momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated that the first to sign up would be a mere child. Just yesterday, he had conferred with Neptunus and the others, and it would be quite unseemly to now accept a young merman and undermine his own authority. Zhangguo entrusted the matter to Borsalino, instructing him to handle it. Borsalino, understanding Zhangguo's intent, gently inquired, "How old are you, young one?" The little fishman timidly replied, "I am 9 this year, or rather, I will soon be 10. However, dear child, in our Navy, the minimum age for enlistment is 18. Thus, you must wait another 8 years before you can join as a sailor. You are simply too young at present." 8 years? Must it truly take so long? Uncle, can't you allow me to enlist now? Gazing at the adorable little fishman, Borsalino's tones softened further. "Alas, my dear, I do not possess the authority to permit you to become a sailor at this moment. Where are your parents?" Why have you come alone? At this inquiry, tears welled up in the little fishman's eyes. My mother and father were killed by pirates. I heard from the older brothers on Fishman Street that the Navy possesses great strength, which is why I wish to become a sailor and avenge my parents. Please, I implore you, let me join the Navy. With that, the little fishman could no longer contain his tears and began to cry. His sobs rendered the group of burly men in the recruitment station utterly helpless. It took considerable consolation from Zhangguo before the little fishman finally ceased his crying. Just then, Tiger entered with a group of fishmen. Arlong, standing behind Tiger, rushed forward to the still sniffling little fishman, lifting him into his arms and bellowing, "What have you despicable humans done to little Maogang?" Arlong's words instantly ignited the fury of the fishmen behind him. Just as Sengoku was about to explain, he was interrupted by the fishman behind Tiger. Tiger exclaimed, "I told you, humans are unreliable. They are no different from those vile pirates. They only seek to capture me as a slave." The conscription station instantly erupted into chaos. Sengoku initially intended to use his conqueror's haki to calm the fishmen, but fearing their volatile tempers, he opted to raise his voice instead. All this transpired in a mere moment. Seeing the commotion, Tiger commanded, "Silence. We do not yet know the full reason behind this." Upon hearing Tiger's words, the fishmen who had been hurling insults at Sengoku and his companions immediately fell silent. Arlong, visibly displeased, retorted, "Do we still need to find a reason? Little Mauer is crying so sorrowfully. It must be because these humans have bullied him. His parents died protecting Fishman Island. We cannot let these humans go unpunished." Tiger, with a fierce tone, admonished, "Arlong, be quiet." "Mauer, did these humans bully you?" Little Mauer shook his head and replied, "No, they are all very kind. They haven't bullied me at all." Arlong, perplexed, questioned, "If they haven't bullied you, why are you crying so heartbrokenly?" Little Mauer responded, "I miss my mom and dad. That's why I'm crying." Tiger, upon hearing this, declared, "Did you hear that? You lot should promptly apologize to General Sengoku." When no one spoke up, Tiger continued, "General Sengoku, I have failed in my guidance of these young ones. Please do not hold them accountable. They are unfortunate souls without parents. If you must assign blame, let it fall upon me. I have not raised them properly." Arlong, feeling a warmth in his heart at his brother's apology, was soon overcome with shame. It seemed he had made a momentous decision. His expression shifted dramatically, and he addressed Sengoku with indifference. "General Sengoku, I misjudged this situation. It has nothing to do with the others. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at me. I submit myself to your judgment." In the face of Arlong's resolute willingness to embrace death, the warring states could only manage a wry smile, tinged with resignation. As Sengoku was about to speak, he heard Jinbei's voice. Jinbei gently tapped Arlong's head and said, "You fool, Brother Tiger instructed you to apologize to General Sengoku, not in this manner." "Is this truly an apology?" Arlong, puzzled, replied, "Brother Jinbei, is my method of apology not appropriate? In the human films I have watched, this is how they express their apologies. I even made a point of using their way to demonstrate my sincerity." As the situation unfolded, Sengoku could no longer restrain himself. Initially, he believed that Arlong's sentiment stemmed from a profound disdain for humanity. However, he soon realized that Arlong had been misguided by the films he had watched. Sengoku speculated that Arlong had likely been engrossed in films of the dark and sinister genre. "Arlong," he said, "our methods of apology as humans are not dissimilar to those of your kind, the fishmen. The portrayals in those films are mere performances, entirely fabricated. They are all illusions." Arlong's expression turned blank, as the revelation that the narratives from his favorite human films were mere fabrications struck him deeply. This realization inflicted a severe blow to his once darkened heart. Jinbei chimed in, "Arlong, I had previously advised you to refrain from indulging in such films, yet you were obstinate. Now you comprehend the consequences of disregarding your elder brother's counsel, do you not? Cast aside those films and promptly extend your apologies to Admiral Sengoku. Have you not noticed the increasing number of residents gathering outside?" With a heavy heart, Arlong responded, "Admiral Sengoku, I am truly sorry. I was in the wrong to indiscriminately accuse you." Zhangguo smiled and said, "On behalf of those you have wronged, I extend my forgiveness. This is truly not a matter of great consequence. What is of paramount importance now is the situation concerning Xiao Mauer. At merely 9 years of age, he aspires to become a Marine. As I mentioned to you yesterday, the minimum age for enlisting is 18. We have attempted to explain this to him. Yet at such a tender age, he struggles to grasp our meaning. Since you are acquainted with him, I kindly ask for your assistance." Taiga nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for a slightly older young merman to come forward, who then escorted Xiao Mao away. General Zhang Guo expressed his apologies. "I sincerely regret any inconvenience Xiao Mao may have caused you." The warring states waved their hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. By the way, why have you brought so many people to the recruitment station? Are you here to assist us with enlistment?" Tej replied with a smile, "General of the warring states. Some of my brothers are here to enlist, while others have come to help with the recruitment." The officers within the recruitment station were elated, and soon they began assisting those fishmen in signing up. With the arrival of Tej and his companions, the number of fishmen coming to enlist also increased, although many still remained hesitant. Chapter 47. Enduring the darkness. In the midst of the bustling chaos, Sengoku found himself overwhelmed. Yet fortune smiled upon him as Yihim and Neptune soon arrived with reinforcements to assist in the recruitment efforts. With the support of Yihim, Tiger, and others, the remaining sailors with prior recruitment experience were able to lend a hand at the recruitment station amidst the flurry of distributing flyers. This allowed the tirelessly occupied Sengoku a moment to catch his breath. After a long day of recruitment, the process concluded, although numerous fishmen had arrived. A significant portion were merely seeking information. While they were grateful to Sengoku for driving away the pirates, their understanding of the Navy was limited, making immediate enlistment unlikely. Additionally, some of those who registered were youths, like Chopper, who had yet to reach the age of 18. Ultimately, only a little over 200 successfully enlisted. But after the selection process, merely 54 remained. Nonetheless, Sengoku perceived a singular individual among them whose worth surpassed that of 100 others, Jinbei. After the recruitment, Sengoku approached Jinbei. "Do you require something, Admiral Sengoku?" Jinbei inquired. "There is nothing pressing," Sengoku replied. "I merely wish to inform you that the Navy may not be as splendid as you envision. After all, we are constrained by the world government, and there are numerous actions we undertake that lack righteousness." Jinbei chuckled. "Admiral Sengoku, no need for concern. Brother Tiger has already enlightened me on these matters. When I expressed my desire to become a sailor yesterday, he divulged the Navy's helplessness and the darkness of the world government. However," Jinbei continued, "in these brief 2 days, the experiences shared with me by you and the other sailors have instilled a sense of trust. I believe that even amidst the world government's shadows, the Navy can still bestow justice upon the world. I am truly pleased that you wish to join us, Jinbei," Sengoku replied. "But I must caution you that the darkness of the world government is far more profound than what Brother Tiger has conveyed. The ambitions you pursue will undoubtedly come with a heavy cost, and you will encounter far more darkness than others. Hence, you must cultivate a heart capable of enduring this darkness. Should you lack such resilience, I would advise against enlisting. Otherwise, if you find the burden unbearable and choose to betray the Navy, I would be compelled to send someone after you, perhaps even take matters into my own hands. I recognize your noble heart, and it pains me to consider ending the life of one who embodies justice, to prevent such a day from arising. I urge you to contemplate your decision thoroughly before committing to us." A solemn expression flickered across Jinbei's typically earnest visage. After a moment of contemplation, he posed a question. "Admiral Sengoku, may I inquire about something?" "Of course," Sengoku replied. "What I wish to know is," Jinbei continued, "given your awareness of the world government's darkness, how do you endure it? What compels you to tolerate such circumstances?" Zhang chuckled bitterly. "Me? I certainly did not initially grasp the darkness of the world government. When I first joined the Navy, I naively believed in its proclaimed righteousness. However, as I ascended the ranks, I gradually became aware of the sinister realities within the Navy. The world government, and indeed, the world itself. In my youth, I was so enraged by the world government's nefarious actions that I contemplated resigning from the Navy. Yet, I pondered what I could do if I left. Should I become a pirate and openly oppose the darkness of the world government? Or should I retreat into obscurity and disregard the world's affairs entirely? Ultimately, I rejected both paths. I knew that either choice would lead to regret. My family had been slain by pirates, making it impossible for me to become one myself, even if I had chosen the life of a pirate. With my limited strength at the time, my resistance against the world government would have been short-lived, resulting in my capture and impelled down. As for the notion of retreating, it was merely a euphemism for evasion. So, did you ultimately decide to continue as a Marine, Admiral Zhanghua? Indeed, I chose to persist as a Marine. For while this path demands the endurance of darkness, it also allows for the preservation of some semblance of justice. Moreover, the number of Marines who, like myself, harbor a sense of righteousness has significantly increased since my early days. This is the very reason I chose to remain a Marine, as long as we lead by example. The flame of justice shall not be extinguished, but will only blaze ever brighter. Had I chosen either of the alternative paths, the upper echelons of the Navy would not possess the righteous spirit that they do today. They might have colluded with the world government. Thus, the last bastion of justice in this world would have vanished. This is why I can endure the darkness of the world government. Now, Jinbei, can you provide me with your answer? Jinbei did not respond to Zhang Guo's question, but instead posed another inquiry. Admiral Zhang Guo, are we to endure this darkness indefinitely? The warring state smiled and said, I can endure for as long as it takes, but I will never allow future generations to endure this darkness as we have. Jinbei's eyes brightened as he replied, Admiral Warring States, I am willing to endure the darkness alongside you. Ha ha ha, then let us endure it together. With that, Warring States strode away, and Jinbei headed towards Fishman Street to bid farewell to his companions. Upon returning to the warship, Warring States recounted the events of Fishman Island to Kong. After listening, Kong fell into silence, taking a moment before speaking. Warring States, your vacation has indeed surprised me. Pray tell, how did you win over the Fishman race? Admiral Kong, please restrain your excitement. You must swiftly fulfill the conditions I promised to the Fishmen, for that will lead to a steady influx of Fishmen enlisting in our Navy. In no time, we shall have a Fishman division, which will be no less formidable than the giant race division. You should be more aware than I of the significance of a Fishman division to our Navy. Understood. I shall begin mobilizing efforts to shift public opinion regarding the Fishmen. Additionally, I will reach out to nations friendly with our Navy, encouraging their support for the Fishmen to become members of the world government. Given the Fishmen's stature, their inclusion would grant them the right to participate in world meetings. As for the base on Fishman Island, I will deploy Marines to establish a presence there. There is no need to rush on that front. I have already given the transponder snail to King Neptune and Princess Shirahoshi of the Fishman Kingdom. They will reach out to you to discuss these matters. As for the negotiations, that will be up to you. I can tell you that the Fishman Kingdom is primarily under Princess Shirahoshi's influence, and King Neptune shares the same timid disposition as Zephyr when it comes to his wife. Moreover, after spending a couple of days with them, I have observed that Princess Shirahoshi holds greater esteem among the Fishmen than King Neptune does. Thus, if you can persuade her, everything will fall into place. It would be wise to have Crane accompany you for the discussions, as women understand each other better. Chapter 48. Departing Fishman Island. Very well, I understand. I will bring Crane with me. When will you return? I will be leaving Fishman Island early tomorrow morning, heading to headquarters, and I expect to arrive by tomorrow evening. Good. Then upon your return, do share how you managed to persuade the Fishmen. By the way, Admiral Kong, I must also bring back the 54 Fishman Marines I just recruited today. Please arrange accommodations for them in advance. Do we need to emphasize the importance of these 54 Fishman Marines, Admiral Kong? Of course, we must give it due significance. Have you lost your senses? These 54 Marines represent our first step towards establishing relations with the Fishmen. How could we possibly disregard that? Among the 54 Fishman soldiers, there exists one whose innate talent is exceptionally formidable, rivaling that of Fisher Tiger, who is poised to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In fact, I believe his potential surpasses that of Fisher Tiger. Once he truly matures, his impact in maritime combat could be akin to that of a Marine admiral. This certainly warrants our attention. Indeed, it should be taken seriously. Sengoku, I have noticed that during your recent excursions, you have consistently brought back individuals of remarkable talent. I cannot fathom how fortune smiles upon you so. I shall instruct the Fishman soldiers stationed at headquarters to prepare for the arrival of their compatriots, and I will extend to them the highest level of hospitality. There is no need for such extravagant treatment. Simply accord them the standard hospitality extended to ordinary soldiers. After all, the majority of our Marine personnel are human, and there are always those who harbor animosity towards the Fishmen, viewing them as a savage race. Should you truly grant them the utmost hospitality, it is inevitable that some individuals would react adversely towards the Fishman soldiers, potentially leading to conflict, which would be undesirable. Furthermore, the Fishmen themselves have requested fair treatment from our Navy. They do not seek any special privileges. Very well, I understand. The soldiers aboard the warship of the Warring States were utterly fatigued, although only 54 Marines had been recruited. The collective exhaustion felt by the crew surpassed that of enlisting 5,000 soldiers. Upon witnessing the situation during the Warring States period, the commanding officer granted the Marines aboard the warship a reprieve. Instantly invigorated by the announcement, The Marines set forth to explore the vibrant streets under the night sky. And even Pausolino joined in the nocturnal revelry. After casually dining at a local establishment, Sengoku returned to rest, finding himself alone aboard the battleship. The following morning, in stark contrast to the weary sailors, the 54 successful applicants, led by Jinbe, arrived early beneath Sengoku's warship. The sentry sailors, upon witnessing this, promptly reported to Sengoku, swiftly rousing the entire crew from their slumber. Upon awakening, Sengoku promptly ordered the warship to set sail, as the coating had already been completed. The vessel smoothly ascended from Fishman Island to the surface of the sea. Upon reaching the surface, all the human soldiers aboard eagerly inhaled the fresh air. And Sengoku was no exception. Despite the beauty of Fishman Island, it is not conducive to human habitation. While remaining on Fishman Island may have been tolerable, the transition from the depths to the surface could provoke deep-sea phobia in those with weaker psychological fortitude. The warring states did not proceed to the nearby Shambodi Islands, but instead advanced directly towards Marinfando. It was precisely this decision that filled the warring states with immense relief. As the warships sailed normally, the sudden sound of cannon fire erupted across the sea. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhanghua immediately began to inquire with the sailors stationed at the lookout tower about the circumstances surrounding the area subjected to bombardment. The commander of Zhanghua reported that a fleet of pirate ships was besieging one of our naval vessels, a modest family ship. As Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically, he urgently commanded, "Borsalino, hasten your support. It is imperative to protect the families aboard the ship." Without uttering another word, Borsalino transformed into a beam of light. Soaring towards the warship, the vessel commenced full throttle, racing at maximum speed to ensure that the pirates attacking the family ship would not escape. After issuing his command, Sengoku attempted to utilize the Jeppo technique to swiftly advance towards the family vessel. However, he soon realized the distance was too great and abandoned the effort. Upon Borsalino's arrival at the family ship, he discovered that pirates had already boarded, and the scant number of Marines aboard were valiantly battling these intruders. Yet, their numbers were insufficient, and many pirates had already breached past the Marines, advancing towards the cargo hold. Witnessing this, Borsalino unleashed a series of laser beams, eliminating the pirates who had evaded the Marines. The presence of Borsalino invigorated the Marines, boosting their morale significantly. Conversely, the pirates, seeing how effortlessly he dispatched so many of their comrades, began to feel trepidation. One captain shouted defiantly, "Fear not, everyone. No matter how formidable he may be, he is but a single individual. According to our intelligence, Admiral Zephyr's wife and child are on this ship. If we eliminate them, we shall avenge our captured comrades and our captain." Another echoed, "Merely killing Zephyr's wife and child is insufficient. We must torment them well to truly exact our vengeance." "You are right. We must thoroughly torture Zephyr's family." With that, the two led the charge forward. At that moment, a young boy burst forth from the hold, shouting, "Pirates, prepare to meet your doom." Borsalino recognized the boy as the son of his master, and a rare expression of fury crossed his typically nonchalant visage. "Zei, halt!" A woman, panic-stricken, rushed out from the hold and shielded Zei. Borsalino approached her, saying, "Mistress, quickly take your disciple below deck. Leave these scoundrels to me." It was only then that Zei's mother noticed Borsalino. "Borsalino, you must be cautious," she urged. "Borsalino, you must capture more pirates." Zei insisted. "Be silent, you child." Borsalino chuckled, "Fear not, mistress. I am not alone in this endeavor. Sengoku will arrive shortly. You must lead your younger disciple to safety." "Understood." Once Zei and his mother had departed, Borsalino commanded the Marines aboard the family ship to secure the entrance of the hold, leaving the pirates to him. Filled with righteous anger, Borsalino coldly declared, "I shall use you scoundrels to test my new techniques. Survive my new skills, and I may spare your lives." Several pirate captains, infuriated by Borsalino's audacity, began to curse him. "How dare a mere vice admiral act so arrogantly? Witness as I bring about your demise. Who granted you the audacity to be so brazen?" Borsalino would not stoop to the level of the deceased. First, he evaded an attack from a pirate by elemental transformation. Then, leaping into the air with his hands crossed, he formed a gesture and coldly proclaimed, "Yada no Kagami." As Borsalino uttered the name of his technique, countless laser beams surged forth from his hands, and in an instant, it began to rain lasers from the sky. In Chapter 49, titled Powerful Paint, a shoulder throw, each laser beam from Yada no Kagami claimed a pirate's life. Those fortunate enough to withstand one beam often fell victim to the next. The two pirates, who had boasted about defeating Zephyr and his mother, became Borsellino's primary targets. Although they were the captain and wielded armament hockey, their defenses paled in comparison to Borsellino's prowess. While they managed to block some of the laser assaults with their hockey, the relentless barrage quickly depleted their energy. Without the protection of armament hockey, the two pirates were mercilessly riddled with holes by the laser beams of Yada no Kagami. Upon witnessing the two pirates fall, Borsellino did not relent. Instead, he redirected his Yada no Kagami towards the pirate ship. Unexpectedly, before he could unleash another barrage, a shadow darted in front of him and struck him squarely with a punch. Borsellino was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the family ship. Regaining his composure, he soared back into the air, searching for the assailant. However, he could not afford to dismiss the source of the attack. A boisterous voice rang out. "You must be the renowned natural type user among the Navy, the one with the light fruit." Borsellino ignored the taunt, focusing intently on locating the source. The voice, undeterred by Borsellino's silence, cackled, "Stop wasting your time. I am the Invisible Man. Having consumed the invisibility fruit, you cannot find me, not even with your observation hockey." Originally elated at the prospect of eliminating Zephyr's family, the speaker now reveled in the additional thrill of targeting a natural-type Navy officer. "Just imagining Zephyr's furious expression at your demise excites me. I am Oswald, the Invisible Man, with a bounty of 450 million berries. Indeed, I am Oswald. Remember that it is I who will bring about your end." Before Oswald could finish, Borsellino, unwavering, fired a barrage of lasers toward him. Oswald, witnessing this, chuckled. "I told you, you cannot find me, and thus your attacks are futile." Before Oswald could finish his words, Borsellino unleashed a swift strike with his sword, cleaving through the air. Although Oswald managed to react, Borsellino's speed was simply too formidable, and his right hand was struck. Observing this, Borsellino taunted, "Did I not land a blow? What a mere invisible man, merely a rat lurking in the gutters." Despite his sharp tongue, Borsellino had expended much of his stamina with the recent release of the 8 Shaku Yada no Kagami, leaving him with little combat prowess. He now fervently hoped for the swift arrival of Sengoku. Oswald roared in fury, "How dare you injure me? You are the second person to do so, and you have successfully provoked me. I shall not only end your life but also torment your family." With that, he charged toward Borsellino. Naturally, Borsellino would not stand idly by as a target for Oswald's assault. Utilizing his fruit abilities to shift his position constantly, Borsellino evaded Oswald's pursuit with ease. After a while, Oswald realized that his speed was insufficient to land a hit on the ever-elusive Borsellino. In a sinister tone, Oswald threatened, "If you continue to dodge my attacks, I shall slaughter your subordinates and their families aboard the ship." However, to Oswald's surprise, Borsellino disregarded his threats entirely. Realizing his plan had been unmasked, Oswald grew frantic, exclaiming, "And you, the Navy, dare to proclaim yourselves as champions of justice? Does your performance truly embody justice? Since you care not for their lives, I shall eliminate them all and see if you will come to their aid." With that, he commanded his pirates to resume their assault on the ship housing the families. At that moment, Sengoku and his allies arrived. With a powerful move, Sengoku unleashed a devastating shoulder throw, sending forth a torrent of crimson water from his battleship, which exploded above Oswald and his crew, showering them with rain. As the downpour subsided, a figure emerged in the sky, enveloped in red, unmistakably revealing Oswald. In response to the situation, the warring states transformed into a colossal Buddha form and leapt into the air, unleashing a devastating palm strike that struck Oswald with tremendous force. This blow sent Oswald plummeting into the depths of the sea, rendering him instantly devoid of combat capability. As Sengoku observed the situation, he coldly commanded, "Leave no pirate alive. Ensure none escape. Those who attempt to flee shall be dealt with ruthlessly." With that, the Marines surged towards the pirate ships, while those skilled in the Six Powers swiftly employed the moonwalk to reach the enemy vessels and engage in combat. Each Marine had loved ones, and in the face of such circumstances, their fury ignited a fierce determination. They fought without regard for their own lives. Soon, fear gripped the pirates, prompting some to leap into the sea in a desperate bid for survival, unaware that their plunge into the depths sealed their fate. The moment the pirates hit the water, they were spotted by the fishmen Marines lurking below. Though they bore the title of Marines, these fishmen were untrained ruffians from Fishman Street. A cruel smile spread across their faces as they descended upon the pirates, swiftly slaughtering the majority, their actions bordering on brutality, staining the surrounding waters crimson with blood. Had it not been for Jinbei's intervention, not a single pirate would have survived. With the Navy's relentless offensive bolstered by the formidable presence of Sengoku and Borsalino, it wasn't long before most of the pirates were vanquished, with the remainder captured. A group of pirates was bound on the deck of the warship, guarded by vigilant marines. Among the captured, Oswald was particularly conspicuous, his body drenched in red paint, recently pulled from the sea with his hands shackled by sea stone cuffs, rendering his devil fruit abilities useless, revealing his lecherous visage. In the conference room aboard the warship, Sengoku dialed Zephyr using a transponder snail. Bro. Hello, Sengoku. What brings you to contact me? Is there something you need to discuss? Zephyr, you have utterly disregarded my warnings. I cautioned you to safeguard your wife and child. Yet you chose to ignore me. Had I not fortuitously encountered this situation, your family would be in grave danger. Hearing Sengoku's words, Zephyr's tone shifted to one of anxiety. What is happening? How are my wife and child? I would prefer not to relay the details myself. Borsalino, please explain the events to him. As Borsalino recounted the attack on the family vessel, cold sweat poured from Zephyr's brow. His speech faltered as he struggled to comprehend the implications had Sengoku not intervened. He could not fathom the loss of his wife and child. The thought of such a tragedy left him reeling, questioning how he could endure such a loss. Noticing Zephyr's silence, Sengoku's voice turned steely. Now is not the time for silence, Zephyr. Save your reprimands for later. This assault was no coincidence, it was premeditated. Hasten to investigate at headquarters. I shall also interrogate the pirates responsible for the recent assault. By the way, the most formidable of those who attacked the family vessel is the invisible man Oswald. This fellow is targeting your wife and children. I shall refrain from saying more. So do proceed with your inquiries post-haste. I shall arrive at headquarters by evening. With that, Sengoku abruptly terminated the call. Borsalino, observing the enraged Sengoku, mustered his courage and said, Mr. Sengoku, it would be unjust to place the blame on Teacher Zifa. He could not have foreseen such an occurrence. Sengoku coldly remarked, This matter pertains solely to me and Zifa. It bears no relevance to you. Your current task is to interrogate those pirates. Remember, every pirate must be scrutinized, and none are to be spared. As for Oswald, he shall be entrusted to my interrogation. Kizuru, devoid of any inclination to defend Zifa, promptly set forth to carry out the assignment that Sengoku had bestowed upon him. Shortly thereafter, Sengoku arrived at a cell within the warship, where the confines had been ensnared by sea prism stone implements. Observing the injuries adorning his form, it was evident that he had endured considerable torment while bound to the instruments of torture by the marine soldiers. The warring states did not utter a word, merely gesturing for the nearby marine to awaken Oswald. The marine promptly splashed a bucket of water onto Oswald's face, rousing him from his slumber with a gasp. Upon regaining consciousness, Oswald cast a glance at the warring states seated across from him, muttering a curse of misfortune before shutting his eyes once more, refusing to speak. His demeanor was decidedly arrogant. Observing this, the warring states chose not to inquire further and simply signaled the nearby marines to proceed with the execution. The marines, understanding their cue, wasted no time in selecting the instruments of torment, beginning to inflict suffering upon Oswald. Initially, he was oblivious to the sound of the instruments being prepared, dismissing it as an attempt by the warring states to intimidate him into revealing how he had learned of the family vessel. However, to his astonishment, the warring states had no intention of frightening him. The Marines ruthlessly employed the instruments of torture. The implements specifically designed by CP9 to torment those with devil fruit abilities proved remarkably effective, as Oswald let out a piercing scream at the very first strike. Before his cries could fully escape, the instruments were once again set into motion. Oswald, desperate to curse the warring states, found himself utterly incapable of doing so, as the relentless agony rendered him speechless. In the presence of the incessant wails of Oswald, Sengoku found the cacophony unbearable. They applied each instrument of torture upon him, reviving him from unconsciousness before he could escape the torment. It was imperative that he endure his suffering while fully conscious. Whenever they grew weary, they would simply summon another to continue the execution. Only when all devices had been exhausted would they call for him. Such was the authority of the great General Sengoku. After receiving the soldier's acknowledgement, he departed without hesitation. Mr. Sengoku entered his chamber, carrying an assortment of delectable delicacies from Fishman Island, along with unique toys he had procured for Z. He made his way to the room of Z and his mother. In stark contrast to Z's joyful demeanor upon seeing Mr. Sengoku, his mother wore an expression of sheer terror, evidently still haunted by the recent attack. Uncle Sengoku, You promised to bring me 2 gifts next time we met. Have you prepared them? Before Z's mother could scold him, Mr. Sengoku cheerfully handed the toy to Z. How could I possibly forget to prepare gifts for you? Not only have I brought you double the presents, but I have also included some special snacks. As Z gazed at the gifts and treats in his hands, his eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Uncle Sengoku, he exclaimed, before rushing to the nearby bed to unwrap his presents. Uncle, you shouldn't have gone to such trouble, Z's mother remarked. Trouble? This was merely a promise I made to Zoe. It's only natural for an uncle to buy gifts for his nephew. Could you share with me the details of your attack and the events of today? Mr. Sengoku inquired. Zoe's mother then recounted the entire ordeal to him, yet Mr. Sengoku found no inconsistencies in her account. It seemed to be an ordinary shopping trip. However, Zephyr had taken Mr. Sengoku's words to heart. He had dispatched a pair of Marine soldiers to safeguard the family's vessel during this outing. In the Warring States period, one could hardly find the words to express their thoughts. Yet, Zfa absorbed his words, pondering the efficacy of a mere pair of sailors. What impact could such a small contingent possibly have? Nevertheless, a duo of sailors represented the largest force that could be dispatched. It was hardly feasible to send officers to escort the general's wife on her shopping excursions. Contemplating this, the head of Zhangguo throbbed with renewed anguish. After some contemplation, the Warring States decided to set aside the matter for the time being. Zhangguo consoled, there is nothing to worry about anymore. The pirates who attacked you have been apprehended. Rest well, we shall reach the headquarters by evening. I must proceed to interrogate the pirates, so I shall not disturb your rest. With that, Zhangguo departed. After leaving, Zhangguo sought out Jinbei, acknowledging that the successful conclusion of today's battle was largely due to his efforts. Had it not been for Jinbei's fishman karate, Zhangguo would not have so easily subdued Oswald. Zhangguo realized that the powers of the invisibility fruit were indeed formidable, as even his advanced observation haki could not detect Oswald's movements. The fruit's abilities were rendered entirely ineffective when enveloped in a potent layer of paint. Originally, Sengoku believed that Jinbei's proficiency in fishman karate was still lacking, yet Jinbei clearly surprised Sengoku. As the admiral, Sengoku greeted the fishmen, who rose to pay their respects. Observing this, Sengoku chuckled. Please, take your seats. Your performance in today's battle was commendable, especially you, Jinbei. You have indeed made a significant contribution today, and rest assured, the rewards you deserve will not be scant. He assured them that all would receive their rightful recompense. Chapter 51. You cannot kill me. Jinbei smiled and replied, Admiral Sengoku, since we have committed ourselves to the Navy, these duties are merely our obligation. There's truly no need for rewards. Sengoku insisted, rewards are certainly warranted. Your military achievements must be recognized. Our Navy is known for its just rewards and punishments. I have come to discuss not only the matter of rewards, but also to inquire whether you would be interested in attending our Naval Academy for systematic training. While it is true that your fishman race possesses innate strength tenfold that of ordinary humans, I have observed that many among you have not fully harnessed this potential due to a lack of structured training. At the Academy, you would be able to maximize your inherent abilities, and I firmly believe that after 2 years there, your power will experience remarkable enhancement. Thus, I wish to ask if you are inclined to pursue systematic education at the Academy. Admiral Sengoku, I have heard from other sailors that those of us who are older must first achieve sufficient military merit to gain entry into the main academy. If you allow us to study at the main academy without such merit, it will undoubtedly provoke discontent among other sailors. We would prefer not to attend. Most of the fishermen sailors echoed Jinbei's dissent, finding themselves at a loss for further argument. Within his heart, Sengoku couldn't help but commend Jinbei. Jinbei, I am well aware of the matters you speak of, yet the merits you have established today are more than sufficient for you to pursue your studies at the Academy. As for the others, they too have their avenues for learning. Every new recruit is required to undergo a 2-month training program. However, given that you are currently the only recruits, we are unable to initiate a new training camp. Thus, the others may also attend the Academy for 2 months. Consider it akin to training in a new recruits camp. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Jinbei found no reason to dissent. In that case, Admiral Sengoku, we shall adhere to your arrangements. Since you are new recruits and have just entered the Academy, the institution will undoubtedly prioritize your education in naval discipline over physical training. You are all aware of this, and I hope you will refrain from causing any disturbances at the Academy. Should the instructors decide to expel you, I would be powerless to facilitate your return. After all, I am not the one in charge of the Academy. Jinbei, perceiving the concern in Sengoku's tone, replied with a smile, Admiral Sengoku, you needn't worry. Since we are determined to become sailors, we are certainly capable of embracing the study of naval regulations. We will not cause any trouble. Remember, G-Bay. While your mastery of fishman karate is formidable, do not allow the acquisition of new techniques at the academy to detract from your training in fishman karate. It is essential to understand that only those techniques that resonate with you are truly the best, and evidently, fishman karate is the most suitable for you. This is something I am fully aware of, Admiral Sengoku. Before Zhang Guo could express further thoughts, a Marine entered and interrupted him. General Zhang Guo had already exhausted the use of torture instruments on Oswald. In a moment of instinct, Sengoku remarked, "Have they all been used up so quickly? I see there are still quite a few instruments of punishment." The reporting Navy personnel internally scoffed. If Admiral Sengoku believes our executions are too swift, then they must indeed be excessively rapid. How can we possibly deal with such pirates with merely 2 rounds of punishment? It should be 4 times. Or perhaps even none at all. After this, Sengoku turned to Jinbei and stated, "I shall proceed to interrogate that individual. You all ought to take a proper rest. For this is your last day of respite. Once we reach the academy, rigorous training will be the order of each day." With that, Sengoku departed. Upon his return to the cell, he found Oswald's body marred, devoid of any unscathed flesh, covered in various wounds. It was evident that he had endured inhumane torment. Yet, in Sengoku's gaze towards Oswald, there was not a trace of compassion, only an abyssal indifference remained. In the midst of the turmoil, Zhang spoke. "Oswald, can you now reveal who informed you about the whereabouts of your family's vessel?" Internally, Oswald seethed with rage, cursing Zhang incessantly. "Foolish Zhang, when did you ever ask me? Did I have the opportunity to respond?" Just as Oswald's fury reached its peak, Zhang declared, "Since he is unwilling to speak, let the interrogation continue, relentlessly, until he divulges the truth. After all, he is an ability user. Such minor injuries will not lead to his demise." With that, Zhang prepared to depart, while the tormenting soldiers nearby gathered the instruments of punishment. Observing this, Oswald hastily implored, "Zhang, wait. I will confess everything." Zhang paused in his tracks, returning to his seat and remarked, "Oswald, had you been more cooperative from the outset, we could have avoided this ordeal. If you wish to confess, do so promptly." Oswald inwardly cursed Zhang before responding, "I only learned about the family ship's news yesterday. I arrived at the Shambadi archipelago a week ago to coat my pirate ship in preparation for venturing into the New World. To be frank, I have no interest in your plans." Interruptions infuriated Oswald, yet he restrained himself from voicing his anger, continuing, "While I was drinking at a bar yesterday, I overheard someone mention that Zephyr's wife and children would be shopping at the Shambadi archipelago today. Initially, I dismissed it as mere rumor. However, by evening, with nothing else to do, I decided to test my luck, and to my surprise, the information proved accurate. Do you know who relayed this news?" "I do not." "Are you acquainted with the pirates who attacked the family ship?" "I do not recognize those scoundrels. At first, I assumed they were on a similar course as mine, so I paid them no mind. It was only through further communication that I learned they were also intent on assaulting Zephyr's family. As for how they acquired that information, I cannot say. Is that all you know, or are you deceiving me? You must understand the repercussions of deceit. Not only will I continue to torment you, but you shall also evade imprisonment and impel down. I'll ensure you are executed instead." Upon hearing the threat of death, Oswald visibly panicked. "Zhang, you cannot kill me. I am a special ability user. You must confine me and impel down. This is the Navy's protocol." In the midst of the conversation, Sengoku mockingly remarked, "Oh, I never anticipated that a pirate like you would possess such knowledge. However, it is imperative to confine those pirates who pose a significant threat due to their devil fruit abilities within impel down. As for your seemingly inconsequential devil fruit, I could easily dispose of you without a second thought. Even if I were to face repercussions, it would matter little to me. Your devil fruit is utterly useless. I am the Invisible Man, with a bounty of 450 million berries. My devil fruit ability is so potent that even the most formidable observation hockey cannot detect me. Once my powers awaken, I shall become even more formidable. My abilities are immensely powerful. Sengoku, you cannot kill me." Chapter 52. Unraveled. The Sengoku continued to mock. "You speak of awakening your devil fruit, yet how many years have you consumed the invisibility fruit without any sign of awakening? Do not deceive yourself. Even if you were to awaken, how formidable could you truly become? Regardless, your devil fruit has already been deciphered by our Navy. Henceforth, anyone who consumes the invisibility fruit will merely render themselves powerless against us." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Oswald was reminded of his own experience of being cast adrift by Sengoku at sea, and his expression swiftly transformed from one of pride to one of despondency. In the face of the situation, Warring States declared, "If you wish for me to spare your life, you must divulge the truth. Should you reveal the truth, I shall contemplate granting you clemency, for you have not harmed the families aboard the vessel. It is indeed possible to spare your life. Furthermore, if you disclose the identity of the mastermind behind this, I can arrange for your stay in Advanced City to be rather comfortable. Aside from your inability to leave Advanced City, I shall endeavor to accommodate your other requests." Oswald, with a forlorn expression, replied, "Warring States, the terms you propose are undeniably enticing, yet I truly do not know who the mastermind is. I merely heard this information while in a bar on the Shambodi Islands. If you harbor doubts, you may send someone to investigate that hotel. Once you conduct your inquiry, you shall surely come to believe my words. If you remain skeptical of my statements, then you may as well end my life. I leave my fate in your hands." With a cold snort, Zhangguo remarked, "Even without your words, I would have dispatched someone to investigate. However, this does not imply that I place my trust in your statements. We are not specialists in interrogation. Once you arrive at the city of Jin, let the professionals conduct the questioning. If you have nothing to conceal, then all is well. But should you choose to hide the truth, you shall come to regret your existence in this world." Having spoken, Zhangguo strode into the assembly, where the other interrogators had already gathered in the conference room. During the Warring States period, they took turns to express their interrogation results. However, after listening to several individuals, it became apparent to the Warring States that their findings closely mirrored those provided by Oswald. Many of them claimed to have gathered information in places such as bars and restaurants on the islands of Chumba, while others reported insights acquired in weapon shops, and some even directly at the port. As the Warring States grew increasingly incensed, a sense of perplexity enveloped them regarding how the shadowy figures had foreseen that Z and her son were to journey to the Xiangbao archipelago today. As time progressed, the interrogators in the conference room had nearly completed their inquiries, and the pirates relayed a remarkably similar account of the source of the information. The various factions had essentially determined that the one responsible for disseminating information was a particular group of individuals. However, no one could fathom who possessed such formidable power to orchestrate these events. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with concern, a naval soldier abruptly entered the conference room. The attendees, taken aback by the intrusion, immediately reprimanded him, exclaiming, "Do you not see we are in the midst of a meeting? How dare you barge in unannounced?" The soldier responded, "General Zhangguo, I possess crucial intelligence to report. Otherwise, I would not have entered so brazenly." An officer retorted, "What significant matter could you possibly have to convey?" Zhangguo cast an irritated glance at the officer and then inquired, "If you possess any significant intelligence, please report it promptly." The officer replied, "As a general of Zhangguo, I must convey information regarding the mastermind behind today's attack on the family vessel." Upon hearing this, all eyes in the conference room turned towards him. "The mastermind behind the assault on the family vessel? How could you possibly have such information?" The officer responded, "I do not know the details, but a pirate I was guarding claimed to know the identity of the informant. He insisted that his intelligence must be relayed to General Zhangguo. He stated that if General Zhangguo did not meet him, he would certainly remain silent. For only General Zhangguo could ensure his survival. Yet, I cannot ascertain the veracity of the pirate's claims." Observing the concern among the esteemed officers regarding this matter, I summoned the courage to report it. Should the intelligence prove false, I am willing to accept punishment. After hearing this, the excitement on the faces of some officers completely dissipated. Others remained skeptical, harboring a glimmer of hope, although they were doubtful that the pirate could provide accurate information. For the high-ranking pirates captured had already been interrogated, leaving only ordinary pirates behind. How much credibility could the information from common pirates truly possess? Zhangguo remarked, "You need not worry. Even if the intelligence regarding that pirate proves to be false, I shall not impose any punishment upon you. Instead, I will reward you. Should the information turn out to be true, my gratitude will be even greater, for you will then be the principal contributor to this incident." He then instructed Palusalino, "Accompany this soldier to bring the pirate here. We shall interrogate him together." The Marine, invigorated by Zhangguo's words, instinctively saluted. Palusalino had approached the Marine and said, "Brother, we must depart." The Marine's face flushed with embarrassment at the presence of Vice Admiral Palusalino. Shortly thereafter, a pirate was escorted into the conference room. As the Marine prepared to leave, Zhangguo interjected, "Since you are the one who brought him, you may stay and listen." "Yes, Admiral Zhangguo." The pirate, initially rather indifferent, suddenly became animated upon hearing Zhangguo's name. Admiral Zhangguo, I know who disseminated the news about the family vessel, but you must ensure my safety. Otherwise, I shall remain silent. As Sengoku gazed at the self-assured pirate, a surge of anticipation welled up within him. The assurance of your life depends upon the veracity of your intelligence. Should your information prove to be authentic, I shall undoubtedly ensure your safety, and perchance, you may even evade incarceration and impel down. However, all of this hinges upon the authenticity of your intelligence and its potential impact. Do not doubt the weight of my words. I am one of the 2 admirals in the Navy, and if I cannot safeguard you, then no one within the Navy can. Therefore, I urge you to promptly divulge all the information you possess. The pirate, his face alight with hope, replied, Admiral Sengoku, my intelligence is undoubtedly genuine. Just yesterday, on my way to the tavern, I overheard a conversation among those disseminating information. They are deliberately spreading these rumors, and they are associated with the rulers of the underworld, though I cannot ascertain which ruler they serve. I immediately relayed this information to the captain, but he dismissed my counsel entirely. In the Warring States period, a perplexed figure inquired, Where is your captain? The pirate replied, The captain has already been slain by that esteemed naval officer. The individual he pointed to was none other than Borsellino. Do you have anyone else who can corroborate the authenticity of your information? The pirate shook his head and said, No. I only conveyed the news to the captain and the combat leader aboard our ship, but they have both met their demise at the hands of that naval officer. However, I assure you, my intelligence is absolutely genuine. It is information I heard with my own ears. Chapter 53. The Sovereign of the Underworld without anyone to verify this. It complicates matters. Nevertheless, I shall seek to validate the authenticity of your information. During this period of verification, I cannot allow you to leave. You will remain in custody. Once I have ascertained the truth of your intelligence, I will honor my promise, though the extent of that promise will depend on the significance of your information. You understand my meaning, do you not? Indeed, I understand. The pirate nodded vigorously, as if his head were being pounded like garlic. Admiral Sengoku directly instructed the officer near the door to escort the pirates and that marine away. Once the pirates and the marine had departed, he pondered why they had not been interrogated. Could anyone elucidate the reason for this oversight? Were it not for that marine, I would still be in the dark regarding the assailants' identities. How much manpower and resources would we squander in pursuit of such intelligence? The attendees in the conference room, listening to Sengoku's calm, yet firm tone, instinctively lowered their heads. There's no need for bowing your heads. Why the hesitation? Quickly proceed to interrogate the remaining pirates. If manpower is insufficient, gather additional personnel from headquarters for the questioning. We must conclude these interrogations today. No one dared to linger. The officers hastened out of the meeting room, eager to avoid incurring Sengoku's wrath. In the now empty conference room, Sengoku felt a headache brewing. He had considered various factions, but none had a motive to target Zephyr. However, he had overlooked the forces of the underground world. Those individuals were indeed capable of such actions. Yet, Sengoku could not fathom when Zephyr had offended them, provoking such audacity against an admiral of the Navy. After a period of contemplation, Sengoku realized that Zephyr was absent, leaving many questions unanswered. Thus, he decided not to burden himself further and returned to his quarters to rest. In light of the recent events, the warship sailed at full speed, not only managing to handle the situation with the pirates, but also arriving at headquarters ahead of schedule. As the warships of the Warring States docked, a throng of people awaited their arrival at the port. Kong, Zifa, Carp, and Crane were all present, along with several marine soldiers from the Fishman tribe. Upon the arrival of the warship, Sengoku immediately instructed Crane to continue the interrogation of the pirates. He also informed Kong to arrange matters concerning Jinbei and his companions, revealing his intention to place Jinbei and the others at the headquarters academy. Sengoku initially believed that Kong would refuse, anticipating the need for further persuasion. However, to Sengoku's surprise, Kong readily acquiesced, expressing that he shared the same sentiment. Subsequently, Kong directed an elderly fishman major behind him to oversee the arrangements. Seeing his family return safely, Zephyr was overwhelmed with joy, embracing his wife and children tightly. Once Kong had resolved the matter, Zephyr bid farewell to his family, and Sengoku followed Kong and Zephyr, along with Garp, to the conference room within the fortress. Upon their arrival, Sengoku inquired, Zephyr, have you given any thought to whether you have offended anyone from the underground world recently? The 3 men exchanged bewildered glances. With Zephyr responding, Sengoku, shouldn't we be discussing the attack on the family ship? Why are you suddenly bringing up individuals from the underground world? I have not wronged them recently. Surely, you wouldn't mention the underground world without reason. Could it be that the mastermind is someone from that realm? Zhonghua spoke. Perhaps even their own do not fully comprehend, yet it is undeniable that they are intricately linked to the underworld. Among all existing factions, only they possess the capability to execute such actions. However, I remain uncertain about their motivations towards you, which is why I inquire if you have recently offended them. Given the nature of that group, if you have indeed incurred their wrath, it would likely have been a recent transgression. They are not the type to postpone retaliation. Calm. Perplexed, asked Zhonghua, how do you know it was the underworld that was behind this? The warring states have revealed the course of events. Zfa furrowed his brow and inquired, is this intelligence from the warring states reliable? Whether it is reliable or not remains uncertain to me, however. It is the only lead I have obtained, and it is not unfounded. There is a measure of credibility to it. Enough about me. Let us discuss the progress of your investigation. During the warring states period, both Zfa and Kong displayed expressions that became increasingly peculiar. Zhonghua, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, after such an extensive investigation, surely you have not come up empty-handed. Our inquiries have revealed that there is indeed nothing peculiar about this matter. Everything appears to be perfectly normal. Furthermore, Zfa's wife and children did not plan their trip to the Shambird Islands in advance. It was a spontaneous decision. The only individuals privy to this information were the families of other officers, who were also aboard the family vessel. They would not risk their lives frivolously. Zhonghua pondered. Have you investigated those officers? Since their families went shopping at the Shambadi Islands, it stands to reason that the officers would be aware of this. The family members aboard the vessel may be exempt from suspicion, yet the officers themselves are not. Have you looked into these officers? The two exchanged bewildered glances and shook their heads. Kong voiced his uncertainty. Is it not a bit excessive for Zhonghua to investigate these officers? Might our actions inadvertently dishearten them? The resolute Admiral Sengoku remarked, true Marines do not distinguish between right and wrong indiscriminately. Investigating them serves not only their own welfare but also that of their families, and it is incumbent upon us to be accountable to all Marine families. I firmly believe that if they have not betrayed justice, they would not oppose such inquiries. Rather, they would voluntarily seek to be investigated. Since they are already under scrutiny, let us also question their families and ascertain with whom they have discussed past shopping matters. I am convinced that even the most clandestine actions will inevitably reveal themselves. Both Sora and Zephyr have ceased their objections, evidently persuaded by Sengoku's reasoning. Meanwhile, Garp expressed his confusion. Why complicate matters? If we suspect those from the underworld, who are undoubtedly nefarious, why not confront them directly? Once we arrive at their doorstep, they will surely confess. Upon hearing Garp's suggestion, Sengoku's eyes sparkled with insight. Indeed. Why not approach them directly and compel the rulers of the underworld to investigate themselves? Why make the situation so convoluted, as if the Navy fears those rulers? It is essential to remember that the Navy stands as the most formidable organization today. To others, the rulers of the underworld may seem powerful, but in the presence of the mightily armed Navy, they are akin to mice scurrying through the gutters. Before the Warring States period, I had not fully embraced my new identity, which rendered me somewhat hesitant in my actions. I was fortunate enough not to contradict Garp. His proposal was indeed commendable, however. We remain oblivious to the whereabouts of the inner sanctum of that individual. Chapter 54. Sincerity. The Warring States chuckled. We may be unaware of their lair's whereabouts. Yet there exists someone who holds that knowledge. Moreover, this individual owes us a significant favor. In the Warring States period, 3 individuals spoke in unison, proclaiming, Spandane. Upon hearing this, Kong wasted no time and instructed the Marine outside the conference room to bring the telephone bug for contacting Spandane. During the time it took to retrieve the telephone bug, Warring States recalled something and inquired, Zifa, has Spandane succeeded in locating the devil fruit we requested? Zifa shook his head and replied, no. After a brief silence, Sengoku remarked, let me speak with Spandane. Perhaps I can secure a favor. Fine, you may speak. I had no intention of engaging with those individuals anyway. Soon, the Marine brought over the communication device. Hello, is this Admiral Kong? I wonder what you wish to discuss. This is Sengoku, not Admiral Kong. Ah, it is the renowned General Sengoku. Why are you using Admiral Kong's communication device to reach me? Is there something you need to convey? Spandam, you must be aware of the purpose of my call. It has been nearly a week, and you have yet to locate a single devil fruit. Your actions compel us to question your sincerity. General Sengoku, please do not be hasty. I have indeed found the devil fruits, and they are en route to Marineford. I anticipate that you will receive them by tomorrow. Spandam's tone grew noticeably anxious. Tomorrow? It shouldn't take that long to travel from Judiciary Island to Marineford. Or are you merely stalling, having failed to find the devil fruits? I assure you, General Sengoku, I am not employing any delaying tactics. Once my subordinates located the devil fruits, they were sent directly to Marineford, bypassing Judiciary Island. The fruits were sourced from various locations around the world, and naturally, the journey to Marineford requires some time. During the Warring States period, Sengoku expressed his displeasure, stating, "Even so, this duration seems rather prolonged. For others, this task may prove challenging, yet for you, the commander of CP9, it should be a trivial matter. The fact that you have spent such an extended time without resolution casts doubt on your sincerity, Spandam." Spandam replied, "My sincerest apologies, General Sengoku. It is indeed the incompetence of my subordinates that has hindered our progress. However, I assure you, my commitment is genuine and of the utmost sincerity." In silence, Zhangguo remained uncommunicative. On the other end of the line, Spandane, sensing the tension, began to feel anxious. After a moment, he implored with urgency, "General Zhangguo, why do you not speak? I assure you, my intentions are sincere." As Sengoku exhibited a smirk indicative of a cunning scheme coming to fruition, he remarked, "Spandam, mere words cannot convey your sincerity. Following our recent discussion, we have devised a method for you to demonstrate your renewed commitment. I wonder if you will accept it?" "Of course, I accept, Admiral Sengoku," Spandam replied eagerly. "I anticipated your acceptance. I have conceived a task to test your sincerity. Should you fulfill it within the stipulated time, we shall overlook the time you squandered in search of the devil fruit, thus validating your intent." "A task?" Spandam inquired, to which Sengoku affirmed, "Indeed. A task that is quite simple for you. All you need to do is provide us with detailed intelligence concerning the rulers of the underworld." Sengoku continued, "This assignment would pose considerable difficulty for others, as gathering intelligence on those rulers is not within the grasp of ordinary individuals. Yet for us in CP9, it is a mere trifle. Tell me, Sengoku, how much intelligence do you require?" "Naturally, I need the entire dossier. You are one of us now, so I shall not hide the truth from you. The underworld scoundrels have offended our navy, and should they prove obstinate, we do not hesitate to eliminate them. Only a select few are privy to this information, and if it were to leak, the culprit could only be you. Hence, I implore you to keep this confidential. You need not worry, Admiral Sengoku. I assure you, I shall not disclose it to anyone." Spandam responded with earnestness. "Excellent. Since you claim this task to be simple, I initially intended for you to relay the specifics by tomorrow. However, it appears you will require less time. You must deliver the information to me by midnight tonight. Otherwise, we shall truly question your sincerity." Regret washed over Spandam as he realized his boast of the task's simplicity had ensnared him in a predicament. "Admiral Sengoku, is this truly a favor? How could this be construed as a favor? This is a test of your commitment. Very well, begin your investigation. I await your good news." With that, Sengoku abruptly terminated the call. Left in stunned silence, Spandam eventually regained his composure, cursing Sengoku for a considerable time before instructing his subordinates to gather the information. When he inquired, they confirmed they possessed all the necessary intelligence regarding the underworld rulers. Initially, Spandam planned to pass the information directly to Sengoku, but recalling Sengoku's previous trickery, he decided to create a challenge for him instead. Ensure all the materials are sent to the Navy headquarters before midnight, and be precise about the timing, understood? "Yes, Lord Spandam." With everything arranged, Spandam's mood lightened somewhat. Meanwhile, Sengoku and his associates were stationed outside an interrogation room, overseeing the interrogators. The thoughts of Tsuru mirrored those of Sengoku. Before the orders from Sengoku reached her hands, Tsuru had already begun to inquire about the family members. Now, Sengoku was observing the last family member. After questioning the final individual, Tsuru stepped outside. She regarded Sengoku and the others waiting by the door with displeasure, exclaiming, "Do you all have nothing better to do? Why are you all loitering here?" In the dimly lit room, Zhangguo inquired, "Xiaohe, have you managed to extract any useful information?" He nodded affirmatively. "After such an extensive period of deliberation, I have indeed gleaned some valuable insights. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Follow me." The group trailed behind, he into a secluded chamber. Having conducted a thorough investigation, alongside Zhangguo's prior inquiries, it has now become evident that our officers are beyond reproach. The sole individual implicated is a family member, whose whereabouts are currently unknown. It is highly probable that this family member is the source of the information leak, for the only individuals privy to the details were you and that missing family member. Additionally, our search has yielded the discovery of the family member's remains, and preliminary forensic analysis indicates that the time of death exceeds a week. This implies that the unidentified individual is indeed the one who divulged the whereabouts of Zhang Guo's wife and child to the islands of the Shambodi archipelago. Chapter 55. Katerina Dipinze Fa expressed his confusion. My wife only informed others about her trip to the Shambodi archipelago for shopping yesterday. How could this impersonator deceive the other family members, who were well acquainted with my wife and each other? They would typically notice any unusual changes. He pondered. How did this person manage to disguise themselves? He continued, we also discovered another body at the site of the family member's remains. It belonged to the household cook. Intelligence reports indicate that this cook had been with the family for approximately 7 years, yet she inexplicably resigned half a month ago. Citing personal matters that required her immediate attention, despite her resignation being recent, the condition of her remains suggests she had been deceased for no less than 6 months. Reports indicate that the cook had exhibited peculiar behavior for some time. It is my conjecture that she was replaced 6 months prior, revealing that this plot against Fa's wife and child has been meticulously orchestrated for at least half a year. In the midst of the conversation, the warring states appeared grave, stating, according to what Crane has mentioned, the individual who has been repeatedly substituting the cook and family members must possess remarkable skills in disguise. However, no matter how proficient one may be in the art of disguise, it is impossible to deceive those with whom one shares daily interactions. Therefore, I suspect that the suspect's guise is not merely a product of makeup, but rather the power of a devil fruit. To my knowledge, there are 2 devil fruits capable of such transformation, one being the Paramecia-type mimic fruit, and the other, the Zoan-type Inu fruit, mythical beast model, nine-tailed fox. Crane concurred. I share your sentiments. Based on my investigation, there is currently no intelligence suggesting that anyone has consumed the mimic fruit. However, the Inu fruit, mythical beast model, nine-tailed fox, has recently been consumed by a pirate named Katerina Devon, who is only 12 years old and hails from the South Sea. Kong expressed his confusion. The name Katerina Devon seems reminiscent of a girl's name. Indeed, Katerina Devon is a girl, despite her youth. Her ferocity rivals that of adult male pirates. At the tender age of 12, she has already garnered a bounty of 5 million berries, making her one of the most notorious figures in the South Sea. At just 12 years old, she is still a child. Surely, there exists a glimmer of kindness within her that can be awakened. We cannot stand by and witness her descent into darkness. Kong insisted. Crane coldly replied, Admiral Kong, your hopes may be in vain. Katerina Devon is unlike her peers. She is a thoroughly twisted individual. The crimes she has committed far exceed those of ordinary people, and her heart is devoid of any semblance of kindness. He proceeded to recount the heinous deeds of Katerina Devon, illustrating that her choice to embrace piracy was not influenced by external factors, but rather driven by her own warped psyche. Upon hearing Katerina Devon's harrowing tale, Kong fell into a profound silence. Admiral Sengoku inquired, is it true that this Katerina Devon is responsible for these deeds? Crane shook her head and replied, there are numerous individuals named Katerina Devon. According to intelligence, Katerina Devon was involved in the assassination of a noble 2 days ago, seizing all of the noble's assets. It is simply impossible for her to have arrived at our headquarters to commit such an act. Therefore, it must have been an imitator who consumed the imitation fruit. However, we cannot entirely rule out the possibility of other devil fruits being involved. After all, even our Navy's compendium of devil fruits does not encompass every single one. And the abilities granted by these fruits are remarkably diverse. It is entirely plausible that she consumed a different type of devil fruit. Upon hearing Crane mention that Katerina Devon was in the South Sea, Sengoku's mind began to race with thoughts. In a grave tone, Zhangguo expressed, we must address the formidable potential of General Katerina Diping, who harbors malevolent intentions. If we allow her to grow unchecked, she will undoubtedly become our adversary in the future. Therefore, it is prudent to confine her within the confines of the advanced city. Indeed, it is imperative that Katerina Diping is apprehended without delay. Zhangguo, do you have a suitable individual in mind for this task? I shall take on the responsibility of apprehending her. The assembly in the conference room gazed at Zhangguo in astonishment. Although Katerina possesses immense potential, she has yet to reach her full capabilities. Sending you seems somewhat excessive. Even considering the formidable abilities of the mythical beasts, appointing a mid-ranking general from the headquarters should suffice, should it not? In the midst of the serious discourse, Zhangguo proclaimed, Commander Kong, I am indeed an adept of the illusion beast lineage, and none understand the formidable prowess of such abilities better than I. It is imperative that I take matters into my own hands. No, no, came the reply. There are numerous pressing affairs at headquarters. And we must also contend with the sovereign of the underground world. Carp is about to take a leave of absence. It is simply untenable for you to depart from headquarters. Very well. Then let us assign Kazan to the task. Agreed. Let us dispatch Kazan. Conveniently. Kazan is currently on leave in the South Sea. We shall apprehend Katerina Devon upon his return from vacation. Zifa interjected. Are we perhaps straying from the matter at hand? Should we not be deliberating on the user of the mimic fruit? That suspect is not voluntarily revealing himself, and we are utterly at a loss to locate him. I have also scrutinized the surveillance din mushies at the port over the past few days, yet there has been no sign of the suspect. Buddha frowned and remarked. At present, our only lead remains the underground world, which we cannot yet ascertain as true or false. By the way, Crane, what did the other pirates say during your interrogations? Perhaps we should let poor Salino speak, as he was primarily responsible for questioning those pirates. Following this, Buddha instructed the marine officers outside the conference room to locate poor Salino. Before long, poor Salino entered the meeting room. We have interrogated all the captured pirates. Yet none of them possess any knowledge regarding the individuals disseminating information. Moreover, the reports from the Sabaody Archipelago branch yielded no useful intelligence. As the sheer volume of people traversing the Sabaody Archipelago is overwhelming, rendering thorough investigation impossible for our branch personnel. Kazan expressed his dissatisfaction so. Does that mean all our efforts have been in vain? Not entirely in vain, Buddha replied. The investigations confirm that there are no traitors within our Navy. This incident serves as a stark reminder that our headquarters security measures are insufficient, allowing an unidentified individual to execute such deeds within our walls. We must compel the scientific team to devise methods for detecting ability users. The assembly wholeheartedly concurred with Buddha's perspective. Zifa, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Since we currently cannot apprehend the suspect, shall we simply resign ourselves to inaction? Chapter 56. The Fishman Marine in a Moment of Solace. Zhanghua approached Zifa and gently placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder, saying, Zifa, exercise some restraint. I understand that you are extremely agitated by this matter. Yet I implore you to maintain your composure. After all, losing your temper could lead to disastrous outcomes. Moreover, have you forgotten that I previously tasked Spandam with investigating the underground world? At this, Zifa found himself calming down. Crane, filled with curiosity, inquired, Zhanghua. Is this how you enlisted Spandam's assistance in probing the underground world? Have you struck another deal with that fellow? Pray tell, what price have you paid this time? Zhanghua felt compelled to inform Crane about the situation with Spandane. Upon hearing Zhanggua's account, Crane unexpectedly broke into a smile. You have done well this time. Zhanghua. Such an unscrupulous individual as Spandane deserves to be dealt with in this manner. However, I believe you could have taken it a step further. You ought to have ensured that Spandane owes a favor to Pagliusolino and the others as well, for they also played a significant role in capturing Barrett. Considering Spandane's timid nature, I am certain he would acquiesce. Zhanghua lightly tapped his forehead and exclaimed, How could I have been so short-sighted? Why didn't I think of this sooner? However, it matters not. Now that we have leverage over Spandam, he will be compelled to comply with whatever tasks I set before him. If Pagliusolino and the others have any matters they wish to entrust to Spandam, they need only communicate them to me. I shall ensure that Spandam assists you. Upon hearing this, Pagliusolino was utterly taken aback. Although he held Spandam in contempt, he could not deny the formidable intelligence capabilities of CP9. Having Spandam, the commander of CP9, indebted to him was a significant advantage. He knew that one day he would undoubtedly call upon this favor, which could potentially alter the course of many events. Was Zhanghua implying that once Spandam relayed information about the underworld to us, we would simply confront them directly? Zhanghua remarked, This will depend on Commander Kong's arrangements. The selection of personnel and the number of naval troops to deploy are matters that warrant thorough discussion. Kong responded with gravity, Zhanghua speaks wisely. Since our Navy is to engage, we must ensure a decisive strike. Otherwise, we risk tarnishing our reputation. He continued. The specifics of our offensive strategy will be deliberated once Spandane delivers the intelligence from the underworld. For now, let us adjourn this meeting. We shall reconvene upon receiving Spandane's report. With that, Kong took the initiative to depart. In the Warring States period, Zhanghua approached the Crane and inquired, Little Crane, is the preparation for the courier company proceeding smoothly? Of course it is, the Crane replied. As you mentioned before, The courier company functions equally well with or without your presence. The Warring States period could only respond with an awkward smile before mustering the courage to inquire about the specific preparations of the Crane Express Company. The students within the academy were all quite curious about this group of fishmen. Smoker, perplexed, turned to a nearby teacher and asked, "What race are they? What brings them to the academy?" The teacher, noticing that the question came from the notorious Smoker, understood that if he did not provide an answer, Smoker would likely pester him incessantly. Given that the existence of fishmen was hardly a secret, the teacher decided to divulge the information. They are all fishmen, and they have come to the academy to learn. However, their status differs from yours. Only one of them is a student, while the others are here for training. They will only stay at the academy for a month. Teacher, are fishmen powerful? Smoker, with an air of arrogance, prompted. The teacher replied with a smile, typically. A fishman's overall strength is 10 times that of an average human. Moreover, fishmen are favored by the sea, where their combat abilities can truly flourish. To my knowledge, that official student, a fishman marine, possesses formidable strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to progress to the academy without undergoing new recruit training. I suspect that the accomplishments he has achieved indicate that his prowess is not inferior to any of you. Upon hearing this, the student's eyes ignited with a desire for battle. Smoker laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Finally, a new opponent. The people in the academy have become rather dull. Those who don't play fair are hardly my match. I hope this fellow is a man of integrity." Smoker's remarks instantly ruffled the feathers of the nearby Marines, prompting one to retort, "What do you mean by playing unfair? We battle using seawater and sea prism stone, as taught by our instructors." "Indeed. How can what the teachers have taught us be considered unfair? If anyone's playing unfair, it's your smoke fruit." Seeing this, Smoker immediately engaged in a heated argument with the Marines who were at odds with him. After being defeated by the Weasel, Smoker sought out a rematch the very next evening. However, he was unaware that Weasel and his companions had already been forewarned by Zifa. Before Weasel could even make a move, Smoker was defeated by a fellow student who utilized sea prism stone and seawater. The teacher, witnessing the commotion, snapped, "Everyone quiet down. How can those of you who are much older than Smoker dare to argue with him? If you had mastered hockey, you could easily defeat Smoker without relying on external forces." The chastised Marines immediately lowered their heads, some blushing in embarrassment. Observing this, Smoker couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon witnessing the scene, the teacher seized Smoker with a firm grip. Smoker, intent on evading, attempted to transform into smoke. However, the teacher had already enveloped his hand with the formidable hockey, effortlessly capturing Smoker. "How dare you still smile? Your martial arts skills are the weakest in the academy. If Admiral Zifa were to discover your excessive reliance on the smoke fruit's abilities, you would be in dire straits." The thought of Zifa's stern visage and the painful memories of training filled Smoker with dread, causing his smile to fade. Those students who had long held animosity towards Smoker felt a surge of satisfaction witnessing his predicament. Noticing Smoker's sudden silence, the teacher relaxed his taut nerves. Just then, amidst the stillness, a plume of smoke descended from above, hovering before the fishermen soldiers. "I have heard that among you stands a formidable individual who has recently become a Marine and achieved great deeds. I have come to our academy to learn. Yet I am uncertain of the authenticity of your prowess. Might you engage in a spar with me to prove your strength?" Smoker's audacious challenge left everyone astounded, particularly the teacher who had just been observing the spectacle. The teacher quickly noted the principal's displeased expression directed at him. Chapter 57. A full-scale assault? Jinbei and the others were equally taken aback by the unexpected provocateur. After all, Smoker's entrance was indeed grand, and they had only witnessed the likes of the Logia user, Borisolino. Moreover, most had not been privy to Borisolino's display of his abilities. However, they had all witnessed Smoker's exhibition of his powers. The principal cast an irritated glance at Smoker, prepared to have him removed. At that moment, the elderly rear admiral who had accompanied Jinbei approached the principal, saying, "Principal, let this child spar with Jinbei. After all, their presence in the academy will inevitably invite gossip. It would be beneficial for Jinbei to showcase his strength, allowing for a more harmonious experience in the academy." The principal, being astute, understood the underlying intention of the rear admiral. He cast a worried glance at Jinbei and quietly remarked, "Rear Admiral Baru, while Smoker may be youthful, he is indeed a Logia user, and his abilities have significantly improved during his time here. Can Jinbei truly triumph over him? If he cannot, it may have adverse effects." Baru chuckled, "You need not fret. Jinbei's strength has been tested by Admiral Sengoku. I have also inquired with Jinbei, who is confident in his ability to defeat Smoker. Seeing this, the principal smiled and said, "In that case, let them engage in their spar. I will ensure that all students in the academy witness Jinbei's prowess. In our institution, strength is revered, and I wish for the students to appreciate Jinbei's capabilities, fostering a more pleasant coexistence among them. I have a personal matter to discuss. I would like to request Major Bururu to instruct Jinbei to defeat Smoker as swiftly as possible during their encounter. This would serve as a necessary lesson for Smoker. Although he possesses remarkable talent, his character is rather unruly. It is my hope that after being bested by Jinbei, Smoker will strive to become more composed and diligent." Bururu responded with a knowing smile, saying, "Leave it to me." He then approached Jinbei to relay this matter. Jinbei, perplexed, inquired, "Grandfather Bururu, must I truly exert my full strength? That child appears quite young. What if I inadvertently cause him harm?" Bururu chuckled. "Jinbei, you are still too kind-hearted. You need not worry about Smoker's safety. He is a user of a natural type ability, and the Academy's medical facilities are exceptionally robust. He will be just fine. Moreover, this is a request from your Academy's principal, so you may act without reservation." However, observing Jinbei's hesitance, Bururu admonished him, "Jinbei, you need not fret about injuring someone upon your arrival at the Academy. What you ought to concern yourself with is whether your talent and strength are sufficient. Without adequate prowess, you will achieve nothing within the Navy. To attain success, one must possess formidable strength. And this sparring session is a prime opportunity for you to showcase your abilities. The higher your displayed talent and strength, the more recognition you will receive from the Academy. This, in turn, will allow our fishman brethren to study and thrive in the Academy environment. After all, I am now in a semi-retired state, and my capacity to assist you is limited. Since you are the strongest among the youth and are referred to as their leader, it is your duty to shoulder the responsibilities of a leader. While most sailors do not harbor prejudice against our fishman kin, there are still some who do. They may not reveal their disdain to others, but you will undoubtedly feel their discrimination, which is quite unpleasant. Therefore, you must wield your strength decisively to intimidate those who harbor such biases, preventing them from feeling disdain towards you. This will also deter them from discriminating against other fishman compatriots. Remember, you are not fighting solely for yourself, but for all fishman compatriots aspiring to join the Navy." Jinbei's expression turned serious as he retorted, "Grandfather Bururu, I don't believe the situation is as dire as you suggest. Both General Zhanghua and Marshal Kong Yuan have expressed their intention to assist our fisherman tribe in shedding the shackles of stereotypes. I believe it will not be long before our kin are no longer subjected to discrimination. As you mentioned, it requires time. Altering stereotypes is far more challenging than one might assume. Even with the efforts of Marshal Kong and General Zhanghua, the path to change will not be effortless. During this transformative period, your exertions are essential. Grandpa Barilu, I understand, and I shall give my utmost effort." Hearing Jinbei's words, a gentle smile graced Barilu's face. Soon, Smoker and Jinbei arrived at the training arena within the academy, attracting the attention of all the students who gathered to witness the event. "What's this? Smoker again? Who will he challenge this time? That fishman soldier has quite an imposing physique. His strength must be formidable. Perhaps we will witness Smoker being taught a lesson today. Who do you think will emerge victorious?" The principal, observing the raucous training ground, raised a megaphone and declared, "Attention, students. Please quiet down." At the principal's command, the students fell into a sudden silence, aided by the stern gazes of the nearby teachers. With the arena now tranquil, the principal proceeded. "The reason for today's gathering is of utmost importance." After a lengthy and tedious explanation of the situation, the principal finally announced the commencement of the match. His bureaucratic rhetoric was tiresome, and after a day of training, many students found themselves drowsy. The principal's lengthy discourse resulted in several students dozing off, and some remained oblivious even when the match was officially declared to begin. As soon as the principal's words faded, Jinbei made the first move. "Water shot," he called, unleashing a water bullet the size of a fist towards Smoker. Startled by the sudden attack, Smoker quickly entered his elemental form to evade the water projectile. He successfully dodged, allowing the water bullet to pass through him and crash into the wall beneath the spectator stands, producing a loud explosion that echoed throughout the arena, though no smoke emerged. Smoker, gazing at the wall that resembled a target struck by a cannon, felt relieved that he had not overestimated himself. However, just as he was about to revel in his fortune, a gust of wind brushed against his face. In an instant, Smoker realized he was in danger. This was no time for complacency, for the battle was still underway. Fishman karate, Tankawa was right fist. Smoker had already shifted to his elemental form upon sensing the wind. But he was unprepared for the events that were about to unfold. Chapter 58. Jinbei's potential. Smoker had yet to fully discern Jinbei's form. He merely heard Jinbei call out the name of his technique before he felt himself propelled through the air, colliding with the wall that had just been struck by the water strike. Subsequently, Smoker succumbed to unconsciousness. The students within the training arena had already awakened upon the thunderous sound of the explosion, for it was nearly impossible to remain oblivious amidst such cacophony. However, they were still bewildered, as the battle concluded with Smoker being sent flying before they could comprehend the situation. Those who witnessed the entire confrontation were even more perplexed. By this time, the students had a general understanding of Smoker's strength. Many believed they could surpass him. Yet none could have anticipated that someone would vanquish Smoker with such swiftness, employing merely 2 moves. Some instructors stood in stunned silence. Jinbei had undoubtedly utilized Haki. For how else could he have struck Smoker? Even if Smoker's elemental transformation was not perfectly mastered, it would be impossible to hit him without Haki. According to reports, Jinbei was merely 22 years old. It was truly astonishing that he had grasped Haki at such a young age. It seemed that the academy was on the brink of nurturing another trio of prodigious talents. Among those most astounded was Major General Balu. He had anticipated that Jinbei would easily triumph over Smoker, yet he was taken aback by the ease with which Jinbei achieved this victory. Had Jinbei not employed Water Strike to test Smoker, he might have defeated him with a single blow. Simultaneously, Balu could not help but lament Jinbei's monstrous prowess. Recalling his previous inquiries about Jinbei's mastery of Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, Jinbei had told him that he still had much to learn in both disciplines. Balu retorted, asserting that Jinbei's skill in Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu was comparable to his own peak performance. If Jinbei deemed his abilities lacking, then Balu feared he had yet to even scratch the surface. Despite his complaints, Balu felt immense joy at the emergence of such a genius from the Fishman tribe. The tranquil atmosphere of the training arena was abruptly shattered by the principal's voice, holding a megaphone in one hand and raising Jinbei's hand with the other. The principal declared Jinbei the victor of the duel. As the principal's words echoed through the arena, both students and instructors could not help but applaud Jinbei's formidable strength, with the most fervent applause emanating from the Fishman soldiers. Meanwhile, the medical personnel finally came to their senses and rushed to attend to the unconscious Smoker. Following the duel, after confirming that Smoker was not gravely injured, the principal's admiration for Jinbei grew significantly, analyzing Jinbei's displayed prowess alongside Smoker's injuries. The principal concluded that Jinbei had deliberately held back during the confrontation, significantly elevating Jinbei's standing in the principal's eyes. Ultimately, the principal personally arranged accommodations for Jinbei and the other members of the Fishman tribe, further enhancing their regard for the academy. Time swiftly approached midnight. Prior to the stroke of 12, the members of CP9 had transmitted all pertinent information regarding the underworld to Marineford. Upon receiving the first batch of data, Sengoku promptly dispatched naval personnel to summon the others. Once all the information had been compiled, the attendees gathered for the meeting. Without exchanging pleasantries, they immediately began perusing the documents before them. After reviewing a portion of the material, a profound silence enveloped the room. The reason for this quietude was evident. The underworld's power exceeded their initial beliefs, and the heinous acts committed in secrecy were far more shocking than they had ever imagined. Zephyr, incensed, declared, "These vermin, the cumulative crimes of all the notorious pirates at sea pale in comparison to those perpetrated by these individuals. We must ensure that they are all imprisoned and impelled down." Zhang Guo, with a bitter smile, remarked, "Zfa, your kindness is truly remarkable. You intend to confine those inner demons within impelled down. Let us not even consider the considerable loss of strength to our navy. Even if we were to capture them all, we could not secure impelled down, since we are aware of their lair. We ought to eradicate these scourges with swift and decisive action, based on the information at hand. It is almost certain that these so-called kings of the underground world are disseminating the whereabouts of their family vessels. Previously, we were unaware of their motives. It turns out that our courier service was obstructing their path." Zfa, perplexed, inquired, "What does this have to do with the courier service, Zhang Guo?" The explanation provided by Sengoku was clear. "Zifa, the industries managed by the rulers of the underworld are evident. Once our courier company is established, it will undoubtedly disrupt their enterprises. It is Umid, the sea transport king, and Kabosin, The concealment master, their operations are fundamentally akin to those we aim to establish. Indeed, once our courier company is operational, we shall be their competitors. They are well aware that they cannot prevail against us. However, I am curious as to why they have chosen to target Zifa instead of me. Upon hearing that the courier company was under threat, Kong became anxious. Since they have taken the initiative to attack, we must not show leniency. Let us swiftly deploy troops to eliminate them before they hinder our courier company. Haiboku interjected. Marshal Kong, before mobilizing the troops, you should first address their network of connections. What network requires my attention? Kong retorted, Celestial Dragons. After Haiboku presented a document before Kong, it revealed that the rulers of the underworld send a substantial sum of berries to Mariawa annually. Upon reviewing the document, Kong fell into silence. Sengoku, observing the situation, remarked, are they to be allowed to act with impunity simply because they have the support of the Celestial Dragons? Shall we ignore their crimes? After a brief silence, Kong furiously declared, this time they have dared to attack our families. If we stand idly by, who would ever dare to serve as a Marine again? I shall speak with the 5 Elder Stars. You all proceed to eradicate them. If need be, I shall resign as the Marine Admiral, and I might as well retire. For I have long contemplated retirement. My departure would also pave the way for Sengoku to take my place. Seeing the situation, Sengoku hurriedly said, Commander Kong, please do not. The matter is not as grave as it seems. You should continue to serve as the commander. I am not yet prepared to assume that role. You truly desire to be the commander, and my little ruse has exposed your intentions. Both Zephyr and Crane looked at Sengoku with expressions of schadenfreude. The Warring States period seemed to disregard Kong's words entirely, with not a hint of change in expression. Marshal Kong, I have long aspired to become a marshal. This ambition has never been concealed. Every Marine must have entertained thoughts of achieving the rank of marshal, for a Marine without such aspirations is truly inadequate. A Marine who does not yearn for the title of marshal cannot be deemed a worthy Marine. The impassioned words of Zhang Guo rendered the 3 individuals from Kong speechless. Chapter 59, The Maritime King Amit. Kong cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Zhang Guo, please continue. Buddha Sengoku, with a half-smile, remarked, very well. The matter is not as convoluted as Crane envisions. Although the rulers of the underworld send berries to Mariawa annually, we are unaware of the recipients. Even the intelligence from CP9 does not disclose to whom the berries are given. We could easily feign ignorance of their celestial dragon affiliations and proceed to eradicate them. Should the celestial dragons become aware post factum, they might approach the Gorosei. However, I doubt the Gorosei would trouble our navy over those already exterminated pests. Even if they wish to make things difficult for us, the situation would be more favorable than if Admiral Kong directly approached the Gorosei. After all, we would have successfully eliminated the underworld vermin, and I would reluctantly assume the mantle of Admiral. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the others were enlightened, swiftly overlooking his final remark. Admiral Kong chuckled, Sengoku, your plan is truly commendable. We shall proceed, as you suggest. Should we mobilize our troops immediately? This time, Crane refrained from opposing. Yet Sengoku himself voiced dissent. Mobilization is not urgent. We do not seek to eradicate all denizens of the underworld. The sheer number we would need to eliminate is staggering. I only wish to execute the ringleaders. Furthermore, our forces are already stretched thin due to the courier company's issues and the surge of pirates. To win over the Fishman tribe, we must also allocate troops to Fishman Island, as a critical gateway to the New World. The stationed forces must not only be formidable but also numerous. Any large-scale troop movement would undoubtedly attract attention. The underworld denizens have been closely monitoring us due to the courier company's affairs, while others may be ignorant of our troop movements. There are certainly astute individuals among them who could deduce our intentions. If they catch wind of our plans and conceal themselves, the world is vast, and we lack the resources to hunt down those who deliberately evade us. If we cannot mobilize troops, whom shall we send to eliminate these pirates? Must it rely solely on you and Zifa? Crane concurred. Admiral Kong is correct. Sengoku, although your and Zifa's prowess surpasses that of many, those adversaries have clearly prepared for a confrontation with our navy. In light of their readiness, even you and Zifa could find yourselves at a disadvantage. Thus, we must carefully strategize. Neither of you should underestimate the situation. Admiral Sengoku remarked, Admiral K, who among you suggested that only Zifa and I would participate? Have you forgotten that although our navy has yet to enlist, our combat capabilities have indeed improved? The individuals who have bolstered our strength are our allies against the underworld, the 7 warlords of the sea. Zifa and the others chimed in unison, Indeed. It is the 7 warlords of the sea. With their assistance, we shall undoubtedly succeed in eradicating the underworld scoundrels. After a moment of contemplation, Kei responded, Sengoku. Even with the addition of the 7 warlords, our numbers remain insufficient. The rulers of the underworld are not just a single entity. There are 6 of them, each with their stronghold in different locations. Dividing our forces would render us incapable of eliminating them effectively. Who said anything about dividing our forces? If we focus on taking down one, the others will surely receive word and vanish into hiding. Merely dispatching forces to eliminate one would signify utter failure on our part. Their strongholds may be scattered, but we can certainly orchestrate a means to draw them together. Once they are congregated, we can strike. Sengoku interjected. That notion may prove futile. The data indicates that these individuals are exceedingly cautious. They have never convened in one place. They conduct their discussions solely via transponder snail. I cannot fathom how you would compel these cautious individuals to gather. This is indeed a conundrum. A direct invitation could potentially draw them together, but it would also expose our intentions. The meeting room fell into a state of stalemate, with everyone at a loss for a viable solution. Observing the tension, Kei suggested, since we cannot devise a suitable plan at present, let us take our time. After all, the recruitment of the 7 warlords is now complete. We can confront them once we have fully assembled our forces. Absolutely not. Sengoku and Kei rose in unison to oppose. Kei, taken aback, asked, Why do you both object? Zhangguo gestured for he to speak first. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhangguo and remarked, The Commander Kong from the underworld is unlike other pirates. Their prior actions reveal the terrifying extent of their intelligence capabilities. Although at present, only a handful of us are privy to this matter. As time passes, the number of individuals aware of this plan will inevitably increase. Those denizens of the underworld may even become aware of our intentions. The consequences, as one might imagine, could be exceedingly grave. Thus, it is imperative that we expedite the execution of this plan. Zhangguo echoed, I share the same sentiment. We must expedite the execution of our plan. Even if this scheme remains known only to us, the investigation into others will inevitably be revealed over time. It is possible that it has already come to light, and thus we must act swiftly. Should we find ourselves lacking in manpower? We can first eliminate King of the Sesame and the Concealer Gibson. ZFA and I can each lead a few vice admirals to confront them. Their strength need not be extraordinary, but their reconnaissance abilities must be exceptional. Our objective is merely to eliminate these individuals, not to dismantle their influence. Meanwhile, the warlords of the sea can address the other sovereigns of the underworld. Kong expressed his concern, saying, Isn't this approach rather perilous, Zhangguo? Zhangguo remarked, Commander Kong, when did you become so indecisive? This is indeed the most effective approach available. If we do not employ this strategy now, we will have to await the conclusion of our conscription efforts and then eliminate them directly. However, waiting for our new recruits to complete their training would consume far too much time, and the potential for unforeseen events would increase significantly. Moreover, this plan is not as perilous as you might envision, Commander Kong. The intelligence we possess outlines their preferences and frequented locations. We can ambush them in the places they favor. Very well, this is undoubtedly the most optimal plan. Let us proceed as you suggested, Zhangguo. I shall summon the 7 warlords of the sea. Once all the 7 warlords have assembled, you shall set forth. In a hurried tone, Sengoku interjected, Marshal Kong. Let us pause for a moment. We should consult Fisher Tiger. With his assistance, the probability of our plan's success will undoubtedly increase. Then let us proceed as you suggest. For now, we shall disperse. The hour grows late, and we have pressing matters to attend to tomorrow. That fellow Carp has already departed from Marineford for his vacation. Chapter 60. The deterrent effect. At the mention of Carp, Sengoku realized that he was absent from the conference room. During this adjournment, due to the circumstances surrounding Zephyr's family, Sengoku refrained from mentioning supper and returned to his quarters. Upon arriving at his abode, Sengoku was eager to reach out to Tiger. However, as it was rather late, he decided against disturbing him at such an hour. Early the following morning, Sengoku began to contact Tiger. Hello, is there something you require from me, Admiral Sengoku? Tiger, are you currently engaged in hunting pirates? Indeed, I have been pursuing pirates since your departure, but the number I have taken down remains insufficient. The reason for my call is of great significance. There is no need for you to continue risking your life hunting pirates. Simply complete this task, and you will ascend to the rank of Warlord of the Sea. What task does Admiral Sengoku have for me? The warring states informed Tiger about the mission to eradicate the rulers of the underground world. Upon hearing the heinous crimes committed by those individuals, Tiger readily consented to undertake the task. The warring states period was also delighted by this development, promptly urging Tage to hasten to Marin Vondo for the conference. The rulers of the underworld were taken aback to discover the Navy mobilizing troops and immediately convened a telephone conference. "Yumite, Gibson, you are in for a rough time. The Navy must have already uncovered your dissemination of the Zephyr family's information," one remarked. Yumite coldly retorted, "Farroud, do you think you can evade this predicament? This matter involves not just Gibson and me. We are all implicated. If death is to be our fate, none shall escape. You need not fear the Navy so excessively. They are currently preoccupied with pirates. Even if they dispatch troops against us, how many can they truly send?" He continued, "Moreover, we are not so easily intimidated. Should they genuinely come after us, it remains uncertain who will ultimately suffer the consequences." A female voice interjected, "Pietro, are you not overestimating your capabilities? Do you truly believe your meager strength can contend with the Navy? You are still too naive." "Old hag, what do you mean? Do you doubt my prowess? My elite subordinates surpass those inept sailors. Do you truly believe your subordinates can compare to the Navy's elite? If they merely dispatch a general along with a formidable force, we would all perish. If you wish for death, do not involve me. No one understands the full extent of the Navy's top-tier combat strength better than I. They are not ordinary foes." Pietro scoffed, "If my methods are insufficient, then please share yours. I am eager to see your plan." "Old woman, when I speak thus, it is with a solution in mind. Is that so?" Yumite and Gibson responded in unison, their tones brimming with excitement. "Indeed. Then do share, madam. You two should refrain from interrupting. I would have spoken sooner." Madam expressed her satisfaction with their titles, her tone noticeably brighter. "It is our fault. Please, madam, do proceed." Though Yumite repeatedly addressed her as madam, his true thoughts remained unspoken. "My method is quite simple. We annually bestow a significant sum of belly upon the utterly worthless celestial dragons. It is high time they take action. If we can persuade them to intervene, the Navy, as loyal hounds of the celestial dragons, will surely think twice before confronting us." Upon her conclusion, it was evident that some were swayed. Once the celestial dragons took action, the Navy would be rendered inconsequential. At that moment, a dissenting voice emerged. "Madam, I oppose your proposal." "Oh, Morgans, why do you oppose my plan? Do you possess a better alternative?" "I may not possess a superior solution, yet I am acutely aware that your proposed method is far from ideal. The celestial dragons are indeed a more perilous entity than the Navy. Provoking the Navy may not spell certain death, but inciting the celestial dragons undoubtedly will. As for the substantial amount of berries we contribute annually to Mary Geos, outsiders may be oblivious to the circumstances, but can we truly remain ignorant of the situation ourselves? After years of monetary contributions without knowledge of the recipients, even if we desired to reach out to that particular celestial dragon, how could we possibly establish contact? And should we attempt to communicate with a celestial dragon, what exorbitant price do you suppose we would have to pay to engage with an individual of such aristocratic stature? Given the notorious temperament of the celestial dragons, one can only speculate that, even with considerable expenditure, unforeseen repercussions may arise, potentially leading to a catastrophic purge of our underground realm. The leverage we hold with the celestial dragons is merely a deterrent, to be wielded only in times of dire crisis. Omid expressed his indignation. "Morgan, what do you mean? Is this not a moment of life and death? The Navy has dispatched troops against us. If this does not qualify as a critical juncture, then pray tell, when would such a moment arrive?" Morgan responded with a calm demeanor. "Let us remain composed, Omid. If the Navy were indeed mobilizing troops to assault us, it would signify a genuine crisis. However, who has informed you that the Navy's deployment is aimed at us?" "What do you mean, Morgan? Clarify your statements. If the Navy's forces are not directed at us, then where are they headed? There has been no recent unrest warranting such a significant mobilization of Marines. Your intelligence would undoubtedly be unable to ascertain this. I cannot provide specifics, but I am aware that the Marine headquarters at Marineford has recently seen an influx of Fishman soldiers, and the focus of the Navy's troop movements appears to be directed towards Fishman Island, where the inhabitants are actively constructing a naval base." "Fishman Island? Those brutal and xenophobic beings would never consent to the establishment of a naval base. Morgan, do you understand why the denizens of Fishman Island would acquiesce to the Navy's presence?" "I am uncertain, but I suspect it is closely tied to the involvement of Fishman soldiers. The Navy must have brokered some form of arrangement with the Fishman Kingdom. though the specifics of this agreement remain unknown to me. Thus, you need not fret about the Navy's intent to confront us. I would argue that when you established a courier service to counter the Navy, you ought to have considered the repercussions of opposing them. We are not a band of aimless pirates. Several kings opposing the Navy, upon hearing Morgan's words, exhibited expressions of fluctuating color. Umit pressed, Morgan, since you were privy to this information, why did you not disclose it to us sooner? Why did it take so long to inform us? Chapter 61. Let the sea be in turmoil. Morgans chuckled. Do you not find your recent demeanor quite amusing? This is precisely the reason we have just conveyed this information to you. Are you provoking me, Morgans? I am not provoking you, Umit. Rather, I am mocking you. Ha ha. Damn Morgans, you will pay for this. I await your challenge, Umit. Do you truly believe that a mere cargo handler could pose a threat to me? Thus, the two sovereigns of the underworld began to bicker like quarrelsome housewives, only to be calmed by the intervention of other rulers who eventually halted the verbal skirmish. Lady Back stated, though Morgan's intelligence has never been erroneous, he has just admitted that he is yet to confirm this information. For our collective safety, we should now harness our strengths to further incite chaos upon the sea, until the Navy is too preoccupied to attend to us. Lady Back speaks wisely. Let the seas descend into chaos. Chaos is splendid. The more tumultuous the sea, the greater my profits. The more chaos, the more sensational news. Let us unite to render the world chaotic. Inside the Marine headquarters, a Marine entered and reported, the warlords of the sea have arrived at the conference room. Are they all present? Currently, those present include Crocodile Dracula Myhawk, Moonlight Moria, the captain of the Kuja Pirates, Amazon Lily Kingdom's King Rosa, the rebellious Vice Admiral Monkey D. Dragon, as well as the yet-to-be warlord, Adventurer Fisher Tiger. All are gathered. I understand. With that, Sengoku proceeded to the conference room. Upon entering, he found the atmosphere quite raucous, with Crocodile and Moria embroiled in a heated argument. The others were preoccupied with their own affairs. Dragon, an old acquaintance of Sengoku, was now draped in a green cloak. Crocodile and Moria appeared much the same as they did in their youth, not having changed significantly since their time in Logetown. Captain Rosa of the Kuja Pirates was undoubtedly a beauty, yet Sengoku felt that she paled in comparison to her successor. As for Tiger, it had not been long since his last encounter with Sengoku. As Sengoku observed them, the assembly soon took notice of his presence, and even the quarreling Crocodile fell silent. As the conference room fell into a hushed silence, Sengoku swiftly took a seat beside Tsuru. Crocodile was the first to speak, addressing Sengoku. Since you have arrived, could you enlighten us on the purpose of gathering us here? Moria chuckled, adding, I trust you are not asking us to assist the Navy in dealing with the pirates of the New World, are you? I have heard that the pirates have been relentlessly attacking your branches in the New World, with one of your outposts already having fallen. The Navy seems to be facing quite a challenging time, doesn't it? Apart from Tiger and Tsuru, the others regarded Sengoku with peculiar expressions. In a sudden reaction, Sengoku expelled the water he had just consumed, fortunately turning to avoid splattering it on the dragon across from him. Tsuru furrowed her brow, on the verge of reprimanding Sengoku, but ultimately refrained, considering the presence of so many outsiders to spare him some dignity. Tiger, concerned, inquired, Sengoku, are you all right? Is everything okay? After coughing from the water he had just spat out, the warrior of the warring states waved his hand dismissively and said, I am perfectly fine. I merely choked. The reason why Zhangguo was taken aback was that while drinking water, he unexpectedly noticed additional tattoo-like markings adorning the face of the dragon seated before him. Apart from appearing somewhat younger, its visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the dragon etched in his memories from before his time travel. During Sengoku's contemplation, he couldn't help but wonder if Carp, during his recent leave, had used his magnificent oversized sandals to assist Longwen. This thought caused Sengoku to momentarily choke on water. Zhangguo coughed twice and stated, the purpose of summoning you is not to engage with the pirates of the New World. The Navy is fully capable of handling the pirates on our own, and thus you need not concern yourselves with them. This gathering is convened for you to confront the 6 sovereigns of the underground world. The number you face will depend on your capabilities. The sovereigns of the underground world? Have you located their stronghold? Crocodile looked at Zhangguo with excitement. Naturally, the reason we summoned you is because we have indeed pinpointed their hideouts. We have discovered the lairs of all of them. Moria questioned, why does the Navy seek to confront the sovereigns of the underground world? As far as I know, the Navy has been under considerable pressure lately, so why would you divert your forces to tackle them? Surely, they have not offended you. Who claims they have not offended us? They have not only wronged us, but have done so gravely. They have laid hands on the families of the Navy. Long, with a look of astonishment, queried, "Were those who attacked Teacher Zephyr affiliated with the sovereigns of the underground world?" Zhang Guo nodded, while the others wore expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that the rulers of the underground world would dare to lay hands on the family of a general. Moria was correct. Our Navy truly found itself incapable of mobilizing troops to confront them. Of course, this was merely one reason. Another reason was that should our Navy deploy forces on a large scale, the rulers of the underground world would inevitably discover it, and once they fled, we would be powerless to pursue them. If your Navy refrains from mobilizing, are you suggesting that our men should confront them? Crocodile remarked with evident displeasure. Apart from Long and Tiger, the others also gazed at Zhang Guo with expressions of dissatisfaction. In response to the situation, Sengoku remarked, "I would indeed like to send someone. But among you, aside from the members of the 9 Snake Pirates, do any of you have substantial forces? Particularly you, Crocodile, as a solitary figure. What subordinates do you possess? My decision to invite you here was made with such considerations in mind, which is why I did not allow you to bring your followers, but rather requested your individual presence. Our strategy this time will be one of decapitation. Our Navy merely requires your participation. Rest assured, we are not sending you to your demise. Both Zifa and I will accompany you. Our Navy will assist in drawing out the rulers of the underworld. But the elimination of these foes will rest upon your shoulders. Naturally, should you wish to seize their dominions, that will depend on your own efforts. We, the Navy, stand ready to offer you some assistance, though the extent of our support will be contingent upon your contributions. If your contributions prove sufficient, our Navy may even elevate you to the status of the new rulers of the underworld." Upon hearing Sengoku's proposition of supporting them as the new rulers of the underworld, both Crocodile and Moria's eyes ignited with enthusiasm. Moria, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Sengoku, are you truly serious about this?" Zhang Guo chuckled, affirming the truth of the matter. With this renewed confirmation from Zhang Guo, Moria began to envision himself as the new sovereign of the underworld, rallying new forces to exact vengeance upon Kaido. The warring states continued. Thus, this battle serves not only to avenge our Navy, but also to fight for your own sake. Crocodile inquired, "What constitutes the standard of contribution?" The standard of contribution, of course, lies in your ability to vanquish the monarchs of the underground world. The more monarchs you slay, the greater your contribution will be. All you need to do is present their severed heads to us. In the tumultuous era of the warring states, Crocodile ceased to inquire further. Meanwhile, Moria cast a malevolent glance at the others, for they were his rivals. In pursuit of vengeance, he felt compelled to eliminate the king of the underground world. As each fallen opponent would enhance his own chances of success, Moria began to scrutinize the other members of the Shichibukai with meticulous attention. Upon laying eyes on Tiger, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in his gaze. With a sinister smile, Moria articulated, "This endeavor bears its own perils. We, the Shichibukai, possess considerable renown and formidable strength, which is beyond dispute. Yet, it appears this red-haired fishman does not belong to our ranks, and I have not heard of his exploits before. To bring along an individual of such uncertain prowess, what if he becomes our undoing?" Among such astute minds, Crocodile nodded in agreement. The warlord chuckled. "It seems your reputation has yet to precede you, Tej. Why not engage in a friendly spar with Moria to showcase your prowess?" "Very well, Admiral Warlord," Tej replied. "Moria, do you have any objections?" "Ha ha ha, not at all," Moria responded gleefully. "Since you both agree to prevent any injuries and to avoid disrupting our plans, let us exchange a few blows right here." With that, both men rose from their seats, moving towards a space beside the conference table. Moria brandished the sword at his back, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Tej, is it? Draw your weapon. Fear not, for death is not the end. I shall continue to fight with your corpse." Tej, unfazed, merely smiled and replied, "My weapon is my body, and I do not believe my life will end today." Without further ado, they charged at each other, unleashing their haki with no reservations. The clash of blade against fist resonated like the sound of metal striking metal. In their initial exchange, neither managed to gain the upper hand. "Ha ha ha, Tej, your strength is commendable, yet still insufficient." Shadow Spear. From Tej's own shadows, a dark spear formed and lunged towards him. Before Moria could even call out Shadow Spear, Tej's observation haki sensed a dangerous aura approaching from behind, prompting him to distance himself from Moria immediately. Moria, observing Tej's frantic dodging, taunted, "Tej, stop struggling. My Shadow Spear is summoned from your very shadow. There is no escaping it." Yet Tej refused to heed Moria's words, persistently evading the relentless assault of the Shadow Spear. Moria, like a cat playing with a mouse, reveled in Tei's desperate maneuvers. Gradually, Tej realized Moria was not deceiving him. This attack was indeed inescapable. He could only withstand the onslaught. But Tej was not inclined to merely endure. Summoning all his haki, Tej executed the fishman karate technique Sharkskin Palm. He darted at incredible speed towards Moria, landing a powerful strike that sent Moria staggering back several paces. Gazing at his now tranquil shadow, Tej understood his gamble had paid off. No matter how insurmountable an ability may seem, as long as one can disrupt the wielder, it can surely be undone. Moria cast a lingering glance at the spot where he had been struck by Tiger, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he could have sustained grave injuries from that powerful blow. At that moment, Moria was acutely aware that Tiger possessed the strength worthy of a warlord of the sea. Even if he were to defeat Tiger, he would inevitably emerge severely wounded, leaving the spoils to others, thus extinguishing any lingering desire to continue the fight. However, upon encountering Crocodile's mocking gaze, he found himself wavering once more. Just as Moria hesitated, Sengoku stepped forward. It seems our sparring session has reached its conclusion. Moria, you have surely witnessed Tiger's prowess by now. I trust you no longer harbor doubts about his capabilities. With that said, let us conclude this exchange. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Tiger, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict, promptly returned to his designated spot, and Moria, observing this, followed suit and took his seat. Subsequently, Sengoku began assigning tasks to the group. Zifa and Dragon were dispatched to deal with the Sea Transport King, Yumit. In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sought to address the notorious King of Usury, Lu Firud. Crocodile aimed to confront the elusive concealer, Gibson. Moria intended to tackle the Mausoleum Tycoon, Dracula Piedro. And Tiger and Rosa prepared to confront the Queen of Joy Street, Madame. As for the president of the World Economic News Agency, Big News Morgans, his lair was both mobile and notoriously challenging to locate, thus relegating him to the final stage of their endeavors. Whosoever succeeded in vanquishing their designated target first would then turn their attention to Morgans, except for Zifa, who proactively requested the removal of Yumite. All other targets were chosen by the 7 warlords of the sea themselves. In response to these formidable foes, Sengoku meticulously devised corresponding strategies, ensuring each team was accompanied by several capable Marines skilled in intelligence and disguise. To safeguard the well-being of these operatives, Sengoku made a specific request. The utmost protection for their safety must be guaranteed. With all preparations in place, Sengoku remarked with a smile, "Since you have all confirmed your targets, let us rest and set forth tomorrow. The relevant intelligence personnel would accompany you, guiding you to your designated targets." Crocodile, however, interjected, expressing his desire to depart immediately, eager to resolve matters swiftly and thus seize their influence sooner. Moria echoed his sentiment, and the others shared a similar disdain for wasting time. Zifa asserted, "Rest can occur en route. Let us set off at once." Jean Gua, with a sense of resignation, proclaimed, "Since you are all unwilling to take a respite, I hereby declare that the mission commences at this moment. Upon your departure from the conference room, the respective intelligence personnel will approach you." He reiterated with emphasis, "I urge you once more to heed my directives. The consequences of defiance are well known to you." Chapter 63, The Casino. Only after receiving further assurances did Jean Gua permit their exit. As Jean Gua observed Long preparing to depart, he called out, "Hold on a moment." Long paused in his steps and replied, "Is there something you wish to convey, Mr. Jean Gua?" Jean Gua continued, "During your upcoming mission with ZFA, it is imperative that you keep a vigilant eye on him. ZFA tends to lose his composure when it comes to matters concerning his wife and children." Long responded calmly, "Rest assured, Mr. Jean Gua, I will certainly look after teacher ZFA. Mr. Sengoku, do you have anything further to convey? Although I am perplexed by your decision to resign from the Navy, you must recognize the immense pressure that GARP will have to bear as a consequence." Dragon's expression was somewhat strained as he replied, "I understand, Mr. Sengoku." With that, Dragon transformed into a gust of wind and vanished from the conference room. Once everyone had departed, Tsuru approached Sengoku and inquired, "Do you believe your plan will succeed?" Sengoku responded, "I cannot say for certain, but I remain hopeful that the chances of success are significant. Furthermore, we cannot afford to delay any longer. The recent surge in pirate unrest is invariably linked to the shadows of those in the underworld. If we do not take action soon, we may find it exceedingly difficult to intervene at a later time. I shall promptly address the situation with Lu Firud, and I urge you to hasten Garp's return. The defense of our headquarters has become somewhat compromised with both Zifa and myself away. I understand, so please be swift in your return." Zhang smiled upon witnessing the situation and then exited the conference room. As Zhang emerged from the conference room, two intelligence officers approached him. The Warring States observed and said, "Please lead the way." The General of the Warring States, "Your uniform is rather conspicuous. I kindly request that you change into civilian attire." Zhang glanced at the two individuals clad in casual attire and erupted into laughter. "It appears that I am the one lacking professionalism. Would you kindly accompany me back to change into some casual clothing?" "Not a bother at all." As Sengoku observed the two individuals in a state of tension, he refrained from engaging in conversation and hastened his pace towards his residence. Upon entering the cloakroom, Sengoku discovered that aside from his naval uniform, his wardrobe was filled solely with identical black suits. Faced with this reality, he had no choice but to don a fresh suit. During the process of changing attire, a devil fruit unexpectedly tumbled from Sengoku's garments. In the midst of the Warring States period, Sengoku picked up a devil fruit and placed it in his wardrobe. This particular devil fruit had been sent by Spandam. It was the Zoan type, ancient species, dragon fruit in the form of a pterosaur. The other two fruits were the Zoan type, ancient species, dragon fruit in the form of a Tyrannosaurus, and the Zoan type, ancient species, dragon fruit in the form of a Triceratops. Sengoku was astonished upon seeing these three devil fruits, never expecting Spandam to find such assured specimens for him. If they were to add Drake's Zoan type, ancient species, dragon fruit in the form of a Spinosaurus, their navy would possess 4 dinosaurs. Acquiring one more dinosaur-related devil fruit could easily form a dinosaur battalion. Initially, Sengoku intended to give this devil fruit to Razanandi, but due to his overwhelming busyness, he kept forgetting to present it. Eventually, when Zephyr obtained the devil fruit, he promptly offered the Zoan type, ancient species, dragon fruit in the form of a Tyrannosaurus to Zephyr. Once dressed in a tailored suit, Sengoku planned to hand over the devil fruit to Razanandi after completing this mission. Sengoku then boarded a merchant ship alongside 2 intelligence agents, and after 2 days of travel, he successfully arrived at the lair of the King of Loan Sharks. The territory of the King of Loan Sharks was a moderately sized island, lavishly adorned, with every structure reflecting the owner's immense wealth. The largest establishment was a casino, touted as the largest in the world, where the elite gamblers from around the globe congregated to partake in games of chance. According to the intelligence provided by Spandam, the King of Loan Sharks, Lu Firud, typically concealed himself within the highest level of the casino. The casino boasted a total of 112 floors, with gamblers permitted access only up to the 100th level. Beyond that, only the casino staff had entry. However, even ordinary staff members were barred from the upper 3 levels, 110 to 112, which were exclusively accessible to Lu Firud. Others could only enter with his explicit consent. Zhang gazed at the towering casino and inquired, "Is Lu Feilu currently residing in the casino?" The general of Zhang assured him, stating that there was no intelligence indicating that Lu Feilu had departed from the establishment. "Can you arrange for us to meet Lu Feilu?" Zhang pressed. The general of Zhang regrettably replied, "We are unable to facilitate that." The Warring States period waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for apologies. "I shall remain here alone. You need not accompany me. Await my message. And when I have accomplished my task, you may come to my aid." He was a general of the Warring States. After sending his subordinates away, he began to explore the island, which was teeming with wealth. Upon arriving at a clothing store, he purchased a casual outfit. Upon exiting the store, he grimaced in pain, remarking, "The prices here are over twice those in Mariford, and they charge me 25,000 berries. However, this expenditure would not come from his own pocket. It was necessary for the mission, and he would seek reimbursement upon returning to headquarters." With that, he donned the sunglasses he had purchased previously and continued his stroll. Clad in a flamboyant Hawaiian-style short-sleeve shirt and breezy shorts, Zhang first arrived at a bustling restaurant, where he indulged in a hearty meal while eavesdropping on the conversations of fellow diners. To his dismay, he discovered that the majority, 9 out of 10, were gamblers, engrossed in discussions about their plans to wager that very evening. The remaining 10% appeared to be mere companions of these gambling enthusiasts. Frustrated by the lack of valuable information, Zhang hastily finished his meal and exited the establishment. Upon settling the bill, he experienced a pang of regret, realizing that the prices on this island were generally 2 to 3 times higher than those in Mariford. Subsequently, he made his way to the most crowded bar, hoping to glean some useful intelligence. However, after 3 hours of fruitless inquiry, he found himself approached by several flamboyantly dressed young women and married ladies, some seeking to deceive him, while others brazenly hinted at offering their services. In the Warring States period, public officials resolutely declined with righteous indignation. Some audacious young women even boldly provoked, questioning, "Is it not possible?" In a fit of anger, Zhang Guo was on the verge of demonstrating his capabilities to the young girl. However, he ultimately reconsidered the mission at hand and relinquished the thought. The primary reason, of course, was that the girl simply did not meet his expectations. As Zhang Guo listlessly sipped his 6th glass of iced water, 3 formidable and menacing figures approached him. Chapter 64. Mads Zhang Guo lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at the trio before him, then raised his empty cup towards the bartender and requested, "Please refill my glass with ice water." However, this time, the bar did not take Zhang Guo's cup. At that moment, 2 burly men positioned themselves on either side of Zhang Guo like sentinels, while another stood behind him, blocking his path. One of the robust men, with a gruff demeanor, inquired, "Who sent you, brother? How dare you cause trouble in our sleepless city? Do you not realize that this place is under the protection of the Tiger and Leopard brothers?" After listening, Zhang Guo finally let out a sigh of relief, as he initially feared that he had revealed himself. The Warring States period was too weary to engage in lengthy discourse with these individuals. Had I known earlier, I would have simply purchased a cup of wheat juice, and no one would have sought me out. Zhang Guo abruptly rose to his feet, preparing to depart. The 3 burly men, feeling disregarded by his indifference, were swiftly consumed by anger. Together, they attempted to force Zhang Guo back into his seat. However, to their astonishment, they found themselves unable to restrain him. Zhang Guo effortlessly broke free from their grasp, the entire process unfolding with remarkable ease. The surrounding crowd remained oblivious to the altercation, save for the bartender, who, having witnessed the event unfold, was equally taken aback. Realizing the situation, the leader of the Tiger and Leopard trio declared, "Let us pursue." After leaving the bar, the warrior of the Warring States period discovered that the 3 brothers, the Tiger, Leopard, and Panther, had surprisingly followed him. In the Warring States period, one swiftly turned into a deserted alley, awaiting the arrival of the Tiger and Leopard trio. After a short while, the Tiger and Leopard brothers indeed followed closely behind. As the Warring States were on the verge of conflict, the eldest of the Tiger and Leopard brothers pleaded for mercy, saying, "My lord, please refrain from taking action. We have followed not to confront you." Zhang Guo, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "You are following me not to confront me. So what is the purpose of your pursuit? I owe you no debts, nor do I owe you any favors. Protecting the city that never sleeps is the duty of my 2 brothers and me. We are merely here to maintain appearances. If we do not accompany you, our work would be for naught. I hope you can understand. Since we have come this far, it would be best for you to return if there's nothing else at hand. It will provide you with an explanation upon your return." "Thank you, my lord. We shall not impose any further. We 3 brothers have resided here for many years and can certainly be of assistance to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek us out directly in the city that never sleeps." With that, they departed. Once they exited the alley, the 3rd brother of the Tiger Leopard trio expressed his confusion. "Brother, why did you speak to that fellow in such a manner? Are we to fear him?" As he spoke, he flexed his muscles. "You fool! Did you not notice how effortlessly he escaped our grip back at the tavern? Together, we are no match for him." The 2nd brother interjected, "Indeed, he is far from an ordinary person. I have always maintained that we should only engage in tasks commensurate with the bounty we receive. We are merely here to put on a show. Should we provoke someone ill-tempered, we wouldn't even know how we met our end. There are many here who surpass us. So tread carefully." "Quite right. We should only undertake what we are compensated for. It seems your mind is not solely occupied by brawn, but is also quite astute," remarked the eldest brother of the Tiger Leopard trio with a strained smile as he turned back, addressing Zhang Guo, "My lord, may I inquire what brings you to seek me? You mentioned that you 3 brothers have dwelt here for quite some time, correct? Surely you possess knowledge of matters unknown to many others. Pray, enlighten me about that flamboyant individual." The Tiger Leopard brothers followed Zhang Guo's and indeed spotted a flamboyantly dressed individual with an ostentatious hairstyle, descending from a sports car and making his way into the city that never sleeps. Unlike Zhang Guo's entry, where no one attended to him, this flamboyant character was greeted by numerous individuals eager to usher him inside. "My lord, that person is a regular at our establishment. Although he pretends to be a wealthy magnate, his drinking capacity is woefully poor, and he invariably reveals his true identity when inebriated." "Oh, So he is not truly a wealthy magnate? What is his real identity? The eldest brother of the tiger-leopard trio whispered. His true identity is that of a scientist affiliated with a scientific organization known as MEDS. His name is Vestino, but he is actually called Caesar Caron. When intoxicated, he boasts of being the world's greatest genius scientist. However, we do not believe him. If it were not for his wealth, he would have been taught a lesson long ago. After all, who would believe that a lascivious drunkard could be the world's foremost genius scientist? Upon hearing the name Caesar Clown, the thought of Caesar himself instantly crossed Zhangguo's mind, seemingly still collaborating with Beach Punk at MADS. The financier behind MADS is none other than the notorious king of loan sharks, Lou Ferret. Furthermore, it appears that Caesar is also present on this island. The MADS base is likely situated here, adding yet another objective to Zhangguo's inner aspirations. In the midst of their discourse, the warring states remarked, "Take me to meet that Caesar Caron. Surely, this is within your capabilities." With a reassuring tone, he added, "Rest assured, I shall not ask for your assistance in vain. Should you escort me to Caesar Caron, I will bestow upon you 1,000,000 berry, and I shall provide it to you forthwith. If you can arrange for me to meet Caesar without any onlookers, I will grant you an additional 1,000,000 berry. This matter will not implicate you in any way. The berry is merely a windfall for you. I shall grant you a minute to ponder this." The tiger and leopard trio huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Though their voices were hushed, Sengoku could still hear their deliberations. The second and third brothers were undoubtedly enticed by the prospect of 2,000,000 berry, while the eldest harbored some reservations. However, after persistent coaxing from his younger siblings, he ultimately resolved to seize this opportunity for extra income. "My lord, I am inclined to engage in this transaction with you. However, I have a stipulation that must be met. Otherwise, I shall withdraw from our agreement." "A transaction, you say? You are quite the intriguing individual. I consent to your terms. Pray, reveal your conditions." "My lord, you must first provide us with 1,000,000 berry as a deposit." "Oh, I see you require a deposit. I had presumed you were requesting an increase in the offer. I have acquiesced to your conditions. This card contains 2,000,000 berry. With no password, you may verify its authenticity at once." The eldest of the tiger and leopard brothers instinctively reached for the bank card held by Sengoku. Zhangguo raised the bank card slightly, rendering it inaccessible to him. "You have accepted my berries, and thus you are obliged to fulfill our transaction. Do not entertain thoughts of absconding with the funds, for should you choose to flee, you will inevitably regret your decision." Upon finishing his statement, Zhangguo handed the bank card to the leader of the tiger and leopard brothers. The leader of the tiger and leopard brothers initially rejoiced upon receiving the card, but then turned to Zhangguo with a serious expression. "Rest assured, my lord, that my brothers and I are men of integrity. We would never engage in dishonorable conduct. My lord, we must first verify the transaction. The verification process will not take long. Merely 2 to 3 minutes will suffice." The warring states nodded slightly. Only then did the eldest of the tiger and leopard trio exhale with relief and hand the card to the second brother, instructing him to verify it at a nearby bank. The second brother took the bank card and hurried toward the bank, while the third brother, seeing this, followed closely behind. In the era of the warring states, the gentleman remarked, "Why did you not inquire about acquiring additional berries? Perhaps I would have been willing to oblige." As the esteemed lord has articulated, this transaction has indeed favored the three of us brothers, with these 2,000,000 berries presenting no risk whatsoever for profit. I assure you, I shall not be avaricious, for I fear that having berries without the means to enjoy them is futile. Initially, I sought merely 1,000,000 berries. However, your grandeur is truly overwhelming." Zhangguo merely smiled without uttering a word. Soon, the second and third brothers returned, their faces radiant with joy. Indeed, the eldest brother possessed 2,000,000 berries. The eldest simply nodded with a calm demeanor as he accepted the bank card handed over by the second brother. Then, he turned to Zhangguo and said with a smile, "Sir, please follow us. We shall take you to meet Caesar Caron." In the Warring States period, the protagonist followed the three brothers, tiger, leopard, and their sibling, into their modest chamber. The room was small and sparsely furnished, containing nothing more than 3 beds, a table, and 3 chairs. "My dear adult, if you wish to meet Caesar Caron in solitude, please bear with us for a moment. When the time is ripe, we shall escort you there." Zhangguo remarked, "I shall defer to your judgment. I am indifferent to the process. I focus solely on the outcome." With that, he sought out a clean bed and reclined as if in the comfort of his own home. The 3 others could only manage an awkward smile, hesitant to utter more. And together they departed. Zhangguo, lying on the bed, soon fell into slumber, yet his sleep was not profound. The moment the door creaked open, he awakened. As Zhangguo opened his eyes, he discovered that the visitor was one of the three brothers, the tiger and leopard. However, the three brothers bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, leaving Zhangguo unable to discern which one had arrived. "My lord, please follow me. Eldest brother and second brother are standing guard outside. I shall escort you to meet Caesar Coulon." Zhangguo followed the third without hesitation, ascending 2 flights of stairs until they reached the entrance of a lavishly adorned room. Inside, the esteemed Kai Kalang awaited. "Elder brother instructed me to remind you. Should you wish to confront Caesar Kai Kalang, you must act swiftly. You have a mere 8 minutes before someone enters the room." "Understood." With that, Zhangguo pushed open the door and stepped inside, immediately assaulted by an inappropriate scent. There, sprawled upon an enormous bed, lay a figure entirely unclothed. Warring States instantly recognized the figure as Caesar Kurong and could not help but commend the tiger-leopard trio. As Sengoku approached the bedside, he chuckled, "Is this Caesar Kurong?" "Indeed. I am none other than the world's most brilliant scientist, Caesar Kurong." Observing the inebriated Caesar suddenly leap from the bed, Sengoku swiftly reached out and yanked him down, unceremoniously tossing him into the vast bath beside them. The shock of the water jolted Caesar awake, causing him to sputter as he surfaced. Bewildered, he muttered to himself, "How did I end up in this bath? Well, I might as well enjoy a soak." With that, Caesar unapologetically began to frolic in the water. Zhangguo gazed at Caesar and shook his head in resignation. He approached the edge of the bath and lifted Caesar, who had swum to the pool's edge, out of the water. As Caesar was hoisted up, he felt as though he were soaring through the air, yet he refrained from employing any abilities. Just as a sense of bewilderment washed over him, the Warring States dealt Caesar a sharp blow, prompting him to finally take notice of them. Caesar exclaimed, "Who are you? Audacious enough to strike me? The security in the city of Eternal Night is truly deteriorating. Do you not realize that I, Vestino, am the most esteemed guest of your city? I advise you to release me at once, for when the security personnel of the city of Eternal Night arrive, you shall find yourself in dire straits. It is well known that the three brothers of Tiger and Leopard are the most formidable guardians of this island." The Warring States period inexorably intensified the grip around Caesar's neck, nearly suffocating him to the brink of death. Once the Warring States period had reached a semblance of conclusion, he then withdrew his strength once more. As Zhangguo gazed at the panting Caesar, he chuckled, "Cease your petty tricks. Your feeble antics cannot deceive me, Mr. Caesar Clown." Although Caesar initially appeared to be threatening Zhangguo, he was in fact harnessing the powers of his gas fruit, plotting to ensnare Zhangguo in a cunning ruse. With his breathing steadied, Caesar remarked with a smirk, "Who is Caesar Clown? Surely, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am Vestino." "Oh, so I was mistaken?" Zhangguo retorted, his grip tightening ominously, as if he genuinely intended to end Caesar's life. The color drained rapidly from Caesar's face and neck, turning crimson in an instant. With great difficulty, he pleaded, "Release me. I am Caesar Clown." In the midst of the Warring States, Caesar was unceremoniously cast to the ground. "Mr. Caesar, you have finally acknowledged your true identity. Now, can we engage in a meaningful discussion? What is it that you wish to discuss?" The Warring States looked at the fully exposed Caesar and jested, "Mr. Caesar, are you certain you wish to converse with me in such a manner? Such a habit of flaunting oneself is rather unbecoming." It was only then that Caesar realized the predicament, his face flushing an even deeper crimson as he hurried to the bedside to retrieve his ostentatious attire and donned it once more. Zhangguo, with an air of nonchalance, settled himself onto an opulent sofa, pouring a glass of a seemingly expensive, unopened bottle of wine. However, he refrained from tasting it, his gaze firmly fixed on Caesar. Under the weight of Zhangguo's stare, Caesar obediently approached and took a seat on the sofa opposite him. With utmost caution, Caesar ventured, "Sir, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons?" He continued, "Regrettably, I am unable to assist you at this moment, as I am currently engaged in tasks for the King of Usury, one of the rulers of this island's underworld. I fear I cannot extend my services to you now. Moreover, should I fail to return by tomorrow, I would undoubtedly draw his ire, and you might find yourself in peril." Zhangguo chuckled and remarked, "Are you attempting to threaten me? What is Lu Feiru to me? Is he even worthy of being my adversary? To speak candidly, I have come with the sole intention of eliminating Lu Feiru. He has provoked the wrong individual and committed egregious acts. Thus he must meet his demise." Upon hearing Zhangguo's declaration, Caesar was instantly thrown into a state of panic, his fruit abilities uncontrollably releasing gas. "You speak of the Navy? In the Warring States, One expressed astonishment. Oh, how did you ascertain that I am affiliated with the Navy? Were you, perchance, involved in that matter as well? Chapter 66. The Realm of Death. Caesar swiftly shook his head, declaring, I was not involved. Warring States regarded Caesar with a cold demeanor, remarking, Caesar, do you take me for a fool? If you do not divulge the truth, I shall confine you within Impel Down, condemning the latter half of your life to perpetual darkness. In an instant, Caesar envisioned a sorrowful existence within Impel Down. Overwhelmed by fear, he hastily recounted the events to Warring States. During this exchange, the staff of Nevernight City attempted to enter but were promptly rebuffed by Caesar's vitriol. Upon concluding his tale, Warring States furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you implying that Vinsmoke Judge employed clones to assist Lu Fei Lu in infiltrating our Navy headquarters to gather such intelligence? Indeed. It was Judge and Lu Fei Lu who orchestrated this, and I had no part in it. I merely overheard their conversation while Lu Fei Lu sought out Judge. Please, Admiral, do not imprison me and Impel Down. I am innocent. Observing Caesar's pitiful demeanor, Warring States maintained his composure, stating, Your fate in Impel Down hinges upon your conduct. Should you perform well, I assure you, I will spare you from confinement and provide you with everything you desire, even aiding you in surpassing Vegapunk to become the world's foremost genius scientist. The mention of surpassing Vegapunk ignited a fervor within Caesar, yet he quickly regained his composure. With cautious curiosity, he inquired, Admiral, may I know your identity? Zhang Guo, with a smirk at the corner of his mouth, inquired, Why do you seek to know my identity? Are you concerned that my rank may not suffice to assist you? After a brief pause, he revealed, Very well. I shall disclose it to you. With that, Zhang Guo removed his sunglasses and the disguise from his face. Caesar, gazing at Zhang Guo's visage, was struck with terror as he exclaimed, You are Admiral Buddha Zhang Guo of the Navy. Now, do you believe I can help you become the world's foremost genius scientist? Caesar, with an obsequious expression, replied, I truly believe. The generals of the Warring States, command me as you wish. Sengoku donned his disguise once more and inquired, What progress has been made regarding the lineage factor of Vinsmoke Judge in the research on clones? Caesar, wearing a puzzled expression, replied, How do you know about the lineage factor, Admiral Sengoku? We haven't even made it public yet. Do you presume I would remain ignorant merely because it hasn't been disclosed? Speak quickly. Since our MADS discovered the lineage factor, each individual has pursued divergent research directions. I'm uncertain about the extent of Judge's research, but I am aware that his focus is not as fruitful as mine, and that madman has even resorted to experimenting on his children, truly more perverse than I. Although I am not particularly fond of clone research, I am aware that Judge's endeavors in this field are lacking. His clones may grow swiftly, yet their lifespans are exceedingly brief, with the longest living a mere 6 months. The cost of cultivation is exorbitantly high, verging on a failure. Reluctantly, I must concede that Vegapunk's cloning technology far surpasses that of Judge. Enough of this. Let us return to the matter at hand. Are there any others present at your research facility aside from you, Judge, Vegapunk, Queen, and Buckingham Stussy on this island? How do you know of their existence? Sengoku queried. Well, it stands to reason that if you are aware of the lineage factor, knowing about them is not surprising. Currently, I am the sole occupant on this island. MDS has been but a name since Judge departed 6 months ago. Do you possess knowledge of their whereabouts or any means of contacting them? Naturally, I do. But pray tell, Admiral Sengoku, what do you seek from them? My intentions are of no significance. I digress. The foremost objective is to confront Lu Fei Lu Da. Can you facilitate an audience with him? Of course, I can assist you, Admiral Sengoku. As it happens, he will visit my laboratory tomorrow to review my research findings. At that time, you may eliminate him directly. Now, kindly escort me back to your laboratory. Certainly, Admiral Sengoku. Thus, Sengoku followed Caesar to the laboratory, situated on the opposite side of the island. In stark contrast to the bustling casino, this area was desolate, rendering the entrance exceedingly concealed. Although the entrance was adequately hidden, it was nonetheless guarded. Sengoku initially considered remaining incognito, yet Caesar disregarded the guards entirely, driving his luxury vehicle straight into the laboratory. The laboratory was vast, not merely a single structure but a complex of buildings. Observing the architecture, Sengoku inquired, Caesar, do you and your MADS require such an expansive space with only 5 individuals? Caesar scoffed, Admiral Sengoku, this is all the result of that fool Lu Fei Lu Da's new construction. Our MADS base is not located here. He seeks to entice us to his facility, hence the need for grandeur. However, how could we, being the geniuses we are, possibly assist him in his endeavors? Others have not come at all. My companion Kaji and I are merely here to exploit that fellow Lufirit. We utilize his berries for our own research while presenting him with utterly worthless findings, and yet that fool remains exceedingly pleased. Is that so? Wait, do you mean to say that Begapunk and the others have never set foot here? What is the situation? I never claimed that Begapunk and his associates visited this island. Did I? We parted ways 2 years ago due to our research. All right, I understand. Would you like me to introduce my research findings to you, Admiral Sengoku? Come, let me see your results. After all, the more valuable your research, the better I can assist you in securing funding. Upon hearing the mention of research funding, Caesar's eyes instantly transformed into the shape of berries, and he visibly became quite exhilarated. Admiral Sengoku, allow me to show you my research achievements. With that, Caesar eagerly dragged Sengoku towards his results. Soon, Sengoku found himself before a colossal transparent gas tank. Observing the vividly colored gas within, he realized its toxicity must be immense. Admiral Sengoku, this is my current masterpiece, Death's Domain. Any ordinary person who comes into contact with even a trace of Death's Domain will succumb to swift demise. And it possesses a highly contagious nature. Even formidable individuals who encounter my Death's Domain will suffer excruciating pain. Noticing Sengoku's lack of reaction, Caesar continued, Admiral Sengoku, while Death's Domain may seem ineffective against the strong at present, its potency can be enhanced. I assure you that in the future, the toxicity of Death's Domain will undoubtedly pose a threat to the powerful. Zhangguo looked at the impassioned Caesar and remarked, You need not say more. I inherently trust you. However, as you are destined to be a naval officer, you must understand that substances like poison gas cannot be employed overtly. Even if I were to support your research into such weaponry, the higher-ups would undoubtedly oppose it. Upon hearing Zhangguo's words, Caesar's expression fell dramatically. Zhangguo, observing the situation, consoled, With your remarkable genius, you must have other inventions as well. Please, enlighten me about your other creations. Subsequently, Caesar shared with Zhangguo several inventions, the majority of which were still related to poisonous gases. However, Zhangguo remained indifferent to this. Among all the inventions, he held the greatest anticipation for the artificial devil fruits. Yet, Caesar entirely omitted any mention of them. Zhangguo could no longer contain his curiosity. Caesar, please enlighten me about your research on bloodline factors. Caesar blushed and replied, General Zhangguo, my investigations into bloodline factors are still in the experimental phase, and thus far, I have not yielded any significant results. Zhangguo smiled and said, There is nothing to worry about. Why don't you share your research direction with me? The absence of experimental results now does not imply that there will not be any in the future. I firmly believe that with your intelligence and ingenuity, you will undoubtedly achieve remarkable discoveries. Sengoku gazed at the deeply moved Caesar and said helplessly, Caesar, why don't you share with me the direction of your research? Admiral Sengoku, my research focus is on artificial devil fruits. Isn't that an intriguing area of study? Caesar replied, Artificial devil fruits can enhance the combat capabilities of my subordinates or be sold for a substantial profit, making it quite a promising venture. Your research direction indeed holds great potential. Once we return to headquarters, I shall lend my full support to your endeavors in developing artificial devil fruits. Sengoku affirmed. Admiral Sengoku, I wish to conduct my research in my original area of study. Would that be permissible? Of course. Your current task is to summon Lu Fei Rudd. As long as you can bring him here, everything will fall into place. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, I will inform Lu Fei Rudd of my breakthrough in research first thing tomorrow morning. He will undoubtedly come here. In the Warring States period, a sense of bewilderment enveloped as Zhangguo inquired, Caesar, what research have you undertaken for Lu Fei Rudd that warrants such significance? In a hushed tone, Caesar replied, That fellow, the general of the Warring States, has tasked me with the study of immortality technology. However, you well know that such ethereal concepts are hardly within the realm of actualization. When initially approached for assistance alongside Jiaji, we forged an understanding to deceive Lu Fei Rudd with unrelated studies, thereby utilizing the resources he provided to pursue our own research endeavors. Oh, I see. From the intelligence gathered, I uncovered that Lu Fei Rudd is relatively youthful. What compels him to delve into the enigma of immortality technology? Who can say? Perhaps a fear of death looms over him, or perhaps he seeks to discover this technology to exchange for greater wealth. Subsequently, Zhangguo accompanied Caesar to their quarters for respite. Time swiftly passed, and soon dawn broke on the following day. Early in the morning, Caesar reached out to Liu Fei-Ruda. Upon receiving the news, Liu Fei-Ruda made haste to the laboratory. Shortly thereafter, a throng of bodyguards escorted a tall man wearing round sunglasses and smoking a cigar into the lab. Upon noticing him, Caesar promptly approached, exclaiming, "Fei-Ruda, your arrival is of great importance. Caesar, has your research truly made progress?" Although Fei-Ruda's tone remained composed, the subtle tremors of his body betrayed his excitement. Unfazed, Caesar asserted, "Indeed, my research has indeed advanced. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out. Lead me to see it at once." Liu Fei-Ruda urged as he followed Caesar deeper into the laboratory. After a few steps, however, he suddenly commanded, "Wait." The sharpness of his voice startled Caesar, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. "You all remain here and await my return." Hearing this, Caesar exhaled a sigh of relief. "Caesar, why are you sweating profusely? The laboratory is not particularly warm, is it?" Caesar chuckled. "Not warm? Yet I find it somewhat stifling. Otherwise, I would not be sweating." Liu Fei-Ruda flashed a knowing smile, one that only a man would understand. "Caesar, at your tender age, you ought to exercise restraint. Your constitution pales in comparison to mine." Though inwardly cursing Fei-Ruda, Caesar maintained a facade of geniality. As they ventured further, Liu Fei-Ruda sensed an unsettling shift. "Where are the others within your laboratory? Were they not just present in your experimental area? Have you perhaps relocated the experimental zone?" At that moment, a figure materialized behind Liu Fei-Ruda, coldly declaring, "Liu Fei-Ruda, the time has come for you to face the consequences of your actions." Being one of the sovereigns of the underworld, Liu Fei-Ruda was no fool. He grasped the situation in an instant. "Caesar, you scoundrel, you dare to betray me." As Liu Fei-Ruda spoke, he drew a gun from his bosom and fired it at Jean Gouel. However, how could a mere pistol possibly contend with Jean Gouel? The gentleman of the warring states effortlessly evaded a bullet, then delivered a swift kick that rendered Liu Fei-Ruda unconscious as he attempted to flee. Observing this, Caesar approached the incapacitated Liu Fei-Ruda and mocked, "You fool, is the pursuit of immortality technology something a simpleton like you can aspire to?" Hearing footsteps approaching from afar, Jean Gouel realized that the gunfire had attracted the attention of the bodyguards. "Caesar has roused that fellow. I still have matters to inquire of him." With that, Jean Gouel strode towards the direction of the approaching bodyguards. In the face of numerous bodyguards, Sengoku remained utterly unperturbed. To conceal his identity, he unleashed a burst of Conqueror's Haki, stunning all the bodyguards into unconsciousness. From a distance, Caesar observed the terrifying display of Sengoku's power, his body involuntarily trembling. Is this the might of a general? Truly horrifying. By the time Sengoku returned to Caesar's side, Liu Fei-Ruda had already been roused from his slumber by Caesar's forceful awakening. Noticing Liu Fei-Ruda's bruised visage and the shattered fragments of his sunglasses strewn on the ground, Sengoku deduced that Caesar had resorted to a rather violent method of waking him. It appeared that Caesar harbored deep resentment towards Liu Fei-Ruda for his earlier taunts regarding his ineptitude. "You're one of the Navy, aren't you? You arrived surprisingly swiftly. Far quicker than I anticipated, and with just one person, you managed to capture me. What is your rank? A rear admiral or a vice admiral? If you spare me, I can offer you anything you desire, be it an endless supply of berries, power, a formidable devil fruit, a famed sword, or scientific prowess." Caesar, with a haughty kick aimed at Liu Fei-Ruda, retorted, "Liu Fei-Ruda, do not attempt to deceive me with your antiquated tricks." As Liu Fei-Ruda rose, seething with anger, he declared, "Caesar, you scoundrel, await your reckoning. Should I survive, I shall ensure you endure unimaginable torment. After all the funding I provided for your research, how dare you betray me?" Chapter 68. The grave Caesar laughed heartily. "What do you mean? You provided us funding for research. Do not elevate your standing so grandly. Our relationship is merely transactional. You provide the funds, I assist with your research. By the way, I have something to disclose. Neither I nor Caesar have been working on your immortality technology. We have been using the funds you supplied to pursue our own projects." "What? Then what were the so-called advancements you presented to me?" Liu Fei-Ruda exclaimed. "Those were trivial trinkets of little value. You provided us with such an abundance of berries. We felt compelled to offer you some semblance of progress to placate you. I can't believe you still fail to recognize that what we provided was useless. Those items won't grant you immortality, they will only deteriorate your body, ultimately shortening your lifespan. You beast, Caesar, I will ensure your demise. Listen, Navy officer. If you spare me, I can grant you anything. There is nothing that berries cannot achieve in this world. I could even elevate you to the status of a new king in the underworld. Being the ruler of the underground is far more rewarding than serving the celestial dragons as a dog. Caesar chuckled. Fei Lu, abandon your delusions. General Sengoku cannot be bought. Prepare to meet your end today. The warring states cast an irritated glance at Caesar and inquired, Caesar, who permitted you to divulge my identity? You should also temper your ulterior motives. Do you truly believe I would be swayed by him? The warring states general asserted. I am convinced that such an intention is utterly unfounded. With a cold snort, Zhanghua cast aside his disguise. Upon beholding the true visage of Zhanghua, Lu Feiru was filled with terror and exclaimed, I never anticipated that it would be the esteemed General Zhanghua who had come to apprehend me. What merit do I possess to warrant the attention of such a formidable general? As Zhanghua coldly remarked, you are indeed no ordinary person, had I not been sent. Capturing you, the king of usury who incited pirates to dismantle our New World branch, would have been impossible. You should understand the purpose behind my sparing your life. Lu Feilu, with a bitter expression, replied, Admiral Zhanghua, I must confess my ignorance regarding those targeting Admiral Zifa. You too must be unaware, I presume. The reality is that those who oppose you are not our underground world's sovereigns, but merely individuals apart from Umid and Gibson, for whom we have simply accepted berries to act. The sole identity of those pursuing you is known only to Pietro. Perhaps Umid is privy to it as well. This is all I know. Grant me a dignified death. Caesar, desiring a dignified end for him, declared, then let us take all the research you have conducted. This laboratory shall serve as Lu Feilu's South final resting place. Such a grand tomb is fitting for your stature. With a smile, Caesar assured, rest assured, Admiral Zhanghua, I shall ensure Feilu's demise is devoid of suffering. Upon finishing his words, a vapor emanated from Caesar, enveloping Feilu. When the mist dissipated, Feilu had passed away peacefully. Free from pain, Zhanghua observed and said, Caesar, hasten to organize your research materials. Once you have tidied everything up, we shall depart. The general of Zhanghua replied, I have already meticulously arranged all the pertinent documents last night. We are now ready to leave. In the warring states period, one cast an appreciative glance at Caesar before activating the laboratory's self-destruct mechanism. Subsequently, they boarded the rescue vessel alongside Caesar and departed from the island. As soon as Sengoku boarded the vessel, he was greeted by the thunderous sound of an explosion from the laboratory. Awaiting Sengoku was a warship. Once aboard, he ensured Caesar was settled before initiating contact with headquarters to inquire about the progress of others. Upon asking, he discovered that there were no updates on the others. Observing the situation, Sengoku chose not to comment further. The warring states directly approached Caesar. Caesar, please provide me with the means to contact Vegapunk. It is the great general of warring states. Upon finishing his statement, Caesar extracted a long-headed snail phone. This very snail phone is the means to reach Vegapunk. Zhanghua nodded affirmatively and said, Caesar, please contact Vegapunk directly. What I wish to discuss is not a matter of secrecy, and you are welcome to listen. A smile graced Caesar's face as he replied, Understood, General Zhanghua. With the familiar sound of the din-din mushy echoing, he answered, Hello, Caesar. What brings you to me? It is not I who seeks you, but rather General Zhanghua of the Navy. General Zhanghua? I believe I have had no prior dealings with him. In the midst of a conversation, Admiral Sengoku remarked, Dr. Vegapunk, we previously had no interactions. But I firmly believe that our paths will undoubtedly cross many times in the future. I am curious about your current whereabouts, as I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Navy. To which Admiral Sengoku graciously responded, Thank you for your kind offer. But I do not wish to join the Navy. Vegapunk, puzzled, interjected, What do you mean? Admiral Sengoku has extended an invitation to you, and yet you choose not to show him the respect he deserves. Zhanghua cast a glance at Caesar, signaling him to be silent. Upon perceiving Zhanghua's gaze, Caesar immediately covered his mouth with both hands. In the midst of the conversation, Sengoku implored, Dr. Vegapunk, please do not dismiss my proposal just yet. Once we convene in person, you will undoubtedly choose to join the Navy. To this, Admiral Sengoku received a firm rebuttal. I shall not be joining the Navy. With that, Vegapunk abruptly terminated the call. Sengoku lamented, Vegapunk truly lacks understanding of the situation. It would be best if you ceased your invitations to him. Meanwhile, Caesar asserted with confidence, I am certainly no less capable than Vegapunk. Zhanghua smiled and said, I am well aware that you are no less capable than Vegapunk. So there is no need for you to constantly compare yourself to him. The reason I invited Vegapunk is that, after all, one's power is limited. you would certainly be reluctant to have others assist you. Only Vegapunk possesses the ability to serve as your assistant. Upon hearing this, Caesar's expression brightened. Admiral Jean Gua, I must have misunderstood you. In the Warring States period, the individual waved his hand dismissively, signifying indifference, before offering some consolation to Caesar. After obtaining the record pointer of punk acid from Caesar, he departed. Once the Warring States had left, Caesar, who had just moments ago appeared deeply moved, suddenly wore a grim expression. Damn it, Vegapunk, it's you again. Why must you always oppose me? The departing Warring States was acutely aware that his words would not alter Caesar's disposition. After all, from his memories of a previous life, he knew that Caesar was not one to exhibit such magnanimity. The Warring States understood that genuine sentiments would have no effect on someone as morally unrestrained as Caesar. In the Warring States period, it became evident that to fully exert control over Caesar, one must possess a critical weakness against him. The most advantageous method would be akin to the surgical fruit depicted in past comics, allowing one to seize Caesar's heart, thus securing a formidable leverage. However, the Warring States currently lacked access to such a fruit, rendering this strategy temporarily unviable. Nonetheless, he harbored no fear of betrayal from Caesar, for he had not lost his own standing. As long as he maintained his power, Caesar would be disinclined to forsake him. Chapter 69. Punk hazard. He merely needed to remain vigilant against Caesar's potential schemes. The warship sped forth, reaching Punk hazard within a day. Upon arrival, the Warring States did not permit anyone else to disembark. He and Caesar alone descended from the vessel. Upon reaching Punk hazard, the Warring States found the environment starkly different from his memories of the icy, dualistic climate. The island's beauty made it exceedingly difficult for him to associate this picturesque locale with Punk hazard. Caesar observed the Warring States' bewilderment with curiosity. Warring States, what troubles you? He inquired. Is this truly Punk hazard? Caesar chuckled. Of course, this is Punk hazard. You must not have seen our laboratory, which is why you harbor doubts. Follow me, and you shall see. Thus, the Warring States accompanied Caesar to a concealed area, where they indeed discovered a laboratory. However, its size was rather modest, even smaller than the one Caesar had previously destroyed. As they entered the laboratory, the Warring States instantly sensed a palpable aura of menace. Suddenly, a youthful figure clad in a red apron, with a massive knot around his waist and shorts adorning his lower half, charged towards them wielding a colossal axe. Upon witnessing this, Caesar promptly sought refuge behind the Warring States. Zhang Gua instantly recognized the child as Zhang Tao Wan. For the distinctive hairstyle and unique attire of Zhang Tao Wan were unmistakably apparent, allowing Zhang Gua to identify him with ease. Zhang Gua effortlessly grasped his colossal axe, and could not help but marvel at how formidable Zhang Tao Wan was at such a young age. Zhang Tamaru endeavored to extract his colossal axe from the grip of Sengoku, yet despite his utmost exertion, he remained unsuccessful. Seizing the moment when the threat had subsided, Caesar brazenly stepped forward, emboldened by his position. Who are you, young lad, to dare assail us? Are you not aware that this is my territory? Pray, enlighten me on how you managed to enter. Jean Tamaru, with a serious expression on his youthful face, declared, I shall never disclose that it was my master who brought me here. Realizing that he was no match for Zhang Gua, Jean Tamaru, though reluctant to part with his beloved giant axe, promptly relinquished it for the sake of Vegapunk's safety. He turned and ran, shouting, The old man's opponent is far too powerful. You must flee quickly. I will hold them off for a while. At that moment, a man resembling Einstein, adorned with long hair and wielding a spear, emerged with a smirk, addressing Jean Tamaru. How could I possibly escape on my own? Vegapunk, what on earth are you doing here? Caesar exclaimed in terror. How can it be you? Zhang Guo approached Zhang Tao Wan with a smile, presenting him with a massive axe. Such a precious weapon should not be carelessly discarded. Initially wary, Zhang Tao Wan glanced at Vegapunk before grinning as he reclaimed his formidable axe. Allow me to introduce myself, Dr. Vegapunk. I contacted you through Caesar just yesterday. Zhang was stated. Vegapunk grasped Zhang was outstretched hand, acknowledging, Ah, so you are the illustrious Admiral Zhang Gua. Dr. Vegapunk, it seems our paths are not yet fully crossed. Perhaps we can engage in conversation now? Vegapunk replied with a wry smile. Admiral Zhang Gua, do I truly have any options? Indeed, you have alternatives, Doctor. You could choose to decline this discussion and depart, for this place has now become our Navy's new research base. However, I fear that next time you are sought out, it will not be me but rather representatives of the world government. Those individuals are far less accommodating, and should they come knocking, your choices would be severely limited. Many matters are beyond your control. By the way, there is something else I have yet to inform you. The king of the underground world, Lone Shark Lu Farud, has been eradicated by our navy. Henceforth, your research will lack funding. Vegapunk was aware that not only had Farud been eliminated, but other rulers of the underground realm had also faced the same fate at the hands of the navy. Vegapunk appeared momentarily stunned. He understood the navy's motives for targeting the underground rulers, particularly since Lu Farud had previously sought his assistance, which he had declined in order to avoid conflict with the navy. However, he had not anticipated the swift eradication of the underground monarchs. Turning to Caesar, Vegapunk inquired, "Caesar, why have you chosen to align with the navy? Your nature hardly suits the stringent regulations of such an organization." After a brief silence, Caesar responded, "In the past, I was indeed not a virtuous individual, yet now I aspire to be a good person. My decision to join the navy is driven by our original MADS dream: to achieve world peace. No organization embodies the fight for justice more fittingly than the navy. Dr. Vegapunk, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the navy, so we may establish a new MADS together." Vegapunk regarded Caesar with a look of intrigue before turning to Zhang Guo, stating, "Admiral Zhang Guo, I wish to discuss something with you." In the midst of the conversation, Zhang Guo remarked, "Dr. Vegapunk, a wise choice indeed. Let us engage in discourse." However, the response was, "No, General Zhang Guo, I wish to speak with you alone. Just the two of us. I prefer that our dialogue remains undisclosed to others." Upon hearing Vegapunk's words, Caesar's expression darkened instantaneously, and he was about to retort when Zhang Guo readily acquiesced. Faced with this, Caesar had no choice but to remain silent. Zhang Guo followed Vegapunk to a secluded experimental site. Here, he felt an unwavering sense of security, confident that no one could overhear their conversation. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What compels you to invite me to join the navy? I humbly believe I lack the allure that would warrant such repeated invitations from an admiral." Zhang Guo, with a smile, remarked, "I had anticipated that you, Dr. Vegapunk, would inquire about the extent of research funding I could provide or the nature of your remuneration. However, I did not foresee you posing such a question. My repeated invitations to you clearly indicate that you possess both the allure and qualifications to warrant such attention. Our Navy's prior ignorance of your existence was undoubtedly a loss on our part. Yet, upon learning of your discovery of the lineage factor in Caesar's laboratory, I recognized your worthiness for this invitation." The lineage factor? Indeed, it is the lineage factor. The potential for its development is immensely vast. It is an invention capable of transforming the world. My venture to seek you out, Dr. Vegapunk, extends beyond your invention. I harbor ulterior motives. Oh, General Zhang Guo, what other intentions do you have in mind? Before I divulge my goals, I would like to inquire about the purpose behind your development of various technologies. To which Vegapunk replied, "The motivation behind my technological innovations has remained steadfast. I have always pursued them in the name of peace." Chapter 70, Living in Seclusion. Zhang Guo smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Doctor, if you wish to exchange for peace, you must conceal your identity. Your inventions will not bear your name, and your glory will be enjoyed by others. Are you willing to accept this?" He added, "Of course, this does not mean you must remain anonymous for a lifetime. When the time is ripe, your contributions will surely be recognized by the world." Vegapunk replied, "As long as it brings about a peaceful world where the citizens of all nations can live in happiness, I am willing to embrace anonymity, even for a lifetime, if necessary." As Sengoku gazed into the sincere eyes of Vegapunk, he discerned that the latter was not deceiving him. His words were indeed true. A tinge of respect mingled with Sengoku's admiration for Vegapunk, transforming it into something deeper. "Doctor, I have risked my life to seek you out, so that you might remain hidden from the prying eyes of the world government. Should they discover you, although your inventions may bring happiness to some, countless others would suffer even greater miseries. Of course, this does not pertain to you, Vegapunk. Your inventions were conceived to benefit humanity. Yet, when such creations fall into the hands of those with malevolent intentions, they become instruments of tyranny. Having spent many years within the Navy, I possess a clearer understanding than most of the world government's transgressions and the heinous acts of the celestial dragons. These individuals are the parasites of our world. However, I find myself powerless to overthrow their dominion. Thus, I must gradually amass strength, striving for a single, decisive blow to dismantle the rule of the celestial dragons and establish a new order. A new order, you say? Sengoku, might you elaborate on this vision of yours? Certainly. The new order I envision is one where the distinctions of race and class dissolve, allowing all peoples to coexist in equality. Life would be devoid of oppression, and every individual would have the freedom to pursue their passions. Through diligent labor, one could cultivate happiness for their family. Vegapunk was stirred by Sengoku's portrayal of this new order. General Sengoku, is it truly possible to realize this new order? Absolutely, it can be achieved. However, it is not a task I can undertake alone. The establishment of a new order necessitates the collective efforts of like-minded individuals. No one knows better than I the immense power wielded by the world government, whose might remains only partially revealed. Yet, I am steadfast in my belief that this new order can indeed be realized. I shall dedicate my life to this cause. And even if our generation fails to accomplish it, I have faith that our successors will succeed. Dr. Vegapunk, are you willing to join me in this endeavor? General Sengoku, I am eager to contribute my humble efforts towards the establishment of this new order. Zhang Guo, filled with excitement, embraced Dr. Vegapunk and exclaimed, "This is splendid, Dr. Vegapunk. Allow me to share my plans with you." Shortly thereafter, Zhang Guo articulated his vision for the future. Admiral Zhang Guo, your strategy is remarkably comprehensive. I have every confidence that the new order will attract a significant number of like-minded individuals. However, Dr. Vegapunk cautioned, we must keep the establishment of our new order under wraps. Too many people cannot be privy to our intentions. Once our plans are exposed, the world government will undoubtedly seek to eradicate my existence, sparing no effort in their pursuit. We must remain concealed, gathering strength in the shadows. It will not be long before a new organization openly opposes the rule of the world government. Our role will simply be to support them discreetly. I understand. Admiral Zhang Guo. Zhang Guo gently patted Vegapunk on the shoulder and remarked, it seems we must inconvenience the doctor to assist Caesar. Vegapunk, unfazed by this, continued to listen as Zhang Guo unveiled the details of his future inventions. Upon hearing them, Vegapunk appeared as though he had been introduced to an entirely new world. Observing Vegapunk's excitement, which surpassed even the thrill of discovering a new order, Zhang Guo realized that many of these inventions would emerge sooner than anticipated. After an extensive discussion lasting 5 or 6 hours between the warring states and Beijiaopunk regarding inventions, Beijiaopunk expressed his astonishment, remarking that he had not anticipated the great general of the warring states to possess such profound knowledge. It appeared he had truly underestimated the capabilities of the world. Following this, Beijiaopunk returned to his experiments. Upon seeing Beijiaopunk, Caesar also entered the room. Initially, Caesar persistently attempted to rouse Beijiaopunk. But after a brief exchange of words, he became remarkably compliant, eagerly collaborating with Beijiaopunk in the experimentation process. The warring states shook their heads in resignation. It seems that Caesar shall forever remain ensnared in the shadow of Vegapunk. In the warring states period, Zhang Guo glanced at Zhang Taowan and remarked with a smile, I just heard Dr. Vegapunk mention that your name is Zhang Taowan. Is that correct? Indeed, I am Zhang Taowan, the man with the most formidable discretion in the world. How old are you this year, Zhang Taowan? I am 12 years old. Oh, at such a tender age. You possess such immense power. Your talent is truly remarkable. My innate abilities have always been exceptional. Observing the exuberant and cheerful Zhang Taowan, Zhang Guo resolved internally to keep any secrets from the man with the most formidable discretion under wraps. With a smile, the warring states inquired, would you be interested in joining the Navy, War Peachmaru? Zhang Tamaru promptly responded, I will not serve in the Navy. I am currently the protector of the old master, and my duty is to ensure his safety. I do not have the time to be a naval officer. Is your current strength sufficient to safeguard Dr. Vegapunk? By joining the Navy, you can enhance your abilities. Only by becoming stronger can you better protect Dr. Vegapunk. Though I found your reasoning compelling, this matter is beyond my control. If you can persuade the old master, I shall join you in the Navy. Then it is settled. As long as I can convince Dr. Vegapunk, you will enlist in the Navy. A true man always honors his word. The face of the warring states period displayed a triumphant smile, having successfully deceived the children. In the midst of the warring states period, Sengoku and Beijiaopunk remained oblivious to the duration of their forthcoming research. Having merely informed the two, Sengoku departed the laboratory with the young combatant, Taitama Maru, and proceeded to board the warship. The reason for Taitama Maru's presence on the warship was not due to Sengoku's coaxing of a child. Rather, it was Sengoku's mention of delectable food aboard that piqued Taitama Maru's interest. Sengoku extended a polite invitation, and Taitama Maru eagerly chose to accompany him to the vessel. Upon their arrival, Sengoku entrusted Taitama Maru to the ship's cook, instructing him to ensure the young warrior was well fed. Subsequently, Sengoku retreated to his quarters to establish communication with the headquarters. However, he would soon find himself regretting his decision to send Taitama Maru to the kitchen. "Hello, Sengoku. Why have you not returned to headquarters yet? Did you not claim yesterday that you had slain Lufelu? Given the time elapsed, you should have arrived by now. Where are you?" Chapter 71. Intercepted by Carp, the Warring States remarked, "Commander Kong, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain." To which the response was, "Very well. I am eager to hear your explanation." During the Warring States period, he informed Kong about his discovery of Caesar and attributed the invention of Beijapong to Caesar as well. "You have acted wisely, for such a genius must be recruited into our navy. With him, the strength of our naval forces will undoubtedly experience a rapid enhancement." In an excited tone, Sengoku remarked, "General Kong, I have successfully secured the allegiance of Dr. Caesar Karat. He is now one of us in the navy. However, Dr. Karat serves another purpose." "Another purpose?" "He is merely a scientist. What more could he contribute aside from aiding our navy in inventions?" "Indeed. He has much to offer beyond our needs." "Are you implying the world government?" "Precisely. Even if we wished to conceal it, we could not. It would be wiser to directly inform the elders. With Caesar's exceptional talent, I believe that even if the rulers of the underworld sought the elders, they would hesitate to reprimand us out of respect for Caesar." "Exactly. That is my intention. General Kong, I am currently on an island called Punk Hazard, which is where Dr. Karan's laboratory, established by Lu Feilu, is located. Dr. Karan has made new discoveries and cannot leave Punk Hazard for the time being. My proposal is to establish a new experimental base there for Dr. Karan to conduct his research, demonstrating our Navy's sincerity. Additionally, we can set up a branch on Punk Hazard to protect Dr. Karan and other scientists. Most importantly, this would not cost us a single belly. I suspect the elders would not be stingy with such an amount. General Kong, you could seize this opportunity to request an expansion of the military. Surely, a branch could be allocated 10,000 naval soldier positions." Upon hearing Sengoku mention 10,000 naval soldiers, Kong spluttered the water he had just taken a sip of. 10,000 naval soldiers? Sengoku, are you dreaming? If stationed there, the elders would certainly not permit us to have such a force solely for ourselves. I would be surprised if we could secure even 3,000 positions. 3,000 will suffice. It is certainly better than having none. How have Zifa and the others fared with their mission? Essentially completed. Aside from the big newsmorgans, the other rulers of the underworld have been dealt with. However, there is no need for concern. According to intelligence, Crocodile and Moria are both handling Morgans. I trust that the strength of these two warlords of the sea will be more than adequate to take care of him. The Warring States nodded, then conveyed some matters to Kong before hanging up the call. As soon as the call ended, another phone began to ring. Upon discovering that it was the telephone snail belonging to Whitebeard, Sengoku first utilized his observation haki to ascertain whether any Marines were present in his vicinity. He then answered the telephone snail, speaking in hushed tones. "Newgate, have you managed to retrieve Roger's wife and child?" Newgate retorted with irritation. "What do you mean, Sengoku? You summoned me to assist, yet you had that old fool Carp come as well. Do you doubt my integrity?" He continued, exasperated. "What vexes me further is that Roger's wife and child seem to place more trust in Carp than in me, despite the fact that I was the one who rescued her." Listening to Whitebeard's grievances, Sengoku could not help but interject. "So, you are saying that Roger's wife and child have been taken back by Carp? Why ask me when you already know the answer?" Newgate replied. Sengoku reassured him. "Rest assured, Newgate, I never instructed Carp to retrieve Roger's family. However, it is certainly preferable for them to be with Carp than to be with your transient self." "Who are you calling transient? My hometown is far safer and more prosperous than your headquarters." Zhangguo quickly clarified. "It was a slip of the tongue on my part. However, this is a choice made by Roger's wife and children, and we had initially agreed to respect their decision. There is no need for you to mention it. I have already allowed them to leave, if I had no intention of honoring our agreement. Do you really think that the likes of Carp could merely snatch Roger's family from my grasp? Furthermore, is Carp truly not a part of your arrangements?" The fact that Carp intercepted Roger's family was unexpected for Zhang Guo, yet he could not help but secretly commend Carp for his actions. Sengoku spoke solemnly. "Of course, I have not had the time to attend to Carp recently." He then proceeded to inform Whitebeard about the incident involving the underworld assailing Zephyr's wife and children. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard fumed. "These wretched maggots of the underworld dare to attack the families of others. They are truly despicable. It is indeed a disgrace for the Navy to have to resort to such dishonorable deeds, compelling a general to engage in such unsavory activities. If this were to come to light, it would bring great shame upon the Navy. In the Warring States period, one boldly declared, "What is there to be ashamed of? I am merely an ordinary Marine, and it is an honor to rid the people of these malignant tumors. How could that possibly be a source of embarrassment? Humph. I hope that when the truth is revealed, you can still maintain such bravado." With that, Whitebeard abruptly ended the call. Upon witnessing the situation, the Warring States could not help but furrow his brows. He recalled that in the comics of his previous life, the members of CP0 had never succeeded in assassinating Morgans. Now, the timing of this assassination attempt was evidently later than that of others, which significantly increased the likelihood of Morgans evading capture. The Warring States period recalled Morgenthau's penchant for sensationalism and the dissemination of false news, which inevitably stirred a sense of concern. In a prudent move, Sengoku directly dialed the empty phone bug, conveying the situation to Kong, who was tasked with informing other news agencies to preemptively report this information. Thus, even if Morgan managed to escape and disseminate false news, there would be no need to fear the torrent of public opinion. Simultaneously, Sengoku instructed Kong to amplify Tiger's contributions, initiating a campaign to reshape perceptions of the Fishman tribe through Tiger's narrative. Kong readily acquiesced. With everything settled, Sengoku exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the stomach of the Warring States rumbled, prompting him to refrain from idle chatter and proceed directly to the kitchen. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the towering pile of dishes before him. A nearby cook remarked, "General Warring States, the child you brought along possesses an extraordinary appetite. He has consumed an entire meal meant for our entire ship's crew by himself." Zhangguo pointed at the plate and asked, "Did he eat all of this?" "Indeed. Did you not instruct us to ensure he was well fed? Yet he never seems to be satisfied, prompting us to continually prepare food for him. I want more." The General Zhangguo exclaimed, noticing that he had finished yet another serving. "I understand. Hurry and cook more. I too wish to eat." The cooks, seeing the situation, could only grimace as they resumed their food preparations. Initially, they had assumed that a small child wouldn't consume much, but they were unprepared for the prodigious appetite of Jean Tamaru. Having already risen early to prepare breakfast for the sailors aboard the warship, they now found themselves tasked with yet another substantial meal. By the time Jean Tamaru was finally satisfied, midday had arrived, and they were once again required to prepare lunch for the sailors. Chapter 72. A True Man Never Tells Lies. The cooks felt that they might very well be exhausted in the kitchen by the end of the day. In front of the plump and encircled Jean Tawan, who had come from the Warring States period, a voice of resignation arose. "Jean Tawan, have you had your fill?" Jean Tawan replied, "Not yet. I can still eat." Jean Tawan was betrayed by his own belly. He even claimed he wasn't full, yet his stomach protested. Overeating is certainly not a good thing, as it is detrimental to one's health. Jean Tawan blushed and said, "These delicacies are simply too delectable. I feared that I might not have the opportunity to savor them again, hence I indulged a bit more. The food I requested earlier was intended for the elders." In the Warring States period, Jean Tamaru, who displayed an understanding beyond his years, smiled and said, "How could you possibly go without food? In the future, you shall indulge in delicacies far more exquisite than these, with every meal ensuring your satisfaction." Is that truly the case? In the tone reminiscent of his companion, Zhangguo proclaimed, "A true man never tells a lie." Upon uttering this, he burst into laughter, and Jean Tawan joined in merriment. Soon, the cook approached, bearing an assortment of food, which he placed directly upon Zhangguo's table. The weary cook inquired, "General Zhangguo, do you still require us to prepare more food?" "Not at all. You may take a well-deserved rest," Zhangguo replied. "Really?" the cook exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Indeed, it is true. You have worked diligently today." After bidding farewell to Zhangguo, the cook hurried off to share the joyous news with his fellow cooks. Meanwhile, Jean Tawan, perhaps moved by the sight of the fatigued cook, took the initiative to tidy up his own soiled plates. The returning cook was taken aback by Jean Taowan's actions and quickly responded, "You need not worry about that. We will handle it." Jean Tamaru chuckled, declaring, "The food you have prepared is delectable, surpassing even the dishes crafted by myself and the old man. I possess quite an appetite, and with such a vast array of food, you must be quite fatigued. Allow me to take care of these soiled plates. When the old man and I dine, it is always those who do not cook that handle the washing." He boasted about his prowess in cleaning dirty dishes. It is universally acknowledged that when chefs receive compliments on their culinary creations, it brings them joy. The cooks were no exception. The weariness that had enveloped the cooks seemed to dissipate in an instant, replaced by a newfound vigor. Just as the cooks contemplated stopping Jean Tamaru from tidying up, they were interrupted by Zhanghua. He agreed, stating that the plates should be entrusted to Jean Tamaru, and suggested that he should focus on packing the food. Seeing Zhanghua take the lead, the cooks naturally refrained from intervening and swiftly moved to assist Zhanghua in hastily packing the food, as if the sooner they completed the task, the sooner they could lend a hand to Jean Tamaru. The Warring States merely chuckled in silence. Soon after, having finished his meal, Warring States noticed that the plates in the kitchen had vanished. He carried his soiled dish to the washing area, where he realized that Timaru had indeed spoken the truth. His prowess in washing dishes was remarkable. With Timaru's assistance, the plates were thoroughly cleaned. As Sengoku approached with a soiled plate in hand, Jean Tamaru swiftly seized it from him, effortlessly cleansing the dish with remarkable speed and precision. Not only was the plate rendered immaculate, but Sengoku also noticed that Jean Tamaru's previously distended belly had returned to its normal state. The cooks nearby regarded Jean Tamaru with expressions of admiration. Observing this, Sengoku hurriedly gathered the packaged food and led Jean Tamaru away. After all, Sengoku intended for Jean Tamaru to become a formidable individual within the Navy, not merely a proficient dishwasher. Upon their return to the laboratory, they discovered that Caesar and Vegapunk were still engrossed in their research. Just as Sengoku pondered whether to interrupt them, Jean Tamaru took the initiative. "Old man, it's time for your meal, and today's fare is exceptionally delicious." Upon hearing Jean Tamaru's call, Vegapunk immediately ceased his experiments and stepped out with a smile, asking, "Where's the delectable food, Jean Tamaru?" In an inexplicable turn of events, the enigmatic Warring States handed the meticulously prepared food to Vegapunk, who subsequently entered the laboratory and placed the provisions upon the experiment table. Observing this, Caesar could no longer contain his discontent. His dissatisfaction stemmed from Vegapunk's earlier departure. "Vegapunk, how dare you bring food into the laboratory? What if it disrupts the experiment?" Vegapunk replied nonchalantly. "You are more aware than I am whether it will interfere with the experiment." A flush crept across Caesar's face as he retorted, "Vegapunk, you are merely my assistant. What gives you the right to act so brazenly?" Yet, Vegapunk paid him no heed. "Old man, this dish is truly the most delectable," he exclaimed, relishing the flavors. Indeed, it was delightful. As Caesar watched Vegapunk enjoy the meal without a care for his presence, he felt an urge to reprimand him. However, Vegapunk interjected, "Caesar, this food is genuinely delicious. You should try some." No sooner had Vegapunk uttered these words than Caesar, with an eager bounce, rushed over to partake in the meal. "Is this what you call exquisite cuisine, Vegapunk? This is merely the most ordinary fare of the Navy. You truly lack discernment." "Allow me to tell you what I have previously savored," sighed Vegapunk. "Why are you consuming my meal, Vegapunk?" "I merely noticed you were not fond of this food," Caesar replied. "I feared it would go to waste, so I thought to assist you." "Who said I wouldn't eat it? You have no right to touch my provisions. I can feed myself." With that declaration, Caesar ceased his boasting about previous culinary experiences and began to savor the unremarkable Navy food with great enthusiasm. As Sengoku observed Caesar, who was entirely under Vegapunk's control, he began to comprehend the source of Vegapunk's confidence. It was evident why he could prevent Caesar from divulging secrets. The notion that Caesar could leak information in such a state seemed implausible, which alleviated Sengoku's concerns. Once they had sufficiently dined, Sengoku relayed the news he had for Sora. Upon hearing it, Caesar blushed slightly and turned to Vegapunk, asking, "Vegapunk, do you truly wish to bestow all the glory upon me?" He continued earnestly, "What I say is indeed genuine. You know me well enough to understand that I harbor no desire to engage with those celestial dragons. After all, I lack your eloquence. I am merely a bookworm devoted to experimentation." However, he reminded Vegapunk, "Do not forget what I told you." Vegapunk assured him, "Rest assured, I will handle those fools." Caesar then apprehensively turned to Sengoku and clarified, "General Sengoku, when I referred to fools, I certainly did not mean you. Please do not misunderstand." "I certainly will not misunderstand," Sengoku replied. With that reassurance, Caesar breathed a sigh of relief. He had not forgotten the dread Sengoku instilled in him during their previous encounter in the city that never sleeps. The narrative continues with Chapter 73, where it details the joining of Bartolomeo to the Navy. Caesar, in truth, did not regard Sengoku as a fool but rather acknowledged him as an equal. Initially, Caesar had underestimated Sengoku, considering him merely somewhat wise, albeit slightly above the average fool. However, following the recent discussion with Vegapunk, where he realized that Sengoku had unraveled several complex issues related to his research. Caesar's perception of Sengoku underwent a significant transformation. The warring states were oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts dwelling within Caesar, nor did they comprehend the immense assistance the information he provided would render. Had the warring states been privy to Caesar's innermost musings, they might have responded thus: "Indeed, I am a genius of such caliber. It is the pirates who have deprived the world of a premier scientist." Subsequently, the warring states engaged in a discussion with Vegapunk regarding the matter of Pudding's enlistment in the Navy. To preempt any dissent from Vegapunk, the warring states assured him that Pudding would remain at Punk Hazard's branch for training, rather than departing. The Admiral's intentions were clearly for Pudding's benefit, naturally. I could not refuse, yet I also could not impose a decision upon him. After all, Pudding was merely my bodyguard, and such significant matters should not be dictated by me. Zhonghua smiled and said, "Dr. Vegapunk has agreed to join us, but he insists that your consent is necessary before he enlists in the Navy. Since you have also given your approval, he shall join you in the Navy." After resolving matters concerning Zhang Taowan, Zhonghua bid farewell to Vegapunk and left a squad of Marines behind before returning to headquarters. As the warring states approached the headquarters, a news bird alighted upon the warship. The Marines swiftly delivered the newspaper into the hands of the warring states. As Sengoku gazed upon the stack of newspapers in his hands, he noted the multitude of publishers, yet the predominant news coverage remained remarkably similar across the board. Among them, the naval publications provided the most detailed accounts. Notably, while Sengoku's own feat of vanquishing Lu Firid was devoid of accompanying imagery, all other reports featured illustrated photographs. The image of Zephyr depicted him delivering a decisive blow to the king of shipping. Amit Crocodile's photograph showcased him piercing the concealment master, Gibson, and his subordinates with a barrage of sand. Moria's image revealed him summoning a vast army of zombies to encircle the cemetery tycoon, Dracula Piedro, along with his remaining followers, identifiable by their attire as members of Dracula Piedro's retinue. The images of Tiger and Rosa comprised two distinct captures. One illustrated Tiger rescuing the slaves abducted by the madam of the brothel, while the other portrayed Rosa delivering a fatal strike to the Queen of Joy Street, Madam. Observing these photographs, Sengoku discerned that these individuals exhibited a brazen disregard for their targets, ruthlessly eliminating them without a hint of hesitation. Buddha Sengoku soon deduced that Morgans would undoubtedly manage to escape. Subsequently, he sought out the World Economic News to validate his suspicions. The reports therein predominantly condemned the Navy. Sengoku exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for Whitebeard's timely warning, which enabled him to adequately prepare for Morgan's counterattack. Had he been unprepared, the repercussions of such powerful journalism could have been unimaginable for the Navy. Upon arriving at the empty office, Sengoku noticed that Kong was absent, speculating that he had gone to Mariewa to confer with the Gorosei. Just as Sengoku was about to return to his quarters, a Marine approached him, stating that Tsuru was looking for him. Following the Marine, Sengoku found Tsuru, and to his surprise, all the warlords of the sea were present. The warring states period thus comprehended the essence of the matter. In the presence of the esteemed Sengoku, the initial collaboration among you all was executed with remarkable success. Regrettably, that rogue Morgans managed to escape. However, it is of little consequence. Moria remarked, "It is solely due to Morgan's airborne base that he eluded capture. Otherwise, he would not have gotten away." Moria's point is well taken, for the intelligence regarding Morgan's flying base was not disclosed to us. The primary responsibility for Morgan's escape does not lie with us, but rather with your Navy. Morgan's, being adept in intelligence operations, naturally kept certain information concealed from our scrutiny. Thus, when we allocated targets initially, I did not include Morgans on the list of those to be eliminated. Rest assured, our commitment to support you in ascending to the throne of the underworld remains unwavering. Our assistance will be consistent, as the degree of support corresponds to the completion of your tasks. Should you compete for the same position, the Navy shall refrain from intervening. Ultimately, the contenders for the title of the underworld's sovereign are Crocodile, Moria, and Dragon. Unlike the astonishment of others, Sengoku was well prepared for Dragon's ambition to dominate the underground realm. After all, the identity of the underworld's king serves as the most advantageous platform for expanding one's influence. Once the others were dismissed, Sengoku retained Tager. Congratulations, from this moment forth, you are one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Admiral Sengoku, I owe you a great debt. You cannot fathom the terror that most humans exhibit upon seeing me. However, due to this recent incident, the perception has shifted. On my return to Marineford, Only a handful gazed at me with fear, and that fear dissipated swiftly. Moreover, many Marines now regard me with admiration. Which reminds me of my compatriots. This is the first time I have witnessed such a look in the eyes of humans. General of the Warring States, you have truly not deceived us. If this continues, humanity's perception of our merfolk will undoubtedly undergo a transformation. The Warring States patted Tage on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "This is just the beginning. I firmly believe that through our collective efforts, the day will soon arrive when the fishmen can live freely under the sun." As Jean Guo observed the exuberant expression on Tage's face, he engaged in a lengthy conversation with him. Their dialogue continued until Jean Guo was reminded by a Marine dispatched from Kong to cease their discussion. Noticing the situation, Jean Guo instructed the Marine to escort Tage to meet Jinbei and other members of the Fishman tribe. Tage expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Jean Guo for this gesture. Upon arriving at Kong's office, Jean Guo discovered that rascal Carp had returned. Kong exclaimed with delight, "This time, our mission was executed with remarkable success. Not only have we eliminated the potential threats to our navy, but we have also enhanced our naval reputation." The Warring States, observing Kong's formal speech, decisively interrupted him. Carp, yawning, chimed in agreement. Faced with this, Kong could only reluctantly cease his formalities. Chapter 74, The Seastone Warship. In the Warring States period. How did Marshal Kong and the five elders handle this matter? As you might have guessed, they were initially somewhat irate before I mentioned Dr. Caesar. However, upon hearing his name, their anger dissipated entirely. They disregarded the underworld factions and insisted on meeting Dr. Caesar immediately. After I provided a thorough explanation, they ultimately relented in their demand to see him. Nevertheless, they promptly dispatched CP0 agents to verify the truth of our statements, as well as to ascertain Dr. Caesar's identity. Furthermore, they declared that they would await the findings of CP0 before sending any personnel or allocating funds. The Warring States expressed their discontent. Do they not trust me? If they doubt my credibility, so be it. But do they not care for the safety of Dr. Caesar? It is essential to recognize that Dr. Caesar is a figure capable of altering the course of the world. The Warring States, do not be overly agitated. I am fully aware of the concerns surrounding Dr. Caesar's safety. I have already dispatched Pausalino with 1,000 naval soldiers to safeguard Dr. Caesar, and subsequently, I shall send more naval forces to establish a branch. Jean Guo let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "That's good to hear. However, we must ensure that the base of Commander Kong Yuan, Pankasad, remains undisclosed. After all, the island is home to numerous researchers, and if we were to lose even one of them, the Navy would suffer significant repercussions. Rest assured. With the presence of CP0 operatives, it will be quite challenging for any information to leak." Jean Guo continued, "Dr. Caesar has a rather volatile temperament. If those fools from CP0 provoke him, don't say I didn't warn you. You understand that the temperament of a genius can be quite eccentric, and Dr. Caesar, a genius capable of altering the course of the world, is certainly no exception." "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" exclaimed Kong, rushing to his desk to grab a den mushi and initiate contact with the CP0 personnel. Meanwhile, Crane and ZFA exchanged puzzled glances, looking at Jean Guo. The Warring States immediately comprehended the confusion of the two and began to introduce them to Caesar, along with a brief overview of their inventions. Although they were utterly astonished by the modified history of Caesar presented by the Warring States, Carp exclaimed in surprise, "Is it truly possible for the Warring States to create a devil fruit?" Buddha glanced at Carp with a hint of exasperation, remarking, "What on earth have you been listening to? I was already discussing the prospect of inanimate objects consuming devil fruits." Sengoku continued, "Dr. Caesar's inventions are indeed remarkable. They will greatly benefit our navy in the future. However, I believe the vessel made of sea prism stone that can traverse the doldrums is currently of the utmost significance to us." With this insight from Sengoku, Carp immediately grasped the immense profit that the sea prism stone vessel could bring. Carp, looking puzzled, questioned, "Do we really need an invention for a ship that can cross the doldrums? Aren't our current ships capable of doing so?" "I just crossed the doldrums on my way back to headquarters." The three individuals from the Warring States period utterly disregarded Carp's foolish remarks. "I shall contact Dr. Caesar shortly, instructing him to prioritize the research on the Sea Stone warship. Sengoku, you need not disturb Dr. Caesar over trivial matters." Crane directly elucidated to Sengoku the rationale for reaching out to Caesar, as well as the potential profits the Sea Stone warship could yield. Kong performed a dramatic Sichuan opera face-changing act before Sengoku. "It is indeed acceptable for Sengoku to disturb Dr. Caesar for the sake of our navy. Contact Dr. Caesar at your earliest convenience." In the anxious gaze of Sengoku, he retrieved the telephone bug used to contact Caesar. The phone bug rang incessantly, yet no one answered. Kapu, puzzled, inquired, Sengoku, why is no one responding to your telephone bug? Is it malfunctioning? Buddha Sengoku cast a silent glance at Admiral Kong and remarked, Admiral Kong. It is entirely plausible that Dr. Caesar is engrossed in his research, thus it is not unusual for him to have not heard the transponder's call. Shall I attempt to contact him again? Admiral Kong shook his head. Since Dr. Caesar is preoccupied, we shall refrain from disturbing him. However, before Kong could complete his sentence, the transponder rang once more. Hello? Who is this? The brief message transmitted through the device led Sengoku and the others to understand that Sengoku's prior assertion regarding Dr. Caesar's volatile temperament held true. Dr. Caesar, this is Sengoku speaking. Dr. Caesar responded with a tone of disdain. So it is Admiral Sengoku. What brings you to seek my attention? Admiral Kong wishes to request that you prioritize the research on the sea stone warships. Would that be agreeable to you? Sengoku interjected. Did you not previously declare that the Navy was not permitted to interfere with my research? What is your current stance on this matter? The Marine admirals exchanged a glance, and Kong subtly communicated with a look that Sengoku could not decipher. Dr. Caesar, please do not rush. I understand that the research target is quite challenging. Yet the sea stone warship holds immense significance for our Navy. I kindly ask for your assistance. Feel free to stipulate any conditions you desire. This request is made in consideration of your esteemed position, Sengoku. Were it not for your intervention that rescued me from Lufirud, I certainly would not continue to assist your Navy. I will provide you with the design blueprints for the sea stone warship in 1 week. Currently, our laboratory comprises only myself and my assistant. You must promptly send capable personnel my way. Otherwise, we are left to manage everything on our own. When I was working for Lufirud, I had over 1,000 capable individuals at my disposal. As for the funding, rest assured, the necessary personnel and finances are already en route. Now, that is more like it. The figures of the warring states exchanged glances as they stared at the disconnected phone, creating an atmosphere of profound awkwardness in the empty office. Kong spoke first, remarking, Dr. Caesar possesses quite an eccentric personality. He long retorted coldly, Kong Marshal. Let us not digress. Did you not hear his demands? Our Navy currently lacks the funds to accommodate him. Kong's expression also darkened. As Sengoku observed the situation, he remarked, even if Marshal Kong refuses to provide Dr. Caesar with Bailey, he must still allocate some scientists to assist them. Otherwise, failing to meet both demands will surely affect how Dr. Caesar perceives our Navy. Kong nodded in agreement, stating, you make a valid point, Sengoku. I shall hasten to urge the elders to expedite the funding. The personnel for this task will be entrusted to you, Sengoku. With that, Kong issued an order for them to leave, clearly wishing to avoid further interaction with the eccentric Dr. Caesar. At his age, he had no desire to endure the biting sarcasm of someone who could easily be his grandson. Initially, Kong intended to request a communication device from Caesar, but he swiftly dismissed that thought. The expelled individuals were left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 75, The Scientific Corps in the Warring States Period. Zhang Guo remarked to He, the selection of the little crane to journey to Pankasad is entrusted to you. I have yet to conclude matters with the courier service. You may proceed with your choice. Having said this, he departed without affording him the opportunity to decline. Zhang Guo, feeling helpless, let out a sigh and prepared to delegate the task to ZFA. However, Zhang Guo did not anticipate that he would be unable to locate ZFA, as ZFA had eagerly departed before he took his leave. Zhang Guo's gaze fell upon Karp, who, in turn, noticed the scrutiny of Zhang Guo. Karp hastily exclaimed, Zhang Guo, please do not look to me for assistance. I fear I might be unable to restrain myself from striking that insufferable Dr. Caesar. In a fleeting glance, Sengoku addressed Karp, you overestimate your significance. I would never enlist your assistance for this matter. The reason I seek you is for another purpose. Come to my residence this evening. I have pressing matters to discuss with you. With that, Sengoku proceeded to the headquarters of the scientific division. Initially, the personnel of the scientific team were reluctant to assist in an unfamiliar endeavor. However, upon discovering that the task involved aiding former MADS members, several young researchers readily acquiesced. Conversely, the more seasoned researchers remained unmoved, a reaction Sengoku had anticipated and accepted, for he understood that regardless of Caesar's affiliations, they would not acknowledge his capabilities until they witnessed his true strength. Sengoku then prepared to find an appropriate vice admiral to escort these researchers to Punk Hazard. Coincidentally, he encountered Kazan, who had just returned from leave. "You're back from vacation?" Sengoku inquired. "Indeed, Mr. Sengoku, although my leave was abruptly interrupted. Midway through my respite, I was summoned to apprehend a devil fruit user, a pirate of the mythical Zoan type." "I see. You currently have no assignments, correct?" "None." "Excellent. I have just the task for you." Subsequently, Kazan resignedly departed Marineford, accompanied by a group of researchers. Having resolved this matter, Sengoku swiftly returned to his abode, retrieving a devil fruit from his wardrobe, and set off towards the academy. As the Warring States period transitioned into the academy era, Tej was bidding farewell to Ximping and the others. After exchanging a brief greeting, the two did not continue their conversation. As the students of the Fishman tribe observed the farewell of Tiger, it became evident that they had also perused the newspapers. After all, Tiger was the sole individual among the 7 warlords of the sea who was not a pirate. Consequently, these students, who harbored a sense of justice and venerated strength, naturally held a favorable impression of Tiger. When Zhanghua found Rocinante, it was evident that Rocinante was immensely joyful and excited to see him. Observing Rocinante's enthusiasm, Zhanghua realized that although his previous self had a profound affection and deep love for Rocinante, he had been so busy that he had never visited Rocinante during the year since he entered the academy. From the perspective of the Warring States, it is understandable why Rocinante is so elated. Zhanghua gently patted Luoxinante's head and smiled. "How have you been faring at the academy lately?" "I've been doing quite well." Although Zhanghua perceived Luoxinante as aloof in speech, the fervor in Luoxinante's gaze was unmistakable. Zhanghua thus realized that this child was one who was not adept in articulation and bore a shy disposition. Zhanghua then proceeded to inquire numerous questions from Rocinante, primarily concerning trivial matters of daily life, which fostered a more amiable tone between the two. As they prepared to part ways, Zhanghua presented the devil fruit to Rocinante. Recognizing the fruit instantly, Rocinante exclaimed in astonishment, "The devil fruit." In the Warring States period, a character remarked, "Indeed, it is the devil fruit. This particular fruit is of the ancient Zoan type, known as the dragon fruit in the form of the wind god pterosaur. Not only is it an ancient variety, but it also possesses the ability to fly, undoubtedly making it a standout among its peers. I specifically sought this for you. How extraordinarily precious it is. You are my adopted son, and regardless of its value, you must accept it, for you are my son. Or do you disdain this devil fruit? If that is the case, I shall endeavor to find you another, perhaps a natural type, or a mythical Zoan devil fruit." Rocinante hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "That is not my intention." Seeing the urgency in Sengoku's eyes, Rocinante took the devil fruit that was thrust into his hands. Since it was not something to be dismissed, he might as well consume it quickly. He recalled the warning not to indulge excessively, as just a small bite would suffice. The taste of the devil fruit was notoriously unpleasant. With Sengoku's earnest gaze upon him, Rocinante bit into the devil fruit without hesitation. In the Warring States period, witnessing Rocinante consume the devil fruit instilled a sense of reassurance, as this act significantly enhanced both his strength and his ability to escape. As Sengoku observed Rocinante, who was diligently testing his abilities, he felt a sense of satisfaction as he departed. Just as Sengoku reached the entrance of the academy, Rocinante rushed to his side and whispered "Father" before swiftly returning. As the Warring States gazed at the silhouette of Rocinante, a wave of joy unexpectedly washed over him, filling his heart with warmth. With a cheerful heart, Sengoku returned home after purchasing a variety of ingredients, eager to prepare a delightful feast for Carp. Just as Sengoku had finished preparing the dishes, Carp arrived, exclaiming his hunger upon entering the room. Sengoku, left with no choice, abandoned his culinary aspirations and quickly whipped up a pot of hot pot for Carp. Before long, a large pot of hot pot was ready, and Carp, drawn in by its enticing aroma, inquired, "What kind of dish is this, Sengoku? I've never seen you eat this before." Having just mixed the dipping sauce, Sengoku approached with 2 portions, smiling as he explained, "This is a new method I recently learned, known as hot pot, an ancient culinary tradition from a grand nation." Hot pot, indeed, is a splendid name. The hot pot was soon underway, and the two indulged in the meal, sipping beer while savoring the delectable dish. They feasted joyfully, both possessing hearty appetites. Despite Sengoku's ample preparations, they managed to consume every last morsel, leaving them wanting more even after finishing. After finishing his meal, Sengoku hurriedly asked Carp, "Are you leaving now?" "Carp? Are you still eating?" Zhanghua, gazing at the eagerly expectant Carp, remarked in silence, "There is no food left at my home. We have consumed it all." "Haven't we? When I asked you not to leave, it was because I had inquiries to make." If you had questions for me, why did you not pose them just as I was indulging in hot pot? Jean's heart was filled with a tinge of embarrassment. Despite having traversed through the ages of the warring states for such an extended period, he found the culinary delights of this world to be exquisite. However, upon savoring the hot pot, he realized it surpassed all the previous ones he had tasted, and in the midst of his indulgence, he completely forgot about his pressing matters. Buddha Sengoku, with a cough, remarked, "There is much to discuss, but let me first clean the pots and dishes. If you wish for me to speak sooner, you might as well assist me in the cleaning, as you too have partaken in the meal." Chapter 76, Playing the Fool. Kapu, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and immediately joined Sengoku in the task of washing. Their combined efforts proved remarkably efficient, and they soon completed the chore. Once they finished, Kapu inquired, "Sengoku, please hurry and share your thoughts. After you finish, I need to return to counting my donuts." In the Warring States period, Sengoku, without any preamble, directly confronted Carp, asking, "Where have you hidden Roger's wife and children?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Carp's expression momentarily faltered with panic, but he swiftly regained his composure. "What wife and children of Roger?" he retorted. "Isn't Roger already deceased? You were the one who personally carried out the execution ceremony for him. If Roger is dead, then where could his wife and children possibly come from?" As Zhanghua observed the ever-evasive Carp, he remained unperturbed. Taking a sip of the freshly brewed tea and smiling as he spoke, ceased your futile attempts at denial. "I am well aware that my contributions are no less than yours. It was I who instructed Newgate to rescue Roger's wife and children. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could have effortlessly extricated Roger's family? It was sheer luck that the CP agents did not discover you." In response to Sengoku's continued feigned ignorance, Garp fell silent upon hearing, "Roger's wife is Port-Asti, Rouge, and the child she bore is Gold, Ace." The moment Sengoku uttered these words, Garp ceased his evasions and succumbed to a contemplative silence. Looking at the silent Carp, Sengoku continued, "Rest assured, I have not been monitoring you. Even if I wished to do so, it would be impossible, for the one capable of observing you has yet to be born. The information I possess did not come from your lips, nor from Roger's. Roger must have informed you that he only shared news of his wife and child with you. Indeed, he did share nothing more. This explains why Port-Asti, Rouge chose to accompany you rather than following Newgate, who came to rescue her." Carp spoke gravely. "Then how did you come to know this, Sengoku?" "I obtained this knowledge through the abilities granted by my devil fruit," Sengoku replied. Carp, astonished, exclaimed, "The Buddha fruit possesses such capabilities? How is it that I was unaware of this? You never mentioned it before. This ability is something I recently discovered. Awakened after my battle with Shiki. That is why I disregarded you and returned home that day. It was due to this power. It resembles an enhanced form of Kenbunshika Haki, allowing me to foresee events yet to transpire. It is through witnessing the future that I gleaned this information." Carp murmured, "The powers of the mythical Zoan are indeed remarkable. However, Sengoku, what is your intention in seeking out Roger's wife and child? Are you planning to hand them over to the Gorosei? I had made a solemn promise to Roger to ensure the safety of his family, and I cannot allow any harm to come to them. Otherwise." Sengoku abruptly interrupted Carp's words, fixing his gaze intently upon Carp's eyes as he declared, "Or else what? Are you truly prepared to engage in combat with me over Roger's offspring?" Carp hastily replied, "Sengoku, I have no such intention. How could I possibly raise my hand against you? Our bond spans many years. You are, after all, my closest brother." In a tone devoid of respect, Sengoku remarked, "It appears you are not yet senile." Embarrassed, Carp scratched his head and then clung to Sengoku's leg in a fit of childish defiance, saying, "If you lay a hand on Roger's wife and children, I shall refuse to speak with you henceforth. Let's make it a year of silence." As Sengoku observed Carp's unruly antics underground, he couldn't help but reflect on the adage that a grandson often mirrors his grandfather. Carp, at over 50 years of age, still behaved like a petulant child, devoid of the gravitas befitting a naval hero. "I will not relent," Sengoku thought. "You must promise me not to lay a hand on Roger's wife and children." In the Warring States period, a sense of helplessness permeated as he exclaimed, "Kapu, when did I ever claim that I intended to target Roger's wife and children? If I truly wished to pursue them, would I even confide in you? I have countless opportunities to do so." As Sengoku spoke, Carp was momentarily taken aback. "You seem to have a point, indeed. You never explicitly stated your intention to confront Roger's wife and child. So why did you not refute my claims? Did I have the opportunity to counter your assertions?" Carp awkwardly rose from the ground, then spoke with a grave demeanor. Sengoku, if you have no desire to confront Roger's wife and child, what then compels you to seek them out? What is your objective? Sengoku cast a silent glance at Garp and declared, I, Sengoku, am a vice admiral of the Navy. I shall not engage in combat with an unborn child or a woman devoid of any means of defense. However, I cannot bear to witness Roger's offspring ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. Garp retorted, Roger's child shall never become a pirate. I will nurture Roger's child into an exemplary Marine. Zhangguo picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then spoke lightly. You are joking about training others. You can't even train Dragon properly, and yet you expect to turn Roger's son into a Marine? I have yet to address the matter of Dragon with you. Upon recalling Dragon, Garp initially felt a surge of anger and resolved to reprimand him thoroughly the next time they met. However, upon meeting Zhangguo's gaze, his irritation dissipated in an instant. As Sengoku continued, he remarked, if I am not mistaken, Roger's wife and child have been taken to your hometown. The Windmill Village in the Kingdom of Goa, have they not? Is this also something you discern through your abilities? Garp, with his mouth agape, gazed at Sengoku as if he were a creature of the bizarre. This is not something I perceive through my abilities. Rather, it is a deduction of mine. After all, aside from your hometown, where else could you possibly shelter Roger's family? Sengoku insisted, you must swiftly bring Roger's wife and child to Marineford. I intend to cultivate Roger's child into my successor, destined to become the future admiral of our navy. An admiral, you say? Garp replied incredulously. Indeed, an admiral. After all, he is the offspring of Roger, the Pirate King. His lineage surely carries formidable talent. Why should becoming an admiral be out of the question? Ascending to the rank of fleet admiral is not beyond the realm of possibility. Make haste to retrieve them. Depart on the morrow. Garp, visibly troubled, struggled to articulate his thoughts. Speak your mind without hesitation. Do not dawdle. Sengoku urged. Garp, steeling himself, replied through gritted teeth. I must first obtain the consent of Portgas de Rouge. If she is unwilling, I cannot possibly compel her to comply. Warring States cast a knowing glance at Garp, causing the latter's face to flush with embarrassment. If you have a plan, just share it. Do not look at me with those eyes. Garp exclaimed as he approached Warring States. All right, I shall cease my teasing. It is quite simple to summon Portgas de Rouge. You merely need to inform her that you wish to take her to live in Mariewa, citing its greater safety as the reason. Should she refuse, you can reveal today's events, stating that I requested her presence in Mariewa. As Roger's wife, she would not act foolishly. She will make a wise choice. Chapter 77. The Five Elders. Garp inquired, Warring States, what if Portgas de Rouge still declines? Will you resort to force? I have made it clear that I have no interest in laying a hand on her. If she chooses unwisely, then let her and her child live as ordinary citizens in the Kingdom of Goa for the rest of their lives. Should Roger's progeny choose the path of piracy and encounter misfortune, I will show no mercy. At that point, do not expect me to consider our past. Allowing Roger's child to join the Navy is a concession I am making for your sake. I trust you will not make my position difficult. After all, I cannot believe there was no ulterior motive when Roger sought out Portgas de Rouge shortly before his demise and fathered a child. Let us refrain from discussing the foolish notion of leaving a legacy. Convey this to her as well. Garp responded solemnly, understood. I shall set out promptly. However, Warring States, what identity will she and her child assume while living in Mariewa? That is simple. Declare her as Dragon's wife and the child as Dragon's offspring. No one will doubt it. Upon hearing Warring States' proposal, Garp's eyes lit up. Having Roger's son as my grandson sounds quite appealing. It is settled then. Now, I shall take my leave to rest. You should return as well. After Garp departed, Warring States dialed Caesar using the snail phone. Beep. The phone rang for a few seconds before Warring States hung up, only to redial. This time, the phone barely rang before Caesar's voice came through. Admiral Warring States, how did I perform today? You did well. Continue to maintain this standard. However, can you truly develop the Sea Prism Stone warship within a week? Should you fail to deliver, do not blame me for the reduction in research funding. He. Admiral Warring States, rest assured, we have long had the resources for such a minor invention. With your reminder, we have already made significant progress. It will not take a week at all. That brings me relief. CP0 personnel will soon arrive in Punk Hazard. Exercise caution. Upon hearing that CP0 personnel were involved, Caesar's tone shifted to one of panic. Admiral Warring States, how could CP0 come to Punk Hazard? I have heard those individuals are exceptionally ruthless. Do not fear. Once they arrive at Punk Hazard, disregard them. Should they impede your experiments, feel free to take action against them, for the CP0 agents would not dare to retaliate. After all, you are now a scientist capable of altering the course of the world. You must carry yourself with pride. I trust you require no further instruction on this matter. Once you have dealt with them, the world government will allocate your research funding, so it is imperative that you handle them swiftly to expedite the acquisition of those funds. I understand, Admiral Sengoku. Should any issues arise, please contact me. Our Navy will also be heading to Punk Hazard shortly, so feel free to direct any matters to them. When can we expect our support personnel to arrive, Admiral Sengoku? At present, it is just Vegapunk and myself, and managing everything ourselves proves to be quite troublesome. They will reach Punk Hazard within a day of departure, so there is no need for concern. If there is nothing else, I shall end this call. After hanging up, Sengoku immediately took a rest. The following morning, Sengoku witnessed Garp departing from headquarters en route to Windmill Village. After inquiring with Zephyr, Sengoku learned that Garp had mentioned his intention to pick up his grandson and wished to exchange vacation time with Zephyr. Without a hint of suspicion, Zephyr promptly consented to Garp's return, failing to mention the matter of the vacation exchange at all. A few days later, Garp successfully brought Port Gasti, Rouge to Marineford, where she took residence in the former dwelling of Dragon. Concurrently, Caesar transmitted the design schematics for a Seastone warship to headquarters. The researchers in the scientific division were utterly captivated by Caesar's designs, no longer underestimating the newly joined researcher. Some even eagerly volunteered to proceed to Punk Hazard, a proposal that Sengoku readily approved. The schematics in Port Asti, Rouge arrived at Marineford on the same day. After leaving the scientific division, Sengoku intended to pay a visit to Port Asti, Rouge, but was promptly informed that the Gorosei wished to meet with him instead. Zhanghua had no choice but to meet with the five elders. Throughout the journey, he pondered the reasons behind their desire to convene with him. However, Zhanghua reassured himself that there was no need to fear this encounter, for his predecessor had met the five elders on numerous occasions. The Warring States period swiftly arrived at Mary Geos, where, under the guidance of the soldiers from Panga City, it seamlessly reached the grand hall that embodies the pinnacle of worldly power. Upon entering this hall of authority, the five elders struck their poses reminiscent of a scene from a past comic. From left to right, they were the agricultural martial god, Sheffield X, Peter Saint; the financial martial god, Zambaron V, Nasashir Saint; the legal martial god, Topman Wakiri Saint; the environmental martial god, Marcus Ma Saint; and the scientific defense martial god, Jagarsha Satan Saint. Zhanghua, momentarily suppressing his thoughts, greeted each of the five elder stars in turn. He then inquired, "May I ask if you have summoned us for a particular task?" Sheffield Tin Peter Saint, with an impassive demeanor, responded, "Zhanghua, we have called upon you for two matters. The first pertains to our desire for you to become the new Admiral of the Navy." Jagarsha Satan Saint continued, "The second matter concerns Dr. Caesar." In the Warring States period, the perplexed general inquired, "Esteemed lords, why do you support my ascension to the position of Commander-in-Chief? Surely, Commander Kong is far more suited for this role. I cannot accept such an honor." St. Peter replied, "Rest assured, we have indeed discussed this matter with Commander Kong, who has graciously agreed to allow you to succeed him. It was, in fact, his initiative. You need not worry about Kong. Furthermore, this does not mean you will immediately assume the role of Commander-in-Chief." He continued, "May I ask, after Commander Kong relinquishes his position, will he retire or be promoted?" "Naturally, he shall be promoted," came the response. "As for the specifics of his new rank, that is not your concern. While you are indeed the most suitable candidate for Commander-in-Chief, your actual ascension will depend on your forthcoming performance." In the Warring States period, Zhanghua promptly expressed his loyalty, saying, "Peter, I shall endeavor with all my might." To which Satan replied, "Well then, it is time to discuss the next matter. Is that Dr. Caesar from the Warring States truly the genius you claim him to be?" In the Warring States period, a perplexed individual inquired, "Did not the members of CP0 already proceed to Punk Hazard? Have they not reported back to you?" In a fit of anger, Satan retorted, "What a bunch of incompetents. They lack understanding. Not only did they fail to accomplish their tasks, but they also provoked that fellow Caesar." Satan continued, "I genuinely believe that Dr. Caesar possesses the extraordinary ability to alter the world as I have claimed. He developed a sea stone warship capable of traversing the doldrums in just 1 week, which serves as the finest testament to his prowess. While the sea stone warship is indeed a remarkable invention, I place greater significance on the bloodline factor you mentioned. Is it truly as extraordinary as you assert?" Chapter 78. Hostility in the Warring States period. One raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty, stating, "I am not well versed in the nuances of genetic factors. My knowledge is derived solely from the words of Dr. Caesar, and I trust that what he has conveyed is indeed accurate." "Very well, I understand now. Are you aware of the organization formerly known as MADS, which Caesar was associated with?" The Warring States nodded and said, "I have heard Dr. Caesar mentioned that MADS is a research organization that professes the banner of world peace. However, I am unaware of the identities of its other members. I only know that Dr. Caesar and his assistant, Vegapunk, are part of MDS. Did you obtain any other personnel list from Lufirid?" "No." "All right, I understand now. Once Dr. Caesar has a new invention, you must report it to us at the earliest opportunity." "Of course." "Well then, you may take your leave." The Warring States did not indulge in idle chatter, but decisively withdrew from the power arena. Admiral Sengoku, wiping his brow, pondered aloud, "Is what the Warring States just declared true? Are we truly to support him in becoming the new admiral of the Navy?" Admiral Garp interjected, "Sengoku is indeed the best choice. Initially, Garp himself would have been the optimal candidate for promotion to admiral, but being of the D lineage, he refuses to heed our commands, even declining to ascend to the rank of admiral to avoid following our orders." Admiral Tsuru remarked, "Though Garp is obstinate, he has not committed any unforgivable transgressions. In contrast to Garp, Sengoku evidently possesses greater ambition, and I fear that once he gains control of the Navy, it may drift beyond our influence." Admiral Sengoku chuckled, "Isn't ambition a virtue? It is precisely such ambition that fosters a more stable world, preventing the emergence of individuals like Gold. Roger? Even if Sengoku were to harbor vast ambitions, with us and lord him in position, he shall not rise to power." Admiral Satan concluded, "Let us cease our discussions regarding Sengoku. We have deliberated on this matter long enough. It is unnecessary to continue. Our primary concern now is with Caesar." After leaving the Hall of Power, Sengoku hurried with utmost urgency to Marineford in search of Kong. Upon entering Kong's office, Kong smiled and remarked, "It appears you are already aware. In due time, you shall ascend to the position of the new marshal." "Sengoku, I cannot accept the role of marshal just yet. Once you depart from the Navy, our top combat capabilities will be significantly diminished. Consequently, the prestige of our Navy will decline, prompting some ambitious pirates to stir restlessly. Do not fret. I am merely stepping down from the position of marshal, not abandoning the Navy. Our forces will not suffer such a loss. Furthermore, with Kazan and the others, they will soon be able to take your place. Kazan and his crew are still far from ready." Sengoku retorted, "What are you saying? It was you who initially advocated for them to become candidates for the admirals. Now, you express such doubts. Once you become marshal and Kazan and his crew are promoted to admiral candidates, when they mature, our Navy will possess the strength to dominate the pirates. Dominating the pirates is still a distant prospect." With that, Sengoku exited Kong's conference room, making his way to the residence of Portgasti Rouge to engage in conversation with her. Upon arriving at Porgas's abode, Sengoku discovered that Tsuru and Garp were already present, compelling him to forego his intention to speak with Portgasti Rouge. In the midst of the tumultuous atmosphere, Sengoku cast a fleeting glance at Portgasti Rouge, who was approximately 6 or 7 months pregnant. He then noticed Tsuru relentlessly criticizing the father and son duo, Garp and his child. Garp found himself in an awkward predicament, rendered speechless by Tsuru's remarks. Upon seeing Sengoku's arrival, Tsuru sought to enlist him in her critique of Garp. Noticing Garp's pleading gaze, Sengoku willingly joined in the disparagement of the father and son. However, after uttering only a few words, Sengoku made an excuse to depart with Garp and Zephyr. Upon arriving at Garp's residence, Garp suddenly fixed a contemplative gaze upon Zephyr. Perplexed, Zephyr inquired, "Garp, why do you look at me in such a manner?" Garp responded, "Zephyr, you have endured much suffering." Zephyr, bewildered, questioned, "Have you been rendered foolish by Tsuru's words?" "What suffering have I endured?" Sengoku interjected, "Silence. You know nothing." Zephyr's heart must surely be in turmoil. Zephyr's tone grew somber as he remarked, "It seems Dragon has spoken to you." Garp nodded in acknowledgement. Zhanghua, observing the despondent demeanor of the two, inquired with curiosity, "What riddle are you both engaged in? Do share it with me." Zefa replied, "Kapu. You should explain it to Zhanghua." Subsequently, Zhanghua recounted the events that had transpired to Zhanghua. After listening to the account, Sengoku exclaimed in fury, "The instigator behind the attack on Zephyr's family is not the wretched creatures of the underground world, but rather a kingdom that was once saved by Zephyr himself." That ungrateful beast would have seen his entire royal lineage extinguished had it not been for Zephyr's intervention. Yet he harbors resentment over this act of salvation. The death of his wife bears no relation to Zephyr. It was her own recklessness that led her to torment the pirates who ultimately struck her down. How can Zephyr be held accountable for that? It is astonishing that they have harbored such animosity for so long, waiting all these years to exact vengeance. Such a nation has no right to exist. In a state of urgency, Zephyr interjected, Sengoku, do not act rashly. After all, that kingdom is a member state of the world government and is under our protection. How could we possibly turn against them? In the warring states period, you must refrain from foolish actions. I believe that after this incident, they will think twice before laying a hand on my wife and child. Furthermore, Z is now a capable individual. I have encouraged him to train diligently every day. And soon he will possess the strength to resist. Zephyr, you can no longer afford to be overly compassionate. There is a saying that a thief can operate for 1,000 days, but a guard cannot watch for 1,000 days. Even though Zui has gained abilities, he is still quite young. What kind of resistance can he truly muster? Do not be under the illusion that by letting this matter slide, they will express their gratitude. Instead, they will only intensify their efforts against you. The world has become increasingly chaotic, and there are numerous pirates daring enough to attack our navy. It is quite possible that they will bribe pirates to target your family. Do you truly wish for your wife and child to remain in Marineford forever? It is acceptable for your sister-in-law to stay, but can you realistically expect Z to remain there indefinitely? Remember, Z's dream is to become the fleet admiral of the navy. The relentless interrogation from Sengoku rendered Zephyr speechless. After a brief moment, Sengoku regained his composure and continued, rest assured, I am not impulsive. Those who dare to target the families of our esteemed admirals must face the consequences they deserve. Sengoku, I wholeheartedly support your sentiments. With that, Sengoku and Garp engaged in conversation until Tsuru departed from Port Gasti, Rouge's residence. Subsequently, the two deceived Zephyr and together made their way to Port Gasti, Rouge's home. As soon as Jean Guo entered the room, he sensed a faint hostility lingering in the air. Although this animosity was subtle, he could not overlook it. Chapter 79, Port Asti, Rouge. In the midst of his vigilant search for any nearby presence, Sengoku inquired, what are you looking for? To which the response came, nothing in particular, let us proceed. Having found no signs of adversaries, Sengoku concluded that he had been overly apprehensive and decided to cease his pursuit, for this was Marineford. Even the formidable Whitebeard would not dare to invade Marineford with the intent to harm him. Upon noticing Sengoku's arrival, Port Asti, Ace addressed him directly, stating, You are General Sengoku, are you not? I am fully aware of your intentions for being here, and I deeply appreciate your efforts in saving my mother and me. However, the future of the child within me is not a matter I can determine. Upon encountering Port Gasti, Rouge, the source of hostility became instantly apparent to the warring states. In the midst of the warring states, Jean Guo remarked, Port Gasti, Rouge, although you express gratitude towards me verbally, your demeanor suggests otherwise. It seems you harbor a certain animosity towards me. Refrain from hastily refuting my observation. I can perceive the disdain you possess. Perhaps it is due to my role in executing Roger that you bear such resentment towards me. I have encountered many individuals like you, having dispatched countless pirates in my time. Rest assured, now that I have consented to assist you, I shall not turn against you and your child because of this. You claim that the future of your unborn child is not within your control. Thus, allow me to elucidate the grim fate that awaits you without my intervention. Your future would entail evading the relentless pursuit of the world government, enduring a 20-month gestation before giving birth to Ace, only to perish from exhaustion thereafter. As for your child, Ace, he would be nurtured by Garp, yet he would ultimately betray Garp's expectations, choosing the path of piracy instead of becoming a marine. Do not presume that Ace will inherit Roger's will and ascend as the new pirate king. Ace does not idolize Roger as you might wish. In fact, Ace harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Roger, having suffered greatly in his childhood due to Roger's lineage. This is not to say that Garp is at fault, for he cannot be by Ace's side at all times. The hardships Ace endured were not merely physical, but psychological as well. All of this turmoil stems from Roger, whose initiation of the great pirate era has resulted in countless deaths. Only pirates idolize him, while the common folk harbor nothing but contempt for Roger. Their daily disparagement of him serves as an affront to Ace. In the future, Ace will not even bear Roger's surname, instead adopting the name Port Asti, Ace. After becoming a pirate, Ace swiftly established his own crew, gaining renown and even consuming the formidable Mare Marinomi, rapidly elevating his strength to that of a warlord of the sea. However, Ace's ambition swelled, leading him to challenge the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, resulting in inevitable defeat. Yet, Whitebeard chose not to end Ace's life, having uncovered the truth of Ace's identity and desiring to mentor him as the next pirate king. Despite his defeat, Ace did not surrender. He persistently challenged Whitebeard. Throughout this period of relentless trials, a profound bond formed between Ace and Whitebeard, ultimately culminating in Ace being embraced as Whitebeard's son. In the following year or two, Ace experienced the warmth of paternal affection and shared cherished moments. Yet this idyllic existence was destined to be short-lived. One of Ace's subordinates, a pirate, defected, and Ace was vanquished due to his own arrogance. This traitorous pirate approached us, seeking to exchange Ace for a position among the 7 warlords of the sea. Consequently, we resolved to publicly execute Ace. His demise was a consequence of his own recklessness. However, the Whitebeard pirates, who endeavored to save him, were annihilated, leading to the fall of the mightiest pirate crew upon the seas, and Ace was not rescued. Once again, Ace fell in battle due to his own imprudence. His death, while a release, raises the question, can Ace truly face those who sacrificed everything to save him? Can he justify his actions to Garp, who raised him? Can he hold his head high before you? Ace has wronged everyone. Enough. Do not speak like that. My child is not such a person. In response to the agitated Garp, Sengoku continued, you may doubt my words and accuse me of fabrications. Yet this is the future I foresee. Once your child is born, you will discern the truth of my claims. If I did not care for Garp's well-being, I would not express such concerns for your child. You say you cannot control your child's future. Since you cannot, I shall take it upon myself. Before he becomes a pirate, I will not oppose him. In fact, I will nurture him. However, should he choose the path of piracy, I will not show leniency as Garp did. I will take it upon myself to end his life, sending him to join Roger, making you a white-haired parent mourning a black-haired child. If you wish to avoid such a fate, educate Ace well. Do not allow him to become a pirate. With that, Sengoku took Garp away, leaving poor Asti, Rouge in stunned silence, overwhelmed by Sengoku's words. Rouge had already begun to believe Sengoku, for the name Ace was one she had never spoken to anyone. Only she and Roger were privy to it. After departing from Rouge's home, Garp could no longer contain himself. Sengoku, she has reached headquarters. Why do you speak such things? Fool, do you think I desire such discourse? She bore hostility towards me first. Do you think I was unaware of her glances before I approached? It was only when I sensed a wave of animosity that I began to suspect poor Asti, Rouge, and upon meeting her, I confirmed that the hostility emanated from her. Sengoku, when did your observation haki become so acute? I was entirely oblivious. Have you discovered a new method to hone your abilities in secret? Sengoku cast a glance at Garp and remarked, your imagination truly knows no bounds. If I had genuinely discovered a new method for training observation haki, would I conceal it from you? You fail to perceive that her malice is not directed at you. How could you possibly sense it? Very well. I understand what you wish to say, so there is no need for further rambling. My actions are guided by my own rationale. With that, Sengoku departed without delay. Thus, a month passed in a flurry of activity, yet tranquility. The Navy's courier service successfully commenced operations worldwide. The branch at Fishman Island was also established, albeit with significant losses due to the ongoing era of great pirates, which saw a relentless influx of pirates attempting to enter the New World. Initially, the plan called for merely 2 vice-admirals to guard Fishman Island, but it ultimately required the presence of 6 to ensure its safety. Chapter 80. The new monarchs of the underworld with 6 vice-admirals stationed on Fishman Island, alongside the warlord of the sea, Tiger, and the island's other combat capabilities. No pirates dared to assault or capture the island's inhabitants, even causing disturbances became a thing of the past. Pirates arriving at Fishman Island would merely restock supplies before hastily departing, while the Navy contemplated organizing an expedition against the pirates entering the New World. The costs proved to be insurmountable, leading to their abandonment of such plans. As long as the pirates refrained from causing trouble on Fishman Island, the Navy generally chose to ignore them, thus establishing a silent accord between the 2 factions. Simultaneously, conscription was progressing, albeit uneasily. The new monarchs of the underworld had emerged, now numbering only 4. Big News Morgans, Warlord of the Sea, Gecko Moria, the Desert King, Crocodile, and the rebellious Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Dragon. The individual value of these underworld monarchs had surged due to their reduced numbers, enhancing their collective power. The struggle for dominance persisted for an extended period, and had it not been for the Navy's assistance, Moria and his allies might have been ensnared in a predatory trap. Among the developments that surprised Sengoku the most was Dragon's early association with Kuma and his companions. Otherwise, Dragon would not have ascended to become a ruler of the underworld. As for the reason Morgans was not apprehended, it stemmed from a transaction he conducted with the Gorosei, the details of which remain known only to them. In any case, following Morgan's deal with the Gorosei, an order was issued for the Navy to cease their pursuit of him. Within Sengoku's office at headquarters, he was engrossed in work when the transponder snail rang. "Hello, this is Sengoku. Who is speaking?" "Admiral Sengoku, this is Spandam." Spandam, what brings you to seek me?" "Admiral Sengoku, I wish to request that the Navy initiate a demon hunt order." "A demon hunt order? Who do you intend to target with such a decree?" "The Admiral Sengoku is not concerned with whom I must confront. Rather, it is those individuals who have committed grievous offenses that must face annihilation in accordance with the laws of the world government." Listening to Spandam's cruel yet exhilarated tone, Sengoku began to form some suspicions. Is this a directive from the world government to initiate the demon extermination order? Why has our Navy not received such an order? Spandam paused before responding. "Admiral Sengoku, I have yet to report this matter, hence the Navy has not received any commands." "I understand your implication. You wish to directly deal with these individuals before reporting the situation, correct?" "Indeed, it is impossible to deceive Admiral Sengoku. Given the favor of your assistance in locating the hiding place of the former ruler of the underworld for our Navy, I am willing to assist you. But you must first divulge the details of the situation. Naturally, I will share the particulars with Admiral Sengoku. This time, we are targeting the renowned archaeological sanctuary of Ohara in the West Sea." Upon hearing the name Ohara, Sengoku confirmed his suspicions and quickly contemplated a strategy. Those archaeologists, instead of diligently pursuing their studies, seek to interpret historical texts, which is a grave offense indeed. Thus, they must be stopped. Sengoku furrowed his brow and remarked, "I am aware of this matter. Have we not already cautioned them? The ramifications of destroying Ohara would be profoundly detrimental, a fact even the Gorosei comprehend. Are they once again attempting to reinterpret the historical texts?" Spandam replied with fervor, "Indeed. Those foolish individuals have secretly been studying the historical texts for quite some time. And we only discovered their efforts yesterday. Is the information confirmed?" "Absolutely," he affirmed. "The individuals from Ohara even dispatched an expedition team in search of the historical texts. My operatives apprehended their adventurers, and their vessel was laden with materials pertaining to the historical texts. We have them red-handed. They cannot deny it." "Very well. I shall immediately issue the demon slaughter order and proceed to the West Sea to assist you. My gratitude, General Sengoku." "No need for thanks." With that, Sengoku severed the connection and summoned a group of admirals to the conference room. Upon his arrival, all the admirals stationed at headquarters were already present. After surveying the situation, Admiral Sengoku discovered Kazan and promptly informed the vice-admirals about the impending issuance of the demon extermination order. However, he refrained from disclosing the intended target of this decree. Subsequently, Sengoku selected a few vice-admirals, dismissing the others, with those chosen being utterly reliable, including Kazan and the giant vice-admiral, Jaguar D. Sol. The target of this demon extermination order was none other than Ohara in the West Blue. Upon hearing the name Ohara, the expressions of the vice-admirals shifted dramatically, yet none dared to voice their inquiries. Jaguar D. Sol, however, could not contain his excitement and questioned, "Admiral Sengoku, why must we unleash the demon extermination order upon Ohara? As far as I know, the people of Ohara are kind-hearted. Why must we target them?" In a grave tone, Sengoku articulated the rationale behind the issuance of the extermination order against Ohara. Upon concluding his statement, his gaze fixed firmly upon Jaguar D. Sol. "Sol, I am aware of your connections with the people of Ohara. I have previously cautioned them. This time, they shall not be spared. They must face the consequences of their actions. Remember your standing, Sol. My decision to retain you here serves solely as a warning. Kazan and Sol will remain. The rest should prepare the fleet for the extermination order." Once the others departed, Sengoku continued, "Sol, to prevent you from acting impulsively, you shall refrain from participating in this mission and remain at headquarters without exception. No need to argue. I possess a deeper understanding of the nature of the people of Ohara than you do. It is precisely because I comprehend their character that this extermination order is imperative. The alarming discovery is that it is not our Navy investigating the historical texts of O'Hara, but rather CP0 operatives. You are undoubtedly aware of the nature of CP0. Even if we choose not to execute this extermination order, they will report to the Gorosei. Consequently, the order will still be enforced, and we shall find ourselves unable to control the ensuing situation. I have retained you both to preserve a glimmer of hope for the people of O'Hara. This task is entrusted to you, Kazan. I have faith in your capabilities, but those involved in the research must not be allowed to escape. I understand, Mr. Sengoku. I will act judiciously, Kazan replied, casting a reassuring glance towards Saul. Upon hearing Sengoku's words and observing Kazan's expression, the previously agitated Saul found his composure restored. Zhangguo gazed at Saro and declared, "You are not permitted to leave the headquarters during this period. Should you act impulsively, I cannot guarantee your safety." Chapter 81. The Awakening of the System. Saro replied with unwavering determination, "I will not leave the headquarters, General Zhangguo. You need not worry." As he watched the two depart, Zhangguo let out a sigh of relief. This time, without sending Sakaski and having informed Kazan, matters should hopefully improve. However, events did not unfold as Zhangguo had envisioned. O'Hara was still annihilated, and the archaeologists on the island were killed during its destruction, save for the released Nico Robin. The innocent residents of O'Hara had initially been spared by Kazan, yet the majority were still eliminated by members of CP9 under Spandam's command, with only a handful managing to escape. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku fell into silence, subsequently divulging Robin's whereabouts to Dragon. After learning the information, Dragon promptly took Robin away. This act brought Sengoku a sense of relief, for it ensured that Robin could live in peace, free from the burden of evading capture with a bounty of 79 million berries at the tender age of 8. However, Sengoku was taken aback when he learned that Saul, after successfully defecting, had returned. While Sengoku anticipated Saul's defection, as every move Saul made was under his watchful eye, he had allowed Saul to escape by retracting the surveillance on him. What Sengoku did not foresee was Saul's return a few days later. Initially, Sengoku suspected that Saul had come back as an undercover agent, yet he pondered who could possibly persuade someone as straightforward as Saul to undertake such a role. Nevertheless, Sengoku chose not to confront Saul about his intentions, treating the matter as if nothing had transpired. Before Sengoku could investigate who had sent Saul back, Kazan informed him that it was Dragon who had orchestrated the return. Considering Dragon, Sengoku reflected on the rapid growth of the Revolutionary Army, which had multiplied in strength compared to previous times. However, this was not Sengoku's immediate concern. Once Dragon established the Revolutionary Army, the real headaches would be for the Gorosei. Following this incident, the seas remained relatively calm until the end of the following year, when Sengoku's promotion to Admiral and the selection of candidates for Vice Admiral stirred the tranquil waters. The selection process for Vice Admiral garnered more attention than Sengoku's promotion ceremony, as numerous capable Rear Admirals participated, but ultimately, only Borsellino, Sakazuki, and Kazan emerged as candidates. Each was bestowed with a title befitting an admiral: Borsellino the Yellow Monkey, Sakazuki the Red Dog, and Kazan the Blue Pheasant. Initially lesser known, these three individuals became widely recognized through the Navy's promotion, showcasing the formidable new strength of the Marine Corps, consisting of 3 Logia-type candidates. This revelation bolstered the faith of the common populace in the Navy, leading to a ripple effect that proved beneficial. More individuals sought to join the Navy, displaying heightened enthusiasm, and the Navy's courier service flourished. With his elevation to admiral, Sengoku found himself increasingly busy, scarcely afforded a moment to rest, with the sole respite arising during his confrontations with pirates. During the Warring States period, one of the actions taken by the Marshal was to address the situation concerning the allied nation targeting Zephyr. In truth, the Marshal did not take any significant measures. He merely shifted the focus of the Marine forces surrounding that nation to prioritize the protection of civilians during pirate attacks. Soon, the astute base commander discerned the Marshal's intent, though it was merely a product of his own imagination, for the Marshal had no such intention. Acting under the commander's guidance, the royal family of that nation was eradicated, and a new dynasty ascended to power. As for the demise of the former royal family, the information received by the Marshal indicated that they perished in a pirate assault. Subsequently, the Marshal paid little attention to the matter. Following this, the focus shifted to conscription. A year passed, and through the persistent efforts of the Navy, humanity's prejudice against the fishmen began to transform. During this period, Sengoku diligently endeavored to recommend the Fishman Kingdom for membership. With the relentless efforts of the Navy, numerous Fishman warriors enlisted. And although it cannot be claimed that every Fishman on Fishman Island joined the Navy, at least 1 or 2 Fishman sailors can be found aboard each naval vessel. This was, of course, a requirement set forth by Sengoku, as the inclusion of Fishman sailors significantly bolstered the naval forces, given their undeniable superiority in maritime combat. In this year, Ace was born. Due to Sengoku's intervention, Ace, who would have been born 3 years after Luffy, arrived 10 months earlier, ensuring that he would possess even greater strength in the future. A month passed peacefully, until an astonishing event shook the world, the infamous Impel Down. A prison that had not witnessed a single jailbreak in 8 centuries was breached. The escapee was none other than the formidable pirate Golden Lion Shiki, who had been defeated 2 years prior by Sengoku and Garp. This escape sent shockwaves throughout the world, tarnishing the reputations of both the world government and the Navy, leading to the dismissal of the warden of Impel Down. Subsequently, with Sengoku's recommendation, Magellan ascended to the position of the new warden. However, this incident bore little relation to Sengoku, as Impel Down was not under the Navy's jurisdiction. Ironically, the Navy profited from the situation. The 5 elders mandated the Navy's involvement in the prison's security, thereby significantly augmenting their authority. Years passed in tranquility, with the seas remaining largely undisturbed. Although the number of pirates steadily increased, the Navy successfully maintained order through a series of reinforcements year after year, enabling them to suppress the burgeoning pirate threat effectively. During the Warring States period, a semblance of sovereign justice was achieved, yet this justice was as ephemeral as a fleeting dream. Despite the formidable naval strength of the time, the number of powerful pirates evidently surpassed that of the Navy, with many of these marauders continually evolving and growing stronger. In the year 1504 of the Sea Circle era, within the office of Marshal Marineford, the Warring States gazed with palpable excitement at a luminous screen visible only to him. It has been quite a while since we last met. How have you fared over these past 5 years? He mused. Indeed, it has been a long time. You may now enlighten me about your purpose. A notification chimed. Detection confirms that the host has reached the age of 60, fulfilling the conditions for system activation. This system is designated as the Senior Reemployment System. In light of the severe global aging crisis, it is imperative for retirees to continue contributing their skills. The purpose of this system is to assist retirees in re-engaging with new employment opportunities. Another notification followed. A task has been issued. Find a new job. The quality of the job will determine the rewards. Upon completion, the system noted, the host has exceeded expectations in fulfilling the task. Evaluation. It is exceedingly rare for an individual at the age of 60 to secure a position with better remuneration than prior to retirement, surpassing 99. 99 of re-employed retirees. Completion level, SSS grade. The Warring States never anticipated that their inaugural mission would be accomplished with such ease. Zhang Guo, brimming with excitement, inquired, Host, what is the reward for my task? My task completion evaluation is at an SSS level. The response revealed that the reward entails an enhancement of 1's abilities by a tier. The available options for enhancement include an elevation of the Conqueror's Haki by 1 tier, an upgrade of the Armament Haki by 1 tier, an advancement of the Observation Haki by 1 tier, an improvement of physical combat skills by 1 tier, a single upgrade of the Buddha Fruit, an upgrade of the warship to a top-tier vessel crafted from atom wood, a pet enhancement transforming a regular goat into one capable of cultivating Haki, a culinary upgrade from ordinary rice cakes to the most exquisite rice cakes in the world, and an upgrade of a typical Justice Cloak to one of superior quality. Chapter 82. Enhancement of the Devil Fruit. The plethora of upgrade options left Zhang Guo momentarily speechless. While many choices were commendable, some were decidedly lackluster, such as the rice cake option. Should he inadvertently select that rice cake, Zhang Guo might very well be driven to exasperation. As the Warring States gazed upon the rewards, tears of frustration trickled down the corners of his mouth. He inquired, Can I freely choose from these options provided by the system? Certainly, came the reply. But I must caution you to exercise prudence in your selections, for this reward is indeed of great rarity. Opportunities to obtain such rewards will be scarce in the future. The Warring States pondered for a moment and inquired, System, do you have any recommendations? The choices before me are simply overwhelming, and I find myself at a loss. The system replied, Host, considering your circumstances, I suggest enhancing your Devil Fruit. Devil Fruit? My Devil Fruit is already awakened. Is there really a necessity for further enhancement? Awakening the devil fruit represents a significant advancement for individuals in this world, yet it remains insufficient. According to my calculations, enhancing your devil fruit would yield the most substantial increase in your power at the best cost efficiency. Could you show me the abilities I would possess after enhancing my devil fruit? I cannot provide that information. Only after you have enhanced it will I be able to discern the specific effects of the enhancement. In the realm of the warring states, Sengoku declared, I shall trust you this once. If the enhancement is not as you claim, prepare for the consequences. Host, are you certain you wish to enhance the devil fruit? The system inquired, its indifferent tone betraying a lack of concern for Sengoku's threat. I am certain. With that affirmation, the system's voice became mechanical, stating, enhancement initiated. Sengoku felt his heartbeat quickening, the tempo escalating to a frenetic pace, as if his heart were striving to burst forth from his chest. As his heart raced, fresh blood surged from it, coursing through his veins to every corner of his body. With the flow of blood, Sengoku experienced a comforting warmth enveloping him, a sensation he had not felt in ages, evident by the long-lost smile gracing his face. However, the comfort was fleeting, soon replaced by excruciating pain. A torment that was not merely physical but a mental anguish that felt as though his spirit was being seared by flames. The agony was so intense that Sengoku nearly cried out, yet he clenched his teeth, stifling the sound, though the sweat pouring from his body was testament to his suffering. Fortunately, both the pain and pleasure were transient. The torment surged fiercely before dissipating just as swiftly. Once the pain subsided, Sengoku gasped for breath, and a wealth of knowledge regarding the abilities of the new Buddha fruit flooded his mind. The new Buddha fruit no longer feared seawater or Hailu stone. Devoid of any apparent weaknesses, it significantly enhanced Sengoku's physical prowess, increasing his strength by at least threefold. He sensed that, with further familiarity with the new Buddha fruit, his strength could ascend by an additional fourfold. Beyond the enhancement of his overall abilities, the new Buddha also bestowed upon Sengoku three formidable techniques. Three Realms Body. This technique manifests in two forms. One allows the user to create two identical clones, each possessing independent thoughts and, crucially, an unwavering loyalty to the original. Should a clone perish, the original need only pay a small price to resurrect it. The second form amplifies the user's combat power threefold, even permitting the conjuration of a three-headed, six-armed specter for battle. Great Sun Lion Seal. This attack scales with the user's adjustments. The more Conqueror's spirit and stamina expended, the stronger the assault becomes. Should it strike an opponent, it randomly seals one of their five senses. The only way to break this seal is through the original user of the Great Sun Lion Seal. No other method will suffice. This technique, reminiscent of a lion basking in sunlight, illuminates the sky upon its execution, hence its name, Great Sun Lion Seal. Vajra Body, absolute defense. When one fully activates the Vajra Body, no attack in this world can penetrate one's defenses. However, once the strength is exhausted, one becomes nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. As Zhangguo contemplated the three formidable techniques that filled his mind, he recognized the comprehensive nature of their capabilities. One attack not only inflicted damage but also exerted control, while another provided robust defense. What captured Zhangguo's utmost attention was the technique known as Three Lives Body. This ability transcended the realm of mere techniques, warranting the title of a celestial art. With the mastery of the Three Lives Body, Zhangguo found that many of his subsequent endeavors became significantly more manageable. In the Warring States period, the current Buddha fruit can no longer be regarded as merely a Buddha fruit, for it has become exceedingly powerful. The host must not be carried away by this slight enhancement. While these techniques may appear formidable, one must consider who wields them. Zhangguo furrowed his brow and inquired, System, how do you discern the thoughts that dwell within my mind? Can you truly perceive the whispers of my heart? I lack such capabilities. All of this is mere conjecture, and your performance has validated my assumptions. After learning about the effects of the Great Buddha Fruit enhancement, I too have come to understand. For I am your auxiliary system, and must be aware of your physical condition. It is from this knowledge that I have inferred your innermost thoughts. As he spoke, a luminous screen materialized before Zhangguo, displaying the information about the new Great Buddha Fruit that had just occupied his thoughts. Upon witnessing this information, Zhangguo felt a wave of relief wash over him. The notion that someone could glean his thoughts was indeed unnerving, especially when the system itself was a far more formidable presence than an ordinary individual. Subsequently, the system began to speculate further on Zhangguo's internal musings. In a sinister tone, it remarked, Host, you must be feeling quite relieved at this moment, are you not? Warring States chose to disregard the incessant chatter of the system and began to explore his newfound abilities. Observing his indifference, the system wisely fell silent. The first endeavor of the Warring States was the three bodies technique. As the essence of the Warring States began to circulate this technique within, two individuals, strikingly identical in appearance to him, materialized beside him. One donned an immaculate white garment, while the other was clad in pure black, presenting an image of stark opposition. This spectacle stirred tumultuous emotions within the Warring States, for the three bodies technique bore an uncanny resemblance to the divine power of the three pure ones. The figure in white represented virtue, the figure in black embodied malevolence, while he himself was the true self. At that moment of exhilaration, the two manifestations regained their composure. Chapter 83. The Artificial Devil Fruit. Behold the True Self. The voices of the two kneeling manifestations brought the Warring States back to reality. Rise. This is a new era. The tradition of kneeling is obsolete. As the two manifestations stood upright, the Warring States continued, Do you possess names? Master, we bear no names. We humbly request you to bestow upon us a title. After a moment of contemplation, Zhangguo stated, Since you are my avatars, for the sake of discretion, let us adopt a different surname from before our traversal. We shall take the surname Hua. You shall be known as Hua He, and you will be called Hua Bai. I express my gratitude for the bestowed names. Subsequently, Zhangguo began to communicate with his two avatars. He discovered that he could engage in a telepathic exchange with them. Although he was uncertain if there were any limitations regarding distance in this mental connection, the avatars did not require sustenance to replenish their strength. They merely needed to absorb the energy of the sun to regain their power, a process Zhangguo referred to as photosynthesis. The strength of the avatars was indistinguishable from that of the original, as whatever abilities Zhangguo possessed, so too did his avatars. As Sengoku gazed upon the immense form of the great Buddha before him, the black and white figures stirred with intent. And two of his avatars were seamlessly absorbed into his being. Subsequently, Sengoku approached the mirror in his office to invoke the second transformation of the Three Lives body. In an extraordinary display, two additional heads sprouted from his form, accompanied by 4 arms, thus assuming the formidable shape of 3 heads and 6 arms. In the realm of the Warring States, Zhangguo attempted to touch his newly emerged arms, only to discover the futility of the endeavor. They appeared to be mere phantoms. Yet, he felt an uncanny ability to manipulate his 6 arms and 3 heads, as if he were inherently endowed with such prowess. The enhancement of his combat capabilities remained ambiguous, for Zhangguo could not engage in skirmishes within the confines of his office. Additionally, he found himself unable to employ 2 other techniques, prompting him to abandon the notion of further experimenting with his newfound abilities. Thus, Zhangguo returned to his desk to continue his paperwork. While it seemed he was diligently processing documents, it was, in fact, the thoughts of his avatar managing the tasks. While he conversed with the system, Why have you ceased to issue new missions? Is this the sole task at hand? Certainly, there are more than just this one task. The system replied, The issuance of missions is not within my control. They are announced based on the events you encounter. So, you mean to say that I currently have no tasks assigned to me? Does that imply you are of no use? Who are you calling useless? The system retorted, I shall assign you a task right now. Ding. Ultimate task. Transform your company into the foremost enterprise in the world. Overthrow the global government's reign and establish the Navy as the world's sovereign. Task Reward 1. Return to your original world. Task Reward 2. Traverse to a new realm and embark on fresh adventures. Taken aback, Zhangguo realized that this task was initially intended to be revealed at a more opportune moment. You likely do not even have full control over the Navy yet, let alone overthrowing the global government. Then does that not render you ineffective? This task offers no assistance in my reemployment. The system found itself rendered speechless by Zhangguo's assertions. The Warring States period is dismissed by the system, as if it were saying that if the Warring States do not apologize, it shall ignore them in return. In the Warring States period, he chose to disregard the system, as his current gains were already substantial. The Warring States regained control over his own body. When he glanced at the documents that had been processed and the half-eaten rice cake slices before him, in the Warring States period, it was discovered that this doppelganger bore an uncanny resemblance to oneself, even sharing the same culinary preferences. Remarkably, the doppelganger, despite not needing sustenance, could not withstand the allure of rice cakes. As Zhangguo indulged in the remnants of rice cake slices while perusing the completed documents, a sudden idea for a leisurely diversion struck him. After all, who could resist the temptation of idleness when the opportunity arose? Subsequently, Zhangguo spent a considerable amount of time in the office enjoying his respite. However, as the hour of departure approached, he was interrupted by the ringing of his phone, signaling a call from Caesar. The sound echoed through the room, a persistent reminder of the outside world. In the Warring States period, a somewhat irked Sengoku remarked, "Hello? Caesar. What urgent matter compels you to seek me out at the close of my workday?" To which Caesar, filled with exhilaration, replied, "Commander Sengoku, we have successfully developed the first artificial devil fruit." His excitement rendered him oblivious to the tone in Sengoku's voice. Hearing of the creation of artificial devil fruits, Sengoku's face lit up with excitement. Is it truly the case? This time, the artificial devil fruit must not possess the same significant flaws as before? Of course not. This endeavor has been more than a year in the making. The artificial devil fruit is devoid of any defects, akin to a genuine devil fruit. If one were to insist on a flaw, it would be that, like true devil fruits, it also harbors a fear of the sea and sea prism stone. What type of devil fruit have you manufactured? This particular fruit is a replication of the zoan type, the bird fruit, in its black and white chicken form. Through my experiments, I have confirmed that the artificial devil fruit bears no distinction from the original zoan type bird fruit in its black and white chicken form. I shall send the experimental video to you, Marshal Sengoku, and you will see for yourself. Soon, the video arrived, and a massive transponder snail beside Sengoku's desk began to project the footage. At that moment, Sengoku had already drawn the curtains in his office. In the video, 2 death row inmates were being fed 2 different varieties of devil fruits by the researchers. Upon consuming the fruits, the inmates displayed expressions of distaste. Observing that the inmates exhibited no adverse reactions, the researchers grew visibly excited. Next, Caesar instructed the 2 inmates to demonstrate their abilities. The selected death row inmates were notorious criminals, and after ingesting the devil fruits, they felt a considerable surge in their strength, which often leads to misguided ambitions. Exchanging glances, the 2 inmates transformed into their hybrid forms and charged at Caesar and the others. Rather than fear, laughter erupted from Caesar and his colleagues, filling the laboratory with thunderous mirth. Although the 2 inmates harbored many doubts, their instinctive urge for vengeance compelled them to disregard the unusual behavior surrounding them. Just as they were about to reach Caesar, a researcher activated a switch, and the once mighty inmates suddenly cried out in agony before collapsing unconscious. Seeing this, Caesar shouted, "The experiment has succeeded. A resounding success. Quickly, restrain these 2 with sea prism stone. They are crucial experimental subjects. I must relay this splendid news to Marshal Sengoku." As Caesar finished speaking, the video concluded. Chapter 84. Humanoid weapons. The exhilaration that once filled my mind after watching the video has long since dissipated. For the beastly forms of those 2 condemned prisoners evoked memories of a cherished acquaintance from my past life. Now, my thoughts are enveloped by the haunting melodies of a timeless masterpiece from that era. Suddenly, the shrill sound of the phone bug interrupted the reverie I had been immersed in, just as I was preparing for a decisive move. Startled, I cautiously surveyed the room, relieved to find no one present, and picked up the phone bug. "Admiral Sengoku, have you finished watching the video?" "Indeed, I have. From what I observed, the artificial devil fruits you created bear no distinction from the original ones. You have done remarkably well. I will allocate additional funding for your endeavors." "Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. When will Caesar's devil fruits be capable of mass production?" "That I cannot ascertain at this moment, as our data remains incomplete. I shall inform you the instant our experiments yield success. If we wish to commence mass production, we must await comprehensive experimental results." "Understood. Please notify me when we are ready for mass production. Are there any limitations regarding the artificial devil fruits? Is it feasible to create a natural type?" Caesar's tone grew somber. "I regret to inform you, Admiral Sengoku, that with our current technological capabilities, producing a zoan-type devil fruit from the bloodline factors we have is the utmost limit. We have made numerous attempts, but there is currently no means to artificially manufacture other types of devil fruits." "Oh, so, while it is not possible at present, it does imply there remains a chance of success in the future?" Caesar replied with excitement, "Certainly. With ample funding and time, I firmly believe that nothing is beyond our reach." "Excellent. Keep up the good work. Is there anything else to report?" "If there is nothing further, I shall attend to other matters." "Wait, Admiral Sengoku. I have one more piece of information to share." "Proceed." "Admiral Sengoku, during our enhancement of the artificial devil fruits, we have developed technology that empowers weapons with the abilities of devil fruits." "Oh, is that truly the case?" "Absolutely. I will send you the video right away." Sengoku hastily replied, There is no need for that. I trust you. Let us postpone large-scale experiments on weapons infused with the powers of the devil fruit until we have successfully mass-produced artificial devil fruits. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Caesar's tone diminished, losing the earlier arrogance and excitement. Admiral Sengoku expressed his regrets, stating, "We have yet to conduct experiments on weapons infused with the powers of artificial devil fruits. All our trials have been conducted with standard devil fruits." Ah, I see. There is no need to rush. We can wait until artificial devil fruits are mass-produced before we investigate the integration of devil fruit powers into weapons. By the way, Caesar, what recent technological endeavors is Dr. Vegapunk pursuing? That fellow Vegapunk has been conducting experiments with others. I cannot recall him undertaking any other projects, Caesar replied. Very well, Caesar. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. At that moment, a voice from the transponder snail interrupted, Admiral Sengoku, this is Vegapunk. I am currently researching the humanoid weapon you mentioned, known as the pacifista. However, I lack experimental subjects and am thus unable to proceed with my research. Upon hearing Vegapunk's words, Sengoku's expression grew tense. It is well known that the pacifista is among Vegapunk's most formidable inventions, particularly the upgraded version known as the Seraphim, which is exceptionally powerful. Admiral Sengoku remarked, "What do I think it is? This is quite manageable. Isn't Admiral Kizaru stationed at Punk Hazard? Let him assist you with your experiments first, and then I shall arrange for some formidable pirates from Impel Down to aid you in your trials. As for the esteemed Fleet Admiral, the Yellow Monkey has already collaborated with me on previous experiments. However, we have yet to penetrate the lineage factor of the Logia type. Consequently, I find myself unable to conduct standard experiments. We have performed numerous trials with the pirates within Impel Down. Yet our authority does not extend to enlisting the cooperation of the notorious pirates on the 6th level, while the abilities of other pirates are simply insufficient for our needs." Sengoku swiftly comprehended the situation, for the original pacifist had been developed through experiments conducted on Bartholomew Kuma. It was utterly impossible to derive such findings from pirates lacking sufficient strength. Although Sengoku was now aware of Kuma's location, he was the king of the Sorbet Kingdom, which remained a member state of the world government. Sengoku found himself powerless to request Kuma's participation in any experiments, and capturing Kuma, with the capabilities of the pawpaw fruit, would prove to be a formidable challenge. Dr. Vegapunk, situated on the 6th level underground, was entangled with formidable pirates, each possessing significant strength and cunning. Should they be released, they would undoubtedly devise a means of escape. The infamous Golden Lion Shiki serves as a prime example of this. Furthermore, even if I were to personally detain him for the purpose of experimentation, I doubt he would cooperate willingly. Thus, it seems prudent to abandon this endeavor, as the subject of any experiment must be entirely compliant for it to yield successful results. Suddenly, Sengoku's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Dr. Vegapunk, I have conceived a brilliant idea. I wonder how advanced your cloning technology has become." Upon hearing the mention of clones, both Vegapunk and Caesar became visibly excited. "I comprehend your intention, General Sengoku. I can employ cloning technology to advance the research on humanoid weapons. Currently, thanks to the efforts of Caesar and myself, our cloning technology has reached a remarkable level of sophistication, allowing us to initiate large-scale cloning at any moment. That simplifies matters significantly. I can provide you with the blood of all the pirates from the 6th underground level for your cloning experiments." "That's splendid, General Sengoku. However, this may considerably delay the experiments on humanoid weaponry." Listening to Dr. Vegapunk's apologetic tone, Sengoku couldn't help but smile wryly. "Dr. Vegapunk, Dr. Caesar, there is truly no need for you to be overly anxious. I have witnessed your efforts over the past 2 years, and your inventions have significantly transformed the world, making it considerably easier for our Navy to combat pirates. In particular, the development of humanoid weaponry has introduced a new level of caution, especially regarding the command authority of these creations, which you must prioritize." Although Sengoku's words were not entirely explicit, both Vegapunk and Caesar comprehended his intent. "Understood, Admiral Sengoku. We shall not trouble you any further." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sengoku hung up the phone. The series of joyful events had left him in high spirits. Chapter 85. Eradicating Corruption. Suddenly, a knock on the door jolted Sengoku from his reverie. "Come in." The visitor was none other than Akane Sakazuki, one of the 3 chief candidates for the admiral position. "Ah, it is you, Sakazuki," Sengoku exclaimed. "The mission has been accomplished." Sakazuki replied, "Admiral Sengoku, I have completed the task. I have come to request a new assignment." After years of personal interaction, coupled with prior memories, Sengoku had grown accustomed to Sakazuki's frosty demeanor and had come to understand him more profoundly. In the era of the Warring States, Jean Guo remarked, truly worthy of Sakazuki, accomplishing the task in merely a week. At that moment, the previously silent system suddenly spoke. A new mission had emerged. Mission title, Eradication of Corruption. Mission reward, increased rewards commensurate with the level of task completion. Mission details, with the continuous growth of the company and an increase in personnel. Numerous violations of company regulations and societal laws have surfaced, particularly within various subsidiaries. These transgressions have inflicted severe damage on the company and, more importantly, tarnished its reputation. Should these issues be neglected, the hard-earned reputation cultivated over many years could plummet. As the chairman of the company, decisive action is imperative. You must personally address these minor, yet significant matters. Dispatch a trusted subordinate to eliminate these pests. Upon reviewing the mission details, Jean Guo was reminded of the morally corrupt navy depicted in the comics of his past life, where those in naval uniform committed acts more heinous than those of pirates themselves. Originally, Admiral Sengoku believed that the establishment of a courier service and various reforms would enhance the treatment of all naval personnel, thereby averting such circumstances. However, it has become apparent that Sengoku was overly optimistic. Those deceitful creatures are merely wolves cloaked in sheep's clothing, and they will not restrain their greed merely because their conditions have improved. After all, human desire knows no bounds. Admiral Sengoku, what troubles you? Are you listening to me? Of course I am listening. I was merely contemplating what tasks to assign you, interrupted Admiral Akainu, breaking Sengoku's train of thought. A previously impassive Akainu now wore an excited smile as he inquired, So, Admiral Sengoku, have you devised a task for me? Indeed, I have. Sengoku then proceeded to inform Akainu about the disgraceful conduct within the Navy. As Akainu listened, his anger intensified, and by the end of Sengoku's account, he was struggling to contain his volcanic fury. In the Warring States period, upon witnessing the magma threatening to drip onto the floor, he hastily exclaimed, Sakazuki, you must remain composed. If you cannot approach this task with calmness, I cannot entrust it to you. In the Warring States period, the effect was strikingly evident, as the magma, perilously close to spilling onto the floor, was promptly contained by Sakazuki. As Sengoku exhaled a sigh of relief, he could not help but hold Sakazuki in higher regard. In Sengoku's recollections, Sakazuki had never displayed such a lack of composure as he did today. It seemed that Sakazuki had truly developed a profound loathing for these vermin. Sakazuki, share your thoughts. How do you propose we deal with these pests? The Grand Marshal Sengoku pondered how to address those traitors more despicable than the Navy itself. Naturally, the solution was to eliminate them. Sakazuki's extreme rhetoric fell well within Sengoku's expectations. While Sengoku certainly believed these fiends deserved death, a direct execution was out of the question. Very well, I understand your stance. Indeed, those wretches deserve death, but you cannot simply kill them, as doing so would adversely affect the morale of the unaware Marines and fail to serve as a proper warning for others. What then should I do, Grand Marshal? These individuals must face the scrutiny of the law. Capture them and ensure they receive a unified trial at Judicial Island. If any attempt to flee, do not hesitate to take decisive action, behead them, or capture a photograph. However, you cannot execute them all, for that would preclude any chance of a fair trial. The outcome of this trial must be made public to provide an explanation to the oppressed civilians who have suffered at the hands of these pests. I understand, Grand Marshal. This crucial task has been entrusted to me, and I shall strive diligently to fulfill it without fail. Then when shall I commence the investigation? Should it begin now? Certainly not now, as the investigation is far from complete. If you proceed with arrests at this juncture, the other vermin will surely abscond with their ill-gotten gains and evade justice. Moreover, this task cannot rest solely on your shoulders. Those pests are scattered across every branch. How could you possibly apprehend them all alone? Focus on capturing the highest ranked among them, and leave the rest of the arrangements to your discretion. Once I finalize all preparations, I will ensure you are notified to commence operations. Until then, take a break. After Sengoku dismissed Sakazuki, an air of panic enveloped him. He lacked evidence against these pests, and had it not been for the mission assigned by the system, he would have remained oblivious to their insidious activities. Over the past 2 years, Sengoku believed he had performed admirably, fulfilling the responsibilities expected of a Grand Marshal. The seas had calmed, and no significant turmoil had arisen in any kingdom, with the base commanders reporting no disturbances. The warring states now realizes it has been deceived by those vermin. System, could you provide me with information about those insects? Certainly. But acquiring this information will come at a certain cost. Impetuously, Sengoku declared, just tell me the price I must pay. I wish to resolve these matters swiftly. There are two methods by which I can procure the information you seek. It is up to you to choose between them. Option 1. You may directly receive all the criminal records of those insects, but the cost will be a reduction of 1/3 of your reward for this mission. Option 2. You may acquire a covert intelligence agency consisting of 3,000 operatives embedded in various industries. They will invariably manifest in unexpected guises, swiftly obtaining any information you desire. Moreover, these operatives will remain absolutely loyal to you, not vanishing until the mission's completion. However, the cost will be the entirety of your rewards for this task. Even if your mission's reward tier is classified as SSS, you shall receive nothing. Consider this a benevolent reminder. While this reward may not match the previous one, it is still quite substantial, and such caliber of rewards is rare and elusive. Sengoku leaned more towards the second option, as the first was less appealing. He had a superior alternative in having Spandam CP9 conduct the investigation without diminishing his reward. Chapter 86. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Although the sensation of acquiring information from Spandam without cost was delightful, Sengoku felt uneasy about relying on CP9 for every endeavor, fearing potential leaks. Thus, he gravitated towards the second option, desiring a loyal intelligence apparatus that would simplify many tasks. However, the system indicated that this reward was fortuitous and not to be taken for granted, which piqued Sengoku's interest. After all, when the system promises something beneficial, it is typically not detrimental. After a fervent inner struggle, Sengoku ultimately made his decision. System, may I inquire if opportunities to obtain an intelligence agency will arise again? Or will similar institutions appear as rewards in the future? Such matters are uncertain. Rewards of this nature do not typically manifest, though there is a slight possibility of occurrence. However, this particular task's options will not reappear. The system's words solidified Sengoku's choice, for he had no desire to wait for the next mission to present a similar intelligence agency. System, I choose the second option. Are you certain? I am certain. Intelligence operatives are being dispatched. Dispatch complete. Upon activating the intelligence agency option, the system's luminous screen unveiled a plethora of information regarding 3,000 intelligence operatives. These operatives hailed from various races and factions, including even members of the Celestial Dragons. Most significantly, Sengoku discovered that the number of personnel within the intelligence agency could be augmented in two distinct manners. One involves nurturing individuals from a young age, while the other entails persuading others to join the agency. Moreover, any newly recruited operatives must demonstrate unwavering loyalty to Sengoku, which filled him with immense delight. How do I establish contact with these operatives? He inquired. That is a straightforward matter, the system responded. The host need only activate the screen and specify the information they seek, and these operatives will swiftly gather the necessary intelligence. Consequently, you will receive the desired information displayed on the screen. Oh, I see. This method of investigation will ensure that no information is leaked, as only I will be privy to the intelligence agency's workings. With that, Sengoku instructed the agency to commence an investigation into the pest within the Navy. In a state of heightened satisfaction, Sengoku then realized that the night had completely enveloped the surroundings. Zhang Guo had just emerged from a state of exhilaration. With a heart brimming with joy, he strolled down the path, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Before long, he arrived at his residence, where he spotted several children engaged in playful antics, with Ace taking the lead. Upon noticing Zhang Guo, Ace hurriedly made his way towards him. In a moment of affection, Sengoku lifted Ace and inquired, "What are you all playing?" Little Ace, with a sweet voice, replied, "Grandpa Sengoku, we are playing Navy versus Pirates. I am portraying a Marine, and I shall undoubtedly become an exceptional Marine like you in the future." In a feigned display of anger, Sengoku declared, "Little Ace does not wish to become a Marine like his grandfather. Grandpa Sengoku, please do not be upset. My grandfather is merely a vice admiral, while you, Grandpa Sengoku, hold the esteemed rank of fleet admiral. I shall be satisfied with the aspiration of becoming a general." Zhang Guo chuckled heartily and remarked, "You, little rascal, possess quite the gift of gab. However, a sailor who does not aspire to be a commander is not a worthy sailor. Moreover, your grandfather is no less impressive than I am. Come, join me for dinner at my home today. I have already dined, Grandfather Zhang Guo." The Warring States glanced at the moon that had already risen and chuckled. It seems that Grandpa Warring States has been too busy until late. Next time, I shall prepare your favorite delicacies. Now, Grandpa Warring States, please set me down. I wish to go and play. As soon as Sengoku noticed, he gently set Ace down and then made his way home. Upon arriving, he discovered that the lights in his house were already on. In the Warring States period, it was known that Rocinante had returned. Upon entering the room, he discovered that Rocinante had already prepared dinner. Rocinante had graduated from the academy a year ago and had recently been engaged in a mission, returning to headquarters today. Father, you have finally returned. Rocinante exclaimed with surprise. There were indeed many matters to attend to today, which is why I returned at this hour. Why did you not inform me of your arrival? Once my tasks were completed, I naturally returned, he replied. You must be quite hungry. After you finish your meal, I have an important matter to discuss with you. During the Warring States period, hunger indeed struck, prompting some to begin feasting. Observing this, Luoshinandi also joined in the meal. Before long, the father and son had satiated their appetites and proceeded to tidy up the dining utensils together. Zhanghua gazed at Rocinante and inquired, Can you now reveal the significant matter that you wish to discuss with me? Rocinante's expression grew somber as he replied, Are you aware of the recently emerged pirate, Don Quixote da Flamingo? Upon hearing the name da Flamingo, Zhanghua immediately grasped Rocinante's intentions and nodded in acknowledgement. I am aware of that pirate and his notorious deeds. Has he crossed you in some way? Rocinante replied, My adoptive father, you are aware that I was once a celestial dragon. That da Flamingo is my biological brother, his true name being Don Quixote da Flamingo. It was only upon seeing his bounty poster that I discovered our kinship. Zhanghua pondered, So, he is indeed your blood relative. Yet a pirate at that. Do you wish to reconcile with him? To which Rocinante resolutely answered, Indeed, I wish to prevent my brother from further erring. After a moment of silence, the Warring States spoke. Roxanand, do you truly believe you can change your brother? As far as I am aware, since your separation, he has been rescued by the Don Quixote family, and they have continued down a path of crime, with your brother at the helm. While you strive to become an exceptional Marine, your brother is engaged in criminality, aspiring to be a notorious pirate. Do you genuinely think you can reform him and steer him away from malevolence? Even if your brother heeds your words and renounces piracy. Have you contemplated what he might pursue thereafter? Would you wish for him to become a Marine? Do you believe he would acquiesce to such a fate? I cannot say. But I am certain my own brother would not heed my counsel, for he has always been a formidable presence since our youth. Nevertheless, I am compelled to attempt it. After all, my brother is unlike me, surrounded by a foster father, elders, and companions, while I am his sole kin. He must presume me dead, and I wish not to cause him sorrow. Even if he disregards my pleas, I could infiltrate the Don Quixote pirate crew. With my subterfuge, the Don Quixote pirate crew could soon be brought to ruin. Admiral Sengoku fixed his gaze firmly upon Rocinante, declaring, Rocinante, this is far too perilous. I cannot permit you to proceed. Chapter 87. The undercover agent in response, Rocinante smiled and remarked, Father, I am no longer that weeping child I once was. I have now attained the rank of lieutenant in the Navy and possess the capability to protect myself. Noting Sengoku's silence, Rocinante continued, Admiral Sengoku, you are not only my adoptive father, but also the esteemed leader of our Navy. How could I, as your son, shrink back in the face of danger? As I understand it, the Don Quixote family is exceedingly cunning. Aunt Crane has attempted to apprehend them several times, only to have them evade capture. It is unwise to squander her formidable strength on the Don Quixote pirates. Someone must infiltrate their ranks. And I am the most suitable candidate within the Navy to undertake this mission. Cease your self-importance. You, a mere rookie who graduated from the Naval Academy just a year ago, have no right to speak such grandiloquent words. Sengoku nearly shouted in exasperation. Father, do not dispute this. I am indeed the most fitting choice to infiltrate the Don Quixote family. I am a soldier you have personally trained. If you do not believe in me, do you not trust in your own judgment? In a fit of anger, the Warring States exclaimed, seeing you has truly confirmed your graduation. You have even begun to rebut your father like a dragon. If you wish to go undercover, let me witness whether your strength has indeed grown. With that, he took Rocinante and walked to the open space in the backyard of their home. In the Warring States period, he shackled his hands with sea prism stone and declared, In this battle, I shall not wield the power of the devil fruit. Nor shall I employ my hands. I shall rely solely on my legs. If you cannot defeat me even under these circumstances, do not entertain the thought of infiltrating. Moreover, do not broach this matter with me again, I shall not acquiesce to your request. The voice of Sengoku resonated powerfully, for the surrounding residents were high-ranking naval officers, and no outsiders would venture into this area. Sengoku felt no fear of being overheard. Observing this, Rocinante wasted no time and transformed into his hybrid beast form, soaring into the sky, where he unleashed a series of colossal slashing attacks with his raging foot. Having consumed the Zoan-type dragon fruit, his wind god pterosaur form was already impressive, and even in his hybrid state, his size was striking. Initially, the slashes produced by Raging Foot were not particularly grand, yet under the influence of Rocinate's enormous stature, they appeared tremendously formidable. However, Sengoku did not attempt to evade these massive strikes. Instead, he braced himself with his haki, absorbing the blows directly. The sound of metal colliding echoed as the slashes struck Sengoku, leading to a violent explosion that billowed clouds of smoke. In the air, Rocinante remained vigilant, persistently launching slashing attacks against Sengoku with Raging Foot. Within the obscured haze, Sengoku utilized his Conqueror's haki to lock onto Rocinante, aiming to intimidate him from the sky. To Sengoku's surprise, Rocinante endured the onslaught of his Conqueror's haki. Although he swayed under its pressure, nearly tumbling down, he ultimately withstood it. Satisfied with this display, Sengoku momentarily smiled before swiftly closing the distance and delivering a powerful kick that sent Rocinante crashing to the ground. Despite his heightened observation haki sensing the imminent danger, Rocinante found himself unable to evade Sengoku's assault, and thus had no choice but to endure the impact of Sengoku's strike. As Sengoku gazed upon the fallen Rocinante, he remarked with a smile, "Even in this state, I have effortlessly defeated you. Rocinante, your strength is simply too feeble. It would be wise for you to abandon your ambitions. I shall never concede defeat," Rocinante retorted, charging fiercely towards Sengoku. Observing this, Sengoku felt no anger. After all, Rocinante was a marine he had personally trained. Should Rocinante surrender so easily, Sengoku would lose all respect for him. Henceforth, he would not permit Rocinante to continue venturing out to apprehend pirates. Those lacking the heart of a true warrior ought to remain in more humble roles, engaged in administrative duties. The Battle of the Warring States was akin to a strike unleashed by a tempest, sending Rocinante crashing back underground. Although the force of this blow was not as immense as that wielded by Rocinante, the armament haki infused within the strike of Warring States far surpassed anything Rocinante could muster. The attack left a deep gash on Rocinante's chest, a testament to Warring States' restrained power. Had he unleashed his full strength, it is uncertain whether Rocinante would have survived, but it would surely have rendered him incapable of continuing the fight. Despite being knocked down, Rocinante refused to yield and charged once more at Warring States. Aware of his own limitations against such a formidable opponent, he refrained from reckless assaults and employed various strategies. However, faced with the prowess of Warring States and the confined space of their surroundings, even Rocinante's finest tactics proved futile. Ultimately, he succumbed to the blows of Warring States, losing consciousness without ever conceding defeat. As Sengoku cast a glance at his meticulously adorned backyard, now utterly ravaged, a pang of anguish surged within him. However, upon observing the fallen Rocinante on the ground, a sense of solace washed over Sengoku's heart. He recognized the inevitability of Rocinante's actions. Simultaneously, Sengoku felt a profound sense of pride for Rocinante, who had been nurtured to embody a strong sense of justice and gentleness through his own endeavors. Rocinante had now embraced the use of righteous means. In the depths of his heart, Sengoku sought solace, reflecting on the myriad of actions he had undertaken. He could hardly believe that Rocinante could still fall victim to Don Quixote da Flamingo. This thought led Sengoku to recall the undercover agent Virgo, known as Ghost Bamboo, who was embedded within the Navy. Had it not been for Virgo, Rocinante would have undoubtedly survived. Jean Gore resolutely decided that this campaign to eradicate pests would also include the elimination of the insipid Virgo. Subsequently, he carried the unconscious Rocinante into his own quarters. Initially, Jean Guo intended to tend to Rocinante's wounds, but upon opening his garments, he discovered that the injuries had already healed, prompting him to forego the bandaging. He then returned to his own room. Once there, Jean Guo did not succumb to slumber. Instead, he vigilantly observed Rocinante's every movement. To avoid detection, he refrained from employing his observation haki. In the dead of night, Rocinante awakened and, upon regaining consciousness, dashed outside with remarkable speed. Borsellino revealed a smile as he promptly followed suit. Upon exiting his residence, Rocinante did not linger, swiftly making his way to the port. It was evident that the current state of the Marineford port had transformed from its former accessibility. Now, one must undergo stringent scrutiny to gain entry or exit. However, Borsellino observed Rocinante seamlessly navigating through the checkpoint, realizing that Rocinante had long since plotted this course of action. The revelation he had shared with himself today was merely a notification. Regardless of his consent, Rocinante would undoubtedly proceed with his undercover mission. Chapter 88. The List of Vermin. In the Warring States period, it was mused, why does this child, Rocinante, not exhibit a rebellious face? It turns out that his rebellious period simply arrives later than that of others. Subsequently, Rocinante boarded a small sailboat, preparing to set sail. Originally, Sengoku intended to directly confront Rocinante, but upon arrival, he found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, Sengoku was acutely aware that even if he managed to thwart Rocinante this time, he could not prevent future encounters. The elimination of the traitor Virgo had not exposed Rocinante either. Even if he were to be revealed, Rocinante had no cause for alarm. His devil fruit powers afforded him the means to escape, as his flight speed was unmatched by Doflamingo. With this in mind, Sengoku cast the dossier on the Don Quixote pirates along with the transponder snail onto Rocinante's ship, departing without a backward glance. The information on the Don Quixote pirates stemmed from Sengoku's initiative to investigate after Rocinante proposed the idea of going undercover, and remarkably, the findings were ready before the conclusion of the battle. This success elevated Sengoku's regard for his intelligence agency, prompting him to compile the dossier while Rocinante lay unconscious. Rocinante was initially startled by the sudden arrival of the items aboard his ship. Approaching cautiously, he soon discovered Sengoku's transponder snail. After a moment of surprise, he scanned the surroundings for Sengoku's presence, finally exhaling in relief upon finding none. With a sense of ease, Rocinante opened the file, and tears welled in the corners of his eyes after just a few glimpses. Subsequently, he set sail. Following Rocinante's departure, a masked figure resembling Sengoku's stature trailed behind him. Indeed, it was Sengoku's doppelganger, Huaka, as Sengoku remained uneasy about Rocinante's safety. Not only did he deploy a doppelganger, but Sengoku also tasked his intelligence agency with covertly safeguarding Rocinante. 2 days slipped by, during which Sengoku received intelligence regarding the pest within the Navy. To his astonishment, however, the intelligence agency had failed to uncover any evidence of Virgo's treachery. This left Sengoku in a quandary, without proof. He could not arbitrarily apprehend a well-mannered and exceptionally talented Marine. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku resolved to employ a bait-and-catch strategy. Upon receiving Sengoku's directive, Akainu rushed to Sengoku's office with utmost urgency. Zhang Guo regarded the visibly excited Sakazuki, who had knocked on the door without even bothering to announce his presence, and chose to remain silent. He addressed Sakazuki, saying, "The documents below pertain to the crimes of those pests. If we allow this to persist, our navy will be utterly destroyed by these scoundrels. We must eradicate these pests decisively. Take a look at the materials below, and once you have reviewed them, let me know if you wish to undertake this mission. After all, this task may ruffle a few feathers. Clearing out these pests is paramount, and I am unafraid of offending them. General of the Warring States, you have indeed promised me. This task has been entrusted to me, and you must not assign it to another." Zhang Guo remarked, "If you are unwilling to undertake this task, why would I entrust it to anyone else? Spare us the grandiose claims. First, take a look at the list of those corrupt individuals. Once you peruse it, you will realize that their numbers far exceed your expectations. As for the evidence of their wrongdoings, let us await the arrival of your review committee, for this information cannot be thoroughly examined in a fleeting moment." With that, Zhang Guo handed a dossier to Sakazuki. Upon receiving the list, Sakazuki began to read. Astonished to find that the highest rank among these nefarious figures was that of a rear admiral, and there were not just one but multiple rear admirals listed, both from the headquarters and various branches. More alarmingly, Sakazuki recognized several of these individuals, which left him utterly taken aback. He understood that the list provided by Zhang Guo was undoubtedly authentic. Those named were undoubtedly embroiled in misconduct. Yet, he was unprepared for the extent of their subterfuge, posing as paragons of righteousness while clandestinely engaging in such treachery. As Sengoku observed, he struggled to contain his emotions and addressed Sakazuki sternly. "Sakazuki, you must compose yourself. If you cannot manage your temper, I cannot entrust you with this mission." Upon hearing this, Sakazuki regained his composure. "Commander Sengoku, I accept this task. Are you certain? This list contains numerous friends and mentors of yours. Do you believe you can act impartially? Should you engage in favoritism, you will also face repercussions. It may very well hinder your ascent to the rank of admiral for the rest of your life. Rest assured, Commander Sengoku, I will not act unjustly. You can confidently assign this mission to me. Please allow me to meet the members of the review team at once. The sooner we commence, the sooner we can eradicate these pests. You truly are quite impatient. Although Sengoku feigned annoyance at Sakazuki, his gaze was filled with warmth and even a hint of admiration. Everyone, please enter. Following his command, the two other admiral candidates, Kizuru and Akiji, stepped into Sengoku's office. Sakazuki, puzzled, inquired, Commander Sengoku, did you not say you would assign this task to me? Why have you summoned the two of them as well? In the era of the warring states, Sengoku expressed a certain awkwardness, stating, initially, I intended for you to undertake this task individually. However, given that this matter involves our own people, regardless of how justified the reasoning may be, there will always be those who whisper. To facilitate your future competition for the position of general, I have decided to assign you three to complete this task together. Consider it a trial on your journey to becoming a general. Upon hearing these words, Akina found himself devoid of any irritation. Do you two wish to accept this task? If so, take a look at the list. Naturally, both individuals were eager to embrace the challenge. Before long, they had perused the list thoroughly. We shall take on the task of the fleet admiral, they declared in unison. Satisfied, Sengoku remarked, excellent, now let us proceed to meet your comrades. With that, he led the way out of his office, accompanied by three prospective commanders, into an expansive conference room. Within this grand space sat over 1,000 sailors, the majority of whom were remarkably youthful. A discerning observer would undoubtedly recognize that these sailors had just graduated from the Naval Academy this year. As Sengoku and his trio took their seats, the meeting commenced in earnest. Without any preamble, Sengoku addressed the gravity of the situation, subsequently recounting the egregious actions of certain sailors. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the conference room ignited with righteous indignation. Observing the restless young men, Sengoku felt a sense of relief for having selected some more seasoned sailors for this task. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom the astonishing antics these young sailors might have been capable of. Chapter 89, Brothers. Zhanghua continued through the loudspeaker. I have nearly conveyed the essence of the task at hand. I trust everyone has noticed that the majority of the Marines present in today's conference room are quite youthful. They are fresh recruits, having graduated from the Naval Academy just a month ago. As for my rationale in selecting so many new soldiers, there is indeed a method to my madness, for this task entails a multitude of personnel. Thus, the investigative team cannot be lacking in numbers. It would be imprudent to assign seasoned Marines, who are tasked with guarding critical positions, to handle this matter. Engaging these new recruits is also strategic, as they share no prior connections with the individuals involved, thereby ensuring the integrity of the mission. I believe that through this experience, these new Marines will emerge as capable operatives in their own right. Of course, I recognize that some may harbor doubts about relying solely on novices, fearing potential mishaps. However, I have also arranged for the inclusion of some seasoned Marines. Your role will be to mentor these fledgling recruits, guiding them through their uncertainties. When you arrived, I did not disclose the nature of this mission. I will now ask you once more. Those who do not wish to undertake this task may withdraw without hesitation. After all, this mission may offend a considerable number of individuals, and should you choose to withdraw, there will be no repercussions, merely remain within the confines of the headquarters until the conclusion of this assignment. Initially, a few Marines, well-versed in the subtleties of human relations, contemplated withdrawing upon hearing Zhanghua's offer. However, the final statement he made extinguished their intentions to exit. With their astute understanding of social dynamics, they recognized that while Zhanghua's words suggested a lack of consequences, truly stepping back would mean forfeiting future opportunities to catch his eye, along with any chances for promotion thereafter. After a moment's pause, Sengoku noticed that no Marine had withdrawn and expressed his satisfaction, saying, "You have all performed admirably. You have not disappointed me." He continued without further ado, declaring that the leaders of this mission would be the three candidates for admiral, instructing everyone to heed their commands during the operation. With no other matters to discuss, he urged them to begin allocating tasks. I grant you 1 month to capture all the pests. At that time, I shall conduct a grand trial. With that, Sengoku departed without delay. As soon as Zhanghua vacated his seat, Crane followed suit. Upon exiting the conference room, Crane remarked, "Zhanghua, your thoughts are indeed commendable. We should make it a practice to engage in such endeavors regularly. It appears that great minds think alike, for I share your sentiments." After the Warring States period, Sakazuki and his companions began to allocate tasks. Just as they were fervently engaged in exterminating pests, Rosinante, acting on intelligence, located Don Quixote Doflamingo at a port in a certain nation. The two, being brothers, recognized each other the moment their gazes met. Doflamingo, filled with excitement, approached Rosinante and asked, "Are you Rosinante?" To which Rosinante, with an air of calmness, responded, "You are Doflamingo." "Indeed, I am your brother, Don Quixote Doflamingo." Doflamingo exclaimed, "I have no brother. My brother died 14 years ago." Rosinante's chilling statement took Doflamingo by surprise. Doflamingo then chuckled, "Rosinante, you've truly grown. How bold of you to speak to me this way. After all these years apart, I am your only blood relative. Are you truly unwilling to call me brother? I told you, my brother took his own life after murdering our father 14 years ago. I have no brother." With that, Rosinante turned to leave, causing Doflamingo's smile to fade. Doflamingo blocked Rosinante's path, his voice icy. "Rosinante, I thought you had matured, but it appears you remain the same as in childhood. Just as weak and naive as our father. If not for him, we would still be the revered celestial dragons, and our mother would not have perished. Even if I had not killed our father, he would have met his end regardless." "Enough, you fiend!" exclaimed Rosinante, transforming into his hybrid form and launching an attack at Doflamingo. Rather than feeling sorrow, Doflamingo was instead exhilarated by Rosinante's transformation. He had not anticipated that Rosinante was also a devil fruit user, and he quickly discerned that Rosinante's fruit was not an ordinary zoan type. As Doflamingo deftly evaded Rosinante's strikes, he inquired, "What devil fruit did you consume?" "I have consumed the zoan type, ancient species, dragon fruit, wind god pterosaur form. An ancient species with the ability to fly." "Rosinante, you truly are fortunate. Join our Don Quixote family. Together, we shall reclaim our rightful power. Let us unite to overthrow those celestial dragons who refuse to accept us, and make the Don Quixote family the sole nobility of this world. With your assistance, I envision our goals being realized more swiftly." Rosinante regarded the frenzied Doflamingo coldly, stating, "If you wish for me to join you, first defeat me. Mere words are insufficient." Doflamingo, amused, replied, "Do you truly believe that being a devil fruit user will enable you to defeat me? My devil fruit has already awakened. Let us see who prevails." After speaking, Doflamingo no longer remained on the defensive. He began to launch his own attacks. As the battle ensued, Doflamingo found himself astonished by Rosinante's formidable strength. He had never anticipated that his once weak brother had grown to possess such power. Without activating his awakened form, Doflamingo realized he could not overcome him. After all, the regenerative capabilities of a zoan-type devil fruit user were remarkably formidable, especially considering Rosinante was an ancient zoan, whose recovery abilities were even more extraordinary. What Doflamingo was unaware of was that Rosinante was deliberately concealing his mastery of the six powers. Otherwise, he would gain no advantage whatsoever. Observing the situation, Rosinante taunted, "With such meager strength, do you truly believe you can overthrow the celestial dragons? You might as well save your breath." In response, Doflamingo immediately entered his awakened form and unleashed his conqueror's haki to intimidate Rosinante, attempting to subjugate him with his overwhelming presence. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Rosinante had frequently trained with Sengoku over the years, who would always refine Rosinante's abilities with his own conqueror's haki. To Rosinante, Doflamingo's conqueror's haki was insignificant in comparison. If Sengoku's was that of an adult, then Doflamingo's was akin to that of a newborn infant. Doflamingo's haki held no sway over him whatsoever. Chapter 90. Controversy. The members of the Don Quixote family, observing from the sidelines, were equally astonished by the clash. They were well aware of Doflamingo's combat prowess, but had not anticipated that Rosinante possessed such formidable capabilities. Diamante remarked, "Should we assist Doflamingo?" To which Treble chuckled. "While Doflamingo's brother is indeed powerful, he is still no match for Doflamingo. Besides, intervening would surely displease him." Truly, the bloodline of the Don Quixote family was remarkable. The stronger Rosinante became, the more he could aid Doflamingo. Nearby, Pika, with his distinctive voice, interjected, "I wonder if Doflamingo's brother, attacking him upon their first meeting, will truly be of any help." Treble laughed. "Oh, Pika, you needn't worry about that. Given Doflamingo's charisma, he will undoubtedly support him. For Doflamingo is destined to become a king." Upon hearing Treble's words, the crowd fell silent, focusing intently on the battle before them. Clearly, Treble's sentiments resonated with them. Doflamingo's charismatic personality had captivated them, and they believed that Rosinante would inevitably be swayed by Doflamingo's allure as well. As Doflamingo enters his awakened state, he exerts an even greater pressure on Rosinante, and his attacks become unrestrained, clearly demonstrating his full commitment to the battle. Initially, Rosinante aimed to defeat Doflamingo directly, however. Upon witnessing Doflamingo's transformation, he relinquishes that notion. This does not signify his surrender, rather, he becomes increasingly earnest in his efforts. Although Doflamingo's devil fruit has indeed awakened, his combat is not without its challenges, as the duration of his awakening is still relatively brief, and many of his abilities remain undeveloped. Confronting the physically formidable Rosinante proves to be quite taxing on his stamina. The battle raged from dawn until dusk, culminating in Rosinante succumbing to unconsciousness at the hands of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Yet Doflamingo himself was not unscathed. His strength was nearly depleted. Ultimately, it was the other members of the Don Quixote family who assisted him back to their pirate ship. This confrontation utterly devastated the port of the nation. Soon, news of the event spread, and although the newspaper featured an image of Rosinante in his beast form, Sengoku recognized him immediately. In response, Sengoku promptly issued a bounty for Rosinante. Few were aware of Rosinante's devil fruit powers, and with his disguise, the likelihood of his exposure was minimal. Following Rosinante's successful integration into the Don Quixote family, Fujitora sought to request his return from Sengoku, who, however, declined, harboring concerns for his surrogate son's safety. Even for the sake of the surgical fruit, Sengoku deemed it necessary for Fujitora to remain by Rosinante's side. The anti-corruption campaign was in full swing. Initially, the veteran Marines believed that there were not many who had betrayed justice. However, upon reviewing the detailed list and the crimes committed by those implicated, the veterans were taken aback, followed by a wave of indignation. They had not anticipated so many traitors lurking within their ranks. Had it not been for the rational voices urging caution, they surely would have rushed to apprehend those vermin. The older soldiers were incensed, and one can only imagine the fervor of the younger, more impassioned recruits. Were it not for the intervention of Sakazuki and his companions, this group of hotheads would have charged out recklessly. The Marines spent a full 2 days compiling the criminal records of these traitors. It was on the third day that they commenced the apprehension of the vermin. Under the leadership of Sakazuki and his associates, the operation proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Most of the captured Marines confessed readily, while some, relying on their seniority, stubbornly refused to admit their guilt, even when presented with irrefutable evidence. Ultimately, it was Sengoku's commands relayed via telephone that compelled these miscreants to confess. Despite the complexities, the operation unfolded with relative success. However, given the sheer number of traitors, the duration of the apprehension was extended, and several Marines with influential connections received word and fled beforehand. To address this, Sakazuki and his companions took matters into their own hands, successfully capturing these fugitives. Time passed swiftly, and a month had elapsed. The naval operations against the pests had reverberated throughout the vast ocean, bringing immense joy to the common folk, who grew increasingly fond of the Navy. Conversely, the aristocrats and royalty perceived this campaign not as a purge of vermin, but as a means to eliminate dissenting factions. Even the 5 elder stars took an interest in the matter. Fortunately, Sengoku had forewarned Kong, who adeptly managed the situation, sparing Sengoku the need for extensive discourse. Most pirates found amusement in the spectacle, as instances of the Navy battling itself were indeed rare. Within the Navy, divergent opinions emerged. One faction wholeheartedly supported the initiative, while another criticized the review committee for its excessive rigor. In a fleeting moment, the Navy became the focal point of the entire ocean's attention, leading to some unrest within its ranks. Thankfully, after the review committee apprehended all the pests, Sengoku promptly organized a nationwide live trial on Judicial Island, which brought the situation to a satisfactory conclusion. All implicated sailors confessed to their transgressions, with those guilty of lesser crimes sentenced to imprisonment and impelled down, while the more serious offenders faced capital punishment. Given the sheer number of individuals involved, the trial itself spanned a week, with the live broadcast lasting the same duration. Once the populace witnessed the Navy's decisive actions, dissenting voices evaporated entirely. No one could dispute the Navy's commendable conduct, particularly those who had suffered under the grip of the pests. Many expressed their gratitude publicly, yet a few unscrupulous individuals attempted to frame sailors. The review committee took such accusations seriously and scrutinized the claims. Should any issues arise during the investigations, those sailors would be promptly dealt with. However, it was evident that these were false allegations, and Sengoku would not hesitate to act firmly against those who sought to defame his men. In the wake of the accusations, Sengoku swiftly apprehended those who had made false allegations, subsequently restoring the honor of the Marine soldiers. He also publicly unveiled the transgressions committed by those who slandered the Marines, ensuring their social disgrace. Following Sengoku's decisive actions, no one dared to make baseless accusations against the Marines again. Within the conference room of the Marine headquarters, Sengoku convened a meeting with all senior military officials. The results of the recent investigation were indeed shocking. I had not anticipated the presence of so many corrupt elements within our naval ranks. These individuals, cloaked in the guise of justice, have perpetrated numerous cruel acts. Alarmingly, these corrupt members are not limited to the lower ranks of the Marines. Even those present at our meeting hold positions of authority. Fortunately, the timely investigation has averted a potential crisis that could have escalated within our Navy. Chapter 91. Methods of Prevention. For over half an hour, Sengoku spoke without pause. Although his lengthy discourse contained some hollow inquiries, no one dared to doze off. Even those who might have slacked off were attentively listening. Karp listened intently, and naturally, the others refrained from any misconduct. They found themselves unable to voice their discontent regarding the situation. After finishing, Sengoku signaled to Tsuru, indicating for her to speak. However, before she could utter a word, Sakazuki stood up prematurely. Admiral Sengoku, I propose that this inspection group should not be disbanded. Only with the continuous existence of the inspection group can those with treacherous intentions be deterred from betraying justice. The inspection group must scrutinize every officer at all times. After all, if an officer becomes a parasite, the threat is far greater than that posed by a mere low-ranking Marine. Upon hearing Sakazuki's remarks, Sengoku smiled and replied, Your suggestion is indeed commendable, Sakazuki. The inspection cannot be a one-time affair. The expressions of the officers in the conference room darkened at this statement. They had no intention of engaging in corruption, yet the thought of being monitored by these newcomers to prevent future misdeeds was intolerable. However, remembering the fates of those executed for their crimes, they dared not voice their objections. Yet, the notion of not disbanding the inspection group posed a problem. If it remained intact, any members who succumbed to corruption would exacerbate the situation. After all, if the inspectors themselves were tainted, what could they possibly uncover? Furthermore, the idea of constant scrutiny over every officer seemed excessively extreme. Those present were all individuals still committed to justice. Vice Admiral Tsuru, please share your thoughts. Sengoku prompted. Tsuru nodded and stood, saying, I suggest that our Navy conduct irregular inspections. The personnel assigned to the inspection group should not be fixed, ensuring greater fairness. We need not fear that crimes committed by Marines will go unnoticed. This very inspection has uncovered offenses from as far back as 20 years ago. Time does not erase wrongdoing. Once a crime is committed, traces remain, and those traces can indeed be discovered by the inspectors. This approach alleviates our officers from the anxiety of constant surveillance, as the feeling of suspicion is unpleasant. We must not allow ourselves to become disorganized internally. However, we must maintain a sense of urgency. Since we wield power, we cannot afford to be careless in its exercise. The presence of the inspection group will ultimately benefit your work. Well said, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Let us proceed as she suggests. Sengoku exclaimed, leading the praise for Tsuru. Simultaneously, the expressions of the officers in the conference room brightened considerably. A certain officer rose and proposed, Commander Zhangguo, I suggest enabling the Marines to report any misconduct. This approach would not only mitigate the risk of errors among the Marines, but also conserve considerable human and material resources. Additionally, we ought to reward those who come forward with reports. However, such reports must be substantiated with evidence to prevent baseless accusations, which could yield counterproductive outcomes. Subsequently, numerous officers shared their perspectives, and Commander Zhangguo accepted all reasonable suggestions. Yet, as time passed, he gradually recognized the necessity of implementing measures to deter the Marines from succumbing to the temptations of corruption. In the midst of the warring states, a voice emerged, proclaiming, I possess two viable solutions to remedy this predicament. The majority of those corrupt naval personnel betrayed justice primarily out of self-serving greed, with only a scant few succumbing to their deviant psychologies. Firstly, I propose an augmentation of salaries for all naval personnel. Such a measure would ensure that their loyalty to justice remains steadfast, irrespective of the allure of personal gain. Secondly, I advocate for enhanced benefits for retired naval officers who have devoted their lives to the noble cause of justice. It is imperative that we do not allow their twilight years to be marred by hardship. Furthermore, I suggest the introduction of a new curriculum and activity at the Naval Academy. In the past, we have solely focused on strengthening the physical prowess of our sailors, neglecting the vital aspect of their psychological fortitude, which has contributed to their betrayal of justice. Therefore, I intend to establish a course dedicated to nurturing a sense of justice among the cadets, mandating that each student attends at least 2 sessions weekly. Additionally, I propose a regular initiative wherein cadets visit retired disabled veterans, allowing these esteemed individuals to share their experiences of a life dedicated to justice. Of course, the specifics of implementation require thorough discussion before we can finalize our approach. The proposals put forth by Sengoku were met with unanimous approval. As both suggestions were undeniably advantageous to the Marines, no one would be foolish enough to oppose them. Subsequently, several officers, aligning with Sengoku's vision, presented a plethora of ideas, such as establishing academies and other major branches to facilitate the education of Marines and inviting retired or incapacitated Marines to return for teaching roles. Naturally, such beneficial proposals were readily accepted, particularly given the Navy's abundant resources, which seemed inexhaustible. As discussions began to wind down, Sengoku interjected, advising those wishing to continue the discourse to do so privately, to compile their refined suggestions and submit them for his consideration. If they were feasible, he would certainly implement them. For now, this matter was concluded, as he intended to address a subject that could profoundly alter the course of events. With that, Sengoku gestured to Borsellino, who instantly grasped his intent. Borsellino vanished from the conference room, and shortly thereafter, several Marines entered, carrying an assortment of peculiar fruits adorned with strange patterns. The Warring States observed the scene and remarked with a smile, "This is what I wish to introduce to you all. These fruits are devil fruits, and they are all artificial devil fruits created by Dr. Caesar and his team. These artificial devil fruits bear no distinction from the ordinary ones." Upon hearing this, the majority of the generals in the conference room were left in a state of astonishment, having never encountered such an abundance of devil fruits in their lifetime. After the discussion of the Warring States period, 2 soldiers, whose military achievements were commendable, expressed their willingness to consume the artificial devil fruits. One soldier ingested the artificial devil fruit of the Zoan type, specifically the cat fruit, tiger form. The other consumed the artificial devil fruit of the Zoan type, namely the bird fruit, golden eagle form. Upon consumption, both men exhibited expressions of distaste and subsequently transformed into their beast forms, followed by a transition into their hybrid forms. Following this display, the initially skeptical officers were entirely convinced of the legitimacy of the 100 devil fruits laid out before them. The undeniable evidence presented before them left no room for doubt. Some officers approached the 2 soldiers, urging them to continue demonstrating their abilities, eager to ascertain whether the artificial devil fruits possessed any flaws. Meanwhile, others remained fixated on the array of devil fruits on the table. In Chapter 92, titled "Are All Capable Individuals?", a few officers were left utterly speechless, and the atmosphere in the conference room rapidly grew cacophonous. In the Warring States period, a glance from the leader signaled to Carp beside him. Reluctantly, Carp uttered a word, and the entire conference room fell into a profound silence. Looking at the generals who had once again taken their seats, Sengoku smiled and said, "There is no need for concern, my esteemed colleagues. In truth, the artificial devil fruits were developed over a year ago. However, the defects at that time were rather significant, which is why they were not disclosed. Now, after a year of experimentation, these artificial devil fruits exhibit no flaws whatsoever and are indistinguishable from ordinary devil fruits. Remarkably, they are so well crafted that they too fear the sea and sea stone." One of the officers inquired, "Commander Sengoku, I noticed that the 2 Marines who consumed the artificial devil fruits both received Zoan types. Does this imply that artificial devil fruits can only produce Zoan types?" "You are correct. Currently, the artificial devil fruits can indeed only yield Zoan types, and we are unable to create even the ancient Zoan varieties, let alone the Logia or mythical Zoan types. However, this is merely a temporary limitation. Dr. Caesar assures me that, given time, he can produce ancient Zoan, mythical Zoan, and paramecia types as well. What about the natural type devil fruits, Commander Sengoku? Can they be manufactured?" "Dr. Caesar informed me that natural type devil fruits are the most challenging to create, and it is possible they may never be produced. Furthermore, we are uncertain how much time it will take to develop the ancient and mythical types. The purpose of bringing these artificial devil fruits is to reward you by allowing your Marines to consume them, thereby enhancing the strength of your fleet. Of course, you may choose to consume them yourself if you wish. Your military achievements grant you that privilege. My intention is for you to wait until the ancient-type artificial devil fruits are produced before partaking. While these artificial devil fruits are plentiful and relatively easy to manufacture, they do come at a considerable cost. You must exercise discretion in distributing them to your subordinates. Each type of Zoan devil fruit can be requested from headquarters, and as long as it is a Zoan type, it can be produced. The criteria for consuming artificial devil fruits are straightforward. One must possess sufficient military merit and pass a review demonstrating a strong sense of justice. The specific standards for requesting devil fruits will be communicated to you later. How wonderful! With these artificial devil fruits, won't all the Marines on my ship become capable individuals? The officer's words resonated with many of the generals, clearly reflecting their sentiments. His voice was loud enough for Sengoku to hear. Let go of the notion of a ship full of devil fruit users. Even if your Marines possess sufficient military merit and pass the review, they cannot all remain aboard your vessel after consuming the devil fruits. You must remember that our battlefield is the sea, not the land. The thought of an entire ship filled with abilities is rather audacious. Each ship's complement of devil fruit users must not exceed 70%. At least 30% of the crew must remain as ordinary Marines. Kappa concurred, stating that Warlord's assertion was indeed correct. The devil fruits undeniably enhance the combat prowess of our Marines. However, we must not overlook the importance of our inherent strength. Both Sifa and I are not users of such powers. Even among the crew of the former Pirate King, Roger, there were but a few who possessed these abilities. You fellows must not forsake your foundational skills. Relying solely on the devil fruits while neglecting to hone your own capabilities would be folly. Should a vessel composed entirely of devil fruit users encounter a maritime disaster, the entire crew would meet their demise. After the words exchanged between the warring states and Carp, those officers who had contemplated acquiring additional artificial devil fruits abandoned their thoughts. They were well aware that a fleet composed entirely of devil fruit users was unwise. However, they had momentarily forgotten this in the wake of their astonishment at the power of these artificial creations. In response to the situation, the warring states continued. Concerning the matter of artificial devil fruits, there is another point I must address. It has come to my attention that on your warships, there are various fishmen soldiers. You must not entertain the notion of denying these fishmen soldiers access to the artificial devil fruits simply because of their fierce prowess in naval combat. Such a thought should be cast aside. Should you harbor it, you may find yourselves escorted away by the inspection team. As long as the military accomplishments of the fishmen soldiers reflect righteousness and valor, their desire for the devil fruits must be met with an application to the headquarters, irrespective of their race. However, it is imperative that you clearly communicate the drawbacks of the devil fruits to them. After elucidating these drawbacks, allow them to make their own choice. At this point, Crane cleared her throat several times. The warring states period has reached a point where it is time to discuss other matters. We have sufficiently addressed the topic of artificial devil fruits. And now I shall shift the focus to another intriguing subject. Dr. Caesar and his team have not only succeeded in creating artificial devil fruits, but have also devised a method to imbue weapons with the powers of these fruits. It is difficult to articulate this in just a few words, so I shall demonstrate it directly for you. With that, the warring states picked up a seemingly ordinary knife from the table and gestured for Carp to approach. As Sengoku approached Carp, he unsheathed his blade and swung it toward him. The distance between them rendered the strike ineffective, leading onlookers to believe Sengoku intended merely to intimidate Carp with the notion of a slash. However, in a surprising turn, the sword in Sengoku's grasp morphed into a colossal, symbolic blade aimed at Carp. Although momentarily taken aback by the astonishing transformation of the weapon, Carp effortlessly parried the attack, demonstrating his mastery of combat. As Sengoku observed the situation, he once again grasped a blade and swung it towards Carp. This time, the weapon underwent a transformation, not into a sword resembling its original form, but into a tiger-shaped dagger. After striking Carp, Sengoku did not linger. He swiftly sheathed both blades, which reverted to their ordinary appearance as he did so. The conference room, apart from the few individuals who had already witnessed this spectacle, was left in stunned silence. Subsequently, Sengoku picked up a commonplace firearm. Once he assumed a proper aiming stance, the gun astonishingly morphed into a monkey, with its mouth becoming the barrel. Observing the monkey's gun barrel aimed at him, Carp began to shift his position, though his movements were not particularly swift. Nevertheless, the monkey relentlessly fired, each bullet finding its mark upon Carp, with not a single shot going astray. After the battle, Sengoku directly took the monkey that had been perched upon his shoulder into his hands. Once in Sengoku's grasp, the monkey transformed into a mere firearm. The remaining Sengoku chose not to continue the exhibition. Zhangguo cast a satisfied smile upon the astonished assembly of generals. As he and Karp resumed their seats, the officers gradually emerged from their state of shock. Chapter 93. The Devil Fruit Weapon. What I have just demonstrated is the result of the research conducted by Dr. Caesar and his team, a weapon imbued with the power of the Devil Fruit, which I have dubbed the Devil Fruit Weapon. This extraordinary armament not only possesses the form of a zoan-type Devil Fruit animal, but it also significantly enhances the weapon's combat capabilities. All of you may apply for the Devil Fruit weapons. The criteria for application are identical to those for the artificial Devil Fruits, as each Devil Fruit weapon necessitates the consumption of an artificial Devil Fruit. Moreover, this technology is not limited to weaponry. Any inanimate object can harness the power of the Devil Fruit. That is all I wish to convey. If there are no further matters, we shall adjourn, for the hour is indeed late. With that, Zhangguo was the first to depart. However, as he rose from his seat, he was swiftly blocked by a throng of officers eager to request artificial Devil Fruits and the Devil Fruit weapons. Originally, the warring states intended for them to seek the crane, but to their astonishment, the crane and its companions had vanished without a trace. In light of the circumstances, Sengoku had no choice but to personally arrange for these officers to acquire artificial Devil Fruits and weapons imbued with the essence of Devil Fruits. Fortunately, Sengoku did not have to handle every matter himself. He escorted these officers to the scientific division at headquarters, where the scientists meticulously documented their requests. Subsequently, the recorded information was submitted to Sengoku for review, and only upon his approval could the officers obtain their desired items. Although the number of high-ranking officials was limited, Sengoku conducted a thorough examination of each application. Consequently, the following day, he established a dedicated department to manage this process. As the artificial Devil Fruits and their weaponry gained renown within the Navy, several young pirates began to emerge prominently, with the most notable being the red-haired pirates. Shanks, akin to Roger, swiftly gathered a formidable group of allies. Meanwhile, Kaido, having unified Wano country, began to showcase his might. Charlotte Linling's nation was also taking shape. With the Navy's assistance, Crocodile and Moria ascended to become sovereigns of the underworld, their strengths escalating dramatically, almost unfathomable compared to their counterparts in the previous generation's narratives. Most of the Revolutionary Army's senior officials also started to come into the limelight, with Dragon being the most renowned among them. Mihawk's reputation began to rise as well. The famed swordsman continuously challenged the strongest sword fighters of the seas, although he had yet to earn the title of the world's greatest swordsman. The name Hawkeye was already circulating widely. The Don Quixote family also carved out a significant position in the underworld, initiating interactions with formidable pirates. Conversely, the strongest pirate crew, the Whitebeard pirates, remained relatively inactive. Some audacious souls attempted to challenge Whitebeard, yet they never even caught a glimpse of him, as they were swiftly defeated by his crew. Over the years, the only time Whitebeard intervened was to combat those pirates who preyed upon innocent civilians. In this regard, the flag of the Whitebeard pirates began to hold more significance in the New World than even that of the Navy, establishing Whitebeard as a de facto king without a crown. Although the Navy's power continued to grow, the unrelenting demands of the celestial dragons and the nobility of various nations led to an exponential increase in the number of pirates, and the world remained fraught with turmoil. 2 years have elapsed, and the latest World Conference has just concluded. Thanks to the efforts of Sengoku and the Fishman Kingdom, it has become a member state of the world government, thereby acquiring the privilege to participate in the World Conference. With only 50 seats available, the addition of the Fishman Kingdom necessitated the removal of another nation's privilege. Naturally, this led to resentment from that nation towards the Fishman Kingdom. In a bid for vengeance, the king of that nation devised a singular method of retribution to place a bounty on the Fishmen, hoping to capture a few as slaves to torment and vent his fury. However, upon venturing into the underground world, he discovered that the price of Fishman slaves was far beyond his means. Due to the presence of the Navy and the warlord Fisher Tiger, the cost of Fishman slaves had skyrocketed. Furthermore, with the Fishman Kingdom's newfound status as a member of the world government, the defensive capabilities of Fishman Island had also strengthened, resulting in an additional surge in slave prices. Just as Sengoku returned from Mariehua, he received shocking news that would reverberate throughout the world. Dragon, one of the warlords, had established a revolutionary army and had already overthrown the regime of a small nation. Although this nation was not particularly powerful, it was a member of the world government, and such an open provocation would not be tolerated by the Gorosei. In his office, Sengoku received this news not from the Marines, but from his own intelligence agency. Rather than focusing on Dragon, Sengoku's thoughts turned to the true protagonist of this world. In the flurry of recent events, he had nearly forgotten about Monkey D. Luffy, who, by now, was just over a year old. With this thought, Sengoku promptly dialed Garp's transponder snail. Bro, where are you now, Garp? What's up, Sengoku? I'm on leave back in my hometown. Has Dragon entrusted his child to you? Garp asked, astonished. That's not your concern right now. Hurry and bring your grandson back to headquarters. I know. I'll bring Luffy back when my leave is over. It's about time he and Ace became partners. Foolish Garp, are you still unaware of your son's actions? Sengoku proceeded to inform Garp of the situation regarding Dragon. After absorbing the information, Garp fell silent for a moment. Understood, Sengoku. I will bring Luffy back to headquarters immediately. But, is that truly wise? What if the Gorosei learn of it? Could they target Luffy? Perhaps it would be better to leave Luffy in the Goa Kingdom? Idiot. If the Gorosei truly wish to deal with Luffy, do you think he would be safe in the Goa Kingdom? What should Sengoku do then? There is no need for you to worry. Bring Luffy back to the headquarters. No one can contend with him, not even the 5 elders. Luffy is not merely connected to you as his grandfather. Both Zephyr and I also share that bond. Even the 5 elders must weigh the consequences of confronting Luffy. I understand, Sengoku. I shall return to the headquarters. After concluding the call, Sengoku began contemplating strategies to deal with the 5 elders. Before long, Tsuru entered Sengoku's office. Sengoku, why do you wear such a troubled expression? I have good news to share. As he gazed upward during the Warring States period, he noticed a giant man beside the crane, adorned with a barrier hat, clutching a Bible, and clad in garments brimming with bear motifs. His physique resembling that of a colossal bear. Chapter 94, Bartholomew the Bear. One could effortlessly discern that this individual was King Bartholomew Bear of the Salt Kingdom. Zhonghua laughed and said, So it is you, Little Crane. If you have any good news, do share it promptly. Little Crane cast a glance at Zhonghua and replied, This is Bartholomew Kuma. A pleasure to meet you, Marshal Zhonghua. After exchanging greetings with Bear, Warring States inquired, Might I ask what brings Bartholomew Kuma to my presence? Admiral Warring States, Kuma replied, I have come with the intention of becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. May I inquire why you aspire to attain such a title? Is there really no reason? I have also fulfilled the requirements to become one of the 7 warlords. Before Zhonghua could express any further thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by he. Why are you so concerned? Bartholomew Kuma is my recommendation for the Shichibukai. Not only does he meet the criteria, but he has also fulfilled all the requirements to become one of the Shichibukai. With Bartholomew Kuma, we will be just one step away from completing the Shichibukai roster. Upon observing the situation, Sengoku no longer wished to squander time on such matters. He consented to Bartholomew Kuma's ascension as one of the 7 warlords of the sea and subsequently devised a casual excuse to dismiss him. Thereafter, Sengoku summoned Zephyr, who had remained at the headquarters ever since Kazan and the others were appointed as candidates for the admiral position. Upon the arrival of Sengoku, he wasted no time in revealing to the 2 individuals the shocking news regarding Dragon's subversion of the small nations, as well as the matter concerning Luffy. Both listeners were taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. They had not anticipated that Dragon would dare to openly defy the world government. It became evident to them that their previous assumptions had been misguided. It was not merely that Dragon had grown weary of the darkness perpetuated by the world government, but rather that his departure from the Navy was a deliberate act aimed at overthrowing it. Suddenly, Tsuru exclaimed in anger, Sengoku, you mentioned that Dragon entrusted another child to Garp. However, I have yet to witness poor Asti, Ace's departure from headquarters. Whom did that child belong to? The offspring of Dragon? In the midst of the quandary, Sengoku remarked, It seems that Crane is not particularly concerned about the identity of that child's mother at this moment. What we ought to contemplate is how to address the 5 elders. After all, Dragon has publicly opposed the world government, and the Karp family will undoubtedly be affected. Crane, recognizing the gravity of the situation, decided not to squander any further time on this matter. Zifa interjected, Sengoku, Karp is a hero of our Navy. We must certainly protect him and his family. Sengoku concurred, Indeed, that is precisely my sentiment. We should deliberate on how best to secure the safety of Karp's family. I believe the 5 elders will refrain from targeting Karp, given his significant influence and prowess. Crane added, Sengoku, there is no need for extensive discussion. You can adopt a more assertive stance. Our previous apprehension towards the 5 elders stemmed from our dependency on the world government for funding. However, Our Navy is no longer in want of berries, and we can afford to be forthright with them now. They no longer hold leverage over us. It is not yet the time to sever ties. The combat capabilities of the five elders are formidable, and the celestial dragons possess the Knights of God. Should we provoke the world government, chaos will ensue across the globe, rendering us the pariahs of the world. Sengoku clarified. When did I ever suggest that you should confront the world government? I merely urged you to adopt a firmer stance. Subsequently, the trio conferred for a while longer, ultimately devising a plan to assert themselves and to communicate with Sara, seeking his assistance in articulating their position. After finishing the conversation with Kong, the telephone snail representing the five elders began to ring. Bururu. In the Warring States period, upon casting a glance at Zfa and he picked up the telephone insect and answered the call. As soon as Sengoku picked up the Din Din Mushi, a voice filled with fury erupted, chastising him. Sengoku. What a disgrace your navy has become. You have nurtured individuals who oppose the world government. Following this outburst, 5 distinct voices reprimanded Sengoku, conveying their disappointment in his inability to manage the navy effectively and meet their expectations. After enduring their tirade for some time, Sengoku feigned ignorance and inquired, Saint Satan, where have I fallen short to deserve such humiliation? Did I not just return from Mariewa, where you praised my leadership as superior to that of Admiral Kong? Why then, am I being scolded now? The maneuver executed by Sengoku left the 5 elders utterly speechless. Saint Satan remarked, we have only just learned of this news from CP0. It is understandable that Sengoku remains unaware, as the Navy's intelligence system has yet to acquire this information. Saint Nazashirin commented. That sinner who defies the world government was once a member of the Navy. Sengoku cannot evade responsibility. Saint Mars interjected, such discussions are futile. We must promptly inform Sengoku of the situation and urge him to activate the Demon Slayer order to swiftly eliminate those sinners. It is crucial to note that the most notorious individual hails from that very clan. The 5 elders exchanged glances, unanimously agreeing with Saint Mars's perspective. Subsequently, Saint Satan recounted to Sengoku and the others the events surrounding Dragon's overthrow of that small nation. In the narrative provided by Saint Satan and his companions, Dragon was depicted as utterly malevolent, with no mention of the atrocities committed by the royal family and aristocracy of that small nation, which resulted in the devastation of its citizens, leaving them to suffer in dire straits. Upon hearing this, Sengoku feigned astonishment, exclaiming, is this true? That rascal Dragon actually dared to commit such acts. Saint Satan retorted, are we in the habit of deceiving you? He continued, now that we have shared the details, you must swiftly initiate the Demon Slayer order to capture that sinner, Dragon. Saint Mazashirin added, Dragon's family must not be spared. The progeny of sinners cannot be allowed to persist. Indeed, the progeny of sinners must not be allowed to endure. After listening, Saint Zhongguo awkwardly remarked, Saint Satan. Our Navy's intelligence organization is unable to locate the Dragon, the sinner. Do not concern yourself with that. The CP0 agents will naturally seek you out. At that time, you simply need to cooperate with them in executing the Demon Extermination Order. Saint Satan, the family of Dragon is none other than Carp. Carp is a hero of our Navy. We cannot possibly turn against such a naval hero. Saint Mas scornfully retorted, what sort of naval hero is Carp? His son has defected from the Navy, becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Now he dares to openly oppose the world government. You two have stated that the traitor among us is Dragon, and it is Dragon who openly resists the world government. All of this is the doing of Dragon and has nothing to do with Carp. If we were to take action against Carp, how would the world perceive our Navy? Moreover, even if I commanded my subordinates to confront Carp, I suspect those fellows would merely pay lip service while secretly defying my orders. Furthermore, Carp's strength is not something ordinary individuals can contend with. Chapter 95. Good news. Saint Satan observed, indeed, it is insufficient to act against Carp. After all, Carp is a hero of the Navy, wielding immense influence. Setting aside the cost of taking Carp's life, should we fail and allow him to escape to join that rebellious organization, it would be disastrous. Saint Mas replied, there is no doubt about Carp's loyalty to us. The transgressions of the sinner should not be attributed to Carp. Subsequently, the 5 elders engaged in a fervent discussion, and soon they reached a consensus. For the time being, they would refrain from acting against Carp. The Navy and CP0 personnel must fully cooperate to ensure the capture of Dragon. Zhonghua gazed at the hung-up phone and chuckled. I never anticipated it would be resolved so effortlessly. He-chung cast a sidelong glance at Zhonghua and remarked, do not take advantage and play coy. With that, Qing promptly exited Zhang Guo's office, followed closely by Zfa. Shortly after their departure, Kazan entered the office. Zhang Guo cast a puzzled glance at Kazan and inquired, "Kazan, why have you come to me instead of attending to your duties? I don't recall this being your time off. If you are not on a mission, I happen to have a plethora of tasks awaiting attention. You may select a few to undertake." Kazan chuckled and replied, "Mr. Zhang Guo, I certainly have missions to fulfill. My visit is not a mere leisure stroll. Rather, I have significant matters to report to you." The warring states expressed astonishment. "Oh, Kazan, do you have good news to share with me as well? Pray tell. What splendid tidings do you bring?" Kazan replied, "Mr. Warring States, I have successfully invited a formidable individual to join the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. Would you not agree that this is indeed excellent news?" As Sengoku paused in his paperwork, he smiled and remarked, "This is indeed delightful news. Pray tell, whom have you invited?" "The Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, Mr. Sengoku. Surely you have heard of him. He is not only immensely powerful, but also not one to indulge in needless bloodshed." "Well done. But why has he not accompanied you?" "The number of pirates he has hunted is still insufficient. Thus, he could not join me." "I see. Once Dracul Mihawk has dispatched enough pirates, I shall ensure he is appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, you should swiftly return to your duties." Kazan's expression fell as he replied, "Mr. Sengoku, having secured a formidable ally like Dracul Mihawk for our navy, I believe I deserve a respite. Moreover, the seas have been remarkably tranquil lately, so taking a leave of absence would not pose any significant issues." Zhang Guo, without lifting his head, remarked, "A vacation? I too long for a respite. Ever since I ascended to the position of marshal, I have not experienced a moment of leisure." "But, Mr. Zhang Guo, you are the marshal. Our navy could manage without one of the reserve generals, but we cannot do without you. Please, grant me a brief reprieve. Just a week will suffice. 6 days, no less than 5. Sengoku helplessly remarked. "While it is not out of the question for Kazan to grant you leave during ordinary times, that is not feasible at present. No one is permitted to take leave now, not even that rascal Carp, who has also concluded his vacation and is hastening back to headquarters." Kazan, discerning the underlying gravity in Sengoku's words, responded with a serious expression, "Mr. Sengoku, has some significant event transpired? Even Mr. Carp has cut his leave short." In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, there was no concealment from Sengoku regarding Kazan. He openly revealed the matters concerning the dragon's opposition to the world government. How audacious of the dragon to act in such a manner, truly befitting the son of the esteemed Captain Garp. How will those in power address this situation? Will it inadvertently implicate Captain Garp? You, who have adopted such undesirable traits from Garp, refrain from interrupting my discourse. Should you dare to interject again, I shall withhold my revelations." At that, Kazan promptly sealed his lips, casting a fawning glance at Sengoku. In light of the circumstances, Sengoku felt compelled to disclose the plan regarding the 5 elders to Kazan. Upon hearing this, Kazan, relieved that there was no connection to Garp, murmured, "It seems our next encounter will find us as adversaries." "What are you mumbling about, Kazan? I've told you everything you need to know. Shouldn't you hasten to execute your mission?" After bidding farewell to Sengoku with a smile, Kazan departed from Sengoku's office without lingering in Marineford. Once aboard the warship, he instructed the sailors to expedite the resupply process, and upon completion, he set off to fulfill his mission. He was acutely aware that once the news of Dragon reached the newspapers and spread throughout the world, it would undoubtedly disrupt the current tranquility of the seas. The following day, the headlines of major newspapers indeed featured the news of Dragon's overthrow of a member state and the establishment of the Revolutionary Army. Much like the intelligence from CP0, reports concerning the members of the Revolutionary Army exclusively focused on Dragon, with no mention of any others. Although only Dragon's name was highlighted, anyone with a modicum of intelligence understood that even the overthrow of a small nation could not be achieved single-handedly. The Revolutionary Army must have been covertly formed long ago, comprising numerous members. Otherwise, such a swift coup would have been impossible. This news swiftly captured the attention of many. The royalty and nobility were filled with intense hatred towards the Revolutionary Army, with the more cowardly among them even seeking the protection of the navy. Conversely, many others rejoiced. The common folk, who had not yet succumbed to apathy, felt elated upon seeing such reports, regardless of their veracity. Some of the bolder individuals even took the initiative to join the Revolutionary Army. Meanwhile, opportunistic pirates began to plunder, and the once calm seas were thrown into chaos by Dragon's actions. Within his office, Sengoku perused the newspaper, observing the reports with an unperturbed demeanor. Noticing this, he activated his system. Are there any missions available? Rescue the CEO's son. The CEO of the main company has drawn the attention of a rival firm to coerce him. The rival's associates are attempting to kidnap his son. Your mission is to rescue the CEO's son. Mission reward: randomly enhance the proficiency of one ability. Mission completion: 80. Upon completing the task, Zhangguo comprehended its essence. The system then issued a new mission, which filled Zhangguo with astonishment. Has the system undergone a transformation? Since your awakening, you have never released 2 tasks within a single day. I have not issued 2 tasks today. The previous one was announced yesterday. How could I have been unaware of yesterday's task? Naturally, you wouldn't know since you failed to check the task panel. Chapter 96. The Unseen Reward. Upon hearing the system's response, Zhangguo's expression darkened immediately. Before he could voice his grievances, the system interjected, "Host, please refrain from tarnishing my reputation with such sordid thoughts. Indeed, there have been numerous tasks of which you were unaware, yet I have duly granted you the rewards for those you have completed, though you may not have realized it. Should you doubt my words, I can present all the tasks that have appeared before you, and you shall come to understand." Noticing Zhangguo's silence, the system promptly displayed the tasks previously assigned to him. Task: Journey through time. Reward: Issued. Task: Perfectly completed day's tasks. Reward: A bag of rice. Reward: Issued. Task: Work overtime. Reward: A late night snack. Reward: Issued. Task: Exterminate pests. Reward: Issued. Zhangguo gazed at the myriad of tasks and rewards displayed on the panel, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the system would issue such a plethora of assignments, although most of the rewards were not particularly generous. Zhangguo felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he beheld the numerous tasks he had accomplished. Zhangguo has come to understand why an abundance of household items seems to appear inexplicably within his abode. Despite the fact that he had not received late-night snacks from the maritime soldiers during his extended hours at work, such refreshments mysteriously materialized in his office. Initially, Zhangguo presumed that his engrossment in tasks had caused him to overlook these occurrences. However, it has now become evident that these were indeed rewards bestowed by the system. Are these all rewards for the tasks I have completed? Does this imply the existence of unfulfilled tasks as well? That is a given. Yet I would advise the host to refrain from delving into this matter. The Warring States period retorted, "Why shouldn't I go see it? There is no particular reason. It is merely a benevolent reminder. If the host wishes to see it, I shall present it at once." The Warring States period is certainly intriguing. Yet I found myself regretting not having completed it. After a week of relentless overtime, the task promised a McDonald's meal set, including a McFlurry, yet I failed the task. After a month of continuous work, the task offered an enhancement in the mastery of armament hockey, but I failed. After a year of unwavering dedication, the task promised a formidable technique, yet I failed. After vanquishing 10 opponents in succession, the task promised a weapon of exceptional quality with the option to choose, yet I failed. As Sengoku gazed upon the multitude of failed tasks, far exceeding those he had completed, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. The moment he realized he had lost a portion of the wheat whirlwind, he felt an overwhelming reluctance to continue his examination. Yet, driven by the desire to ascertain what rewards had slipped through his fingers, he bore the heartache and persisted in his scrutiny. Upon completing his review, the solace he had derived from the accomplished tasks dissipated entirely, leaving him at a loss for words, gripped by anguish. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Sengoku turned his ire towards the system. "You have caused me to forfeit such substantial rewards. You must compensate me." "Host, why should I compensate you? You cannot blame me for your losses. The rewards you forfeited are solely your own fault. Who compelled you to neglect your tasks? If you had only reminded me, I would have surely completed those tasks." Sengoku retorted vehemently. "Host, I will not compensate you. It was your own laziness that led to your failure to notice the tasks. Had you diligently checked the task panel daily, you would not have missed them. Moreover, I lack the authority to inform you of any tasks." With that, the system fell silent, feigning indifference. After a brief period of cursing the system, Sengoku found it futile and ceased his tirade. Subsequently, he cultivated the habit of frequently checking the task panel during his idle moments. As the 5 elders contemplated strategies against Carp, a sense of urgency ignited within Sengoku. While the Navy appeared formidable at present, he recognized that their strength was still insufficient. With this realization, he resolved to seek out Fujitora. Thus, he instructed his intelligence agency to commence the search for Fujitora, yet the information he provided was dated from 20 years hence, significantly complicating the agency's task of locating him. After a long night of overtime during the Warring States period, just as I was preparing to leave and rest, I was taken aback by the sudden entrance of Garp, cradling a child of approximately 1 year old in his arms. Upon encountering Garp and Luffy, Sengoku was taken aback. Garp, how have you arrived so swiftly? Logically, it should take at least 2 days to travel from your hometown to the headquarters. How is it that you have made such haste? That is old news, Sengoku. The speed of our warships has significantly improved. I have been sailing at full speed to reach here. Enough of that. What did the Gorosei say? I will not permit them to harm Luffy. In a light-hearted manner, Sengoku patted Garp on the shoulder and playfully pinched Luffy's chubby cheek, exclaiming, "Rest assured. Thanks to our efforts, the Gorosei will not take any action against you or Luffy." Have you just arrived at headquarters? Sengoku inquired. Indeed. I just disembarked from the warship and came to find you with Luffy. Garp replied. Then you must have missed dinner. Come with me to my home, and we can discuss how to accommodate this rascal Luffy. Garp, with unrestrained joy, exclaimed, Wonderful. I am absolutely famished, Sengoku. Be sure to prepare plenty of food. Before long, the trio arrived at Sengoku's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Zephyr and Tsuru. The group then proceeded into Sengoku's home. Once inside, Tsuru unleashed her ire upon Garp and Dragon, leaving Garp utterly speechless under her scolding. Meanwhile, Sengoku, preoccupied with preparing the ingredients, could only offer silent support to Garp and Dragon in his heart. After preparing all the dishes, Zhangguo returned to the living room only to discover that he was still scolding Kubo. Seeing the situation, Sengoku directly exclaimed, Dinner time. Dinner time. Where can I find food? I'm hungry. Upon hearing the mention of food, young Luffy instantly awakened. He rushed to Garp and said, Grandpa, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Luffy's adorable tones softened even the anger in Garp's heart, who playfully snatched Luffy and said, Come with Granny Hina. She will take you to eat. Without hesitation, Luffy followed Granny Hina. As Luffy indulged in his meal, the others tacitly refrained from discussing serious matters. Young Luffy ate with remarkable speed and soon filled his belly, after which he lay down in Garp's embrace and fell asleep. Observing Luffy's slumber, Garp inquired, Is there truly no problem with Luffy? What on earth has Dragon done? Is it true that he went to annihilate a nation? How could he possibly destroy a country all by himself? The Warring States period provided no extensive explanation, directly delivering the intelligence regarding the dragon's destruction of nations to Garp. Upon reading it, Garp was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself, No wonder that fellow chose to betray the Navy. It was for this reason. Chapter 97. Ace is, astonishingly, the son of Roger, Sengoku remarked. For Dragon to muster a force so swiftly, it is evident that he must have established this organization long ago. We were completely oblivious to it, and this organization likely came into existence immediately after Dragon's defection from our Navy. It is quite possible that there are Dragon's agents within our ranks. Zifa concurred, indeed. Dragon's innate talent is on par with that of Kazan and the others. The Revolutionary Army's ideology is remarkably compelling. I believe that following this incident, many will flock to Dragon's side, as there exists a considerable number of individuals who harbor animosity towards the world government. In the midst of the Warring States period, shall we mobilize to confront Dragon? With our current combat strength, augmented by the prowess of the 7 warlords of the sea, we are undoubtedly capable of defeating him. While Dragon has yet to commit a grave error, we still have the chance to spare his life. Garp exclaimed in anger, if action is indeed required, I shall personally apprehend that scoundrel Dragon. We cannot allow one individual to jeopardize the entire Navy. Observing Garp's fervent demeanor, Sengoku raised his hand to signal him to calm down. Garp, do not be so agitated. Our Navy's current mission is not to engage Dragon. We are well aware of Dragon's abilities. Capturing him will not be an easy feat. Let the CP0 agents seek him out. As Tsuru mentioned, it is certain that there are individuals loyal to Dragon within our ranks, and not in insignificant numbers. After all, we joined the Navy to fight for justice, not to serve the world government, the aristocracy, or the celestial dragons. Previously, we lacked the capability to resist and were constantly constrained by the world government. Others viewed us as mere lapdogs of that institution. However, the situation has changed, and we no longer need to heed their whims. Tsuru's pupils narrowed in realization. Sengoku, you cannot be suggesting. Do not worry, little Tsuru, the time is not yet ripe. Although our purges have diminished the presence of world government affiliates within our ranks, we cannot ascertain if any remain. Moreover, Our Navy's strength is not yet sufficient to decisively defeat the world government. We still require time. Initially, I feared that our actions might be detected by those individuals. But now, with Dragon diverting their attention, we can avoid the arduous task of concealment. Dragon's organization is indeed formidable. Yet mere ideology alone cannot overturn the world government's 800-year reign. Karp inquired, perplexed. What are you speaking of, Sengoku? Tsuru replied, that is of no concern to you. Simply know that we will not pursue Dragon, and you need not worry about your grandson's safety. In recent years, I have harbored certain suspicions regarding your actions, yet I never anticipated that you would articulate them so candidly. Zhanghua smiled and said, it is because I have faith in you all. Since I have divulged this grand secret, I shall also lay bare the matter concerning Ace. Hichi, with a puzzled expression, inquired, what secret does Ace hold? Isn't Ace merely the grandson of Garp? Could it be that Ace is not Garp's grandson? You are indeed quite astute. Hichi Ace is, in fact, not Garp's grandson. You have misdirected your reproaches towards Garp all these years. The specifics of why this is the case, I shall leave for you to elucidate. Garp, witnessing the unfolding conversation, remarked, is Zhanghua truly going to reveal this? Go ahead. I had no intention of keeping it from you two for long. Now that Ace is already 3 years old, it is indeed time to disclose the truth. With that, Garp proceeded to clarify Ace's lineage. Zfa, taken aback, exclaimed, Ace is, astonishingly, the son of Roger. Zhanghua gazed at him in astonishment and remarked, little he, judging by your expression, you appear unfazed. What could be the reason for this? I had long suspected that Ace was not the grandson of Karp. It was only upon meeting this child, Luffy, that I solidified my conjecture. Even if you choose not to divulge at this time, I would still embark on an investigation. Ace is a good child. Yet it seems that Port Gasti, Rouge harbors some secrets. In the midst of the tumultuous times of the warring states, Sengoku confidently declared that there was no need to concern oneself with Port Asti, Rouge, for she would not stir any significant trouble. Our focus must be on nurturing Ace into an exemplary Marine, especially considering that he is the son of Roger. His innate talent is undeniable. With Ace and Luffy, the future of our Navy seems assured. As Sengoku pondered, he felt compelled to seek out Sabo, for the bond among the three brothers must not be allowed to fade. Indeed, Ace's potential is formidable. At merely 3 years of age, he has already exhibited talents that surpass those of his peers. Without a doubt, Ace is destined to become an outstanding Marine. However, it is imperative that neither Ace nor Luffy be entrusted to the unreliable guidance of their grandfather, Garp. Zeph agreed, stating that Dragon's prowess is also remarkable. Should the two of them choose to follow in Dragon's footsteps and become rogue pirates, it would spell disaster for the Navy. Furthermore, the more powerful we help them become, the greater the threat they pose to the world. Thus, it is absolutely essential that Garp not be allowed to mentor Luffy and Ace. Kong glanced at Sengoku and remarked, what is your perspective, Sengoku? You are the fleet admiral now. Ultimately, this decision rests with you. After a chuckle, Sengoku turned to Karp and inquired, what is your perspective, Karp? Karp lowered his head, feeling too embarrassed to respond. Sengoku added, there is no need to ask Karp. Your decision is one he could never refuse. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku remarked, in that case, I shall take it upon myself to make the decision. While it is true that Garp may not be the most suitable father, I believe he could fulfill the role of a grandfather adequately. Ace is a testament to this. He held great affection for Garp. It is understandable that a child might deviate somewhat when Garp is frequently called away on missions. Our cadre of high-ranking Navy officials bringing their children along does seem rather unreasonable. Let us allow them to attend the Naval Academy for their education. Zifa interjected, Sengoku. One of them is over 3 years old, and the other has yet to reach one. What could they possibly learn at the Naval Academy? This is sheer folly. I certainly do not consent to this. Indeed, there was some merit to his argument. Their ages were quite tender. Furthermore, should they be allowed to attend, there would undoubtedly be whispers suggesting that Ace and Luffy, as grandsons of the hero Garp, gained entry through nepotism. Such precedents could jeopardize your purging efforts. Observing Zifa's objections, Sengoku chuckled. I understand your concerns. My intention is not to send Luffy and the others to the Naval Academy. Rather, I propose that we establish kindergartens, elementary schools, and middle schools akin to those in other nations within our headquarters. Moreover, we need not worry about enrollment. I have witnessed numerous children of officers running about in Marineford during this time. Allowing them to squander their youth is simply unacceptable. I believe the other officers will have no grounds to oppose this initiative, as they too are concerned about the proper education of their children. Upon hearing Sengoku's reasoning, the tension on Tsuru and Zifa's faces dissipated. As the situation unfolded, Zhang Guo continued. As for the selection of teachers, I entrust that responsibility to ZFA. Surprised, ZFA inquired, why must it fall upon me? Ichi cast a sidelong glance at ZFA and replied, among us. You are the only one holding a position at the Naval Academy. If not you, then whom shall we entrust with this task? ZFA understood that while the strength of the chosen teachers need not be formidable, they must possess a heart steeped in righteousness. The selection process must be meticulous. Allowing someone with ulterior motives to become a teacher could pose dangers that you should comprehend better than I. Rest assured, I shall promptly select a fitting teacher. ZFA assured, ready to depart. However, Zhang Guo quickly interjected, let us not rush into hiring teachers. We have yet to even establish a school. There is ample time to recruit educators. As for the costs, you may confer with Xiaohe. Moreover, the curriculum for kindergarten, elementary, and middle school must not be as burdensome as that of the Naval Academy. This is self-evident, ZFA replied. I am no less aware than you, Zhang Guo. You seem intent on overseeing every detail. Do take care not to overexert yourself. Zhang Guo could only respond with an awkward smile to the situation. After a brief discussion, they all returned home. The following day, in the conference room, Zhang Guo introduced the concept of a kindergarten. This proposal received unanimous approval from all the officers, many of whom were eager to bring their family members from their hometowns to the headquarters. Consequently, the construction of the Navy Kindergarten, Navy Primary School, and Navy Secondary School commenced with great enthusiasm. Subsequently, the meeting shifted to discuss matters concerning the Dragon. Although the expressions of the officers reflected deep indignation at Dragon's deeds, Zhang Guo understood that many officers harbored a sense of satisfaction, as they harbored a strong disdain for those aristocrats who engaged in nefarious activities. Days passed in this manner, and aside from the Navy issuing a bounty on Dragon, it seemed as though nothing significant had occurred. The newspapers ceased to report on the Revolutionary Army, which had recently aimed to overturn the world. Aside from a few attentive individuals, the majority had long forgotten this obstruction. Perhaps when the Revolutionary Army reemerges, they would only recount what they knew as mere conversation pieces. On that day, the system notified Zhang Guo that he had completed his mission and that the rewards had been dispensed, enhancing his armament haki. Realizing his task was fulfilled, Zhang Guo knew that Dragon had evaded danger. Years passed in this manner. Within just 6 months, the Navy Kindergarten, Navy Primary School, and Navy Secondary School were successfully established, bringing joy to many. Maryford experienced a long-awaited tranquility, and the once bustling workdays no longer featured mischievous children. The only major event during these years was the demise of the captain of the Warlords of the Sea, the Nine Snake Pirates. The former king of the Nine Snake Kingdom, Giroliosa, succeeded as the new warlord. Giroliosa's emergence served as a reminder to Zhang Guo that with Tiger now a warlord, the pressing question remained, who would rescue the slaves of Mariehua? Admiral Sengoku, after careful deliberation, resolved to intervene and liberate the enslaved individuals. The specific identities of those he aimed to rescue were secondary. The paramount objective was to strike against the celestial dragons in the world government. Sengoku's intentions were not solely to save the Empress, but rather to consider the broader implications. Seizing a remarkable opportunity, he set out to marry Geos to free the slaves. Meanwhile, Garp confronted Whitebeard. Zephyr and Akiji engaged the rapidly ascending Big Mom pirates, while Akainu and Burgess faced the increasingly notorious red-haired pirates. Tsuru pursued the Don Quixote pirates, and Sengoku dealt with the imminent threat posed by Kaido, who had committed suicide at headquarters. Furthermore, Saturn was absent from Mary Geos, currently stationed at Punk Hazard. The Navy's high-ranking forces were nearly entirely deployed, yet Sengoku had already concealed his alter ego within Mary Geos. He recognized the opportunity when Kaido appeared in the waters of Marineford. He promptly commanded his alter ego to commence the rescue of the slaves and Mary Geos. The operation unfolded with greater ease than Sengoku had anticipated. After all, Mary Geos had not faced an assault in 8 centuries, thus its defenses were understandably lacking. Reaching the coastline, they found ships that would facilitate their escape. One merman slave implored, "Benefactor, will you not flee with us?" The alter ego replied coldly, "I must buy you time. Do not squander another moment. Flee at once." A fellow slave, witnessing the exchange, urged, "Benefactor, the celestial dragons possess formidable power. You should escape with us. I can make my own way. You need not concern yourselves with me." Heartened by the alter ego's resolute demeanor, another slave summoned courage to ask, "Might we know your name, Benefactor?" I am Copernicus, a member of the Revolutionary Army. With that, the alter ego set about eliminating the scourge of this world. The slave's escape inevitably alerted the guards and the celestial dragons. The latter hastily sought to summon the marine admirals for assistance, only to be met with disappointment. None were present at headquarters. The innocent Navy personnel bore the brunt of the celestial dragon's ire. However, before he could utter more, Sengoku swiftly ended his life. For the alter ego wielded an array of broad-spectrum viral weapons devised by Caesar. These viral armaments were remarkably effective against the utterly powerless celestial dragons. As the alter ego unleashed the weapons, he hastened toward the seat of power. Initially, he had no intention of assaulting the celestial dragons, but the ease of the rescue, coupled with the pitiable condition of the slaves, kindled a deep-seated disdain for the celestial dragons within him. Moreover, attacking the celestial dragons would afford the slaves additional time to escape, prompting the alter ego to take the initiative. The contemptible celestial dragons only fueled the alter ego's combat resolve, compelling him to gauge the strength of the Gorosei. For Sengoku had been unaware of their true power prior to his arrival in this world. Just as the alter ego was nearing the seat of authority, a formidable cadre of celestial dragons obstructed his path. The lowly intruder proclaims your name. I shall not slay nameless souls beneath my sword. Allow the Knights of the Divine to deal with this trespasser. Stand back, everyone. This fellow is entrusted to you. So it shall be, Garen. If you fail to resolve this, you will suffer great disgrace. The malevolent figure, observing the few celestial beings around him, refrained from idle chatter and unleashed his formidable conqueror's haki, which manifested in a profound black hue. Enveloped by this aura, Garen exclaimed in astonishment, "You possess the qualities of a king, which only heightens my excitement." Realizing that his conqueror's haki was ineffective against these foes, the dark figure drew forth his weapon, a crescent moon staff, to demonstrate the identities of his two avatars. Sengoku not only procured a mask to conceal his identity from Vegapunk, but also trained his avatars in different weaponry. The dark avatar wielded the crescent moon staff, while the benevolent avatar mastered dual nunchaku. The malevolent figure called out, "Receive my staff." Although it was merely a basic strike, it was laced with the power of Conqueror's haki. Garen was taken aback that the dark figure unleashed his full strength without even a moment's hesitation, and he was sent soaring by the staff's blow. Chapter 99. The crippled Knights of the Divine witnessing this. The other members of the Knights of the Divine immediately raised their weapons to assault the dark entity. Blood gushing from his mouth, Garen shouted, "Do not engage. That fellow is beyond your capabilities." As the others hesitated, the dark figure showed no mercy. With Garen's interference, the dark entity swiftly dispatched a member of the Knights with a single strike of his staff. The remaining members, witnessing this carnage, attempted to flee. Yet how could their speed rival that of the dark figure? One by one, they fell to his onslaught. Approaching Garen, the dark figure raised his staff, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Just as the staff was about to descend upon Garen, the dark figure sensed an impending danger. However, rather than retreat, he pressed forward, intent on eliminating Garen. The staff, infused with Conqueror's haki, struck Garen directly. He was on the verge of delivering a lethal blow. Yet the staff was deflected by an unexpected attack, severing Garen's legs instead. Rendered legless, Garen succumbed to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, the dark figure felt a weapon pierce through his own body. The assailant was none other than Nezushiro. "Who are you, to dare invade Mariehua and free so many slaves? You have slain countless world nobles and decimated the Knights of the Divine. You evaded my attack. Why? Who are you? Spare me your words and simply end him." Upon hearing the voices, the malevolent figure discerned that the remaining 5 elders were all individuals with extraordinary abilities, each possessing the powers of mythical beast types. Observing the diverse forms of the 5 elders, the malevolent figure, utilizing a voice modulator, proclaimed, "Who am I? Since you have earnestly inquired, I shall graciously reveal to you that I am your god. You are courting death." The 4 elders retorted in unison. With that, a fierce scuffle ensued, and the malevolent figure continuously tested the strength of the elders, yet ultimately found himself outmatched by their combined might. Just as he was on the brink of being slain by Elder Wong, the malevolent figure activated the compression dynamo within him, triggering a direct explosion. He had intended to take 1 or 2 of the elders with him, but the situation did not unfold as he had envisioned. The 4 elders, gazing at the vast crater left behind, were expressions of grave concern. Who exactly is this individual? Is he a remnant of the Rocks pirates, or perhaps a leftover from the Roger pirates? The intelligence from CP0 contains no information on him. He cannot possibly belong to either group. I suspect he is affiliated with the Revolutionary Army. It is indeed plausible he is from the Revolutionary Army. At that moment, a member of CP0 appeared before the group. Sir, we have detected the presence of the Revolutionary Army. They are currently in the North Sea planning to overthrow an allied nation. We must promptly inform the Navy to thwart their plans. It seems he is not from the Revolutionary Army. Then who is this enigmatic figure? If I do not surrender, how could I possibly defeat him so easily? Fortunately, he has perished. Otherwise, the world would have been faced with yet another perilous threat. So many slaves have escaped. We absolutely cannot allow this news to leak out. It must be contained. How is it that not a single Marine Admiral has arrived? How has Sengoku managed to become Fleet Admiral? Let us not dwell on Sengoku for now. Our immediate priority should be to report to the superior. Upon hearing this, the other three dared not oppose and promptly departed after issuing their orders. At the moment of the malevolent figure's demise, Sengoku sensed it. And all of the malevolent figure's memories were transmitted to him. The revelations within these memories left Sengoku astounded, causing him to unconsciously commend the malevolent figure. Hey Sengoku, what are you grinning about? Fight with greater seriousness. The disturbed warring states immediately glared at Kaido. Without holding back, he unleashed a powerful Sun Lion-esque seal imbued with haki, striking Kaido and sending him crashing from the sky onto the desolate island. The warring states era shows no mercy. This nation seeks to vent the pent-up pressures of the past. Previously, restraint was exercised due to certain constraints that hindered a swift resolution to conflicts. With those inhibitions now lifted, warring states unleashed a relentless barrage of the dominating Sun Lion seal upon Kaido. Following this, warring states resorted to using his fist against Kaido, treating him as nothing more than a human punching bag. After all, a resilient figure like Kaido is a rare find as a target for such unbridled aggression. Consequently, warring states continued to pummel Kaido into unconsciousness without pause, only ceasing his onslaught when summoned by a nearby Marine. The esteemed Fleet Admiral wishes to see you. Looking at the Marine holding the Den Den Mushi, Sengoku instructed the surrounding Marines, have the scientific unit draw several vials of blood from this individual, and then cast him into the sea. A nearby admiral remarked, Marshal Sengoku, are you not going to imprison Kaido and impel down? He is a former member of the Rocks Pirates. Despite his long seclusion, the other members of the Rocks crew have become notorious pirates wreaking havoc across the seas. If we can find him and impel down, given his strength, he will undoubtedly become an adversary to our navy. Moreover, he is a devil fruit user. If he is killed, the powerful Zoan-type fish fruit, in its mythical azure dragon form, will be lost to the world. The general glanced at his companion and remarked, I am certainly aware of what you've mentioned. If I were to personally escort him to Advanced City, perhaps it would be feasible. However, my current obligation is to meet with the elders. Do you truly believe that you alone can ensure the safe transport of this individual, given his terrifying regenerative abilities? He could awaken before we even reach Advanced City, or upon entering, wreak havoc. Do you think you can bear the weight of such responsibility? The Admiral observed Kaido, who moments ago seemed on the brink of death, now nearly restored to his usual self. As he contemplated Kaido's formidable strength, beads of sweat began to trickle down his brow. The warring states gazed at the sweating general and smiled, saying, Your thoughts are commendable. However, next time, please consider the matter with greater comprehensiveness. Now, swiftly attend to the tasks I have entrusted to you. As Sengoku unleashed another formidable attack, a great lion's paw imbued with dominance struck the unconscious Kaido, causing the already stabilized wounds to reopen and blood to flow profusely once more. It was Sengoku, the Fleet Admiral. The gaze of the Marine soldiers was filled with boundless admiration for him, especially that of a certain Vice Admiral, who felt a flicker of disdain towards the Gorosei. Had it not been for the Gorosei's desire to meet Sengoku, his suggestion would have been remarkably sound. This fleeting thought vanished as Sengoku departed, prompting him to immediately summon the scientific division to collect Kaido's blood while instructing others to transport Kaido to the shore, facilitating his eventual disposal into the sea. Upon arriving at Mariehua, Sengoku gazed upon the ravaged landscape with an inner sense of approval for the chaos inflicted, particularly reveling in the agonized wails of the celestial dragons tormented by the virus. Alas, his joy remained concealed, a private triumph within. He also regretted not allocating additional berries to Caesar. Had he done so, Caesar could have concocted an even more torturous gas, intensifying the suffering of the celestial dragons. As he approached the grand doors of the Hall of Power, Sengoku suppressed his thoughts. Upon entering, the cacophony of the Gorosei's ire greeted him. Sengoku, is your navy utterly inept? How could you allow such a madman to breach Mariewa? And your reinforcements are dreadfully tardy. What purpose does your navy serve? They berated him. Do you realize how many world nobles perished today? Observing the fury of the four, Sengoku remained silent, permitting their tirade to continue. The four, seeing Sengoku's lack of retort, found their anger somewhat unsated and eventually ceased their reproaches. Nasushiro interjected, Sengoku, could you elucidate why you arrived so late? When that madman freed the slaves, your navy was notified. Why was there no support? In the tranquil era of the warring states, Nasushiro remarked, although I have witnessed many occurrences on my journey, the precise nature of these events remains unclear to me. What kind of madman could perpetrate such atrocities in Mariewa? Could it be not an individual, but rather an organization? Moss, with a sigh of resignation, responded, is there truly only one perpetrator among these marauders? Buddha, feigning surprise, exclaimed, one person? How is that possible? Even if our navy failed to provide support, no single individual, regardless of their strength, should be capable of inflicting such devastation. Moreover, is the divine night order not present? That fellow's power surpasses your imagination. Even if you and Karp were to join forces, victory would not be assured. The divine night order has but one survivor. That child Garen, yet he has been rendered incapacitated, his body cleaved in two. Had we not been overly cautious and instead united to vanquish him, you might not have seen some of us here today. Moss, this is not the time for such discussions. Buddha, should you not be providing us with explanations now? Your absence has left others unaccounted for. In a tone of grievance, the commander of the warring states remarked, it is not that our navy desires to withhold support, but rather that we are utterly unable to do so. The naval headquarters lacks any formidable strength. I, as the marshal, have even taken it upon myself to confront that fiend Kaido. What on earth is happening? Where have Karp and the others gone? Even Sengoku did not conceal the whereabouts of Karp and the others, directly informing the five elders. It is not that the navy is unwilling to provide support, but rather that they have lost even some of their more capable vice admirals, rendering them incapable of aiding Mariewa. After hearing Sengoku's explanation, the expressions of the five elders noticeably softened. Truly, your navy is utterly ineffectual. In light of the current circumstances, Sengoku remarked, we cannot be held accountable for the situation at Marine headquarters. Rather, it is the relentless increase in the number of pirates each year that has left our navy stretched thin. This predicament is a direct consequence of that scoundrel Roger initiating the so-called Great Pirate Era, enticing ordinary people to pursue a life of piracy. To combat these marauders, I propose a military expansion to bolster our forces. Vokuri interjected, military expansion? As far as I know, Sengoku, your navy has already seen its ranks swell significantly since establishing various companies, increasing the number of sailors by at least fourfold. What further expansion is necessary? Sengoku replied, if we do not recruit fresh troops, the world will descend into chaos under the weight of this burgeoning pirate menace. My vision for military expansion does not merely involve enlisting lower-tier sailors. Rather, I advocate for a grand tournament to recruit individuals of exceptional strength to join our navy. This way, our advanced combat capabilities will no longer be under strain, and incidents like today's will cease to occur. After exchanging glances, the four elders nodded in agreement. Nasushiro stated, Sengoku, your suggestion has merit. Conducting a recruitment tournament is acceptable. However, upon completing your recruitment, the navy must ensure that a vice admiral is stationed at Mariewa. Moss added, the celestial dragons have suffered considerable losses. We might also seize this opportunity to recruit exceptionally gifted youths to become celestial dragons. Peter concurred, indeed, the Knights of God must be re-established. Not only does the navy require new strength, but we too are in need of reinforcements. In the era of the warring states, the strategy of utilizing every opportunity was paramount. The esteemed lords, as you embark on the grand recruitment tournament, it is essential to offer enticing incentives. After all, it is these very incentives that will attract a greater multitude. You are well aware of the circumstances of our navy. While the provision of artificial devil fruits may lure some, they will not entice the true powerhouses among us. Nasashir admonished, Sengoku. There is no need for your concern regarding incentives. We shall provide them. However, it is imperative that the members of CP0 also participate in this recruitment tournament. This is a given. Now, unless there is anything further, you may take your leave, Sengoku. As Sengoku lingered, Misu inquired with curiosity, Sengoku, why do you remain? Is there something you wish to report? The Warring States Road? Wasn't Gallant Saint's body severed in half? Dr. Caesar's humanoid weapon has made progress. If Galen's Saint were to undergo a transformation into a humanoid weapon, he might possibly regain his former strength. Nazashiru remarked, "Such matters are best left unsaid to us. You should seek out that fellow Galen on your own." Upon witnessing the situation, Zhangguo refrained from uttering further words and departed from the realm of power. When Zhangguo laid eyes on Galen, he comprehended the reason behind Nazashiru's indifference towards him. It was due to Galen having been rendered incapacitated, even deprived of his ability to procreate. Now, he was devoid of any utility, and they would not squander their energy on a worthless being. Galen, perceiving the peculiar expression on Zhangguo's face, retorted angrily, "Zhangguo, are you mocking me? Had it not been for the sluggish support from your navy, our divine knights would not have suffered such casualties, nor would I have been reduced to this wretched state." As the warring states observed the anguished Garen, a wave of clandestine delight surged within him. He then adopted a particular expression and proclaimed, "Garen, I am not here to mock you. Rather, I come bearing good news." Garen, feeling despondent, replied, "What good news could you possibly have for me?" "The splendid news I wish to share," continued the warring states, "is that I can restore your strength to its peak condition, or even surpass it." "Surpass my peak power?" Garen exclaimed, his excitement nearly causing him to tumble from the bed. Had it not been for the nearby CP agent, he surely would have fallen. Chapter 101. Kaido's blood. As Zhangguo continued, he asserted, "It is indeed true that Dr. Caesar's humanoid weapon has made significant advancements. With Dr. Caesar's assistance, Garen, you shall undoubtedly regain your strength." "Humanoid weapon?" Garen exclaimed. "For you, it is a humanoid weapon. I have already conveyed this to the 5 elders." Subsequently, Zhangguo shared all he knew regarding humanoid weapons with Garen. Upon hearing this, Garen furiously retorted, "Zhangguo, how dare you consider using me for experimentation? You possess an audacious spirit. Even though I may have become a mere shadow of my former self, I remain a celestial dragon." In a moment of calm, Sengoku addressed Galen, urging him to remain composed. "This is an experiment essential for restoring your power. If you choose not to participate, we will have no choice but to seek alternative subjects for the experiment. Once the humanoid weapon is fully developed, we can certainly assist you with your transformation, though it may require a considerable amount of time." "How long will that take?" Galen inquired. "At best, a decade. At worst, it could extend to 20 years, Sengoku replied. "Why must it take so long? After all, this research has only recently begun, and the most critical aspect of the experiment is finding suitable subjects. Individuals as formidable as you, Galen, are not easily found. Can this process be expedited?" Galen pressed. "I cannot say for certain. This matter requires discussion between you and Dr. Caesar," Sengoku answered. "Understood," Galen acknowledged. "Then, I shall take my leave, as there are numerous matters to attend to within the Navy," Sengoku concluded. "Galen, please ponder over this matter carefully and reach out to me once you have made a decision." With that, Sengoku departed without waiting for Galen's response. After leaving, Zhangguo was infuriated, exclaiming, "Damn it! How dare Zhangguo treat me this way? He is merely a lapdog of the celestial dragons. Once my strength is restored, I shall personally trample him underfoot." Immediately upon departing from Mariehua, Zhangguo promptly contacted Caesar. The voice of Caesar emerged from the transponder snail, inquiring, "General Zhangguo, what has transpired in Mariehua? Why has Saint Satan suddenly departed?" Aside from omitting the matter regarding his immoral deeds, warring states conveyed all other information to Caesar. Upon hearing this, Caesar was utterly astounded, rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally resumed, "Warring states, do you have any idea who that individual is? How could he have caused such devastation to Mariehua? Moreover, warring states, should I be wary of encountering such formidable adversaries in Punk Hazard? General of the warring states, I implore you to dispatch more formidable warriors to safeguard me." As the warring states listened to Caesar's fearful remarks, he replied with a sense of incredulity, "You need not worry about Caesar. That formidable individual has already been vanquished. Such powerful beings, even if they choose to retreat into obscurity, are few in number. Moreover, unlike Mary Geos, the location of Punk Hazard is remarkably concealed, making it difficult for the average person to locate. Additionally, Punk Hazard is safeguarded by Borsalino and the Marine stationed there. Borsalino has now ascended to the strength of an admiral. With their presence, you need not fret over your safety." "Indeed. How could I have overlooked the fact that Admiral Kizaru is present? He wields the power of the Pika Pika no Mi. And even if he were not a match for such formidable foes, his incredible speed could easily facilitate my escape." The sound of war drums reverberated in my mind, instantly conjuring the image of a Pikachu with a face reminiscent of the yellow ape. fleeing with Caesar upon its back. In a moment of introspection, Sengoku cleared his throat, interrupting his own wandering thoughts. Caesar, there is something else I must convey to you. I presume you have made little progress with the human weapons, correct? How did you come to know that, General Sengoku? Caesar inquired. Well, it is not entirely my fault, nor that of Vegapunk. We simply lack suitable experimental materials, Sengoku replied. Do not concern yourself about the experimental materials. I have also located a new benefactor for you. Sengoku continued, proceeding to disclose the details regarding Garland to Caesar. After listening intently, Caesar responded, General Sengoku, are you truly considering using the celestial dragons as experimental subjects? If the other celestial dragons were to discover this, it would spell disaster for me. In the presence of Sengoku, a figure of authority, he posed the question, what troubles you, Caesar? You are now the foremost scientist of the world government, your name resonating throughout the globe. Your worth to the five elders far surpasses that of the now obsolete doctor Vegapunk. They will assist you in quelling the ire of the celestial dragons. Therefore, there is no need for concern. Simply regard that individual as a mere experimental subject. As long as you do not bring about his demise, all will be well. Even if he were to perish, it would merely require some additional explanations. So fret not. The sole distinction between him and the experimental subjects in Punk Hazard is that he comes with his own resources. He is the head of the Figureland family, one of the 20 noble families of the celestial dragons, and the former commander of the God Knights. I need not elaborate on the extent of his wealth. The potential to extract riches from him is entirely yours. There is no need for clandestine experiments involving lethal gases. With these funds, you can pursue your research as you see fit. Caesar, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed, Marshal Sengoku, you are even aware of my clandestine experiments in the land of death. Marshal Sengoku, do you not hold any resentment towards me? The pursuit of knowledge is an insatiable endeavor. As long as you do not impede the experiments I entrust to you, I shall remain unconcerned with your personal affairs. However, it is imperative that you avoid detection by CP0. Fear not, Marshal Sengoku. Additionally, I shall arrange for someone to deliver Kaido's blood to Punk Hazard. You and Vegapunk must diligently study his blood. Who is Kaido, Marshal Sengoku? Why must we investigate his blood? Does he possess some extraordinary lineage? In the midst of their conversation, Sengoku remarked, Kaido, much like Stussy from MADS, is indeed a member of the Rocks Pirates. Kaido possesses a unique lineage, and more importantly, his devil fruit is the mythical Zoan-type fish fruit in the form of an azure dragon. How significant do you believe his blood will be for your experiments? When can we expect the delivery of Kaido's blood? I am eager to commence my research. Rest assured, it should already be en route, came the response. Just as their discussion reached a jovial peak, Kaido was rescued by a group led by Jean, who had been concealed nearby on a desolate island. With a hearty laugh, Kaido remarked to the assembled crowd, it appears that old Sengoku has risen in rank and maintained his training. He is even more formidable than he was several years ago. The pressure he exerts is reminiscent of what I felt from that Newgate fellow. The world is becoming increasingly intriguing. From here on, I shall diligently train and challenge various powerful adversaries. Jean, I entrust you with the task of expanding our influence and seeking out Zoan-type users. Leave it to me, Mr. Kaido. I shall ensure the world recognizes the name of our beasts pirates. Chapter 102. You are not up to the task. Kaido satisfied, clapped Jean on the shoulder before departing. Watching Kaido's retreating figure, Jean silently declared, Mr. Kaido, you are destined to become the new Pirate King. I will clear all threats from your path to ascendancy. Upon returning to headquarters, Sengoku promptly ordered the delivery of Kaido's blood to Punk Hazard. Currently, Sengoku was the sole high-ranking official in Mariewa, burdened with the responsibility of handling all significant affairs. Fortunately, he had previously established a secretarial department, with the assistance of skilled aides. Otherwise, the incessant influx of documents would have overwhelmed him. The following day, Sengoku received reports that the revolutionary army had once again overthrown a kingdom. However, shortly after this coup, they were repelled by CP0 and supporting naval forces. This operation could be deemed a failure, as even the news had not reported on it. Sengoku then realized why the CP0 agents had been absent during the chaos in Mariewa. They were preoccupied with dealing with the revolutionary army. It must be said that Sengoku's side had enjoyed numerous advantages during this operation, yet one critical condition had not been met for such an outcome. Just after reviewing the intelligence on the revolutionary army's skirmish, Caesar approached Sengoku, mentioning that Garland had already initiated contact with him. This was anticipated by Sengoku. Yet he was taken aback by Garland's urgency, as he had already transferred 5 billion berries to Caesar as research funding before they had even met. After instructing Caesar to manage Garland appropriately, a subtle smile crept upon Sengoku's lips. It seemed that the impact of becoming a failure had weighed more heavily on Garland than he had initially suspected. This development indicated that matters might unfold more smoothly than he had imagined. After the arduous task of managing documents following the tumultuous events of the Warring States period, Sengoku found a semblance of ease upon the return of Tsuru and her companions, while Karp lamented the missed opportunity to engage with such formidable adversaries. The rest were left astounded by the devastation wrought by the villain. Tsuru and her colleagues had remained blissfully unaware of the situation, highlighting the exceptional discretion exercised by the 5 elders. Given the sensitive nature of the matter, discussions among the group predominantly revolved around the impending recruitment tournament. Tsuru furrowed her brow and remarked, "Sengoku, our Navy's strength is steadily increasing. Why would you propose such a perilous initiative to the 5 elders? Although the recruitment tournament may enhance our capabilities, the risks are undeniably significant. I cannot believe you are oblivious to the dangers inherent in this course of action. It would have been more reasonable to consider this before your appointment as Fleet Admiral." Zifa chimed in. "Young Tsuru speaks wisely. Sengoku, your decision indeed appears somewhat reckless. Such a course of action is bound to provoke considerable dissent among the naval personnel. The bitter discourse of the Warring States period. I am fully aware that now is not the opportune moment for conscription and grand competitions. However, if I do not raise the matter, I fear that the 5 elders will insist on our Navy dispatching an admiral to remain stationed at Merigios, safeguarding the celestial dragons. My intention in proposing this conscription and grand competition is not to recruit individuals of formidable strength into the Navy. Rather, my true aim is to elevate Borisolino and his 2 esteemed admirals to the rank of new admirals. If it were not for this matter, who knows when the 5 elders would acquiesce to their promotion in the future?" Tsuru remarked, "Indeed, it is imperative that they ascend to the rank of admiral. They not only possess sufficient strength but also boast the requisite military achievements and experience. Had it not been for the opposition of the 5 elders, they could have been promoted to admiral last year. We must seize this opportunity to establish them as new admirals, thus showcasing the might of our Navy to the world." Zifa chuckled. "Once those 3 fellows attain the rank of admiral, I shall gracefully step down from my position. This will allow me to devote myself entirely to teaching students, nurturing a continuous influx of new talent for our Navy." Buddha Sengoku inquired, "Zifa, what do you mean by that remark? Who decreed that a newly appointed, highly qualified general must relinquish their duties? Or do you feel overwhelmed by the responsibilities?" He continued with a jest, "If you truly feel incapable, I can have Dr. Caesar prescribe some supplements to restore your vigor, ensuring you feel as youthful and energetic as an 18-year-old. Kapu, with a mocking grin, chimed in. "Zifa, you really can't be serious. Despite our considerable age difference, I have never claimed to be unable. Yet here you are, youthful as you are, lamenting your capabilities. Is there an issue with your health? Should any ailments arise, it is wise to address them promptly." Zifa, visibly irritated, retorted, "You scoundrel, Kapu. When did I ever claim to be incapable? I am in excellent health, and am even preparing to welcome a second child for Zoe." He then pointedly remarked, "Perhaps it is you 2 old fellows who should be consuming more supplements to maintain your vitality." At this point, Sengoku's displeasure grew, for no man, regardless of age, should be deemed incapable. Thus, the 3 erupted into a quarrel. Observing the escalating absurdity, Crane interjected sternly, "You 3, silence. Is this truly the moment for such bickering?" The trio, feeling somewhat childish, quickly apologized and fell silent. With a deep sigh, Crane added, "Since the matter of the conscription tournament is unavoidable, we must now deliberate on how to conduct this event and how to deal with those from CP0. Following an intense discussion, the conclusion was reached that the internal competition and the conscription tournament would be held separately, with the internal matches commencing shortly, and the conscription tournament scheduled for after their conclusion. The following day, Sengoku announced the tournament in the conference room, and naturally, no one opposed the prospect of promotion, particularly the younger members. Although there were some dissenters, Sengoku managed to quell their concerns with the influence of the 5 elders. As the voices of opposition within the Navy grew louder, after a week of meticulous preparation, those deemed sufficiently capable among the sailors arrived at Marineford. Thus, the internal competition commenced smoothly. Although the event was proclaimed to occur at Marineford, it was actually held on the very island where Sengoku had previously bested Kaido. Within a mere week, the scientific division transformed the island into a colossal arena. As Sengoku observed the matches, he was suddenly interrupted by a call from Razanani via snail phone. In the Warring States period, he promptly reached a concealed location to connect with the phone worm of Razanandi. In the realm of the Warring States, Sengoku inquired, "Is there any intelligence regarding the fruit of the surgery?" He continued, "Are you not aware that we are currently conducting a grand recruitment competition? If you were still at headquarters, with your capabilities, you could easily attain the rank of a brigadier general." He pondered whether the esteemed Sandy Eyes Bearers was preparing to engage in a transaction concerning the surgical fruit through Don Quixote da Flamingo with the Navy and the world government. Upon hearing the mention of the surgical fruit, Sengoku realized that significant developments were on the horizon. To prevent any unforeseen incidents involving Razanani, Sengoku, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Razananti, I understand your intentions, but you must remain calm. Once my people arrive, I assure you that I will assist you in securing the surgical fruit to save that child." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Razanani paused and responded, "How do you know of Law's existence?" "I not only know of Law, but I am also aware that he is afflicted with lead poisoning," Sengoku replied. "Is there a way to save Law?" Razanani inquired. "Regrettably, I have no solution at present. However, from the moment I learned of Law's condition and your quest for medical assistance, I began searching for a remedy for lead poisoning. Alas, I have only discovered two options, the surgical fruit and the humanoid weapon." What is a humanoid weapon? In the Warring States period, a detailed explanation was given regarding the humanoid weaponry. Razanandi exclaimed with fervor, "This child has already endured too much suffering. I cannot allow him to undergo this unfinished experiment any longer." Zhangguo chuckled, "I anticipated your choice. This fellow has captured Doflamingo and has conveniently seized the op fruit in the process. You must hasten to Minion Island. Diaz Barrels awaits on that very isle. My men will deliver the op fruit into your hands." "Understood, master." After ending the call, Zhangguo instructed the recently revived villain to proceed to Minion Island. In the Warring States period, the individual sought out the crane, instructing it to accompany Sakazuki in the pursuit of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Is this intelligence still derived from that enigmatic little fruit? In the poignant reflections of the Warring States, let me impart the truth to you, little crane, Xiaomi Gui is, in fact, the offspring of Razananti. His current identity is none other than Corazon, codenamed Red Heart of the Don Quixote Pirates. It is astonishing that Corazon is the child of Razananti. I have pursued the Don Quixote pirates on numerous occasions, and though I have encountered Corazon, I utterly failed to recognize him as Razananti's son. The Warring States period indeed harbors a heart of bitterness, compelling Razananti to infiltrate the Don Quixote pirates, a crew far more ruthless than the ordinary brigands. It was not my desire to send Razananti undercover. Rather, it was his own volition. In my attempt to dissuade him, I even resorted to physical confrontation. Yet, much like myself, Razananti is a resolute individual. Once he sets his mind to something, he remains unwavering. Curious. Crane inquired, what could possibly drive Razananti to embed himself within the Don Quixote pirates, if not a motive as simplistic as seeking accolades? The warlord did not conceal the lineage of Razananti. He openly disclosed it. After the conclusion of the warlord's affairs, Crane cast a reassuring glance at him, saying, "Do not worry, warlord. I shall undoubtedly return Razananti safely." With those words, Crane set off in search of Sakazuki. The villain, relying on his own abilities, arrived at Minion Island in merely a day. According to intelligence, he swiftly reached the exterior of a tavern on the streets of Minion Island. Before he even entered, he overheard a conversation within. "Captain, is it true that this devil fruit can fetch 5 billion berries? Could this be a scheme by the Navy to capture you? After all, you are one of the few who escaped the Navy's recent purge." Diaz Barudi held the heart-shaped devil fruit and chuckled, initially. "I did not anticipate this surgical fruit could command such a price. However, upon further understanding of its capabilities, I realized that if I were a doctor, I would never part with it. Alas, I am not a physician and lack the desire to learn the medical arts. Thus, selling the fruit is the wisest course. With these 5 billion berries, we shall become a pirate crew that even the Navy would hesitate to provoke. As for whether this is a Navy conspiracy, I have considered that, but this transaction extends beyond the Navy. It involves dealings with the world government and the celestial dragons. Given their insatiable greed, it is unlikely to be a ruse. Moreover, we have the intermediary from the underworld, Joker, guaranteeing that this matter is devoid of deceit. Joker's men will arrive tomorrow, so you must rest well to avoid being caught in any underhanded dealings." "Understood, Captain." Just as Diaz Barudi intended to pocket the surgical fruit, He realized it was no longer in his grasp. Looking down, he discovered it was absent from the ground as well. Who has taken my devil fruit worth 5 billion berries? Captain, the devil fruit is missing, one of his crew exclaimed. It just vanished. I have no idea where it went. In the tavern, only their crew remained, so it must have simply fallen somewhere. Let us search together. Diaz-Barity seethed. Whoever stole the fruit, return it at once, and I may spare your life. But if I find you myself, do not expect mercy. Upon hearing this, the pirates in the room began to scrutinize their companions warily. The villain chuckled. Truly, pirates are a fickle breed. Moments ago, they were joyfully feasting and drinking. Yet for a mere trifle, they can turn on one another so swiftly. Indeed, pirates ought not to exist in this world. It was you who stole the captain's devil fruit. The villain instantaneously appeared before the speaking pirate, grinning. Congratulations, you are correct. As a reward, I shall leave you with a complete corpse. No sooner had the villain spoken than the pirate fell lifeless to the ground, evidently deceased. Diaz-Barity, witnessing the demise of his pirate crew, bellowed in fury, You wretches, kill this scoundrel. How dare he come alone to steal my devil fruit? The pirates, compelled by their captain's command, displayed cruel expressions as they brandished their weapons and charged toward the intruder. The intruder, however, merely scoffed, swiftly dispatching one pirate before seizing the fallen pirate's weapon and, with astonishing speed, eliminating all the remaining pirates in the tavern, save for Diaz-Barity. The corpses of the slain pirates bore horrific wounds. Not a single body remained intact, their fates far more gruesome compared to that of the one who had perished painlessly. Still whole, as Diaz-Barity surveyed the tavern, transformed into a veritable hellscape, dread enveloped his heart. Feigning composure, he demanded, Who are you? A member of the Navy or the world government? Perhaps even a henchman of Joker? You possess the surgery fruit. Spare my life, and I shall bestow upon you the treasures I have amassed over the years. The intruder chuckled. Are you stalling for time? No one will come to your rescue. From the moment you betrayed justice, you should have prepared for death. Cease your futile resistance. Do you not yet comprehend the chasm that lies between us? Chapter 104. Are you a Navy officer? Barity queried, incredulous. As far as I know, the Navy lacks warriors of your caliber. Who are you truly? If you are indeed part of the Navy, I suggest you depart. A powerhouse like you should not be reduced to serving the celestial dragons. The intruder laughed. Why would I waste time with a scoundrel like you? With that, the intruder prepared to end Bariti's life. Yet it was Barity who struck first. Finger gun. A rapid thrust aimed directly at the intruder's face. A smile crept across Bariti's features. The intruder merely chuckled at the attack and effortlessly deflected the strike. Is that what you call a finger gun? After so many years in the Navy, you should know better. Allow me to demonstrate what a true finger gun entails. With those words, the intruder unleashed a relentless barrage of finger gun attacks upon Barity, who soon lost consciousness and subsequently breathed his last. Bariti's corpse was rendered unrecognizable, marked by numerous gaping wounds unlike the others. Once the pirates had been dealt with, the intruder lingered not in the tavern, for the owner had long since been slain by Barity and his crew. He casually sought out a room to rest while awaiting Rosinante. As midnight approached, the intruder sensed the arrival of others entering the tavern. He emerged from his room into the main hall, where a few newcomers were utterly shocked by the hellish scene within, to the extent that they failed to notice the intruder's presence. The sentiments of Eshin towards Rosinante are akin to those of Admiral Sengoku. Rosinante, how could you lose your composure over such trivial matters? It appears that your years away from the Navy have caused you to forget everything you learned at the academy. Eshin's words drew the attention of a few individuals. With a wary expression, Rosinante gazed at Eshin and inquired, Who are you? Did you kill these people? Eshin smiled and approached, but was abruptly halted by Rosinante's admonition. Do not come any closer. If you do, I will be forced to take action. Observing the situation, Eshin ceased his advance and remarked, I am here on the orders of Admiral Sengoku to assist you. Vice Admiral Tsuru and Rear Admiral Sakazuki will arrive at this island by dawn tomorrow. As for these individuals, they are indeed the very pirates who acquired the Ope no Mi. When Barrels betrayed the Navy and became a pirate, he sealed his fate. Allowing him to live this long was already a stroke of fortune. Noticing Rosinante's continued distrust, Eshin swiftly moved beside him and brought over Law. Rosinante could only faintly sense Eshin's presence, but he could not match Eshin's speed. Do not harm Law. What are you feeding him? Eshin chuckled. What else could I possibly give him but the Ope no Mi? I have already stated that I was sent by Admiral Sengoku to aid you. Since you refused to believe me, I thought it prudent to prove my intentions by feeding Law the Ope no Mi. After consuming the fruit, Law grimaced in agony. exclaiming, "What did you feed me? This tastes horrendous." Eshan replied, "What delicacy could one expect from a devil fruit? You fortunate lad. Do you realize you have just consumed a fruit worth 5 billion berries? You truly fed him the ope no me. Razanandi, your wariness is indeed profound. Yet I find it admirable. A healthy sense of caution is a commendable trait. Did the warlord of the states not mention that you were accompanied by only one child? How is it that there are 3 children, along with a child from the fur tribe?" Apologetically, Beppo lowered his head. Razanandi replied, "These 3 children were rescued by me and Law. I will explain their circumstances to the warlord. That is your affair, no need to inform me. The air here is unbearable, let us discuss this upstairs. After all, it will be some time before Admiral Crane arrives." Razanandi nodded and led Law and the others upstairs. In a hushed tone, Law inquired, "Mr. Corazon, should we trust him? He is even more ruthless than Doflamingo." Razanandi reassured him with a smile, "Do not worry, Law. I am quite strong, and I will protect you." Law pouted, "Mr. Corazon, you are boasting again." Upon entering the room, Law stated, "Once Admiral Crane and the others arrive and the Don Quixote pirates are apprehended, you can return to the headquarters with them. If you hurry back, you will still be able to participate in the tournament. As for this child suffering from lead poisoning, I will take him to a safe place to teach him until he can utilize his abilities to cure his own affliction. I trust you understand the reason for this." Razanandi nodded and gently addressed Law. "Tomorrow, you shall leave with him. He is also a member of the Navy, and being with him will ensure your safety. Once you are secure, I will come to see you." Law stubbornly replied, "Understood, Corazon. I will go with him." Beppo chimed in, "I want to go with the captain too. Right, Pekin, Shachi?" "Indeed, we want to stay with Law," they affirmed. Law retorted, "Stop fooling around. This is not a trip for leisure. It's a matter of survival." Seeing this, Razanandi remarked, "If you wish to go together, then so be it. There will be no children there, so you will not be bored. I am still a child. I aspire to become a pirate greater than Doflamingo." "Do not utter such words, Law." Upon hearing this, Razanandi unleashed his aura without restraint and coldly stated, "You claim to want to be a pirate? The surgical fruit worth 5 billion berries is not meant for you to become a pirate." Razanandi stood in front of Law, asserting he is merely a child speaking foolishness. He does not genuinely wish to become a pirate. With a disdainful snort, Razanandi lay back on the bed, warning, "Never speak such words again. If you truly become a pirate in the future, I will personally see to your demise, ensuring you suffer far worse than those down below." As time was growing late, he concluded, "Now, hurry and rest." No sooner had Razanandi finished speaking than Beppo and the others pulled Law onto the bed, settling in for the night. Upon witnessing this, Razanandi covered the blankets of the 4 individuals and was just about to depart when Ro called out to him, "Mr. Corazon, are you truly a member of the Navy? Yet, is it not said among the Don Quixote family that you are the brother of Doflamingo?" Razanandi revealed his characteristic smile and replied, "I am indeed a member of the Navy. I was adopted by Admiral Sengoku at a young age, and under his guidance, I learned that this world encompasses more than just hatred and slaughter. My true name is Razanandi. From now on, you shall call me Razanandi. Rest well today, for we must set off soon. Upon reaching our destination, you must swiftly learn to harness the powers of the Ope no Mi, for only then can you heal your amber-lead disease." Chapter 105. The Mink Tribe. At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted, "Your abilities must not be casually exposed. Should others discover that you have consumed the Ope no Mi, it would surely lead to complications. Moreover, your separation is not absolute. The place you are being taken to is merely for the expedited treatment of your amber-lead disease, as it attracts far too much attention. Once you are cured, you shall be reunited with your family in Marineford." Ro, who had initially intended to speak further with Razanandi, blushed and pulled the blankets over himself. Razanandi approached Esson and offered a cigarette. "Care for a smoke?" Esson waved his hand in refusal, saying, "There are children in the room. It would be best not to smoke." With a chuckle, Razanandi extinguished the lighter he had just ignited and inquired, "How has Admiral Sengoku fared in recent years? Would you be willing to share?" Esson replied, "Admiral Sengoku is well. If you seek personal matters, I cannot divulge them. You shall have to ask him yourself upon your return. Now, get some rest. You have a great battle ahead tomorrow." Seeing this, Razanandi refrained from further correction, exited the room, and lit a cigarette, lost in thought. The snow continued to fall, yet the sky gradually brightened. Doflamingo's flamboyant pirate ship, resembling a flamingo, had just docked at the port of Minion Island when Esson's observation hockey detected its presence. "The Don Quixote family has arrived. Awaken and prepare to depart with me." Upon hearing Eson's words, Ro and the others sprang to their feet. Once Ro and the others were up, Eson turned to Rosinante and said, "The upcoming battle rests upon your shoulders. You must not bring shame upon us in the Navy. Even if you cannot defeat Doflamingo, you must at least hold out until Vice Admiral Tsuru arrives. This is something you should be capable of, given that you are the adopted son of Admiral Sengoku." Before Rosinante could respond, Ro interjected, "You cannot expect Mr. Rosinante to face the entirety of the Don Quixote family alone. How could he possibly contend with Doflamingo? Are you not sending Mr. Rosinante to his doom?" Eshin remarked, "You could choose to accompany us, but if you do, the members of the Don Quixote family will flee." Rosinante did not respond to Eshin's words, but gently patted Ro's head, smiling. "Rest assured, Ro, I shall be fine. My strength is formidable. Moreover, I still wish to travel the world with you." Without waiting for Ro's reply, Rosinante transformed into his beast form and soared through the roof into the sky. Calling out to Eshin, "I entrust them to you, Eshin." Eshin nodded in acknowledgement. With Eshin's affirmation, Rosinante flew towards the direction of the Don Quixote family. Observing this, Eshin declared, "Little ones, it is time for us to depart." With that, he ascended into the air, carrying 3 companions and a bear. Bippo exclaimed excitedly, "I will surely be the first flying polar bear." Pekin and Shachi were equally exhilarated, and even Ro felt a stir of emotion. After all, which boy does not dream of flying? Eshin, glancing at the raucous group, coldly stated, "You rascals, quiet down. If you continue to make noise, I shall drop you all." He added, "And you, Bippo, you are not a polar bear but a child of the fur tribe." Bippo curiously inquired, "Am I of the fur tribe? What is that?" "You ask far too many questions. Apologies." Bippo quickly lowered his head and offered an apology. Eshin, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the pitiful Bippo, said, "No need to apologize. Once you arrive at Marineford, you will meet your kin, and they will explain what the fur tribe is." "Do I really have kin?" Foolish Bippo. "Of course you do. The bears in the mountains are all your kind." As Eshin observed the noisy trio, he chose to ignore them, relieved that Ro could not tolerate their clamor either. After Ro scolded them, the 3 immediately fell silent. Ro then asked, "Aren't you going to see Mr. Rosinante?" Eshin disregarded Ro and continued to lead the group away from Minion Island. However, he produced a new type of snail phone, projecting an image revealing Rosinante engaged in battle with Don Quixote Doflamingo. Ro stared in astonishment at the combat scene, exclaiming, "Is this really Mr. Rosinante? Do you truly believe I would send Mr. Rosinante to his demise? You must understand that Lieutenant Rosinante is an exemplary graduate of our Navy Headquarters Academy, personally mentored by Admiral Sengoku. With Lieutenant Rosinante's prowess, he can certainly hold off the members of the Don Quixote family. More importantly, Lieutenant Rosinante possesses the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, wind god pterosaur form. Even if he were to be outmatched, without the burden of you lot, he would still be able to escape. Mr. Rosinante possesses such extraordinary strength that he has compelled Doflamingo to enter the awakened state of his devil fruit," exclaimed Luo in astonishment. As Rosinante charged towards Doflamingo, he was swiftly detected by Bartolomeo, the wielder of the barrier fruit from the Don Quixote family. To prevent Bartolomeo from relaying information to Doflamingo, Rosinante executed a single blow, wind goddess wing, rendering Bartolomeo unconscious. Although this technique could have gravely injured Bartolomeo, Rosinante's compassion prevailed, and he merely incapacitated him, for Bartolomeo bore a striking resemblance to his brother. However, this act of mercy resulted in Bartolomeo being spotted by members of the Don Quixote family as he plummeted from the sky. "The young Master Bartolomeo is falling," cried a pirate, prompting Doflamingo to immediately enter combat mode. He warned his subordinates, "Everyone, remain vigilant. We are under attack." No sooner had Doflamingo uttered these words than several weak pirates were swept away by the powerful winds generated by Rosinante's beastly form. Even with precautions in place, Doflamingo was forced to retreat several steps from Rosinante's onslaught. Seeing this, Diamante erupted in fury. "Corazon, have you lost your mind to engage Doflamingo in battle?" Doflamingo chuckled. "Corazon, your strength has indeed grown. Did you not take law to treat his illness? What brings you to Minion Island?" Rosinante remained silent, continuing his assault on Doflamingo. Observing this, the other members of the Don Quixote family attempted to assist Doflamingo, but he halted them. "Do not interfere in my battle with Corazon. You must secure the Ope Nomi. That is our purpose here." Reluctantly, the others complied and withdrew. Chapter 106. A good night's sleep once the others had departed. Doflamingo defended against Rosinante's attacks while remarking, "Corazon, Has that boy Law perished? I know you cared for him. I did too. He is just a replica of me. It is not that I do not wish to save him, but this Opop no Mi is an invaluable tool for my ambitions as a celestial dragon. Aligning with those fools will significantly hasten my goals. Rosanani, however, chose to disregard Doflamingo's words. Frustrated that his attempts at conversation had fallen on deaf ears, Doflamingo surmised that Rosanani had lost his sanity in the wake of Law's death. Consequently, he unleashed his full power, entering the awakened state of his devil fruit in an endeavor to swiftly incapacitate Rosanani. The two engaged in fierce combat, and shortly thereafter, a member of the Don Quixote family arrived with alarming news. Young Master D, Barudi, and all of them have perished, and the Opop no Mi has vanished. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Doflamingo visibly seethed with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging ominously. Doflamingo exclaimed furiously, Corazon, D, Barudi, was it you who killed them? You must comprehend the significance of the Opop no Mi to me. Return the fruit to me now, and you shall still be my brother. When Rosanani continued to ignore him, Doflamingo immediately commanded his men, hurry and locate Law. He must be on Minion Island. Retrieve the Opop no Mi for me. After issuing his orders, Doflamingo deployed his birdcage to ensnare Minion Island, preventing Law's escape. However, before the cage could fully descend, several pirates rushed in panic. Young Master, trouble. The Navy has arrived. Upon hearing this news, Doflamingo's fury intensified. Do you see who the Navy is? It's Tsuru, and this time, there is more than one warship. Realizing Tsuru was among them, Doflamingo's expression darkened considerably. Corazon, cease your antics. The Navy is already here. As Rosanani remained unyielding, Doflamingo commanded his subordinates to attack Rosanani. Already at a disadvantage, Rosanani found himself overwhelmed by the Don Quixote family. Fortunately, his ability to fly allowed him to evade some of their onslaught. Seeing that capturing Rosanani was futile, Doflamingo gritted his teeth and declared, we must retreat. As Rosanani noticed the Don Quixote family attempting to flee, he utilized his flight to harass them. Apart from Doflamingo, the rest of the family could hardly withstand Rosanani's assault, and the once numerous Don Quixote family was now left with only the officers fleeing. Just as Doflamingo was about to reach the port, Tsuru and her companions appeared. Doflamingo, there's no escape for you now, Tsuru exclaimed. Realizing the path ahead was blocked, Doflamingo sought an alternate route, but soon found another group of Marines closing in behind them, led by none other than Akainu. Akainu's gaze was fixed intensely on the Don Quixote family, as if he had already marked them for death. Doflamingo, faced with Tsuru in front and Akainu behind, along with Corazon circling above, could hardly deny that Corazon was indeed a member of the Navy. Although he yearned to eliminate Corazon to alleviate his rage, the immediate priority was to find a way to escape the encirclement. Doflamingo remarked, Tsuru, it has been quite some time. To think the Navy would send you for this transaction, and the renowned Admiral candidate Akainu has also arrived. It seems the Navy places great importance on this deal. Tsuru responded firmly, enough of your nonsense, Doflamingo. We are not here to negotiate. We have come to apprehend you. Engage. With a command from Crane, Akainu struck first. Akainu swiftly used Jeppo to appear beside Don Quixote Doflamingo, unleashing a powerful attack. Although Doflamingo managed to barely defend against Akainu's assault, the splattering magma still inflicted considerable damage upon him. At this moment, Doflamingo, whose strength had not yet reached its peak, stood no chance against Sakazuki, who was destined to become an admiral. Doflamingo was completely overwhelmed. Toripole and Diamante, witnessing Doflamingo being relentlessly pressured by Sakazuki, sought to assist him. Yet the other Marines would not allow such interference. They had struggled to reach Doflamingo, but before Sakazuki, they could hardly even land a single blow before being left battered and bruised. Seeing his family members fall, Doflamingo erupted with a powerful Conqueror's Haki, causing weaker Marines to faint from the sheer intimidation. Sakazuki, observing this, remarked, another pirate possessing Conqueror's Haki. Scum like you must be eliminated swiftly to prevent further harm to the world. Doflamingo, sensing the impending doom, hastily replied, Akainu, my transaction involves the celestial dragons. Do you comprehend the cost of killing me? Sakazuki sneered, what are the celestial dragons? My orders are to capture you, regardless of your fate. With that, he landed another devastating punch on Doflamingo. Realizing that Sakazuki was impervious to reason, Doflamingo called out desperately to Rosanani in the distance, Corazon, save me. I am your only family. Rosanani retorted sharply, I have warned you countless times, yet you persisted in your ways. You should have anticipated this day when you took lives. As a devil fruit user, Admiral Akainu will not spare you. Your future lies in the depths of Impel Down. As Doflamingo's final glimmer of hope extinguished, he felt not fear, but an overwhelming sense of despair. Soon, the members of the Don Quixote family were captured, with most, save for the devil fruit users, having been slain. Doflamingo was ultimately defeated by Sakazuki. Crane placed a hand on Rosinante's shoulder, saying, "Good child, you have worked hard these years. Now, you can finally return. As for Doflamingo, do not concern yourself too much. He will at least not perish." Rosinante forced a smile, replying, "Indeed, Aunt Crane. The life of an undercover agent has finally come to an end." Upon hearing Rosinante address her as Aunt Crane, she scolded, "With your disguise so effective, I hardly recognized you. Go to the warship. Sengoku has prepared a uniform for you. Change into it. Your rank will surely increase upon your return. After changing, be sure to rest well. You undoubtedly haven't had a proper sleep in years. Here, you can finally enjoy a good night's rest." Chapter 107. Motion Sickness. Rosinante gazed affectionately at Crane, nodding solemnly. After casting a glance at the still unconscious Doflamingo, bound by sea stone, he followed Crane towards the warship. Meanwhile, Akainu and his crew continued their search for remnants of the Don Quixote family on Minion Island. Law observed the now silent snail phone and inquired, "Who was that Navy officer using magma? How could he possess such formidable strength to defeat Doflamingo so effortlessly?" The figure beside him chuckled, "That is Akainu, a candidate for our admiral. There are many others in our Navy who surpass his power. Your perception of Doflamingo's strength is merely a limitation imposed by your surroundings. Enough of this idle chatter. Once we reach Punk Hazard, you will have your hands full, especially with your peculiar affliction." After 2 days of swift travel, the figure finally brought Law and his companions to Punk Hazard. He instructed, "You four must remain here quietly for a while. Someone will arrive to escort you shortly. I must remind you once again, apart from Dr. Caesar, you must not reveal your abilities at any other time. Understood?" "Yes, we understand. You've repeated it numerous times," Law replied. "And please ensure my presence remains concealed. You all must do the same." Bepo and the others quickly assured him they would remain discreet. Law retorted, "I don't even know your name, nor have I seen your face. Even if we wished to betray you, we wouldn't know how." Seeing their point, the figure departed without another word. Shortly after leaving Punk Hazard, he arrived at an uninhabited island, where he drew a complex array. Upon completion, he stepped onto the diagram, which emanated a brilliant light. In an instant, he vanished from the island, leaving no trace, as if he had never set foot there. The now disappeared figure materialized in the office of Sengoku at Marine Headquarters, who, engrossed in paperwork, did not lift his head. "Have you resolved the matter?" he asked. With a smile, the figure replied, "Everything proceeded smoothly. You should witness the events yourself." As he spoke, he transformed into a flurry of black light, merging into Sengoku's body, imparting all the memories of his experiences. The warlord murmured to himself, "It seems that I have significantly altered the course of history." Law has unexpectedly encountered Bepo and the others ahead of time. Meanwhile, at Punk Hazard, Bepo expressed his concern, "Captain, why has no one come to fetch us yet? Do you think that fellow might be deceiving us? He exerted considerable effort and even provided me with that precious surgical fruit. He surely wouldn't mislead us. Let us wait a little longer. If no one arrives before sunset, we shall depart and seek shelter elsewhere." Upon hearing Law's words, Bepo ceased his complaints. After a while, a burly young man clad in a naval uniform approached them, driving a futuristic-looking jeep. The robust youth addressed them, "Hey, kid, is there a Trafalgar Law among you?" Law replied, "I am Trafalgar Law. Who are you?" The young man introduced himself. "I am known as Sindamaro, a lieutenant in the Navy Science Division Combat Unit. It was Admiral Sengoku who instructed that fool Caesar to collect you, and thus Caesar sent me to retrieve you. However, Caesar mentioned there would be one little brat. Yet here you are with 4, and even one from the Mink tribe. Well, never mind the details, just follow me." As soon as Jean Tamaro finished speaking, he flung open the car door. Bepo and the others hesitated while gazing at Law, but ultimately, Law took the lead and climbed into the futuristic-style jeep. "Hey, you little brats, why are you all crammed in the back? Someone take the passenger seat," Law asserted, taking his place resolutely in the front. "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Am I really that intimidating? Well, it's understandable. Not everyone can be as exceptional as I am." He continued, "Make sure you all buckle up. I'm about to drive." With that, Jean Tamara started the jeep. The vehicle surged forward with astonishing speed, prompting Law to hastily fasten his seatbelt, although Bepo and the others managed to secure their belts in the back seat. Their small frames were dwarfed by the size of the jeep, causing the seatbelts to merely hold them in place without any real safety. The trio felt as though they might be hurled from their seats at any moment due to the rapid pace. Beepo opened his mouth to call for Law's assistance, but a torrent of wind rushed in, rendering him speechless. Fortunately, Jean Tamaru's speed was swift, and within mere minutes, they arrived at their destination. Once parked, Jean Tamaru glanced back at the visibly nauseous group and exclaimed, "You guys better not throw up. I just finished modifying this vehicle." With that, he unceremoniously ejected all four from the car. Unable to contain themselves any longer, the four promptly succumbed to their queasiness and expelled their stomach contents. Jean Tamaru cast a disdainful glance at Luo and his companions, remarking, "Children will always be children. I have yet to accelerate to full speed, and you are already faltering." Once Luo Si had finished retching, Jean Tamaru produced a vial shaped like fruit and handed it to Luo. Instinctively, Luo accepted the vial. His brow furrowed in confusion as he inquired, "What is this?" Jean Tamaru explained, "This is a remedy for your nausea and vomiting. Rest assured, it is not bitter. It possesses a delightful fruity flavor, matching the shape of the fruit itself. This is specially crafted for you little ones. A unique specialty of Punk Hazard that is not available elsewhere. You are each permitted to consume only one." Upon hearing this, Luo distributed one to each of the three, including Beepo, and then returned the vial to Jean Tamaru. After taking the medicine, Beepo exclaimed with delight, "Captain, it truly tastes like bananas." Luo, however, was not paying attention to Beepo. Instead, he was observing the robot meticulously cleaning up the remnants of their earlier vomiting on the ground. Curiously, Luo inquired, "What is this?" Jean Tamaru, "This is cleanser number 1, specifically designed to eradicate the stains on the streets." Cleanser number 1? The little one should be feeling perfectly fine now. Let us hasten to confront that scoundrel Caesar. With that, Jean Tamaru returned the anti-nausea medication to his jeep. After Jean Tamaru carefully placed the medication to prevent dizziness and vomiting, he noticed Luo gazing at him and hurriedly clarified, "This medicine for the little ghost isn't something I take. It is specifically designed for you little ones. By the way, these are exclusively for your kind. And it is certainly not because I find ordinary medicine bitter that I had the old man develop this fruity version." Luo looked at Jean Tamaru, who had unwittingly revealed the truth, with a bemused expression. However, out of consideration for Jean Tamaru's dignity, Luo gently refrained from exposing him. Chapter 108, Future City Beepo. A beat behind, exclaimed in astonishment, "Boss really isn't feeling unwell anymore. This is surprisingly effective." His remark prompted Jean Tamaru to realize, "Since you all are fine now, let us proceed to meet Caesar." Luo and his companions followed Jean Tamaru, who had driven at such high speed earlier that they hardly had a chance to appreciate Punk Hazard. Now, as the four of them examined Punk Hazard closely, they were utterly astounded, rendered speechless by the astonishing scenery. Luo, in disbelief, inquired, "Mr. Jean Guotao, is this truly the world of the future? It resembles the future depicted in comics to an uncanny degree. In fact, it is even more advanced than the future portrayed in those illustrations." Jean Tamaru elucidated. Punk Hazard is home to the world's most formidable scientists, and this city is aptly dubbed the City of the Future. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that what you have encountered over the years in terms of novel items has all emanated from this future metropolis. There are countless intriguing attractions in the City of the Future, and in due course, you shall discover them. As they delve deeper, Luo and his companions were continuously astonished by the array of technologically advanced novelties. After much effort, the group finally approached Caesar. Truly, as a mythical beast, and renowned as the Oni clan's Kaido, his blood was remarkably potent, undoubtedly linked to the devil fruit that birthed the mythical beast. I, Caesar Clown, am indeed the world's foremost scientist. Over the years, Caesar Clown's name had become widely recognized throughout the Wano country. So much so that even a 90-year-old elder or a mere toddler would be familiar with the illustrious scientist. However, the portrayal of Caesar in the newspapers exuded the essence of a grand scientist, whereas the real Caesar was starkly different, resembling a madman. This revelation struck Luo profoundly. He had once harbored hopes that Caesar would develop a miraculous cure for the lead disease. But witnessing Caesar's true demeanor caused his previously held respect for the scientist to waver significantly. Jean Tamaru exclaimed, "Caesar, I have brought the person you desired." Caesar, abruptly interrupted and in a fit of rage, retorted, "Jean Tamaru, how many times must I remind you not to intrude upon my laboratory without prior notice?" Jean Tamaru disregarded Caesar entirely and approached Vegapunk to engage in conversation. Feeling overlooked, Caesar restrained himself from further outbursts and swiftly flew in front of Law, inquiring. You are Law, aren't you? It must be you, afflicted with lead poisoning. It can only be you. However, who are these individuals? Did the Marine Admiral not say that you would come alone? Law explained, these three are my companions. They joined me in this impromptu rebellion. Upon hearing about the illness of the boy with lead poisoning, Vegapunk approached with a sympathetic expression. He looked at Law and remarked, compared to you, he is indeed the youth afflicted with lead poisoning that Admiral Sengoku mentioned. It is our inadequacy, despite our extensive research. We have yet to develop an effective cure for lead poisoning. Caesar interjected, Vegapunk, while you express these sentiments, Admiral Sengoku stated that this child has consumed the surgery fruit. Moreover, he hails from a distinguished medical family, which allows him to initially harness the powers of the surgery fruit. With our collaboration, we can certainly cure his lead poisoning, and perhaps even discover a definitive antidote. As his abilities grow stronger, we may even unravel cures for other ailments. Caesar is right. The sooner we treat you, the less suffering you will endure. Are you willing to cooperate with us for your treatment? I am willing. Excellent. Let us not waste any more time. Those not involved should promptly vacate my laboratory. The world's foremost scientist is about to showcase his prowess. The three of them gathered their courage and declared, we will not leave our captain. Caesar retorted, you little rascal, Tontata, take these kids outside. Did you not hear that I am about to commence my work? Curse you. Caesar, I will not heed your orders. With that, a dispute ensued between the two. Vegapunk interjected, all right, you two, cease your quarrel. The immediate priority is treating Law. Tontata, why don't you take them out for some leisure? All right, I'll follow your advice. Come along, little ones. I shall treat you to the culinary delights of Future City. Though the three were eager to accompany Tontata for a taste of the exquisite cuisine, their concern for Law outweighed their culinary cravings. Law smiled and said, Beppo, Penguin, Shachi, you go with Mr. Tontata to enjoy the food. Dr. Caesar and this esteemed scientist mean me no harm. They are here to treat my lead poisoning and will not hurt me. Rest assured. After Law's reassurances, Beppo and the others reluctantly followed Tontata outside. Once the laboratory door was closed, Caesar promptly lifted Law and asked, Law, how has your development of the surgery fruit progressed? Startled by the sudden lift, Law shook his head, replying, I can currently only assess my own physical condition and summon a sterile operating room, though its dimensions are rather limited. Vegapunk chuckled, you've only just consumed the surgery fruit, and to have already unlocked two abilities is quite impressive. Flattered, Law's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Enough of the pleasantries. Quickly demonstrate your abilities to me. Observing Caesar's palpable impatience, Law refrained from any superfluous dialogue and promptly activated his abilities. Caesar sensed the aura of Law's power but could not perceive it visually. Are you invoking the powers of the room? Law nodded in affirmation. What can you accomplish within this room? He inquired. Within the confines of the room, I can perform any surgical procedure without the fear of infection. However, this remains merely a conjecture. Only through experimentation can the validity of my hypothesis be established. That is all. Is there not more to the room's capabilities? Indeed, there are additional functions. Otherwise, why would a surgical fruit be valued at 50 billion berries? Follow me, and I shall demonstrate the proper utilization of the surgical fruit. Fortunately, Admiral Sengoku had prepared in advance. Otherwise, one might possess a treasure trove yet remain oblivious to how to harness its potential. Law accompanied Caesar to a large screen, where a stick figure animation soon materialized. This animation meticulously illustrated the development of the surgical fruit's capabilities, complete with thoughtful subtitles. The video was specifically produced by the intelligence agency under the Warring States, utilizing tools obtained as rewards from the system. The Warring States period has encapsulated all known abilities derived from the surgical fruit into an animation. Chapter 109, Maturity. Although the animation showcases numerous abilities, its duration is rather brief, lasting only half an hour. As the animation concluded, Caesar appeared on the screen, grinning. The animation has finished. You should now comprehend how to develop your abilities. Law instinctively nodded, stating, while I understand how to develop them, the actual execution will require time and experimentation. Then why delay? Commence your experiments now. Your body is the finest specimen. Once you have cured your lead disease, you will have made significant progress in harnessing the surgical fruit. Observing the situation, Law remarked, Dr. Caesar, I believe I can proceed with the surgery and excise the lead virus from my body. Vegapunk interjected, such an approach would subject you to immense suffering. Not only would you endure pain, but it is also rather rudimentary and unworthy of my status as the foremost scientist in the world. I have devised a comprehensive plan for your ailment. If you follow my strategy, it will be the optimal solution to your lead disease. Most importantly, this process will not only facilitate rapid enhancement of your abilities, but will also spare you any suffering. The trade-off is that once your fruit abilities are sufficiently refined, you will assist us in our experiments. Assist you in your experiments? I'm not a scientist. What experiments could I possibly help you with? Indeed. You are rather naive. Fortunately, your youth mitigates my desire to extract the surgical fruit from your body. You will soon comprehend the extent to which the surgical fruit can aid our experiments. May I inquire what kind of experiments you require my assistance with? Furthermore, how long will these experiments last? You certainly have a plethora of questions. Vegapunk chuckled. Our experiments are conducted in the name of peace. As for the duration, we cannot ascertain that. Lo replied, so, in essence, the world lacks true peace, and I must assist you with experiments. Which means I am destined to spend my life in a laboratory. Caesar retorted, irritated. You are a member of the Navy. Assisting us in our experiments is a privilege. So why all the fuss? Additionally, you are rather self-absorbed. When did I say that all experiments require your involvement? Your role is merely that of a more sophisticated experimental instrument. Your existence is intended to expedite our research. Law calmly countered, I am not part of the Navy. Your current status does not preclude your future affiliation with the Navy. Surely, you do not believe the Navy would allow you to possess the surgical fruit worth 50 billion berries without a price? If you do not join the Navy, they are most likely to hand you over to me. So I can devise a method to extract the surgical fruit from your body. It is not impossible to kill you directly. Such an act would be the most convenient and the best way to reclaim the surgical fruit. Or do you believe you can escape? If you wish to flee, now is your chance. I shall not impede you. However, you must understand that Punk Hazard is guarded by 2 branches of the Navy, including 2 vice admirals of base commander rank and a candidate admiral. Not only are naval forces present, but troops from the world government and CP organization also stand watch. Should you fall into the hands of the Navy, it may be manageable, but if captured by the world government or CP organization, your demise is highly probable. After all, those fools believe that the permeating disease is contagious. There exists a minuscule chance that you might survive, however. It would be far better to accept death than to end up as a slave, especially considering the value of your furry companion. For the fur tribe's slaves are of considerable worth. Upon hearing Caesar's words, Law's thoughts of escape were utterly extinguished. Now he could only place his hopes in Rosinante. Vegapunk, observing Law's despondence, remarked, if you truly do not wish to become a Marine, you are welcome to stay here and live with us. Aside from losing some freedom, there is no difference from a normal life. Moreover, the Navy has changed under Admiral Sengoku's reforms. The scoundrels within have been dealt with. Thus, you need not harbor excessive animosity towards the Navy. Law gazed at Vegapunk, whose face radiated kindness, and queried, according to my memory, this is our first meeting, Doctor. Why are you being so kind to me? Is it because Mr. Rosinante asked you to look after me? Who is Rosinante? I do not know him. I assist you solely because I wish to help, replied Vegapunk. Do not doubt Vegapunk's goodwill. He is simply a benevolent soul. Any child in his stead would receive the same treatment. After contemplating for a moment, Law stated, I am willing to undergo treatment as per your plan. And I accept your conditions. A wise choice. Let us commence the experiment without further delay, for you have already squandered enough time. Thus, under the guidance of the 2, Law diligently began to learn the capabilities of the surgical fruit. The early warring states had long been prepared to welcome Rosinante with sustenance. Upon seeing Rosinante clad in a naval uniform, an overwhelming tenderness surged within. Rosinante, unable to contain himself, found his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He hastened towards Sengoku, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Initially taken aback by the sudden gesture, Sengoku felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet this fleeting discomfort swiftly dissipated, and he reciprocated the embrace with equal fervor. Their moment of closeness, however, was not prolonged. Zhangguo gently patted Rosinante's head and remarked, Rosinante, you have matured considerably over the past 2 years, resembling an adult more than ever. Enough of this chatter. Let us hasten to the dining table. I have prepared a splendid feast in your honor, comprising all your favorite dishes. With that, Zhangguo reached for Rosinante, leading him towards the table laden with an abundance of food. Rosinante, gazing at the sumptuous spread, felt a pang of guilt and said, Father, I am truly sorry. Zhangguo, with a smile, remarked, there is no need for you to apologize. You have not wronged me in any way. If you were to refrain from undertaking this endeavor, it would undoubtedly become a source of lifelong regret for you. This is precisely why I have allowed you to proceed. Henceforth, focus on enhancing your own strength. I am eagerly anticipating the day when you rise to the rank of marshal. You must strive diligently. Upon hearing Zhang Guo's words, Razanandi's mind was instantly flooded with memories of Sakazuki showcasing his prowess on Minion Island, as well as recollections of his past encounters with Sakazuki and his companions, causing beads of sweat to form on Razanandi's brow. I shall do my utmost to live up to my father's expectations. Naturally, Sengoku discerned the predicament of Razanandi, and with a smile remarked, "It is a jest to appoint you as the commander. With Sakazuki and the others present, aspiring to such a position remains a challenge. I would be content if you could attain the rank of general. If that proves difficult, even being a general candidate suffices." Chapter 110, An Unexpected Contestant. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Razanandi's spirit of defiance emerged. "Do not underestimate me, even if I am not a match for Sakazuki and his companions. I am confident in my ability to become a general. Haha, then I shall eagerly await your performance. You will have the opportunity to participate in the grand tournament tomorrow. Your success in this undercover operation against the Don Quixote pirates has already earned you considerable merit. If your strength proves sufficient, you may indeed ascend directly to the rank of general." Upon learning that the tournament was to take place the following day, a flicker of anxiety coursed through Razanandi, though it was eclipsed by excitement. After years of subterfuge within the Don Quixote family, he longed to engage in battle alongside his comrades. "I shall strive to secure a higher ranking. Enough of this. Let us dine." The two then commenced their meal, and after clearing away the remnants, they engaged in casual conversation. They spoke at length, with Razanandi recounting his experiences over the years while Sengoku listened attentively. As their dialogue unfolded, the conversation inevitably turned to the subject of law. "The plight of my son, Law, bears resemblance to my own experiences with Don Quixote. In his earlier days, he exhibited traits akin to those of Don Quixote, yet, through my guidance, he has evolved to resemble a typical child." Razanandi continued to extol Law's virtues and shared numerous anecdotes from their time together. Zhang Guo interjected, "You are already well aware of the situation concerning that child, and I understand the purpose behind your words. Rest assured, the child is currently safe. He is receiving treatment at Punk Hazard. By the next time you see him, he will have returned to being a normal child. When you next encounter him, there will also be a mission for you, to recruit him into our navy. I have faced considerable pressure to allow him to consume that surgery fruit. We cannot allow this child to wander aimlessly, especially since he harbors a deep-seated resentment towards the world and possesses the formidable surgery fruit. If left unchecked, he could potentially become the next Don Quixote da Flamingo." Rosinante quickly reassured, "Father, you need not worry. I will ensure that Luo does not become the next da Flamingo. You need not say any more. As long as he does not become our enemy, I will not lay a hand on him. I understand. And I will certainly make sure that Luo becomes an exceptional sailor." The two continued their conversation for a while before retiring for the night. The following day, the arena on the deserted island was nearing the final stages of the competition. Rosinante, having cut in, participated in several matches. Some of the more powerful sailors were away on missions and returned late, directly entering the contest. Thus, Rosinante's participation went largely unnoticed, with only those familiar with him expressing surprise. The grand tournament continued for several days, culminating in the final showdown. The competitors who made it to the finals were largely as Zhang Guo had anticipated, except for one unexpected contender, someone who astonished Zhang Guo by joining the navy. This individual was the not-yet-blind Fujitori Isho. Upon reviewing the list of finalists, Zhang Guo resolved to make adjustments to the matchups, primarily to prevent injuries among the participants and to conceal their true strengths. The finalists included the reigning champion Sakazuki and three others: Isho, a lieutenant junior grade, Jibei, a captain, Rosinante, a lieutenant, Guion, a second lieutenant, Kaji, a second lieutenant, and Smoker, a lieutenant. Only the top 6 from the previous tournament could advance to the finals, with Isho having displaced the previously favored Squirrel, whose strength, bolstered by Zhang Guo's resources, far exceeded that depicted in the manga. "Marshal Zhang Guo," Crane inquired, having scrutinized the list for so long, "have you discerned anything? Will the finals proceed as usual? Or shall we alter our course? We cannot afford to squander time here. During our tournament, the seas are rife with chaos. Although most sailors have returned to their bases, a significant portion of our top-tier combatants remains at headquarters, and even some notorious pirates have begun to stir. Among the most renowned are the Big MOM pirates, the Red-haired pirates, the Beast pirates, and the 8 Treasure Navy. These formidable groups are currently vying for territory in the New World. It is imperative to possess sufficient military strength to deter them. Furthermore, one must remain vigilant against the Whitebeard pirates as well. After listening to Admiral Tsuru, Sengoku spoke. Admiral Tsuru's words hold great truth. One must be wary of the pirates in the New World. Carp, take the station soldiers who did not advance to the finals back to the New World to prevent any pirate assaults on our branches. Carp, somewhat disgruntled, replied, It's truly tedious to leave such an exhilarating tournament just to chase after pirates. Could the warring states not allow us to conclude the grand tournament before I venture into the New World? What do you think? Very well then. I shall proceed to the New World to engage in a duel with Whitebeard. It has indeed been a while since I last engaged in combat. It will be a splendid opportunity to stretch my muscles. With that, Garp departed without hesitation. Truly, Garp the Vice Admiral is impressive. He exudes such charisma. As Sengoku gazed at Carp, who was about to approach the conference room door, he expressed his frustration. Carp, have you not heard my command? You must first gather all the stationed Marines in the New World before we can set sail. Carp replied, Understood. I shall await them at the port, however. I shall not wait for too long. My fists are itching with anticipation, and I am eager to engage with Whitebeard. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Sengoku, feeling helpless, could only instruct the other officers to summon the Marines stationed in the New World. Now, moving on to more pressing matters. I have decided to implement certain modifications to the rules of the finals. Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsellino, as the highest-ranking candidates for the position of Admiral, will remain exempt from the upcoming trials. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, these three are poised to become the new admirals. Should any of the six advancing to the finals wish to challenge Sakazuki and his companions, they are permitted to do so. Defeating any one of them will grant the challenger the title of admiral. The finals shall commence with the participants who have advanced to that stage. However, the finals will not be open to the public. This decision allows the Marines to employ their hidden techniques without reservation and prevents our naval strength from being discerned by the enemy. Zephyr remarked, Sengoku. Aside from Sakazuki and the others, the six who have advanced to the finals are formidable in their own right. Their battles will not conclude as mere skirmishes. Injuries could have serious repercussions. Chapter 111. Rules of the Finals. Zephyr's words immediately resonated with many of the officers, as any loss in naval combat strength due to such matters would be detrimental. In the midst of the warring states, Zhangguo expressed, concerning the injuries, ZFA. You need not worry. Not only do we have our presence during the competition, but also the esteemed Dr. Caesar. As long as they are not severely injured, we can assure their recovery. Vice Admiral, he then interjected, while it is undoubtedly crucial for a general to possess formidable combat strength, it is equally imperative to assess their overall capabilities. Only with sufficient comprehensive strength can one truly ascend to the rank of a genuine general. The collective prowess of Kazan and the other three is well acknowledged, absolving them from any further assessments. The six individuals advancing to the finals, however, typically hold modest military ranks and have commanded only a limited number of troops, including a Marine who has only recently graduated from the Naval Academy. Thus, a test involving the capture of pirates will be conducted. The challenge entails that each of the six captains lead 200 Marines aboard a vessel of comparable size, embarking on a 2-week mission in the New World to seize pirates. Their rankings will be determined by the cumulative bounties of the captured pirates. The higher the total bounty captured, the superior their ranking will be. The scores from the pirate captures and combat trials will each account for 50%. More importantly, this endeavor will significantly alleviate the pressure on the Navy in the New World. Zhangguo nodded thoughtfully and remarked, Indeed, Admiral Crane's words hold considerable merit. It is insufficient to possess mere combat prowess to ascend to the rank of admiral. After all, Sakazuki and his peers have spent years as candidates before attaining their esteemed positions. However, I must propose certain modifications to Admiral Crane's established criteria. The scoring system cannot be limited to merely 50%. The position of admiral represents the very face of our Navy, while a candidate's overall capabilities may vary. Formidable combat strength is an essential prerequisite. Thus, let us regard Admiral Crane's stipulations as the selection criteria for admiral candidates. Those who successfully attain the status of candidate and aspire to become an admiral may proceed to challenge Sakazuki and his two counterparts. The proposal from Sengoku was, of course, met with unanimous agreement. In the year 1510 of the Marine calendar, 6 identical warships set sail from the port of Marineford towards the New World. In the ensuing fortnight, pirates in the New World faced several aggressive assaults from the Navy. During the previous week, the bounty for the captured pirates had remained stagnant, with no significant differences emerging. This stalemate persisted until Smoker, in his audacity, challenged the red-haired pirates. Although Smoker had undergone rigorous training under Zephyr's stern guidance and had grown considerably stronger since Sengoku had found him years prior, he was no match for Shanks, who had already attained the stature of an emperor of the sea. Furthermore, he was up against the entire crew of the red-haired pirates. Had it not been for Carp's fortuitous arrival, Smoker might well have met his demise that day. Naturally, he was the first to be eliminated. In light of these Navy stars being ensnared by the pirates' collusion, Zephyr, Tsuru, and Akainu hastened to the New World to assist the remaining 5. In the Marineford Hospital, Sengoku gazed at Smoker, who lay on the bed puffing a cigar, and remarked, "What gave you the audacity to pursue the red-haired pirates? After spending so long in the New World, I refuse to believe you are unaware of their might. Pray tell, what compelled you to confront them?" Just as Smoker was about to respond, Sengoku interrupted him, insisting, "Extinguish that cigar before you speak." Reluctant to snuff out his cigar, Smoker nevertheless complied under Sengoku's stern gaze. After extinguishing it, he stated, "Old man, I did not act recklessly in attacking Shanks. I realized he was alone at sea and appeared to have just emerged from a fierce battle. Thus, I thought I might stand a chance against him without his crew's assistance. What was the outcome? Even after a fierce battle, you were no match for him. Had Carp not intervened, you would have perished at sea. You aspire to be an admiral? I doubt you even qualify for the rank of vice admiral." Smoker retorted defiantly, "If I'm not destined to be an admiral, then so be it. I am indifferent to such titles. I did not enter the tournament with the sole aim of becoming an admiral. Keep up your bravado. I assure you this time, there will be no promotions to admiral or vice admiral for at least 20 years. With this proclamation, Sengoku departed. Once Sengoku was gone, Smoker promptly reignited his extinguished cigar and muttered to himself, "Is it merely a reduction in points for capturing pirates? There are still strength competitions. Even if I cannot match those 3 from the Marine, I am confident against others. At the very least, I can still aim for the position of Vice Admiral." The week passed swiftly. In the conference room, the rankings for capturing pirates were displayed, with Jinbei astonishingly securing the top position. His ability to utilize the intelligence of whale sharks in the vast ocean far surpassed that of his competitors, resulting in a significantly higher number of captured pirates. Consequently, the accumulation of bounties reflected this disparity. The remaining 4 contenders had relatively close bounty amounts. In second place was Ikaku, in third was Razananti, in fourth was Kaku, and in fifth was Gion. Naturally, Smoker occupied the 6th position. Next, the focus shifted to the battle of strength, Jinbei versus Smoker, Ikaku versus Gion, and Razananti versus Kaku. In a secluded area of a naval base, Smoker and Jinbei stood face to face, ready for confrontation. The warring states and Zifa, along with the remaining 4, stood by observing the battle. Smoker gently caressed his sword, saying, "Jinbei, ever since my graduation, I have longed for a duel with you, yet you have consistently declined. At last, I have the opportunity to face you and redeem myself for my past failures during my academy days." Under the Council of Warring States, Smoker had replaced his weapon with a sword, one that was not merely ordinary, but rather a modified weapon imbued with the powers of a devil fruit. Jinbei chuckled, "Ha. I too look forward to this confrontation with you, Smoker." Not to be caught unarmed, Jinbei had also acquired a devil fruit weapon, opting for a pair of boxing gloves amidst their prevalence in the Navy. In the midst of the fray, Sengoku, wielding a loudspeaker, interrupted Smoker with a commanding voice. "Why have you two not begun yet? How long do you plan to dawdle?" Irked by the interruption, Smoker retorted, "You really are quite verbose, old man." Jinbei chuckled and added, "Sengoku is right. Smoker, time is of the essence. Let us commence our duel. Then let the battle begin. I am ready to strike. You had better prepare yourself, Jinbei." With that, the two entered a combat stance, poised for attack. Chapter 112. Meteorite. As they readied themselves for battle, the weapons born of their devil fruits began to morph. Smoker's sword transformed into a writhing serpent, while Jinbei's gauntlet sprouted numerous sharp spikes, resembling 2 hedgehogs embracing his hands. They charged at one another, each enveloping their weapons in haki with a tacit understanding. Their weapons clashed relentlessly. Although onlookers might perceive it as a contest of hedgehogs against a venomous snake, the sound of their collision resonated like the clash of metal. Smoker, despite possessing formidable strength, found himself at a disadvantage against Jinbei, compounded by the lingering injuries sustained from Shanks' earlier confrontation. Thus, he was continually pressed by Jinbei. Smoker's only advantage lay in his elemental transformation. Despite the odds stacked against him, Smoker maintained a defiant demeanor. Jinbi, my weapon can release a toxic venom, which has mingled with my smoke. If this battle continues, it will conclude with my victory. Yet, Jinbi paid no heed to Smoker's bravado, focused entirely on the battle at hand. As time passed, Smoker's disadvantage grew more pronounced until Jinbi seized the opportunity and decisively executed the fishman karate technique, onigiri. Vanquishing Smoker, the already injured Smoker was dealt another blow. Rushing to Smoker's side, Jinbi inquired, "Are you all right, Smoker?" Smoker waved him off, "I am fine. But how did you withstand the toxic smoke created by the fusion of my weapon's venom and devil fruit abilities? My weapon, the snake fruit, specifically the king cobra form, possesses a potent venom, further augmented by Dr. Caesar's enhancements, resulting in a toxicity multiplied several times over. Even with your fishman resilience, it is astonishing that you emerged unscathed." Jinbi replied with a smile, "I had thoroughly researched your abilities. To prepare for our battle, I undertook breath-holding training and donned a specialized gas mask." He then removed a thin, transparent mask from his face. "Now you understand why you lost. Despite your considerable strength, you underestimated the necessity of preparation. While I took extensive measures to ensure my readiness, given your prior defeat at my hands, it is perplexing that you would enter this encounter without any preparation. You ought to seek medical attention promptly." In the era of the Warring States, it is unclear when they arrived beside the two individuals and overheard their conversation. Smoker, who had been reprimanded, found himself at a loss for words and could only accompany Jinbei to seek medical attention. After the departure of the two, a gentle smile graced the face of Guillaume as she also made her way to the open space. After a glance at the two combatants, Zhang stated, "You are both well aware of the rules of this contest, so I shall not elaborate further. Let us commence." As soon as Zhang departed, the two fighters immediately engaged in battle. Both Yi Xiao and Juan were masters of the sword. However, it was evident that Yi Xiao's swordsmanship was superior, leaving Juan on the defensive. Recognizing that he could not match Yi Xiao's skill, Juan swiftly altered his approach. Yi Xiao, exhibiting no sense of mercy, intensified his attacks. "Juan, you must now comprehend the disparity in our abilities. I prefer not to harm you, so I suggest you concede," Yi Xiao remarked, inciting visible anger in Juan. "Yi Xiao, I concede your prowess is formidable, but I am not accustomed to surrender. Until the final moment of battle, the outcome remains uncertain. If you truly respect me, then unleash your full strength in this duel," Juan retorted. Instead of responding with ire, Yi Xiao's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Very well, Juan. It is my oversight. Out of respect, I shall engage you with my utmost power." With that, Yi Xiao activated his weight fruit to suppress Juan, creating distance between them. Subsequently, a wave of gravitational energy surged from Yi Xiao's sword into the sky, summoning a colossal meteorite that hurtled toward Juan. Juan instinctively sought to evade the flaming meteorite, yet its vast size and rapid descent left her with no avenue for escape. Realizing that evasion was futile, she resolved to cleave the enormous meteorite in two. Juan sheathed her sword, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, channeling her entire might into her blade before striking fiercely at the meteorite, unleashing a tremendous slash. Meanwhile, the onlookers, including Kaji, were more anxious than Juan herself. "Marshal Zhanghua, General Zifa, you must act swiftly to save Juan. Can she withstand such a cataclysmic assault?" Zifa replied, "Kaji, there is no need for alarm. Juan is no ordinary girl. I have faith in her ability to withstand this attack. But there is no but. Juan has not surrendered. Do you wish to declare her defeat?" Zifa continued, "I understand your concerns, but with both myself and Zhanghua present, Juan will undoubtedly be safe. Focus on the contest." Reluctantly, Kaji fell silent, though the anxiety etched on his face remained palpable as he anxiously observed his goddess, Juan. The clash between Juan's concentrated strike and the blazing meteorite culminated in a spectacular collision, shattering the meteorite into 4 massive fragments that plummeted to the ground. In a fleeting moment, the warring states and Karp exchanged glances and swiftly moved to the scattered meteorite, delivering a decisive blow that reduced it to mere powder. Following this, the two returned to their observation post, as if nothing had transpired. Witnessing the successful strike that thwarted the falling meteorite, Guillaume's face blossomed with a fleeting smile. However, this smile was short-lived. In the very next instant, 3 additional meteorites hurtled towards Guillaume. At this juncture, Guillaume finally comprehended that Ikagatsu's earlier words were not mere bravado. He had indeed withheld his full power until now. Guillaume was acutely aware that, in her prime, she might have stood a chance to withstand these 3 meteorites, But presently, with her hockey significantly depleted, she stood no chance against them. Yet, having just proclaimed her refusal to surrender, she found herself caught in a moment of hesitation. Meanwhile, Ikagatsu in the air assumed that Gion was merely gathering strength to counter his meteorites once more. Thus, he unleashed another wave of gravitational force towards the meteorites, hastening their descent and intensifying their fiery trail. Simultaneously, Ikagatsu's evaluation of Gion in his heart elevated by several degrees. Upon witnessing the situation, Sengoku swiftly moved beside Gion and proclaimed, "I declare Gion the loser." After uttering these words, Sengoku transformed into a colossal Buddha form and struck the 3 enormous meteors gathered in the sky with a single, powerful punch. The meteors were shattered into dust, causing a rain of earth to fall over the entire base. Chapter 113, A Display of Might. Following this demonstration, Sengoku reverted to his human form. "Gion, you truly are reckless. You are well aware that you are no match for Rishao. Why do you not concede? If anything were to happen to you, I would be at a loss as to how to explain it to your sister." Gion's face must have flushed with embarrassment. In the era of the Warring States, Sengoku refrained from engaging in conversation with Join, allowing him to descend and undertake self-treatment without further ado. The subsequent contest featured the clash between Rasenandi and Kaji. Although Kaji lacked a devil fruit, he possessed weapons infused with their power, coupled with ample battle experience, which partially compensated for the disparity in strength typically afforded by devil fruits. The duration of their combat was the longest of all, eclipsing the combined time of the previous 2 battles. Ultimately, Rasenandi triumphed, relying on the regenerative capabilities of his Zoan-type powers. The following day's match pitted Jinbei against Rasenandi, culminating in a natural victory for Jinbei. On the 3rd day, the fierce confrontation between Jinbei and Ikkyo ensued, marked by its intensity, nearly laying waste to half the island. This devastation was primarily attributable to Ikkyo's meteoric assaults, which initially granted him a significant advantage. However, the resultant influx of groundwater and seawater onto the island ultimately bolstered Jinbei's prowess. Their fierce struggle persisted for a day and night before concluding, with Ikkyo emerging victorious. As the others observed the battle between Ikkyo and Jinbei, they became acutely aware of the vast chasm in their abilities, prompting even the steadfast smoker to resolve to intensify his training. Following Ikkyo's victory, Sengoku inquired whether he wished to challenge the trio of Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji. Naturally, Ikkyo accepted the challenge. To ensure fairness, he drew lots to determine whom he would face among the 3. Fortune smiled upon him as he drew Kizuru, known for his relatively less destructive capabilities. The 2 then retreated to a deserted island, where they engaged in a 5-day and night battle. The outcome remained inconclusive. Yet the island emerged adorned with numerous meteoric ice sculptures following their confrontation. A week later, the world's newspapers erupted with a major announcement. The Navy had appointed 4 new admirals, 1 admiral candidate, and several vice admirals with code names. These individuals included Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, Admiral Kizuru Borsellino, Admiral Akiji Kazan, Admiral Fujitora Ikkyo, Admiral Candidate Blue Shark Jinbei, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit Juin, Vice Admiral T-Pig Kaji, Vice Admiral Dark Dragon Rasenandi, and Vice Admiral White Snake Smoker. This formidable display of naval power instilled a considerable sense of security among the global populace, dissuading many who had contemplated embarking on a piratical life. To align with the current wave of promotion, the 4 new admirals, accompanied by a formidable contingent of elite marines, set forth into the new world to apprehend pirates. United in their strength, there existed no pirate crew that could withstand their might, resulting in the capture of numerous notorious marauders. However, they did not encounter any of the formidable pirate crews, leaving Sengoku in a state of perplexity. Following the conclusion of this operation, the 5 elders promptly requested Sengoku to assign an admiral to guard Mary Geos, compelling him to rotate the 5 admirals for this duty. Subsequently, the Navy and the world government announced a nationwide recruitment and martial arts competition. Achieving a high rank in this contest could potentially lead to the title of admiral, accompanied by substantial rewards. Given the Navy's prior display of strength, a multitude of participants emerged, though some pirates infiltrated the ranks. Those with bounties were swiftly apprehended by the Marines guarding the arena, while those who managed to blend in were merely insignificant pirates without any bounties. The tournament itself devolved into a chaotic melee, with only 1 victor emerging from each round, who would then advance to the subsequent stage. This led to a participation rate that far exceeded previous internal Navy competitions, astonishingly concluding even before the internal tournament had ended. The final victor was an individual endowed with the powers of the forest fruit. Initially, Sengoku contemplated promoting the victor to admiral, but the five elders secretly courted him to become a celestial dragon, appointing him as the commander of the new god knights. Sengoku, however, did not lament this turn of events as he leveraged the opportunity presented by the victor to secure substantial benefits from the five elders. Most of those who ranked highly in the competition were subsequently absorbed into the ranks of CP agents, leaving Sengoku with only the lower-ranked participants to consider. Naturally, Sengoku did not accept all of these contestants. Instead, he subjected them to a series of evaluations. Those who passed, regardless of whether they joined the headquarters or a branch, were welcomed, while those who failed, indicating questionable character, were either sent back to their hometowns or dispatched to the New World branches as cannon fodder. Should they demonstrate improvement, they might earn the chance to become true Marines. Otherwise, they would remain as mere fodder for the rest of their lives. Of course, those destined for such a fate remain blissfully unaware of their grim prospects. The Warring States era will certainly not permit these disruptive elements to infiltrate the Navy he has painstakingly organized. The addition of new admirals has alleviated much of the pressure on Warring States. These admirals seldom depart from Marineford, except to confront formidable pirates. With Warring States' meticulous planning, Akainu and his colleagues are more than capable of managing any affairs within the Navy, and even unresolved issues can be addressed through discussion. This, indeed, provides Warring States with an opportunity for a well-deserved respite. After entrusting all official duties to Kazan, Sengoku proceeded to Punk Hazard alongside Razanandi. This marks Sengoku's first visit to Punk Hazard since becoming the fleet admiral. Notably, the current guardian of Punk Hazard is the formidable indigo shark, Jinbe. The arrival of the battleship from Razanandi during the Warring States period garnered little attention. However, when Caesar learned that the Warring States had come to Punk Hazard, he was quite taken aback. Instead of seeking out Caesar directly, the Warring States took the opportunity to explore this futuristic city on his own. While Razanandi proceeded to meet with Luo, many technological marvels of the future city astonished the Warring States. Yet, his exploration was short-lived, as Caesar soon sought him out, accompanied by Luo and his entourage. After 2 months of treatment, the white patches caused by Luo's lead poisoning had completely vanished. Caesar, with a sycophantic demeanor, exclaimed, "Marshal Warring States, what a surprise to see you here without prior notice. If I had known, I would have prepared accordingly to ensure you received a warm welcome." In the Warring States period, there was no time for frivolous banter, so Sengoku immediately pulled Caesar aside and inquired, "Dr. Caesar, how is your research on Kaido's blood progressing? Has it yielded any insights into the study of mythical Zoan devil fruits? Is there any advancement in the research of these fruits?" Upon hearing Sengoku's questions, Caesar refrained from giving a direct reply. Instead, he exchanged a knowing glance with Sengoku, indicating that they were being monitored. Consequently, Sengoku chose not to pursue the matter further and accompanied Caesar back to his laboratory. Once inside the lab, Caesar eagerly led Sengoku to a chamber where Vegapunk was also present. After exchanging pleasantries, Caesar addressed Sengoku, "Admiral Sengoku. Kaido's genetic factors have significantly contributed to our research on mythical Zoan devil fruits. I am confident that within a few years, we will unlock the secrets of these fruits. Furthermore, Kaido's genetic traits have proven to be immensely beneficial for humanoid weaponry. Additionally, that fellow galley not only provided us with substantial funding but also with a plethora of rare genetic samples, including those from the long-extinct Lunaria race. We now possess genetic samples from all known races in the laboratory." Warring States wrote, "How did you manage to deal with him, Nagalin?" Caesar chuckled, "Initially, I intended to use that fellow for my experiments, yet his constitution, while somewhat superior to that of an ordinary human, pales in comparison to the might of the giant race. I merely resorted to utilizing some mechanical prosthetics to handle him. The general of the Warring States is merely a fool. You need not worry, for I possess ample experience in dealing with fools." The Warring States general nodded and continued, "Did Satan come to Punk Hazard for any particular reason?" Caesar replied, "Indeed, General of the Warring States, you may be unaware of Satan's nature. That fellow insists that I must present him with any new inventions before I can share them with you. Moreover, he has compelled us to restore an ancient weapon. Reluctantly, I found myself feigning agreement, for he not only threatened me with the research funding, but also with my very life. The reason I did not disclose this to you over the phone is quite significant." "Oh, what is the reason? It seems that our conversation may have been monitored." "What do you mean it was monitored? Why didn't you mention this earlier?" We have discussed quite a few confidential matters in our previous conversations. Rest assured, esteemed General Zhanghua, our discussions are indeed confidential. After all, we have shared numerous secrets, and it is not as if the 5 Elder Stars have not approached you. Is it? Given your vigilance, why did you not inform me directly? Let us not dwell on that matter any longer. Were there others keeping watch over you previously? Is that why you did not speak the truth to me? As expected of you, General Zhanghua, you have deduced this accurately. Ever since Satan's arrival, the personnel from the world government and future city have increased significantly. Wherever I go, there seems to be someone surveilling me, except in the laboratory. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku remarked, "It seems that Dr. Vegapunk can no longer remain here. It would be prudent to relocate to Egghead Island, where safety is assured. I shall discreetly arrange for your protection. Let us leave together this time." Before Vegapunk could respond, Caesar interjected, "Marshal Sengoku, should I also take my leave?" "You need not worry. You are safe for the time being." "What does temporarily safe mean, Marshal Sengoku? Are you so astute yet unable to grasp my meaning?" "You imply that as long as I hold value, I am secure, but once that value diminishes, the likes of Saturn may eliminate me for the sake of secrecy?" Zhanghua remarked, "You are indeed correct. When you mentioned that Satan sought you for clandestine experiments, you should have harbored some suspicions. The reason you did not conceive of this possibility is likely due to a misguided sense of hope, believing that Satan would not inflict harm upon you." At that moment, Caesar clutched Zhanghua's leg and wept bitterly, exclaiming, "Commander Zhanghua, you must save me. I do not wish to perish. I have rendered you immense service over the years." In an atmosphere of desperation, Sengoku exclaimed, "Caesar, what on earth are you doing clinging to my leg like that? I cannot endure this any longer. I am on the brink of death and have no regard for my dignity unless you, Marshal Sengoku, agree to save me. I have already assured you that your life is not in immediate danger. Satan has no intention of killing you. After all, he has yet to see the completion of the weapons you are repairing, and the experiments he has assigned you have not yielded results. He would not prematurely dispose of a tool before it has served its purpose. Indeed, how could I have been so foolish? I can simply take my time with the repairs and experiments. That may not suffice. If you do not produce results in a timely manner, they will still seek to eliminate you. This is untenable. What should I do, Marshal Sengoku? You must save me. Do not fret. Continue your research as usual. Those experiments require years of dedication to bear fruit. Should they truly wish to harm you, I will undoubtedly ensure your safety. Your life is secure. You will not perish before me. Rest assured." Upon hearing Sengoku's reassurances, Caesar exhaled in relief and rose to his feet. "Dr. Vegapunk, feel free to voice any concerns you may have. If you wish to remain in Punk Hazard, you are welcome to do so." Vegapunk responded with delight, "Marshal Sengoku, I indeed wish to stay in Punk Hazard, for I am also investigating the ancient technologies of the Great Kingdom from 800 years ago. The world government possesses the most knowledge of these ancient technologies, and the weapon brought by Satan is a product of that era. Here in Punk Hazard, I can have hands-on access to more of these ancient technologies. I truly do not wish to leave. However, if it poses a dilemma for you, I can depart." Vegapunk's words plunged Sengoku into contemplation. Had Vegapunk not had access to such extensive ancient technologies, could he have achieved so many inventions? Yet, if Vegapunk were not allowed to leave, there would be a risk of exposure. Should the 5 elders discover Vegapunk's true identity, he would undoubtedly be imprisoned and forced to conduct research for them. At this moment, Caesar interjected, "Marshal Sengoku, the solution to this predicament is rather simple." "What is your idea, Caesar? Speak quickly. Do not keep us in suspense." "Vegapunk, did you not mention a desire to research clones? If you can successfully develop a clone, your true self can venture to Egghead Island, while your clone remains here to assist me with research. This would be a perfect compromise." Upon hearing Caesar's suggestion, Vegapunk beamed with joy. "Caesar, that is indeed an excellent idea. I shall commence my research on clones immediately." With that, Vegapunk set to work. Caesar turned to the bewildered Sengoku and clarified, "Marshal Sengoku, allow me to explain what a clone is. A clone serves as a tool to assist us in managing tasks beyond our research. With a clone, we need not concern ourselves with mundane activities such as eating and entertainment, for the clone can handle those duties. Moreover, our avatars possess our intellect, enabling them to assist us in our research." Chapter 115, Vabarelloi. After all, an individual's energy is finite, rendering it impossible for one person to complete extensive research. However, with the aid of avatars, we need only one individual to collaborate with the research assistant machines, thereby achieving what an entire research team could accomplish. The specifics remain unclear until the results of our studies are revealed. Nevertheless, it is certain that avatars can facilitate our research endeavors. As for the time spent researching the avatars, you need not worry about that fellow Vegapunk being exposed. Having resided in Punk Hazard for so many years, we can certainly remain concealed for a while longer. The warring states glanced at the industrious Vegapunk and reluctantly acquiesced. Caesar, do you encounter any challenges in your research on humanoid weaponry? Share your thoughts with me. Perhaps I can aid in finding a solution. Caesar, suddenly illuminated by an idea, exclaimed, indeed. How could I have overlooked consulting you, Admiral Sengoku, without the invaluable information you provided initially? Even the collaboration between Vegapunk and myself would not have yielded such a plethora of inventions. Your insights have, at the very least, condensed our research timeline by 7 to 8 years. Enough with the flattery, let us address the matter at hand. Sengoku interjected. The primary challenge we face in developing humanoid weaponry lies in sourcing suitable materials. We have experimented with every available substance, yet each presents its own set of complications. A common issue among these materials is their inability to self-repair, akin to human tissue. This is our greatest conundrum. Upon hearing Caesar's lament, Sengoku promptly accessed the system panel, searching through his acquired rewards for any materials with self-repairing capabilities, yet to no avail. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The Wapple alloy, wasn't it a form of memory metal? Moreover, the acquisition of Wapple alloy was remarkably straightforward. It merely required a user of the Munch Munch fruit to produce it in abundance. With this revelation, Sengoku swiftly instructed his intelligence agency to seek out the Munch Munch fruit, while also ensuring they investigated whether Wapple had consumed it in the Drum Kingdom. After issuing his orders, Sengoku smiled and declared, I happen to know of the material you mentioned. I shall dispatch someone to procure it promptly. Rest assured, you shall not have to worry about sourcing the necessary materials. Wonderful. As expected of Admiral Sengoku, with self-repairing materials at our disposal, the progress of our humanoid weaponry research will surely accelerate significantly. In the realm of the warring states, the esteemed General Sengoku remarked, You must not disappoint my expectations, Caesar. To which Caesar resolutely responded, I shall not betray your trust, General Sengoku. The general continued, Thus, until you have perfected the development of the humanoid weapon, you must refrain from indulging in frivolous pursuits within Punk Hazard. Once your research is complete, I shall grant you a generous leave to revel as you please. Feeling a twinge of shame, Caesar replied, I understand, General Sengoku. The general then inquired, Is it truly impossible for that fellow Garen to serve as a subject for the humanoid weapon research? It was acknowledged that Garen's physique could indeed be utilized for study, particularly since the experimental phase necessitates a variety of trials. While incorporating him into the initial humanoid weapon research was feasible, General Sengoku, would it not suffice to have the deputy manage him without undue fuss? Times have changed. For now, consider Garen as your experimental subject. However, he must not be treated merely as expendable. We must ensure that he is ready before subjecting him to modifications. I wish to witness Garen evolve into a true humanoid weapon. I understand, General Sengoku. The general concluded, Well, I have imparted all that I needed to convey. You may now focus on your research. I shall take this opportunity to explore on my own for a while. In response to Sengoku's assertions, Caesar naturally refrained from dissent, and thus eagerly embarked on assisting Vegapunk with his research. Previously, Caesar had been somewhat indifferent to the concept of duplication, but now, constrained by Sengoku's restrictions on his movements, his enthusiasm for the study of clones surged dramatically. He envisioned a future where, with the ability to create duplicates, he could indulge in unrestrained revelry without impeding the progress of his research. The mere thought of such enchanting days ignited a boundless resolve within him. Casting a glance at the two individuals engrossed in their studies, Sengoku prepared to take his leave. As he departed, the system chimed in, announcing that the research department of the inspection company had achieved success, rewarding the host with all the data pertaining to pacifism. The host is invited to claim their reward. As the thoughts of warring states stirred, an abundance of research data regarding pacifists and their manufacturing methods instantly flooded his mind. However, this recollection contained only information pertaining to the original pacifists, lacking the subsequent methodologies for their creation. This realization filled warring states with great excitement. An opportunity suddenly materialized in his mind to disguise his benevolent self and join Caesar's research team. This strategy would not only accelerate the research on pacifists, but also serve to protect both Vegapunk and Caesar, while simultaneously allowing him to keep a watchful eye on Caesar. Although Caesar currently displayed unwavering loyalty to warring states, he harbored a belief that should the 5 elders threaten Caesar's life, the latter would undoubtedly betray him. Initially, warring states had contemplated using Law's surgical fruit to extract Caesar's heart as leverage. However, Caesar had not exhibited any signs of rebellion, making such an action unfeasible. Now, the plan to have his benevolent self remain in future city appeared to be a masterstroke, yielding multiple benefits. Upon contemplating this further, warring states recalled that a scientist was due to arrive in a few days to assist Caesar, a development that Caesar would surely not oppose. Although Caesar feigned indifference, warring states' keen observation revealed a hint of disdain from Caesar. After all, in Caesar's eyes, only Vegapunk could truly aid him, everyone else was deemed ineffectual. Nevertheless, warring states remained unfazed. When the time came, his benevolent self would merely need to present some of the pacifist data, which would undoubtedly leave Caesar astonished. After exiting Caesar's chamber, warring states encountered the lively conversation between Law, Sabo, and others who were engrossed in their merriment. Upon noticing warring states' arrival, Law regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. As Sengoku approached Law, he said, "Law, I wish to speak with you privately." After uttering these words, Sengoku entered the room. Law's companion, Razanandi, smiled and reassured Law, "Do not worry. Admiral Sengoku means you no harm. Whatever he requests, you should comply, but refrain from mentioning the word pirate in his presence." Law nodded in agreement and followed Sengoku into the room. Upon entering, Sengoku got straight to the point. "I am aware of your animosity towards the Navy, and I understand the reasons behind it. While I sympathize with the plight of Fravans, the past cannot be altered. The tragedy has already occurred." In response, Law scoffed. "Admiral Sengoku, are you suggesting that I should simply let go of my hatred because events have transpired? Allow me to pose a question. If your father, mother, sister, and all your loved ones were brutally slain, could you truly relinquish your hatred? No, you could not." The response from General Zhanghua left Luo momentarily speechless. He had anticipated a rebuttal from Zhanghua and had even prepared arguments for the impending debate. However, Zhanghua's unexpected approach rendered Luo at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, he, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "General Zhanghua, if you yourself cannot let go, then why should I be expected to relinquish my hatred?" In the serene realm of the warring states, one spoke. "My previous words were not intended to persuade you to relinquish your hatred, but rather to convey that I am fully aware of your circumstances. Although I was not the commander when that incident transpired, and thus cannot be held accountable. As I now serve as the Grand Admiral of the Navy, I must embrace the responsibilities that accompany this position. I have endeavored to make amends to the best of my abilities. The generals involved in the Fravans affair have received their due punishment, and this is one of the principal reasons I bestowed upon you the surgical fruit. I wish to express that your animosity should not be directed towards the Navy. Instead, it should be aimed at the nobility and the king of your Fravans kingdom. For their insatiable greed has led to the demise of your family and the ruin of your nation." Observing the stunned expression on Luo's face, the speaker continued. "The nobility and the king of Fravans are the architects of your suffering. Yet do you know who truly orchestrated the destruction of your life?" With a face full of hatred, Luo replied, "It is the world government." Indeed, at such a tender age, you possess remarkable insight. It is, without a doubt, the world government that has wrought havoc upon your existence. Your ability to identify them as the true culprits naturally leads you to understand that we, the Navy, are not to blame. Your disdain for us stems from your belief that we are accomplices of the world government, a point I do not wish to contest. I merely wish to inform you that regardless of what others may claim, the truth must be verified by your own investigation. Therefore, I implore you to join us in the Navy." Luo, with a hint of self-mockery, replied, "You have said so much, yet it all circles back to your desire for me to enlist in the Navy. After all, such a vital fruit as the surgical one cannot be allowed to fall into the wrong hands, especially for someone like me, who harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the world. You are correct in part. My invitation for you to join the Navy indeed carries your concerns in mind, and it is also a means of aiding you." Luo, taken aback, asked, "Aid me?" "Precisely. Consider this. If you do not join the Navy, but instead become a pirate, how much could your strength potentially grow? And how long would it take for you to exact your revenge? However, by joining the Navy, you will have access to specialized institutions dedicated to enhancing your abilities. When it comes to nurturing talent, our Navy is second to none. Therefore, I trust you now comprehend my intentions. You are an intelligent individual, and I wish not to belabor the point. Just tell me your decision." Without hesitation, Luo replied, I agree to join the Navy. A wise choice. Are you not concerned that once you strengthen your abilities within the Navy, you may seek revenge upon us? Jean Gua erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. Luo was acutely aware that Jean Gua was ridiculing him. Luo immediately exclaimed, I understand that you possess formidable strength, but in 10 years, my power will only continue to grow. Upon ceasing his hearty laughter, Sengoku's demeanor transformed from that of a benevolent elder to a battle-hardened general, simultaneously unleashing his conqueror's haki. In an instant, Law found himself enveloped by Sengoku's overwhelming presence. He no longer perceived an old man before him, but rather a deity embodying both virtue and vice. This formidable figure exerted such pressure that Law struggled to draw breath. The looming specter of death haunted him, yet his indomitable spirit and deep-seated resentment propelled him to endure. Suddenly, a surge of conqueror's haki erupted from Law as well. Yet it paled in comparison to Sengoku's might, resembling that of an insignificant insect, swiftly vanquished by the latter's formidable aura. In the Warring States period, upon realizing that his objective had been achieved, he mockingly declared, if you truly believe you can accomplish this, then by all means, proceed. At that moment, I shall show no mercy. After Sengoku uttered these words, Law fell into a faint. Although Sengoku had confined his conqueror's haki to a limited area, the residual aura still unsettled the two individuals in the room, Vegapunk and his companion. Caesar exclaimed, Marshal Sengoku's strength has increased remarkably, and this young lad, Law, possesses conqueror's haki as well. I finally comprehend why Marshal Sengoku places such great importance on him. As Sengoku carried Law out, Razananti hurriedly approached, while Bippo and the others regarded Sengoku with wary eyes. Buddha, indifferent to the situation, entrusted Luo to Razananti, then chuckled, the child is perfectly fine. He merely exhausted himself after awakening his conqueror's haki and fainted. He continued, for the time being, you must vigilantly guard Punk Hazard. Should anything happen there, your vice admiralship will be at stake, so follow Shiping's orders without question. Additionally, Luo has agreed to join the Navy, so I leave these young ones in your capable hands for their education. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. With that, Sengoku departed without a backward glance. Razananti, stunned, gazed at the unconscious Luo in his arms. Luo has awakened his conqueror's haki. Beppo, puzzled, inquired, Mr. Razananti, what is conqueror's haki? After an extensive explanation from Razananti and Beppo, the three finally grasped the concept of conqueror's haki. Having left Future City, Sengoku arrived at the branch of Punk Hazard aboard a military vessel bound for Marineford. Before boarding, he had already handed over a disguised photograph of the transformed Sanji to Shiping and informed him of Sanji's assumed identity. Meanwhile, Sanji discreetly exited Sengoku's body when the Marines were distracted, awaiting the right moment to return to Punk Hazard. Once everything was in order, Sengoku felt a sense of relief as he settled into the ship heading back to Marineford. Just as Sengoku's ship departed Punk Hazard, Luo awoke in a state of sheer terror. Seeing Luo regain consciousness, Razananti and the others immediately rushed to his side. They spoke to him continuously, but Luo's head spun, rendering him unable to comprehend their words. The overwhelming power of Sengoku instilled a deep fear within him. Previously, he had considered the mysterious figure sent by Sengoku to be exceptionally powerful, but he had never anticipated that Sengoku himself possessed such formidable strength, so great that it extinguished any desire he had to fight. After a lengthy moment, Luo sipped the water Beppo had poured for him, and his pallid complexion gradually regained some color. Chapter 117. Traveling the world looking at the concerned faces of his companions, Luo smiled and reassured them. You need not worry about me. I am quite all right now. Even the Grand Admiral of the Warring States did not inflict harm upon me. We merely engaged in a discussion. Captain, have you awakened your conqueror's haki? Bippo inquired. What is conqueror's haki? Law responded, astonished. When did I awaken such a power? I am unaware of conqueror's haki. How could I possibly awaken it? Why do you ask this, Bippo? Seeing this, Razananti explained once more what conqueror's haki entails, as well as the Grand Admiral's assertion regarding its awakening in law. If it is indeed stated by the Grand Admiral that I have awakened conqueror's haki, then I must have done so. Yet, why do I feel nothing at all? Razananti chuckled. Law, your conqueror's haki has only just awakened, and given your young age, it is natural that you cannot perceive it. As you mature and grow stronger, you will undoubtedly sense your conqueror's haki. As for how to cultivate this power, I am uncertain, for I lack conqueror's haki myself. The Grand Admiral possesses it, and when your strength is sufficient, I shall request him to guide you in its training." "I understand," Mr. Razanandi Low replied with a smile. "I have wonderful news to share. I intend to join the Navy." "What, Captain? Are you truly going to join the Navy?" Upon witnessing Bipo's astonishment, Law elaborated to the trio, who immediately expressed their desire to join the Navy as well. Razanandi, of course, would not refuse. Thus, the four of them set off directly to the Punk Hazard branch in search of Jinbi. Upon returning to the headquarters, Sengoku was subjected to an extensive lecture by Crane. However, he had long since developed an immunity to her admonishments. After reviewing the documents handled by Sakazuki and his companions, Sengoku found no discrepancies, granting him a sense of relief and allowing him to indulge in leisure activities. Just as he was about to depart from Marineford, the intelligence agency presented him with the sought-after Gura no Mi. Upon receiving the fruit, Sengoku promptly arranged for it to be secretly delivered to Caesar, informing him of its remarkable abilities. Eager to obtain the Gura no Mi and commence the production of Wapple alloy, Caesar's anticipation was palpable. Once the matter of the Wapple alloy was settled, Sengoku assigned a formidable agent to disguise himself as the guardian of Marineford while he embarked on a journey across the vast seas. However, Sengoku's desire for exploration was not merely a whim, it was a directive from the system. A reputable company must possess a profound understanding of the true demands of the market, compelling the host to traverse every corner of the world. The reward for this undertaking promised an enhancement of one of the three hockey types of his choosing. Thus, Sengoku commenced his worldly expedition. The ship that set sail during the Warring States period is a swift, solitary vessel awarded by the system, powered by the sheer might of the Warring States themselves. Upon embarking, the Warring States drifted aimlessly for half a month along the first half of the Grand Line, during which time they vanquished numerous pirate crews. Subsequently, the Warring States set a definitive course towards their homeland, the South Sea, intending to explore its waters. As the birthplace of both the Warring States and Kazan, the South Sea harbors relatively few formidable pirates. After 3 months of searching for lost kin, the Warring States regrettably found no trace of family. However, while their relatives remained elusive, the number of pirates plaguing the South Sea diminished significantly. The quality of the naval forces in the region also improved markedly. Despite the establishment of a dedicated department to root out corruption within the Navy, some hidden pests evaded detection, rendering internal investigations fruitless. Nevertheless, the Warring States learned from the local inhabitants about numerous Navy personnel secretly exploiting the common folk, and these individuals were swiftly reported for their malfeasance. Upon receiving this information, the malevolent deity dispatched special agents to apprehend the corrupt officials. With these matters resolved, the Warring States proceeded to the West Sea, a region far more chaotic than the South Sea. This turmoil stemmed not from pirates, but from organized crime syndicates. During 4 months in the West Sea, the Warring States relentlessly eradicated major crime families, leading to the disintegration of many powerful syndicates. Unlike the impoverished pirates of the South Sea, the West Sea's gangs, although not particularly weak, were far from destitute. Each was exceedingly affluent. The Warring States uncovered not only substantial amounts of berries within their treasure vaults, but also a wealth of devil fruits, including several renowned sorts. Among these, the most remarkable was an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit. The Warring States, indifferent to the other devil fruits, entrusted them to their intelligence personnel to be delivered to the malevolent deity for safekeeping in the Navy's treasury. Upon departing from the West Sea, the Warring States ventured to the North Sea, where their attention was inevitably drawn to the Vinsmoke family. With remarkable ease, the Warring States infiltrated the Vinsmoke household and successfully acquired documentation regarding Vinsmoke Judge's cloning technology, as well as the design specifications for the snail ship, which can traverse flat terrain, a concept that intrigued the Warring States greatly. After obtaining this invaluable information, they relayed it back. Later, through a conversation with Caesar, the Warring States realized the significance of their acquisition, as Caesar revealed that Judge's cloning technology had now surpassed their own, rendering many of their future endeavors considerably simpler. Initially, Sengoku intended to rescue Sanji, but upon discovering that Sanji was no longer within the confines of the Vinsmoke Kingdom, he realized that he had arrived too late. Consequently, Sengoku chose not to linger within the Vinsmoke family and embarked on a journey through the North Sea. The North Sea proved to be even more tumultuous than the West Sea, as Sengoku observed that few nations had citizens who lived in contentment. The countries in the North Sea were excessively belligerent, with daily skirmishes erupting between them. Kings, driven solely by their own interests, relentlessly waged wars, showing no regard for the lives of their subjects. Some nations would even resort to hiring the Vinsmoke kingdom to assist them in their conflicts. The Vinsmoke family's soulless and unthinking clones displayed no mercy in battle, indiscriminately slaughtering young and old alike. Thus, each time the Vinsmoke kingdom's forces were deployed, a staggering number of lives were lost. The Warring States period attempted to intervene against the atrocities committed by those individuals. However, the power of one person is ultimately limited. All that the Warring States could do was to establish an academy in the Northern Sea to shelter the orphans of war. The chaos in the Northern Sea also elucidates why the Revolutionary Army chose to instigate a coup in that region, because the cost of such an upheaval was minimal and the likelihood of success was maximized. It is precisely for this reason that the Revolutionary Army favored initiating coups in the Northern Sea. Chapter 118. The hegemony of nations. The nations that have experienced coups instigated by revolutionary armies did not emerge improved, although the monarchs were slain. New rulers swiftly ascended to power. The new monarch, a scion of the deposed royal family, secured alliances with the world government, thus reclaiming authority over the realm. Rather than gleaning wisdom from the prior downfall of the state, this sovereign imposed even harsher conditions upon the populace. The rationale behind such oppression stemmed from the exorbitant expenditures incurred in bribing officials of the world government to facilitate his restoration, having regained his throne. He was intent on recouping his investments and accruing further wealth. Under the weight of the king's avarice, the citizens endured a plight more severe than that which prevailed prior to the revolutionary upheaval. Although the revolutionaries had succeeded in their coup, they lacked the requisite strength to secure their hard-won triumph, which may elucidate the reluctance of the dragon to eliminate the king during the insurrection. Nevertheless, the coup bore some fruits. At least Sengoku witnessed a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the people, a stark contrast to those long dulled by years of conflict and oppression under the crown. Moreover, small detachments of the revolutionary army continued to operate within the nation, emboldening the king to further exploit his subjects. Had it not been for the presence of these revolutionary factions, Sengoku could scarcely fathom the dire existence that awaited the citizens of this realm. Having traversed all the nations of the North Sea, Sengoku's resentment towards the world government deepened, igniting an even fervent desire to dismantle its dominion at the earliest opportunity. Admiral Sengoku made an unexpected decision that took everyone by surprise. He covertly supported the revolutionary army. The only individuals within the Navy who were privy to this information were Sengoku, Tsuru, Zephyr, and Garp, while only Dragon was aware of it among the ranks of the revolutionary army. When Garp approached Dragon to inform him about this support, Dragon was taken aback, perplexed as to why Sengoku would provide assistance. Nevertheless, he did not decline the offer, for the revolutionary army was in dire need of resources. Although the Navy's provisions consisted solely of discarded equipment, even this obsolete gear was superior to that of the kingdoms. The Warring States period even provided them with a batch of artificial devil fruits. With the assistance of these resources, the strength of the revolutionary army experienced rapid growth, leading to a series of coups across several kingdoms. This action undoubtedly incensed the 5 Elder Stars, prompting them to instruct the Navy to dispatch a vice admiral to suppress the revolutionary army. At that moment, Akainu was in a quandary regarding whom to send. However, he soon received news that the newly appointed commander of the God Knights, Akiji, was eager to demonstrate his prowess and was prepared to personally intervene to quell the revolutionary army. Naturally, the 5 Elder Stars would not decline Akiji's initiative. They promptly informed the Navy that only a few rear admirals were needed to accompany Akiji. This delighted Akainu immensely, and he swiftly relayed this good news to Sengoku. By the time Sengoku received this information, he had already departed from the North Sea. Otherwise, he too would have wished to witness Akiji's might firsthand. It is inconceivable that Sengoku would alter his course due to such trivial matters. Notably, when Sengoku departed from the North Sea, he encountered a ship belonging to the Celestial Dragons. Initially, Sengoku had no intention of engaging with them. However, the audacity of one Celestial Dragon led to his untimely demise at Sengoku's hands. To conceal his involvement, Sengoku executed everyone aboard, sparing only the slaves who had not witnessed the incident. Consequently, the world government attributed this occurrence to the revolutionary army. Upon arriving in the East Blue, Sengoku observed that it was even more tranquil than the South Blue, yet rife with pests. This was largely due to Garp's frequent returns to his hometown, which resulted in a diminished presence of formidable pirate crews in the East Blue. However, this also allowed a proliferation of pests within the local branches. Upon discovering these pests, the misfortune did not befall only the East Blue Navy, but also those soldiers sent to inspect the area. After all, the number of pests had exceeded 100, marking the highest capture rate since the initial eradication efforts. Those derelict in their duties faced inevitable consequences. The punishments meted out to the soldiers who had not engaged in transactions with the pests were not excessively severe. They were merely demoted by 2 ranks and reassigned to the East Blue branches. Only through accumulating military accomplishments could they hope to return to headquarters. This punishment exacerbated the plight of the pirates in the East Blue. Previously, Garp was the sole threat, and as long as their bounties remained reasonable, they felt relatively secure. However, with the disgruntled soldiers now eager to return to headquarters, they began to zealously apprehend the pirates of the East Blue. It is worth noting that only those soldiers who had graduated from the Naval Academy were eligible to join the inspection team, though not exceptionally strong. They were more than capable of dealing with the pirates of the 4 seas. As a result, Sengoku's endeavors in the East Blue yielded little aside from the capture of pests. Among his travels, Sengoku spent the longest duration in the Goa Kingdom, lingering for an entire week. His primary purpose there was to unwind, though he also aimed to recruit Sabo into the Navy. To avoid disturbing the inhabitants of Fushia village, Sengoku chose to reside in an inn within the city of Goa. After 2 days of rest, Sengoku commenced his search for Sabo. However, after scouring the entire Goa kingdom for 3 to 4 days, Sabo remained elusive. Ultimately, Sengoku had no choice but to abandon the search and instructed his intelligence operatives to locate Sabo instead. Subsequently, Sengoku departed from the Goa kingdom. He also visited the floating restaurant, Baratai, where he savored the culinary delights of Red Leg Zeph, finding the food to be quite delectable. He also encountered Sanji, though Sengoku refrained from directly inviting him to join the Navy, considering his current clandestine status. Instead, Sengoku discreetly employed a beautiful female soldier to extend the invitation. Sengoku also made his way to Frost Moon Village, where he learned of Kuina's untimely passing. This news left him in deep regret. Although Sengoku was not adept in swordsmanship, his strength allowed him to offer guidance to the 5-year-old Zoro. Upon departing from Frost Moon Village, Sengoku bestowed upon Zoro 2 exquisite swords. Simultaneously, he extended an invitation for Zoro to join the Navy. Subsequently, Sengoku journeyed to Orange Town, where he naturally encountered Nami. Due to Sengoku's intervention, history took a different course. Arlong, who was originally set to arrive in the East Blue to establish the Arlong Park, instead ventured on an adventure with Fisher Tiger. As a result, the villagers of Orange Town thrived, and Nami and Nojiko were well cared for by Belmere. Thanks to Sengoku's provision of favorable treatment for the Marines, Nami's family enjoyed a far more prosperous life than depicted in the manga. Sengoku, recognizing Nami's exceptional talent as a navigator, was determined to recruit her into the Navy. Sengoku also visited Usopp's hometown, where he similarly sent emissaries to invite Usopp. After exploring the East Blue, Sengoku departed for the New World. His first destination in the New World was Twin Cape, where he met the whale Laboon. Sengoku's mastery of observation haki had advanced to the point where he could communicate with animals, and he directly conveyed news of Brook to Laboon. After sharing this information, Sengoku continued on his journey without encountering Crocus, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape. He then proceeded to Little Garden, an ancient island where he collected a substantial number of blood samples from extinct beasts, plentiful enough to satisfy his needs. Had Sengoku not been alone, he surely would have captured some live prehistoric creatures to bring back to Marineford. In the Little Garden, Sengoku encountered the 2 captains of the giant warrior pirate crew, Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Bragi. Through the provocation of a task issued by the system, a fierce battle ensued among the 3. As for the victor of this confrontation, it was naturally Sengoku. Despite facing the peak strength of the 2 giants, he emerged victorious with relative ease. This triumph bestowed upon Sengoku the task reward of the giant race's signature skill, Dominion. Chapter 119. Usopp. Sengoku also ventured to Usopp's hometown and naturally sent someone to invite him. After traversing the East Blue, Sengoku departed towards the New World. Upon arriving in the New World, his first destination was Twin Cape, where he met the whale Laboon. Sengoku's observation haki had developed to the point where he could communicate with animals, and he directly relayed Brook's message to Laboon. After delivering the news, Sengoku left without encountering Crocus, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape. Subsequently, Sengoku proceeded to Little Garden, an ancient island where he collected an abundance of blood samples from long-extinct beasts. The quantity was substantial, and had he not been alone, Sengoku would undoubtedly have captured some live ferocious creatures to bring back to Marineford. In the Little Garden, Sengoku encountered the two captains of the giant pirate crew, Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Bragi. Provoked by a mission issued by the system, the three engaged in a fierce battle. Ultimately, Sengoku emerged victorious, demonstrating his prowess even against the formidable giants. This triumph rewarded him with the giant race's signature skill, Dominion of Nations. This was the very reason Sengoku sought to challenge Dory and Bragi. Despite their fierce duel, the three forged a bond of friendship. Sengoku shared with them the changes in the outside world, and after his persuasion, the two giants decided against further contests, opting instead to return to their homeland, the giant kingdom of Elbaf. They extended an invitation to Sengoku to visit Elbaf, which he graciously declined. For his journey was far from over, he still yearned to explore the world. After departing from Little Garden, Sengoku chose not to follow Luffy's route to Drum Island, but instead to explore other islands along the Grand Line, determined to visit every isle. Upon leaving, he received news from the Navy inviting Sanji and the others. Apart from Nami, who, under Belmer's guidance, agreed to attend Navy elementary school, the rest were initially hesitant. The Navy had intended to transfer Belmer and her family to Marineford, but Belmer felt her abilities were insufficient for such a role and declined, leading Nami to enroll in the Navy school in the East Blue. Although the Navy sent a beautiful female soldier to invite Sanji, he refused, stating his desire to continue learning culinary skills from Zeph, promising to join the Navy when he was of age to seek out the lovely soldier. Zoro's refusal was the most resolute. He had no interest in joining the Navy. In an effort to sway him, the Navy established a branch in Frost Moon Village, hoping to expose Zoro to the true nature of the Marines. Usopp initially declined the invitation, not for himself, but due to his mother's concerns. However, after witnessing the Navy's relentless efforts and the good deeds they performed, Usopp's mother recognized the benefits of him joining the Marines. Yet, she feared that Usopp's lineage as the son of a pirate could lead to a tragic confrontation between father and son, despite knowing the likelihood was slim. The Navy soldier who approached Usopp noticed his mother's deteriorating health and, understanding that the family lacked the funds for treatment, took the initiative to summon a doctor to assist her. This act of kindness greatly endeared the Navy to the young Usopp. Unfortunately, his mother's illness was too grave for the doctor to remedy, who lamented that her condition was beyond the capabilities of any physician in the East Blue. The Marine Corps promptly informed Usopp that the Navy possessed the finest medical facilities in the world. If Usopp accompanied him to Marineford, his mother would undoubtedly receive the treatment she needed. Upon hearing of a potential cure for his mother, Usopp immediately urged her to go, yet she resolutely refused, preferring death over the thought of her son and his father turning against one another. A female classmate from the Marine Corps, recognizing Usopp's mother's concerns, advised her that, despite her love for Usopp's father, she must consider the implications for her 5-year-old son. If she were to perish, how could Usopp possibly survive in the treacherous seas? Even if he were to survive to adulthood, the pain of growing up without a mother would be an unbearable burden. Ultimately, Usopp's mother was persuaded to allow him to join the Navy, and together they set forth for Marineford, having already been in frail health. Usopp's mother deteriorated further during their arduous journey. Upon examination by the doctors at Marineford, it was revealed that her condition was indeed grave. Had she sought treatment years earlier, there might have been a chance for recovery, but now it was too late. The doctors could only strive to prolong her life. Upon receiving this news, Usopp wept bitterly, though he concealed his tears from his mother, instead offering her encouragement. Fortunately, the news of Usopp's mother's condition reached Caesar and Vegapunk, who devised a treatment plan. Given the severe damage to her organs, they utilized Usopp's genetic factors to create compatible organs, employing Law's surgical fruit to replace the damaged ones with the newly engineered organs. The technology to create organs from genetic factors was derived from Dr. Vegapunk's research, a stroke of luck for Usopp. Without Dr. Vegapunk's advancements, even if Caesar and his colleague had managed to formulate a solution, Usopp's mother would not have lived long enough to benefit from it. Upon hearing this news, Sengoku could only marvel at Usopp's extraordinary luck, for even in dire circumstances, his fortunes were remarkable. Subsequently, Usopp's mother was successfully treated, deepening Usopp's gratitude towards the Navy and igniting within him a newfound aspiration to become a brave Marine. This transformation propelled Usopp to study diligently at the Navy elementary school, leading to his early graduation to the Navy middle school, and subsequently completing his studies there ahead of schedule. However, due to his young age, he was unable to enroll in the Navy Academy, having graduated from elementary school in less than a year and from middle school in just 1 year. Chapter 120. The Rumbar Pirates. At that time, the young Usopp, merely 7 years of age, was certainly not permitted by the warlord to enter the Naval Academy. For even Smoker, who had consumed the Smoke Smile fruit, did not join the academy until he was over 10 years old. In order to leverage Usopp's unique talents, Sengoku decided to temporarily assign him to the scientific division of the headquarters to study scientific technology. Upon receiving this news, Sengoku noted that only 2 members of the main crew had been recruited. However, rather than feeling disheartened, Sengoku found joy in the fact that these intelligence operations demonstrated the effectiveness of his efforts over the years, further solidifying his inner resolve. Zhangguo traversed several islands near the small garden, discovering that the inhabitants were sparse, with not a single decent town in sight. After gathering information about the residents, he decided to depart. Consequently, he swiftly arrived at Drum Island, the realm of the Drum Kingdom. Upon his arrival, Zhangguo's primary objective was, of course, to seek out Chopper. However, the search proved to be rather fruitless. He scoured every herd of deer on Drum Island but could not locate Chopper. Nor could he find Chopper's adoptive father, Dr. Hirolik, or even discover Chopper at Dory's home. Faced with this setback, Zhangguo reluctantly abandoned his pursuit of Chopper and instead dispatched his intelligence agents to continue the search. Yet, to his astonishment, the agents were equally unsuccessful. Recognizing that it was inefficient to expend considerable manpower in pursuit of Chopper, he decided to cease the search for the time being. As for why the intelligence agency failed to locate Chopper, it was due to Zhangguo's misunderstanding of the timeline. Chopper had not yet been born. No matter how formidable the intelligence agency's capabilities, it was impossible to find a blue-nosed reindeer that had yet to make its debut. After leaving the Drum Kingdom, Zhangguo journeyed through several islands before arriving in Alabasta. In Alabasta, under the governance of Cobra, the citizens flourished, enjoying a life of happiness devoid of Crocodile's tyranny. Although the environment of Alabasta was far from ideal, its people remained content. Observing the joy of the populace, Zhangguo resolved to improve the environmental conditions in Alabasta and immediately tasked Caesar with researching methods to transform the desert landscape. Caesar proposed 2 potential solutions. One was planting trees to combat desertification, while the other involved developing powerful machinery to directly alter the desert conditions. Each method possessed its own merits and drawbacks. The first method could be implemented immediately, yet its disadvantage lay in the protracted duration of the desert reclamation process, which might require the effort of an entire generation, if not more. The second method promised rapid results, but the machinery had yet to be developed, and no one could ascertain how long the research would take, as it was merely a theoretical concept without even a preliminary sketch to guide its creation. The warring states immediately established their first direction, while simultaneously disclosing to Cobra the technology developed by Caesar that has the potential to transform desert environments. Although the results of the first method are slow to materialize, it at least provides a meaningful objective. The next destination for the warring states is the Sky Island, which not only harbors vast amounts of gold but also boasts the illustrious Sound Fruit. In the present day, Sengoku fervently hopes that the Rumble Rumble fruit has not yet fallen into the hands of that rascal Enel. Should Enel consume the fruit, persuading him to join would be a formidable challenge, leaving no option but to subdue him by force. After several days of arduous travel, Sengoku finally arrived beneath the Sky Island. Once he secured his vessel, he utilized his devil fruit abilities to ascend to the island above. Upon reaching the Sky Island, Sengoku immediately commenced his search for the Rumble Rumble fruit, with his first destination being the Divine Palace of Gonfur. Upon arriving at the palace, Sengoku was relieved to discover that the current ruler of the Sky Island was indeed Gonfur. After concealing his presence, Sengoku began his search for the Thunder Fruit within the Divine Palace. After half a day's exploration, he spotted a treasure chest on an altar. Without hesitation, the warring states immediately proceeded to open the treasure chest, revealing within it a devil fruit resembling a long, lightning-shaped spike. Without hesitation, Sengoku immediately stowed away the Rumble Rumble fruit. After securing the fruit, he departed from the Sky Island with utmost urgency. Subsequently, Sengoku continued his journey through each island in the first half of the Grand Line, exploring for over a month until he arrived at the treacherous Devil's Triangle. Upon entering this perilous region, Sengoku beheld the pirate ship of the Rumbar Pirates. As Sengoku sailed further away from the ship of the Rumbar Pirates, he was captivated by the enchanting strains of music that wafted through the air. Upon approaching, he discerned that it was the melodious tune of Bink's sake. Without hesitation, Sangoku leapt aboard the vessel of the Rumbar pirates. In the Warring States period, a sharp voice exclaimed, "Sir, whom are you referring to?" Upon a fleeting glance at the deck, Zhangguo discovered it strewn with bleached bones. The speaker, of course, was black. Zhangguo gazed at Brook and said, "So it is you, Brook?" Brook, taken aback, replied, "You are not afraid of me? Do you not realize that I am a skeleton now?" Yo ho ho ho. Zhangguo cast a glance at Brook and remarked, "What is there to fear about a skeleton? Speak quickly. Are you the sole King Brook of the Rumbar pirates? If not, I shall take my leave." Observing the situation, Brook bowed respectfully to Zhangguo and replied, "I beg your pardon for my rudeness. It has been over 30 years since I last encountered a living person. I am indeed the sole King Brook of the Rumbar pirates. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" In the Warring States period, "I have come to seek you on behalf of a whale named Labu, who resides in the Twin Gorges. Though I am unaware of the reasons behind your prolonged abandonment of Labu, that foolish creature has been waiting for you for over 30 years. Furthermore, in its desperation to find you, the whale has been relentlessly battering against the Red Earth continent. While the vitality of a whale is indeed formidable, there will inevitably come a day when it meets its demise from these relentless collisions." Upon hearing of Labu's plight, Brook's expression grew increasingly anxious. He then lamented, "I have indeed considered returning to find Labu, but I have attempted countless times to depart from this peculiar sea, yet I am utterly unable to escape its grasp. Not only do I yearn to reunite with Labu, but I also wish to bring my companions to a picturesque resting place. And how I long to return home for their final burial. Warring States Road, what do I take you for? Follow me, and you shall escape this peculiar sea." Brook exclaimed with fervor, "Can you truly guide me away from this strange expanse? Trust me and come along. As for your vessel, it is better left behind. It has succumbed to decay. Aren't you all pirates? Isn't it said that the ocean is the finest abode for pirates?" Brook chuckled awkwardly, "Indeed. Let them return to the sea. However, I must ensure they receive a proper burial. Could you kindly wait for me a while?" Chapter 121. Frankie in the Warring States period, one acknowledged, "Naturally, that is feasible. I had intended to embark on an adventure in these waters. As you are the possessor of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, you should be able to endure without sustenance, correct?" Brook replied, somewhat sheepishly indeed. "I am the bearer of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, and I do not require food or drink to sustain my energy. However, I have not tasted regular food in over 30 years. If possible, could you provide me with some provisions? I could exchange treasure for it. I still have some riches aboard my ship. Of course, if your supplies are limited, there is no obligation to share." Buddha, with a decisive demeanor, returned to his vessel to procure some sustenance for Brook. Subsequently, he steered his ship directly into the depths of the Devil's Triangle sailing area. After wandering through this maritime expanse for an entire week, Zhangguo found no signs of other living souls nor any significant discoveries. It was time for Zhangguo to return and seek out Brook. Upon his return to the ship of the Rumbar pirates, he discovered that the remains aboard had been respectfully gathered, and the vessel had undergone some repairs. Although the craftsmanship was rather poor, perhaps even worse than leaving it untouched, it was evident that Brook was making a commendable effort to restore the aging ship. Zhangguo called out to Brook, who immediately appeared before him. "Sir, I thought you would not return." Brook exclaimed, "I assured you that I would fulfill my promise. Hurry and bid farewell to your companions. I must leave this sea." Brook replied with a smile, "There is no need for farewells, sir. I have already said my goodbyes countless times this week. I shall accompany you at once." With that, Brook ignited a torch and tossed it onto the deck, which instantly erupted into flames, revealing that he had previously doused the deck in oil. Zhangguo nodded and gestured for Brook to follow him. After a day of sailing, they finally departed from the treacherous waters of the Bermuda Triangle. Once they were free from its grasp, Brook expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, I would have been lost in that cursed triangle for an indeterminate time. By the way, I have yet to learn the name of my benefactor. Might you be so kind as to share your name with me? However, if it is inconvenient, I completely understand if you choose to remain anonymous." Zhangguo did not answer Brook's inquiry, but rather exclaimed with excitement, "Brook, you have found the ship of Labu." Following the direction indicated by Zhangguo, Brook discovered a pirate ship approaching them. The two vessels swiftly drew near to one another. Burgess leaped directly onto the pirate ship, ready to unleash a torrent of violence. "I shall assist you, my lord," Brook declared, drawing his sword and following suit. However, as Brook unsheathed his blade, he discovered that the pirates aboard the vessel had all succumbed to unconsciousness. It turned out to be the result of the conqueror's haki unleashed by Burgess. The Conqueror's Haki. My benefactor, you possess the Conqueror's Haki. Zhang Guo declared, this vessel is now yours. I have spared the lives of those aboard. How you choose to manage them is entirely your prerogative. Let us part ways here. Perhaps fate shall reunite us in the future. With that, Zhang Guo leapt back onto his own ship. Brooke immediately rushed to a vantage point where he could still see Zhang Guo. Kind benefactor, you have yet to reveal your name to me. After handing Brooke a token, Sengoku declared, I am the Revolutionary Army's Rayleigh. This is my token. You shall recognize me when we draw near, until fate brings us together again. With that, Sengoku departed in his vessel. Brooke gazed at Sengoku's receding figure and murmured to himself, the Revolutionary Army's Rayleigh, is it? I shall remember this. Mr. Rayleigh, I will certainly safeguard this token. As for why Sengoku spared the young pirates, it was because he noticed they were merely fresh adventurers, their ships new, and their spirits untainted. Compassion swayed Sengoku, leading him to entrust their fates to Brooke. Brooke is not a bloodthirsty individual. One can surmise that upon encountering Brooke's fearsome exterior, these young souls would grasp the perils of the sea. Perhaps they would choose to abandon their pirate aspirations and return to their hometowns. Those who yearn to persist in piracy will eventually meet their demise, for these youths lack even the skills of a navigator, sailing directly towards the treacherous Devil's Triangle. Regardless of their intentions to be pirates, they remain oblivious to the lurking dangers that could one day claim their lives. Thus, Sengoku refrained from ending the lives of that band of pirates. The next destination for the warring states was the islands surrounding the city of Seven Waters. In merely 3 days, they explored the nearby islands, and subsequently, the warring states embarked on a maritime train towards the city of Seven Waters. The first undertaking of Sengoku upon arriving at Water 7 was to locate the creator of the sea train, Tom. However, Sengoku did not meet Tom directly. Instead, he observed him from the shadows and successfully acquired the design blueprints of Pluton from Frankie. Subsequently, Sengoku communicated with the enigmatic figure, allowing him to protect Tom and task him with constructing the sea train in Eni's lobby. With remarkable ease, the enigmatic figure secured Tom's safety from the hands of CP9 Commander Spandam, and this was achieved without any cost. Nevertheless, to curry favor with Spandam for future endeavors, Sengoku promised to support Spandam's son in becoming the new commander of CP9. Naturally, Spandam was grateful for this arrangement and personally escorted Tom to Eni's lobby. Accompanying them were Frankie and Iceberg. Consequently, Eni's lobby gained 3 exceptionally skilled shipwrights without drawing any undue attention. By the time others noticed Tom's presence, he had already interconnected vital naval islands with the sea train. After departing from Water 7, Sengoku traveled extensively, having visited nearly every location except Eni's lobby, Judicial Island, and impelled down. His current destination was Amazon Lily. Upon arrival at Amazon Lily, Sengoku did not acquire any substantial intelligence. However, he learned the techniques of Haki training from the Amazon Lily warriors, significantly enhancing his understanding of this formidable power. As for the future Empress, Boa Hancock, Sengoku did not catch a glimpse of her, as she was presumably out at sea with the Kuja pirates. After absorbing the insights on Haki, Sengoku promptly departed from Amazon Lily and set sail towards the New World. En route to the New World, he made a stop at Fishman Island, which had transformed beyond recognition. The island was now a vibrant community inhabited by various races, guarded by 2 vice admirals and the warlord of the sea, Fisher Tiger, ensuring no pirates dared to cause trouble. Any audacious pirates attempting to disrupt the peace were swiftly subdued. Observing the flourishing state of Fishman Island brought Sengoku a sense of solace. Without lingering on Fishman Island, Sengoku continued his journey towards the New World. Upon reaching the New World, his first destination was the Kingdom of Dressrosa. In the absence of Don Quixote da Flamingo, the citizens of Dressrosa lived in great happiness, coexisting peacefully with the dwarves. The Navy had also established a branch in Dressrosa, which included numerous dwarf soldiers, with even more elite personnel stationed in Eni's lobby. After spending a few days in Dressrosa, Sengoku departed once more, continuing his travels across other kingdoms for a month. Eventually, he arrived at the territory of the Mink tribe. Zo. In the presence of the towering figure of the Elephant Sovereign, Zhang Guo found himself momentarily entranced. As he stood lost in thought, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Strange warrior, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting Zuo Wu? The unexpected voice startled Zhang Guo, prompting him to glance warily around his surroundings. The voice echoed once more. Do not be alarmed, for it is I who speaks to you. The world knows me as the Elephant Sovereign. You may refer to me simply as such. Upon hearing the Elephant Sovereign's self-introduction, Zhangguo was taken aback to realize that the figure, which had previously faced away from him, was now gazing directly at him. As he beheld the profound depths of the sovereign's eyes and the magnificent trunk, a shiver ran down Zhangguo's spine. Although he was confident in his own prowess to overcome the elephant sovereign, he had no desire to recklessly incur the wrath of such a formidable being. For he certainly did not wish to end up as a mere pawn in a grand scheme. The figure from the Warring States period feigned astonishment and exclaimed, "You can speak, and you even possess a name. The creatures of the sea are truly remarkable. I come to Zhao Wu with no ill intentions. I am merely an adventurer. I perceive no malice within you. And since you wish to explore Zhao Wu, allow me to offer a word of caution. Do not harm the inhabitants of Zhao Wu. As for those who can hear my words, they are indeed rare. Not everyone is capable of understanding me. Zhao Wu rests upon my back. Would you like me to escort you to Zhao Wu Island?" Zhangguo expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Xiangzhu, but I am capable of ascending on my own." Upon witnessing this, Xiangzhu refrained from further conversation and continued his aimless wandering. In the realm of the Wano Kingdom, Sengoku anchored his vessel on the desolate shores of a remote island, soaring into the air with his abilities to perch upon the back of a colossal creature. He had been discreetly observing the simple lives of the Zhou inhabitants, who embodied a rustic innocence, transforming Zhou into an idyllic paradise. Contemplating the formidable strength of the Mink tribe, Sengoku naturally aspired to forge an alliance with them. However, his current status rendered such aspirations unfeasible. Moreover, the reigning monarchs of Zhou, Inu Arashir and Nico Mamushi, were former subordinates of Whitebeard and Roger, respectively, harboring no affection for the navy. Thus, winning over the Mink tribe would require considerable effort. After a day's stay in Zhou, Sengoku prepared to depart. As he was leaving the town of Zhou, a contingent of Mink warriors obstructed his path, led by none other than Inu Arashir and Nico Mamushi. Nico Mamushi inquired, "Why do you, an outsider, come to our Zhou sneaking about? What is your true intention? Speak quickly, or we shall take action." Inu Arashir interjected, "Nico Mamushi, let us not act hastily. Let us first ascertain the facts." Nico Mamushi scoffed, "It is night now, and all matters of Zhou fall under my jurisdiction. If you wish to interfere with my decisions, do so when the sun rises. I do not seek to meddle in your decisions." Inu Arashir protested. Nico Mamushi, brimming with excitement, retorted, "If you do not intend to interfere, are you then seeking to alter the customs of the Mink Kingdom? You are not? Then be gone. For the Whale Forest is my domain. Wait until daylight to make your move. However, this individual shall not last until then. It won't be long before I deal with him. Human, quickly declare your intentions. Are you here to capture my kin and enslave them? Your silence shall be taken as an admission." Nico Mamushi commanded his comrades, "Warriors, follow me." With that, he brandished his weapon and charged at Sengoku, granting him no opportunity for explanation. Beiji, witnessing the situation, let out a bitter laugh before unreservedly unleashing his conqueror's haki. The weaker warriors of the Fur tribe within the heroic alliance were immediately overwhelmed, falling unconscious under the sheer force of Beiji's aura. Conqueror's haki. Firearms team. We shall engage as well. Upon observing Beiji's display of power, the Serpent of Cat's Belly realized that his strength was formidable, prompting him to strike with full force from the outset. The Fur tribe warriors who remained conscious launched their attacks against Beiji with all their might. However, they were no match for him. With the exception of the Serpent of Cat's Belly, none among them could stand against Beiji's prowess. And even the serpent was sent flying by a single blow from Beiji. No one understood the combat capabilities of the Serpent of Cat's Belly better than Inarashi. Witnessing even him being easily repelled by Beiji made Inarashi acutely aware of the latter's terrifying strength. As he contemplated offering a word of caution, before he could utter a sound, a silver flash surged past him, crackling with an abundance of lightning. "Inarashi, you must not interfere with my battle. I am the King of Night from the fluffy kingdom of Zhou." The silver streak was none other than the Serpent of Cat's Belly, transformed into his moon lion form. In this form, he discarded his weapon, opting to engage in combat with his own body, for he himself was the ultimate weapon. Crimson Cat Dance. With colossal claws crackling with immense lightning, the moon lion Serpent of Cat's Belly lunged at Beiji, ready to strike. With a disdainful smile, Sengoku merely raised his right hand, which was instantly enveloped by an impenetrable layer of haki. Effortlessly, he thwarted the red cat dance attack from Cat Snake. After blocking the strike, Sengoku gazed up at the sky, where indeed a full moon hung. "The Lion of the Moon, you have significantly amplified your strength. yet you remain no match for me." Hearing Sengoku's audacious proclamation and witnessing his scornful gaze, Cat Snake's mind was consumed by fury, prompting a frenzied assault on Sengoku. However, Cat Snake's attacks proved futile against Sengoku's defenses. With a single hand, he effortlessly repelled their onslaught. In response, Inulan shouted, "Retreat! This individual possesses formidable power, and you are no match for him." Upon uttering this, Inulan transformed into his moon lion form. The members of the Fire Gun Squad, though eager to aid Inulan, found themselves unable to defy his command, anxiously observing the fierce clash between Inulan, Cat Snake, and Sengoku. Inu Demenfeng. A torrent of lightning surged from Inulan's sword as he charged at Sengoku. Yet, Sengoku appeared oblivious to Inulan's assault, showing no signs of preparation. The moon lion form had dulled Inulan's rationality, and witnessing Sengoku's disregard ignited his rage. Just as Inulan's strike was set to descend upon Sengoku, the latter, after easily deflecting Cat Snake's attack, nonchalantly intercepted Inulan's blow. Undeterred by his failed strike, Inulan joined forces with Cat Snake to continue their assault on Sengoku. Chapter 123. Moon Lion form. The frequency of their attacks in the Moon Lion form was rapid, yet Sengoku's defensive maneuvers were even swifter. No matter how fast their strikes were, Sengoku effortlessly countered every assault. While it may appear that Warring States is fending off the attacks from both individuals, in reality, he is meticulously analyzing the data of their lunar lion forms. Seeing the abundant lightning entwined around the two individuals, Sengoku immediately dismissed the notion of consuming the rumble fruit. After all, the Fur Tribe members could wield lightning in combat. He certainly did not wish to diminish his own stature. In the observation of Sengoku, the dual Moon Lion forms raised the question of whether Zoan-type Devil Fruit users could also attain this transformation. Should Zoan users possess the ability to enter the Moon Lion form, the strength of the Navy would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. After all, the Moon Lion form, a transformation with minimal repercussions, is exceedingly formidable, comparable only to Barrett's Devil form. However, Barrett remains the sole individual capable of harnessing the Devil form, whereas many from the Fur Tribe can achieve the Moon Lion form, as long as they are sufficiently powerful. Yet, after a prolonged period of observation, Sengoku found no valuable information and grew weary, recognizing that such studies are best left to specialists. Lacking any desire to engage in battle, Sengoku remarked, "If you possess any formidable techniques, I suggest you unleash them promptly. I have no inclination to squander further time in this trivial exchange. This confrontation has proven exceedingly dull. You have extinguished my desire to fight with my own hands." With that, Sengoku distanced himself from the two. After exchanging glances, Inuzuka and Nikohibe unleashed their most potent attacks, Oda Itorio, Cat's Laughter Clash, and Oda Itorio, Dog/Arrow. Two powerful strikes surged towards Sengoku. As Sengoku raised his hands and struck forward, two formidable slashing attacks were effortlessly shattered by the shadows of his fists. The duo, Cat Belly Snake and Dog Gale, were forced to retreat several steps before tumbling to the ground, subsequently reverting from their Moon Lion forms to their normal states. Lying on the ground, the two gasped for breath, while the members of the Musketeer Corps positioned themselves protectively in front of them, casting wary glances at Sengoku. The Warring States chuckled. "Isn't it remarkable? You have compelled me to utilize both hands. You should now comprehend the extent of my power, should I desire your demise. It would require little effort on my part. I harbor no ill intentions. Surely, you have come to understand the importance of civil discourse." With the assistance of other Fur tribes, Inuzuka and Nico Fukuro stood up. Inuzuka, weary, inquired, "If you bear no malice, why then do you lurk in our fluffy principality of Zao?" Zhangwa chuckled. "What I am doing is not underhanded. Rather, it is to avoid disturbing your lives. I have promised the Lord of the Elephant that I would not harm you. Thus, I wish to remain unobtrusive." Upon hearing Zhangwa mention the Lord of the Elephant, Inulan and the others were taken aback. The feline serpent gasped, "The Lord of the Elephant has actually communicated with you? Is this true?" "Indeed, it is true. I have no reason to deceive you," Zhangguo replied. Inulan continued, "Since it is the Lord of the Elephant who has granted you permission to visit our Zhuowu, there is no need for such caution. You shall not disturb our lives. Many outsiders have visited Zhuowu before. Guests of the Lord of the Elephant are our esteemed visitors. May I inquire how you came to know of Zhuowu and what brings you here?" In the era of the Warring States, the enigmatic land of Zhuowu has long been shrouded in legend. My acquaintance with Zhuowu was confined to the pages of books until one fateful day when I encountered a member of the Babwa fur clan, who revealed that his homeland was indeed Zhuowu. It was then that I realized Zhuowu was not merely a figment of imagination but a tangible reality. My purpose for visiting Zhuowu stems from my identity as an adventurer, driven by an insatiable curiosity to explore such mythical realms. Additionally, I seek to aid Babwa in reuniting with his family. I wonder if any among you are related to Babwa, who hails from the White Bear Fur clan. At that moment, a figure resembling Babwa, adorned with sunglasses, emerged from the shadows. Do you know Babwa? How is he faring? Is he well? I admitted my ignorance regarding Babwa's current circumstances, as our last encounter was quite a while ago. However, I reassured them that he was under the protection of a human elder, which surely afforded him a better life than before. What do you mean by better? Was Babwa's past life particularly difficult? I replied, it is evident that he faced hardships, living alone as a child of the Fur clan. Do you know Babwa's present whereabouts? Why do you inquire so intently about Babwa? What is your relation to him? I am Jebo, Babwa's brother. It was then revealed that Babwa had reportedly enlisted in the Navy, becoming a sailor, as his protector was indeed a naval officer. Quanlon interjected, esteemed guest. This is not the place for such discussions. Please, allow us to escort you to the castle where we can properly attend to you. Let us postpone further inquiries about Babwa for the moment. It would be most impolite to keep you standing here. Zhangguo waved his hand in refusal, stating, I shall not visit the castle, for I have already explored the entirety of Zhou with you during the day. As for the information regarding Bipo, I am well aware and have relayed all that I know. If you wish to seek Bipo, you should venture to Marineford, where you are likely to acquire the information you desire. I must depart from Zhou to continue my adventures. My time is limited, and I cannot afford to squander it any further because of you. I must set sail without delay. With that, Zhangguo prepared to leave. Inu Arisher and the others wished to retain him, yet they were at a loss for words on how to express their sentiments, especially Cat Viper, whose face was etched with guilt, for he was the root cause of the time lost for Zhangguo. Had he not acted so impulsively and listened to Zhangguo's words before taking action, these events might have been averted. Suddenly, the warring states turned around and said, By the way, you have asked me so many questions, it should not be too much for me to pose one in return. Right? The cat and the serpent quickly answered, Of course it is not excessive. Feel free to ask us one question, or even 100. We will share everything we know. It's not that exaggerated. I have just one question. I consider my disguise technique to be quite proficient. I have traveled to various corners of the world, and those with greater power than yours have failed to detect me. How, then, did you manage to uncover my presence? I would like you to enlighten me so that I may refine my disguise technique, as it could certainly spare me a great deal of trouble. The issue of the warring states is one that the cat-bellied serpent cannot fathom, for it was not he who uncovered the warring states. Thus, the cat-bellied serpent turned to the hound Gale for guidance. The hound Gale replied, We discovered you through your scent. In the 124th chapter, titled Little Oz, Zhangguo expressed his astonishment. Surely, the scent on me must have been treated. There should be no odor whatsoever. After saying this, Zhangguo took a moment to sniff himself and confirmed that he indeed bore no scent. In response, Inulan chuckled. Your human sense of smell is not as developed as that of our fur tribe, so it is only natural that you cannot detect it. Your scent is remarkably well disguised. Even I, a member of the canine fur tribe, could not perceive it. The only ones who detected your aroma were the bear tribe among our fur kin, whose olfactory abilities surpassed those of ordinary bears. It was Jebo and his companions who noticed your scent. After all, there are not many outsiders in our Zhuowu, and your unique scent is bound to attract their attention. Jebo, looking rather embarrassed, remarked, Benefactor, your disguise skills are indeed exceptional. Even from a considerable distance, we, the bear tribe, would be unable to uncover your presence. I believe that apart from our bear tribe, no one else could unveil your disguise. In the midst of the gathering, Zhangguo expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your reminders. I understand now. Until we meet again by fate. With that, he vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. In response, Inuzuka and Cat-Belly Serpent also parted ways. Within the confines of the hero group's sanctuary, Jebo addressed Cat-Belly Serpent, saying, Chief Cat-Belly Serpent, I must embark on a quest to locate my brother. Cat-Belly Serpent, puffing on his pipe and exhaling a smoke ring, replied with a smile. You need not worry. I would have permitted you to go regardless. However, can you venture out to sea alone? The waters have been tumultuous lately, with pirates vying for territory everywhere. Rest assured, Chief Cat-Belly Serpent, with my strength and caution, I am confident I can reach Marineford, Jebo asserted. If I fail to find Beppo, I would betray my parents. No matter the peril, I must go. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not dissuade you further. Once you set sail, exercise caution and be wary of strangers. Humanity is predominantly wicked and greedy. I understand, Chief Cat-Belly Serpent, Jebo responded. Now, do not let me disturb your rest. I shall return to prepare diligently. After bidding farewell to Cat-Belly Serpent, Jebo did not head home directly but sought out his closest friend, Pedro. Upon finding Pedro, Jebo, with a face full of remorse, said, Pedro, I regret to inform you that I cannot join you in forming a pirate crew for our adventures. Pedro, taken aback, exclaimed, Why is that, Jebo? You are our vice-captain in the Cur's pirate crew. Furthermore, we named the crew together. Pokemus chimed in, Indeed, Jebo. Our Cur's pirate crew cannot do without you. With a pained expression, Jebo replied, In truth, I do not wish for this either. I yearn to adventure alongside you, to see our Cur's pirate crew's flag soaring across the seas. However, I have learned of Beppo's whereabouts, and I must first seek him out. I hope you can understand my plight. Pedro countered, Searching for Beppo does not conflict with our forming a pirate crew. Moreover, if we search together, not only will it be safer, but we will also find Beppo sooner. But Beppo is at the Navy's headquarters in Marineford. If I become a pirate and venture to Marineford, the chances of even encountering Beppo are slim, and avoiding capture by the Navy would be a miracle, Jebo argued. Pedro laughed heartily. What are you worried about, Jebo? We are not pirates yet, and we are not even on the Navy's wanted list. Once we set sail together, you can find Beppo and bring him back to Zo. After that, we can raise the pirate flag and become true pirates. Who knows? Beppo might even join our Cur's pirate crew upon seeing our impressive flag. Jebo smacked his forehead. How did I not think of that? You truly are clever, Pedro. Enough of this chatter. Let us hurry to report to Chief Cat-Belly Serpent. Some brothers need to update Duke Inuzuka, and we have much to prepare for our voyage. Let us set off at once. Pedro and his companions sought out Catfish Snake, who had long consented to their venture into the sea. I agree with your decision to set sail together. It is indeed safer, and it brings me peace of mind, Catfish Snake stated. Quickly prepare your seafaring equipment. I can provide you with the gear I brought back from my own journeys. Thank you, Chief Catfish Snake. Meanwhile, as Jebo and others were engrossed in their discussions, Sengoku located a ship, which was anchored on a deserted island. One cannot help but remark on the chaos of the New World. Sengoku's vessel, merely docked for a day, had already fallen prey to a band of pirates. Fortunately, they lacked the means to operate Sengoku's ship, otherwise, it would have vanished without a trace. The fate that awaited these pirates was, of course, a watery grave. Once he dealt with the marauders, Sengoku set his sights on the next expanse of ocean. The next destination for Sengoku was the land of Wano. After several days of travel, Sengoku finally arrived in Wano. Initially, he had intended to eliminate Momotaro directly upon his arrival. However, he discovered that he had arrived too late, as Momotaro had already been sent to the future by his mother. In the Warring States period, Sengoku had no choice but to fly to Tengu Mountain, where he retrieved the three swords, Sandai Katetsu, Tengu, and Enma. After securing these formidable blades, Sengoku sought out Kaido, the Black Charcoal Serpent. After locating the Black Charcoal Great Serpent, Sengoku commenced extracting its blood. The rationale behind this endeavor, despite the serpent's lackluster prowess, lies in the formidable nature of its devil fruit, which is indeed a mythical Zoan type. During the extraction process, the slumbering Black Charcoal Great Serpent was roused from its sleep, prompting Sengoku to assist it in returning to a restful slumber. Once the blood was procured, Sengoku set his course for Onigashima, not in pursuit of Kaido, but rather to acquire Queen's research materials. The endeavor to obtain Queen's data proceeded remarkably smoothly, as the principal officers of the Beast Pirates were absent from Onigashima, leaving behind only a handful of ordinary pirates who were oblivious to Sengoku's presence. Subsequently, Sengoku refrained from squandering further time in Wano. Although he initially contemplated taking some sea prison stones with him, he realized that he could not carry away a substantial quantity, thus resolving to return for them at a later date. Departing from Wano, Sengoku continued his travels, spending the subsequent 2 months journeying between sparsely populated islands, yielding minimal rewards. The sole notable encounter during this period was when Sengoku stumbled upon the diminutive oars on a deserted isle. When Sengoku encountered little oars, he had yet to become a pirate. Seeing the untainted potential of little oars, Sengoku seized the opportunity to persuade him to join the Navy. Initially, Sengoku anticipated that the process of recruiting little oars would be quite intricate. However, to his surprise, when he proposed the idea of enlisting in the Navy, little oars simply requested a hearty meal. He was sincere in his request. After enjoying a fulfilling feast, he readily consented to join the Navy. Chapter 125, The Vagabond Yet. Satisfying little oar's appetite proved to be a formidable challenge. He devoured all the rations aboard Sengoku's ship, yet even then, he remained merely satiated. In a bid to fulfill his demand, Sengoku plunged into the sea and captured several sea kings to ensure little oar's hunger was fully appeased. To Sengoku's delight, during this endeavor, little oars assisted him in the capture of the sea kings. Having met little oar's requirements, Sengoku promptly informed the higher-ups, requesting that Garp be dispatched to escort little oars back to Marineford. Upon his arrival at Marineford, little oars caused quite a commotion, for he was the only living member of the giant race in the world. A few audacious celestial dragons sought to seize him as a slave, but the higher authorities swiftly intervened to refuse such an indignity. To placate the Gorosei, the higher authorities proposed a plan for an artificial giant race. Once this plan was articulated, the Gorosei disregarded the celestial dragon's ambitions entirely, recognizing the paramount importance of the artificial giant project over the frivolous whims of a slothful aristocrat. After little oars was taken to Punk Hazard, Caesar, through his research on little oar's physique, hastened the progress of his weaponization studies. Following his parting with little oars, Sengoku continued his travels, setting his sights on the next significant island, Hive Island, a veritable haven of chaos, where every corner brimmed with violence. In the tumultuous realm of Hive Island, Sengoku bore witness to a myriad of dark deeds. He adeptly dealt with some of the more egregious thugs that he could not bear to observe. However, this intervention drew the attention of Wang Shi, the current leader of Hive Island. Fortunately, Sengoku possessed a keen awareness of his own limitations, despite his ability to obliterate this chaotic paradise. He understood that another disorderly haven would soon emerge with even greater stealth, one that he might struggle to locate. To rectify this situation, one must eradicate the root of the world's malignancy, the world government. After departing from Hive Island, Sengoku journeyed forth, and after a month of exploration, he finally arrived at the giant kingdom of Elbaf. Yet upon his arrival, he found neither Dori nor Bragi, and the internal strife within the giant kingdom was palpable. Consequently, Sengoku harbored no desire to linger in Elbaf any longer. Once he left Elbaf, the system notified him that his mission to traverse the world had been completed. The rewards for this endeavor were duly bestowed upon him, enhancing Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki. Following the augmentation, he discovered that his Conqueror's Haki now emanated spontaneously, without the need for deliberate activation, and the energy expenditure was remarkably low, nearly matching the rate of recovery. Elated by the enhancement of his Conqueror's Haki, Sengoku was filled with an eager anticipation to test the newfound capabilities bestowed upon him. Upon departing from Elbaf, Sengoku promptly commenced his search for the pirates. Although they were at a considerable distance from the band of marauders, Sengoku unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, intertwining it with his observation Haki, to envelop the pirate vessel. As the ominous black lightning crackled around Sengoku, the entire crew of pirates succumbed to unconsciousness, while the feeble among them met a grim fate. Expiring from the blood they coughed forth. The warring states gazed with satisfaction at his own assault, fully aware that his Conqueror's Haki had now nearly reached the pinnacle of Shanks during his prime, and it was even conceivable that he might surpass the formidable Shanks in his prime. Thus, the warring states named this tactic Sight and Kill. The title of the most formidable man in Shanks' world has now become mine. Subsequently, the warring states informed the villain that he was returning to Marineford. Yet the villain revealed that he was not in Marineford at present. Rather, he was en route to the territory of the Whitebeard pirates to keep watch over Whitebeard. The reason for the villain's personal involvement was that others were occupied with missions, and a sudden confrontation had erupted between Kaido and Moria. As Moria is a warlord of the sea, the Navy naturally intended to assist him. Monitoring Whitebeard was essential to prevent him from aiding Kaido. Even the red-haired Shanks dispatched Akainu for oversight, aiming to thwart any potential activation of Shanks' formidable powers. The warring states had no objections to this arrangement, as it spared him the trouble of devising a method to infiltrate Marineford. Moreover, many years had elapsed since the last battle with Whitebeard, and the ever-strengthening warring states yearned to engage in combat with Whitebeard once more to assess his own prowess. However, The warring states did not plan to expose his identity, as concealing it would serve to inform the Gorosei that many formidable beings still existed in this world, thus enhancing the Navy's significance in the eyes of the Gorosei. After Sengoku obtained the location of Whitebeard, he set forth on a journey towards it. To his surprise, he discovered that Whitebeard's current position was not far from his own, merely a day's travel away. After a day's journey, Sengoku arrived at an island, where he was confronted by the imposing sight of the Moby Dick. The pirate ship of the Whitebeard pirates docked along the coastline. Knowing that Whitebeard had yet to depart from his base, Sengoku made his way directly to the island. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the Whitebeard pirates were hosting a grand feast. After a long day of travel, the tantalizing aroma of the banquet's delicacies made Sengoku swallow hard, prompting him to join the festivities and indulge heartily. While Sengoku relished the feast, many pirates took notice of him. However, those who dared to approach were swiftly overwhelmed and rendered unconscious by Sengoku's formidable conqueror's haki. As for how these pirates spotted Sengoku, it was undoubtedly due to his striking appearance, which made it nearly impossible for anyone to overlook him. Betrayed by the winds of fate, Sengoku appeared as a weary wanderer, adorned with an unusual mask. Yet, his fleeting moment of joy was abruptly interrupted by the interference of other pirates. After all, the presence of unconscious pirates drew even more attention. It was then that Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, confronted him. "Who are you? And what audacity brings you to our Whitebeard Pirates feast, indulging in our bounty? Not only do you feast with abandon, but you also dare to assault my crew." Seeing Sengoku remain silent, Marco's temper flared. "If you do not speak, I shall be compelled to take action." The warring state set down the roasted meat in hand and declared, "Consuming your food will enable me to contend with Bailey. As for those who have fainted, I have not assailed them. I merely wish to enjoy my meal undisturbed. Furthermore, I advise you to refrain from engaging me, for you are not yet my match." After the warring states period, one resumed the indulgence and feasting with great delight. The audacious remarks made by Sengoku inevitably provoked the ire of the Whitebeard pirates. A multitude of pirates began to hurl insults at Sengoku, exclaiming, "You truly are brazen. Who do you think you are? This esteemed individual is none other than Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." Marco's comrades declared, "You need not lift a finger, Captain Marco. I can deal with him myself." "Indeed, we are more than capable." Chapter 126, I have no interest in becoming your son. A group of pirates, emboldened by their bravado, charged towards Sengoku without even drawing their weapons. Jean Gua, undeterred by the circumstances, continued to indulge in his feasting and drinking when suddenly, the overwhelming presence of his conqueror's haki erupted forth. As the formidable conqueror's haki of Sengoku was unleashed, not only did it leave several pirates who charged towards him incapacitated, but the surrounding pirates, with the exception of a few, succumbed to its overwhelming power. Marco's expression darkened as he remarked, "This conqueror's haki is astonishingly more potent than that of our father, surpassing even that of the red-haired." Realizing the futility of the situation, he urged, "You are no match for him. I shall confront him. You must hasten to inform our father. Only he possesses the strength to halt him." The few remaining pirates, recognizing the might of such a formidable adversary, wasted no time in fleeing in a unified direction. Meanwhile, Marco cast a wary glance at Sengoku, summoning forth the indomitable flames of his own will. During the warring states period, Sengoku paid no heed to Marco and continued to eat. However, Sengoku took a few more bites, and soon after, a powerful presence surged forth. At the forefront was none other than the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Upon gazing at the unconscious pirates scattered around, his anger flared instantly, and he promptly swung his weapon, the Yoru, towards Sengoku with great ferocity. In the face of Whitebeard, the warring states dared not be reckless. After swallowing the morsel in his mouth, he immediately evaded Whitebeard's onslaught, which left a profound gash in the ground. In the midst of the warring states period, Sengoku enveloped his hands with the formidable Busashoku haki, simultaneously entwining his fists with the potent Haushiko haki. Whitebeard, upon witnessing this, was taken aback, only to be overtaken by a surge of excitement, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. In an instant, the Busashoku haki manifested around the blade of his weapon, the Yunkai, as their fists collided across the space between them. The shockwaves from their clash cleaved the very sky asunder. Observing the ferocity of their attacks, Marco immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. "Everyone, this individual's strength is formidable. We must swiftly evacuate our unconscious comrades. Should they be caught in the tumult of this battle, their lives would be in dire jeopardy. Marco's words served not only as a warning to his fellow captains, but also to Whitebeard and Sengoku. Consequently, the battleground for the two titans swiftly shifted to a desolate expanse, devoid of witnesses. As their battle intensified, Sengoku was astounded to discover the immense power Whitebeard wielded. Despite years of enhancement through the system, he found himself unable to bridge the gap between their strengths. This predicament could only stem from two possibilities. Either Whitebeard had not revealed his full prowess during their previous confrontation at Fishman Island, or he had diligently honed his skills over the years, augmenting his strength. Their fierce confrontation endured for 5 days and nights, ultimately culminating in a stalemate. The two individuals, having concluded their fierce battle, were now indulging in a hearty feast. With a mouthful of food, the white-bearded man exclaimed, "It has been an eternity since I experienced such a thrilling fight. However, why did you choose to end the battle prematurely? You hardly appear to be as fatigued as you claimed. In fact, I believe you could continue to spar with me for several more days without breaking a sweat." The warring states remarked, "I truly find myself devoid of energy, having witnessed the prowess of the world's mightiest man. My objectives have been fulfilled. Once I finish this meal, I shall promptly return here." In truth, during the course of battle, the warring states received notification from the malevolent entity that he was to arrive at the present island today, thus compelling him to conclude the conflict prematurely. Upon hearing that the warring states intended to depart today, Whitebeard expressed his disappointment, saying, "You plan to leave right after your meal? I had intended to continue our fierce duel tomorrow. After all, there are few who can engage in battle with me for such an extended duration." Zhanghua shook his head in refusal. Upon witnessing this, Whitebeard did not press him further, but instead expressed his confusion. "With such formidable strength, how is it that I have never encountered you, nor have I ever heard of your name?" In the warring states period, the figure smiled and remarked, "This is our first encounter. Naturally, you have not yet seen me. As for your unfamiliarity with my name, that is quite understandable, for I am no celebrity. I have no desire to serve as a naval officer bound by the world government, nor do I aspire to be a pirate, much less to become the Pirate King. My dream is to traverse every corner of the world while doing all that I believe to be right. To act in accordance with one's own convictions? How wonderfully carefree. Might you be interested in joining our Whitebeard pirates?" Zhanghua retorted, "I am not accustomed to being someone's son. If my father were to discover that I had taken on such a role, he would undoubtedly rise from the underworld to seek me out. For the sake of my father's peace, I must decline your offer." Whitebeard chuckled. "Joining the Whitebeard pirates does not necessitate becoming my son. We could simply be brothers. Surely that is acceptable?" "I still refuse," Zhanghua replied. "I have no desire to be captured by the Navy or challenged by reckless pirates when I am in the midst of adventure." With that, Zhanghua stood and said, "Newgate, I have had my fill. It is time for me to depart. You must remember my name. I am Lei Feng. Lei Feng, is it? I shall remember that." Zhanghua nodded slightly at Whitebeard before departing. Whitebeard gazed in the direction of Zhanggua's exit, remarking to himself, "It is remarkable that this world harbors so many formidable beings. First, there were the enigmatic assailants on Marie Joyce, followed by the powerful figures roaming the seas. And now this Lei Feng. It appears not all strong individuals are driven by the pursuit of fame. This world is becoming increasingly intriguing." After his departure, Zhanghua proceeded to rendezvous with the malevolent entity. With the aid of his formidable disguise and the assistance of the malevolent being, Zhanghua successfully reached the quarters aboard the warship to meet with him. Upon seeing Zhanghua in tattered attire, the malevolent entity expressed astonishment. "What on earth have you endured over the past 2 years?" With a fleeting glance, Sengoku admonished the malevolent entity, "Hawkeye, silence yourself. I am the true presence." The nefarious Hawkeye seamlessly merged with Sengoku's form, flooding his consciousness with the myriad experiences of the past 2 years. As Sengoku felt a surge of pressure in his head, he decided to take a bath. After refreshing himself, he had fully absorbed the memories. Over the past 2 years, Hawkeye had navigated challenges with relative ease. However, many of his decisions were far more ruthless than Sengoku would have chosen. Yet, this was of little consequence. Suddenly, a Marine soldier called from outside, "Marshal Sengoku, Whitebeard is charging towards us." "Understood. I shall proceed at once." With that, Sengoku pushed the door open and strode onto the deck, preparing to confront Whitebeard. Certainly, Sengoku understood the reason behind Whitebeard's proactive approach. It was evident that their previous encounter had not been sufficiently conclusive. Sengoku, in his earlier strength, was nearly on par with Whitebeard. However, the circumstances have shifted dramatically. Sengoku has now integrated the formidable might of the Black Warriors, rendering Whitebeard no longer his equal. Yet, in Chapter 127, Tomato and Egg Soup, Sengoku felt a tinge of regret, realizing that this was not the opportune moment to unveil his true strength. He must continue to maintain a faade for the time being. Upon reaching the deck, Sengoku beheld Whitebeard standing at the bow of the Moby Dick. With a grin, Whitebeard remarked, "I thought Sengoku would send someone else to keep an eye on me. To my surprise, it's you old rascal, who has come to guard against me." The strength of the warring states remains uncertain after all these years. Sengoku scoffed, "Newgate, do you truly wish to engage in battle with our navy?" Whitebeard replied with a scornful smile, "Sengoku, spare me your prattle. Today, I intend to wage war against your navy. If you wish to spare the lives of those sailors aboard your vessel, then follow me." With that, Whitebeard leaped towards an uninhabited island. Sengoku imparted a few words of caution to the accompanying vice admiral, advising them to refrain from engaging in combat with the Whitebeard pirates. He also instructed the vice admiral to summon the nearest admiral for assistance. After conveying his directives, Sengoku soared towards the deserted island. As the Warring States period descended upon the desolate island, Whitebeard unleashed a formidable slash that cleaved through the air. In the midst of the fierce battle, Sengoku transformed without reservation into his Buddha form, his golden hands effortlessly countering the lethal strike. With a hearty laugh, Whitebeard remarked, "Not bad, Sengoku. It appears that even after your promotion, you have not neglected your training." He continued, "Do you truly believe I fear you? Our last encounter at Fishman Island did not allow me to fully engage, but this time, I shall demonstrate my true might." With a thunderous roar, he added, "That is precisely what I desire. Do not perish, Sengoku." The two warriors unleashed their full might, their myriad techniques clashing in a relentless display of power. Their fierce confrontation raged on for 3 days and nights, only concluding with the arrival of Garp. After parting ways with Sengoku, Whitebeard regarded him with a peculiar gaze. During the fierce battle, Whitebeard consistently pressured Sengoku, yet he harbored a lingering suspicion that Sengoku was holding back. He shared his thoughts with Marco, who, upon hearing this, chuckled and said, "Old man, you are overthinking. How could Sengoku possibly be your match? No one in this world dares to challenge you while concealing their true power." Encouraged by Marco's words, Whitebeard dismissed his concerns, attributing his doubts to the prolonged struggle with Ray Fei, which had hindered his full recovery of strength. Consequently, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates resumed their festivities. In the naval dining hall, Sengoku watched in exasperation as Garp devoured his meal with gusto. "Garp, you didn't even engage in battle with Whitebeard, yet you're eating more than I am. And why are you here to support me? Aren't you supposed to be on vacation in the East Blue?" Garp, taking a hearty bite of meat, replied with a grin, "Sengoku, don't be so stingy. I received a call for assistance. Of course I had to come." "Humph, you've made some progress. But weren't you supposed to be bringing Luffy and Ace back to the East Blue? Where are those two little rascals?" Garp lowered his voice conspiratorially, "Sengoku, let me tell you a secret. Luffy and Ace made a friend in Windmill Village and actually formed a brotherhood with him. What was that kid's name again? Is it Sabo?" "Yes, that's right." "Wait, how do you know that boy's name?" Sengoku inquired. "That's not your concern. Let us continue discussing Luffy and the others." Garp continued, "Luffy and Ace met when I took them back to Windmill Village for a break. And that's when they formed their bond. This is also why they frequently accompany me back to the village." "Does Sabo have any aspirations to join the Navy?" Sengoku asked. "Of course, but his parents disapprove, so he has no way of joining. He plans to enlist once he comes of age. Whenever I return for vacation, I mentor him. Sabo possesses remarkable talent and is even sharper than Ace and Luffy." "Interesting. However, Garp, you're not being cautious enough. According to intel, Sabo harbors a deep-seated resentment towards his parents. He longs to escape from that detestable household. I suspect that even if you were to bring Sabo directly to Marineford, he wouldn't refuse. Perhaps it's best if I handle this matter personally," Sengoku decided. "Yes, it would be better for you to deal with this troublesome issue yourself. Is there anything else you need to inform me about? I've been so busy over the past 2 years that I haven't had the chance to check in on Ace and Luffy. Has anything significant occurred with them?" "Significant events? Let me think carefully about that." As the Warring States observed the contemplative Garp, he reminded him, "For instance, have those two consumed any devil fruits?" "Speaking of devil fruits, that young fellow Luffy has indeed devoured one." In the midst of excitement, Sengoku inquired, What devil fruit did Luffy consume? When did he eat it? How is it that I am unaware? Carp, unfazed, replied, "What's the fuss about a devil fruit, Sengoku? You're perpetually occupied, seldom returning home even once a month. Naturally, you wouldn't know that Luffy has consumed a devil fruit. Enough of that. What exactly did Luffy eat? It can't possibly be the gum-gum fruit, can it?" "See. You do know," Sengoku exclaimed. "Indeed, Luffy has indeed consumed the gum-gum fruit. Is this destiny, then?" "What destiny? Sengoku, why have you become so superstitious?" Carp queried. "Do you know how Luffy came to eat this gum-gum fruit?" Sengoku continued. "Speaking of which, it infuriates me. Over the years, the infamous pirate Shanks has frequently visited my hometown, Fusha Village, yet his true intentions remain unclear. Luffy acquired the gum-gum fruit from him. That day, I had left Luffy to play in Fusha Village while I went to apprehend pirates in the East Blue, and upon my return, Luffy had already transformed into a rubber man. I have attempted numerous times to capture that red-haired pirate, yet I have never succeeded. In the Warring States period, after surveying the surroundings and employing the observation hockey to ensure there were no eavesdroppers in the cafeteria, he confirmed that no one was listening. "Zhangguo," with a grave expression, inquired, "Kapu, do you know from where the red-haired pirate seized the gum-gum fruit?" Kapu replied, "How would I know where the red-haired obtained it?" "Zhangguo, spare me the suspense and just tell me." Zhangguo revealed, the gum-gum fruit was taken by the red-haired from CP0, and it was specifically requested by the elders. Upon hearing Zhangguo's words, Kapu promptly expelled the soup he had just sipped. As Zhangguo observed the direction in which Carp was spitting, he felt relieved that he had not taken a seat opposite Carp. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been drenched in a tomato and egg-flavored shower. What a peculiar circumstance that the rubber fruit was seized from CP0 by the red-haired pirate, and that it was specifically requested by the 5 elders. What extraordinary qualities could the rubber fruit possess? I cannot discern any remarkable attributes within it. Chapter 128, The Rubber Fruit. In the Warring States period, one exclaimed, "Kapu, please lower your voice." Kapu promptly covered his mouth with his hand. Zhangguo continued, "The rubber fruit is far more complex than it appears. If the rubber fruit were as simple as it seems, it would not have sparked the fierce competition between the 5 Elder Stars and formidable pirates like red-haired Shanks. According to the intelligence I have gathered, the 5 Elder Stars and the world government have made several attempts to locate the rubber fruit, yet it eludes them as if it possesses its own consciousness. Each search has ended in failure." Kapu, astonished, exclaimed, "How is that possible? With the might of the world government, the 5 Elder Stars should be able to locate it effortlessly. Could it be that the rubber fruit truly has awareness and is actively evading the world government?" "I'm uncertain of its consciousness," Zhangguo replied, "but my research indicates that the rubber fruit is known by another name." "Another name? Aren't all devil fruits referred to by a single designation?" "Patience. I understand your concern regarding Luffy, but worrying excessively will only hinder us. Devil fruits typically have a singular name, yet the term rubber fruit is a name altered by the world government. Its original designation is Zoan type, human fruit, mythical species. Nika form." Kapu's jaw dropped in shock, and he anxiously remarked, "Nika? Isn't that the name of the sun god? Since you are familiar with the name Nika, I need not elaborate further. We must inform Luffy upon our return that he has consumed not a rubber fruit, but a resilience fruit. The fewer who are aware that Luffy has eaten the rubber fruit, the safer he will be. It is imperative that the 5 Elder Stars remain oblivious. Should they discover this, Luffy may have no choice but to abandon the Navy and align himself with Dragon or turn to piracy." "I understand, Zhangguo. The number of individuals aware that Luffy has consumed a devil fruit is already limited, and those who know he has eaten the rubber fruit are even fewer." Sengoku sighed in relief, saying, "Now I can rest easy. However, this still isn't entirely secure. Before Luffy enters the Navy Academy, he should refrain from wandering around and stay put in Marineford. He is not to go anywhere." "Understood, Sengoku." The following day, as Sengoku and Garp were en route back to Marineford, Sengoku received the report of the fierce battle between Kaido and Moria. The content of the report reveals that Moria remains no match for Kaido. Not only is Kaido's strength superior to Moria's, but the individuals under Kaido's command are vastly more formidable than those in Moria's crew. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Kizuru, Moria's pirate crew would have suffered devastating losses. With the Navy's involvement, the situation shifted dramatically, culminating in a mutually destructive confrontation. Neither Kaido nor Moria emerged victorious. The true victor was undeniably the Navy. The considerable losses in combat strength incurred by both Kaido and Moria while vying for territory will surely invite assaults from rival competitors. Moria's inferiority to Kaido was entirely anticipated, yet the outcome of Kazara's intervention was unforeseen. In this battle, Kazara deserves the utmost credit. During their brief sojourn in Punk Hazard, Sengoku and Garp spent a day there. Sengoku was astounded by the drastic changes in Punk Hazard, having only been absent for 2 years. It was unrecognizable from the Punk Hazard of yore. Upon absorbing the memories of the advancements made by Vegapunk during these 2 years, Sengoku's astonishment deepened. Previously, when Caesar had remarked that the greatest challenge for the pacifistas was procuring the materials to construct them, Sengoku had thought Caesar was merely deflecting. Yet now, it appeared that Caesar and Vegapunk had indeed succeeded in creating the first generation of pacifistas. However, their appearance did not resemble Kuma's but rather that of a different model entirely. Despite the dissimilarities in appearance, their capabilities were comparable. Although the first generation of pacifistas had been successfully developed, they lacked the knowledge of the devil fruits, a secret known only to Caesar, Vegapunk, and the enigmatic Dr. Vegapunk. To ensure discretion, Vegapunk had specifically instructed Caesar not to inform Sengoku, to prevent the existence of the first generation of pacifistas from reaching the elders. After all, even if they had notified Sengoku, it would have only alerted the likes of Black. In order to maintain secrecy, it was essential for Sengoku to initiate contact. They had no means to reach out to him independently. Nevertheless, Sengoku did have a fixed schedule for contacting them. The reason Sengoku was unaware of the development of the first generation of pacifistas was a matter of his own oversight. They had been created a week prior, coinciding with the day Sengoku was meant to reach out to Vegapunk. However, on that day, Sengoku was embroiled in a fierce battle with Whitebeard, causing him to completely forget about the matter. After the battle with Whitebeard, Sengoku refrained from contacting Vegapunk, reasoning that he would be heading to Punk Hazard soon anyway. Thus, he saw no need to reach out prematurely. He was mindful of the risk that such a contact could arouse suspicion from CP agents regarding Vegapunk's activities. Hence, Sengoku chose not to initiate communication. Zhangguo gazed at the contemporary pacifist before him, puzzled. Hasn't that fellow, Caesar Gering, been transformed into a pacifist? Caesar shook his head. Responding, General Zhangguo, Gering is exceedingly cautious. The experiment remains unrefined. He would never permit me to alter his body. However, there is a silver lining. Our successful research on the pacifist will remain undisclosed. Had Gering been bolder and sought our assistance for his transformation, we could not have concealed the success of our research on the pacifist. This is the essence of fortune and misfortune coexisting. Have you conducted experiments on the combat capabilities of the pacifists? Caesar exclaimed. Naturally, we have conducted experiments. The combat prowess of the first-generation pacifist far exceeds our expectations. We are now poised to begin mass production. Moreover, research on the second-generation pacifist has already commenced. The current challenge with the second generation lies in the lack of suitable artificial intelligence. I wonder if General Zhangguo has any viable solutions? Suitable intelligence? I have none. That must be left to you, Zhangguo replied. Once the second-generation pacifist is developed, you can inform the 5 Elder Stars about the first generation, enabling them to initiate mass production. General Zhangguo, our thoughts align with yours. We too intend to inform the 5 Elder Stars only after developing the second-generation pacifist, subsequently utilizing the funding obtained to pursue other projects. Suddenly, Zhangguo appeared to have an epiphany. Caesar, I believe I know where to seek suitable artificial intelligence. Caesar, filled with excitement, inquired, where shall General Zhangguo search? Naturally, we shall scour the ancient ruins of the Great Kingdom from 800 years ago. The ruins have indicated that the technological advancements of the Great Kingdom far surpass our current capabilities. Chapter 129. Artificial Intelligence. Indeed, the Great Kingdom must possess appropriate artificial intelligence. But where should we seek the relics of the Great Kingdom? The ruins provided by Satan contain no information regarding artificial intelligence. That is easily resolved. You can directly request it from Sata. I believe he will be inclined to fulfill your request. The world government has ruled for 800 years, amassing treasures beyond your imagination. General Zhangguo, I understand. How is the research on the Zoan-type devil fruits progressing? Caesar replied sheepishly, we are still in the research phase. There's no need to rush. Take your time with the research. Additionally, have you investigated the use of lightning attacks by the Fur tribe? We have not delved into that. But by utilizing the genetic factors of the Fur tribe, coupled with that fellow Beppo, I am confident that it won't take long to achieve results. If General Zhangguo requires it, we can commence research immediately. In response to the situation, General Zhangguo chuckled and remarked, "It is not my intention for you to delve into this matter. I mentioned it for a different purpose. The most significant distinction between your second generation of pacifists and the first generation lies within the realm of artificial intelligence, does it not? What I envision is for you to synthesize the research achievements of Jiaji and Qin, culminating in the creation of a more formidable clone. A mightier clone, indeed. The clones of General Zhangguo, Jiaji, and Qin are already powerful, but what form do you aspire for these clones to take? My directive for your research is as follows. Although the clones devised by Qin and Jiaji display considerable strength, they still pale in comparison to true titans. I implore you to amalgamate the diverse advantages of various formidable races into a single clone. Furthermore, I desire this clone to possess the powers of multiple devil fruits." Multiple devil fruits? General Zhangguo, this is inconceivable. Even the mightiest of beings cannot consume more than one devil fruit. We have also conducted experiments with clones, and without exception, they have all ended in failure. In the era of the Warring States, Sengoku remarked, "It is indeed possible for an individual to consume multiple devil fruits. In my youth, I encountered someone who possessed 3 distinct devil fruits. Regrettably, that individual has passed away, and I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding his demise. Had I known, it would have undoubtedly contributed to your research. Whether it be devil fruits or the formidable abilities of various races, these are all rooted in bloodline factors. You may utilize the blood of the strong as a foundation, thereby enhancing the likelihood of success in your studies. After all, this experiment cannot be completed in just a year or 2. You may take your time in your research." Caesar motivated himself. "Since there exists an individual who can consume 3 devil fruits, we, too, shall be able to devise a clone capable of wielding the powers of 3 distinct devil fruits." "Excellent, Caesar. I shall name this endeavor the Seraphim Project. By the way, how is your research on the clones with Vegapunk progressing?" Caesar replied with enthusiasm, "Admiral Sengoku, I thought you had forgotten about this matter. Vegapunk and I have successfully developed the clones. However, due to the significant resources consumed, Satan has begun to harbor suspicions. If you do not reach out soon, we may need to proactively contact you to send Vegapunks and my clones to Egghead Island." "Oh, the clones have been developed. Let me see them." After Caesar clapped his hands, 6 individuals emerged, identical to him save for their attire. "Admiral Sengoku, these 6 are all manufactured clones. They possess my intellect, and more importantly, they will never betray me. They are designated Caesar number 1 through number 6. At that moment, Vegapunk's 6 clones also made their appearance. Number 1, representing integrity, Siddhartha. Number 2, representing malevolence, Lilith. Number 3, representing thought, Edison. Number 4, representing wisdom, Pythagoras. Number 5, representing fury, Atlas. Number 6, representing desire, York. In the Warring States period, Vegapunk gazed thoughtfully at his 6 entirely different clones. At that moment, he shed his disguise, revealing that the large head atop him had vanished, replaced by a half apple. "Dr. Vegapunk, why do all 6 of your clones bear no resemblance to you?" Vegapunk replied with a smile, "My 6 clones represent different facets of my emotions. Thus their appearances vary accordingly. While I do not possess absolute control over them as Caesar does, each of my clones possesses independent thoughts. Their futures cannot be compared to Caesar's creations." Caesar retorted, somewhat displeased. "Even if their innate talents are extraordinary, should they betray us, it would be preferable for them to remain somewhat mediocre. Moreover, my clones are already capable of assisting us. In time, my choice will undoubtedly prove to be the correct one. I do not wish to engage in further disputes with you on this matter, Caesar." As the 2 individuals appeared on the verge of an argument, Zhangguo intervened compassionately, stating, "Gentlemen, this is not the time for quarrels. Let us address the matter at hand." He continued, "Do you wish for those avatars to remain in Punk Hazard while simultaneously desiring their departure?" Caesar responded, "Naturally. I intend for my 6 avatars to journey to Egghead Island, while Edison from Vegapunk's number 3 will remain here to assist me, and the remaining avatars of Vegapunk will proceed to Egghead Island. You need not worry that our separation across vast distances will hinder the progress of our research. Even though we may be miles apart, it will not impede our collaborative efforts in advancing our studies." Zhangguo nodded and said, "Very well, prepare swiftly. When I depart, you shall leave alongside me." He then pulled Caesar aside and remarked, "Caesar, the decision made by Vegapunk was indeed somewhat reckless. To avert any potential betrayal from his clones, You must ensure that your own clones keep a vigilant watch over Vegapunk's creations, particularly the representative of desire, number 6, York. Caesar responded with a sly grin. Rest assured, Commander Jean Gua, even if you did not mention it, I would keep a watchful eye on Vegapunk's 6 clones. From the moment Vegapunk created them, I have been monitoring their every move. After all, the matters we are engaged in must remain confidential. Jean Gua patted Caesar on the shoulder and remarked with a smile. Well done, Caesar. You can now indulge to your heart's content. It won't hinder the progress of your research. However, when you venture out, be cautious not to speak indiscreetly after a few drinks. Uttering the wrong words could lead to complications. Now is not the time for us to sever ties with the world government. Caesar, brimming with confidence, replied, You need not worry about that, Marshal Jean Gua. My tolerance for alcohol has increased 6-fold compared to before, and I have undergone a transformation. Once I reach half of my capacity, I will perceive alcohol as the most unpleasant drink in existence. Chapter 130. The Flame Fruit. The warring states nodded in agreement. Indeed, with these two factors, it is virtually impossible for you to be intoxicated. However, one must remain vigilant. Acknowledging the words of Marshal Warring States, he subsequently bid farewell to Caesar and proceeded to the Punk Hazard branch to meet with Rosinante. Over the past 2 years, Rosinante, serving as a deputy to Jinbe, had matured significantly, his strength notably enhanced under Jinbe's guidance during the continuous apprehension of pirates. The father and son exchanged many words during their brief time together. Limited to the duration of a single dinner, for Warring States was soon to depart from Punk Hazard. With the assistance of the benevolent Shin, Vegapunk and his clones successfully infiltrated Warring States' warship. In the manga, York is destined to betray Vegapunk, and naturally, this version of York also harbors the potential for treachery. To preempt any such betrayal, Warring States resolved to assign the vigilant Shin White to protect Vegapunk, while simultaneously monitoring York. Warring States harbored little faith that, with Shin White and the intelligence agency in place, York would still find an opportunity to betray them. After all, Egghead Island was no longer under the control of the world government or the Navy. It was under Warring States' command, populated solely by his loyal followers committed to justice. Should York still manage to contact the Gorosei to orchestrate his betrayal, there would be little left for Warring States to say, save for acknowledging the overwhelming strength of York's duplicitous nature. Upon returning to headquarters, Warring States immediately instructed the intelligence agency to escort Vegapunk and his entourage to Egghead Island, ensuring that they would not be exposed to any threats, thus enhancing their safety. After sending Vegapunk and the others off, Warring States seized the opportunity to examine the system. The first task displayed on the task panel pertained to the pacifists and the Seraphim. Congratulations were in order for the host company, which had developed a new generation of robots, elevating the company to new heights. The task reward would grant the host the most powerful artificial intelligence in this world, programmed to prioritize the host's commands above all else, impervious to any alteration by others. The reward would be automatically dispatched to the host's clone, with the new generation of pacifists expected to be developed within 3 months. Observing this reward filled Warring States with immense satisfaction. Originally, Jean Gua intended to visit Luffy, but on the way to Carp's residence, he encountered Usopp, Frankie, and Nami joyfully playing with Luffy. This evoked a sense of admiration, as it was evident that the main character's crew shared such a delightful bond. In the midst of their revelry, Sengoku chose not to disturb the few individuals present, instead opting to wait until Luffy had thoroughly enjoyed himself before seeking him out at Garp's residence. After finishing dinner at home, Sengoku set out to find Luffy. Upon arriving at Garp's house, he was greeted by the sight of Garp and the 3 brothers, Ace and Luffy, indulging in a hearty feast. The 4 were so engrossed in their meal that they failed to notice Sengoku's entrance. Once they had finished their food, Ace was the first to register Sengoku's presence, exclaiming, "Grandpa Sengoku, when did you arrive?" Garp, equally astonished, remarked, "Sengoku, your strength has evidently increased once more. My observation haki failed to detect your arrival." In the Warring States period, he remarked, "Where is the evidence of my enhanced strength? Clearly, it is you who is preoccupied with food. It would be remarkable if you noticed me." Carr sheepishly scratched his head. The Warring States continued, "Now is not the time for such matters. Luffy, why not demonstrate your devil fruit powers for Grandpa Warring States?" Ace, observing this, chuckled and said, "Grandpa Warring States, this fool Luffy has yet to master his devil fruit abilities, which is why he has refrained from revealing himself as a devil fruit user in public. Allow me to showcase my own devil fruit powers instead." With that, a cluster of flames ignited in the palm of Ace's hand. in the midst of a spirited exchange. Sengoku exclaimed, "The flame fruit." Ace chuckled, "Indeed, Grandfather Sengoku, you are truly knowledgeable. The fruit I consumed is the flame fruit." Meanwhile, the irate Luffy, his belly swollen from a recent feast, retorted, "Ace, you scoundrel, stop speaking ill of me. Who said I lack mastery over my devil fruit?" With that, he unleashed his gum pistol, his fist elongated. Yet, having recently ingested the devil fruit, Luffy's fist moved with sluggishness and a notable lack of strength, easily thwarted by Ace. Noticing this, Ace summoned a small flame from the power of the flame fruit and placed it upon Luffy's fist. "Fire! There is fire! Ace, you dastardly fiend! You're burning me!" Luffy exclaimed, retracting his fist, though the process was hindered by Ace's grip. "Let go, Ace. If you don't release me, I'll cease to be your friend." Ace, with a dismissive smile, replied, "That would be splendid. Life without a pesky sidekick would surely be joyous. Wouldn't you agree, Sabo?" Upon hearing Sabo's name, Luffy's eyes sparkled with hope. "Sabo, help me." Sabo laughed. "Luffy, it's merely a tiny flame. You need not fear." Luffy, attempting to maintain his bravado, declared, "I'm not scared at all." Watching Luffy flail his arms, Ace decided the moment had come. He released Luffy's hand, and due to the sudden inertia, Luffy's fist collided with his own head, creating a sizable bump. Undeterred, Luffy hurriedly raised his right hand to extinguish the flame, only to discover that the fire had vanished without a trace. Ace and Sabo erupted into laughter. "Foolish Luffy, I didn't place the flame on your hand. I merely let it hover above, and what you felt was merely the heat, not a burn." Ace continued to laugh heartily, his mirth infectious. Sengoku and Carp, who had been observing, couldn't contain their laughter either, particularly Carp, whose laughter was so loud it brought tears to his eyes. Amidst the jeers, Luffy's cheeks flushed crimson, and in a fit of indignation, he charged at Ace, resulting in a raucous commotion that spilled into the courtyard. As the three brothers departed, Zhangwa cast a glance at the still chuckling Carp and exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Carp, what are you still laughing about? Luffy truly inherits your spirit, as his actions mirror yours. However, you should inform Luffy that he has consumed the gum fruit. It appears he has convinced himself otherwise." "You have certainly handled this matter well." Carp, wearing a proud expression, replied, "Of course, my actions are always trustworthy." Warring States gazed at Carp in silence, saying, "The matter of Luffy's fruit has been resolved. But why did you not inform me about Ace consuming the flame fruit? Additionally, where did Luffy's straw hat originate? You must provide me with explanations for these matters." Chapter 131. The Straw Hat. Carp, appearing nonchalant, replied, "What is there to explain? You only inquired whether Luffy had consumed a devil fruit, and did not ask if Ace had ingested the flame fruit, hence my silence. Besides, do you not know now? As for Luffy's straw hat, it is merely an ordinary hat. What is so special about it? Shouldn't you have mentioned it without me having to ask? Are you aware of how Ace acquired the flame fruit? Was it not given to him by remnants of the Roger pirates once they learned of his identity? Has Ace's identity been compromised? The situation is not as grave as you perceive," Warring States. "I was present when Ace consumed that devil fruit. It was during my training expedition with these three miscreants on a deserted island that Ace came across the flame fruit. There was no conspiracy involved. It was simply a stroke of luck for Ace." After listening to Carp's explanation, Sengoku exhaled a heavy sigh and continued, "Well, consider this matter a narrow escape for you. However, do not think for a moment that you can evade the significance of Luffy's straw hat. It is no ordinary hat. This straw hat was worn by Roger himself in his youth. Roger passed it on to Shanks, the intern of his pirate crew, who is now a formidable force rivaling the Whitebeard pirates. Is it not in his possession? How could it have come into Luffy's hands? It is not an exaggeration to say that this hat embodies Roger's legacy. Does Shanks intend for Luffy to become the Pirate King?" At that moment, Luffy, who had just entered to retrieve the ball, chuckled, as expected of Grandpa Sengoku, "You know, Shanks, and that the straw hat was a gift from him. But I have no desire to become the Pirate King. I aspire to be the Fleet Admiral. Luffy, why have you been taking so long to fetch the ball?" he exclaimed. "I'm here." With that, Luffy kicked the ball away and dashed off. Carp laughed. "Sengoku, look at Luffy. His dream is to become the Fleet Admiral, not the Pirate King. You are overthinking the significance of just a straw hat." Buddha Sengoku, in a fit of rage, struck the table before him, causing it to collapse under the force of his blow. With indignation, he declared, "I can recognize this hat as belonging to Roger and Shanks. Others may not discern it. But do you truly believe that the members of CP0 cannot identify it? Luffy can no longer wear his straw hat. He must replace it with one of our Navy caps. If you cannot persuade Luffy, then let Ace and Sabo attempt to reason with him. For children understand one another best. To this, Sengoku responded, is this all about the straw hat? Why did you have to destroy my table? It has done you no wrong. The Warring States gazed at the heartbroken carp and remarked helplessly, I shall give you 10,000 berries. Will you not procure a new table then? Surely, this will suffice. Do not regard me with such eyes. I care not for an external table. In the Warring States period, you have shattered my table, and thus, you must restore it. Observing Carp's earnest expression, Jean Gua helplessly replied, if you wish for me to repair it, you must provide me with the necessary tools and materials. Ha ha ha, Jean Gua, just follow me. I have all the materials and tools you need right here. You simply need to lend your hands to the task. Seeing the situation, Sengoku had no choice but to take action and begin repairing the table. Carp also assisted him. Together, they first lifted the table that had been flattened by Sengoku out into the courtyard. With Carp's help, the damaged table was swiftly restored to its original pristine condition. As Zhangguo gazed upon the brand-new table before him, a surge of pride welled up within his heart. As the gazes of Warring States and Carp met, a smile involuntarily spread across their faces, leaving one to ponder whether their joy stemmed from the well-repaired table or the sight of the playful Ace brothers. In the realm of the Warring States, Carp pondered for a moment before responding, although Sabo can be quite mischievous, I firmly believe that under my guidance, he will undoubtedly become an exceptional Marine. His innate talent is on par with that of Ace and Luffy, and more importantly, he possesses a greater level of composure and a sharper intellect than either of them. In summary, Sabo is a remarkable young man. I recall you mentioned that Sabo was still in Windmill Village. What brings him to headquarters now? I require an explanation. Explanation? Was it not you who instructed me to bring Sabo back to headquarters? Sengoku retorted. You conveyed this to me, and so I had Bogart escort Sabo back. As you indicated, the moment Bogart relayed the information to Sabo, he agreed without any hesitation. You truly are efficient, Sengoku remarked, producing the Thunder fruit from his possession. Since you hold him in such high regard, I shall bestow this Logia-type Thunder fruit upon Sabo. Initially, I had intended for either Luffy or Ace to consume it. But it seems these two have already ingested devil fruits. Thus, it must go to Sabo. Carp exclaimed, Sengoku, from where did you acquire this Thunder fruit? When did Logia-type devil fruits become so plentiful? Now our navy boasts 2 additional Logia users. With that rascal Caesar included, we now have 7 Logia users within our ranks. Rest assured, the Thunder fruit was procured by me personally and not through the Navy's resources. I possess the authority to allocate this fruit. But I must advise you, should anyone inquire how Sabo came by this Thunder fruit, simply state that he discovered it on his own. This will prevent any insinuations of my self-indulgence, understood? Carp nodded in agreement. In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, Sengoku summoned the 3 brothers of Ace. Upon their arrival, Ace immediately recognized the peculiar fruit in Sengoku's hand as a devil fruit, though its specific identity eluded him. Sabo, despite never having encountered a devil fruit himself, had heard Ace describe them on numerous occasions and likewise deduced that the fruit in Sengoku's possession was indeed a devil fruit. For such an extraordinary specimen could only belong to that category. Meanwhile, Luffy gazed at the unfamiliar fruit in Sengoku's hand, his mouth watering in anticipation. Buddha Sengoku gently tapped Luffy's head and admonished, Luffy, this is a devil fruit, not a delectable treat. Moreover, one is permitted to consume only one. Indulging further will lead to dire consequences. He continued, you must remember, any fruit adorned with peculiar patterns should be avoided. Do you understand? Luffy instinctively nodded. His saliva long retracted, a flicker of fear gracing his countenance. Ace inquired with curiosity, Grandfather Sengoku, what kind of fruit is this? Sengoku replied, this fruit, akin to your flame fruit, is also of the Logia type. It is known as the Thunder fruit. Consuming it will transform you into a being of lightning, granting mastery over thunder and lightning. I present this Thunder fruit for you to consume. Chapter 132. Sabo consumes the Thunder fruit initially. I deliberated whether to give it to you or Luffy, but now the choice is clear. I shall bestow it upon Sabo. Though Sabo longed to partake of this extraordinary devil fruit, having witnessed Ace showcase the marvels of the flame fruit numerous times, he resolutely declared, Mr. Sengoku, this Thunder fruit is far too precious for me to accept. Before Sengoku could utter a word, Garp preemptively delivered a punch to Sabo's head, causing a large bump to form instantly. Foolish Sabo, how many times must I remind you? You must address me as grandfather, just as you do with Ace and Luffy. And likewise, you should call Sengoku grandfather. Upon finishing his reprimand, Garp landed another punch on Luffy and Ace, resulting in similar bumps on their heads. Luffy, cradling his throbbing head, protested, "That hurts, Grandpa. Why did you hit me? I called Sengoku grandfather. You mocked your brother Sabo." Garp retorted, "If you continue to prattle, I shall unleash my love-infused iron fist upon you." This threat rendered Luffy momentarily speechless, caught in a comical dilemma between covering his mouth and protecting his injured head. Ace interjected, "Grandpa, I did not mock Luffy. Why did you strike me? I demand an explanation. If not, I shall take Luffy and Sabo to Granny Tsuru to discuss this matter." Garp's temper flared, and he swiftly dealt Ace another punch, causing a new bump to emerge atop his existing one. Fuming, Garp exclaimed, "How dare you threaten your grandfather?" The previous punch was a consequence of Sabo and Luffy's misbehavior, and as their elder brother, you have failed to guide them properly. Thus, you must be punished. Do you accept this reasoning? If not, I shall appoint Sabo or Luffy as the elder brother, relegating you, the eldest, to the role of the younger sibling. Yay, Grandpa, I want to be the elder brother. Luffy cheered, momentarily forgetting the pain from his bump. Ace, incensed by Luffy's remark, shot back, "You little pest. You think you can be the elder brother? Dream on. Keep talking, and I want to take you to enjoy delicious food tomorrow." This tactic proved effective, and Luffy began to plead for mercy. Seeing Luffy subdued, Ace turned to Garp and declared, "Grandpa, it is my failure as an elder brother. I promise I shall ensure my two younger brothers will never suffer under my watch. However, should they err, I will not hesitate to discipline them further." Garp, feeling a sense of pride, responded, "Well said. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to improve makes you a good child. I am delighted to see you have grasped the lessons I imparted." With that, Garp beamed with satisfaction at Sengoku. Although the Warring States period was well aware of the futility of what Garp had taught, he nonetheless refrained from expressing his disdain, for it was essential to preserve Garp's dignity in the presence of the younger generation. After clearing his throat, Sengoku remarked, "Kapu, you are digressing. We are here to discuss the Thunder Fruit." "Ah, indeed, it is time to address the matter of the Thunder Fruit," Kapu replied. "Sabo, there is no need for your pretense. Since you address Sengoku as grandfather, you are no different from his legitimate grandson. It is entirely natural for a grandfather to bestow gifts upon his grandchildren. It would be unfilial for a grandson to refuse his grandfather's offering. Moreover, both Ace and Luffy are wielders of devil fruits, so your position appears rather discordant." As Kapu's remarks grew increasingly absurd, Sengoku promptly interrupted him. "Kapu is correct, Sabo. Since you call me grandfather, there is absolutely no issue in your consuming the Thunder Fruit, and you need not feel embarrassed. If you wish to repay me, strive to become an exemplary Marine and fight for justice." Observing this, Ace chimed in, "Sabo, do not hesitate. Quickly call Sengoku grandfather." Luffy also encouraged him from the side. Without further ado, Sabo knelt before Sengoku and proclaimed, "Grandfather Sengoku." In the midst of the Warring States, they hurriedly assisted Sabo to his feet, simultaneously placing the Thunder Fruit into his mouth. Once the fruit was lodged there, Sabo instinctively bit down, only to find it exceedingly unpalatable. He instinctively attempted to spit it out. "Do not spit it out," the crowd exclaimed in unison. The sudden outcry startled Sabo, compelling him to swallow the pulp of the Thunder Fruit he had bitten off. Witnessing this, the onlookers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Zhangwa said, "Sabo, there is no need for such formalities. I do not place much importance on these matters. You might as well attempt to communicate with the Thunder Fruit within you." Sabo responded with a wry smile, "Grandpa Zhangwa, this devil fruit is indeed the most unpalatable thing in the world. I never wish to taste it again." Ace remarked, "It seems you were not deceiving me when you mentioned how dreadful the taste of the devil fruit is." With a hint of pride, Ace added, "Of course. Have you forgotten who I am? I am Ace, your elder brother, and as the eldest, how could I possibly mislead my younger siblings? Come, let me teach you how to harness the powers of the devil fruit." With that, he took Sabo aside to explain how he had once utilized the abilities of the devil fruit. Meanwhile, Luffy picked up the remaining Thunder Fruit and consumed it, exclaiming, "This devil fruit isn't that bad at all." Garp, in a fit of exasperation, turned Luffy upside down, attempting to extract the Thunder Fruit he had just ingested. "Why do you foolishly eat everything?" Ace and Sabo, too concerned to think of anything else, joined Garp in their efforts to retrieve the Thunder Fruit from Luffy's stomach. Sengoku declared, "There is no need to trouble Luffy any further. The devil fruit only bestows its powers upon the first individual who consumes it. The abilities have already been absorbed by that first person. What Luffy has ingested can no longer be referred to as the Thunder Fruit. It is merely an unpalatable fruit. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Garp and the others finally released Luffy. They observed him, dizzy and disoriented, spinning in place. Burgess could not help but exclaim that Luffy is indeed a culinary simpleton, possessing a rather peculiar palate. Simultaneously, Burgess observed that Sabo has begun to harness the powers of the Rumble Rumble fruit. Just moments ago, Sabo moved with astonishing speed to stand before Luffy, showcasing the might of the Rumble Rumble fruit. Furthermore, Sabo was surrounded by flickering sparks of electricity. The Warring States reminded Sabo, "You have just utilized the powers of the Rumble Rumble fruit. You may continue to experiment." Upon hearing this, both Garp and Ace turned their gazes towards Sabo. With a mere thought, Sabo summoned a quivering bolt of lightning in his palm. "I truly can wield the powers of the Rumble Rumble fruit," Sabo exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. After a brief moment of silence, Sengoku gazed at Sabo and said with a smile, "Sabo, if anyone inquires about the origin of your Maramara no Mi, you must not disclose that I bestowed it upon you. Instead, you should claim that you discovered it on your own and consumed it." Sabo, perplexed, replied, "Grandpa Sengoku, why can't I simply speak the truth?" Chapter 133, The Jade Kirin. After touching Sabo's head, Sengoku chuckled and said, "To speak the truth and be an honest child is indeed a commendable trait. However, this world is not merely a dichotomy of black and white. You shall comprehend this as you mature. Concealing the fact that the Thunder Fruit is a gift from me is ultimately in your best interest." Sabo, pondering thoughtfully, replied, "I understand, Grandpa Sengoku. I shall keep this secret." Admiral Sengoku gazed at Luffy and Ace, admonishing, "You two are also forbidden from discussing this matter." Upon hearing the responses from the trio, a satisfied smile graced Sengoku's lips. "Carp, it is your responsibility to seek out Smoker to instruct Ace and Sabo on harnessing the powers of their Logia fruit abilities. I shall not interfere with this matter. As for your desire to enlist Kazan as their mentor, I advise you to abandon that notion. Kazan is currently an admiral and lacks the time to teach them. Besides, Smoker possesses sufficient skill to guide them both." With that, Sengoku took his leave. Years passed, and Luffy, at the age of 17, formally graduated from the Navy Academy, stepping into the role of a full-fledged Marine. Over the years, both the pacifists and the seraphim had been developed. With the robust backing of the Five Elders, the number of pacifists and seraphim within the Navy surged dramatically. However, the most formidable seraphim were concealed by Sengoku on Egghead Island, leaving the Five Elders with only the weakest among them. Although it appeared that the Five Elders held supreme control over the pacifists and seraphim, the true authority lay with Sengoku. History seemed to jest with Sengoku as he altered many destinies, yet Kuma still approached Sengoku, expressing his desire to participate in the pacifist program. Originally, the character of Bartholomew Kuma was met with resistance from Sengoku. However, after earnest persuasion from Vegapunk and the bear himself, Sengoku ultimately acquiesced to allow Kuma to partake in the Pacifista project. Kuma's motivation to join this initiative stemmed from his desire to save his beloved Kinnikuman and their daughter, Bonnie. In this world, Kuma's circumstances improved significantly, as the brutal massacre orchestrated by the nefarious Black Maria and Mariehua spared Kinnikuman from capture by the Celestial Dragons, allowing her to marry Kuma instead. Although Kinnikuman's betrothed was now Kuma, the dreaded Jade Horn manifested within her, a trait that was subsequently inherited by Bonnie. In a desperate quest to save the two most cherished individuals in his life, Kuma traversed the globe seeking a remedy for Kinnikuman's affliction, yet he found no solution. Ultimately, guided by Dragon, Kuma sought out Vegapunk. Vegapunk found Kinnikuman and Bonnie's condition quite challenging. Nevertheless, with some time and the assistance of Law, a cure for the Jade Horn could be developed. Bonnie could afford to wait for Vegapunk to discover a treatment, but Kinnikuman could not. Therefore, Vegapunk disclosed the Pacifista project to Kuma, explaining that by utilizing Kuma's devil fruit powers, they could cure Kinnikuman's affliction. The proposed treatment involved transferring the Jade Horn virus from Kinnikuman to Kuma, followed by transforming Kuma's body into that of a Pacifista. Thus, as a being of steel, Kuma would no longer fear the Jade Horn. Consequently, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Kuma approached Sengoku to request participation in the Pacifista project. Sengoku ultimately consented, but rather than sending Kuma to Punk Hazard, he instructed an intelligence agency to escort Kuma to Egghead Island. Following Vegapunk's treatment, both Kinnikuman and Bonnie were successfully cured, and the reunited family returned to the Sorbet Kingdom. However, their stay there was fleeting, as they secretly resumed assisting the Revolutionary Army. This incident also bore fruit for Sengoku, as he noted that the pacifistas on Egghead Island, originally resembling the Celestial Dragon, were replaced by those modeled after Kuma, resulting in significantly more powerful versions of the pacifista. Thus, the world now boasted two distinct types of pacifista. With no interference from Satan, Kuma not only retained his memories, but also experienced a boost in power. Conversely, Galen faced a grim fate, as he was commanded by Satan to have his memories erased. In the present day, Sengoku recalls the imagery he once witnessed regarding Caesar, depicting Galen's transformation into a fervent pacifist, brimming with newly acquired arrogance. However, Galen's hubris was short-lived, as he soon fell victim to an order from Sata to erase his memories. This incident left a profound impression on Sengoku, yet he felt no sympathy for Galen. It was not that Sengoku was devoid of compassion. Rather, upon observing the memories extracted by Caesar, he was confronted with the heinous deeds committed by Galen, leading him to conclude that erasing Galen's memories was a mere leniency. The crimes Galen perpetrated were far more despicable than those committed by the likes of Shaori during his time in the land of Shinjo. Significant events inevitably included the activities of the Revolutionary Army, which over the past decade had experienced remarkable growth and strength, frequently instigating coups within the member nations of the world government. CP0 and the warlords of the sea were dispatched repeatedly, yet they proved no match for the Revolutionary Army. Consequently, each time the five elders sought to thwart the Revolutionary Army, they would implore Sengoku to deploy an admiral to assist CP0 and the warlords. However, even the presence of an admiral failed to capture the Revolutionary Army, whose unveiled strength instilled considerable trepidation in the five elders. Yet, they were reluctant to dispatch more admirals, as the chaotic new world still required their oversight. In response, the five elders resolved to place the highest bounty on Dragon, issuing a global manhunt for him. The hierarchy within the pirate faction had been firmly established for several years, maintaining a balance among the four emperors, the navy, and the seven warlords of the sea. This equilibrium had brought a semblance of peace, but in recent years, increasing oppression from the world government had led more individuals to embrace the life of piracy. With numerous exceptionally talented pirates emerging in the new world to challenge the old guard, the four emperors remained formidable figures. Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard pirates, with a bounty of 5,046,000,000 berries. Shanks, captain of the Red-Haired pirates, with a bounty of 4,048,900,000 berries. Kaido, governor of the Beast pirates, with a bounty of 4,611,110,000 berries. And Charlotte Lin, captain of the Big Mom pirates, with a bounty of 4,388,000,000 berries. The burgeoning generation of pirates was too numerous to enumerate. As for the Navy's strength, aside from the world government's resources remaining largely unchanged, the other three factions had seen significant enhancements. Among them, the Navy stood as the most potent force, though it had yet to attain the capability to independently confront such a multitude of powers. Chapter 134, Blackbeard regarding Sengoku's own strength. He was uncertain of its current magnitude after a decade of growth. One day, while diligently attending to paperwork in his office, Sengoku received alarming news of an attack on a celestial dragon, the assailant being none other than Luffy, who was on his inaugural mission in the North Sea. As for why Luffy attacked the celestial dragons, it was undoubtedly due to their arrogant and tyrannical nature, which provoked him. Initially, under Sengoku's guidance, Luffy managed to restrain himself for a while and refrained from immediate action. However, the celestial dragons, in their folly, commenced a massacre of innocent civilians right before Luffy's eyes and even demanded his assistance in the slaughter. How could Luffy endure such an affront? He immediately set about confronting the celestial dragons and their CP agents. Under the tutelage of numerous powerful figures at the Navy headquarters, Luffy's strength significantly enhanced, allowing him to utilize the Gear 4th technique by the age of 17, with formidable mastery of both armament haki and observation haki. Nevertheless, the sole drawback was that Luffy had yet to awaken the Conqueror's haki, which troubled Sengoku immensely. It was Sengoku's intention for Luffy to awaken this ability during his mission, which is why he was sent to lead a team independently. Otherwise, Sengoku would have directed him to the New World branch, where there were others to supervise him closely. However, Sengoku did not foresee that Luffy would awaken the Conqueror's haki precisely because of this incident, a fact that brought Sengoku a measure of solace amidst the chaos. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome was what Sengoku desired. Luffy successfully awakened the Conqueror's haki. Had Luffy failed to do so, Sengoku would have felt as though he had wasted his efforts on him. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku promptly dispatched intelligence officers to whisk Luffy away and conceal him, simultaneously announcing Luffy's defection from the Navy to become a pirate. Yet in truth, Luffy remained a Navy officer. His supposed defection was merely a strategy to placate the Gorosei. Accompanying Luffy on his maritime journey were his crew members, who had been sent by Sengoku to assist him, although the outside world labeled them as pirates. They themselves did not acknowledge this. They considered themselves undercover Navy officers infiltrating the ranks of pirates. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates made their reappearance, albeit with a notable difference. They encountered little resistance from the Navy, who only pretended to attack before discreetly relaying messages to them. This phenomenon could be attributed to the protagonist's charm. Even Zoro and Sanji, whom Sengoku could not sway, joined the Straw Hat Pirates as undercover agents. Remarkably, even Chopper, who had eluded Sengoku's search, became a member of the crew. However, Luffy was unable to recruit Brook, who was with Laboon, or Robin, who was involved with the Revolutionary Army. As for Jinbei, he remained stationed at Punk Hazard in the New World, thus he would not be joining Luffy's ranks. Regarding Luffy's treatment, a bounty was naturally issued, and Sengoku would subsequently explain the situation to the Gorosei. Although the Gorosei were displeased with Sengoku's explanation, their ire was directed at him and Garp alone, given the tumultuous state of the seas. They were not foolish enough to punish the fleet admiral and a renowned Navy hero. Thus, the matter concluded rather anticlimactically. Due to the events surrounding Luffy, an increasing number of naval personnel have developed profound prejudices against the world government and the celestial dragons. Sengoku has neither suppressed nor openly supported this sentiment, maintaining a state of ambiguity. The majority of the Navy no longer perceives any nobility in the celestial dragons. They are not fighting for the world government or the celestial dragons, but rather for the sake of justice. After a tranquil 2 months, a significant incident occurred at sea. Blackbeard, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, murdered Thatch, the captain of the 3rd Division, and defected from the crew. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates mobilized to capture Blackbeard, intending to execute him for his treachery against his comrades. However, Blackbeard evaded their grasp with remarkable ease and swiftly established his own crew, the Blackbeard Pirates. Upon reading the report, Sengoku felt a flicker of astonishment. He had not anticipated such a drastic shift in the history of the pirate world, nor that the dark fruit could fall into the hands of the Whitebeard Pirates. Blackbeard's betrayal was a bitter pill to swallow, and Sengoku found himself questioning whether his years of effort in this altered world had borne any fruit. After this moment of reflection, Sengoku chose not to dwell on the matter further. After all, Ace's fate had already been irrevocably changed by his own actions, and the Marineford War was now impossible, as long as Blackbeard did not interfere with his plans. Sengoku was not inclined to concern himself with the schemes of this cunning pirate. After all, could it not be advantageous for Blackbeard to assist the Navy in eliminating other pirates? As for the prospect of Blackbeard opposing the Navy, Sengoku felt confident that even if Blackbeard were to consume 3 top-tier devil fruits, he could still defeat him. Yet, the more Sengoku wished to dismiss Blackbeard, the more the latter appeared at Marineford, accompanied by Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard, seeking to broker a deal with the Navy to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As Sengoku pushed open the door to a conference room in Marineford, he found himself amidst a confrontation involving Kazan, Blackbeard Teach, Joseph B., Jagger, Van Augur, Lafitte, and the notorious Q. Upon noticing Sengoku's arrival, Blackbeard immediately broke into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ah, Admiral Sengoku, you have finally made your appearance." Buddha Sengoku cast a disdainful glance at Blackbeard, saying, "Marshal D. Teach, I never imagined you would dare to betray that scoundrel, Whitebeard. As a pirate, how audacious of you to appear in Marineford. Do you hold our Navy in such contempt?" Upon finishing his words, Sengoku unleashed his Conqueror's haki, overwhelming all members of the Blackbeard Pirates, who were on the verge of fainting, save for Teach, who struggled to withstand Sengoku's immense power. Blackbeard felt as though he were not merely facing Sengoku, but rather an emperor capable of ruling the world, a sovereign who could end his life at any moment. He was taken aback by how much stronger Sengoku had become over the past decade. His haki had notably intensified since their last encounter against Whitebeard. After experiencing Sengoku's haki, Teach found the red-haired pirate's haki utterly insignificant in comparison. The only haki that could rival Sengoku's belonged to a man named Rayleigh, who had once dared to challenge Whitebeard years ago. Admiral Sengoku, should you kill me now? You will gain nothing of Whitebeard's son, Edward Weevil. I alone know his whereabouts. If you take my life, you shall never locate him. Chapter 135. The Seraphim as Teach spoke. He sensed Sengoku retracting his haki, realizing that his gamble had indeed paid off. Admiral Sengoku. Trading Whitebeard's son for a position within the 7 warlords of the sea is a profitable exchange for your navy. As the wise strategist of the navy, I trust you comprehend the potential of Edward Weevil. I believe you will agree to a deal with me. Ha ha ha. Close your mouth. Do you not realize how unappealing your laughter sounds? Sengoku retorted. If I hear you laugh again, there will be no need for further negotiations. Teach paused momentarily at Sengoku's words, but did not allow it to anger him. Instead, he continued to chuckle, saying, everything is at Admiral Sengoku's discretion. Humph. Whether the deal is profitable or not is not for you to determine, but for me. If I declare it profitable, then it is so. If I say it is not, then it is not. Do you understand? You think that having Edward Weevil alone will persuade the Navy to shield you from Whitebeard? Do not be mistaken. Despite Weevil's lineage, he is not acknowledged by Whitebeard as his true son. He is merely a clone. Think carefully about what leverage you possess to compel the Navy to act on your behalf. Moreover, the positions of the 7 warlords of the sea are currently filled. There is no vacancy for you. Blackbeard grinned. No, Admiral Sengoku, the position of the 7 warlords of the sea is indeed lacking one. Sengoku, somewhat irritated, inquired. Whom have you slain? Naturally, it was the unqualified warlord of the sea. Your actions were indeed swift. Pray, tell me what additional terms you propose. If the price is sufficient, it would not be impossible for our navy to protect your position as a warlord of the sea. To join the ranks of the warlords, one must eliminate 100 pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million berries. What do you say to my slaying of 500 such pirates? Buddha Sengoku rose swiftly from his seat, drawing the sword of a nearby marine, and with remarkable speed, he advanced toward Blackbeard, delivering a swift strike. Blackbeard was immediately drenched in blood. The conference room transformed into a tense standoff, with the members of Blackbeard's crew glaring menacingly at Sengoku, poised to spring into action. A chilling aura emanated from Kazan, while Teach writhed on the ground, crying out in pain. It hurts so much. In the midst of indifference, Sengoku gazed at the cup filled with Blackbeard's blood. After setting the cup down, he spoke coldly. If you do not rise soon, the negotiations shall cease. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard, enduring his pain, managed to stand. Ultimately, he could not refrain from asking, Admiral Sengoku, may I inquire why you chose to lay hands upon me? Lay hands upon you? Do not jest. If I had truly intended to harm you, do you believe you would leave this conference room alive? I merely sought to render the transaction more equitable. I have acquiesced to your deal. Once you present the heads of 500 pirates and Edward Weevil at Marineford, you shall ascend as the new warlord of the sea. Now be gone. The crew of Blackbeard, daunted by Sengoku's presence, promptly vacated the conference room. Once Blackbeard departed, Sengoku directed a marine to deliver the cup brimming with Blackbeard's blood to the headquarters scientific division, placing it in Caesar's hands. After issuing the command, Sengoku turned to the puzzled Kazan and remarked with a smile, Kazan, I am aware you harbor many questions. However, the explanations are intricate, and the time for elucidation has not yet arrived. Tomorrow, I shall clarify everything for all present, and then you will comprehend. If there is nothing else, you may return to your duties, he added. Kazan, somewhat resigned, replied, Admiral Sengoku, I am currently on leave. Although I am uncertain of your intentions, I wholeheartedly support you and trust your decisions. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your faith, Kazan. Enjoy your fleeting respite, for you shall have no further opportunities for leisure in the near future. With that, Sengoku departed. Kazan, with a wry smile, also exited. After leaving the conference room, Sengoku proceeded to his office and connected with the new Den Mushi of Vegapunk and Caesar. Subsequently, the full-body projections of the two appeared in Sengoku's office. Admiral Sengoku, what brings you to summon us? Asked Caesar. Do you recall our previous discussion regarding the possibility of one individual consuming multiple devil fruits? Sengoku inquired. Indeed, Vegapunk responded. We have successfully developed the Seraphim. While I cannot enable the Seraphim to wield multiple devil fruit abilities simultaneously, we have devised a substitute, Green Blood, which allows a Seraphim to utilize the corresponding devil fruit abilities by replacing the appropriate Green Blood. Are you dissatisfied with this outcome, Admiral Sengoku? Should you wish for further advancements, we can continue our research, though I cannot ascertain the time or resources required. Frankly, I believe there is a substantial risk of expending manpower and resources without achieving anything of significance. Vegapunk, do you truly think Admiral Sengoku is unaware of such matters? Since the General of the Warring States has mentioned such matters, it is certain that there exists knowledge capable of assisting us in transcending this technology that he wishes to convey to you. In the Warring States period, it was remarked, your conjecture regarding Caesar is quite accurate. While it may not pertain to related knowledge, it could nonetheless aid in your research. Do you recall my earlier mention of an individual possessing multiple devil fruit abilities? I have encountered someone akin to that person, and I have ensured that his blood has been dispatched to both of you. Surely, this individual's blood will prove beneficial to your endeavors. As soon as the words from Admiral Sengoku were uttered, both individuals visibly bristled with excitement. Admiral Sengoku, why not bring that individual directly here for our examination? If he possesses the capability to wield multiple devil fruit powers, his physique must surely be extraordinary. Having access to his body would significantly enhance our chances of success in our research. For now, the blood will suffice for your studies. I shall deliver the person to you in due time. Excellent, Admiral Sengoku. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you. A momentous event is looming on the horizon. I need you to relocate the pacifistas and the seraphim to Marineford. Vegapunk inquired, Mr. Sengoku. Should we also mobilize the pacifistas and seraphim from Egghead Island? The forces at Egghead Island must remain concealed for the time being. You only need to dispatch a few formidable seraphim to covertly infiltrate Marineford. Your own safety is paramount. Ensure that you safeguard yourselves above all else. Caesar expressed his dilemma. Without the orders from the Gorosei, I am unable to bypass CP0 at Punk Hazard to relocate the pacifistas and seraphim to Marineford. Do not concern yourself with that. I will speak to the Gorosei. That is reassuring. If there is nothing else, you may return to your duties. I shall now seek an audience with the Gorosei. After terminating the call with the new transponder snail, Sengoku proceeded toward Mariewa. The new Panga city in Mariewa was even more magnificent and opulent than its predecessor. And upon witnessing such grandeur, Sengoku felt a surge of revulsion within. Suppressing his disdain, he entered the realm of power. Upon meeting with the Gorosei, Sengoku conveyed his plans, albeit in a truncated form. After listening attentively, the eyes of the Gorosei sparkled with intrigue. After exchanging glances, they remarked, Sengoku, your plan is impeccable. Once we eliminate Edward Newgate, this absurd era of pirates shall come to an end. You must ensure that this operation is flawless. Should you fail, you may as well resign from your position as Admiral. In the Warring States, Shao Dao reassured, rest assured, Saint Satan, this plan is infallible. However, I require the collaboration of pacifists and seraphim to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. I will ensure that everyone supports your strategy. Should you execute this plan successfully, you shall be hailed as the foremost contributor, and the naval funding will be doubled henceforth. The Warring States held no trust in this grand scheme, yet outwardly, they could not express their skepticism and could only feign excitement. After exchanging a few words with the 5 elders, they took their leave. The following afternoon, within the conference room of Marineford, all senior naval officials gathered, including the base commanders stationed at crucial branches, who appeared via the new telephone snail projection. Apart from the admirals, others were filled with curiosity regarding the matter that warranted the assembly of such a distinguished assembly. As the Warring States and their entourage entered the conference room, a profound silence enveloped all the officers present. Looking at Crane, Sengoku urged, Crane, please relay the events to everyone. Crane nodded and began. The purpose of gathering you all here is to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates and to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon hearing this, all the officers were momentarily struck dumb with astonishment. Yet, after the initial shock, exhilaration took hold, especially among the younger officers, whose eyes ignited with the fervor of Sengoku's resolve. The prospect of war signified the potential for their ranks to ascend once more. Once Crane finished speaking, Sengoku continued. Our navy has remained in the shadows for many years. The annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates and the dismantling of the 7 warlords is merely the first step. Subsequently, we shall bring an end to this chaotic era, ensuring that all can live in safety and fairness. He declared, now, enough of the preamble. Just yesterday, Marshal D. Teach, formerly of the Whitebeard pirates, approached me, proposing to exchange the son of Whitebeard for a position among the warlords. I consented. I intend to utilize Edward Weevil, Whitebeard's son, to ensnare and obliterate the Whitebeard pirates. To this end, I have resolved to mobilize the elite from all divisions to the New World to suppress these pirates. Crane, perplexed, inquired, Sengoku, why mobilize the elite to the New World? Shouldn't they be gathered at the execution grounds? In the Warring States period, it was stated that the execution grounds must indeed summon the finest of the naval forces. However, only the elite among the elite should be dispatched to such a grim setting. After all, lacking in strength would render one ineffective against the Whitebeard pirates. There is no need for concern regarding being outnumbered by the subordinate pirate crews of the Whitebeard pirates, as the presence of the pacifists from the Scientific Corps and the Seraphim will suffice. The forthcoming mobilization plan is outlined as follows. The esteemed Sengoku meticulously delineated the responsibilities of each division, and once everything was arranged, he solemnly declared, "This plan must not falter. Each of you must fulfill your duties. Upon our victory in this battle, the name of our Navy, emblematic of justice, shall resonate deeply within the hearts of people across the globe. For the sake of justice." The assembled officers responded in unison, their voices echoing within the conference room. As the meeting adjourned, naval forces from branches around the world were mobilized. In the courtyard of a certain division in the New World, Admiral John Giant, a towering figure from the Navy headquarters bedecked with medals, addressed the gathered sailors. "If you lack courage, now is the time to withdraw, for we are to confront the most nefarious of pirates, the infamous Whitebeard pirates, known as the Four Emperors. We, as the Navy, are the champions of justice in this era of great piracy. There shall be no cowards among us. The weakness of the common folk is not a sin. We embody justice, and as long as there are stubborn evildoers upon the seas, it is our duty to eradicate them all. In the name of absolute justice, we shall triumph in this battle. Absolute justice. Victory is ours." The sailors erupted in fervent cheers throughout the square. Such scenes unfolded in every naval branch across the vast oceans, with the elite racing towards the New World. While the Sea Army de la Sea Army were boarding warships at Marineford, the Navy's extensive troop mobilization captured the attention of the entire world, leaving many curious about the purpose of such a grand display. However, the Navy's efforts to maintain secrecy were exceedingly effective. Even Morgans from the World Economic News could uncover no information. Despite having spies embedded within the Navy, their ranks were lowly, and ordinarily, the intelligence regarding this mission would be known to all within the Navy's confines. Yet, upon the announcement of this directive, only the elite destined for the New World were permitted to depart their branches, while all other sailors were forbidden from leaving. To ensure the confidentiality of communications, each branch was equipped with the most advanced jamming devices. Any espionage attempts had been swiftly detected by the Navy's Internal Intelligence Department. Nevertheless, Sengoku chose not to execute the spies, opting instead to detain them. The Warring States did not execute these spies, not out of mercy, but because they still required their assistance in relaying messages. Their continued utility was the reason for their preservation. A week passed, and the Navy had completed its troop mobilization. Concurrently, Blackbeard had brought Edward Weevil to Marineford, along with the severed heads of 500 pirates with bounties exceeding 1 million. At that moment, the Warring States proclaimed Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, as the new warlord of the sea. The revelation that Edward Weevil was the son of Whitebeard was also publicized by the Navy. Subsequently, the Warring States released those spies, and with their aid, the news of the Navy's intent to publicly execute Whitebeard's son, Edward Weevil, spread to every corner of the world. To any discerning observer, it was clear that while the Navy appeared to be set on executing Edward Weevil, their true objective was the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 137. Teach Strength in the New World. At the base of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco held a newspaper. Seething with rage, that traitor Teach actually handed Weevil over to the Navy in exchange for the position of warlord. A new pirate questioned, "Is Edward Weevil truly the son of our captain?" Just as Marco was about to respond, Whitebeard interrupted, "Though I hesitate to admit it, that boy shares my blood." At that moment, a pirate rushed over, exclaiming, "Captain, there's an old woman looking for you. She claims to be your lover." Whitebeard furrowed his brow, already guessing who it was, and gestured for the pirate to continue. Soon, a short, elderly woman approached, her voice trembling with emotion. "Newgate, you must save Weevil. He is your only bloodline." "Stussy, you needn't tell me. I will rescue Weevil," Whitebeard declared. Marco cautioned, "But, father, this is a trap laid by the Navy." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Huh? A trap? Am I not Whitebeard?" With that, he swung his sword, the Yasukani no Magatama, cleaving the sky above. Marco rallied all his comrades. "Come with me to save Weevil and eliminate that scoundrel Teach. He will not miss this opportunity to kill me." Initially, some pirates hesitated, deeming the risk of rescuing Weevil not worth taking. However, upon hearing Teach's name, the fervor among the Whitebeard pirates ignited. Marco's expression transformed from resignation to fury. The movement of the strongest pirate crew in the New World captured the attention of the world. Many pirates sought to join Whitebeard in his assault on Marineford. Yet more wished to seize the territories held by the Whitebeard pirates in his absence. Among those coveting Whitebeard's domain was the Big Mom pirates. As Big Mom had long coveted Whitebeard's territory, the most formidable force eager to join the fray is undoubtedly the Beast Pirates. And the warlike Kaido would never let such an opportunity slip away. With merely 24 hours remaining until the execution, within the command room of Marineford, Admiral Sengoku sat in contemplation while a multitude of naval strategists tirelessly worked to rectify the emerging flaws as time progressed. One excited sailor exclaimed, "Admiral Sengoku, the Beast Pirates and the Red-Haired Pirates have engaged in a fierce battle in the New World." Upon hearing this, the entire command room erupted in cheers. Truly, Admiral Sengoku is remarkable. Such foresight is commendable. A chorus of praises ensued. Jean Gua, visibly displeased, remarked, "This has all been calculated. There is nothing more to discuss. Continue with your respective duties." Understood. The operations room soon resumed its flurry of activity. He Chun, taking a sip of tea, inquired, "Jean Gua, how did you deduce that the red-haired pirates would engage in battle with the Beast Pirates?" "According to our intelligence, although there are conflicts among their subordinate crews, it has not escalated to the point of warfare. While Kaido may be a mindless brute, Shanks is far from lacking intelligence. Engaging in a fierce battle with Kaido offers him no advantages. The clear beneficiaries in this scenario are us, the Navy." The warring states remarked, "Little Crane, I have stated that it is computation." Sengoku, perceiving the unyielding gaze of Crane, hastily rephrased his statement, "It is not solely our Navy that aspires to uphold world peace. There are always those who believe in the power of intangible ideals to effect change. Red-haired Shanks is undoubtedly one of them." His confrontation with Kaido was motivated by a desire to prevent Kaido's involvement and to curtail the escalation of war. However, while he may be able to deter one individual, he cannot impede the actions of others. The conflict we face will involve far more than just the Whitebeard pirates. Crane sighed and remarked, "Sengoku, as we confront multiple pirate factions simultaneously, can we truly manage to handle them all?" Admiral Sengoku declared with unwavering confidence, "Trust me, Crane, I have my considerations. In this battle, our Navy shall undoubtedly prevail." After speaking, Sengoku turned to the nearby Marine and inquired, "Have the 7 warlords of the sea assembled?" The Marine saluted Sengoku and replied, "Admiral Sengoku, the 7 warlords of the sea are indeed present. However, the members of the Blackbeard pirates have just departed from the headquarters and boarded the warship en route to Impel Down." Warring states, with a smile, dialed a new-style telephone bug, and the projection of Carp materialized before him. Warring states, "Who am I to ambush at the advanced layer? How long must I wait for this?" Zhangguo remarked, "Kapu, do not be anxious. Teach is already en route to Impel Down." "Teach? Is he not one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Are you suggesting that I must confront Teach?" "Indeed, it is Teach that I require you to handle. Once he arrives at Impel Down, coordinate with Magellan to apprehend him with utmost urgency. It is imperative that he does not wreak havoc within the prison. After you deal with him, you and Jinbei must return promptly. Do you comprehend?" "I understand. The gravity of this mission should be clear to you, Kapu. I expect you to take it seriously." "I am indeed taking it seriously." With that, Kapu hurriedly terminated the call with Jean Gua's new style, Den Den Mushi. The warring states are at a loss for words regarding this matter. Zephyr, perplexed, inquired, "What could that fellow Blackbeard be doing at Impel Down? Is it possible that his comrades are imprisoned there, prompting him to embark on a rescue mission?" In the warring states period, someone expressed astonishment, asking Zifa how he managed to deduce such things. Zifa replied that he had truly guessed. It was merely a casual remark. He recalled the information regarding Teach, noting that the records indicated he had not brought any of his companions into Impel Down. More precisely, aside from the members of the Whitebeard pirates, Teach had no other allies. So, whom was he actually attempting to rescue from Impel Down? Naturally, Teach was seeking his future comrades. After all, in his pursuit of formidable pirates to join him, where better to search than Impel Down. The other locations seemed devoid of such powerful individuals. While Hive Island could serve as a destination, it was under the domain of Wangji. Although Hive Island teamed with pirates, most were merely ordinary crew members, with only the 6th level of Impel Down housing pirates worthy of serving as his officers. Teach's ambitions were not inferior to those of Rock's. Another character remarked that although Teach had been a pirate for quite some time, he lacked notable achievements. Could he truly subdue those ferocious pirates? Was he not afraid of being turned against by them? To which it was countered that one underestimated Teach if he lacked the strength to command those pirates. Would I have dispatched Garp and Jibei to assist Magellan at such a critical moment? Teach's prowess surpassed what one might imagine. According to intelligence, he had fought against red-haired Shanks long ago, leaving a scar on Shanks' face. Moreover, he had recently consumed the dark fruit, a natural-type fruit that counteracts the abilities of devil fruit users. With Magellan's entire strength relying on his devil fruit powers, he alone could not withstand Teach's might. Chapter 138. The Navy's combat power. No wonder you wished for Garp and Jinbei's involvement. Neither of them are devil fruit users. Subsequently, the group engaged in further discussions. In the conference room, other warlords of the sea were also present, casting unfriendly glances at one another. Had it not been for Kazan's presence, a conflict would surely have erupted among them. With merely 3 hours until execution, the Navy's elite forces had assembled in the plaza of Marineford. At the pinnacle of the execution platform stood Edward Weevil, firmly bound by sea prism stone shackles. Beneath the platform sat the formidable admirals of the Navy, Akina Sakazuki, Kazara Borsalino, Akiji Kazan, and Fujitora Ishio. In front of the execution platform stood the giant vice admirals led by John Giant, among whom towered the exceptionally large Little Ors Jr., clad in a cloak of justice. The front ranks were filled with prospective admirals and vice admirals, followed closely by the warlords of the sea, Hawkeye My Hawk, Crocodile Sir Crocodile, Fisherman Hero Fisher Tiger, Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, Moonlight Gecko Moria, and Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Gathered in the square were the elite of the world's branches, totaling 80,000 Marines, each armed with a devil fruit weapon. And mastery of the 6 powers was a fundamental requirement. Among these Marines, all had acquired both armament hockey and observation hockey, with 1/3 being devil fruit users, predominantly of the Zoan type. Among them were Sabo and Ace. On the coastline stood numerous large-caliber new artillery pieces, while the bay concealed hundreds of pacifistas and a dozen seraphim. 50 warships were anchored outside the port, including one that housed the Kuma variant pacifista from Egghead Island and the strongest of the seraphim. Simultaneously, images were transmitted via the latest Din Mushi across the world, showcasing the events in Marineford, drawing crowds of spectators, both pirates and civilians alike. Luffy and his crew were also watching the broadcast from a screen in Water 7. Luffy lamented, "What a pity I can't be there for such a grand event. If I take down Whitebeard, I could directly become an admiral. Then I could command Sabo and Ace. And if I become an admiral, the position of fleet admiral would be within reach." His excitement grew with each word. Noticing Luffy's exuberance, Nami and Usopp quickly covered his mouth, anxiously scanning the surroundings until they confirmed no one was paying attention, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Nami then delivered a swift punch to Luffy's head, causing a large bump to form instantly. "You idiot, your voice is too loud. What if someone discovers our true identities as Marines? We are undercover." "Ah, I completely forgot we were undercover. How foolish of me," Luffy exclaimed, as Nami continued to chastise him. Ultimately, it was Usopp who intervened, prompting Nami to cease her actions. Usopp, gazing at the battered Luffy, remarked, "Nami, your approach is far too ruthless. Regardless of the circumstances, Luffy is our commander, and his grandfather is none other than Vice Admiral Garp." Nami, her expression grave, exclaimed, "This is dire." She hurriedly assisted Luffy, who, fearing further assault, hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, Nami. I promise I won't act like this again. Please, don't hit me anymore." Seeing his distress, Nami finally exhaled in relief. In the square of Marineford, Sabo proposed to Ace, "How about we compete to see who can vanquish more pirates?" Ace chuckled. "What is the point of slaying these petty pirates, Sabo? If I take down Whitebeard, I would become an admiral instantly. Then let us see who can defeat Whitebeard first." Their audacious declarations attracted the attention of nearby Marines. Smoker, puffing on his cigar, delivered a punch to each of them and admonished, "You too, silence yourselves. Do not presume that because you've dispatched a few pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, you can act so arrogantly. This is Whitebeard we're talking about. The pirates you've previously defeated would be easily vanquished by him with just a flick of his wrist. Be cautious not to recklessly seek your own demise. Whitebeard is a foe beyond your capabilities. The admirals will handle him." "Understood, Smoker." Though Ace and Sabo verbally agreed to refrain, their expressions betrayed their unwavering resolve. At that moment, Sengoku, standing atop the execution platform, commenced his address. Next to me stands Edward Weevil, the biological son of Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Weevil, who is your father? Weevil, in a daze, responded, I am the son of Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Upon Weevil's own admission of his lineage, every viewer of the live broadcast around the world gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape in shock. In the Warring States period, it was observed that Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, stood as the most formidable pirate upon the seas. His demise holds significant implications for the stability of the world. Concurrently, from the depths of the dense fog that enveloped the distant waters of Marineford, several pirate ships of various adornments surged forth. The phone bug on Admiral Sengoku suddenly rang. The pirate crew under the Whitebeard pirates had appeared in the waters of Marineford. Has the main ship, the Moby Dick, been spotted? Its presence has yet to be confirmed. Continue the search and report to me immediately upon discovery. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Following this, Sengoku directly took up the megaphone and declared, all troops, stand guard. The Whitebeard pirates have made their appearance. Proceed according to plan. Fight for justice. Upon the utterance of this statement, all naval forces grew solemn, poised to take action at any moment. The warring states were not prepared to conduct a pre-war mobilization, not because these Marines had already heard too much about such mobilizations, but rather due to the lack of time for yet another pre-war mobilization. Zhangguo gazed intently at the surface of the harbor, uncertain whether Whitebeard would emerge from the waters within. Admiral Sengoku issued a direct order for all coastal artillery to aim at the waters within the harbor. Should any unusual movement be detected, they were to open fire. Simultaneously, Kazan received Sengoku's command and positioned himself directly above the harbor. 2 ice spears, crafted from pure ice, were launched towards the surface of the harbor. The instant the ice spears made contact with the water, the harbor's surface was entirely frozen. The sudden display of Kazan's power left most of the Marines speechless in astonishment. Chapter 139, The Arrival of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sabo swallowed hard and asked, Ace, can you achieve this? Ace shook his head, replying, I cannot even accomplish half of it. Smoker interjected at the opportune moment. You should now understand the vast chasm between you and the admirals. It's time to set aside your naive thoughts. Although both were taken aback by Kazan's formidable prowess, they were not frightened. Rather, they were exhilarated. They yearned to engage in battle with the legendary Whitebeard, eager to comprehend the disparity between themselves and the great pirates of the sea. Having completed his task, Kazan returned to his designated position. The world, witnessing Kazan's display of might through live broadcasts, was left in stunned silence. Although the populace was aware of the formidable strength of the Marine admirals, they remained oblivious to the true extent of their power. The purpose of Sengoku's broadcast was not only to exhibit the military might of the Marines to reassure the world's citizens, but also to inform them of the monstrous adversaries the Marines confront daily. The people of the warring states believed that witnessing the terrifying power of the Whitebeard, akin to a natural disaster, would undoubtedly garner greater support for the Navy. However, just a moment later, a massive hole was opened in the frozen surface of the bay, as large chunks of ice splintered and crashed against the barriers within the bay. Without hesitation, Sengoku commanded the coastal artillery to unleash its barrage. In an instant, a curtain of projectiles cascaded down, just as a gaping void was about to be struck. All the shells detonated above the ice layer, shattering the remaining ice in the bay into countless floating fragments. Subsequently, several vessels of the Whitebeard pirates emerged from the depths, the most prominent being the Moby Dick. Despite having his strategy unraveled, Sengoku remained unfazed, for he did not believe such a trap could bring down Whitebeard. Kazan shared this sentiment. With a series of resounding cracks, the world fell into an eerie silence. Whitebeard, gripping his weapon, strode purposefully toward the bow of the Moby Dick. Upon reaching the ship's front, he locked eyes with Sengoku, who stood on the execution platform, and planted his weapon firmly, with both hands raised skyward. It seemed as if the very air was grasped by Whitebeard, and with a mighty pull, the distant sea erupted into a series of colossal tsunamis. Within moments, these powerful waves threatened to engulf Marineford. In response, Kazan leaped into the air. Ice Age. 2 icy spears shot forth from him, piercing through the oncoming tsunamis. Upon contact, the monstrous waves were instantly frozen. Having neutralized the threat, Kazan launched a dual ice spear at Whitebeard, who merely chuckled. You're still far from mastering ice, boy. With a single punch directed at the air, the ice spear shattered, and Kazan was split in two. Kazan plummeted into the harbor's waters, instantly freezing the surface. However, The frozen area did not encompass the entirety of the harbor. Observing the icy expanse, Whitebeard called out, "Charge, my brothers." The pirates of the Whitebeard crew leaped onto the ice, their ships racing toward the shore. In the tumult of the warring states, a voice resonated through a loudspeaker, proclaiming, "Fight for justice and eradicate the Whitebeard pirates." Receiving the command, the Navy soldiers charged towards the harbor's icy expanse with fervor. Leading the charge were none other than Ace and Sabo, who, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, swiftly dispatched several pirates in their relentless pursuit of the Moby Dick's bow. Observing from above, Marco attempted to intercept Sabo and Ace, but was met with the formidable onslaught of a colossal wind god pterosaur, compelling him to abandon his pursuit. Other captains of the Whitebeard pirates endeavored to thwart Ace and Sabo as well, yet the Navy would not permit these captains to succeed, effectively obstructing their advances. Consequently, Ace and Sabo reached the forefront of Whitebeard. With a grin, Ace declared, "Whitebeard, remember that it is Portgas D. Ace who seeks your life." Sabo quickly added, "And Sabo too." Upon seeing Ace's visage, Whitebeard's skepticism regarding Ace's identity began to wane. However, upon Ace revealing his name, Whitebeard's certainty was solidified. Fire Fist. Thunderbird. As Whitebeard momentarily staggered, the two attacks surged towards him. Yet, in a mere flick of his hand, Whitebeard effortlessly deflected the assault. Unfazed, Ace and Sabo pressed forward with an array of strikes against him. While fending off their onslaught, Whitebeard remarked, "Ace, you've grown so much." Instinctively, Ace responded, "You know me." To which Sabo interjected, "Ace, he just heard your introduction. Naturally, he knows your name." Ignoring Sabo, Whitebeard replied, "Of course I know you, Ace. The last time I saw you, you had just been born." Confounded, Ace inquired, "How did you see me as a child? Were you the pirate whom Grandpa Sengoku mentioned saved me?" Realizing Whitebeard was indeed his savior, Ace decided to refrain from confronting him further and prepared to face other pirates instead. Whitebeard, astonished, exclaimed, "Sengoku actually told you all this. Do you know who your father is?" Suddenly enraged, Ace retorted, "I have no father. I will never become a pirate, so abandon the thought." Just as Whitebeard was about to pose another question, Crocodile emerged behind him, taunting, "Old man, it seems you've truly aged." With a cold snicker, Whitebeard unleashed a powerful punch, sending the ambushing crocodile sprawling. In that moment, Whitebeard became acutely aware of his sons being overwhelmed by the Navy, many already having fallen. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he understood it was time for him to act. Failure to do so would result in catastrophic losses among his sons. Prepare to meet your end, Whitebeard. The one who struck was the giant general, John Giant. Upon witnessing this, Whitebeard swiftly delivered a powerful blow, sending John Giant soaring through the air. After launching John Giant away, Whitebeard gracefully landed on the icy surface and proceeded towards the shore. Simultaneously, the pirates under the Whitebeard Pirates banner arrived to offer their support. In an instant, the situation became surprisingly balanced. As Sengoku cast a glance at the brazen, provocative gaze of Whitebeard, he directly called out to the three individuals seated beneath the execution platform, "It is your turn to act. Prevent Whitebeard from entering the harbor." "Understood, Mr. Sengoku." The first to make a move was none other than Borisolino. In the blink of an eye, Borisolino appeared above Whitebeard, unleashing the formidable power of the eight-handed jade. A multitude of dazzling auroras surged towards Whitebeard. Suddenly, a blue figure emerged above Whitebeard, intercepting the impending assault. The defender was none other than Marco. Although Rosinante was no match for Marco, defeating him in such a short span was no simple task either. Marco needed to shake off Rosinante before he could lend his support to Whitebeard. Just as Marco blocked the eight-handed jade, Rosinante lunged at him. Marco understood that it would be impossible to dispose of Rosinante swiftly, thus he intended to avoid prolonged engagement with him. At that moment, Akainu, Akiji, and Fujitora appeared before Whitebeard, obstructing his path. Whitebeard, glancing at the three, revealed a smile. He paid no heed to their puzzled expressions. "You truly are in a predicament." Newgate. Suddenly, several pirate ships descended from the clouds, crashing into the square. Observing this, Fujitora drew his sword, halting the colossal vessels mid-air as if they were mere mountains. At that moment, the Golden Lion appeared before Whitebeard, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded Fujitora, before exclaiming in displeasure, "Why are there so many strong Navy members?" Whitebeard chuckled, "Are you afraid, Shiki?" The Golden Lion retorted, "Fear? Not a chance. I find this exhilarating. If the Navy were a bunch of weaklings, it would be utterly boring. Boys, eliminate these Navy scoundrels and let them witness the might of our flying pirate crew." "Yes, Governor." A throng of pirates eagerly gazed upon the navy, their eyes gleaming with the anticipation of slaughter, akin to that of wolves eyeing sheep destined for the slaughterhouse. Of course, the Golden Lion did not come alone. He was accompanied by a legion of pirates. The appearance of these two legendary pirates instantly amplified the morale of their side. The warring states have yet to take action, as the naval forces currently display a level of combat capability sufficient to maintain control over the situation. As Sengoku cast a glance at the unmoving figures of Mihawk, Moria, Kuma, and Boa Hancock, he noted that Tiger had already engaged the Navy in the initial wave of combat, wreaking havoc in the harbor. Observing the scene, Sengoku felt no immediate inclination to involve these individuals, as their mere presence served as a deterrent. Allowing them to act might yield unintended consequences. It would be more effective for Sengoku himself to take action. At that moment, Mihawk unexpectedly drew his black blade, Yuru. As the situation unfolded, the warriors of the warring states recognized the intentions of Hawkeye and swiftly took up a loudspeaker. Mihawk, if you wish to engage with the Golden Lion, do so within the harbor. No testing of strength here. You shall compensate for any damage inflicted upon Marineford. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye sheathed his black blade, Yuru, and made his way towards the harbor. His decisive action significantly alleviated the pressure on the Navy forces. Sakazuki and his comrades, upon seeing Hawkeye approach with Yuru in hand, immediately grasped his intent. They quickly distanced themselves from the Golden Lion, allowing Hawkeye to confront him one-on-one. This left Whitebeard to contend with 4 admirals alone, while Marco stepped in to shield him from Kizaru. Jaws also sought to protect Whitebeard from Akiji, but Kazan showed no restraint, effortlessly encasing Jaws in ice. Though a single adversary was removed, Whitebeard still faced immense pressure from the 3 admirals, who exhibited remarkable coordination. Moreover, Marco could not hold off Kizaru for long. Should Kizaru overcome Marco, even Whitebeard's formidable strength would leave him with no choice but to face defeat. The Golden Lion gazed at Hawkeye and inquired, "Are you the current world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk?" Mihawk replied with an air of indifference, "A mere title. I seek to learn about your swordsmanship. Show me your true strength." With that, the Golden Lion unleashed a powerful slash directed at Hawkeye. In response, Hawkeye, wielding Yoru, met the attack with a counterstrike. As their blades clashed, both warriors' gazes sharpened, and they lunged towards each other. The surrounding pirates and marines could hardly perceive the duel, only able to hear the relentless clashing of swords and the resounding echoes of their strikes. Nearby, the swordsman bit his yearn to delay Hawkeye, hoping to allow the Golden Lion to assist Whitebeard. Yet, the prowess of the 2 masters surpassed his capabilities, and more critically, he sensed from the Golden Lion's fierce gaze that interference was not permitted. Thus, Bidas attempted to aid Whitebeard, but the fierce battle among the 4 made proximity impossible, with shockwaves, gravitational forces, magma, and ice spikes barring his way. Recognizing the futility of his efforts, Bidas chose to support Marco instead. Consequently, the battlefield on the icy harbor became marked by 3 immense zones of conflict, deterring both pirates and marines from approaching due to the risk of collateral damage. In each of these arenas, the Navy held the upper hand, dominating the overall battlefield. Although the Whitebeard pirates and the Flying Pirates were formidable, the Navy's forces today were even more powerful, equipped with the latest weaponry, forcing the pirate factions to retreat. Should the Pacifistas and the Seraphim intervene, this battle would swiftly reach its conclusion. The warring states gazed calmly at Whitebeard, although Whitebeard was unaware of the Navy's true strength. The fact that he could summon the Golden Lion for assistance indicated that he possessed other formidable means at his disposal. In the current state of the warring states, there is a palpable curiosity regarding how Whitebeard managed to persuade the formidable red-haired Shanks to lend him assistance, and an even greater intrigue about who else might come to his aid. As time progresses, the Navy's chances of victory increasingly grow, while Whitebeard, burdened by age and injuries, finds himself grappling with a multitude of wounds that are both grievous and alarming. Yet, on his face, there is not a trace of fear or retreat. It is as if he is not confronting 3 admirals, but rather 3 commonplace adversaries. Beside him, Edward Weevil watches in despair as his father suffers such severe injuries in his bid to protect him, his heartache rendering him inconsolable. However, the profound terror he feels is overshadowed by the anguish of witnessing his father as suffering. Suddenly, a powerful aura of conqueror's haki envelopes the entire battlefield. For my sake, let this conflict come to an end. If anyone wishes to continue fighting, let them face us. Without needing to look, Sengoku recognizes the presence of Shanks, the user of the Fruit of Face. The Navy is taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the red-haired pirates. Just yesterday, they were engaged in battle with the Beast's pirates in the New World. How could they have arrived at Marineford so swiftly? Even our fastest naval vessels could not reach this location in such a brief span of time. Chapter 141, Divine Avoidance. Just as Sengoku prepares to take action, he receives word that Blackbeard has appeared on the battlefield, though his exact location remains unknown. In that moment, Sengoku promptly contacted Garp via the transponder snail. Garp, I instructed you to eliminate Blackbeard Teach at Impel Down, did I not? How is it that this scoundrel has appeared in Marineford? Garp, with an expression of grievance, replied, Sengoku, this is not my fault. The moment Teach saw Jinbei and me, he fled with his crew. We couldn't catch up even if we tried. All right, I understand. Where are you now? Sengoku inquired. We are currently en route back to Marineford. Garp replied. How can you still be on the road? You are well aware of the speed of the Justice Gate. Sengoku admonished. I was concerned that Blackbeard Teach might seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while I was away. Hence, I remained at Impel Down for a time. Furthermore, I am alone and returning now. Columbus and Jinbei are still stationed at Impel Down. Understood. You have managed well. Return as swiftly as possible, as we require your strength. Surely dealing with Whitebeard does not necessitate my intervention? Garp queried. Our adversaries extend beyond Whitebeard. We also face the likes of the Golden Lion and red-haired Shanks. With that, Sengoku terminated the communication. During the conversation between Sengoku and Garp, the Marines had pinpointed Blackbeard's location. The Blackbeard pirates were concealed atop a tsunami frozen by Akiji, directly shadowing Whitebeard. Simultaneously, Sengoku recognized that the elite forces of the Navy were being overwhelmed by the pirates. Ben Beckman and Kizaru were locked in combat, evenly matched, while Akainu, Akiji, and Whitebeard were engaged in a fierce struggle, also at a stalemate. Fujitora was battling Shanks, with Shanks maintaining the upper hand against Fujitora. However, even with the assistance of the red-haired pirates, the mid-tier and lower-tier combatants still found themselves at a disadvantage against the Navy. Sengoku realized that it was no longer feasible to conceal their true strength. The Warring States period immediately commanded the weaker sea soldiers to retreat to the coast, while simultaneously dispatching the pacifistas and the seraphim. Soon, hundreds of pacifistas, resembling the features of Bartholomew Kuma, appeared at the heart of the battlefield under the leadership of the formidable Trafalgar Law, ruthlessly slaughtering the pirates. Ordinary pirates were no match for these latest models of pacifistas. Only those of captain rank could contend with them. However, even the captain-level pirates found themselves engaged in battle with the seraphim, though these seraphim appeared as children. Their combat prowess was on par with that of seasoned captains. The seraphim created by Dr. Vegapunk were derived from the genes of the prisoners from Impel Down. Among these seraphim, the most formidable were the child forms of Douglas Bullet, the solitary red-haired Shanks, and the Golden Lion Shiki. Douglas Bullet possessed the power of the double fruit. Shanks wielded the abilities of the mythical Zoan Bat fruit, a synthetic creation, and Shiki commanded the powers of the float fruit. Other seraphim also boasted formidable devil fruit abilities. Upon witnessing the fierce struggle of Kizaru and his comrades, Jean Tamaru promptly commanded the seraphim to assist them using the authority chip. Initially, the pirates were taken aback by the childlike appearance of the seraphim. However, their astonishment turned to dread as they realized the true extent of its power. They could hardly fathom that such a diminutive figure could possess such formidable strength. Even Whitebeard and Shanks were momentarily stunned, but their surprise was fleeting. As for the Golden Lion, he was too preoccupied to notice. His focus was entirely on Mihawk before him. He had not anticipated that Mihawk's swordsmanship would surpass his own, and in a purely sword-fighting scenario, he would undoubtedly fall short against him, even at his peak. The only reason he could contend with Mihawk at present was due to the advantages provided by the float fruit. The only seraphim capable of aiding Kizaru and the others were the 3S, Barretts. The other seraphim would not withstand the might of such powerful adversaries for long. With the arrival of the pacifistas and the seraphim, the level of combat escalated dramatically. Shanks turned to Whitebeard and declared, Whitebeard, the time for battle has come to an end. Whitebeard chuckled. I'm glad you've come to assist me, little one. But that does not grant you the authority to command me. My son has yet to be rescued, and I shall not depart. What of your other sons? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's expression darkened. If you can save Weevil, I will retreat. Shanks's eyes brightened. You have my word. If I manage to save Weevil, you must not go back on your promise. Let us see if you can indeed save him. Akainu retorted angrily. You pirates think you can save anyone? Now that you have arrived, you shall not leave. Shanks paid Akainu no heed, instead fixing his gaze on Weevil on the execution platform, alongside Sengoku. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Shanks's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. Brothers, hold off Admiral Fujitora. Fujitora responded, Shanks. It seems your subordinates are incapable of detaining me. To rescue Weevil, you must first pass through me. Only then did Shanks realize that his comrades were engaged with the Navy and the 7 warlords of the sea, with even the formidable Ben Beckman being occupied by Kizaru. Observing this, Shanks adopted a more serious demeanor, shedding his previous playful facade. The authority of the Yonko was unmistakable. Believing his haki would at least intimidate some of the Navy, he found, to his dismay, that only pirates fell before him, not a single Marine. If even one Marine had fallen, it would have been truly baffling, considering these were the elite of the elite within the Navy. After exchanging a knowing glance with Whitebeard, the latter understood Shanks's intent. Whitebeard promptly drew Fujitora into his own battle circle, allowing Shanks to break free. As the red-haired Shanks broke free from the entanglement with Fujitora, he surged toward the execution platform with remarkable speed. Numerous Marines attempted to obstruct Shanks's approach, but they were utterly inadequate against the formidable presence of the 4 emperors. Shanks's speed remained unabated. Drawing his renowned sword, Griffin, he unleashed a swift strike toward the execution platform, aimed at Sengoku. Just as Sengoku was preparing to act, Garp arrived on the scene. Garp first intercepted Shanks's attack with a punch and then countered with a strike of his own. Smirking, he remarked, Kid, your techniques still fall short compared to Roger's. Shanks chose not to respond, fully aware of the immense pressure Whitebeard faced against 3 admirals. He needed to rescue Ace with utmost urgency. If he failed, both the red-haired pirates and the flying pirates would be left to face dire consequences. Chapter 142. I am your son. After Shanks departed, Blackbeard and his crew leapt from the frozen tsunami. Immediately, some pirates spotted Blackbeard and shouted, Hey, Dad, Teach is here. It seems he's planning to ambush you. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard, who had been exuding a diminished aura, suddenly surged with overwhelming power, unleashing a conqueror's haki-infused slash that forced Akainu and the others to retreat. He then glared fiercely in Blackbeard's direction. Blackbeard, sensing Whitebeard's attention, felt a flicker of fear. Yet the strength coursing through him, combined with Whitebeard's severe injuries, endowed Teach with audacity. Father, it's been a long time. I have no son like you, Teach. With that, Whitebeard launched a powerful punch imbued with the Tremor Fruit's might toward Blackbeard. Unfazed, Blackbeard gathered a mass of dark energy to meet Whitebeard's strike. In the moment of collision, the Tremor Fruit's power was absorbed by the black substance in Blackbeard's hand. Whitebeard attempted several more times, only to have each attack similarly nullified by Blackbeard's dark force. Blackbeard laughed heartily, Ha! All of your devil fruit abilities are utterly useless against my dark fruit. The dark fruit can nullify any devil fruit power, rendering its wielder powerless. This is the strength of the dark fruit, the power I seized from killing Ace. I never intended to kill Ace, blame him for obtaining the very power I desired. I once admired you, respected you. But now you've grown old, so old that you can't even save your own son. Just as Blackbeard finished his taunt, a surge of excruciating pain coursed through him. He looked down to see a massive wound inflicted by Whitebeard, blood gushing forth as he writhed on the ground in agony. With that, Whitebeard impaled Blackbeard's hand to the ground with his sword, then seized Blackbeard by the throat, mockingly declaring, Arrogance and recklessness, these are your greatest weaknesses. Teach, had you sought the dark fruit from Satch, I am certain he would have never denied you. Yet, you chose to eliminate him. Now, embrace your demise with regret. Upon uttering these words, the formidable powers of the Tremor Fruit enveloped Blackbeard's head. Father, I am your son. You cannot kill me. Spare me, Blackbeard pleaded. But Whitebeard exhibited no hesitation as he unleashed the full might of his fruit's abilities. The overwhelming assault rendered Blackbeard unconscious. Observing this, Whitebeard raised his sword, ready to deliver the final blow. Just as the blade descended, Sengoku intervened, blocking the strike. Whitebeard, astonished, gazed at Sengoku and quietly inquired, Sengoku, why do you choose to save Teach? Zhangguo whispered, I never claimed I would save him. I merely intend to extract the last vestiges of his usefulness. Trust me. His existence will undoubtedly be more agonizing than his demise. When he ceases to hold any value, I shall execute him. At that time, I will present his severed head to you. After speaking, Zhangguo raised his voice. Blackbeard Teach is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It is utterly unacceptable to slay him under my very nose. Before the tale of the warring states could reach its conclusion, Members of the Blackbeard pirates were poised to rescue their captain. However, they were thwarted by the sudden emergence of Caesar, Bartolomeo, and the formidable Barrett, along with several pacifistas who blocked their path. Caesar gazed with palpable excitement at the unconscious Blackbeard, his eyes gleaming as if he were beholding an exquisite beauty. His unabashed stare did not go unnoticed by many. Then Oka declared, "What are you Navy folks planning? Our captain is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Do you dare lay a hand on a warlord?" In a swift motion, the warriors of the warring states advanced towards Van Oka, seizing him by the throat. Witnessing this, the other members of the Blackbeard pirates prepared to intervene. In a state of indifference, Sengoku remarked, "What audacity allows you to speak such words? Are your eyes deceiving you? Did you not witness that I just saved your captain? If Marshal D. Teach were not one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he would already be a corpse. Do you know who that individual is? He is none other than the world-renowned scientist, Dr. Caesar. Do you truly believe that Dr. Caesar would personally intervene against Marshal D. Teach if you were not one of the 7 warlords? Since your vision seems impaired, let me assist you." With that, Sengoku raised his finger and aimed directly at Van Auger's eye, piercing it and causing his eyeball to burst. He then cast Van Auger to the ground, stating, "This time, out of respect for your captain, I shall spare your life. Should you dare to speak carelessly again, it will not merely be a matter of vision. You will find yourself facing death." Sengoku then returned to his position to continue battling Whitebeard. Observing the scene, Caesar seized a bubble gun, encasing Blackbeard within a bubble before commanding the pacifistas to escort him away. Approaching Blackbeard's crew, Caesar taunted, "I truly wonder who bestowed upon you the audacity to speak in the presence of Admiral Sengoku. And look at your weapon, a sniper, no less. How ironic that your eye has now been destroyed. How will you fulfill your role as a marksman? Seeing you in such a pitiful state, I have decided to provide you with a prosthetic eye, guaranteed to function far better than your original. Consider this a stroke of fortune amidst your misfortune. Do remember to seek me out." With a chuckle, Caesar departed, leaving Van Auger infuriated to the point of vomiting blood and subsequently fainting. With the participation of Sengoku and Garp, the Navy had undeniably gained the upper hand. Sengoku, transformed into his Buddha form, engaged Whitebeard in battle alone. Warring states, Newgate, why do you refuse to accept my proposal? Look at the situation now. You are grievously injured, and it's uncertain whether you will survive. Your words are utterly chilling. Warring states, no sane person would believe them. If you wish for me to trust your claims, I must witness the might of your Navy for myself. Have you now come to understand the strength of our Navy? It is merely adequate." After glancing at the obstinate Whitebeard, Sengoku promptly ended the live broadcast. Once the transmission ceased, Sengoku and Whitebeard began to enact a performance. The ultimate conclusion of the Marineford War was that Whitebeard feigned death. The more grievous offenders of the Whitebeard pirates were eradicated, while those with lesser crimes were imprisoned and impelled down. The infamous Shiki the Golden Lion was also confined within its walls. Following Whitebeard's staged demise, Sengoku and his allies managed to imprison Shanks and the red-haired pirates as well. Chapter 143 concluded with the Navy proclaiming their triumph in this conflict, having decisively eliminated 2 of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded when the Gorosei, upon learning of Shanks' incarceration and impelled down, demanded Sengoku to release him. This revelation only fueled Sengoku's belief in the preposterous rumors that Shanks was a celestial dragon and even the son of Garling. Although Sengoku opposed the release of Shanks, the Gorosei praised him and directly dispatched CP0 agents to liberate Shanks from impelled down. Had it not been for Magellan's notification, Sengoku might have remained oblivious to this development. With Blackbeard's presence looming, Vegapunk and Caesar, after over a year of research, successfully devised a method for the Seraphim to consume multiple devil fruits simultaneously, significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of the Seraphim Corps. The supposedly deceased Whitebeard, with the assistance of Vegapunk and Trafalgar Law, was cured of his long-standing ailments. Furthermore, through modifications conducted by Vegapunk, Whitebeard's aging body was rejuvenated, restoring his power to its peak. Once Blackbeard's value had been thoroughly drained, Sengoku ordered Whitebeard to personally eliminate him. As for the territories once protected by the Whitebeard pirates, they were swiftly taken over by the Navy, which explains Sengoku's decision to dispatch a multitude of elite Marines to the New World. Sengoku harbored a profound fear that the demise of the Whitebeard pirates would incite the malevolent pirates to assault the innocent civilians whom Whitebeard had valiantly protected. After 2 years of perilous adventures, Luffy triumphed over Moria and Crocodile in the New World, subsequently defeating Big Mom, and later vanquishing Kaido and Wano, all while awakening the powers of his devil fruit. This remarkable awakening prompted the Gorosei to immediately interrogate Sengoku regarding his concealment of Luffy's consumption of the Nika fruit. Sengoku directly expressed his ignorance regarding the Nika fruit, leaving the five elders utterly speechless. In these past 2 years, the Revolutionary Army has been increasingly active, which has rendered the five elders hesitant to take action against the Navy. However, they have persistently sought to undermine the Navy in the shadows. For the revealed strength of the Navy is indeed formidable. Naturally, the five elders aimed to suppress the Navy. After Luffy triumphed over the alliance of Kaido and Big Mom, he ascended to the status of a new emperor. What Sengoku did not anticipate was that the Jester Buggy, who was previously imprisoned and impelled down, also emerged as a new emperor. His allies remained Mihawk and Crocodile, and Moria has even joined his pirate crew. The seas became a battleground for the coveted title of the last emperor. Surprisingly, the last emperor turned out to be the alliance of Kaido and Big Mom. Following his victory over Kaido, Luffy embarked on adventures in the New World. One fateful day, Luffy stumbled upon a raid by the Celestial Dragons, accompanied by a massacre competition. Unable to bear the sight of such brutality, Luffy immediately retaliated, slaying numerous Celestial Dragons. Ultimately, Luffy confronted Satan. However, Satan alone, along with the yet-to-mature God Knights, proved to be no match for Luffy's crew. Yet, Satan summoned the other five elders to contend with Luffy. The first to come to Luffy's aid was the Revolutionary Army, followed by the morally righteous Shanks. Upon witnessing the situation, Sengoku promptly declared the Navy's secession from the world government, issuing a notice of opposition against it. He then led the Navy's full might, alongside Whitebeard, to assault Mariewa. While he possesses formidable strength, Sengoku's prowess surpasses it. He alone could vanquish him, especially with the assistance of figures such as Garp and the Seraphim. Caught in a state of bewilderment, Im was swiftly eradicated. Following Im's demise, the five elders, who were engaged in a fierce battle with Luffy, rapidly aged and subsequently perished. After overthrowing the Celestial Dragon's dominion, Sengoku, with the Navy's strategic planning over the years, established a new government through the maritime railway connecting the world. Henceforth, the profession of pirate ceased to exist, replaced by that of adventurers. The entire world transformed into a more harmonious place, devoid of social hierarchies, with all kingdoms abolished and the new government embraced by all. After serving as a government leader for merely 1 year, Sengoku retired. His successor was Kazan. Following his retirement, Sengoku embarked on a journey across the globe. But after several years of exploration, he grew weary of the monotony. He then sought refuge on a deserted island, embracing a life of seclusion while patiently awaiting the end of his days. Synopsis: the protagonist, having defended Garp, found himself subjected to the vitriol of online trolls who labeled him a Garp sycophant. Unable to tolerate the slander, he engaged in a heated exchange with his detractors, only to find himself inexplicably transported into the body of Sengoku, who had just emerged victorious from a fierce battle against the Golden Lion. As a newcomer to this realm, he possesses a system, albeit one that proves somewhat burdensome, requiring him to reach the age of 60 before it can be utilized effectively.